The Definitive Visual Guide. Editorial Consultant, Andrew Graham Dixon. Editorial Consultant, Andrew Graham Dixon. Andrew Graham Dixon is one of the leading art critics and presenters of arts television in the English-speaking world. He has presented 6 on art for the BBC, including the acclaimed A History of British Art Renaissance and Art of Eternity, as well as numerous individual documentary Ian Art and artists. For more than 20 years, he has published a weekly column on Art First Independent and, more recently, in the Sunday Telegraph. He has also written a number of books on subjects ranging from medieval painting and sculpture to the art of the present. Chief Consultant, Lon Chilvers, writer and editor, whose books include the Oxford Dictionary of Art, the Baroque and Neoclassical Age, a Dictionary of 20th Century Art, and The Artist Revealed, Artists and Their Self-Portraits. Specialist Consultant for the 17th and 18th century chapters of this book. Consultants, Looking at Art. Mary Acton, tutor and lecturer in History of Art, Department for Continuing Education, University of Oxford. Publications include Learning to Look at Paintings and Learning to Look at Modern Art. Prehistory to 1400 CE. Dr. Paul Taylor, Deputy Curator, Photographic Collection, the Warburg Institute, University of London. Recent publications include Iconography, Without Text, Renaissance and Mannerism. Dr. Maddalena Spagnolo, Research Fellow at Villa Todi, the Harvard University Center for Italian Renaissance Studies, Florence. 19th Century Art. Caroline Bugler, Editor of Art Quarterly and Review, The Art Fund, London. Publications include Art in Focus, Vienna. 20th Century Art. John Glavesmith, writer and former senior lecturer in art history at Staffordshire University, England. Publications include Contemporary Art and A Dictionary of Modern Art, Japanese Art. Dr. Mary Arichi, tutor, lecturer, and external academic assistant, School of Oriental and African Studies, University of London. Chinese Art. Dr. Alison Bailey, Director, Center for Chinese Research, Institute of Asian Research, University of British Columbia, Vancouver. Indian and Southeast Asian Art, Dr. Heather Elgood, Course Director of the Postgraduate Diploma in Asian Art, School of Oriental and African Studies, University of London. African Art. Barbara Murray, writer, editor, curator, and activist for contemporary art in Africa. American Art. Dr. Julia Rosenbaum, Professor of Art History, Bard College, Annandale-on-Hudson, New York. Publications include Visions of Belonging, New England Art, and the Making of American Identity, Latin American Art. Dr. Susan Elba Berth, Assistant Professor of Art History at Bard College, Annandale-on-Hudson, New York, and author of Leonora Carrington, Surrealism, Alchemy, and Art, Australian Art. Dr. Jennifer Mitchell, Honorary Research Associate, Monash University, Melbourne. Contributors: Simon Adams, Anna Fishel, N.K., Dean Kenning, Dave King, Larry McGinnity, Matthew Rake, Nigel Ritchie, Peter, Chirac Marcus Weeks, Jude Welton, Lane Zakzek. The American painter Ad Reinhardt, creator of the all-black canvas, see page 515, was also an occasional comic strip artist. One of his best cartoons was a salutary comment on how to look, or more to the point, how not to look at art. In the first frame, a man in a gallery stares in disbelief at an abstract painting and jeeringly exclaims, "What's that supposed to represent?" In the second frame, the painting morphs into an angry diagrammatic creature, points an accusatory finger at the man and shouts back the defiant question, "What are you supposed to represent?" Reinhardt, who had suffered more than most at the hands of uncomprehending critics, was in his caustic way making a plea for greater understanding. Itinerary to dismiss any work of art that might at first sight seem difficult and remote, resistant to easy interpretation, or just plain baffling. But make an effort. Try to discover what the artist who made it might have intended. Find out something about the where and the when and the why of it, and the chances are that the work in question will, at the very least, seem suddenly more approachable. At best, it will become an object of fascination and open up a whole new world. The meaning of a picture or a sculpture, of an installation or a work of video art, is not simply something that it contains, like the contents of a suitcase. Meaning is made, actively created. In every encounter between individual human being and a particular work of art, the depth and richness of that meaning will depend on the quality of that encounter. And that in turn will depend not just on the qualities of the work of art being looked at, but also on the qualities of the person looking at it. Their values and sensitivities, their knowledge, their breadth of reference. What do you represent? Reinhardt was right to ask the question. Forward by Andrew Graham Dixon. The truth is that a person who is aesthetically open and intellectually inquiring, a person who has a historical imagination, a person who is both curious and tolerant in matters of religion, a person who is prepared to abandon the set coordinates of their personal preconceptions to explore new ways of seeing. The truth is that such an individual will get a lot more from art and a lot more from life than someone who complacently chooses to close their mind. The purpose of this book is as straightforward as it does what it says on the tin title. Its aim is to open, to the general reader, 1,000 doors into 1,000 different experiences of art, and by doing so, to make the world of museum and art gallery, church and cloister, temple and mosque, both more enjoyable and more accessible. Those who consult its pages will find a wealth of information about a multitude of artists, from Renoir to Reinhardt, from Michelangelo to Damien Hirst. They will find succinct but informative accounts of different historical periods and major movements. They will also find a series of short, lucid introductions to such subjects as color, composition, and perspective, a primer in much of the fundamental grammar and vocabulary employed by the visual artist through the ages. To become interested in art is to embark on a voyage of discovery that leads to countless thrilling places and promises all kinds of unexpected encounters. This book can be used as a work of reference, or it can be consulted as a bluffer's crib. But think of it, above all, as an orienteer, a friendly guide and companion to the best kind of travel that there is. Enjoy the journey. Looking at Art 12, Subject and Composition 14, Perspective and Viewpoint 20, Light and Shade 22, Media and Techniques 24, Color 30, Brushstrokes and Texture 34, Prehistory to 1400 CE 36, Prehistoric Art 38, Ancient Near East 42, Ancient Egypt 46, Civilizations of the East So, Ancient Greece 52, Themes, Nudes 56, The Etruscans and Ancient Rome 59, Outside the Empire 62, Early Christian and Byzantine 64, Carolingian 66, Attonian 67, Viking Art 68, Anglo-Saxon and Celtic Art 69, Early Islamic Art 72, South Asia 74, Southeast Asia 76, East Asia 78, Central and South America 80, Romanesque and Gothic Art 82, Early Italian Art 84, International Gothic Art 88, 15th and 16th centuries 90, Italian Renaissance 92, Themes, Myth and Legend 128, Northern Renaissance 138, Themes, Landscape 152, Mannerism 175, China, Ming Dynasty 185, Japanese Art 188, Central and South America 190, 17th and 18th centuries 192, Baroque 194, Themes, Still Life 208, Rococo 242, Themes, Animals 260, Neoclassicism 266, English Watercolors 276, Colonial America 278, China, Qing Dynasty 281, Japanese Art 285, Islamic Art 288, Hindu Art 292, 19th century 294, Romanticism 296, Themes, Love 314, Realism 324, Pre-Raphaelites 332, Victorian Art 334, French Academic Art 336, Japanese Art 338, Impressionism 340, Neo and Post-Impressionism 360 Themes, Children 370, The Nobbies 380, Symbolism and Art Nouveau 382, Scandinavian Art 388, End of the Century 391, Sculpture 394, African Art 396, Oceania 398. Early 20th century 400. Fauvism 402. German Expressionism 408. Pre-war Vienna 4412. Cubism 416. Futurism, Rayonism, and Orpheism 428. Birth of Abstract Art 434. Themes. Work 442. Early British Modernism 446. Early U.S. Modernism 452. Naive Painting 454. École de Paris 458. Constructivism 462. Dada 466. Surrealism 470. Neue Sachlichkeit, New Objectivity 480. Bauhaus 482. Avant-garde 486. Realism and Figurative Painting 490. 1945 onwards 500. Abstract Expressionism 502. Themes. War 510. Post-war Europe 516. Abstract Painting and Sculpture 523. Minimal Art 529. Pop Art 533. Themes. Portraits 546. Op Art and Kinetic Art 548. Assemblage, Junk and Land Art 551. Conceptual Art 557. Figurative Painting 563. Superrealism 570. Feminist Art 572. Neo-Expressionism. And Graffiti Art 574. New Media 578. Contemporary Sculpture 583. Australian Aboriginal Art 586. Europe Top Day 588. Africa Today 590. North America Today 594. Glossary 596. Index 599. Acknowledgement 610. When you look at a work of art, you may quickly decide whether you like it or not. But have you ever wondered why some pictures appeal to you more than others? There is no definitive answer to this question, but if you can start to understand how and why the artist created the piece, you will appreciate and enjoy it more. Looking. Art is rarely created in a moment of inspiration. To understand the artist's aims and intentions, there are a myriad of factors to consider. The size of the painting or sculpture, its subject matter or story, and how the different elements of the piece relate to each other. What is the artist's viewpoint, and how has she or she used color, perspective, light, and shade, and why? What materials and surfaces have been used, and how do these contribute to the qualities of the finished work? Looking at art explains how to read a work of art more thoroughly and understand what the artist was trying to achieve. The section also introduces a language of art so that you gain the vocabulary to analyze what you see. As you begin to develop an informed sense of why you like some works of art more than others, the experience of looking at art will become more meaningful and enjoyably at art. Subject and composition. When you look at a work of art, the first question to ask is, what is it about? Once you have established the content, you can consider how the artist has arranged the elements of the piece, the composition. Whether the image is of people, landscape, still life, or abstract, it has to work as an integrated whole, in which the other pictorial qualities, such as color, light, and shade, also play their part. Portraits. Knowing that faces always attract attention, the artist has to think how best to present a sitter. Composing a portrait is more than a question of how true a likeness to attempt. Size, scale, shape, and viewpoint are important for all subjects, and for a portrait, the pose and props depend on what the artist and the sitter want to convey. If the sitter has commissioned the portrait, their opinion counts, but a paid model has no say in the composition. Format. The typical shape for a portrait is the so-called portrait format, a rectangle that is talathanatis wide. A head and shoulders portrait fits neatly into this format, without leaving empty space at the sides or chopping off the top of the sitter's head. Oval shapes are less common, but also suit human proportions. Artists do not have to use the portrait format, as they may want to include a broader setting or some space. Classic shape here, the portrait format, has been used to enclose the sitter within a plain background that provides breathing space. Portrait for Boy, Rosalba Carriera, 1726. Size. How big or small a portrait is depends on its purpose as well as practicalities. In general, the larger the image, the more expensive the materials are and the longer it takes the artist. Huge portraits create an impact by their sheer size alone and suggest that the subject is a god of noble birth, prominent in society, or wealthy. Small portraits tend to be personal and intimate. Miniature measuring a mere 13x.7.63 cm. This portrait of an Elizabethan nobleman may have been intended as a love token. Young Man Among Roses, Nicholas Hilliard, c. 1587. Giant-sized, averaging 11 m high, about 6 times life size. The massive volcanic stone statues on Easter Island, Polynesia, may be memorials to dead chiefs. C7/000/1600. Length. With a portrait, the artist has to decide how much of the sitter to include. A head, shoulders, and upper chest one, often called a bust in sculpture, is the most common format. A half-length 2 is common for seated portraits. A 3/4 length portrait 3 requires some skill to make it look as infinitesimal to stop at the subject's knees. Full-length swagger portraits proclaim a person's grandeur and superiority. A full-length glamour sergeant both scandalized and delighted high society in London and Paris with his flattering, elongated swagger portraits. This one is life-size. Portrait of the Countess of Clary Aldringen, John Singer Sargent, 1896. View. Full-face portraits were originally reserved for God in Christian societies. The ancient Egyptians, however, depicted several viewpoints at once, such as a full-face eye within a profile, something not attempted in Western art until Picasso. The 3/4 view one is more common, providing a good idea of what the sitter looks like, as is the profile or side view too, which was much used in early portraiture. Looking at you full-face portraits can appear confrontational, but in this picture the sitter's expression is warm and engaging rather than aggressive. Madame Antonia de Vauquer, Jean-Auguste Dominique Ingres, 1807. Scale. Whether the sitter fills the canvas, looming large at you, or is just one of several elements competing for attention within the frame. Scale is an important consideration. Psychological portraits tend to go close in on the human form and features. But moving further out and including a setting and props gives the artist an opportunity to suggest more about the sitter's character, interest, and situation in life. Why, bigger picture here, the artist could have focused on the sitter's face, but chose to include her plain tea table and cat too. Quaker Girl, Grace Cossington Smith, 1915. Cropping. Sometimes what is left out of a painting says more about the subject than what is left in, intimating life beyond the confines of the canvas. Cropping, deliberately truncating a figure, can make you look afresh at the everyday and can suggest that what we see is not always what it seems. It may also imply that the subject was moving too fast to be captured within the frame or was not posing at all, as in a candid snapshot. A-less is more Bonnard, just visible top left. Painted his wife in the bath many times, cropping both figures makes the image disturbingly voyeuristic nude in the bath. Pierre Bonnard, 1925. The multiple portrait, depicting more than one person, presents practical challenges for the artist, who may not be able to persuade all the sitters to pose at the same time. Even if they pose separately, they must look like part of an integrated composition, or the completed portrait will look artificial and stilted. The space between the sitters plays a key part in the composition, as does the background, which both encompasses and links the sitters. Intimate group in this study, the positions of the hands and arms keep you looking from parents to baby. Family portrait, Anthony Van Dyck, 1618-21. Relationships. In multiple portraits, the sitters are often engaged in a communal activity, such as feasting, which helps to relate them to each other. If the portrait is of just 2 or 3 people, the artist can suggest their relationship by their poses as well as through the composition. Looking out the banner leads your eye into the painting and the circular. Eye contact, the trust between the old man and the boy is emphasized by their gaze of mutual affection. Arrangement takes you to each a century. The monaural looking in different copyright and old mananda. Directions, helping you to understand where they are in the composition. A banquet of the officers of the St. George Militia Company, Franz Hals, 1616. Space and form, to suggest isolation. An artist may contrast the solid, positive forms of people with the empty spaces between them, which is often referred to as negative space. These gaps between figures or objects strengthen the composition and can make the characters seem more three-dimensional and therefore more convincing. Staggered depth of spaces between the solemn children, emphasized by the dark background, make them poignantly separate. The Daughters of Edward Darley Boyd, John Singer Sargent, 1882. Family split the sharp division between space and form signals a rift between the sitters. The contrast between the Duchess's full frontal pose and the daughter's half out of the picture accentuates the split. The Duchess de Montejasi and her daughters Elena and Camilla, Edgar Degas, 1876. Nudes. The art historian Kenneth Clark pointed out that while being naked was embarrassing, nudity was art. In Christian iconography, nakedness is linked with Adam and Eve's fall. From grace from the Renaissance, however, studying the mall and dew came essential for anatomical accuracy, and classical myth made it more respectable to paint female nudes, who were idealized and made more beautiful and less individual than in real life. Modern. While traditional female nudes were meant to be erotic, today's artists aim for psychological realism or to shock. They tend to accentuate the naked truth rather than idealizing the image of women for male delectation. On a diagonal, the model sprawls diagonally across the canvas, cropped at the head and knees to fit the nearly square format. Naked woman on a sofa, Lucian Freud, 1985. Traditional. Before dressing a nude, we first draw him nude, then we enfold him in draperies, wrote the Renaissance art theorist Leon Battista Alberti. The male nude, exemplified by Michelangelo's works, was active. Artists and patrons were nearly always men, and spying on nude women, bathing or asleep became an artistic genre. When awake, nude women tended to recline before an imagined male onlooker in front of the picture. Active man, the tradition of nude sculpture of men in upright active poses, goes back to classical antiquity. Bronze soldier, 5th century BC. Picture format. A wide format is best suited to portraits of a reclining nude as it allows for the length of her body. Titian set the standard for the genre. Danae receiving the shower of gold, Titian, 1554. Composing a narrative. When a painting tells a story, the artist uses composition to give the work a natural flow that helps the spectator to follow the action. The composition can therefore help you understand what is going on. In a well-made composition, the spectator's eye is led to each of the main components of the story in turn by various visual means, such as shapes, linking devices, contrast and scale, and the use of color. Balance. All the different components of a picture have to balance each other so that the image works as an integrated whole. There are different ways to go about it, depending on the artist's aim. Some artists want to convey harmony and serenity, whereas others opt for contrast and dynamism, or want to create a feeling of jagged discord. Changes in scale the dramatic contrast between the size of the figures in the foreground, who are so close you can almost hear their conversation. With the scale of the bustling activity on the river leads your eye from the women to the scene behind them. The posts in the foreground also direct your gaze towards a river. Winter scene Yamamoto Sean, c. 1900. Harmony Christ is firmly established as the central figure of this painting because the composition is based upon the most stable of shapes, a triangle with a wide base narrowing to a point at the top of the picture. This creates a feeling of serenity. The Resurrection, Piero della Francesca, c. 1463. Diagonal as they walk along one of Oslo's main streets has become a nightmare vision in this painting, as the pedestrians fan out and appear to come right out of the painting towards you. The curves of their cadaverous faces contrast with the strong diagonals of the composition. The solitary figure heading in the opposite direction increases the sense of nightmare and alienation. Evening on Carl Johann Edvard Munch, 1892. Rhythm. A painting or sculpture should have rhythm like a piece of music. Shapes can be repeated or set in opposition to each other. Visual links and a sense of rhythm are particularly important in a picture where there is a lot going on, or it can look like a jumble of unrelated elements that rapidly lose your attention. The spaces between the shapes are just as important as the shapes themselves and play a vital role in the composition, providing places for moving elements to go. As with all aspects of composition, a unified color scheme and finish, the interplay of light and shade, and the use of perspective all help to weave the action together. Visual flow in this scene. Boucher used a billowing swirl of cloth to create a figure-of-eight design that links the sky and figures and keeps you looking from one to the other. The cloth also echoes the shape of the clouds at the top right of the picture. Fluttering cupids lead your eye towards Venus, as does the wave of figures undulating from left to right. The Triumph of Venus, Francois Boucher, 1740, together, following the plot. Most stories and art taken from history, religion, or myth were known to their contemporary audience, but may be unfamiliar now. To help viewers, artists provided visual clues, such as dramatic gestures or objects, such as attributes, weapons, or crowns, to identify the key characters. The style of dress provides another clue. Classical drapery indicates a history or mythological theme, but nudity is rarely a feature of historical tales. Scene of Virtue, this painting depicts a popular 17th century theme in which Scipio, a Roman general, returns a captive woman to her fiancé. Poussin divided the figures into groups. Scipio can be identified by his throne and crown one, and his magnanimous gesture towards a woman in blue is answered by her fiancé's grateful acceptance, too. The soldiers on the right three remind you that this is war. The Continents of Scipio, Nicolas Poussin, 1640. Still life. The advantage of a still life over landscapes or portraits is that the artist has complete control over content, composition, and lighting. While painters can edit details of a landscape, there is no need to with a still life. They can select objects and arrange them exactly as they wish, tinkering with a composition for as long as they like, without trying the patience of a portrait sitter. Composing. Still life are generally indoor compositions, but even in the smallest interior, the artist wants to convey the interaction of space and form. Still, life is a chance for an artist to show his or her skill at creating a balanced, pleasing composition, which shows off colors, forms, contrast, and texture, and their relationships to each other. Try turning a still life upside down. The composition should be just as satisfying as it is the right way up. Directing the eye, the knife handle projecting from the edge of the table appears to come out of the painting towards you. The artist has placed it there to act like an arrow into the painting. Copper cauldron with a pitcher and a slice of salmon. Jean Simeon Chardin, c. 1750. Height and depth in this Dutch still life. The artist has built up height from right to left and given her painting depth by setting objects behind one another. Still life off flowers and dried fruit, Clara Peters, 1611. Linking shapes by repeating similar objects. The artist encourages you to see them as a design in which the spaces between the solid shapes are just as important as the shapes themselves. Gray Container, Tony Cragg, c. 1980. Line up the dark background adds an air of mystery to this painting and adds a surreal dimension to everyday objects that are lined up almost as if they were sacred. Still life, Francisco de Zubrin, 1650. Abstracts. Artists do not always want to copy nature. They may use it as a starting point and transform it beyond recognition. Pete Mondrian drew his abstract forms from landscape, but believed if you reduced a picture to its bare essentials, you would gain a spiritual experience unhampered by associations with the natural world. Expressionist artists, such as Vasily Kandinsky or Mark Rothko, stylized in exaggerated forms to state their own feelings or provoke a response. Semi-abstract. In semi-abstract works, there are hints of recognizable subject matter. Some Impressionist paintings are semi-abstract because the subject has been used as a vehicle for showing light effects. Most 20th century abstract painters went through a semi-abstract phase, but only Monet stayed true to the ideals of Impressionism. Fleeting glimpses in this semi-abstract composition of shimmering colors, Monet has tried to capture the ever-changing light made by reflections on water. You can, however, just make out the water lilies and reflections of a willow tree. Claude Monet, 1916-19. Wholly abstract. The Dutch painter Theo van Doesburg said in 1930 that art had no significance other than itself, and nothing is more real than a line, a color, a surface. Art that does not represent the physical world in any recognizable way is called non-representational or abstract. Geometric abstraction. Sharp-edged rectangular blocks of color are removed from immediate connotations with the natural world. Train Landscape, Ellsworth Kelly, 1952-53. Minimalism, Eva Hesse believed that basic geometric forms, such as a cube, arouse specific emotions in the viewer. Accession 2, Eva Hesse, c. 1960. Aboriginal expression elements of asymmetry within the overall symmetry make this personal vision an aesthetically pleasing composition. Men's Dreaming, Clifford Possum Chapel Jari, 1990. Perspective and viewpoint. For artists who want to convey an impression of space and depth, perspective is the key. Some aspects of it can be worked out mathematically, but many artists reach a similar result through intuition. Viewpoint. The position from which both the artist and spectator look at the picture has a bearing on perspective, the illusion of reality. Since the Renaissance, most Western painters have wanted to make it look as if the picture they are painting on a flat surface is three-dimensional, has depth as well as breadth, like the real world. There are many ways to create this illusion, such as making the same object look smaller the further away it is, which the viewer interprets as a visual code for depth. Artists make the most of such visual devices and use. Then to represent the real world around __us. Many, however, from the ancient Egyptians to modern painters, have had no interest at all in creating the illusion of three-dimensional work. Picture plane. When painters talk about the picture plane, they are describing the flat surface of the picture as if it were a pane of glass. Artists can accentuate the flatness with a decorative design, or they can create the illusion of depth, visually piercing the pane of glass, like a window offering a view of a scene beyond. Picture zones. This scene has been composed in 3 zones to give it depth. The foreground 1, where most of the action takes place, the middle ground 2, where the boats are, and the background 3, beyond the aqueduct. The Finding of Moses, Nicholas Poussin, 1638. Overlapping. One simple way for artists to give a picture depth is to overlap the figures or other elements of the composition. The viewer reads this as a representation of what happens in the real world. One thing behind another automatically translates as distance. Also, the further away an object is, the smaller it looks. Layers overlapping the horses and jockeys has created a sense of space, receding into the distance. The race course. Edgar Degas, c. 1876-87. Aerial perspective. sometimes called atmospheric perspective. Aerial perspective mimics the natural effect of light that makes things in the distance appear paler and more blue than those in the foreground. Things also seem closer if they are in sharp focus, but further away if they are hazy. Renaissance artists often accentuated the effects of light on distance by painting the foreground green, the middle ground brown, and the background blue. Later artists tend to blur the distinction between one zone and another. Hazy Hill's aerial perspective is most landscapes. These mountain ranges become blue in the middle distance and paler in the background. Landscape in the Riesensberg, Caspar Davis Friedrich, 1810-11. Chinese landscape, the detail in the foreground is crisp and dark, whereas the background is faint. The middle ground bridges the distance between the two. Willows and distant mountains. Ma Yuan, Song Dynasty 9601279. Linear perspective. If you look down a straight road, the sides appear to converge in the distance. Eventually, they seem to join up at a point known as the vanishing point. You know that the road sides do not actually meet, but you interpret it as a sign of distance. Artists exploit this mathematical law of linear perspective, also called single viewpoint perspective or one-point perspective, to convey space, getting narrower. The sides of the road seem to meet at vanishing point 1. The small figure on horseback draws your eye into the painting, taking you down the road. The Poplar Avenue, David Cox, c. 1820. Foreshortening. Foreshortening. Making an object look shorter than it really is to create the illusion of recession is an extreme example of linear perspective. The term is often applied to the human body when shown in poses that compress its length. It makes the part nearest you look larger than those further away. Master of foreshortening in this Renaissance picture, Christ's body looks very short and his feet appear larger than his head. Perspective had just been discovered, and the foreshortening would have been even more startling to contemporary viewers than it is now. The Dead Christ, Andrea Mantegna, late 15th century. Viewpoint. You automatically stand further away from a large picture than a small one, to take it all in. It's also natural to peer closely at a detailed image, then move back to look at loose brushwork, for example. If you are in an art gallery, the picture you are looking at was probably intended for a different setting, such as a church, a palace, or a house. So you are at the mercy of the curator's decision on how high to hang it. In fact, the artist had already decided on which viewpoint to use before he started work on the painting. From the Renaissance until the 20th century, when many rules about how to convey depth and reality were broken, most artists took a single viewpoint. They stood in one place and simply painted what they saw from that spot. Portraits, whether the painter is looking up or down at their sitter, affects the psychological impact of the portrait. Just as a conversation between a standing person and a seated one puts the two on an unequal footing. If the artist, and therefore the viewer, looks up at the sitter appears powerful and dominant. If you look down on the sitter, the roles are reversed. You are in a position of strength, and the subject of the portrait looks vulnerable as a result. Looking up despite his youth, the young Italian nobleman in this painting looks haughty and imperious because the artist was looking up at him and therefore gave him the psychological advantage. Portrait of a halberdier, Jacopo Pontormo, c. 1528. Spatial distortion. Distorting the perspective, or including two or more different perspectives, is unsettling as your brain cannot follow the visual conventions normally used to make things look real. Some painters school, such as Paul Klee, play around with perspective with childlike Chirico, change the rules to disturb you and make you feel you are dreaming. Cezanne changes his viewpoint to mimic how you look at objects in real life, moving around and looking at them from here and there. Odd perspective in his painting de Chirico has created a visual cul-de-sac with a wooden path that ends abruptly. The effect is surreal. As if on a diving board, you are dared to jump into the street beyond, where the buildings look like dolls' houses compared with the mannequins in the foreground. Disquieting Muses, Giorgio de Chirico, 1925. Looking down by looking down at himself and bringing his face right into the foreground. The expressionist painter Kirchner emphasizes his frailty. The exaggerated perspective, which makes the bedstead look large in relation to the window, heightens the effect. Say /F portrait as an invalid. Ernst Ludwig Kirchner, 1917-20. Landscapes. The horizon line in a landscape equates to the painter's eye level. The artist can maximize the amount of land visible by taking a mountaintop viewpoint and looking down over lower ground. The highest viewpoint is a bird's eye view, in which the artist looks straight down at the landscape below. A worm's eye view, from which the artist looks up, as if lying on the ground, is at the other extreme. Some artists shift viewpoint within a painting. High horizon, although you are looking down at this landscape. There is also a sense of a shifting viewpoint, as you can see it from several angles, particularly in the foreground. Rocks at Esteke, Paul Cézanne, 1879-82. A low horizon the Dutch made a virtue of their flat country, creating a national tradition of landscape painting. Here, the artist has taken a low viewpoint that emphasizes the expanse of sky. He has contained the landscape with a frame at the left, but suggests it is endless at the right. Dutch landscape with skaters, Salomon van Roysdael, 17th century. Light and shade. Like perspective, lighting is a tool that artists can use to make a painting look realistic. Showing the play of light makes objects look three-dimensional even on a flat canvas. They are paler where the light falls and darker in shadow. Seeing color in terms of black and white is called tone. Direction of light. When looking at an artist's use of light, the first point to consider is its source. The easiest way to determine this is to look at the direction of the shadows and see where the highlights fall. This helps you work out how high or low the light source is, as well as where it is coming from. Whatever the direction, artists interested in realistic depiction tend to light their pictures from the side or another angle. To create tonal contrast, screwing up your eyes makes it easier to see where the main areas of light and dark in a painting are. Sometimes a painting is lit from more than one angle. The sun is the main source of natural light. In an indoor scene, daylight might come through a window, or the artist may use artificial light, which remains constant and can be controlled. Backlighting, particularly effective in landscapes. Backlighting makes the horizon glow and draws the eye towards it. Backlit figures or objects look dark and indistinct, but have an aura of light around them. As with front lighting, it is rare to have the light source pointing straight at the viewer, because everything would be in shadow. Sunny glow here the sun is low over the horizon, casting long shadows towards the viewer. A seaport, Claude 1639. Front lighting. When the light shines straight from the front, it spotlights the action in the foreground of the painting. It bleaches people and objects and casts shadows behind them. You cannot see the shadows. It is more common with front-lit paintings to angle the light from one side or the other, creating visible shadows to help define shape and form. Falling light here, the light source, is shining down from the top center left of the canvas towards the kneeling Lady Jane. It throws her pitiful figure into sharp, pale relief against the darker backdrop and picks out the face of her aide-de-in-waiting. The execution of Lady Jane Grey, Paul de la Roche, 1833. Side lighting. Light shining from either side works well for portraits and still life because it creates an even division of light and shade. The artist can show the full tonal range of the subject matter, which helps to define shapes and make things look convincingly solid. Indoors, the light may come from a window, sometimes shown in the painting or be artificial, in the form of a candle, a lantern, or a light bulb. A realistic lighting here. Vermeer used side lighting to help him model light and shade on the girl's face. The light comes down 8 slight angle to highlight her vibrant hat. Girl with a red hat, Jan Vermeer, C. 1665. 3/4 lighting, i.e. a tonal range of shadows and thirstily life point diagonally down to the right, throwing the objects into relief. Steve / life with dead birds, fruit and vegetables, Juan Sanchez Coton, 1602. A light source near one of the top corners of the canvas is also popular for indoor subject matter. It creates a full range of tones and seems to push the objects forwards, making them appear more solid and realistic. Lit from within. Sometimes a painting has no external light source. As the light comes from within the picture and radiates outwards, an inner light source creates an intimate feel that suits certain types of painting, such as genre, scenes of everyday life. It is particularly apt for religious scenes, in which the light emanates from holy beings and symbolizes godly powers. A inner light. In this scene, light helps you to see the birth as the shepherd does. The light from the Christ child leads the eye out in all directions and is reflected in Mary's face. Nativity Scene, Antonio Correggio, 1522-30. Quality of light, as both its source and quality affect how light reveals form. The artist not only has to decide what direction the light will come from, but also what kind of light it will be. Light contributes to the mood of a painting. It can be soft and gentle or harsh and razor sharp. It may cast a garish glare or be as uplifting as a summer's day. It can create a claustrophobic atmosphere or an elating feeling of freedom. Like all aspects of looking at a work of art, light does not work in isolation but blends with color, style, and technique to create an overall harmony. Not all artists want to paint naturalistically. For those who want to depict inner truths or a spiritual world reality, in terms of tonal contrast, is less significant and the lighting can be uniform and flat. Diffuse lighting, soft tones. Fog envelopes Friedrich's landscape like a blanket. The snow and the pinkish sky create two faint sources of light. Apart from the dark trees standing out against the snow, there are only subtle tonal variations from light to dark in the foreground, middle ground, and background. Winter landscape, Caspar David Friedrich, c. 1811. Dim lighting subdues a painting. It creates neither highlights nor noticeable shadows, and narrows the range of tones. The artist may choose naturally diffused light, such underscore as mist, or filter artificial sources of light. Light can dominate a painting. Coloring the light draws attention to it and affects the painting as a whole, just as a tinted filter suffuses a photograph. Colored lighting creates a mood, whether sunny or sad. If the light is colored, the shadows are too. The tonal contrast is narrower with colored lighting, because even yellow is darker than white. Its corresponding shadows are therefore lighter in tone than black. Brightness, the midday sun fills the scene with golden light and creates a warm feeling. Apple picking at Erigny-sur-Epte, Camille Pissarro, 1888. Flat lighting. Apart from some Chinese painting, light and shade is a European obsession, particularly from the Renaissance until the modern era. Artists who are not concerned with imitating the physical world do not need to use light and shade to make people think that their paintings or drawings are three-dimensional. Spirit world's a path taken by the soul on its journey to the other world, is in a stylistic language that excludes light effects. Aboriginal bark painting, undated color relationships. The visual language of this painting does not rely on tonal contrast or try to make things look three-dimensional blue-red. Ellsworth Kelly, 1964. Strong lighting. Bright light creates sharp tonal contrast with brilliant highlights and dark shadows, and throws detail into focus. Strong lighting works best when it comes from an angled source to emphasize the play of opposite ends of the tonal range. The Italian word chiaroscuro, meaning light dark, is sometimes used to describe how artists distribute light and shade to depict form. Gritty realism, the strong light in this painting creates dramatic tonal contrast and focuses the eye on the most important point in the story, St. Thomas's contact with Christ's wounds. The incredulity of St. Thomas. Michelangelo Merisi de Caravaggio, 1602-2003. Spot lighting. Shaft of light, artistic device, and symbolism are fused in this painting. The moonlight symbolizes the Roman moon goddess Diana and draws attention to the beautiful face and form of Endymion, sent to sleep forever in return for perpetual youth. The Sleep of Endymion and Louis Girardet, 1791. Another dramatic way to light a painting is to focus a beam of light on one area. As on a stage, it focuses your attention on the spotlit section, thrown into dramatic relief by the surrounding deep shadow. Highlights. Artists use highlights to show pinpricks of light. They can make a surface look shiny or show movement on water. Because highlights are the lightest tones in a picture, they catch your eye like a lit window on a dark night. In oil painting, artists traditionally work from dark to light and add highlights last. Thick paint can heighten the impact. Highlights do not have to be white to be effective. Velázquez, for example, also used lemon yellow and pale orange. Glint's touches of white make the glaze of a humble earthenware pot sparkle. An old woman cooking eggs. Diego Velázquez, 1618. Media and techniques. Pigment powdered color is suspended in a liquid medium to create paint. The medium can be oil, egg, or just water, and when it dries, it binds the paint to the support working surface. Drawing materials are different as they are already dry. Granules of pigment stick to fibers in the paper. Sculpture has its own set of media, mainly stone, metal, or wood, plus a host of modern materials. Each medium has its own techniques. Some media dictate the artist's technique. Others are more versatile. Early media. When it came to paintings, medieval and early Renaissance artists only had one option: egg tempera on panel wood. The type of wood depended on what grew locally, and this is used by art historians as a clue to the country of origin. Italian panel paintings of the 14th to 16th centuries are generally on poplar. Flemish artists worked on oak, and Germans on pine, fir, lime, or oak. Alternatively, early artists could paint murals in the form of frescoes, which were popular in Italian churches and chapels. Medieval and Renaissance artists worked to commission, usually to produce work on a religious theme. Egg tempera. Vibrant and crisp, egg tempera is stable, durable, and the colors remain strong. The medium, however, is egg, usually just the yolk, mixed with water to make a creamy paste. Egg dries in minutes, so the artist cannot blend colors on the surface of the picture or use impasto thick paint. He has to build up thin layers of paint, using small hatching strokes, lined side by side to create form. This demanding medium was superseded by oil paints, but has been revived several times in recent centuries. Egg tempera on poplar early Italian painters prided themselves on mastering the technical difficulties of egg tempera. Many worked in the Byzantine style of the time, using much gilding. The Transfiguration of Christ, Duccio, 1311. Cross-section of panel support planks of wood were glued together and planed until smooth won. They were then covered with several layers of white gesso. In Italy, or chalk in Northern Europe, mixed with animal skin glue, 2, before being painted, 3, and gilded, 4. 1. Underdrawing working from preliminary sketches. The artist makes a detailed underdrawing on the top thinnest layer of gesso or chalk. The drawing shows through where the paint has thinned. 2. The paint layers the drapery of the kneeling figure is painted with green earth and lead white. Magnified x 380. Some black drawing particles are visible between the paint and the gesso. 3. Cross-section of gilding. The lines showing the folds of Christ's ultramarine robes are gilded, following the Byzantine tradition. This magnification of x 130 shows the gilding on top of the paint. 4. Fragment of gilding magnified x 185. You can see the thin gold leaf has worn away from Christ's robes, revealing the yellow-brown of the mordant size that Duccio used to glue on the gold. Fresco. The artist traces a cartoon detailed drawn plan onto the wall and paints water-based pigment straight onto wet plaster, hence the word fresco, meaning fresh in Italian. The wall has to be painted in sections. When the plaster dries, the fresco is part of it and will last as long as the plaster. Artists can paint on the dry walls, which is easier, but the paint is liable to flake off because it has not bonded with the surface of the plaster. Fresco is only practical in dry climates like that of Italy, as damp damages plaster. Restoring frescoes. Earthquakes are the biggest threat to frescoes in Italy. Restorers try to replace any missing fragments, not to hide the original work or improve it with additional paint. This fresco in S. Francesco Church, Assisi, was completely restored after an earthquake in 1997. 4 fathers of the church, Giotto, 1290 to 95. Visible joins. Giotto, who painted all 4 walls of the Scrovegni Chapel in Padua, had to estimate how much work he could do each day, as just that area of wall was plastered first thing in the morning. A face might take a whole day, whereas flat areas of color were quicker. Colors had to be matched from one section to another. Where the colors do not match, the joins show. These are called giornate, from the Italian word for day. Baptism of Christ, Giotto, 1303 to 2005. Oil painting. In oil paints, the medium is a vegetable oil that dries naturally when exposed to air. Olive oil is no good. Linseed oil is the best and most commonly used, although walnut oil was sometimes used in 16th century Italy, and poppy seed oil in Dutch and French paintings of the 17th and 19th centuries. The introduction of oil paint made artists' lives easier, and the new medium had replaced egg tempera by the mid-16th century. Oil paint is easy to work, and the artist can create a variety of finishes. Venetians started working on canvas, and this lighter form of support also gained widespread popularity, preparing an oil painting. As for egg tempera, the support, be it with panel or canvas, has to be prepared for an oil painting. Layers of gesso or chalk mixed with animal size create a smooth, absorbent ground, which can be sealed to prevent subsequent layers of paint sinking in. Oil paintings are usually varnished to intensify the color, show up details, and add gloss. The varnish darkens with age, lasting less well than the paint beneath. Layers of a panel painting. The ground layer, chalk and animal glue 1, was sealed with an insulation layer 2. The artist probably added the black particles 3 to darken the layer of green paint 4. Once dry, the painting was varnished 5. Last Judgment, Jan van Scorel, c. 1550. Glazing. Oil paints can be transparent as well as opaque. The artist applies thin layers of paint, letting each layer dry before adding the next to build up complex, luminous layers of translucent color. This classic use of oil paint, known as glazing, was perfected by the Flemish painter Jan van Eyck. He often glazed over an opaque underlay of tempera. Depth of color, like laying sheets of cellophane on top of one another. Each layer of glaze changes the color of those above and below it. This effect can be seen in the turban. A Man in a Turban, Jan van Eyck, 1433. All oil painting. Asked of the artist is care and love. For oil in itself possesses the property of making colors smoother, softer, more delicate, and more easily harmonized and shaded, wrote the Italian art historian Giorgio Vasari in 1550, thrilled by the medium. One of the joys of oil paint is that the artist can work at leisure all over the painting. Unlike egg tempera or fresco, both of which demand a piecemeal approach, oils can be blended on the surface of the painting to create smooth transitions from one color to the next without leaving any visible brush marks. Subtle tonal shifts in this Dutch still life. The artist has made full use of the versatility of oils, mimicking the fall of light to model form and show surface textures. Such realism was simply not possible with earlier media. Vanitas, Peter van Steenwyck, 17th century. Depth of color like laying sheets of cellophane on top of one another. Each layer of glaze changes the color of those above and below it. This effect can be seen in the turban. A Man in a Turban, Jan van Eyck, 1433. Cross-section of a canvas supports Steenwyck's painting is on canvas, made of linen and stretch-taut one. It was then coated with a glue sizing ground 2, before being painted 3, often in several layers, and varnished 4. Painting with a knife oil paint is usually diluted with turpentine or similar solvent, not water, which will not mix with the oil, to make it more runny and easier to work. The thinner also makes the paint dry more quickly. However, oils can also be used really thickly without being diluted in a technique called impasto. While old masters tended to reserve impasto for pale, opaque highlights, modern painters sometimes revel in thick paint for its own sake. Toweling it on Frank Auerbach is renowned for his flamboyant use of impasto, in which the marks of the palette knife are strikingly apparent. Head of Gerda Bohm, Frank Auerbach, 1965. Application crankshaft and straight palette knives are available for impasto knife painting. Impasto cross-section instead of smooth, thin layers, the canvas 1, is loaded with thick, craggy paint 2 and 3. Oil on copper. Flat copper is rigid as long as it is small and provides a smooth, non-absorbent surface. It is suited to detailed painting and jewel-like color, with good contrast of light and shade. Some artists, such as Elshamer, made a career out of painting on copper. Grandeur on a small scale, the detail in this painting on copper is exquisite. Despite the small scale of 30x 25 centimeters, Series and Stelio, Adam Elshamer, c. 1600. Media on paper. Paper is absorbent, but unlike canvas, is not strong enough to take layers of priming and oil paint. It is, however, ideal for drawings in a variety of media as it is light and portable. Paper is made up of a web of fibers that file off particles of lead, charcoal, or whatever the artist is drawing with. Even paper that looks completely smooth has enough fiber to catch all drawing media. Heavier papers are suitable for watercolor, a water-based paint that is usually applied in thin washes. Textured papers tend to be used for their interesting surface rather than any specific function. Watercolor, build up in washes of delicate color. Watercolor is transparent and lets the white of the paper shine through. It is good for sketching as all the artist needs is cakes of paint, water, and brushes. Watercolor can also be used for more detailed work by letting one layer of paint dry before applying another. Wet-on-wet washes of paint have been applied to wet paper for the canal. The artist has sponged out areas of paint to create highlights. Palazzo Dario, Venice Hercules Brabazon, c. 1870. Fine detail watercolor is traditionally used for botanical, bird, and animal illustrations. It combines the detail of a drawing with the colors of a painting. Golden Pheasant, Xianlong period, 1736 to 95. Pastel. Vivid Sketch Degas described himself as a colorist with line, using pastel as a bridge between drawing and painting. Blue Dancers, Edgar Degas, c. 1899. Pastels, sticks of color bound with gum or resin, have existed in their modern form for over 200 years. They come ready mixed in a range of tints and shades and are applied directly, usually to mid-tone paper. Hatching parallel lines, as on the back of the central dancer above, is one way of creating tone in this versatile medium. Colors can also be blended or layered. Highlights Degas let the tinted paper show, to make highlights on the dancer's shoulders and arms. Its pallor stands out against the predominant deep blue. A strength of color blending blues on the paper creates a matte, dense area of blue on the dancer's bodice. Conny crayon. Named after Nicolas Jacques Conny, an 18th century French scientist, Conny crayons can be used on their side to build up tone or held like a pencil for line work. The pigment in Conny crayons is bound with a waxy or oily substance, so they are harder and less crumbly than pastel or chalk. The particles stick to the paper and do not need fixing, spraying with liquid resin to hold them in place. Velvety Tone Seurat is renowned for his tonal drawings in Conny crayon. He created tones solely with differing pressure. Study 4 La Grande Jet. Georges Seurat, 1884. Conny crayon colors from the left, sepia sanguine, and Bistre Reticore earth colors. White and black are common, too, and nowadays a wider range of colors is available. Pencil, rods of graphite, a carbon mineral, encased and would date from the 16th century. Confusingly, until about 1800, the word pencil was used to mean a small brush. Nicolas Jacques Conny created pencils of differing hardness, which were used to great effect by French artists such as Géricault. Cross-hatching the tone on the horse's flank was created with cross-hatching, a lattice of parallel lines. Rearing stallion held by a nude man, Theodore Géricault, c. 1820. Ink. First used in China and Egypt around 2500 BCE, when blocks of lampblack ink were mixed with water. Ink is suitable for writing or drawing. Chinese artists combine the two. It can also be used for painstakingly detailed work. Pen drawn freely with a sparing use of line. This drawing is all the more expressive. Yvette Gilbert, Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec, 1894. Brush in this Chinese painting poetry and image are integrated calligraphic allied with ink that a chicken, coxcomb, and chrysanthemum, lichen, 18th century. Charcoal, dating back to ancient Rome. Charcoal is easy to rub off on the drawing surface. It is therefore a favored choice for underdrawing. because it is easy to correct mistakes, and its impermanence does not matter if it is going to be covered up. As a finished work, it must be sprayed with fixative liquid resin for the drawing to last. Light and dark, the tonal and linear potential of charcoal, are exploited to record the grooves and hollows of the man's face. Head of a Man, Lucian Freud, 1990. Willow charcoal sticks make a smudgy gray mark. Charcoal also comes in compressed form, which creates an intense velvety black, or pencils, which are easiest to handle. Chalk, this medium, used in prehistoric cave paintings, came in Toitsone in the High Renaissance in the hands of Leonardo and Michelangelo and later Rococo artist Watteau. White chalk came from limestone, red from red earths, and black from stones such as shale. Nowadays, chalk pigments are often made synthetically bound and then pressed into sticks rather like pastels or Connie crayons. Human form red chalk is used to describe how the muscles ripple as the body moves. Study for the creation of Adam. Michelangelo, c. 1508. Printmaking. The advantage of prints is that the artist can reproduce the same image over and over again. The picture is printed from a metal plate, wooden block, or other surface onto a sheet of paper. There are two main types of print. In relief prints such as woodcuts or linocuts, the parts to print black are left in relief and the remainder cut away. Intaglio prints, such as engravings and etchings, are passed through rollers like a mangle and ink is forced into incised furrows T. A more recent technique of lithography is a surface method in which the print is taken from a flat slab. The antipathy of grease and water separates the areas that receive or reject the printing ink. Screen printing is a stencil method in which color is brushed through onto the paper beneath. Woodcut, for a woodcut, the drawing is transferred to a woodblock. The blank areas are gouged away, leaving the drawing in relief. The drawing prints black, and the other areas stay white. The printmaker cannot vary the depth of color, as the relief surfaces are of equal height. The raised strips would have to be thick enough to withstand the pressure of printing, so the result is bold and graphic. Graphic image Belgian graphic artist and painter Frans Mazariel gouges out the areas to be white in the printed sheet. Woodcuts create strong images with tonal contrast. Frans Mazariel, 1924. Lithograph. The design is drawn with greasy chalk onto limestone or a synthetic equivalent, often zinc or aluminum today, which absorbs both grease and water when the drawing is rolled onto the stone. It is repelled by the wet surface, but sticks to the greasy chalk and can then be transferred to paper. Multicolored prints can be made by inking different parts of the stone with different colors. Posters multicolor lithography was used to make eye-catching advertising posters in the 19th century. The technique allows the artist to combine line and color. The Simpson chain, Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec, 1896. Personalizing a print a la RG, part of the American artist Jasper Johns' output, is prints. Here he is shown working on a wax model for an embossed lead version of numerals in 1968. Etching. Free-flowing lines. Rembrandt was as great a graphic artist as painter. His etchings show the free-flowing lines typical of the medium. Tone is created by hatching closed parallel lines. Say /F portrait with wife, Rembrandt, 1636. A metal plate is covered with an acid-resistant layer of wax or resin, and the lines of the image are scratched into it with a needle. When the plate is placed in an acid bath, the metal exposed by the drawn lines is eroded by the acid. The plate can then be inked and printed. Engraving. The engraver incises the image onto a metal plate. The deeper the furrow, the stronger the line. The plate is inked, then wiped clean so that ink is only left in the incised lines. The plate and a dampened sheet of paper are then passed through the rollers of the printing press. The pressure forces the paper into the inky grooves of the plate, and the image is transferred to the paper. Sharp versus grainy, the engraver uses a tool called a burin. Its shaped metal point cuts a V-shaped groove 1, producing a sharp, clean line. Etching lines tend to be slightly fuzzier, with a granular texture 2, where the acid seeps out. Hard lines dyer's work shows how fine and clear engraved lines are. This demanding technique requires great control and precision on the part of the engraver. Nemesis, the Great Fortune. Albrecht Dürer, C1501-02. Screen print, a refinement of the stencil printing used by textile printers. Screen printing was adopted by artists in the United States in the 1930s. A finely meshed silk screen is stretched over a wooden frame. Then a cut stencil design is attached to it and paper placed underneath. Color is forced through the unmasked area off the screen, leaving the cut stencil image on the paper. Printing process, the stencil is put in place, ready for the color to be pressed through onto the paper beneath. Bold design screen printing is an ideal medium for producing graphic blocks of strong color, as in this design, Start 2000, Bridget Riley 2000. Modern media. The explosion of new media in the 20th century prompted a reappraisal of the whole purpose of art. Artists no longer had to reproduce reality faithfully, as photographers could do it better. And films took on many of the traditional narrative roles of painting, such as stories of battles and religious or historical subjects. The invention of new materials also gave artists scope for different methods of working. Acrylics revolutionized painting in the 1950s and 60s, and plastics and polymers led to innovations in three-dimensional work. Assemblage. Assemblage is a three-dimensional form of collage. The French artist Jean Dubuffet coined the term in 1953 to describe a collage made from found objects, such as household items, which transforms everyday things into a work of art. The word is used more loosely to apply to photomontage, sticking parts of different photos together to make an image, and ready-mades, such as Marcel Duchamp's fountain. See page for 67, tableaus and installations. Found objects. A miscellany of items, including a paintbrush, hat, spoon, and stick, has been used here to create a mixed media assemblage. Saddle, provisions, tools for the primary surveyor. Tim Storier, 1982. Collage. In the early 20th century, the Cubists Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque made collage, traditionally used in scrapbooks, into an art form. A collage, from the French verb coller, meaning to stick or glue, is a composite image made by sticking newspaper cuttings, photographs, and other printed images onto a flat surface, often combined with paint. By definition, collage uses mixed media, more than one medium, in a single work. Mixed media can also mean using more than one type of paint, or both painting and drawing media. Modern statement scraps of newspaper, factory chimneys, and stick-like figures are juxtaposed on brown paper to suggest the bleakness of life in an industrialized world. Industrial landscape, Julian Trevelyan, c. 1950. Acrylics. After centuries of oils dominating painting, acrylics were developed in the 1940s. Made from pigment, acrylic polymer emulsion, and chemicals that control texture, stability, and durability, acrylics can be thinned with water and used like watercolor, or applied thickly like oils, with the advantage that they dry within hours. Acrylics can be applied to all types of surface on their own or with other media, and act as a glue and sealant in collages. They come in a huge array of colors and finishes. Acrylic palette colors come in a variety of consistencies, from fluid to paste-like, and adding water makes them more liquid. They are also available with different intensities of pigment and various finishes. Matte, shiny, or metallic as above, as well as opaque, semi-opaque, or transparent. Thick paint by adding an impasto medium. Hoyland makes acrylics so thick that it stands out in relief from the surface of the painting. Farewell. Paradise. John Hoyland, 1995. Shiny surface in this minimalist painting. Fine, vertical lines of graphic on a smooth layer of acrylic bear no trace of the artist's hand. Untitled No. 12 Agnes Martin, 1990. Installation. Installations are site-specific three-dimensional works. They are not made traditionally, but are assembled from everyday objects so that the artist can dismantle the work and recreate it elsewhere. It is important that the artist's hand is not as visible in the work as it would be in a painting or sculpture. A stained glass wall. This installation consists of colored glass framed with steel rods. Although the materials are relatively conventional, the vast size is typical of this recent genre of art. The glass wall Brian Clark, 1998. Sculpture. Sculptors carve hard materials such as stone, wood, or ivory, but model soft materials such as clay, building up the object rather than chiseling it away. Sculptures made from metal are either cast or welded together. Sculptures on buildings are in relief, meaning that they project from the background to a greater, high, or lesser low extent. In the past, relief was often used on tombs, sarcophagi, or bronze doors to depict stories in 3 dimensions. Stone, marble, rock that formed when limestone recrystallized, and stone are very hard, and sculpting them is physically strenuous. This may be one reason why early statues were stylized. They were easier to carve than realistic work. The tools used by sculptors today are the same as in Michelangelo's time. Flat and toothed claw chisels, drills to create tracks and holes, hammers, and files to reach into areas such as armpits. Sculptor at work Eric Gill chisels away at his sculpture of Prospero and Ariel, one of 4 external groups he was commissioned to make in the 1930s for Broadcasting House, the headquarters of the BBC in London. Work in progress, this unfinished work shows how Michelangelo released a figure from a marble block. It is one of a series of 4 for the tomb of Pope Julius II. The Awakening Slave Michelangelo, 1519-20. Wood. Like stone, wood is carved, but it is not as hard, making it easier to work. Some woods, such as lime, are particularly soft and can be carved in great detail. Hence the tradition of lime wood carving around 1500 in Germany, where it was used for altarpieces. Woods such as oak and walnut are harder to carve, but are less likely to rot in damp conditions. Wooden figure few of these wooden Polynesian ancestral figures or deities survive today because 19th century Christian missionaries destroyed them. Nude figure from Rarotonga, Cook Islands undated, painted with nowadays. Sculptors emphasized the natural color and grain of wood, but in earlier centuries it was common to paint all carved wood. Swedish ship's figurehead, 18th century. Bronze. Most sculptures made of bronze, an alloy of copper and tin, are created using the lost wax technique, see box far right, which works on a similar principle to making ice cubes. The bronze is cast from a mold. Since the 18th century, this has often been made in sections called a piece mold, so it can be removed and reassembled to make a copy of the sculpture. Up until then, the mold had to be broken in order to remove it, so only one sculpture could be made. Sculptor studio Henry Moore worked in stone, wood, and bronze as well as making drawings and etchings. Cast bronze became his favorite medium towards the end of his life. Bronze sculpture with the lost wax method. The model can be scaled up or down to change the proportions of the finished sculpture, and the castings can be made in several versions. All metal develops a patina, surface coloration. This is often greenish on bronze. Warrior with a shield, Henry Moore, 1952. Lost wax technique. To make a bronze, the sculptor starts with a model of the desired form. By the lost wax technique, the model is coated in wax and encased in plaster 1. The wax is replaced by molten bronze. Once the bronze has solidified 2, the plaster mold is broken off. The final bronze can be smoothed and polished 3. Working model for draped reclining mother and baby, Henry Moore, 1982. Color. Color is often one of the most exciting components of a painting, but what exactly is it? Understanding the basic principles of color theory helps you analyze how artists exploit and manipulate it in their work. They use color together with composition, perspective, and light and shade to strengthen the impact of the subject matter. Mixing and comparing colors. The properties of light make colors visible. Light travels in waves of different lengths, and our eyes and brains perceive different wavelengths as different colors. The range of wavelengths you can see is called the visible spectrum. The shortest visible wavelengths appear as violet, and the longest as red. Artists use paint made from powdered pigments that absorb some wavelengths and reflect others. Like all colors in the physical world, the colors in a painting are actually the colors of reflected light. The color wheel, artists' understanding and use of color, was revolutionized in the 19th century partly thanks to a French chemist, Michel-Eugène Chevreul. When he was working as the director of dyeing at the Gobelins tapestry workshops near Paris, Chevreul realized that colors appeared brighter or duller depending upon the color they were placed next to in a design. To demonstrate how colors modify each other, Chevreul created a color wheel. It shows the three primary colors, red, yellow, and blue, and various mixtures of secondary colors, which are made by mixing two primaries. Chevreul's theories underpin the Impressionist painters' use of color in the late 19th century. In earlier centuries, artists had used color intuitively. Technical tool to color will link the colors of the rainbow in a circle. The colors are red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and violet purple. Primary and secondary, red, yellow, and blue pigments cannot be mixed from other colors, which is why they are described as primary. All other colors can be mixed from primaries, starting with the secondaries, made from any pair out of red, yellow, and blue, making secondaries from primaries. Mixing red and yellow makes orange. Yellow and blue make green, and blue and red make purple. Warm and cool. Colors are sometimes described by their temperature. Warm colors are those in the red, orange-yellow range. Cool colors are on the opposite side of the color wheel, those in the blue, green, violet range. While warm colors appear to advance towards the viewer, cool colors recede. The two extremes, red is hot and fiery and leaps out at the viewer. Blue is more understated and drifts into the background. Complementary. Each primary color is opposite a secondary on the color wheel. These pairs of colors are as different as can be in terms of tone or temperature, and visually vibrate against each other. They make each other look brighter when they sit side by side. Color contrast to complementary pairs are yellow and purple, blue and orange, and red and green. Yellow and purple are tonal opposites, while the other two pairs contrast in temperature alone. Tertiaries red and orange combine into red-orange, and blue and green create blue-green. Tone. Colors also have tone, which means how light or dark they are. Any color can be made paler or darker by adding white, the lightest tone, or black, the darkest tone. It can have shades, which are darker in tone than the color in its pure state, and tints, which are light tones. A tonal value, this black and white version of the color wheel, shows colors in terms of black and white, which is called tone. Intensity. Pure pigment looks vivid and can be described as saturated. Its saturation can be weakened with water or another thinner, or by mixing in another color. Pure color is bright. When mixed, it looks duller. Dull in this sense does not mean dreary. It is just the opposite of bright. Intensity also varies to the viewer according to how bright or dull the surrounding colors are. Bright and dull red, like any color, can be made duller by diluting the saturation of the pigment above left or adding another color above right. Pure red looks strong and is likely to make any colors next to it appear duller by contrast. Translucence. Some paints, for instance watercolor, are translucent. You can see through tea hem. Others are opaque, covering up colors beneath. Oil paints and acrylics may be translucent or opaque, depending on the particular paint and how it is used. Opacity, if one color completely covers an underlying layer above left. It is opaque. Translucent paint allows underlying layers to shine through and modify colors above right. How artists use color. In nature and in art, color has a profound effect on the viewer. Artists can choose and use color naturalistically to recreate the colors they have seen in a landscape, for example. By convention, grass is green and water is blue, but on a closer look, they may be made up of many different colors. However, artists do not have to imitate the colors they see in the physical world. In both figurative and abstract painting, color can be used for its decorative beauty, to create a mood, or to express or arouse an emotion. It can also be used symbolically, creating impact. Colors that are close together on the color wheel, see opposite, harmonize with each other when an artist places them side by side in a painting. For the opposite effect, to make colors demand attention, an artist can use complementarities. Impressionists and modern artists deliberately exploit the visual impact of opposite colors But painters instinctively juxtaposed complementarities for centuries before the theory was known. Playing with primaries, this painting celebrates the bold, childlike freshness of primary colors. Pure black and white are neutral and, like primaries, cannot be made by mixing other colors together. Gouache, Alexander Calder, 1974. Light on water Monet was fascinated by the ever-changing shimmer of light on water and used Chevreul's theory, see opposite, to recreate what he saw. He questioned the convention of blue sky or green leaves, preferring to paint the colors he saw, including vividly colored shadows. Argenteuil / Claude Monet, see 1872-75. Complementary pairings. The orange reds of the boats and their reflections contrast with the bright green weeds. Likewise, the yellow highlights of the masts contrast with the complementary violet shadows. Distance. One of the ways an artist creates the illusion of space on a flat canvas is to use aerial, also called atmospheric perspective. Distant objects appear progressively paler and bluer, because the shorter blue wavelengths travel through the atmosphere more easily than the longer wavelengths. Artists can apply this principle by using blues and grays to give depth in landscapes. It also works to imply distance in more confined spaces. Warm and cool in this landscape Turner exploits the push and pull of warm and cool colors. Warm golds in the foreground advance, and hazy blues recede towards the horizon. Lake Constance, IMW Turner, 1842. Hot color Cezanne made the fruit stand out in this painting by using warm colors that instantly catch the eye. Visually, he pushed the cloth, bowl, and background away by making them bluish, to accentuate their distance from the warm fruits in the foreground. Fruits, Paul Cezanne, 1879-80. Expressing emotion. Expressions such as feeling blue and seeing red have come about because color has an emotional effect independent of its subject. Vasily Kandinsky, one of the most significant figures in the development of abstract art, thought artists should use form and color not to copy objects, but to express emotion and to arouse feelings in the viewer. It is not just bright primaries and secondaries that create a mood. Intermediary or tertiary colors, such as brown, mixed from primary and secondary colors, also affect the viewer, but have a more subtle effect. Tranquil blue, this composition is divided, so that the left side relates to worldly, existence, and the right to the spiritual. The right side is F, dominated by heavenly. Restful blue / improvisation 19, Vasily Kandinsky, 1911. Effective mood, the muted monochromatic palette, limited to tones of brown, with contrasts of black and white, contributes to the stillness and serenity of this domestic scene. A woman sewing in an interior, Wilhelm Hammershey, c. 1900. Pigments. The finely ground substance that provides color when mixed with liquid to form paint is called pigment. It does not dissolve, or it would be dye. A pigment can be used in different media, such as oils or watercolor, with some provisos. Fresco pigments, for example, need to be alkaline resistant to cope with lime plaster. Traditional Renaissance pigments came from minerals such as rocks and earth, which were made into artificial compounds, such as lead tin yellow, or came from organic sources. Indigo, for example, was made from a plant and cochineal from insects. Vegetable-based pigments tend to fade with time, whereas other pigments may darken. The transparent green glaze from copper resonate gradually turns brown over the centuries. Primaries. The most prized blue is ultramarine, made from the mineral lapis lazuli. It had to be extracted from a single source of mines in what is now northeast Afghanistan. Ultramarine was so expensive that patrons specified, sometimes in a separate contract, where in a painting they wanted it to be used, usually on the Madonna's cloak. Cheaper blues, such as smalt, were used for the sky. The only intense red was vermilion, which was either made naturally from cinnabar, a mineral, or prepared synthetically. Lead tin was an early yellow. Yellow ochre was also popular. Yellow ochre, this pigment, has been used for Judas's robe, applied full strength for the shadows and the folds of cloth, and mixed with white to create the highlights. Betrayal of Christ, Scrovegni Chapel Frescoes, Giotto, c. 1305. Ultramarine and vermilion here, the most beautiful blue ultramarine, has been used for Ariadne's robe and vermilion for her sash. Both preserve well in oil paint, although this picture has been restored. Bacchus and Ariadne Titian, 1520-23. Warm, natural sienna, umbers, and ochres, which make dull reds and mellow yellows, were the staple pigments of the Renaissance and Baroque palettes. Earth colors were stable in oil paint and cheap. They could either be used raw or roasted like coffee to create a richer colorsome artist, including Rembrandt, primed the panel or canvas with an earth color mixture that glowed through the subsequent layers of paint. Any cool colors used contrasted with the overall warmth of the painting. Burnt sienna, Spanish brown, and burnt umber the thick white and gray strokes of the shirt and the slightly blue-tinged flesh tone stand out against the underlying earth colors that suffuse this painting with warmth. Woman bathing in a stream, Rembrandt, 1654. Black and white. Tonal contrast lead white was used for the rough in this painting. It makes a striking contrast to the background and draws attention to the sitter's face. Portrait of a man, Franz Hals, c. 1643-45. Carbon-based blacks included charcoal and the warmer bone black. The precursor of ivory black, lead white-dominated easel painting and in oils acted as a drying agent. The faster an oil painting dried, the better it was preserved. Preparing pigments. Renaissance painting was a team effort. Apprentices spent about 4 years learning their trade, starting with mixing colors. They could collect their own earth pigments and buy in the rarer ones. They had to grind the pigments until they were fine enough to be evenly suspended in the medium and make the strongest color possible. Once they had mastered preparing materials, apprentices moved on to drawing and painting. Azurite, this purplish-blue pigment, acquires a green tinge when it is ground up, making it too green for sky. It was widely used in the Renaissance as an undercoat or as a cheaper alternative to the fabulously expensive ultramarine. The medieval artist studio, this illuminated manuscript, shows a female artist painting an icon of the Madonna and Child in egg tempera. Her brushes are laid out behind her, and an apprentice is grinding pigment with a stone. The pigment was mixed with egg just before use, as egg tempera dries quickly. French School, 1402. Technological advances. At the end of the 18th century, a wider range of stable pigments was discovered, and by the mid-19th century, a huge number of strong new colors had emerged. Packaging methods also improved, making paints portable and far more easy to use. These advances transformed the ways in which artists worked and also opened up painting to the amateur artist. 19th century. Before the 19th century, artists had a limited range of pigments at their disposal. Towards 1800, chromium was discovered in chrome yellow, viridian chrome green, and cadmium yellow, orange, and red became available to buy. Naples yellow replaced lead tin yellow. In the 19th century, a whole raft of artificial dyes produced mauve and more stable blues and greens, such as emerald green, later found to be toxic, and cobalt blue. These pigments were strong in color, cheap and synthetic, and they worked in every medium, from oils to watercolor. Even ultramarine was now made synthetically. Portable materials. Monet painted his impressionist friend Monet at work outdoors, something neither could have done without portable easels, canvases, or tubes of ready-prepared paints. Monet in his floating studio, Edouard Monet, 1874. A Monet's palette. Monet is best known for the brilliance of his colors, which he used unmixed. Ironically, in early works he mixed new pigments to make dull colors, when he could have used pure earth pigments. Complementarities. Renoir has used blue against the orange boat to make it look vibrant. A cross-section of the water right reveals pure cobalt blue painted over light green. Boating on the Seine, Pierre-Auguste Renoir, c. 1879. New colors. A cross-section of the rushes shows that Renoir made full use of the new range of 19th century colors. The new green, viridian, is laid over chrome yellow. Pig's bladder bag prepared paint first appeared in the 17th century, but the bags it came intended to burst. They had to be punctured for use, which made any leftover paint dry out and go hard. Collapsible tubes in 1841, light, airtight metal tubes of paint were invented. This meant that oil painters could work outside under score and sketch, as if they were using watercolors or drawing. 20th century. The invention of new painting and three-dimensional media in the 20th century was matched by a vast range of pigments, textural possibilities, and finishes. Computer-generated art has widened the artist's possibilities still further, and technological advances gather pace in the 21st century. Wide range, just as with household paints, artists can now buy a vast range of colors ready-mixed in every medium. Flat, bold colors modern media, such as acrylics and screen printing, can mimic the effects of newsprint or posters with areas of flat, matte color that mask the artist's hand. Matte need not mean muted. In this screen print, garish color is combined with an impersonal touch that disturbingly dehumanizes the glamorous face of Marilyn Monroe. Green Marilyn, Andy Warhol, 1962. Graphic quality acrylic on tarpaulin has been used to create an image with bold color, thick outlines, and a strong impact. Untitled, Keith Haring, 1981. Gold and precious metals. Gilding was the standard backdrop for religious pictures, symbolizing the heavenly realm, before realistic settings and landscapes became popular during the Renaissance. Gold was also used for halos. Gold leaf was laid or stuck onto the dampened area, often spread with red clay to give a warm underglow. The gilded area was then tooled, given patterns with a punching tool so that it shimmered and sparkled in the candlelight. Occasionally, artists used powdered gold paint, called shell gold because it was kept in a mussel shell. Silver leaf was sometimes substituted for gold. Medieval gold, early Florentine tempera artists made lavish use of gilding, giving their paintings a magical, luminous quality. Miracle of the Dragons from the altarpiece of St. Matthew, Andrea and Jacopo di Cione, c. 1367-70. Metallic acrylics artists today still use metals for decorative effect. Metallic pigments, acrylic, aluminum, brass, and collage were used to create this homage to the stars. Lunetta con Constellazioni, Lucio del Pezzo, c. 1965. Brushstrokes and texture. A sculpture is tactile as well as three-dimensional. Touching it is as much a part of experiencing it as looking at it. Paintings have texture, too, smooth and flat or ridged and lumpy, depending on how thickly the paint has been applied. The paint finish may be matte or glossy. Varnish makes it shiny. The artist's hand. Fashions change as to whether artists want you to see their brushstrokes in their work. During some periods, they have favored a high degree of finish, in which the artist's technique conceals all traces of the working process. The finish, combined with skillful use of perspective and tone, helps to create a realistic illusion of the physical world. At other times, artists have taken great pride in revealing the craftsmanship in their work. Invisible traces. Some media are more forgiving than others. Because egg tempera dried so fast, artists had to paint with tiny brushstrokes, just visible to the naked eye. Oil paint enabled them to conceal their brushwork in a fluid blend on the canvas or panel. Invisible brushwork reached the peak of its popularity in 19th century traditional works and was partly responsible for provoking later artists to daub, and in the 20th century even pour paint on. A counter-reaction to this has led to some artists creating ultra-smooth surfaces, helped by the new acrylics. Sculptural realism Turà was working when oil painting first became popular, and he used both oils and egg tempera in this work. Blended brushstrokes with crisp highlights convey stiff folds of cloth, as if the figure were a sculpture. St. Jerome. Cosimo Turà, cent 1470. Smooth flesh cabanel was a leading light of French academic painting. His slick, highly finished handling of oil paints made flesh in his paintings look completely smooth. The acceptable face of female nudity, posing as high art on the pretext of retelling a classical myth. Birth of Venus, Alexander Cabanel, 1863. Visible brushstrokes. Oil paints give artists the choice of whether to hide or show their brushstrokes. Some old masters, including Velázquez and Rembrandt, made visible brush marks. The invention of tube paints in the late 19th century made it easier for artists to use thick, undiluted paint. If you look at a painting from the side, you can see how thick the paint is. Hick Impasto Kossoff's work is characterized by craggy impasto, thickly, applied opaque paint and heavy black outlines. Portrait of Father No. 3 Leon Kossoff, 1972. Slabs of paint. Van Gogh is known for working at feverish speed, but his brushstrokes are actually laid down carefully and precisely. They sit side by side in a series of lines and differently colored dots, with the canvas visible in between. The Garden et al.'s Vincent van Gogh, 1888. Broken brushwork. One reason why the French Impressionists were criticized by contemporary critics was because their work looked unfinished and slapdash. You could see their brushstrokes. This apparent sketchiness was a deliberate attempt to convey the flickering effects of light reflected from moving water, clouds, or plants. A. Conveying movement. Renoir blurred one shape into another, using his long brushes right. To create feathery strokes of varying in size and direction, the rapid brushstrokes convey the impression of scudding clouds and wind-blown grass. The gust of wind, Pierre-Auguste Renoir, c. 1872. Surface appearance. How a painter applies paint or a sculptor finishes the surface of a sculpture gives the work the characteristic imprint of the artist. Both paintings and sculptures can look smoothly polished or textured and pitted. An artist may adopt a spontaneous, fluid style that leaves you free to supply the missing information or provide every detail for you. Either approach can look realistic. Identifying the artist. Each artist's brushstrokes are unique, just as handwriting is. When experts want to determine whether a painting is genuinely by the artist to whom it is attributed, or which parts of a work were by an old master, such as Rubens, and which parts were delegated to his workshop, they analyze the brushstrokes. Even when two artists work in the same period and on the same subject matter, as in these paintings of Venice, their personal style is recognizably different. Fluid brushwork Guardi also painted scenes of Venice, but in a much looser style than Canaletto. His canal waves do not conform to a set pattern, but vary with the changing weather conditions. Rio de Mendicani, Venice, Francesco Guardi, c. 1750. Linear precision long before postcards. Canaletto painted scenes of Venice for people on the Grand Tour. He painted waves with a characteristic curved white line. Bridge of Sighs, Venice, Canaletto, c. 1740. Chinese brushstrokes. In the early 6th century, Chinese scholar Xie, he set out 6 principles of painting, the second of which refers to brushwork. Brushstrokes, according to him, are the bones of the painting and give it its structure. Through each brush mark, the painter should express the spirit that flows through everything in the universe. The vitality of the brushwork conveys the energy of life and breath. The way the Chinese use brushes is often described as calligraphic because it is like handwriting, and Chinese works of art frequently combine image and writing. Confident brushwork, sparing use of line, is fleshed out with tonal washes. The inscription balances the composition. Figure painting Li Karen, c. 1950. Brush and ink Chinese brushes tend to be larger than European ones and have a fine tip. Ink traditionally comes as an ink stick, ground on an inkstone with a little water. Sculpture, Dem. A confident brushwork, sparing use of line, is fleshed out with tonal washes. The inscription balances the composition. Figure painting Li Karen, c. 1950. Brush and ink Chinese brushes tend to be larger than European ones and have a fine tip. Ink traditionally comes as an ink stick, ground on an inkstone with a little water. Sculpture. Both wooden and marble sculptures were often painted until the Renaissance, though the pigment seldom survived the centuries. Later sculptors preferred to let the nature of the material, such as the grain of the wood or the smooth coldness of marble, show. Metal sculptures can be left to patinate, develop a surface film. As natural pagination can take centuries, sculptors since the Renaissance have added acid to speed up the process of creating a mellow surface appearance. Smooth surface the Italian. Sculptor Canova worked mainly in marble. The smooth white finishes, typical of neoclassical sculptures, modeled on classical examples in the mistaken belief that they were not painted. Cupid and Psyche, Antonio Canova, 1783 to 93. Rough and lumpy, the Swiss-born sculptor Alberto Giacometti works on a clay model for one of the many elongated figures he made in the mid-20th century. The roughly kneaded surface accentuates the edginess and fragility of the spindly figure. Bronze with patina. Bronzes usually develop a patina of green oxidation. The weathered-looking surface incrustation forms an integral feature of this outdoor sculpture. See Form Atlantic. Barbara Hepworth, 1964. When four boys were playing in the woods at Lascaux in France in 1940, they little expected to come across cave paintings of bulls dating back to about 15,000 SE. Some cave paintings, found in Australia, Africa, and Europe, date back even earlier. While scholars can find out how and roughly when the earliest art was made, they will probably never be sure why. The same goes for much Paleolithic, Neolithic, and Bronze Age art, or prehistory. The ancient Near East saw the rise of the first cities and city-states in Mesopotamia, modern-day Iraq. Temple complexes combined worship and business, and in these places archaeologists have discovered cuneiform tablets showing the earliest system of writing, as well as figure sculptures whose size attest to their importance. Fascination with ancient Egypt has rarely dimmed since Napoleon's army went up the Nile in 1798. The discovery of more than 100 mummies in 2000 fueled yet more interest in the era. Similarly, ancient Greece and Rome, from the Minoan civilization on Crete, home of the legendary Minotaur, through the Athenian democracy in the 5th century BCE, and on to the wall paintings discovered in Pompeii and Herculaneum, have been a continual cultural influence. Islam, Buddhism, and Hinduism inspired art in the East, while the Maya developed the preeminent civilization in pre-Columbian America and, in Western art, Christian iconography gathered strength. To 1400 CE. Prehistoric cave paintings are as beautiful as they are mysterious. No one can be sure of their purpose, but they provide a tantalizing record of the earliest days of human existence, along with an insight into the first stirrings of art itself. The oldest examples of prehistoric art date from the Upper Paleolithic. First artists adorned their caves with a wide range of engravings and paintings. Latter were produced with a limited range of earthy colors. Blues and greens were rarely available. The pigments were obtained mainly from mineral extracts, mixed with animal fat or blood. Subjects. The most popular subjects were animals. Human figures were less common, and were generally portrayed in a more cursory manner. Abstract signs are plentiful, but are much harder to interpret. There is considerable debate over the purpose of the animal paintings. Some may have been decorative, but there are good reasons for believing that they fulfilled some ritual purpose. Often, they were produced in parts of a cave that were barely accessible, where they could never have been seen properly. Sometimes, they were located in areas where no human debris has been found, suggesting that these were sacred spots, deliberately left uninhabited. In many cases, too, images were drawn on top of earlier paintings, which would detract from any decorative effect they might have. The most common theory is that the act of drawing the animals formed part of some magic ritual that was designed to bring the cavemen better hunting. Horses and deer, sometimes known as the Sistine Chapel of Paleolithic art. Altamira in Spain is famed for its lifelike depictions of animals. Dating from 1300 BCE, the cave paintings capture the creature's sense of movement and the texture of manes and fur. Current events. Lower Paleolithic era appearance of the earliest forms of primitive humans. Middle Paleolithic era, Neanderthal era. C 38000 BC Upper Paleolithic era modern humans appear. The earliest examples of cave painting are created. Cent 15000 C10000 BE Magdalenian era, named after the La Madeleine site, in the Dordogne region of France, produces the finest examples of cave painting in Europe. C 12000-3000 BC Mesolithic era or Middle Stone Age. Prehistoric art, European cave and rock art, 30,000 BC, 10000 BC. Some of the finest European cave art was produced in southwestern France and northern Spain during the final phase of the Ice Age, from 15,000 to 10,000 SE. The paintings at Altamira in Spain, which were discovered in 1879, are so well preserved that for many years archaeologists doubted their authenticity. Most of the images depict bison, although there are also a number of horses and red deer. The paintings at Lascaux in France were discovered accidentally by 4 boys playing in the woods. The cave, which contains more than 600 paintings, boasts some of the most spectacular prehistoric artworks ever found, most notably in the celebrated Hall of Bulls. This is dominated by pictures of 4 black bulls, each measuring up to 4.9 m long. The cave complex at Chauvet in France also includes a remarkable array of animal paintings and is much older, dating back to around 30,000 SE. Bison. Most cave paintings show live animals, but this bison appears to have been depicted after its death, with its legs trussed up. The striking image was created with just 3 colors, ochre, red, and black. C 13000 BC. Rock painting Altamira near Santa Elena del Mar, Spain. Lions. The animal paintings at Chauvet include bears, lions, panthers, rhinos, and owls. These lions are an extinct variety, with males that have no manes. 30,000 BCE. Rock painting Chaves Pointe d'Arcy, Ardèche Department, France. The shaft of the dead man, discovered in 1940. The cave paintings at Lascaux are often cited as the finest examples of prehistoric rock art in the world. This enigmatic scene shows a man with a bird-like head, along with a bison that seems to be disemboweled. C 170008C. Rock painting, Lascaux, Dordogne, France. Closer look, hunter or shaman. Archaeologists have made numerous suggestions about the identity of this figure with his bird-headed stick. Some suggest he is a hunter with a decoy, others a shaman with a totem. Australian cave and rock art, C 40000 BC, 1780 CE. Australian art has a very long pedigree. Rock engravings at Warden Hill and Panoramide North and South Australia are thought to be more than 40,000 years old, while traces of pigment at Cape York in Queensland appear to date back to C 25000 SE. Many Australian Aboriginal paintings are more difficult to date, however, as they have often been retouched on several occasions. Australian Aboriginals believe that the original designs have been formed by creation spirits during the dream time, the ancestral past, when their shadows passed over the landscape. The most important concentrations of rock painting can be found at Arnhem Land in Kimberley, near the northern coast, and Victoria in the southeast. The images usually consist of slender anthropomorphic figures or X-ray paintings of animals. Wandjina paintings. The Wandjina are ancestral figures, the spirits of clouds who govern the weather. These paintings were discovered in 1837. Main figure 100x78 cm, Kimberley District, Western Australia. The Lightning Brothers. These images come from a rock shelter in the ancestral territory of the Wardaman people. The Lightning Brothers were 2 creation heroes, Jabaringi and Yajabula, who brought lightning and the monsoon rains. Rock painting, Ingalari Waterhole, Willaroo Station, Victoria River, Australia. Faceless. There were no fixed images for creation heroes, as these were tribal deities, varying from region to region. In most cases, the brothers were shown as simple, human-like forms with few facial details. They often had rays emanating from their heads. African cave and rock art, C 4000 BC, C 1500 BC. The finest surviving examples of prehistoric African art are located in remote, mountainous regions. In many cases, The sites were occupied for centuries and contained thousands of paintings and engravings. At Tassili Nadjer in Algeria, paintings are so numerous that different periods can be detected. The earliest feature hunters pursuing animals that are now extinct. Following this, there are scenes of herdsmen tending cattle and, finally, images of more recent animals, such as horses and camels. The most intriguing paintings, perhaps, were produced by San Bushmen in the Drakensberg area. Some prehistorians believe these depict shamans and therianthropes, composite human and animal forms, involved entrance ceremonies with elands, large antelopes. The elands were thought to possess spiritual power, which shamans tried to harness through ritual dances and trances. Hunters with bowmen thousands of paintings and engravings were produced at Tassili Nadjer, a rocky plateau in the Sahara, in a period when the climate was more favorable than today. Early scenes of hunters were followed by paintings of herdsmen. See 4008C rock painting, Tassili Nadjer, near Janet, Algeria. Shamanistic image with eland. This prehistoric masterpiece from the mountainous Drakensberg region has been interpreted as a trance picture. The animal is accompanied by humans with hooves. Rock painting, Game Pass, Camberg Nature Reserve, South Africa. The White Lady when it was furs. Discovered. This painting was interpreted as a white woman. Some now believe, however, that the figure is a male shaman wearing white body paint. See /SD Century BC. Rock painting, height 40 centimeters, Tsibab Ravine, Brandberg Mountain, Namibia. Portable figurines. C30,000 BC, C10,000 BC. Alongside their rock art, early humans also produced a variety of portable objects. Weapons were often decorated with images of prey, presumably as a form of hunting magic. There was also an intriguing group of very ancient European sculptures known collectively as Venus, figurines dating from Paleolithicera, C35,000-8000 SE. Most of the statuettes represent naked, well-rounded women. Their purpose is unknown, although their obvious voluptuousness has led some archaeologists to regard them as fertility figures. More than 100 of the figures have been found at sites ranging from France to Russia. They generally have tiny legs and arms. Indeed, the arms on the Willendorf figure, folded across her breasts, are barely discernible. Most of the statuettes could not have stood independently, and it is possible that they were designed to be held in the hand. Bison carving. This delightful carving was made from a reindeer antler and used as a spear thrower. It was found at La Madeleine in France. C120008C. Ivory, length 10 centimeters, private collection. He Kostianki Venus / the earliest surviving non-functional objects come from the Paleolithic period. This female figure is from the Voronezh region in southwestern Russia. C 23,000 BC. Stone, height 10 centimeters, Hermitage, St. Petersburg, Russia. The Venus of Willendorf, the most famous of all the Venus figurines. This carving takes its name from the Austrian village where it was discovered during construction work on a railway. It was made from a small stone and tinted with red ochre. C 24,000 BC. Limestone, height 11 centimeters, Naturhistorisches Museum, Vienna, Austria. So, faceless appearance. One feature common to virtually all of the Venus figures is their lack of facial detail. In the case of the Willendorf statuette, the entire head is covered in hair. This may have served to emphasize the universality of the figure. Neolithic pottery, c. 9000 BC, c. 2400 BC. The earliest known ceramic vessels are from c. 11000 SC in eastern Siberia and Japan. Ceramic objects, including a Venus figure and numerous animal figurines, have been found at Dolní Věstonice in the Czech Republic. These date from c. 2400 SE. However, the craft became much more common in the Neolithic period as nomadic hunter-gatherers were gradually superseded by farming communities who kept livestock and grew crops. Their settled lifestyle enabled them to acquire more belongings without the worry of transporting them. Initially, Most pottery was either modeled or built up in coils. In many communities, women made the pots for their own households. However, the invention of the potters will stimulated the growth of a specialist industry tea. He wheel was introduced in Western Asia in c. 3400 SE and reached Europe in the following millennium. Olmec baby, the ceramic baby, was made by the Olmec culture of Mexico. The purpose of this and similar crying babies is unknown, but some archaeologists have suggested that the Olmec performed infant sacrifice,
and the ceramic babies may have been connected to this practice. c. 800 BC, earthenware with bichrome slip, 31-20-21-48 cm, Museum of Fine Arts, Houston, Texas, U.S.
So, crying mouthless. Dummy cry could have had more meaning than appears at first sight. A crying toothless baby god often appears in Olmec art.
Pot with sculpted shaman head slashes was produced by the Majiayo culture, which was based in the Chinese province of Gansu. 3rd millennium BC, painted earthenware, height 40 centimeters, Museum of Fine Arts, Boston, U.S. Pot with whorl design, his comes from the Middle Jomon period in Japan. Characteristically, the vessel is decorated with an elaborate, curvilinear design. c. 7500-300 BC, low-fired ceramic clay, 38 by 33 centimeters, Museum of Fine Arts, Houston, U.S. Nok Birdman figure. Nok figures take their name from a village near the Niger River, where the first finds from this culture were made. These consist almost exclusively of ceramic sculptures, depicting an imaginative range of human and animal forms. Their original purpose can only be guessed at. It has been suggested, for example, that they may represent ancestor figures or deities, or that they were used in funerary rites. c. 500 BC 200 c. Terracotta, 47 by 20 by 22 centimeters, private collection. Closer look. Composite forms. Nok artists blended human and animal forms. This creature appears to have human hands, but its fingers are clenched tightly together, like a bird's claws gripping a perch. Crouching male figure, popularly known as the Thinker, this famous piece is a product of the Hamangia culture. c. 3500-3000 BC, pottery, height 113 centimeters, National Museum of Art, Bucharest, Romania. Scarp sawing bowl. The decoration on some Neolithic pots mimics other materials. Parts of this vessel resemble the stitching that might have been found on leatherwork. c. 3000 BC, terracotta, height 17 centimeters, National Museum, Copenhagen, Denmark. Stylized head. This is a typical example of the distinctive figures produced by the Vinaya culture, which flourished at a large farming settlement on the banks of the Danube, a few miles from modern-day Belgrade. c. 4500, 4000 SC, terracotta, 18x 15 centimeters, Musaj Kosova, Pristina, Serbia. Civilization was founded in Mesopotamia. The inhabitants of this region invented the wheel, agriculture, vehicles, cities, writing, law, medicine, philosophy, mathematics, and astronomy. Mesopotamian art was mostly connected to the gods who were thought to watch over these early city-states. Origins and influences. In antiquity, Mesopotamia referred to the land between the rivers, namely, the Tigris and the Euphrates. This is roughly equivalent to modern-day Iraq. As the Sumerians and later the Akkadians and Babylonians occupied the area, they progressed from being hunter-gatherers to herding and agriculture. Production of surplus food led to the growth of states, administered by cities, which at their centers. The biblical Tower of Babel may have been based on the ziggurat of Babylon. People went to temples to worship their gods and offer them sacrifices. Because some of the gods were associated with planets, for example, Shamash with the sun, Sin with the moon, and Ishtar with Venus, planetary movements were thought to be very important by Mesopotamians. As a result, astronomy was born, and with it mathematics, which would one day lead to modern science. The Ishtar Gate, replica, one of 8 gateways of the ancient city of Babylon, constructed in c. 580 BC by Nebuchadnezzar Il. Built of bricks decorated with glazed reliefs of bulls and dragons, the gateway is 23 m high. It formed part of a sacred, processional avenue into the heart of the city. Current events. Copyright 1792 BC. Hammurabi comes to power, establishing Babylon as the center of his considerable empire. 717 BC. The Assyrian city of Khorsabad, Ter-Sharaqin, was founded by Sargon II. He erected a magnificent palace there, famed for its guardian figures, but Hisam relocated the capital to Nineveh. 518 BC. Darius founds Persepolis, making it the centerpiece of the Achaemenid Empire. It remained an important seat of power until Alexander the Great destroyed it in 331 BC, an action he later regretted. Ancient Near East timeline. The Sumerians emerged in southern Mesopotamia around 3400 BC, with the magnificent finds at Ur dating from c. 2800 BC onwards. By c. 2350 BC, the Akkadians were in power, though they in turn were supplanted by the Babylonians, c. 1790 BC. The Assyrians began their rise in the sth century BC, eventually competing with a revitalized Babylonian Empire. The ancient Persians had their greatest success under the Achaemenid dynasty, 559-333 BC. 2600 to 2400 BC, Sumerian, the Queen's Lyre. c. 1750 BC, Babylonian, the worshipper of Larsa. 858-823 BC, Assyrian King Shalmaneser III. 604 to 562 BC, Babylonian Mushushu. 516 to 465 BC, Persian giant griffin. Chronology. Although Mesopotamia and its neighbors were occupied by a dizzying succession of races and cultures in ancient times, their art forms were often very closely linked. The Akkadians, for example, adopted many aspects of Sumerian civilization as their own. By the same token, the Stele of Naram-Sin, a monument to Akkadian military prowess, was eventually carried off by the Elamites, who used it as a symbol of their own victories. Style and subjects. Sculpture was the most durable medium employed during this period. On a miniature scale, the most ubiquitous item was the cylinder seal. The Akkadians produced some of the finest examples, but the device was commonplace throughout Western Asia from around 3000 to 500 BC. Usually an image was produced by rolling the cylinder across a clay tablet, but they were also used to seal doors and vessels of all kinds, or worn as amulets to ward off evil. Seals were also employed in various rituals, such as those connected with childbirth and sickness. They were marks of ownership or a person's authority, but were only rarely donated as offerings in temples. Sculpture in the round was also popular, as is confirmed by the many statues of worshippers and royal figures. The latter were not portraits, but symbols of power. Some of the most celebrated examples depict the Sumerian ruler, Gudea of Lagash. He took the trouble to import stocks of diorite, an extremely hard stone, to ensure that his memorials would survive. The ready availability of good, workable stone enabled the Assyrians and the Persians to create impressive, monumental sculpture, most notably in their huge, sculpted reliefs and their massive guardian figures. The Babylonians, however, specialized instead in polychrome, multicolored, reliefs on glazed bricks. These were so admired by the Persians that they employed Babylonian craftsmen to adorn their palaces. The Achaemenid rulers were equally fond of opulent metalwork. Their taste for luxury was proverbial in Greek circles, so they also employed the finest goldsmiths and silversmiths of the day. Statue of Gudea. Gudea was a prince of Lagash, now Al-Hiba. He was known for his piety and commissioned several statues of himself, listing the temples that he had founded. c. 2150 BC, diorite, height 62 cm, Louvre, Paris, France. Akkadian cylinder seal. In this mythological scene, Ye, the Sumerian god of water and wisdom, passes judgment on Enzu, a monstrous birdman. c. 2200 BC, serpentinite, height 3.9 centimeters, British Museum, London, UK. Sumerian. c. 3400-2000 BC. Sumer is situated in Lower Mesopotamia, part of modern-day Iraq. The Sumerians are credited with the invention of writing, cuneiform, urbanization, and the wheel, while their cultural influence spread throughout Western Asia. In the arts, their craftsmen produced outstanding pottery, metalwork, and sculpture. Sumer was divided into city-states, the most important of which was Ur. Spectacular finds have been made in the royal cemetery there, particularly in the grave of a high-ranking woman called Puebi, buried with servants, jewelry, golden vessels, and musical instruments. The standard of Ur, many researchers now believe that this was not a military standard but the soundbox of a musical instrument. C 2600-2400 BC, shell, lapis lazuli, and red limestone, 26 centimeters high, British Museum, London, UK. Closer, look. War chariot. When they were unearthed, the shell figures were loose, and their original order could only be guessed at. Experts have assembled them into two panels, representing war and peace. Royal game of Ur found is in the Royal Cemetery at Ur. This game was similar to 1250, modern-day backgammon. C 2250 BC, wood with inlays of shell, red limestone, and lapis lazuli, 2x11x30 cm, British Museum, London, UK. Queen's lyre. This instrument, from the grave of Queen Puebi in the Royal Cemetery at Ur, was intended to provide music in the afterlife. In the grave, a sacrificed slave was placed next to the lyre, with her hands over its strings. 2600 to 2400 BC, wood, shell, lapis lazuli, and gold, height 112 centimeters, British Museum, London, UK. Akkadian. C 2500-1790 BC. The Sumerians were eventually conquered by Sargon, who united Mesopotamia under his rule and established his capital at Akkad. The Akkadians adopted many aspects of Sumerian culture, but made new advances in sculpture. The stele of Naram-Sin, for example, records a military victory in an entirely novel fashion. Instead of a narrative sequence on horizontal strips, the sculptor has produced a single, unified composition. There is a sense of upward movement, as Naram-Sin ascends to claim equal status with the gods, and it also includes landscape elements. Head of Sargon / his regal portraits thought to be Sargon. C 2334, 2279 BC, the founder of the Akkadian Empire. 2350 to 2200 BC, copper, height 37 centimeters, Iraq Museum, Baghdad, Iraq. Victory stele of Naram-Sin. Naram-Sin is shown at the top of the slab, wearing the horned helmet of a god. Cent 2238 C, pink limestone, height 210 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. Hittite. C 2000-1000 BC. The Hittites were living in Anatolia, modern-day Turkey, by c. 2000 BC, reaching the peak of their power during their imperial period, when they controlled most of Asia Minor and northern Syria. Their surviving art consists mainly of metalwork and stone reliefs. The latter formed an integral part of their architecture. On gateways, they produced monumental, high-relief sculptures of lions, warriors, and mythical creatures. Head-joining walls, meanwhile, were decorated with friezes of low-relief carvings, usually depicting hunting scenes and religious ceremonies. Sphinx gates / a practice of erecting monumental guardian figures at the entrances to a city was common in many parts of Near East. The image of the male sphinx originated in Egypt. Viewed in Anatolia was portrayed as a winged female. 1450 to 1200 BC, stone, Alaka Hoyuk, Turkey. Assyrian. c. 1500 BC 612 BC. The Assyrian heartlands were in northern Mesopotamia, modern-day Iraq. The Assyrians took their name from the land they came from around Ashur, their religious capital, but soon built the far greater cities of Nineveh, Nimrud, and Khorsabad. At the height of their power, from 883 to 612 SC, the Assyrians commanded an empire that stretched from Persia to the Mediterranean. Assyrian art is most notable for its relief carving and sculpture. The most important theme was the lion hunt, an event that had both royal and religious significance. Depictions of the hunt frequently adorned royal palaces. On a much smaller scale, the Assyrians also produced very fine ivory carvings on plaques, which were mostly used as veneers on their furniture. Winged guardian figure. This is one of a pair of monumental statues from the palace of Sargon II at Khorsabad. Idus A. Lamassu, a winged bull with a human head. 8th century BC, Gypsius alabaster, height 420 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. Closer look. Divine protector. The Assyrians erected statues of guardian figures to ward off evil spirits. These creatures wore horn helm to signify their divinity. Several local deities, such as Assur, Ishtar, and Shamash, were portrayed wearing a cap with one or more pairs of horns. The remainder of each creature's body emphasized its strength: a bull or a lion, its speed, the wings, and its intelligence, the human head. Ion context. Cuneiform writing. Cuneiform. Wedge-shaped. Writing, the world's first script, was invented in Mesopotamia around 3000 SC. It was written by pressing a reed pen into wet clay. A number of different Near Eastern languages, Sumerian, Akkadian, Elamite, Hittite, and Hurrian, were written in his way. Cuneiform brick. This inscription lists the name and titles of Shalmaneser III, king of Assyria, before referring to the construction of a temple in Nimrud. STH century BC, clay, British Museum, London, UK. King Shalmaneser III. This shows the king in an important ritual role, as the protector of the tree of life. 9th century BC, ivory, Iraq Museum, Baghdad, Iraq. Ashurnasirpal II at a lion hunt. Detail. Lion hunting was more than a sport of Assyrian kings. It had religious connotations. 7th century BC, whole panel length 224 centimeters, limestone, British Museum, London, UK. Babylonian. Nes 800-1595 BC. Babylon first came to prominence during the reign of King Hammurabi, 1792-50 SC, who introduced a celebrated law code and is commemorated in a number of sculptures and stelae, upright stones inscribed with names or figures. Babylonians were overrun by the Hittites for a time, but recovered their fortunes and reached the peak of their power under King Nebuchadnezzar. 605-562 SC. He created a powerful empire, restoring Babylon itself to its former glory. The Babylonians' most distinctive artworks were animal reliefs, which they produced on glazed, polychrome bricks. The creatures were modeled on a panel of damp clay, which was then cut up into bricks and fired. The examples adorning the Ishtar Gate, the spectacular entrance to Babylon, are particularly impressive. Mushushu, a lion bird snake monster adorning the Ishtar Gate. Mushushu is the attribute and mount of Marduk, the nation's protective deity. 605-562 BC, glazed. Terracotta bricks, 116x167 cm, Detroit Institute of Arts, Detroit, US. He worshipper of Larsa. An inscription on the base identifies this as a commission by Amun from Larsa. It invokes the protection of the god Amaru for King Hammurabi of Babylon. C. 1750 BC, bronze and gold, Louvre, Paris, France. Persan. C. 3000 BC, 642 c. The inhabitants of the area now known as Iran were producing distinguished artworks from the Bronze Age. At Susa, the Elamites developed an elegant style of pottery, while in the west, the Luristan culture was noted for its highly decorative horse trappings. Persians themselves emerged wealthiest in the 7th century BC, and eventually controlled an empire that extended from Libya to India. Assyrians, Babylonians, and Greeks probably made sculptures for the Persians, producing their finest masterpieces at Persepolis. Even in its present, ruined state, its monumental sculptures and relief carvings are spectacular. On a smaller scale, they also created exquisite metalwork, such as the lavish, golden objects found in the Oxus treasure. The Persian Empire, the largest of the ancient world, was conquered by Alexander the Great in the 4th century BC. It was the wealthiest city under the sun, filled with precious objects of every kind. Diodorus Siculus, 1st century BC Greek historian, from his description of the burning of Persepolis by Alexander the Great. Giant griffin. This colossal statue is from the ancient capital Persepolis. The griffin, which combined a lion body with an eagle's head, was a common, ornamental feature in Eastern art. 518-465 BC, limestone, Persepolis, Iran. Winged creature ornament. This exquisite item of jewelry depicts a winged stag with the head of a horned lion. C5th4thj, century BC, gold, height 6 centimeters, British Museum, London, UK. A dish depicting King Artushir II. Artushir II belonged to the later Sasanian dynasty, which produced outstanding examples of embossed silver vessels. C380C, silver, diameter 28 centimeters, National Museum of Iran, Tehran, Iran. Egyptian art was opulent, monumental, and often very colorful. Using natural form and geometric designs, it was almost entirely symbolic and had very precise meaning. Egyptian art flourished little changed for almost 3,000 years, and had a profound influence on neighboring Greek cultures. Origins and influences. Egyptian civilization grew up around the fertile Nile Valley. The annual flooding of the river provided rich farming land, in stark contrast with the deserts that surrounded it. In addition, the area was blessed with extensive mineral resources, while Egypt's cities were well placed to control the Nile region's trading routes. The resulting wealth attracted a diverse mix of conquerors, who helped to create the nation's complex culture. From the outset, Egyptian art reflected its geographical and political setting. The country was formed from the union of Lower Egypt, the Nile Delta, and Upper Egypt, the thin strip of land along the length of the Nile Valley. These kingdoms were symbolized, respectively, by a red and a white crown, by the cobra and the vulture, and by the papyrus plant, and the lotus flower. These pairs of symbols were ubiquitous. They can be found on the pharaoh's headdress, his throne, and in temples. Funerary mask of Tutankhamun / his gold-inlaid funerary mask, now in the Egyptian National Museum, Cairo, was placed over the head and shoulders of Tutankhamun's mummy. The latter was encased in 3 coffins, the innermost which was made of solid gold. Currentevans. 2518 to 493 BC rule of Chephren. He was buried in one of the largest of the pyramids at Giza, and may be the model for the Sphinx. 1336 to 1327 BC reign of Tutankhamun, the boy king. His rule was marked by a return to orthodoxy. He died very young, but his tomb is the only one from the New Kingdom period to have survived intact. 1279 to 1213 BC, renowned as a great warrior, Ramesses II defeated the Hittites at the Battle of Kadesh, c. 1274 BC. Ancient Egypt. Timeline. Egyptian history is traditionally divided into 3 main periods. The Old Kingdom, c. 2647, 2124 BC, witnessed the building of the Sphinx and the pyramids at Giza. The Middle Kingdom, c. 2040-1648 BC, extended from the 11th to the 17th dynasty, while the New Kingdom, c. 1540-1069 BC, produced the tomb and treasures of Tutankhamun and the monuments of Ramesses II, which include Abu Simbel. 2600 to 2500 BC, 4th Dynasty, the Great Sphinx. 400-1350 BCA, 18th Dynasty, flowing the marshes. c. 1340, 18th Dynasty, bust of Queen Nefertiti. 1279 to 1213 BC, 19th Dynasty, Ramesses II smiting his enemies. 664 to 332 BC, 26th to 30th Dynasties, the canopic jars of Hormsaf. Chronology. The splendors of Egyptian art developed slowly, over the course of many centuries. The pre-dynastic phase, which dates back to around 5008 CC, produced a range of pottery and small-scale sculpture. By the time that the first dynasty of kings, c. 2970-2793 BC, assumed control, many of the basic forms of the culture were taking shape. Some of these altered remarkably little over the years, surviving until after 332 BC, when Alexander the Great displaced the 31st and final dynasty. Style and subjects. The Egyptians had no word for art. They valued fine craftsmanship, but did not necessarily link it with aesthetics or individual expression. Their artworks were purely functional, designed to facilitate their worship of the gods and help smooth their passage to the afterlife. There was a firm belief that, when objects or events were correctly reproduced, accompanied by the necessary rituals, they could provide a genuine point of contact between the realms of the living and the world beyond. This, correct, form of depiction amounted to a distinctive type of stylization. For example, the larger the size of a figure, the higher his or her status. Artists were also expected to portray the essence of their subject, without distracting, temporary features. Figures in paintings and reliefs were depicted in a form of profile, while statues were carved in a rigid set of postures and had blank, otherworldly expressions. There was no perspective. Instead, complex events were shown in sequence, rather like a cartoon strip. The figures were placed on horizontal baselines, known today as registers, and if any explanations were needed, these were provided by hieroglyphs, literally, sacred carvings. The symbols used in this pictorial language were incorporated into the overall composition. They can appear very decorative, and normally had religious overtones, especially when they were used to forming incantations on objects relating to the dead. Amulet in the form of a vulture, his exquisite object was placed as a charm around the neck of Tutankhamun's mummy. 18th Dynasty, c. 1540, 1295 SC, gold encrusted with lapis lazuli and cornelian, 6.5 x 11 centimeters, Egyptian National Museum, Cairo, Egypt. Mummy case of Nebuchadnezzar / he deceased was a priest from Thebes. His coffin is adorned with various scenes of protection and rebirth. 22nd Dynasty, 945 to 730 BC, Cartonnage, Brooklyn Museum of Art, New York, U.S. Egyptian funeral art. 31 Dynasties, c. 2920 BC 332 BC. A considerable proportion of the artworks produced in ancient Egypt were created for the benefit of the dead. Throughout their long history, the Egyptians believed firmly in the existence of an afterlife and their need to prepare for it. First and foremost, this meant preserving their physical remains. Their corpses were elaborately embalmed and certain internal organs were stored in 4 canopic jars, each presided over by one of the 4 sons of Horus. The dead were furnished with everything that they might need in the afterlife, from jewelry to furniture, and the tombs of the wealthy were lavishly decorated to provide a pleasing environment for the occupants. The dead were expected to work in the afterlife, but servants called shabtas eased this burden. The path to the afterlife was smoothed by a host of rituals and incantations. Many of these were contained in a series of texts entitled Spells for Coming Forth by Day, popularly known as the Book of the Dead. The canopic jars of Horus. These jars held the internal organs, liver, lungs, stomach, and intestines, which were removed during the mummification process. Late period, 664 to 332 BC, alabaster, height 37 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. Cielos Yaraic. Divine protector. This stopper represents Happy, the 8-headed guardian of the north. His jar held the lungs. Fowling in the marshes from the tomb of Nebuchadnezzar at Thebes. This painting shows an Egyptian artist's typical blend of realism and stylization. The goose on the boat is closely observed, while the cat performs an impossible balancing act on 2 reeds. 18th Dynasty, c. 1350 BC, wall painting, 98 by 83 by 22 centimeters, British Museum, London, UK. The heart of Osiris has in truth been weighed, and his soul has stood as a witness for him. Incantation from the Book of the Dead. The weighing of the heart against the feather of truth. This is the judgment scene from the Book of the Dead belonging to a man called Eni. He stands on the left with his wife, watching as his heart is weighed against the feather, which is the symbol of Ma'at, divine order. Eni Spie, the human-headed bird representing his spirit, also observes the process. 19th Dynasty, c. 1275 Ace. Painted papyrus, 45x31 cm, British Museum, London, UK. Cielos Yaraic. Funerary deity. The jackal-headed god Anubis was a key figure in the judging of the dead. He guarded the mummy and weighed the deceased's heart, regarded as the seat of character and intellect. If it was found wanting, it would be consumed by the devourer, the creature on the right. Shabdi figures. Shabdi, answerer. Figurines were symbolic servants, placed in the tomb with the dead. In the afterlife, they would carry out any menial tasks for their masters. New Kingdom, c. 1567, 1085 BC, wooden faience, various sizes, Louvre, Paris, France. Egyptian sculpture. Second Dynasty, c. 2793 BC, 2647 BC. The Egyptians excelled at low-relief carving, producing high-quality work from the pre-dynastic era, 5500 to 3100 BC, onwards. Fine examples can be found on palettes, stelae, and in tombs. From the outset, they adopted certain artistic conventions. The human figure was shown in partial profile. The head and the limbs were viewed from the side, while the chest and a single eye faced the front. A similar approach was employed in paintings. Figures were portrayed on different scales, with kings and gods towering over their inferiors. Background details were normally kept to a minimum. Instead, the context of the scene would be explained in the accompanying hieroglyphs. Sculpture in the round only came into its own in the Second Dynasty, but here, too, the figures were highly stylized. The models gazed ahead and were seen in strict profile, when viewed from the side. High-status figures were idealized. Male figures might be portrayed in a walking pose, but otherwise there was very little suggestion of movement. The overall shape of the sculpture shows the block from which each was carved. In context. Magic symbols. The Egyptians believed that divine symbols could ward off evil, and the Wedjad eye was one of the most potent examples. Representing the Eye of Horus, which was torn out and then restored, it was linked with regeneration and was often placed in mummy wrappings. Ornament with Wedjad eye, c. 1370-52, this lavish item was found on Tutankhamun's mummy. Statue of Chephren the king is seated on a lion throne with Horus, the falcon-headed god, perched on the back of Chepren's chair, not visible from this view. The bird spreads its wings protectively around Chepren's head, emphasizing that the king is his representative on earth. The statue was discovered in 1860 at Chepren's Valley. Temple at Giza Point, 4th Dynasty, c. 2500 BC, diorite, height 168 cm. Egyptian Museum, Cairo, Egypt. A great sphinx / his enormous statue, the largest in Egypt, was built as a guardian figure. It combines the body of a lion with the head of a man wearing the royal headcloth. 4th Dynasty, c. 2500 BC, limestone, height 20 m, length 74 m, Giza, Egypt. Details of the room emerged slowly from the haze, strange animals, statues, and gold everywhere. The glint of gold. Howard Carter, archaeologist, describing his first glimpse inside Tutankhamun's tomb. Ramesses II smiting his enemies / his was a favorite theme in Egyptian art, demonstrating the power and authority of the pharaoh. Here, Ramesses grips a Nubian, a Libyan, and a Syrian by their hair. As the most important figure in the composition, he is shown on a larger scale than the prisoners. 19th Dynasty, c. 1297, 1185 BC, painted limestone, Egyptian National Museum, Cairo, Egypt. Bust of Queen Nefertiti VII. His famous portrait was excavated from a studio belonging to Thutmose, the court sculptor of Akhenaten, Nefertiti's husband. It dates from the Amarna period, when Egyptian art displayed a degree of naturalism, allowing Nefertiti's beauty to shine through. 18th Dynasty, c. 1340 BC, painted limestone, height 50 centimeters, Egyptisches Museum, Berlin, Germany. CLOS Luke. The blind eye. Although the portrait was highly finished in other respects, one of Nefertiti's eyes was left blank. One theory is that the bust was actually a template, so there was no need to duplicate this detail. Statue of Horus discovered at Edfu, one of the best preserved Egyptian temples. This is a fine example of monumental sculpture. Horus, the sky god, was sometimes portrayed as a human with a falcon's head. Here, he is shown as a living falcon, wearing the double crown of Upper and Lower Egypt. Ptolemaic period, 332 to 30 BC stone, Temple of Horus, Edfu, Egypt. Some of the most spectacular examples of ancient art were produced in the Far East and the Indian subcontinent. Chinese craftsmen produced a magnificent range of metalwork and sculpture for the tombs of the mighty, while Indian artists created their first Buddhist masterpieces. India, one of the world's earliest civilizations, grew up along the Indus Valley. By around 2500 BC, a number of cities had emerged, with grid-planned streets, a sophisticated drainage system, and bathing facilities. The two main centers, which show a strong similarity in their layout, were at Harappa and Mohenjo-daro. This culture produced some distinctive pottery and carving, however, it is best remembered for its distinctive seals. The Indus Valley Civilization went into decline after 1800 BC, and there was a considerable gap before the arts revived under Emperor Ashoka, c. 269-232 BCE. He encouraged development of a new kind of sculpture through his many Buddhist monuments. Stone became the favored material for carving, its durability becoming apparent from trading with countries such as Greece, Iran, Egypt, and Southeast Asia. China. The Shang Dynasty bronzes mark a defining moment in Chinese culture. The craftsmen developed and refined a process that allowed them to produce large bronze vessels of unparalleled quality. The process, called piecewood casting, employed an unusual alloy, adding lead to the normal mix of copper and tin. During casting, the surface of the vessels could be adorned with fantastic, animal-like imagery and motifs, which may have been related to ancient sacrificial or funerary rites. The creation of the terracotta army for the tomb of Wenshi Huang is equally remarkable, but for different reasons. This was an early example of mass production. Standard molds were created for the main body parts. There were 8 different torsos, 2 types of leg, 8 faces, and so on. These were assembled in different combinations and then finished by hand, to give each of the figures an individual look. This care and attention to detail is particularly impressive, given that the figures were never meant to be seen by any living person. Head of a soldier, terracotta army, despite the vast number of figures that were required for the tomb of Qin Shi Huang, craftsmen took pains to ensure that every figure appeared different. Made around 210 BC, this soldier has a top knot indicating his rank of general. Civilizations of the East. India. c. 2500 BC 185 BC. For many historians, the steatite seals produced in the Indus Valley are extraordinary artworks of genuine quality. More than 4,000 of these have been unearthed. Most depict animals, though there are a few enigmatic human figures. The script has not yet been deciphered, but there is speculation that the words could be personal names, as the seals were used as tokens of ownership in the region's commercial dealings with Mesopotamia. The Mauryan era, 326 to 184 SC, heralded the arrival of Buddhist art. In early images, the Buddha was not portrayed physically, but was represented indirectly by symbols such as a wheel and a lion, both of which are featured on the Ashoka pillar. Yakshis were originally linked with nature worship, but they were adapted for use in Buddhist art. Yakshur figure discovered at the ancient site of Tamralipta, now Tamluk. This figure is thought to be a Yakshur, a nature spirit, although the weapons and hair headdress may suggest a more powerful role. 1st century BC, terracotta, Ashmolean, Oxford, UK. Seal from Mohenjo-daro slashed into seals were among the earliest objects to combine words with images. This curious creature has been dubbed a unicorn, bull, because only one horn is visible. c. 2300 SC, steatite, with 3.5 centimeters, National Museum of Pakistan, Karachi, Pakistan. Ashoka pillar detail. The Emperor Ashoka erected a series of pillars with Buddhist symbols to mark his conversion to the faith. The wheel represents the first sermon given by the Buddha in Adir Park at Sarnath. 3rd century BC, sandstone, height 213 centimeters, Sarnath, Uttar Pradesh, India. China. c. 1500 BC 207 BC. Many of China's earliest masterpieces were excavated after burial with the dead. During the era of the Shang Dynasty, c. 1500-1050 SC, and the Zhou Dynasty, c. 1050-221 SC, the graves of rulers frequently contained items made of bronze or jade. These materials were costly and, as such, were recognized as symbols of high status, though they also served a variety of ritual functions. The Chinese had been fascinated with jade since Neolithic times, believing it had magical qualities. Celestial discs were often interred with the dead, though these pale into insignificance beside loose burial suits. These were made up of 2,000 jade tablets, sewn together with gold thread. Bronze was used for a sizable repertoire of ritual vessels. Most of these were containers for the food and drink used in sacrifices and during funerary banquets. Initially, these rituals took place in the open air or in palaces, though the objects were subsequently buried with their owners. The material used for the terracotta army had no such intrinsic value, but the scale of the production costs more than compensated for this. Dough vessel / was produced during the Warring States era, the final phase of the Zhou dynasty. The dough is a food container. Its lid can also serve as a bowl. 5th to 4th century BC, bronze and gold, height 19.2 centimeters, China. Ritual vessel with cover, a product of the Western Zhou dynasty. This ceremonial bucket is decorated with a Tao Tai monster mask, featuring the face of a horned monster. Cent 1th 10th century BC, bronze, height 25 centimeters, Museum of Fine Arts, Boston, U.S. Burial suit of Princess Do-1 jade was a rare and expensive stone in China and was believed to have the power to preserve human bodies. With this in mind, Prince Luxing ordered lavish burial suits for himself and his wife. 2nd century BC, jade, length 188 centimeters, Hebei Provincial Museum, Hebei Province, China. Vessel thought to have been made in Hunan Province. This is the most famous of the ritual vessels produced in the Shang dynasty period. A is a ceremonial bucket with a swinging handle, designed to hold alcohol. 11th century BC, bronze, height 35 centimeters, Musée Cernuschi, Paris. Cielo feline monster nicknamed the Tigress. The precise meaning of the human figure that clings perilously below the monster's fangs is uncertain, although it may be linked with the blood sacrifices that played an important part in the ancient rituals. The terracotta army, more than 7,000 clay warriors were produced, together with hundreds of horses and chariots, as a posthumous escort for China's first emperor. They were placed in a network of corridors and pits, guarding the main tomb complex. C210 SC, terracotta, average height of figure 180 to 190 centimeters, tomb of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, Litong, near Xi'an, China. Greek art is widely regarded as the chief cornerstone of Western civilization. Inspired by the achievements of the Egyptians and the Minoan culture on Crete, Greek sculptors strove for and succeeded in creating a perfect balance of beauty, harmony, and proportion. Origins and influences: the Aegean. Greek culture dates back to the Bronze Age, c. 3000 BC. In the Aegean, there were important developments in the Cyclades and on Crete, although, ultimately, both cultures were absorbed by the Mycenaeans. However, their association was not straightforward. At first, the Minoan, Cretan, influence was far stronger, and some historians used to regard Mycenaean art as a provincial form of it. The Minoans were not Greek speakers. Their origins are uncertain, although some believe that they came from Anatolia, Asian Turkey. Certainly, their art forms display a number of Eastern traits, most notably from Egypt, Syria, and Anatolia. Minoan craftsmen rapidly outshone these sources, though, producing a rich culture centered on their palaces and their bull cult. The Mycenaeans absorbed Minoan ideas, only taking the lead when the Cretan civilization collapsed in c. 1400 SC. The Mycenaeans, who were dominated by a warrior aristocracy, rapidly grew rich and powerful, as the wealth of their graves attests. One theory suggests that they fought as mercenaries for the Egyptians, who paid them in gold. Their decline dates from around 1100 BC. View of the Acropolis. The citadel of Athens was built on top of the Acropolis, overlooking the city. Its principal structure is the Parthenon, a temple which was begun in 447 BC. To replace the buildings that were destroyed during the Persian occupation. Orientevans. c. 1250 BC. Regarded as a legend by some, there is evidence that the famous Trojan War took place around this time. 776 BC. First recorded Olympic Games. 490 BC. The Persians invade Greece and occupy Athens. They are expelled after defeats at Salamis, 480, and Plataea, 479. 356 BC. Birth of Alexander the Great. Educated by Aristotle, he went on to create a vast empire. He also founded the city of Alexandria in 331 BC. Ancient Greece. Timeline. The first major achievements on the Greek mainland stemmed from the Mycenaean culture, which flourished from around 1600 to 1100 BC. The Archaic period produced some early masterpieces, most notably the Fagarnecalcad New York 2 Foser, c. 640 BC, but it was during the Classical era that Greek art blossomed fully. The Parthenon sculptures, 447, 432 BC, provide the highlight of Athenian culture, which Alexander the Great, 356 to 323 BC, spread far and wide. C. 1500 BC, Aegean, funerary mask. 640 to 630 BC, Archaic, the Lady of Oser. 540 to 530 BC, Archaic, Achilles slaying Penthesilea. 447 to 432 BC, Classical, Lapith fighting a centaur. C. 42-20 BC, Hellenistic, Lacan and his sons. Origins and influences Greece. During the Iron Age, Greek culture needed to renew itself. Following the decline of the Mycenaeans, which may have been prompted by Dorian invaders from the north, parts of the mainland became increasingly depopulated. The era of the Mycenaeans was remembered as a heroic age, celebrated in Greek legends, but little of its material culture survived. The revival began to take place during the geometric period, c. 900 c. 750 BC, which takes its name from the simple, linear design soft pottery of the time. Towards the end of this phase, Eastern influences began to creep in, as trading links with the East improved. This continued throughout the Archaic period, c. 750-480 SC, when Greek artists became more confident and gained a taste for experimentation. The scale of archaic artworks was usually modest, but exposure to the opulent and monumental sculpture of Egypt changed attitudes. In the 7th century BC, Greek mercenaries were employed in Egypt and were allowed to settle at a single site, Naucratis. Through this, their only legitimate entry point into the land of the pharaohs, Greek artists gained inspiration and a new sense of ambition. Classical art. For much of the Archaic period, Greek art was still essentially regional. The idea of a national Greek identity only began to take root in the 6th century BC. This grew more pronounced in the following century, when the country faced a common threat. The Persian invasion, 490 BC, stirred the Greeks into action, and once the invaders had been expelled, they founded the Delian League, 478 BC, to maintain this sense of unity. The achievements of the Classical era epitomized these bonds. The building of the Parthenon was a physical symbol of national pride, while the spirit of the new style was the defining point of Greek civilization. The twin goals of naturalism and idealism were unparalleled in the ancient world, and they provided inspiration for generations of artists in the West. Horse of Selene, one of the most famous sculptures from the Parthenon frieze. It displays the exhaustion and strain that the horse has suffered while pulling the chariot of Selene, the moon goddess, across the night sky. 447 to 432 8c, stone, length 83 centimeters, British Museum, London, England. The Ludovisi throne, or Throne of Venus. From Villa Ludovisi, this is an example of the Western Greek style, produced by an expatriate artist working in Italy. The carving is particularly notable for the subtle treatment of the drapery. C. 470-460 BC, marble, Palazzo Altemps, Rome, Italy. Aegean. C. 3000 c. 1100 BC. Before the heyday of ancient Greek art, a group of different cultures flourished in the area around the Aegean Sea. The earliest of these developed in the Cyclades Islands, where settlers from Asia Minor arrived in around 3000 BC. Their most distinctive artifacts are tiny, marble figurines, with spare, minimalistic forms that have been greatly admired by modern sculptors. Minoan culture emerged on Crete at a similar period. The name was coined by the archaeologist, Sir Arthur Evans, because of the island's mythical association with King Minos and his Minotaur. Minoan art was centered around its palaces, which were adorned with spectacular wall paintings. The Cretans also produced fine pottery and jewelry. Mycenaean culture developed on the Greek mainland. Its outstanding artworks were discovered in the royal graves at the city of Mycenae itself. These yielded up a stunning array of gold masks, jewelry, weapons, and vessels. Minoan pottery jar Cretan artists were particularly fond of decorating their pots with extravagant octopus designs that wound around the entire vessel. This type of jar was probably used for storing or transporting olive oil. 1450 to 1400 BC, painted earthenware, Ashmolean, Oxford, UK. Funerary mask. This piece is popularly known as the Mask of Agamemnon, the Greek leader in the Trojan War. It is not a death mask. The object was created separately and then placed over the dead man's face. 16th century BC, gold, height 26 centimeters, National Archaeological Museum, Athens, Greece. The bull-leaping fresco / his famous mural comes from the palace at Knossos. It depicts the Minoan custom of bull-leaping, which was probably a ritual ceremony rather than a sport. Although heavily restored, enough of the original painting has survived to give an idea of the local artist's gift for long, graceful, taut curves. C. 1500 BC, fresco, National Archaeological Museum, Athens, Greece. Closariac. Acrobat. These acrobatic displays were part of the bull cult, which flourished in ancient Crete. Historians have questioned whether such daring somersaults were physically possible, and some have suggested that the bulls were carefully tethered. Female figurine. This is the most common form of Cycladic sculpture. Most of the figurines depict women with their arms folded across their body, although images of musicians have also been found. The carvings were generally placed in graves, but their precise function is uncertain. C. 2600, 2500 BC marble, height 21 centimeters, Benaki Museum, Athens, Greece. Ion context. Knossos, the grandest of the Minoan palaces, Knossos was not only a royal residence, but also contained shrines, granaries, workshops, and an open court where public ceremonies were staged. Large parts of the palace have been reconstructed. Knossos, viewed from the east according to legend, this is the site of the palace where King Minos lived. Greek Archaic. C. 750-480 BC. The Archaic period covers the early development of Greek art, from around 750 SC until 480 BC, when the Persians sacked Athens. In sculpture, Greek artists eagerly assimilated ideas from Egypt and the East, gradually producing their own, highly individual style. Progress was most evident in depictions of the kouros, nude male, and the kore, draped female. Most of these statues were used as grave markers, although some represented gods. In the earliest phase, the figures had stereotyped features and a rigid stance, with their arms barely leaving their sides. Over the course of this period, the poses became more relaxed, and the treatment of anatomy grew more convincing. The Archaic period was also the golden age of vase painting. Initially, the Corinthians dominated this field, but by Athens, its artists became masters of the black figure, __, technique, highlighted in the work of Exekias, and later of the more sophisticated red figure, technique, which superseded it. Antefix of a Gorgon's head. Plaques of this kind were very common in early Greek architecture. They were used as ornaments to mask the end of a row of roof tiles. The designs often featured monsters, as it was thought that these would ward off evil spirits. Gorgons, with their projecting fangs, tongues, and glaring eyes, were a popular choice. C. 6th century BC, terracotta, length 25 centimeters, private collection. Achilles slaying the Amazon queen, Penthesilea. This moment of high drama was painted by Exekias, the most famous exponent of the black figure style of decoration. As he delivers the fatal blow, Achilles falls in love with his enemy. 6th century 8th CE pottery, height 42 centimeters, British Museum, London, UK. The Lady of Auxerre. This remarkable statuette owes its name to its first known owner, a theater manager in Auxerre, who used it as a prop in an operetta. It is the finest surviving example of the Daedalic style of sculpture. named after the mythical figure Daedalus, who was said to have created the first Greek statues. It was made in Crete and was originally painted. C. 640 BC, limestone, height 65 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. CLOS Luke. The archaic smile. Many statues from the archaic period had a smile on their face. This probably had a symbolic meaning, as the smile was often featured in contexts that were far from humorous. Most historians believe that a smile was meant to signify health and vitality. Achilles tending the wounded Patroclus. This red figure scene was produced for the interior of Achilles' cup by the Sosias painter. He belonged to a group of vase painters, now known as the Pioneers. C. 500 BC pottery, diameter 20 centimeters, Staatliche Museum, Berlin, Germany. Anavisos Kouros, named after the village where it was found. This Kouros was a warrior's grave marker. C. 530 Ace, marble, height 194 centimeters, National Archaeological Museum, Athens, Greece. Greek classical, 480 to 323 BC. Greek culture reached new heights during the classical period, from 480 to 323 BC, when victory over the Persians ushered in an era of prosperity and self-confidence. In Athens, democracy took root, literature flourished, and the study of history and philosophy became established. National and civic pride increased, particularly in Athens, which became dominant in Greece up to c. 413 BC. The Parthenon, with its magnificent sculptures of Greek triumphs, was designed to embody this new mood. In the visual arts, sculptors gained a fine understanding of the structure of the body and how it moved, and achieved a new blend of realism and the ideal. This was particularly evident in the work of Polykleitos, who liked to contrast the taut, straining muscles of one limb with the relaxed pose of another. Classical sculptors were not satisfied, however, with mere anatomical accuracy. Their concept of beauty entailed both ideal proportions and a serene nobility of expression. In pursuit of this goal, they produced statues of mortals that are barely distinguishable from those of their gods. Cavalcade Jachin from the frieze that was on the Parthenon, these horsemen form part of a procession. Even though the carving is in very shallow relief, the overlapping horses provide a sense of depth and movement. 447 to 432 BC marble, height 106 centimeters, British Museum, London, UK. Statue of Zeus or Poseidon / his figure probably once held a weapon, a thunderbolt, Zeus, or a trident, Poseidon. C. 460 BCE bronze, height 209 centimeters, National Archaeological Museum, Athens, Greece. CLOS Araic. Decorative details. The figure would originally have looked even more realistic, with eyes and eyebrows inlaid with a different material, probably glass or stone. The spear carrier / his is a Roman copy of a lost bronze statue by Polykleitos of Argos, one of the greatest sculptors of antiquity. The impassive gaze is typically classical, as are the harmonious proportions of the figure and the perfect balance of the pose. C. 440 BC, Greek original, marble, height 212 centimeters, Museo Archeologico Nazionale, Naples, Italy. Discobolus, the discus thrower. This Roman copy is thought to be a marble version of a lost bronze by Myron. A native of Attica, he was famed for his realism and for his skill at depicting figures in active poses. Unlike modern athletes, the Greeks did not spin round before hurling the discus. C. 450 Ace, Greek original, marble, height 155 centimeters, Vatican Museums and Galleries, Vatican City. A Lapith fighting a centaur. The Parthenon had 92 high-relief carvings of mythical battles. The most memorable examples show the human Lapiths confronting the centaurs at a wedding feast, after the latter had been maddened by wine. 447 to 432 BCE marble, height 172 centimeters, British Museum, London, UK. Nudes. The nude was central to the art of the ancient Greeks, and in their statues of naked heroes and goddesses they created standards of beauty that have been a challenge and an inspiratic to later ages. Many artists, however, have used the nude not only to create images of beauty, but also to explore ideas and emotions. drawing directly from a naked model has formed a part of art education for centuries, although in certain times and places the nude has been subject to censorship. Cycladic Kouros Greek study and development of Egyptian statuary led to a more realistic figuring of the body c. 550 BC, marble, 214 centimeters, National Archaeological Museum. Athens, Greece. Relief of Eve from Autun Cathedral. Giselbertus thought to be the fifth European nude since antiquity. Giselbertus's Rahel sculpture shows a shapely Eve picking an apple. 1,130 euros, stone, Cathedral of St. Lazare, Autun, France. The Grande Odalisque Jean-Auguste Dominique Lagre's Ingres accomplishment as a painter is exemplified by his cool, classical nudes, which were a reaction to the emotionally charged romanticism of the period 1814, of on canvas, 91 by 162 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. Susanna and the Elders Garcino. This biblical subject was a popular one with artists because of the chance it gave to portray a beautiful naked young woman. 1617, oil on canvas. Collera Nazionale, Parma, Italy. The Sourcenaic amphora depicting a boxing contest. Greek. Grook vase painters contributed significantly to advances in the depiction of musculature. c. 336 BC, pottery. British Museum, London, UK. A David Michelangelo. This monumental embodiment of human beauty stood at the entrance of Florence's Palazzo Vecchio for over 300 years. 1501 to 2004, marble, 434 centimeters. Galleria dell'Accademia, Florence, Italy. Adam and Eve Titian. The Venetian artist's delicately sensitive flesh tones, which he was developing in the latter stages of his career, humans this famous scene. c. 1550, oil on canvas, 240 by 186 centimeters, Prado, Madrid, Spain. A reclining nude, Miss 0-foot Murphy. François Boucher. This provocative nude depicts Marie-Louise O'Murphy, a mistress of King Louis 1517-51, oil on canvas, 60% 74 centimeters, Walro Richard Museum, Cologne, Germany. The Naked Maya. Francisco de Goya's depiction of the unabashedly naked Maya who makes no attempt to conceal her breasts or public hair was too forceful a portrayal of female sexuality for the Spanish Inquisition, who branded it obscene. 61,800, oil on canvas, 98 by 191 centimeters. Prado, Madrid, Spain. The source or bather. At the source. Gustave Courbet. Courbet's radically naturalistic approach to painting, throwing off academic convention, is expressed in his realistic depictions of the female form. 1868, oil on canvas, 128 by 97 centimeters, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. Why the dance. Henri Matisse. The use of vibrant colors makes Matisse's boldly executed nude dancers come alive with a rampant energy. 1910, oil on canvas, 260 by 391 centimeters, the Stale Hermitage Museum, St. Petersburg, Russia. Self-portrait. Egon Schiele. The angular contortions of this self-portrait are typical of Schiele's expressionist approach to painting the nude. 1911, watercolor and pencil on paper, 48 by 31 centimeters, private collection. Small naked portrait. Lucian Freud. Harshly lit skin tones are characteristic of his uncompromising approach to nude portraiture. 1973 to 74, oil on canvas, 22 by 27 centimeters. Ashmolean Museum, Oxford, UK. A nude, or nude seated on a sola Pierre-Auguste Renoir. The subtle use of color and shade lends Renoir's subject a delicate sensuality. 1876. Oil on canvas, 97 by 73 centimeters, Pushkin Museum, Moscow, Russia. A woman putting on her stocking. Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec. Typical of the artist's style, the figures are somewhat linear and the painting has an unfinished appearance. c. 1894, oil on card, 58 by 45 centimeters, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. A reclining figure. Number 2. Henry Moore. The flayed movement and undulations of Moore's female forms owe a debt to the influence of African sculpture. 1953, bronze, 42 by 91 centimeters. Private collection. A reclining nude from the back. Amedeo Modigliani in his nudes Modium often crops the arms or legs, helping to create a sense-off close-up intimacy. 1917. Oil on canvas, 65 by 100 centimeters. The Bames Foundation, Marion, Pennsylvania, U.S. Hellenistic, 323 to 31 BC. The Hellenistic era covers the period from the death of Alexander the Great in 323 ACE to the accession of the first Roman emperor in 27 SC. Alexander's conquests had spread Greek culture throughout Egypt and Western Asia, and the city of Alexandria in Egypt, rather than Athens, became the center of the Hellenistic world. Among Hellenistic sculptors there was a growing taste for figures that conveyed fiery emotions or violent movement. This could be achieved by a contorted pose or by elaborate, swirling drapery. Another change was that art was no longer dominated by state patronage. Private collectors increased dramatically, creating a demand for different styles and subjects. There was a new interest in humorous or low-life themes, such as aged drunks, comic actors, and lust-filled satyrs. Portrait sculpture also gained in popularity. Occasionally, the results were unflattering, offering a foretaste of the Romans' realistic approach. In his field, the leading figure was Lysippus, the favorite sculptor of Alexander, who apparently refused to be portrayed by any other artist. Venus de Milo/the serene expression of this goddess is classical in style, but her twisting, spiral pose is typically Hellenistic. The statue was made from 2 blocks of marble, pegged together, and was once adorned with metal jewelry. C108 CE marble, height 204 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. Laocoon. According to Greek legend, Laocoon and his sons were slain by serpents after trying to warn their fellow Trojans against the Greeks' wooden horse. This statue was discovered in 1506, in a vineyard in Rome. 1st century BCE marble, height 210 centimeters, Vatican Museums and Galleries, Vatican City, Italy. Cielo-Asiatic. Violent emotion. Hellenistic sculpture is noted for its emotional intensity. Glaucos 6's agonized expression was greatly admired when the statue was found, and proved a key influence on Michelangelo and later Baroque artists. Dramatic movement in contrast to classical art. With its calm sense of grandeur, Hellenistic sculptors tried to give an impression of dynamic movement, shown here in Glaucos 6's despairing attempts to struggle free. The Farnese Hercules rests on his club after completing his labors. The original statue, now lost, was probably by Lysippus. 4th century BC, copy marble, Museo Archeologico Nazionale, Naples, Italy. Victory of Samothrace. This famous statue shows Nike, the winged goddess of victory, alighting on the prow of a ship. It was made to commemorate a naval triumph, perhaps in Rhodes in 190 CE, and was prominently displayed on a cliff-top sanctuary. C190 BC marble, height 328 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. Ion context. Alexander the Great in his short life. Alexander the Great, 356 to 323 BC, transformed Greece by conquering the vast Persian Empire, which extended as far as India. His victory at Issus in 333 BC is commemorated in the Alexander Mosaic. The Alexander Mosaic, C/008c. This detail shows Alexander himself, riding into battle against the Persian king, Darius III. Italian art played a key role in the history of Western culture. One of the twin pillars of classicism, Roman art helped provide the basis of European civilization, while the Romans in turn owed much to their Etruscan forebears. The Etruscans. Distinctive Italian cultures can be traced back to the Bronze Age. In the 9th century SC, the Villanovans flourished briefly in the area around present-day Tuscany, producing some fine metalwork. In the following century, they were superseded by the Etruscans, an Italian people, whose origins are still hotly disputed. They rapidly built up an extensive trading network, which brought them considerable wealth. Etruscan artists built on the achievements of the Villanovans, but owed a greater debt to foreign styles. They were heavily influenced by Greek craftsmen, many of whom came to work in Etruria, central Italy. Their artworks also displayed a strong Near Eastern flavor, which probably stemmed from their trading links with the Phoenicians, natives of present-day Lebanon and Syria. While the Etruscans had artistic flair, they lacked political organization. Increasingly, they were caught between the expansion of the Celts in the north and the Romans in the south, and by the 3rd century SC, they had fallen under the latter's control. Founded by Romulus, son of the god of war, in 753 SC, the city rose to greatness during the period of the Republic, 510 to 27 SC. The Romans borrowed from the Etruscans and the Greeks, copying slavishly from the latter, employing traveling craftsmen to carry out the task. The rank of artists was not as high as in Greece, and the creators of many of the Romans' greatest monuments are unknown. They did, however, pioneer a taste for realism, shown in their portrait sculptures and still-life paintings. She-Wolf the wolf figure is Etruscan, but the sculptures of Romulus and Remus were added by Antonio Pagliuolo in Cent 1484-96. 6th century BCE bronze, height 75 centimeters, Museo Capitolino, Rome, Italy. Etruscans and Ancient Rome. Etruscan art. Italy, c. 2 ND century BC. Before the emergence of the Romans, Italy was dominated by the Etruscans, a people who appear in the historical record around the 8th century SC. Their trading links brought them into contact with many cultures, but their art was chiefly influenced by the Greeks. The Etruscans were concerned with the preservation of the body in the afterlife, and they developed an elaborate cult of the dead. They created huge necropolises and staged funeral games, a precursor of the gladiator combats in ancient Rome. They decorated their tombs with lively murals, illustrating the sporting contests. The finest examples can be found in central Italy at Tarquinia and Cerveteri, both of which have been classed as World Heritage Sites. The Etruscans were also noted for their tomb sculpture and high-quality metalwork. The latter includes some remarkable bronze mirrors, decorated with mythological scenes, highlighting the benefits of physical beauty. Sarcophagus of a married couple from the Banditacha necropolis in Cerveteri. The couple recline, as if at a banquet. The wife anoints her husband's hand with perfume, a traditional funeral ritual. C520-510 Ace, terracotta, 111 by 194 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. Versa dancing. From the Tomb of the Augurs, the paintings in this tomb depict some of the sporting activities that the Etruscans staged at their funerals. Many involve a masked figure, fursu, which, via Latin, may be the source of the word person. C530-520 Ace, wall painting, Tomb of the Augurs, Tarquinia, Italy. Cielo bird decoration. The tomb gained its nickname from the augur, a classical priest whose duty was to predict the future and interpret the will of the gods, by observing the flight and cries of birds. Roman painting. C. 510 BC 476 C. Only a small number of Roman painting shades survived. From written sources, we know that the Romans produced panel paintings on a variety of wooden surfaces, but these have vanished almost without trace. However, the preservation of houses at Pompeii and Herculaneum, following the eruption of Vesuvius in 79 C, provides a clearer picture of Roman wall paintings. These were executed using a traditional fresco technique, with watercolors applied on wet plaster. Historians have detected 4 different styles of decoration in the remains at Pompeii, but there is less agreement about their source. Some murals may have been modeled very closely on Greek and Hellenistic examples, but no Hellenistic painting survives to judge from. Roman artists had a feeling for nature and a taste for realism. There was an interest in closely observed landscapes, which created the illusion of distance, as if the viewer was looking out of a window. Paintings of gardens were particularly popular. Artists did not feel constrained to include human figures in these, but portray flowers, birds, and shrubs. This same detail can be observed in Roman still lifes. Woman selling cupids discovered in the Villa Ariana at _Stabi, a luxury seaside retreat just south of Pompeii. This curious, light-hearted theme later captured the imagination of neoclassical artists. Angelica Kaufmann was one of many to produce a version of it. C1 SD century BC 79 CE, fresco, 28 x 35 centimeters, Museo Archeologico Nazionale, Naples, Italy. Antiquity has not ceased to be the great school of modern painters, the source from which they draw the beauties of their art. Jacques-Louis David, 1748 to 1825. Cupid's making gold / his example of the fourth style of Roman painting comes from a house owned by two merchants called Vedius. It can be dated precisely, as their home was rebuilt after the earthquake of 62 CE. Roman artists portrayed Cupids in a wide variety of whimsical subjects. There are even scenes of them playing games such as hide-and-seek and blind man's buff. 62 C. Fresco, Museo Archeologico Nazionale, Naples, Italy. Portrait of a married couple. This couple have been tentatively identified as a baker, Terentius Neo, and his wife. He holds a scroll, which may be their marriage contract, while she has a wax tablet and stylus pen. /SD Century C. Fresco, 58 by 52 centimeters, Museo Archeologico Nazionale, Naples, Italy. The head of Silenus with a mask. This is part of a fresco cycle, illustrating the initiation rites for a Bakshi cult. C60-50 Fresco, Villa of the Mysteries, Pompeii, Italy. Still life with peaches in their still life paintings, Roman artists achieved a freshness and an eye for detail that no one attempted to equal for many centuries. This outstanding example was discovered in house in Herculaneum. C50C Fresco, 35x34 centimeters, Museo Archeologico Nazionale, Naples, Italy. CLOS Luke. Illusionistic effects. Roman painters loved showing off their technical skills. Eine genuine tour de force. This one has highlighted the transparency of the glass, even showing the reflection of a leaf behind it. Garden painting. This remarkable wall painting was produced for a subterranean chamber in the Villa of Livia, at Prima Porta. The occupants of the house would have withdrawn here in summer, to escape from the heat and the dust of the outside world. C20 BC Fresco, height 200 centimeters, Museo Nazionale Romano, Rome, Italy. Roman sculpture. C510 BC 476 C. Roman sculpture served a number of purposes, ranging from pure decoration to political propaganda. Statues were designed to boost an emperor's prestige, while columns and triumphal arches, covered in high-relief carvings, commemorated his achievements in vivid detail. The Emperor Augustus commissioned a huge number of portrait sculptures. More than 200 still survive, and they highlighted different aspects of his role. Sculptures of ordinary citizens were far less grand and could often be unflatteringly realistic. Sometimes, they were even based on death masks. Augustus of Prima Porta. This statue was discovered at the Villa of Livia at Prima Porta. The breastplate is decorated with military achievements, including the recapture of legionary standards. C20 BC marble, height 203 centimeters, Vatican Museum San Galleries, Italy. Sarcophagi. 2nd century CE 476 C. The development of the sarcophagus, a stone or terracotta coffin, resulted from changes in funerary customs. Originally, the Romans cremated their dead, but from around the 2nd century CE, burials became more common. The sarcophagus was set against a wall, so not every side was decorated. The Etruscans had developed a couch format with reclining effigies, which the Romans borrowed, though they soon developed a large repertoire of their own. Typical examples of decoration included heroic battles, usually reserved for high-ranking soldiers, classical legends, or hunting scenes. Depictions of the seasons, with their overtones of rebirth and renewal, were also popular. The Ludovisi sarcophagus, formerly in the Ludovice collection, this magnificent high-relief carving shows Roman soldiers battling against Germans. The commander on horseback has been identified as Hostilian, the son of Emperor Decius. C250 CE marble, 150 x 270 x 130 centimeters, Palazzo Altemps, Rome, Italy. The Romans exerted such a huge impact on Western civilization that, for centuries, the culture of less powerful peoples was dismissed as barbaric. Increasingly, though, it has become clear that the artworks of these peoples were often highly sophisticated and very beautiful. Origins and influences. As the Roman Empire expanded, some of the peoples who blocked its progress were nomadic. In practical terms, this meant that their artworks were very different. There was no great architecture, no monumental sculpture, no wall painting. Most artworks, such as jewelry and belt buckles, were portable, although some grave markers and shrines have survived. On a more positive note, the mobility of these peoples ensured that cultural traits were received and transmitted over great distances. Some of the tribes in the Asian steppes traveled as far afield as China and the Balkans, while Celtic influences eventually reached most parts of Europe. This created a genuine melting pot of different styles. Altai craftsmen, for example, shared links with the Ordos culture, which flourished in the Yellow River region of northern China. The Scythians drew influences from Greek colonists. The Sarmatians looked to Persia, while the Celtic style included patterns from the Near East. Subjects. The dominant theme for many of these nomadic peoples was animal life. Almost without exception, they portrayed wild animals or birds, rather than their domesticated flocks and herds. In most cases, the forms were highly stylized. Often, the creature's body was elongated and molded into a ring or an S shape, so that the image would fit onto a circular object. Violent animal combats were popular, as were savage heads confronting each other at the ends of a necklace or an armband. Historians can only speculate on the meaning. Some believe that the imagery was a survival of prehistoric hunting magic, while others interpret the animals as totemic ancestor figures for individual tribes. Outside the empires. Sides. Eurasian steppes, c. 6th century BC. The Scythians were a semi-nomadic people of Iranian origin, who migrated to the Eurasian steppes in around the 8th century BC. In its narrowest sense, the term relates to the tribes who lived to the west of the river Volga and north of the Black Sea. However, the word Scythia was also frequently applied to a much wider area, extending from the Ukraine to Siberia. The Scythians produced magnificent, golden artifacts, including shield ornaments, buckles, clasps, combs, mirrors, and torques. Their metallurgical techniques derived, in part, from their contact with Greek colonies around the Black Sea. In time, the Scythians' vigorous, highly original animal style of decoration influenced Celtic craftsmen. Peter, 1672 to 1725, amassed more than 200 Scythian artifacts. Belt-buckle animal fights were a popular theme in Scythian art. This ornate piece, which was cast in 2 sections, comes from the huge collection amassed by Peter the Great. 7th century BC, gold, 9.9 x 16.8 centimeters, Hermitage, St. Petersburg, Russia. Altai. Pazyryk, c. 6th 4th century BC. The Altai nomads take their name from a Siberian mountain range, overlooking the eastern steppes of Russia. Their trading contacts, which ranged from China to Mesopotamia, are reflected in the eclectic style of their artworks. The most intriguing finds come from the Pazyryk burial mounds, where the cold climate preserved items that would normally have perished long ago. These include high-status objects such as saddle covers, carpets, and even an elaborate set of tattoos on the skin of a tribal chief. Felt wall hanging depicting a mounted warrior. This was discovered in the Pazyryk burial mounds, a unique, high-altitude site in Central Asia, where the contents of the tombs were permanently frozen. 5th to 4th century BC, textile, 450 by 650 centimeters, Hermitage, St. Petersburg, Russia. Sarmatians. Scythia, c. 600 BC 400 C. Diadem. This headpiece was discovered in a Kurgan burial mound at Kokhlak. The intricate decoration shows sacred animals flanking a tree. The diadem may have been related to a fertility ritual. 1st century C. Gold, turquoise, coral, amethyst, garnet, pearl, and glass, 15 by 61 centimeters, Hermitage, St. Petersburg, Russia. The Sarmatians were a group of tribes who hailed from Iran but eventually flourished in western Scythia, in parts of the Ukraine, and the eastern Balkans. Their artifacts display a blend of classical and Scythian influences. The richest finds come from the burial mound at Kokhlak, near Novichurkhovsk, where many exquisite items of jewelry were discovered. Made of gold and precious stones, these were decorated with stylized animal forms, which were thought to have talismanic powers. Celts, Europe, c. 600 BC? c. 1000 C? The Celts were a loose association of tribes, who were first recorded by classical authors in the 6th century BC. At this stage, their heartlands were in the upper Danube region of Central Europe, though their migrations were considerable. The Galatians, for example, settled in Asia Minor, while the Gauls moved west. The Celts were known for their martial prowess. At different times, they sacked Rome, 386 BC, and occupied Delphi, 279 BC. A distinctive Celtic style emerged over a lengthy period, blending influences from the classical world, designs from the Scythians and the Persians, and geometric motifs from Hallstatt, an Iron Age culture. Many finds come from watery sites, where high-status objects were deposited as ritual offerings to the gods. The most famous example is Latine, by Lake Neuchâtel in Switzerland, which has given its name to a phase of the Iron Age. Wine flagon from Baschutes. This is one of a pair of flagons, discovered in 1927. The two were made in eastern France, but were based on the shape of Etruscan vessels. 4th century BC, bronze with coral and enamel inlay, height 38.7 centimeters, British Museum, London, England. Cielosaraic. Animal ornament. The idea of using animal forms on wine vessels had its origins in the classical world, but the Celts added their own, grotesque brand of humor. Here, a canine creature that orms the handle looms over a stylized cat on the lid of the jug. This, in turn, casts a predatory eye over a duck swimming happily up the spout. The Agri's helmet. This outstanding example would originally have been surmounted by a crest, now broken off at its base. 4th century BC, iron, bronze, gold, coral inlay, height 21.4 centimeters, Musée archéologique et historique, Angoulême, France. Cielosaraic. Intricate decoration. The cheek piece of the helmet is decorated with a horned serpent. The serpent could be a symbol of the underworld, leading to speculation that the place where the object was deposited, a grotto near Angoulême, may once have been regarded as an entrance to the Celtic underworld. Gundestrup cauldron. This unique piece was left to essay prayer offering Ina Danish peat bog. The workmanship is typical of Thracian silversmiths, but the imagery is thoroughly Celtic. Is century BC, silver, once gilded, diameter 69 centimeters, National Museum, Copenhagen, Denmark. Figure of a god. This Gaulish sculpture from Bourret, France, has strong Roman influences, but the torque and the animal hooves confirm that it is a Celtic deity. 1st century BC, 1st century CE, bronze, height 42 centimeters, Musée des Antiquités Nationales, Saint-Germain-en-Laye, France. From being an obscure sect in Palestine in the 1st century CE, Christianity rose to become the state religion of the Roman Empire in 313 CE. As the congregation swelled, so too did the demand for artworks that would provide a focus for Christian prayer and teaching. Early Christian art. The term, early Christian, describes the period between c. 300 and 750, when the influence and organization of the faith were growing rapidly in the West. To begin with, it was a clandestine religion. Persecution by the Roman authorities, which reached a peak during the reign of Diocletian, 284 to 305, ensured that meetings were held in secret and artworks were either portable or, as in the case of the catacombs, hidden away from public view. The situation improved in 313, when Emperor Constantine granted Christians full religious freedom. Even so, it took time for Christian artists to develop their own religious language. Images of the crucifixion, for example, were abhorrent, because this degrading form of execution was reserved for slaves and criminals. Instead, artists borrowed ideas from classical depictions of Roman gods. Their favorite theme was the Good Shepherd, which was frequently depicted in paintings, mosaics, and carvings, but fell out of favor after the Middle Ages. Byzantine art. In 330, Emperor Constantine moved his capital to Byzantium, renaming it Constantinople. Here, Christian artists were exposed to very different influences. The city was Greek, but affected by cultures of the Near East. Byzantine artists created their first religious masterpieces in mosaic, some of the finest examples created at Ravenna. After the fall of Rome, Ravenna played a key role, as Justinian made it the capital in the West. The veneration of holy images led to problems in the 8th century, when it was deemed idolatrous. During the iconoclastic crisis, since 725-843, thousands of religious works were destroyed. In later Byzantine art, wall paintings and icons played a growing role. The latter, in particular, transmitted Byzantine influences far beyond the empire's borders, with the greatest icons being produced in Russia, where Andrei Rublev, c. 1360-1430, and Theophanes the Greek, c. 1330-40 c. 1410, were the leading figures. Early Christian and Byzantine. Early Christian. Roman Empire, c. 300-750 c. In the West, Christian art appeared before the religion was officially established in 313. Some of the earliest examples can be found in the catacombs, the subterranean burial galleries just outside Rome, which were used for covert prayer meetings during the days of persecution. The images there are very basic, often little more than a symbol: a fish, a dove, an anchor, the cross. More ambitious artworks were generally inspired by classical models. Christ was frequently depicted as a beardless youth, a form that derived from statues of Apollo, Mercury, or Orpheus. Once Christianity had been sanctioned officially by the emperor, this allowed artists to place greater emphasis on the grandeur of the Lord. Working within the Byzantine tradition, the mosaics produced by artists at Ravenna were on a far grander scale than previous work. The three Hebrews in the fiery furnace/he biblical tale of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, Daniel 2, had particular resonance, at a time when Christians were still threatened with persecution. Late 3rd century, fresco, Catacombs of Priscilla, Rome, Italy. The raising of Lazarus, scenes from the life of Christ. Early Christian artists often used imperial imagery to underline the majesty of Jesus. Here, a young and beardless Christ is shown wearing purple robes, a color associated with kings and emperors. 6th century, mosaic, Sant'Apollinare Nuovo, Ravenna, Italy. The Good Shepherd, a very popular early Christian theme. The youthful figure of Christ is based on classical statues of Mercury, the protector of flocks. The sheep returned to the fold symbolizes the repentant sinner. c. 300 marble, Pio Christian Museum, Vatican City, Italy. Byzantine. Eastern Mediterranean, 330 c. 1453. Byzantine art flourished from 330 c., when Constantinople was founded, until 1453, when the city fell to the Turks. Within this huge time span, the boundaries of the empire fluctuated considerably, though this did not prevent Byzantine trends from affecting artistic developments as far afield as Italy, Egypt, and Russia. In 395, following the death of Theodosius the Great, the empire was divided, and the artistic traditions of its two halves rapidly began to diverge. In the West, constant warfare led to an era of diminished artistic production, while in Byzantium a new order of artwork emerged. Religious icons and imperial images were venerated, and their appearance was strictly controlled. Their forms were symbolic and stylized, and any artistic individuality was frowned upon. In other fields, Byzantine craftsmen serviced a thriving market for luxury objects. The quality of their silks, jewelry, cloisonné enamels, and carved ivories was outstanding. The ladder of 10 took the form of diptychs, adorned with religious or imperial subjects. Emperor Justinian and attendants. Justinian commissioned this mosaic shortly after his troops had captured Ravenna from the Ostrogoths. He never visited the city, but this portrait emphasized his official presence in his western capital. c. 547 Mosaic, San Vitale, Ravenna, Italy. Cielos Iaraic. Divine status. Justinian Isham with a halo, underlining the theocratic nature of the emperor's role. He is God's representative on earth, playing a central role in the celebration of Massachusetts. In his left hand, he carries a golden paten that will hold the communion breads. The Barberini ivory. The central panel depicts the emperor triumphant. Above, Christ offers a blessing, flanked by winged victories. Below, earthly powers pay homage. Early 6th century ivory, 34.2 by 26.8 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. The Old Testament Trinity painted by Andrei Rublev, this depicts the three angels who visited Abraham. Byzantine artists used this theme to illustrate the Holy Trinity. C. 1411, Tempera on panel, 142 x 114 centimeters, Tretyakov Gallery, Moscow, Russia. The Anastasis, Descent into Limbo, created for the Kora Monastery, now a museum. This shows Christ rescuing the souls of the virtuous. 1316-21, fresco, height of Christ 163 centimeters, Kuryai Kamiai, Istanbul, Turkey. In context. The Tetrarchy in 293 C, Diocletian devolved responsibility to four rulers, tetrarchs, an emperor, Augustus, along with a subordinate, Caesar, for the empire's eastern and western halves. The system failed, but the titles survived. The four tetrarchs. The sculpture underlines the sense of unity that the tetrarchs were meant to provide. C. 300 Porphyry, St. Mark's, Venice, Italy. Following the collapse of the Roman Empire in 476, Europe endured centuries of turmoil, as different people battled for supremacy. Order was not restored until the rise of Charlemagne. His coronation as emperor in 800 signaled the start of a new era. Origins and influences. The term Carolingian derives from Charlemagne, 742 to 814, who became king of the Franks in 768 and was crowned the first Holy Roman Emperor in 800. The name Charlemagne is derived from the Latin word for Charles, Carolus, and means Charles the Great. His use of this title showed his ambition to revive the lost glories of Rome and assume the leadership of Christendom. These ambitious aims could not be achieved by military prowess alone. Charlemagne introduced sweeping political and economic reforms, as well as a far-ranging revival of learning. The effects of his policies were felt long after his death, and the Carolingian epoch lasted until around 900. Subjects. With regards to the visual arts, Charlemagne made a deliberate effort to build on the achievements of classical and early Christian art, while also keeping abreast of the latest developments in the Eastern Empire. Some notable frescoes survive at Auxerre and Mustère, along with a fine mosaic at Germany-Press, but the best evidence comes from illuminated manuscripts. The most original examples of these were the illuminated manuscripts produced at the monastic workshops in Reims. Arguably, though, the most crucial innovation in manuscript production relates to its script. By Charlemagne's time, the existing Merovingian form had become virtually unreadable. In its place, he promoted a new version, the Carolingian minuscule. Developed at the Palace School in Aachen, this lettering was so clear that it became the basis of many modern typescripts. The Carolingians produced no monumental sculpture, but the quality of their small-scale work was extremely high. Ivory carvers and goldsmiths, in particular, created some exquisite pieces. The ivory carvers specialized in intricate book covers, while the finest metalwork was made to adorn the high altar. Carolingian manuscripts. Europe, 8th to 10th centuries. Carolingian manuscripts provide one of the chief legacies of the age. As with other aspects of the revival, the key sources were classical and Byzantine. This did not produce a recognizable Carolingian style, however, as different centers developed variations. The opulent Gottschalk Evangelistery, for example, was stiff, with its text written in letters of gold and silver on purple vellum. By contrast, the illustrations in the Ebo Gospels had an intense, almost frenzied appearance, while the images in the Utrecht Psalter, arguably the greatest of all Carolingian manuscripts, were dynamic and expressive. St. Mark, the sketchy style of this manuscript commissioned by Ebo, Archbishop of Reims, was typical of the manuscripts produced by the School of Reims. Ebo Gospels, C816-35, vellum, animal skin parchment, 18 x 14 centimeters, Bibliothèque Municipale, Épernay, France. CLOSRIAC. Divine inspiration. While he is writing his gospel, Mark looks upwards to the winged lion, his traditional symbol for divine inspiration. The lion is an apocalyptic beast, described in the book of Revelation. Ivory, France, 8th to 10th centuries. Ivory carving was the most popular form of sculpture during the Carolingian era. The material had been used for luxury items since ancient times, and local craftsmen drew inspiration from both classical and Byzantine models. The vast majority of the carvings were rectangular plaques, which were used as centerpieces on book covers. Because of the close links with manuscript production, the principal workshops for both art forms were frequently located in the same vicinity, in places such as Tours and Metz. In addition, the scenes portrayed on the ivories were often loosely based on manuscript illustrations. Saint Gregory, one of the Fathers of the Church, c. 540-604, copies of Saint Gregory's writings were frequently produced. This ivory may have formed part of a book cover for one such manuscript. 850 to 875, Ivory, Kunsthistorisches Museum, Vienna, Austria. After Charlemagne's death, the Holy Roman Empire rapidly disintegrated. Its glories were only revived in the following century, when Otto the Great came to power. During his reign, and those of his German successors, imperial art regained much of its luster. The Ottonian era takes its name from Otto the Great, who became king of the Germans in 936 and was crowned Holy Roman Emperor in 962. His reign was followed by those of Otto II, 973-83, and Otto I, 996-1002, but the scope of the term extends beyond this, covering most of the 11th century. Origins and influences. The Ottonian style was a cocktail of many different influences. There was a conscious attempt to recapture the achievements of the Carolingian era and, as a logical extension of this, a desire to echo the grandeur of classical and late antique models. At the same time, the sheer volume of ecclesiastical patronage led to a reawakening of interest in early Christian art. Finally, there were strong cultural links with the Byzantine Empire. These reached a peak during the time of Otto II, who married Theophanu, a Byzantine princess. Although imperial support was important, the outstanding patrons of the age were powerful clerics, men such as Archbishop Gero of Cologne, who commissioned the finest monumental sculpture of the period, Archbishop Egbert of Trier, who ordered several major manuscripts, among them the Epistles of Saint Gregory, and Bernward of Hildesheim, who is said to have done metalwork himself. Canonized in 1192, he later became the patron saint of goldsmiths. Subjects. In many areas, Ottonian craftsmen followed a similar path to their Carolingian predecessors. Ivory relief carvings remained popular, the vast majority depicting religious subjects, many of them produced in the flourishing workshops at Echternach and Reichenau. However, the growing interest in large-scale sculpture, epitomized by the Gero crucifix and the bronze doors at Hildesheim, marked a significant departure from Carolingian tradition. Together with Ottonian manuscripts, they provide hints of the Romanesque style that was to follow. Ottonian. Bronze casting. Germany, 11th century. Ottonian craftsmen achieved marked advances in the field of sculpture, most notably through their revival of bronze casting with the lost wax method, casting with a wax mold. The two most celebrated examples were commissioned by Bernward of Hildesheim, c. 960-1022, for the local church of St. Michael. These consisted of a bronze column, which served as a gigantic candlestick and was loosely based on Trajan's column in Rome, and a magnificent pair of doors, decorated with relief carvings of scenes from the scriptures, adapted from illustrations in illuminated manuscripts. Door from Hildesheim Cathedral, detail. The door was commissioned by Archbishop Bernward, the former tutor of Otto III. The Adoration of the Magi is depicted here, above the door knocker. 1015 bronze. Width of panel 59 centimeters, Hildesheim, Germany. Jewelry, Germany, 11th century. Eagle brooch / his magnificent item was produced for Gisela of Swabia, 9951043, the wife of Emperor Conrad IL. The eagle became a potent symbol for the Holy Roman Emperors. 11th century, gold, enamel, and precious stones, Mittelrheinisches Landesmuseum, Mainz, Germany. Like the Carolingians before them, Attonian craftsmen worked with precious materials. Some items were produced for imperial use. There is the celebrated crown of the Holy Roman Empire, bearing an inscription to Conrad LL, as well as jewelry belonging to his wife. The most lavish pieces, however, were generally destined for the church. Typical examples include Bible covers, ornate crosses, and receptacles for relics, all made out of gold and studded with gems, pearls, enamel, or cameos. Germany, 10th to 11th centuries. Although few wall paintings have survived from the Attonian era, some manuscripts have survived. These were created and preserved at the major monastic centers, such as Trier, Echternach, Reichenau, and Cologne. The miniatures themselves betray a number of different influences, most notably Byzantine, late antique, and Carolingian. From these diverse sources, Attonian artists developed their own, distinctive style. They focused primarily on human figures, restricting background details to a minimum. These figures were often stylized, with slender, elongated bodies, and highly expressive, making expansive gestures with their large hands. Germany, the Ascension, Liber Evangelicorum. Attonian illuminators shifted their emphasis from the Old to the New Testament. Gospel books and periscopes, extracts from the Gospels, became the most popular form of manuscript. Here, Christ ascends in a golden mandorla, an almond-shaped halo. 10th century, painting on vellum, 35.5 x 25.4 centimeters. Biblioteca Medici Laurentian, Florence, Italy. The Viking Age blossomed in Scandinavia in the Middle Ages, from around 800 to 1050. Northern craftsmen developed a form of animal decoration, which influenced neighboring cultures and became an important element of the Romanesque style. Origins and influences. Viking is a collective name for the seafaring people of Scandinavia, who had a devastating impact on Northern Europe during the medieval period. Although the Vikings are most famous as pirates and marauders, their artistic style came about through commercial contacts. Scandinavian seamen regularly traveled to Russia and Constantinople, building up a rich trade in precious metals, fur, and tusks. In the process, they became influenced by Carolingian, Byzantine, and Celtic culture. In its most basic form, Viking decoration consisted of interlacing plants and animals. Over the centuries, there were subtle developments. In chronological order, the main phases are known as Oseberg, Bor, Jelling, Mammon, Ringerike, and Inns. Most of these took their names from finds at important burial sites. Subjects. Throughout the period, the most common motifs were stylized animals. One of these animals was a ribbon-shaped beast, which cannot be linked to any existing with real certainty. However, lions and snakes were frequently featured, along with some birds, chiefly hawks, ravens, and eagles. More rarely, there were depictions of horses and towards the end of the period, dragons. Human figures were even scarcer, although some examples can be found. In most cases, the animal's purpose seems to be purely ornamental. However, attempts have been made to look for deeper symbolic meanings, either by linking the designs with episodes from the Viking sagas or the Bible. The most convincing example is the image of a fight between a lion and a snake, which can be seen on several Christian memorials. This has been interpreted as a symbolic struggle between good and evil. The Oseberg ship excavated in 1904, now in the Viking Ship Museum Oslo, still preserved remains of this 22x5m wooden ship were originally used for the burial of a high-ranking female, perhaps Queen Asa. Viking art. Metalwork. Scandinavia, C800 C1050. The earliest Scandinavian metal objects known to us were made around 1500 BC, but there seems to have been no sustained practice of metalworking until C550 C. From this later period an impressive array of shields, helmets, and swords has been unearthed from graves, notably at Vendel and Valsgard. Both in their decoration and overall design, these have strong affinities with weaponry found at the Anglo-Saxon burial site, Sutton Hoo, see opposite. Helmet. From the Vendel treasure in the 1880s, archaeologists found a rich array of weaponry in a group of burial at Vendel, in the Swedish province of Uppland. C600 C, iron and bronze, Historiska Museet, Stockholm, Sweden. Carving. Scandinavia, C800 C1050. During the early Middle Ages, the Vikings built up extensive trading contacts with Russia and the East. Influenced by these contacts, their craftsmen developed a distinctive style of design using interlacing animals, with biting snakes and monsters. Over the years, a number of different variants evolved, all of which featured similar, densely entwined patterns. The style itself was extremely versatile. Although usually associated with wood carving, it has been found on objects made of stone, bone, and metal. The designs were also used on military equipment, such as weaponry and longships, inside churches, and on runestones, memory stones, placed by graves of warriors. Figurehead of the Osberg longship G decoration Synthesbro show a monstrous head formed from patterns of interlace. 9th century, wood, Viking Ship Museum, Oslo. The Kamen casket copy. The original casket was housed in Kamen Cathedral, Pomerania, but was destroyed during World War I. C1000C, wood, elkhorn, bronze, 63 by 25.9 centimeters, Nationalmuseet, Denmark. CLOSRIAC. Mammon style. The combination of stylized animals with intricate interlacing is typical of Mammon decoration. North portal / his carving, with its mix of entwined ribbon snakes and dragons, has given its name to a versatile form of decoration known as ins. The panel was transferred from an earlier painting. C1050-1100, wood, unstaved church, near Lustreford, Norway. The British Isles did not escape the turmoil that followed the collapse of the Roman Empire. Shiploads of settlers from across the North Sea sailed there, bringing a range of cultural influences. These merged with local styles to create new artistic trends. Anglo-Saxons. Many of the newcomers originated from Germany or Scandinavia. The Angles hailed from the southern part of the Danish peninsula and settled along the east coast, from Northumbria to Essex. The Saxons were Germanic and have left their mark in local place names, such as Essex, East Saxons, Wessex, and Sussex. The first of the incomers were brought across by the Romans, to serve as mercenaries against the Picts and Scots, but full-scale migration began in the 4th century. The finds at Sutton Hoo near the coast in southeast England have tended to overshadow other Anglo-Saxon achievements. In the north, sculptors produced some outstanding stonework. Most noteworthy are the high crosses of Ruthwell and Bewcastle, which combine Germanic decoration with imposing figures. The Anglo-Saxons also developed an impressive tradition in manuscript illumination. This owes its fame to the success of the Winchester School, which flourished in the 10th century. Their illustrations are notable for their large, ornate borders. Celts. The Celts had migrated to Britain a few centuries before the arrival of the Romans, but the arrival of Germanic tribes pushed them further west, until their strongholds were in Scotland, Ireland, Wales, and Cornwall. Their art survived these disruptions, bridging the transition from paganism to Christianity. This is most obvious from their metalwork tea. Head designs and their weaponry and horse trappings were still being used, centuries later, on chalices, croziers, and shrines. In their stonework and manuscripts, the Christian Celts broke new ground. In Ireland, they developed a style of monumental high cross, lavishly decorated with biblical scenes. And manuscripts like the Book of Kells, see pages 70-71, won much admiration. Celtic cross. Some believe that the wheel motif on Celtic crosses, such as this 10th century Irish example, refers to the sun, others that it represents a halo. Anglo-Saxon and Celtic art. Anglo-Saxon. Britain, late 4th century c. 1066. When the Roman hold on Britain began to crumble, the country was invaded by successive waves of Germanic migrants. These included, among others, Angles, Saxons, Jutes, and Frisians, who have become known collectively as Anglo-Saxons. The majority of their artworks were produced in Christian workshops, although the ship burial at Sutton, who contains some outstanding exceptions, th. East site can probably be linked with Redwald, died c. 627, an East Anglian king who is said to have erected both Christian and pagan altars. Discovered in 1939, Sutton, who contained a veritable treasury of gold buckles, silver bowls, decorated weaponry, and lavish symbols of royal authority. The Alfred jewel made for Alfred the Great. This is thought to be an estelle, a pointer for following the text of a manuscript. The figure may represent the sense of sight. Sth century, gold, rock crystal, and enamel, length 6.2 centimeters, Ashmolean Museum, Oxford, UK. Helmet from the Sutton, whose ship burial the helmet is decorated with interlacing and heroic scenes, while the face mask is adorned with a dragon. C625-30C, iron and gilt bronze. Height 31.8 centimeters, British Museum, London, UK. Insular Celtic. Britain, c. 500 BC c. 1000 C. In the British Isles, the Celtic style proved highly durable, surviving long into the Christian era. This was possible, as their designs had long been composed of abstract patterns and stylized animals. Depictions of the gods appear to have been rare, although as the Christians were very systematic about destroying idols, there may have been more than we can surmise from the surviving record. As a result, Christian artists were able to borrow some elements from old, pagan artifacts, adapting them for use in their gospel books, their stone crosses, and their metalwork. In the crucifixion plaque below, for example, the garments of Christ and the angels, as well as the cross itself, are adorned with Celtic spirals and interlacing. St. John's crucifixion plaque discovered near Athlone. This was probably XN once attached to the cover of an early gospel book late 7th century. Gilt bronze, height 21 centimeters, National Museum of Ireland, Dublin, Ireland. The Battersea shield, this beautiful, but flimsy shield covering, was designed for ceremonial purposes. It was placed in the Thames as an offering. 350-50 BC. Bronze with enamel inlay, length 77.5 centimeters, British Museum, London, UK. CLOSERIAC. The Book of Kells. The Book of Kells is one of the crowning achievements of Celtic art, a masterpiece of sumptuous decoration. It is a gospel book, a manuscript that consists principally of the 4 Gospels. This format was originally devised for missionaries, as the shorter text was easier to transport than a complete Bible. The Kells manuscript, however, was meant for display. It is lavishly illustrated with stunning calligraphy, depictions of the 4 evangelists, and biblical scenes. These decorations had a practical purpose. They helped the priest to find his way around a text that, as yet, had no chapters or verses, but they were also designed to dazzle potential converts. Composition. This magnificent example of Celtic calligraphy is generally known as the monogram page. It represents just 3 Latin words, Christi autem gene ratio. Now the birth of Jesus Christ. Matthew 1:18. Indeed, most of the page is taken up with 2 characters. These form the Chiro, the first 2 letters of Christ's name in Greek, which were traditionally represented by XP. Beneath this, in much smaller letters, the scribe continues with H, the standard contraction for autumn, and gene ratio. Christ's monogram was a potent symbol in early Christian art. Virgin and child. The manuscript boasts a unique blend of styles. The Virgin, with her maphorion Greek robe, appears to be based on a Byzantine icon, while the beard tuggers to he right are typically Celtic. Evangelists. The symbols of the 4 evangelists, the authors of the Gospels, recur throughout the manuscript. Drawn from passages in Ezekiel and Revelation, they are a winged man, Matthew, a lion, Mark, an ox, Luke, and an eagle, John. Technique. Manuscripts of this kind were produced in a monastic workshop known as a scriptorium. The number of monks assigned to this task is unknown, although experts claim to have detected the hands of 3 different artists and 3 or 4 scribes. Animal hides were prepared, smoothed out, and then stretched to form the vellum, the fabric from which the book is made. Tiny holes were pricked into the surface to mark out the writing area, while the artists would have tried out their compositions on wax tablets before using the costly parchment. Materials: the manuscript was produced on vellum, a material made out of calfskin. In general, the hide of a single animal was enough for a double sheet of vellum, so around 200 calves would have been required for the Book of Kells. Pigments: the pigments came from a variety of natural sources. Some were available locally, red lead, chalk, and woad, while others had to be imported. These included pholium, pink, and kermes, red, which was obtained from a Mediterranean insect. In context: Celtic style. Celtic design was remarkable for its adaptability. The swirling, curved lines that are so typical of the style were developed by pagan Celts from around the 5th century BC. Centuries later, Christian artists borrowed these motifs and used theming in their own work. Terra brooch complex interlacing was a feature of Celtic jewellery, metalwork, and manuscripts. 8th century, silver, gold, amber, and glass, National Museum of Ireland, Dublin. Story: despite its lavish appearance, the manuscript was never completed, and its origins are uncertain. The likeliest scenario is that it was begun on the Scottish island of Lona, which headed a wealthy confederation of monasteries devoted to the teachings of Saint Columba. In the early 9th century, however, Lona was repeatedly raided by Vikings, and the surviving monks were eventually forced to flee to Ireland, where they established a new home at Kells. Their abrupt departure may explain why work on the manuscript was abandoned. ATS and mice: a pair of mice are nibbling a communion wafer, while 2 cats stand on their tails. This is probably just a piece of whimsy, illustrating the difficulty controlling rodents. There is a similar scene on Muirdachas Cross at Monasterbus, also in Ireland. Human head: Celtic artists often used human heads as decorative flourishes on a wide variety of objects. They can be found, for example, on the hilt of a sword, the ends of a torque metal collar, or on the clasp of a brooch. Otters and fish: monastic painters loved to add tiny, humorous details to their work. Some experts have looked for symbolic meanings in these, but they are often unconvincing. The fish, for example, is an ancient Christian symbol. Angels: 3 angels adorn the edge of a letter. The 2 on the left have L-shaped bodies, with tiny feet protruding from their tunics underneath the wings. They are shown here, as the page is close to the passages on the Annunciation and the Nativity. The Islamic faith, as revealed to the Prophet Muhammad in the 7th century, spread rapidly from Arabia across the Middle East and into Asia and Africa, influencing the arts of many cultures. Decorative arts and crafts in particular flourished from the beginnings of Islam. The history of Islamic art in medieval times reflects the power of the ruling dynasties. An early period, from the life of Muhammad to around 1000, was first under the centralized control of the Umayyad dynasty in Damascus, and later the Abbasid dynasty in Baghdad and Samarra. This was followed by a period up to about 1500 in which various dynasties vied for dominance, and invasions from Asia resulted in various regional centers, each with recognizably different artistic cultures, subjects, and styles. At first, Islamic art and architecture was influenced by Byzantine, Roman, and early Christian styles, but a distinctly Islamic style soon emerged. Because of a convention, not a Quranic proscription, forbidding the depiction of people, there was no tradition of easel painting, and artistic expression is seen mainly in architecture and the decorative arts, calligraphy, and the arts of the book. Domed mosques were decorated sumptuously with ceramic and glass mosaics, and carved or painted arabesques, elaborate repeated embellishments using floral, vegetal, or bird-like motifs. These abstract, often geometric, designs were also seen in crafts such as ceramics and textiles, especially carpets. Another profound influence was the written word, specifically the Qurans, in various ornate scripts. Calligraphy was important not only in copies of the Quran, but also as sacred inscriptions in mosques and craftwork decoration. Early Islamic art. Calligraphy. 7th to 13th century. The central role of the Quran in Islamic culture has made calligraphy the most revered of its art forms, a visual expression of the spiritual. The art of the book has been central to Islamic art since the first transcriptions of the Quran, and Arabic calligraphy has been a major influence in all the decorative arts. The angular cufic script was first to gain popularity, but QMS more elaborate and cursive scripts emerged in the early Islamic period, and regional variations developed throughout the following centuries. The finest examples of Islamic calligraphy are naturally to be found in editions of the Quran, often ornately illuminated, but extracts from the Holy Book were also used decoratively in mosques or on ceramics, often in highly stylized, almost abstract, scripts where it is difficult to decipher the meaning of the words. Fragment from a Quran with cufic script/e angular, unadorned cufic script evolved through the early Islamic period into a number of more elaborate styles, but in areas such as the Maghreb, northern Africa, it was widely used, often without any illumination, until about 1000 c. 10th century, North African school, vellum. Seljuk-style Quran/e cursive script of this Quran is typical of the Turco-Persian Seljuk dynasty, 11th to 14th century. In addition to the elegant calligraphy, the text is illuminated with sunburst marks and marginal decorations depicting small trees. 13th century, vellum, Museum of the Holy Masama Shrine, Qom, Iran. CLOS Irluk. Illuminations. The illuminations in the margin, like those within the text, are not merely decorative but are designed as an aid to the correct reading of the Holy Book. As well as marking the sections of the text, they also indicate the points for prostration. Mosaic. 7th to 13th century. One of the distinguishing features of Islamic architecture is the intricate and extensive decoration of both interior and exterior surfaces. Alongside carved and painted decorations, tile work and mosaic played a major role from the first Islamic buildings such as the Dome of the Rock in Jerusalem, completed 691, using techniques of Byzantine mosaic but in non-representational geometric and arabesque patterns, and the Great Mosque of Damascus, 715, which unusually also has a mosaic depicting buildings and an imaginary city. Through the 8th century, the use of mosaic decoration spread as far afield as Spain, where it can be seen in the Great Mosque of Cordoba and later in the Alhambra. Specific styles such as zillage, using purpose-made tiles, were developed in the Arabic countries and North Africa, and in Eurasia in the 13th century Seljuk mosques and palaces were decorated with richly colored glazed tiles. The Dome of the Rock, Temple Mount. This earliest extant example of Islamic building is essentially Byzantine in structure, but its mosaic decoration in repeating geometric patterns is distinctly Islamic. The rich blues and greens are typical of the mosaics of early Islamic architecture. Completed 691 c. Jerusalem, Israel. Mosaic above a doorway of the prayer hall. Originally a Christian church, the mezquita was rebuilt as a mosque by a succession of Islamicrolers from 785. Among the alterations was the addition of mosaics in the prayer hall of the extension built by Al-Hakam I.961-66 c. Great Mosque of Cordoba, Spain. Courtyard arcade, riwak, and vaulted entrance, Iwan. Islamic decoration was integrated into Persian architecture under the Abbasid dynasty, producing mosques with large courtyards enclosed by elegant arcades with an Iwan, a vaulted porch, decorated with colorful arabesque tilework. C. 1121-22 c. Masjid-i-Jome Mosque, Isfahan, Iran. Glass and ceramics. 7th to 13th century. As with the decorative arts, crafts such as ceramics and glasswork assumed a great importance in Islamic culture, achieving the status of fine art. Craftsmen in Baghdad developed a tin-glaze technique to imitate Chinese porcelain, while the process of using metallic overglazes to produce lusterware spread from Egypt throughout the Islamic world. Persia adopted the techniques in the 10th century. It became a major center for ceramic production and introduced faience, alkaline glazed ware. Innovations in glasswork included Fatimid Egypt's cut glass and luster-painted glass, and Syria's enameled glass lamps. Ewer with birds. The finest early Islamic glasswork came from Egypt, and especially prized were the carved rock crystal pieces produced towards the end of the Fatimid dynasty. Fatimid period, late 10th century, rock crystal, Louvre, Paris, France. Jug with molded decoration, a feature of many 12th century Persian pots, was calligraphic decoration. The words, glory, and prosperity, can be seen in the glaze of this jug. Iran, 12th century, stone paste with turquoise glaze, height 21.8 centimeters. Bowl from Kashan, Iran. An overglaze containing metal oxides gave Seljuk pottery a gold-like finish, and sometimes incorporated painted illustrations in the style of Persian miniatures. 1211 to 12C, stone paste with luster overglaze, diameter 20 centimeters, Ashmolean, Oxford, UK. In context, Islamic culture in the medieval period encouraged scientific learning, continuing a long tradition of scholarship in mathematics and astronomy in particular. Craftsmen were also often innovative in their use of new materials. Transcriptions. Islamic scholars also studied other civilizations' achievements, translating the works of philosophers and scientists, as in this edition of Greek physician Dioscorides' De Materia Medica, transcribed in the 13th century. South Asia includes the areas now covered by modern India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, and other small Himalayan states. In the first millennium CE, many ideas on religion, philosophy, and the arts came from these areas and were expressed in the sacred texts, icons, and temples of Buddhism and Hinduism. The Internet of the medieval world was formed by a network of trade routes that linked China to India and Rome, and later the Arab states. The complex overland network was called the Silk Route because it transported the precious fabric the world desired and whose production method the Chinese kept secret. The more southerly maritime trade route carried Roman technology, Chinese ceramics, and spices. However, its most precious cargo was ideological, including Indian ideas of religion, statesmanship, art, languages, Sanskrit and Pali, and writing scripts. Influences. India was a treasure house of religion, philosophy, art, and technology for the smaller nearby states that came into formation in the first millennium. The great stupas of India erected to hold relics of the Buddha, the temples dedicated to the Hindu universal gods Shiva, Vishnu, and Brahma, as well as the precisely ordered layout of Indian cities, were all the product of the long intellectual tradition of the Vedas, the Brahmins, and Buddhist monks. The great Indian religions, Buddhism, Hinduism, and Jainism, waxed and waned throughout the Middle Ages, as did the political dynasties that sought supernatural support from them, but the subcontinent's constant creative impulse towards art, philosophy, and metaphysics made India the cultural fulcrum of Asia. China had an enormous technological and commercial impact, but India was the crucible of fundamental notions of man, the gods, the city, the state, and of the art that could capture and embellish these notions. Art that was to act as a principal stimulus to the fledgling states forming between India and China. South Asia. Buddhist art. 1st century BC, 8th century CE. One of the most important Buddhist discoveries was the excavation of a 1st century BCE to 3rd century CE mound at Amaravati in eastern India. Artifacts discovered included slabs of carved limestone from a collapsed Buddhist stupa. During the golden age of the Gupta Empire in India around 450 CE, the image of the Buddha, with lowered eyes, placid features, long ears, short, snail shell, curls of hair, and cranial bump, was invented in the city of Mathura. This image was refined at the city of Sarnath on the Ganges, where it was adopted by the many Buddhist communities that sprang up across Asia between the 4th and the 11th centuries, and it became a universal icon of peace, power, and reflection. Before the start of the first millennium, Buddhism also crossed from India to Sri Lanka. Among the innovations of the Sri Lankan Buddhists were ceremonies centered on colossal images of the Buddha and the Bodhisattvas, one who helps others achieve enlightenment, Avalokiteshvarta, Are, Maitreya, and Manjushri. In the 5th century, the renowned monk and scholar Buddhaghosa assembled the Pali language texts of the Buddhist canon and secured the island's place as the headquarters of southern Theravada. Way of the Elders, Buddhism, a status it still holds today. Tanding Buddha /he/Androlobisophthalus Gupta Empire Buddha betrayed the Buddha's earlier status as a prince who wore heavy gold earrings. This Buddha has a circular halo of concentric floral bands and diaphanous robes. 5th century CE stone, Government Museum, Mathura, India. Amaravati Gislab from Great Stupa at Amaravati shows a detailed depiction of the stupa itself. On the other side, Isa group worshipping at the spot where the Buddha received enlightenment. 1st century BC to 3 RD century CE stone, 124 by 86 centimeters, British Museum, London, UK. Tara this 8th century gilded bronze from Sri Lanka Isof Tara, the consort of Avalokiteshvara, the Bodhisattva of compassion. Tara's right hand is held in the position of Aradamudra, the gesture of giving. Idas cast a known piece and Ison off the finest Asian figurobronzes. 8th century, gilded bronze, British Museum, London, UK. Hindu art, India, 5th to 13th century. The Gupta Empire of northern India produced sacred art of unsurpassed beauty. The Dashavatara temple at Deoghar in Orissa on the east coast has red sandstone walls paneled with deeply cut narrative scenes of the god Vishnu. Northern Indian temple building reached its height in the temples at Khajuraho, capital of the Kandela kings from the 10th to the 12th century. The Sun Temple at Konark on the shore of the Bay of Bengal is the largest of Orissa's shrines. The 70-meter-high temple is constructed in the form of the chariot of the sun god Surya, with 7 life-size horses pulling the vast temple on 24 huge wheels. In the south of India, the Chola dynasty of the Tamils became the most powerful empire in this part of the world from the 9th to the 13th century. As well as building great temple complexes, they were masters of bronze. Their greatest icon is Shiva Nataraja, Lord of the Dance, who dances the creation and destruction of the universe. Surya Temple, Konark. The temple's 24 giant 14-meter diameter wheels have 16 spokes and are carved with spiraling floral motifs in a spectacular design that makes the whole mass of stone look capable of rolling forward. 13th century stone, Konark, Orissa, India. Dashavatara Temple, Deoghar. Here, Vishnu sleeps in potent, majestic ease on the pneumatic coils of the giant, multi-headed serpent Ananta, representing the pre-Hindu serpent cults. Vishnu dreams into existence a new kalpa, eon, for the universe, as four-headed Brahma rises above him on a lotus flower to implement his creation. C. 500 CE stone, Deoghar, India. Shiva Nataraja / his Chola period bronze shows Shiva holding the small Damara, drum of creation in his upper right hand and a burst of the fire of destruction in his upper left hand. His lower right hand signals, "Have no fear," and the lower left hand points to his uplifted left leg, signifying release or salvation. 12th century bronze, 97 by 83 centimeters, National Museum of India, New Delhi, India. Closariac. Ganga. The goddess Ganga, personification of the river Ganges, floats in Shiva's flowing ascetics _locks. Ganga holds her palms together to venerate equals Shiva as the source of all, including the cool waters of the mighty river named after her which flow down from Shiva's Himalayan home. Kandaria Mahadev Temple, Khajuraho / Hegad at times with aristocratic arrogance, posturing in jewel-bedecked minimal courtly dress. Here Agni, the ancient Vedic Godophyrian destruction, poses with foppish waxed mustache and soft, swelling girth. 12th century stone, Khajuraho, Madhya Pradesh, India. From 800 to 1400, recently formed states in Southeast Asia such as Cambodia and Srivijaya, Indonesia, constructed the largest elaborately carved stone temples in the world for the veneration of Buddhist and Hindu deities. Artists and craftsmen were highly prized in the courts of medieval Southeast Asia. However, artists did not leave their names on their works until colonialists arrived centuries later and introduced this European convention. As a result, we will never know the names of the artists and architects who conceived and constructed Borobudur, Angkor Wat, and the Ananda Temple, some of the most beautiful sacred monuments that have ever been built. State art. The sculptors and architects in the royal workshops who built Borobudur in Java and Angkor Wat in Cambodia were of great value to the state. This was because they alone could create the stone temples that were believed to mirror the heavenly homes of the gods. It was believed that the gods came down and occupied these temples during religious festivals, so conferring power and prosperity on the earthly kingdom. From the slopes of the volcanoes of Java and from the Kulen mountain north of Angkor, tons of stone was carved by hand from surface quarries and transported by river on rafts before being hauled into position to make the walls of these monuments. Finally, masons perched on bamboo scaffolding with simple iron chisels carved at the surface of the rock with narrative scenes from the Hindu and Buddhist epics, beautiful goddesses, and scrolling foliage swirls. The Ananda Temple at sunrise, built by King Kyanzitha around 1090. The Ananda Temple, seen here at sunrise, is one of the finest surviving temples of the pagan empire. Southeast Asia. Borobudur. Java, Indonesia, 750 to 850 C. The arrival of the new Shailendra dynasty, Lords of the Mountain, in 760 C, possibly from eastern India, gave the naturally artistic people of Java and Indonesia an opportunity to express their art on a monumental scale, and they created the most impressive and beautiful Buddhist monument ever built. The largest Buddhist shrine in the world, Borobudur Isatansa Stupa, holding holy relics, a mystical mandala, or cosmic diagram, and a mountain of narratives in stone that show the way to Buddhist enlightenment. The monument, constructed from 1,000,000 blocks of volcanic rock, and set like a mantle on a natural hill, rises in singular splendor from a fertile plain of rice paddies. The lower galleries are superbly carved with intimate tales of Buddhist heroes. Monks and elite visitors would ascend the summit for ceremonies, where 72 icons of the Supreme Tantric Buddha, Vairocana, sit inside lattice stone stupas looking out over the plain to the nearby volcanoes. Temple of Borobudur, 72 Supreme Buddhas, their hands turning the Buddhist wheel of the law, sit on top of the monument inside elegant lattice stupas that look out to the surrounding volcanoes. Below them 500 other Buddhas, concentrated but gentle, face the quarters of the universe they control. 778 to 850 Stone, Borobudur, Java, Indonesia. Borobudur carvings, tables about royal courts and Buddhist heroes, all rendered in a close-up, social style that is uniquely Javanese, stretch along the 4 square galleries that mount like a pyramid towards the cosmic Buddhas at the summit. 778 to 850 Stone, Borobudur, Java, Indonesia. Angkor, Cambodia, 800-1400 C. In 800 C, the ancient Cambodians started to build brick temples to the Hindu god Shiva in the lakeside region of Angkor. By 1200 C, they had built the largest, lavishly sculpted, stone monuments in the world with highway, canal, and hospital networks that stretched from Burma to the Malay Peninsula and Vietnam. The largest temple is the vast and palatial Angkor Wat, dedicated to the Hindu god Vishnu. The temple's 5 majestic towers rising within a 1,000 square kilometer walled enclosure and 190-meter wide moat represent the home of the gods on Mount Meru. The second largest temple, the Bayon, marks the historical switch of the ancient Cambodians to Buddhism in spectacular fashion, with its 59 towers bearing giant faces of a supreme protective Buddha rising high into the air at the center of a new citadel in the capital called Angkor Thom. Angkor Wat, behind a 190-meter wide moat and elaborately carved galleries, rise the 5 central towers of the High Central, Bakan, section where the king and court Brahmins performed the rituals necessary to appease the gods. The temple is the largest stone monument on earth. 12th century, stone, height 65 meters, Angkor, Cambodia. Cielos Irluk. Goddesses. The walls of Angkor Wat are carved with thousands of goddesses in flimsy courtly dress and with exotic hairstyles. In Hindu belief, their radiated female essence resonated with the male essence of the king and Brahmins, and elevated them to a state where they could communicate with the gods. Pargan, Burma, 1000 to 1300 CE. By the 11th century, Pagan began to develop rapidly as a Buddhist kingdom under King Anuruddha, reigned 1044 to 77. His successor, King Kyanzitha, who reigned from 1084 to 1113, purged the northern Mahayanist Buddhist sects from pagan and promoted southern Theravada Buddhism, which it still follows today. Burmese temples are distinguished by their murals and frescoes. The vast Ananda temple is covered with internal murals that were explicitly designed to plant Theravada Buddhist thoughts in the minds of subjects. Ananda was in constant use, and endowments by later kings resulted in further murals being painted. Fresco, Ananda Temple. In this court scene, the dancers have been painted for visibility with bright turquoise and ochre. Fresco, Ananda Temple, Bagan, Burma. Standing Buddha. At the heart of the Ananda temple stand four huge gilt wooden Buddhas measuring 9 meters high and representing Gautama Shakyamuni and the three earlier Buddhas, Kakosanda, Kassapa, and Kanagamanda. Wood 9M, Bagan, Burma. Sukhothai, Thailand, 1250 to 1350 C. As the great Cambodian Empire began to decline after the death of its greatest king Jayavarman VII in about 1220, the western provinces of the empire began asserting their independence. For some centuries, gifted and technologically advanced Thai people had been gradually descending the valleys from Yunnan, southwest China. On the Yam River, in central northern Thailand, arose Sukhothai, the first great city of the Thais. The rulers of Sukhothai inherited the Khmer tradition of grandiose temple construction and quickly demonstrated their already enhanced technological skills in bronze casting and ceramics under King Ramkhamhaeng, who ruled from 1279 to 98. Vast temple parks with gigantic standing and seated Buddhas were constructed from brick and stucco, and the distinct Buddhist culture of the Thai people was founded. The Buddha at the moment of victory. Bronze images of the Buddha achieved unsurpassed classical status at the first Thai kingdom of Sukhothai. The smooth limbs, lowered eyes, and flame rising from the Buddha's head produce a powerful effect of serenity. Bronze, height 92 centimeters, Walters Art Museum, Baltimore, U.S. After centuries of division, China became a unified empire in 581, and the arts flourished under the patronage of successive emperors. The period of the Tang dynasty, 618 to 907, in particular is regarded as a golden age of Chinese art and literature. The ruthless conquests of Emperor Wendy brought China under the single rule of the Sui dynasty, paving the way for an unprecedented period of cultural achievement. Trade with India and the Middle East brought contact with craftsmen and artists that reinvigorated Chinese art. Buddhism, which had spread from India, became in effect the national religion when it was adopted by the imperial family. Imperial patronage. The empire continued to grow under the Tang dynasty. The increased prosperity enabled the building of large cities, such as the capital Chang'an, modern Xi'an, which quickly became important cultural centers. Tang emperors were enthusiastic patrons of the arts, attracting the finest artists and craftsmen to their palaces from as far afield as Persia. The reign of Xuanzong in the 8th century was the height of the Tang period. Calligraphy and traditional figure painting flourished in his court, but landscape painting also emerged as an important genre. Unfortunately, Xuanzong was not so successful politically, and his reign ended in civil war and a fragmentation of the empire. Reunification. Stability returned to China in 960 when the empire was reunified under the Song dynasty in Bianliang, modern Kaifeng, and a rise in maritime trade produced the wealth to allow the arts to flourish again. Emperor Huizong, reigned 1101 to 25, encouraged landscape painters, and there were also a growing number of literati, scholamature, painters working outside the courts. Eventually conquered in the north by the Jin, the Song continued to rule south of the Huai River until 1279, when Kublai Khan united China once again, but under the divisive rule of the Mongol Yuan dynasty. Silver bottle, Tang dynasty. Western influences, such as Persian techniques and design, were noticeable during the Tang period, 618 to 907. Silver, height 20 centimeters. Museum of Fine Arts, Boston, Massachusetts, U.S. East Asia. Tang dynasty, 618 to 907. Under the Tang dynasty, musicians, poets, and artists enjoyed imperial patronage and Chinese culture prospered. The adoption of Buddhism led to the building of temples, pagodas, and tombs, decorated with wall and silk paintings, and containing ceramic figures and pots, and emperors attracted the finest artists and craftsmen to their courts. Taizong, reigned 626–49, employed the two brothers Enlide and Yan Liben, who revitalized the art of figure painting, but the height of Tang art was reached under Xuanzong, reigned 712–56. His court at Chang'an included the great poet and artist Wang Wei, and attracted the most prominent painters of the day such as the traditional figure painters Wu Dozi and Han Gan, and also a group of artists including Li Xixuan, Li Dao Dao, and Wang Mo, who were responsible for establishing the landscape as an important genre in Chinese art. Groom with horses Han Gan sponsored by Wang Wei, Han Gan became the foremost painter of the Tang court. He painted many portraits and figure paintings, but was best known for his sensitive portrayals of horses. 8th century, watercolor on paper, Musée Sonuski, Paris, France. The court instructors writing the admonitions, Gu Kaiji. The 4th century artist Gu Kaiji was revered as the greatest of all painters by scholars in the Tang period, and inspired many figure painters of the time. Most famous of his paintings was the series of illustrations for Zhang Hua's parody The Admonitions of the Instructress to the Court Ladies, of which this is an 8th century copy. British Museum, London, UK. Emperor Wudi of Northern Zhou Dynasty, the 13 Emperors, Yan Liben as a government official and portrait artist in Emperor Taizong's court. Yan Liben painted a number of important historical figures. The best known, a hand scroll depicting 13 emperors from the Han to Sui dynasties, follows the tradition of figure painting established by Gu Kaiji. C 600-673, ink and color on silk, 51.3 by 531 centimeters, Museum of Fine Arts, Boston, Massachusetts, U.S. Song Dynasty, 960-1279. After Xuanzong's abdication in 756, China was not reunited until the Song Dynasty. At first governed from the north, it was less expansionist than previous dynasties, devoting more energy to culture. International trade prompted advances in the crafts, especially ceramics, and the imperial courts attracted artists such as Dong Yuan, Guixi, and Zhu Ran, whose elegant landscapes became very different from the painting of contemporary Taoist literati. He Jin invasion drove the Song south to Linan, modern Hangzhou, where Gaozong founded the Southern Song dynasty, 1127–1279. Landscape painting developed in this era, led by Ma Yuan and Xia Gui, into a more atmospheric, gentler style than that of the Northern Song. Wintry groves and layered banks. Dong Yuan's elegant style was marked by carefully balanced composition using sophisticated perspective and a wide range of brushstrokes. C 950, hanging scroll, ink and color on silk, 181.5 x 116.5 centimeters, Kurakoa Institute of Ancient Cultures, Hyogo, Japan. Bare willows and distant mountains. Ma Yuan. The landscapes of Ma Yuan mark the high point of Southern Song painting. His unusual compositions based on diagonals earned him the nickname One Corner Ma. Ink and light color in silk, 23.8 x 24.2 cm, Museum of Fine Arts, Boston, U.S. Early spring Guixi. Many elements of his almost abstract compositions are shown in this work. Subtly different textures and brushstrokes emphasize the symbolic significance of the mountains and trees and give a three-dimensional feel. 1072, hanging scroll, ink and light colors on silk, 158 by 108 centimeters, National Palace Museum, Taipei, Taiwan. Yuan Dynasty, 1279–1368. Although the Mongol invasion under Kublai Khan reunited North and South China, the Yuan dynasty was nevertheless a foreign occupation. The empire stretched as far as Eastern Europe, bringing many new influences to the arts and revitalizing trade and crafts. But the Yuan were not great patrons of fine arts. Mongol discrimination against the Chinese meant only a few native artists worked under imperial patronage. A class of literati, including the four great late Hap Yuan masters Huang Gongwang, Wu Jin, and Aizan, and Wang Meng, rejected the Mongol rule and what they saw as its vulgar influence, and instead developed a more allegorical style of landscape painting in the Chinese tradition. Rebellions after Kublai Khan's death led to the overthrow of the Yuan, and the succeeding Ming dynasty was more appreciative of native Chinese art. Landscape and eyes on this artist refused to work under the Mongol rulers. He painted landscapes almost exclusively, often in an austere monochrome, tending to abstraction in which balance of composition was of prime importance. Pen and ink on paper, Osaka City Museum, Japan. Horse and groom in winter Zhao Mingfu after the Mongol invasion. Zhao was one of the few court artists. Horses, important to the Mongol way of life, often feature in his paintings, whose archaic style was influenced by Chinese art history. Ink on paper, National Palace Museum, Taipei, Taiwan. Dwelling in the Fujian Mountains Huang Gongwang after serving as a court official and being wrongfully imprisoned for misconduct, Huang Gongwang became a Taoist priest. He retreated to the Fujian Mountains where, rejecting the Yuan Emperor's style, he painted some of his finest landscapes in ink on paper with brushstrokes akin to calligraphy. 1347 to 1350, hand scroll, ink on paper, height 33 centimeters, National Palace Museum, Taipei, Taiwan. Starting around 2,800 years ago, the peoples of Central and South America developed civilizations that were among the most artistically advanced cultures in the world at that time. Their buildings and artistic works still inspire us today. The two main areas for the development of civilizations in the Americas were the valleys and plains of southern Mexico and Guatemala in the center, and the central Andes of Peru in the south. All the civilizations were culturally advanced, producing a wide range of buildings, stonework, pottery, textiles, and goldwork. Central America. The civilizations of Central America developed out of the Olmec culture that flourished around the coastline of the Gulf of Mexico from 1700-400 SC. It was the Olmecs who first built ceremonial platforms and temple pyramids, carved large stone sculptures, and developed an early form of glyphic, or picture, writing, and a ritual calendar. Such works were part of a religion that placated the gods through offerings and eased the sufferings of daily life through worship. Both the city-state of Teotihuacan in central Mexico and the Maya of the Yucatan Peninsula developed from Olmec culture. The Maya went on to create the only complete writing system in pre-Columbian America. South America. It is difficult to date the early civilizations of the Central Andes region, but the first, the Chavin, with its temple complex of Chavin Huantar, which was located in Peru, was well established by about 850 SC. The Moche and then Nazca peoples succeeded them, both leaving a rich artistic legacy of temples, pottery, and textiles. Avenue of the Dead. The main avenue of the city of Teotihuacan in Mexico runs north-south through the city. On the left is the imposing Pyramid of the Sun, measuring 57 meters in height. Central and South America. Chavin, Peru, c. 1300 c. 200 BC. There has always been debate about the Chavin culture of the eastern Andes in Peru, but most historians believe that the civilization began in the coastal regions around 1300 NC and then spread to the highlands, reaching its culmination in the temple complex of Chavin de Huantar after 850 BC. The stone block temple faces out over a large sunken plaza while a staircase leads down to a sunken circular court lined with stone blocks carved with jaguars and other creatures. The outside walls of the temple feature carved heads of gods, the only works of three-dimensional sculpture in the temple. Canals once ran through the temple, providing water for ritual purposes. Raimondi stone Chavin deities adopt the features of tropical forest creatures, in this case the jaguar, carved on a standing stone. For 60-300 SC, stone, height 2 m, Museo Nacional de Antropología y Arqueología, Lima, Peru. Moche, Peru, coast c. 600 c. The Moche people of northern coastal Peru built up a substantial civilization based on the city of Moche, near modern-day Trujillo in Peru. The enormous Huaca del Sol, or Pyramid of the Sun, dominated the valley. Built of adobe, mud bricks, it now measures 40 meters high and 350 meters long, although it was much bigger when it was built. Opposite Atisti's smaller Pyramid of the Moon. The two pyramids being the focus of Moche religion. The Moche were skilled potters, textile workers, and goldsmiths. They decorated their ceramics with high-relief modeling, low-relief stamping, and scenes painted onto flat surfaces. Most vessels were handcrafted, although some were made in molds, showing a wide variety of shapes and decorative styles. These craftsmen also produced hundreds of portrait heads like the one pictured. They are unique in that every face is completely different. Most ceramic vessels often had a stirrup spout through which to pour out the liquid, and depicted either most men, as in this case, or the heads of deities. Ceramic Museo del Banco Central de Reserva, Lima, Peru. Maya. Yucatan, 300 to 900 CE. The Maya rose to prominence around 530 CE. In pre-Columbian America, they were the only people to construct a fully literate and numerate culture. They were based in the Yucatan and Petén Peninsula of southern Mexico and Guatemala, but their impact was felt throughout the wider region. The Maya lived in a series of city-states, of which Tikal, at more than 16 square kilometers, was one of the greatest. They constructed tall, limestone temple pyramids faced with limestone stucco and decorated with sculptures and carvings. Later buildings were horizontal and colonnaded. The Maya were also skilled wall painters, using bright colors, elaborate detailing, and an individual creativity by the artist when drawing figures that kept within the conventions of officially commissioned art. Temple of the Jaguar, one of 5 temples in the ceremonial heart of Tikal. The Jaguar Temple stands in the middle of the complex and has 9 terraces. Causeways and ramps link these temples to other outlying temples. 700s, 800 CE stone, height 161 m, Tikal, Guatemala. Wall painting. The murals of Bonampak cover all 4 walls of a small building built by a Maya king. They depict a warring expedition that captured and killed their prisoners while the king performed ritual honors to the gods. C776C stucco, Bonampak, Chiapas, Mexico. Carved lintel from Temple 23, Yaxcalan the ruler, shield jaguar, watches while his wife, Lady Zak, passes a rope of thorns through her tongue. Bloodletting was practiced by all Mayan rulers. 726 CE stone, British Museum, London, UK. Nazca. Nazca, 400 BC 600 CE. The Nazca people of the coastal deserts of southern Peru established a centralized state based around towns and ceremonial centers. Their art, often linked to religion, included delicate polychromatic pottery decorated with decorative motifs. At first, these were mainly naturalistic representations but included mythic figures and zoomorphic subjects. Later pots became less experimental in design and were decorated with warlike themes. The most extraordinary artworks were cut out of the neighboring desert by removing the dark surface gravel to reveal the lighter colored earth. Underneath, the gravel and stones piled along the edges. The lines can only be appreciated properly from the air. Hummingbird. The famous lines in the desert depicting animals, birds, and flowers, as well as straight lines and various geometric and abstract forms, cover more than 500 square kilometers. 200 ACE, 600 CE, earth drawings, Nazca, Peru. Mantle. Nazca weavers decorated their textiles with repeating geometric or naturalistic figures, often set within a differently colored border. They used a variety of skills, including embroidery, brocading, needlework, and lace work. 600 CE, cotton and camelid fiber, 300 x 162 centimeters, Brooklyn Museum of Art, U.S. Teotihuacan, Mexico, C50 C 600 C. For almost 600 years, the city of Teotihuacan ruled over Mexico and the wider Mesoamerican region. At its height, the city contained perhaps 125,000 people, making it among the largest in the world at that time. The city was dominated by the 70-meter, four-tiered pyramid of the sun built over a natural cave that ended in a chamber near the center of the pyramid. The exterior of the pyramid and other buildings were covered with white plaster painted with red or polychrome mythical scenes. Artisans also worked obsidian, a volcanic glass-like rock, to make tools and cutlery as well as to use iron masks and other artifacts. Anthropomorphic mask. Mask makers of Teotihuacan used a variety of natural materials to create their life-size images. The masks may have been attached to mummies and might have been portraits rather than simply human representations. Stone, turquoise, obsidian, coral, shell, 30 by 24 centimeters, Museo Nacional de Antropología, Mexico City, Mexico. Two styles of architecture and art dominated Western Europe after 1000. The first was Romanesque, succeeded gradually during the 1100s by the New Gothic style, which looped in some places until well into the 16th century. The terms Romanesque and Gothic were originally applied only to architecture, and although they are still used mainly in this field, they have been extended to cover other arts of their respective periods. The two styles spread all over Europe, taking on many different national and local variations as they did so. Romanesque. As the name suggests, Romanesque architecture revived certain features of ancient Roman art, especially its sheer ambition. Romanesque buildings are often immense, expressing a new confidence following a period when Western Christendom had been threatened with destruction. Large-scale sculpture similarly was revived, and painting and the minor arts also flourished. Chartres Cathedral begun in 1194. Chartres is the greatest of the French Gothic cathedrals, famous for its sculpture and stained glass as well as for its architecture shown here. Gothic. Whereas Romanesque architecture is massive and often overpoweringly austere, Gothic architecture at its most characteristic is soaringly graceful, based on a new skeletal system of construction that enabled large windows to take the place of solid areas of wall. In painting and sculpture too, art of the Gothic period is typically refined, with figures often having elongated proportions and a sense of flowing elegance. Like Romanesque art, Gothic art was used predominantly in the service of the Christian Church, although it also had secular expressions, particularly when it developed into the courtly style known as International Gothic. Current events. 910 The Benedictine Abbey of Cluny in Burgundy, France, is established, initiating a period of monastic reform throughout Europe. 962 Otto is crowned Roman Emperor by the Pope in Rome, setting up the Holy Roman Empire as the main temporal power in Western Europe. 1066 William of Normandy invades and conquers England. 1346-51 Black Death, plague, devastates Europe, killing perhaps 1/3 of the total population. Romanesque and Gothic art. Giselbertus. Active first half of 12th century. Most Romanesque art is of anonymous workmanship, but the names of a few artists have survived, notably the great sculptor Giselbertus, who worked in the Burgundy region of France around 1125. Nothing is recorded about his life or personality, but his name is known because he signed his masterpiece, The Last Judgment, at Autun Cathedral. Other sculpture at the cathedral is obviously by the same hand, and on the strength of these works, he is regarded as one of the giants of medieval art. His style is imaginative and emotionally intense, with an expressive use of distortion that is typical of Romanesque art. The Last Judgment fills the tympanum, decorative semicircular area, over the west doorway, the main entrance of Autun Cathedral. In addition, Giselbertus carved about 60 capitals, the topmost part of columns, inside the cathedral and decoration for the north doorway. This doorway has been destroyed, but fragments of the sculpture survive, including a famous reclining nude figure of Eve. Giselbertus must have had assistance when working on such large commissions, but all the carving at Autun is so distinctive and of such high quality that they were presumably involved only in fairly menial capacities. The Last Judgment, the awe-inspiring image of Christ, depicted much larger in scale than all the other figures, dominates the tympanum on the west portal. He is shown separating the blessed, on the left-hand side, from the damned, on the right. 1125-35 Stone, Cathedral of Saint Lazare, Autun, France. Clos Luc. Inscription: The sculptor prominently signed his name beneath the figure of Christ, Giselbertus hoc facit. Gilbert made this. High relief below the main scene are figures of the blessed being resurrected, left, and the damned being chased to hell. They are carved in high relief, at times almost detached from the background. Eve, the lintel of the now destroyed north doorway of the cathedral, showed the temptation and fall. This figure of Eve is unique in medieval art, for it houses her in large scale as a reclining nude. See 1125-35 Stone, Musée Rollin, Autun, France. Nicholas of Verdun. Active late 12th, early 13th century. During the Romanesque and Gothic periods, There was no hierarchy dividing the major arts of painting and sculpture from what are now sometimes described as the minor arts, such as metalwork. Indeed, work in precious materials had great prestige, especially when it was used in the creation of prominent art for the church. One of the most notable artists who produced such work, incorporating classical and natural elements, was the goldsmith and enameler Nicholas of Verdun. Nothing is known of his life, apart from the fact that, as his name indicates, he came from Verdun in France. There are 2 signed works by him, both still in the churches for which he made them: the Klosterneuburg altar, finished 1181 and originally made to decorate; a pulpit in Klosterneuburg Abbey, near Vienna; and the Shrine of the Virgin Mary, 1205, which is in Tournai Cathedral, Belgium. Shrine of the Virgin Mary. Tournai Cathedral is dedicated to the Virgin Mary, and this shrine was made to contain relics relating to her, although these no longer exist. It is decorated with various scenes relating to Mary and Jesus. 1205. Gold and other materials, 78 by 88 centimeters, Cathedral de Notre Dame, Tournai, Belgium. He Klosterneuburg altar. The altar is the greatest piece of enamel work of the Middle Ages. Enamel is a glassy substance that is fused to a metallic background by means of intense heat. It can create brilliant color effects. 1181, Gold and Enamel, Klosterneuburg Monastery, Austria. Cielo Biblical scenes. The altarpiece shows the complex relationship between various scenes from the Old and the New Testament. Vigorous design animals, such as this donkey, as well as human figures, are described by Nicholas of Verdun with engaging vitality. Different colored enamels are used with great effect to tell the biblical stories, this one showing the Nativity. And Myosin School. Meuse Valley, c. 1125 to c. 1200. Mosin refers to the river Meuse, which flows through parts of France, Belgium, and the Netherlands. During the 12th century, art flourished in the Meuse Valley, especially in the area around Liège, and it is to this that the phrase, Mosin School, is applied. Mosin artists were particularly renowned for their lavish metalwork and enamel work, but other skills, including ivory carving and manuscript illumination, also developed in the area, which was very prosperous at this time. Several leading Mosin artists are known by name, notably Nicholas of Verdun. Although Mosin art comes within the broader category of Romanesque art, it has certain distinct features, particularly in the treatment of the human figure. Instead of the free use of distortion and exaggeration found in much Romanesque art, work of the Mosin school has an almost classical dignity in its figure style. Cross attributed to Godefroy de Huy. Godefroy was famous in his time as a goldsmith, but attributions to him are highly speculative. C. 1130-50, Gold, Enamel, and Other Materials, British Museum, London, UK. Gothic stained glass. C. 1150-1500. Stained glass was first used on an extensive scale during the Romanesque period, but it really came of age in the Gothic era, when it was one of the glories of medieval art. As the Gothic style matured and glass-making technology improved, church windows grew to huge size, encouraging stained glass designers to develop their art. It flourished particularly in France, but also in other countries of Northern and Western Europe, not least England. It was of comparatively marginal importance in Italy, where the Gothic style was never fully assimilated and wall painting remained the primary form of church decoration. The cathedrals of Chartres and Canterbury are among the buildings that are especially renowned for their glass. Early Gothic stained glass has a magnificent grandeur and boldness, with strong, pure colors, but from the 15th century it tended to imitate the effects of painting, gaining in subtlety but often losing in vigor. Seen from the life of St. Thomas of Becket, he murders of Archbishop Thomas of Becket in 1170 in his own cathedral turned Canterbury into a pilgrimage site. The windows in the Trinity Chapel behind the high altar depict scenes from his life. C. 1220, Stained Glass, Trinity Chapel, Canterbury Cathedral, UK. Noah's Ark. This is part of a large window depicting the Old Testament story of Noah and the flood. C. 1200-20, Stained Glass, Chartres Cathedral, France. Italian art of the late 13th and 14th centuries differs fundamentally from that produced elsewhere in Europe at the time. While art in other countries was predominantly of anonymous authorship, in Italy there were numerous painters and sculptors who are known by name and who left a body of documented or firmly attributed works. Italy at this time was not a unified country, but was made up of a number of small states. It was much more urbanized than other parts of Europe, and the major cities competed in many ways, including artistic patronage. They wanted their churches and civic buildings to be bigger and better than those of their rivals, and they wanted to have them decorated by the best available artists. Origins and influences. Various currents flowed through Italian art in the early 14th century, including influences from the Gothic style, which was dominant in most of Europe, and from Byzantine culture. Constantinople, Byzantium, was captured by Crusaders in 1204, and this increased the contact between Italian and Byzantine art. In the later 14th century, however, the austere otherworldliness of Byzantine art began to be softened by a new naturalism and humanity, looking forward to the Renaissance. Subjects. Religion was a major inspiration to artists at this time. Altarpieces and church frescoes were the dominant forms in painting, and sculptural types included pulpits and statues of saints. However, secular subjects were beginning to emerge, notably in the decoration of civic buildings such as town halls. Style and techniques. During this period, Italian painters established ways of working that endured for centuries. The two standard techniques of painting were tempera, in which the colors are mixed with egg, and fresco. Tempera was used on wooden panels, and fresco is a method of wall painting in which paint is applied to fresh wet plaster. Many artists were masters of both techniques. In sculpture, the materials for the most prestigious works were marble and bronze. Sometimes the bronze was gilded, covered with a thin layer of gold, an expensive and time-consuming process. St. John baptizing. This gilded bronze panel from a set of doors by Andrea Pisano was designed around 1330 to 36 for the Florence Baptistry, a commission expressing great civic pride. Early Italian art. Nicola and Giovanni Pisano. Nicola, Via Puglia, c. 1220, di Pisa, c. 1278-84, Giovanni B. Pisa, c. 1245-50, di Siena, c. 1314-19. Nicola and Giovanni Pisano, father and son, were the first great personalities in the history of Italian sculpture. They are often seen as counterparts of their near contemporary Giotto, see page 86, in painting, even though their work was not quite so momentous as his. They occasionally worked together but mainly had separate commissions. These included a series of 4 magnificent pulpits, 2 by Nicola and 2 by Giovanni, in the baptistry at Pisa, 1259, Siena Cathedral, 1265-68, s. Andrea, Pistoia, 1300-2001, and Pisa Cathedral, 1302-10. The first of these is Nicola's masterpiece, showing a strength and dignity that reflects the influence of ancient Roman sculpture. Giovanni's style was more emotional and energetic than his father's and sometimes had a Gothic elegance. In addition to his pulpits, his work included the rich sculptural decoration of the facade of Siena Cathedral, of which he was also the architect. Adoration of the Magi. One of the 6 reliefs around Nicola's pulpit shows the 3 kings worshipping Jesus. The Virgin Mary has the dignity and grandeur of a Roman noblewoman as she holds up the baby to the kings, while their horses look on. 1259 Marble, pulpit height 4.6 m, baptistry Pisa, Italy. Pulpit. Giovanni's pulpit is similar in basic format to his father's in the nearby baptistry. But the style of the carving is a total contrast, crowded and dynamic where Nicola's is sweaty and serene. 1302-10 Marble, height 4.6 m, Pisa Cathedral, Italy. Cielo Asiaraic. Massacre of the Innocents. King Herod presides over his order to kill all the male infants in Bethlehem. Below him is a scene of horrific violence. Virgin and Child. Giovanni carved this sculpture for the Scrovegni Chapel, where Giotto painted his famous fresco cycle, see page 86. Mother and baby hold each other's gaze with a tenderness quite different from that typical medieval portrayal, in which symbolic gesture was more important than human feeling. See 1305 Marble, Scrovegni Chapel, Padua, Italy. Cimabue. Active Tuscany. 1272 to 1302. Cimabue, Isa nickname meaning ox head, perhaps indicating that the artist had an aggressive personality. His real name is Sanity Pepe. Very little is known of his life and works, but he was probably the leading Italian painter in the generation before Giotto, and he may well have been Giotto's teacher, as early sources suggest. In one of these sources, Giorgio Vasari's Lives of the Artists, 1550, he is described as the first Italian painter to break with Byzantine tradition. The works that are usually attributed to him include a magnificent panel of the Madonna enthroned, c. 1280-90, painted for the Church of Santa Trinita, Florence. Madonna enthroned. Cimabue gives the Madonna a tender humanity, and the prophets below are individualized to a degree not previously seen in Byzantine art. c. 1280-90. Tempera on panel, 390 x 220 cm, Uffizi, Florence, Italy. Cielo Esiariac. Angels. The angel's gold halo set off the Madonna's blue robe. The gold would have glinted in the light off the church for which this altarpiece was made. The solemn expressions follow Byzantine tradition, but their ice and elegance and a delicacy of touch that is personal. Ambrogio and Pietro Lorenzetti. Ambrogio, active Siena, 1320 to 45. Pietro, active Siena, 1319 to 48. These two brothers were among the leading Sienese painters of their time. They sometimes collaborated but mainly worked independently. Both may have died in an epidemic of the plague in 1348. Most of their work is on religious subjects, but there is one great exception: Ambrogio's fresco cycle on good and bad government, 1338 to 39, in Siena's Palazzo Pubblico, Town Hall. This is one of the most original works of its time in all European art, showing remarkable panoramic views of town and country, with many beautifully observed details of contemporary life. The frescoes occupy 3 walls of the large room where the councillors who governed Siena held their meetings. Good government in the city. This is part of one of the side walls of the council's meeting room. It moves seamlessly into a scene depicting good government in the country beyond the city wall on the right of the picture. 1338 to 39, fresco, overall length 14 m, Sala della Pace, Palazzo Pubblico, Siena, Italy. Cielo Esir. People at work to show how well ordered the city is. Bustling citizens are busily at one work everywhere, even on the rooftops. These human figures also give a sense of scale to the magnificent architectural panorama of Siena. Duccio di Buoninsegna. The Unknown, di Siena, 1318-19. Duccio was the greatest and most influential of all Sienese painters. His flowing draftsmanship and wonderfully subtle and expressive coloring inspired followers for generations. There is only one surviving work that is fully documented as his, but this is one of the supreme masterpieces of Italian art, a huge double-sided altarpiece, finished 1311, painted for Siena Cathedral T. His central scene on the front is known as the Maesta, Majesty, and there are numerous smaller front and back panels, mainly showing scenes from Christ's life. Most of the altarpiece survives in Siena Cathedral's museum, but a few panels are lost or have been dispersed to collections outside Italy. Reverse side of the Maesta. The back of the main panel shows 26 scenes from the life of Christ. The 11 here are on the left-hand side of the altarpiece. They include the entry of Christ into Jerusalem on the bottom left, and next to it, Jesus washing the feet of the disciples and the Last Supper. Completed 1311, Tempera on panel, Museo dell'Opera del Duomo, Siena, Italy. Madonna enthroned / the central panel of Maesta altarpiece. Duxshelters the Byzantine tradition, with expressive glances rather than stylized faces, and fluid instead of stiff drapery. Around the base of the throne is an inscription: Holy Mother of God, be the cause of peace to Siena, and of life to Duccio because he has painted you thus. Completed 1311, Tempera on panel, 213 by 396 centimeters, Museo dell'Opera del Duomo, Siena, Italy. Cielo Esiariac. Composition. That symmetrical structure focuses the eye on the centrally placed Madonna and Child. They are the largest figures, because they are the most important. Saints and angels are ranked on either side. Giotto. be called di Vespignano? Near Florence, c. 1270, d. Florence, 1337. The Florentine painter and architect, Giotto di Bondone, trained under Cimabue, but going further than his master, he replaced the Byzantine art tradition with a degree of naturalism. Giotto rediscovered how to make a flat surface look three-dimensional, using artistic devices that had been forgotten since the classical Greek world. However, achieving the illusion of space, through perspective and light and shade, was not an end in itself for Giotto. Realism was merely the tool he used for his greatest innovation, telling a story with all its human pathos and drama. Giotto's realism was appreciated in his own lifetime, and he was famous and sought after throughout Italy. Despite the plague ravaging 14th century Florence and much of Europe, Italian art never looked the same after Giotto, and his influence was carried all over Europe by Simone Martini and others. Scrovegni Chapel. This chapel was commissioned by a local banker, Enrico Scrovegni, and stands next to Hispalis in Padua. Giotto's frescoes filled interior. 1305 to 2006, Padua, Italy. The Nativity. Giotto uses vivid color to make the story of the birth of Christ come alive. The robe of Joseph, who is seated in the foreground, is intense yellow in its shadows and lightened with white for highlights. C. 1305, fresco, Scrovegni Chapel, Padua, Italy. Adoration of the Magi. All the action in this scene takes place in the foreground, which makes the viewer feel like a participant, worshipping the Christ child along with the kings. The rounded figures look as solid as sculpture. C. 1305, fresco, Scrovegni Chapel, Padua, Italy. Crucifix. Emotion and suffering were part of the Byzantine symbolism that Giotto inherited. Christ has a look of dignified resignation, and his greenish death pallor contrasts with the blood coming from the wound in his chest. Crucifixes like this one were hung high up in churches so that all the congregation could see them. C. 1312, tempera on panel, Higient 57 Santa Mara Novella, Florence, Italy. The Lamentation of Christ. Giotto is the composition to bring out the poignancy of this scene, in which Christ's mother and followers mourn over his dead body. The ridge swoops down from right to left, and John the Baptist's arms swept back contribute to the downward thrust towards the prostrate figure of Christ. The single tree is a medieval symbol of death, and may also represent the tree of knowledge in the Garden of Eden. C. 1305, fresco, Scrovegni Chapel, Padua, Italy. Simone Martini. B. Siena? 1284, d'Avignon, 1344. Simone Martini probably trained under Duccio, and like his master, he is one of the greatest Sienese painters. His most famous work is the Annunciation, 1333, which he was commissioned to make for Siena Cathedral to partner Duccio's Maesta, 1311. The Annunciation is normally jointly assigned to Simone and his brother-in-law, Lippo Memmi. Simone shared Duccio's interest in colorful pattern, but his style was more Gothic than Byzantine. The delicate grace and decorative detail of the Annunciation appealed to the French, and he spent the last 10 years of his life working in Avignon. Here, his work paved the way for the international Gothic style, adopted by French and other European manuscript illuminators and painters. The Annunciation, flanked by two local patron saints of Siena, the angel Gabriel tells a hesitant Mary that she is to be visited by the Holy Ghost, the dove in the center, and will become the mother of God's Son, Jesus Christ. 1333, tempera on panel, 300 by 270 centimeters, Uffizi, Florence, Italy. Cielo Asiaraic. Angel Gabriel. The words from the Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with you. In Latin stream mingled from Gabriel's mouth, and further words from the Hail Mary, a key prayer of Catholicism, are written in the hem of his robes. Gabriel holds an olive branch, a symbol of peace. Saint Martin shares his cloak with a beggar. This scene of generosity is part of a fresco cycle on the life of the saint. Simone gives the action a contemporary castle entrance setting. 1326, fresco, Lower Church of S. Francesco, Assisi, Italy. Closer, okay. The angels. While the earthbound figures are frozen in anguish, the angels move freely in the sky. However, their faces mirror the grief below. Each angel has an expression as individual as its pose, and all of them lead the eye to Mary and Jesus. Mother and son, the emotional weight of the tableau is off-center, in the grief-stricken features of the Virgin Mary as she sees her son for the last time. The haggard strain on her face contrasts with the deathly calm on his, especially as she is awkwardly hunched over for this close caress. Jewel-bright colors, slender, elongated figures in elaborate costumes, and nature observed and recorded in minute detail all characterize the charmed world of International Gothic. Artists of the time blended elements from Italy and Northern Europe into a sophisticated idiom. Origins and influences. The term, International Gothic, describes a medley of trends that affected the art of various countries in the period from about 1380 to 1430. Elegance of pose and gesture typical of the Gothic style of Northern Europe were combined with a new interest in naturalistic detail. Such fashions were spread by the increased mobility of artists and by the rivalry between courts in making extravagant displays of wealth. Subjects. Religion continued to be the mainstay of art in this period, but secular subjects increased in importance, for example in the manuscript illuminations of the Limburg brothers. Although the books they created were nominally religious, they contain a wealth of beautifully observed detail of the everyday world. Style and techniques. International Gothic art is often conspicuously luxurious, created for rich and sophisticated patrons who appreciated beautiful craftsmanship. The Wilton diptych and Adoration of the Magi, for example, make abundant use of gold leaf and are painted with exquisite sensitivity. There is also often a strong element of fantasy, as in the architectural background of Pisanello's St. George rescuing the Princess of Trebizond. Portrait medal of Gian Francesco Gonzaga by Pisanello. The solidity and clarity exemplify Renaissance values, but the delicate observation of plants is typical of International Gothic. International Gothic art. Pisanello. B. Pisa? C. 1394. Drome? 1455. Tantalizingly, little remains of the frescoes and panel paintings of Antonio Pisano, nicknamed Pisanello. The Little Pisan. He and Gentile da Fabriano were Italy's leading international Gothic artists, and they collaborated on frescoes in the Doge's Palace in Venice. Unfortunately, these have not survived. Pisanello worked in various other cities in Italy, including the northern courts of Ferrara, ruled by the Este family, and Mantua, ruled by the Gonzagas. In addition to being an outstanding painter, Pisanello is notable as the inventor and perhaps the finest of all exponents of the portrait medal. He was also a superb draftsman, and many of his drawings of animals survive. The accuracy of his studies shows that scrutiny of nature could sit side by side with the courtly, gem-like style of painting. Portrait of a Lady. There are many romantic theories about this painting. The sitter could be Ginevra d'Este, identified by the juniper, Junipero in Italian, on her shoulder. In folklore, it was said to protect against early death. She died in 1439, aged 22. Rumor had it after being poisoned by her husband, Sigismondo Malatesta, Lord of Rimini. C. 1436-38. Oil on panel, 43 by 30 centimeters, Louvre, Paris. Guinea fowl. Pisanello's drawings include many lively studies of birds and other animals. Pen and ink and watercolor on paper, Louvre, Paris, France. St. George rescuing the Princess of Trebizond. This is one of only 2 surviving frescoes documented as Pisanello's work. The golden-haired St. George has dismounted after slaying the dragon that held the princess captive. She is seen in profile, wearing all her royal splendor. Originally, his armor and her train would have sparkled with gold and silver, but it has been damaged by water seepage. C. 1433-38, fresco, San Anastasia, Verona, Italy. Gentile da Fabriano. B. Fabriano, c. 1385, di Rome, 1427. Along with Pisanello, Gentile is the most renowned Italian painter to exemplify International Gothic. Little of his work has survived, however, and his reputation largely rests on one piece, The Adoration of the Magi, 1423, a large altarpiece made for the Strozzi Chapel in the Church of S. Trinita in Florence. Within its elaborate, pinnacled frame, A cavalcade follows the three kings to worship the newly born Jesus in the left foreground. A golden light unifies the painting, complementing the gilt frame, tooled halos, and embroidered patterns on the king's robes. Gentile's blend of naturalistic light and decorative detail influenced later painters, such as Jacopo Bellini and Fra Angelico. Adoration of the Magi. The kings in the foreground represent old age, kneeling, middle age, bowing, and youth, standing. Behind the standing king is Palestrozzi, the Florentine banker who commissioned the work. 1423, Tempera on panel, 303x282 cm, Uffizi, Florence, Italy. Cielo Asiaraic. The Nativity. The predella, the three in panels below the central image, shows further episodes from Christ's infancy. Gentile uses light rather than line to show form. The light also has a symbolic element. It comes from the baby Jesus himself. The flight into Egypt. The central predella panel. Mary carries Jesus on a donkey through a Tuscan-style landscape. Fra Angelico repeated this composition 30 years later. Paul, Herman, and Jean de Limbourg. Active 1402-16. The Limbourg brothers were Netherlandish manuscript illuminators, and their work is the epitome of the international Gothic style. The colors are bright, with lavish use of blue and gold. The detail is naturalistic and minute, probably painted with the aid of a magnifying glass. Figures are gracefully elongated. The nobility wear fantastic finery, while peasants work the fields. The brothers' main patron was Jean, Duc de Berry, a great manuscript collector for whom they produced 2 illuminated books of hours, selections of prayers and readings. They contain illustrations of various types, but the most remarkable are the full-page depictions of the months in the second book, the Tres Riches Ars. All 3 brothers died in the same year, 1416, probably of the plague, leaving the Tres Riches Ars unfinished. It was completed by the French illuminator Jean Colombi about 70 years later. December. Hunting wild boars / Enthus page from the Tres Riches Ars. A swathe of trees separates the foreground hunt from the background towers. Signs of the zodiac appear at the top of each page devoted to a month. 1411-16, gouache on parchment, 23x14 cm, Musée Condé, Chantilly, France. Master of the Wilton diptych. Dates unknown. The Wilton diptych gets its name from Wilton House in Wiltshire, England, where it was in the collection of the Earls of Pembroke for more than 2 centuries before being bought by the National Gallery in 1929. It is one of the most famous and beautiful paintings of its time, but nothing is known of its origins, and the identity, and even the nationality, of the artist is unknown. Almost certainly, however, it was painted for King Richard, of England, reigned 1377-99, for his personal use. Small hinged altarpieces like this could be closed like a book, carried on travels, and opened up when the owner wanted to pray. The unidentified artist who created this radiant masterpiece was most likely English or French, but other nationalities have been suggested. The Wilton diptych backed by John the Baptist, carrying the Lamb, and 2 canonized former kings of England, Richard II kneels in front of Mary, Jesus, and a host of angels. C. 1395, Tempera on panel, each wing 53 by 37 centimeters, National Gallery, London, UK. The Renaissance, a revival of the cultural ideals of ancient Greece and Rome, flowered during the 15th and 16th centuries in Europe. Based on a new scientific spirit of observation, painting and sculpture became more naturalistic and artists used perspective to portray a 3-dimensional world, rather than the spiritual space depicted by medieval artists. 15th and 16th. The Renaissance started in Italy, where wealthy bankers and merchants commissioned paintings, sculptures, and frescoes for churches and palaces. Figures in paintings became more realistic, and sculptures of the nude were based on anatomical study. The development of oil paint freed artists from the limitations of egg tempera and enabled them to experiment with layers of color. In Flanders and Germany, Artists produced masterful altarpieces and realistic portraits. Landscape became a new genre, with nature depicted in minute detail. In the 1520s, the classical harmony of the high Renaissance began to break down as mannerism emerged. This was a sophisticated style in which poses, colors, and perspective were exaggerated. Art also blossomed in the Far East during this period. Under the Ming Dynasty in China, artists painted vast landscapes, flower and bird compositions, and narrative paintings using ink wash and calligraphy. In Japan, evocative ink paintings and screens featuring scenes on gold backgrounds showed the influence of Zen philosophy. Centuries. For the first time since classical antiquity, painting gave a convincing illusion of three dimensions, with solid-looking figures set in a unified space. The figures have noble proportions and features and show believable emotions. While Florentines approached art intellectually, Venetians reveled in the luscious color of oil paint. Origins and influences. Renaissance means rebirth, and the idea stems from the 14th century Italian poet Petrarch. He divided history into ages: the Golden Age of classical antiquity, the Dark Age after the Roman Empire collapsed, and his own modern age, when the values of antiquity were reborn. Although classical texts had in fact been important throughout the Middle Ages, Petrarch believed that he and his contemporaries had revived Greek and Roman ideals and thought after a period of cultural stagnation. Alongside an intellectual rebirth, the economy in the Italian city-states flourished. By 1400, merchants and bankers were the most powerful citizens. Unlike aristocrats who inherited their wealth and position, the new middle classes had achieved their status themselves. Instead of bowing to inevitable death and focusing on the afterlife, they took pride in their contribution to society in this life. Part of this involved a good education in classical law, rhetoric, and philosophy. This cultural shift was labeled humanism in the 19th century. Subjects. Christianity remained as strong as ever, and religious subjects were the most common themes in art. Some were highly critical of corruption in the Catholic Church, ultimately leading to the Protestant Reformation in the 16th century. From the mid-15th century, Cathedral Dome. Filippo Brunelleschi. The huge dome of Florence Cathedral, built from 1417 to 1436, was a remarkable feat of engineering and the most prominent symbol of the city's leadership in cultural affairs. Italian Renaissance. Timeline. Donatello's St. George looks like a purposeful young man, and his friend Masaccio's Holy Trinity has a powerful new sense of space. Piero's Dream added light for drama, while Botticelli's Venus reflected the culture of the Medici court. David, Mona Lisa, and the School of Athens of the high Renaissance giants Michelangelo, Leonardo, and Raphael show the realization of the naturalistic aims of their predecessors. Titian's Venus is a Venetian match for them. See 1413-17, Donatello, St. George. See 1425-28, Masaccio, Holy Trinity. See 1430-32, Fra Angelico, the Annunciation. See 1460, Piero della Francesca, The Dream of Constantine. 1485, Botticelli, The Birth of Venus. Schools. Throughout the 15th century, Florence was Italy's most innovative and productive art center, but in the 16th century, Rome and Venice rivaled it in importance. Several other leading cities, including Mantua, Milan, and Padua, had impressive artistic traditions, and numerous smaller places were significant, notably Urbino, which had a brief but brilliant cultural flowering. Florence. Florence is often described as the cradle of the Renaissance. In the early 15th century, it was home to a remarkable group of artists who brought about a revolution in style and set the agenda for much of what followed. Masaccio in painting, Donatello in sculpture, and Brunelleschi in architecture were the most influential of these figures. Brunelleschi revived the decorative vocabulary and lucid harmony of ancient Roman architecture, decisively breaking with the Gothic style, see page 82, while his friends Donatello and Masaccio brought a new naturalism to their respective arts. They and their successors flourished in a stimulating environment, for Florence was extremely prosperous and the bankers and merchants who created its wealth were often generous and competitive patrons of art, helping to create a constant flow of major commissions. The city was a republic, but from 1434 it was, in effect, ruled by the Medici family. Its members included several of the leading patrons of the age. Sandro Botticelli, Michelangelo, Benvenuto Cellini, and Agnolo Bronzino are among the host of illustrious artists who worked for them. Adam and Eve banished from paradise. Masaccio. Adam and Eve look like real people, distraught at being thrown out of Garden of Eden. Previously, the fall from grace had been presented more symbolically. See 1425-28, Fresco, Brancacci Chapel, Santa Maria del Carmine, Florence, Italy. Rome. For much of the early Renaissance, Rome was of secondary importance. Because of anarchic political conditions there, the papacy transferred its court to Avignon in France from 1309 to 1377, and it was not until the reign of Pope Martin V, 1417 to 31, that Rome began to stabilize and emerge from this bleak period. His successors included some notable patrons, who started rebuilding Rome and attracted major artists to the city. Giulio Romano is the only portraits reflected the new sense of self-worth. Patrons also collected art with mythological themes to enjoy at home. The Holy Family with a Lamb. Raphael. His early works included intimate and tender religious images like this. In Rome, his style became grander. 1507, oil and panel, 29x21 centimeters, Prado, Madrid, Spain. Style and techniques. Painting and sculpture became realistic, representing the living, visible world rather than, as in medieval art, symbolically portraying the heavenly realm. Discovery of the laws of perspective put art on a rational footing that showed mathematically calculated depth and wand proportion. Technically, the use of oil paint freed artists from the constraints of quick-drying egg tempera. Detail. He angel's sorrowful face with eyes cast down and tears running down his cheeks makes a poignant expression of bereavement. The Dead Christ supported by an angel. Antonello da Messina. The Sicilian artist's use of full paint to give a strong sense of atmosphere made an impact in Venice. See 1475-78, oil and panel, 74x51 centimeters, Prado, Madrid, Spain. Cur Orientevans. 1492 Florentine ruler Lorenzo de' Medici dies. Preacher Girolamo Savonarola takes advantage of the power vacuum, possibly influencing Michelangelo among others. Pagan works of art are burned in street bonfires. 1498 Savonarola is executed. After a brief spell as a republic, the Medici, absent since 1494, returned to power in Florence in 1512. 1527 in the sack of Rome, Holy Roman Emperor Charles V's troops and Protestant mercenaries loot the city's art treasures and murder many inhabitants. 1490, Lini, San Giobbe Peace. 1501 to 2004, Michelangelo, David. C. 1503-05, Leonardo da Vinci, Mona Lisa. C. 1509-11, David Raphael, The School of Athens. C. 1530, Correggio, Jupiter and Lo. C. 1538, Titian, Venus of Urbino. Outstanding artist of the period who was born there. The greatest of these papal patrons was Julius II, 1503-13, who began the rebuilding of St. Peter's Basilica, with Donato Bramante as his architect, and employed Michelangelo and Raphael on frescoes in the Vatican. These three artists, together with Leonardo da Vinci, were largely responsible for creating the grand, noble high Renaissance style. The Golden Age it represented ended when Rome was sacked by troops of the Emperor Charles V in 1527. By the end of the 16th century, the city had recovered and was the most important art center in the country. Venice. Venice was enormously wealthy because of maritime trade, but it lagged behind as an art center until the late 15th century, when it was transformed, largely through the work of Giovanni Bellini. He matched the skill of his Italian contemporaries, and also gave Venetian art a particular character, showing a concern with color and light that contrasted with the Florentine emphasis on line. Bellini ran a busy workshop and passed on his methods and ideals to his pupils and other painters of the next generation, including Giorgione and Titian. Other artists, notably Jacopo Tintoretto and Paolo Veronese, continued this age of Venetian painting almost to the end of the 16th century. Pieta Giovanni Bellini put Venice on the artistic map with the strength of his color and atmosphere, contrasting with the Florentine emphasis on line. C. 1505, oil and panel, 65 by 87 centimeters, Galleria dell'Accademia, Venice, Italy. Danae Titian loose brushwork and mellow color make Titian's retelling of classical myths soft and sensuous. Here Zeus seduces Danae in the guise of a shower of gold. C. 1554, oil and canvas, 135 x 152 centimeters, Kunsthistorisches Museum, Vienna, Austria. Lorenzo Ghiberti. B. Florence, c. 1380, D. Florence, 1455. Lorenzo Ghiberti Spraekthruffkameen 1401. When as a young and little-known goldsmith he defeated Brunelleschi, opposite, and 5 others in a competition set by the Cloth and Porters Guild of Florence. The prize was a commission to decorate the north doors of the city's baptistry, situated in front of the cathedral. The reliefs for the pair of bronze doors took him 23 years to complete. The result, closer to international Gothic than Renaissance in its elegant lines, rhythmic drapery, and detailed landscape, was so successful that the Guild commissioned a further pair of doors for the east entrance. Dubbed the Gates of Paradise by Michelangelo, they were ahead of their time for their clever spacing of figures within varying depths of relief. Ghiberti moved on from his Gothic roots in his designs for the second pair of doors. His later reliefs put him in the vanguard of the Renaissance use of perspective. While the doors took up most of Ghiberti's career, he claimed that few works of importance were made in our city that were not designed or devised by my hand. Indeed, some of the best artists of the day trained in his workshop. Lifeline. 1401. In his early 20s, wins commission to decorate the north doors of the baptistry in Florence. 1413-17 makes first of 3 large bronze statues of saints for the Orsanmisch. 1424 the completed north doors are hung. 1425 embarks on second pair of doors for the baptistry's east entrance. 1440 writes Commentarii, one of the first art history books and the first surviving autobiography of an artist. 1452 finishes east doors. In context. City guilds. By 1400, there were 7 main guilds in Florence, each representing a key trade or profession. They wielded great power, and only guild members could hold government office. Luckily for the arts, rivalry equals meant that the guilds vied to commission the best sculptors to decorate their buildings. All the guilds competed to decorate the niches of Orsan Michel, a combined guild hall, granary, and church near Florence Cathedral. Ghiberti was commissioned to make larger-than-life bronze statues of St. John the Baptist, St. Matthew, and St. Stephen. Portal for the Tailors and Drapers Guild, Museo di San Marco, Florence, Italy. North doors surrounded by a frieze of foliage. The 28 relief panels illustrate a cycle of New Testament subjects. Ghiberti's panels were modeled on Andrea Pisano's earlier doors for the baptistry. Each panel ISI in the Gothic shape of a catafalque, consisting of 4 lobes and points, a tricky space to fill. The decoration surrounding the panels incorporates the heads of prophets and sibyls, and Ghiberti's self-portrait. 1424, part gilded bronze, baptistry, Florence, Italy. Cielo Asiaraic. The Transfiguration, 9th panel. The disciples are shown falling to the ground as Christ reveals his divine nature, flanked by the prophets Moses and Elijah. Ghiberti uses the catafalque's lower lobes as a dividing point between the standing and prone figures. The sacrifice of Isaac. Ghiberti's winning entry for the design of the north doors was cast in one piece, except for the naked figure of Isaac. This use of metal was economical and unified the sculpture. Ghiberti uses the diagonal of the rocky landscape to separate and balance the subordinate attendants and their donkey and the key characters. The turning figures of Abraham and his son Isaac gracefully echo each other's movements. 1401 bronze, Bargello, Florence, Italy. Cain and Abel / End This Pain. From the east doors, Ghiberti uses subtle gradations of relief to suggest receding depth and represent different aspects of the story. Cain cudgels Abel to death with convincing brutality. Ghiberti has moved on from symbolic Gothic gestures. Completed 1452, gilded bronze, 52 by 45 centimeters, Baptistry, Florence, Italy. Filippo Brunelleschi. B. Florence, 1377. D. Florence, 1446. After Brunelleschi lost out to Ghiberti in the competition to design the doors to the Florence Baptistry in 1401, he devoted himself mainly to architecture. A former goldsmith, he is credited with discovering the mathematical laws of perspective. His mathematical skills and knowledge of Roman construction enabled him to design the vast dome of the Florence Cathedral, which spans 45 m without supports. His revival of Roman architectural forms shaped the Renaissance, and his perspective laws were soon applied to painting. Jacopo della Quercia. B. Siena, c. 1374, D. Siena, 1438. Jacopo hovers between the medieval and the classical. Heavy Gothic folds of drapery grow increasingly fluid, and the figures have a sense of volume and muscle that stems from Roman sources. The leading sculptor of the Sienese school, more conservative than trend-setting Florence, Jacopo worked in many Italian cities, often moving on before completing a commission. Jacopo was influenced by Donatello, and both contributed bronze reliefs for the marble font in the Siena Baptistry. Jacopo lagged behind schedule, and his Annunciation to Zacharias owed a debt to Donatello's already completed Feast of Herod in its portrayal of space and depth. His last work was a commission for a series of relief scenes from Genesis and Christ's Nativity for the doors of S. Petronio, Bologna. In the ultimate accolade, Michelangelo reinterpreted some of them on the Sistine Chapel ceiling. Creation of Eve and most of the S. Petronio door panels. Jacopo used only 3 figures, interpreting them with individual character. Begun 1425, marble, S. Petronio, Bologna, Italy. Lifeline. 1401 enters competition for the Florence Baptistry doors. 1405 receives commission for first known work. 1408 commission to carve the font Gaia in Siena. 1417-30 works on reliefs for Siena Baptistry font. 1425 begins the portal of S. Petronio in Bologna. Font Gaia. Jacopo's sculptures for the fountain in Siena City Square show a Renaissance solidity. The outer figures have a Gothic swaying axis and sweeping drapery. 1414-19 marble, Siena, Italy. Luca della Rabbia. B. Florence, c. 1399, D. Florence, 1482. Luca della Rabbia was the leading proponent of the sweet style of sculpture, an alternative to Donatello's expressive style. His marble reliefs of children singing and dancing for the Singing Gallery in Florence Baptistry were outstandingly original in their joy of life and exuberance. He was among the first to bring out the sentimental bond between the Virgin and Christ child. Luca's greatest technical innovation was his use of glazed terracotta for sculptures. Adding color made statuary much more visible in the dim lighting of a church. The bright and permanent colors also made the terracottas suitable for use on the outside of buildings, such as in coats of arms and niches. Luca's workshop flourished on these commissions. His nephew, Andrea, and other members of his family carried on the tradition well into the 16th century. Lifeline. 1414 probably apprenticed as a teenager to Nanni di Banco. 1431-38 first documented work, The Singing Gallery over the north doors of the Baptistry in Florence. 1463-66 his workshop makes roundels of babies on the facade of Florence's Foundling Hospital. Virgin and child roundels of gently expressive, half-length Madonna groups in glazed white terracotta on a blue ground were the bread and butter of Luca's workshop. 15th century, terracotta, Bargello, Florence, Italy. Angel holding a candle. This is one of a pair of angels modeled in white terracotta for the cathedral in Florence. It was the first use of the medium for freestanding sculpture. 15th century, glazed terracotta, Florence Cathedral, Italy. Cielo Asiatic. Individually modeled, the two angels are unique, but both have similarly sweet faces and serene expressions. Later figures were mass-produced from molds, with an inevitable reduction in quality. Masaccio. BSAN Giovanni Valdarno, 1401, di Rome, 1428-29. In his short life, Masaccio took up where Giotto left off. Together with Brunelleschi and Donatello, he was the greatest innovator of Italian art in the 15th century. While his contemporaries were painting in the International Gothic style, he applied his friend Brunelleschi's mathematical laws of perspective to create the illusion of space on a flat surface. Masaccio used a single light source so that the play of light and shadow added solidity. And instead of decorative detail and generalized elegance, he gave his figures strong bodies, individual looks, and expressive faces. Masaccio is best known for a polyptych, multi-paneled altarpiece. For a church in Pisa, its panels are now scattered around art galleries in Europe and the US, a fresco cycle in Florence's Brancacci Chapel, and the Holy Trinity in S. Maria Novella, Florence. The Brancacci Chapel was a training ground for later Florentine artists such as Michelangelo, who went there to copy and study Masaccio's figures. Brancacci Chapel. The banking Brancacci family paid for the three walls of this chapel in the Florentine church of Santa Maria del Carmine to be painted with scenes from the Gospels. The tribute money, below, runs almost the entire length of the upper register of the left wall. It tells of a tax demanded of St. Peter, a story that resonated with Florentines, who paid an unpopular tax for the defense of their city. Lifeline. 1401 born near Florence. 1422 becomes a member of the Painters Guild in Florence. C. 1425-28 collaborates with Masolino on a fresco cycle of the life of St. Peter, including scenes of Adam and Eve, in Brancacci Chapel, Santa Maria del Carmine, Florence. 1428 moves to Rome before completing the frescoes. C. 1428-29 dies suddenly. Perhaps from plague, but some suspect he may have been poisoned. Holy Trinity with the Virgin, St. John, and donors using the laws of linear perspective, Masaccio makes the architectural niche look like a hole in the wall. The donors, who paid for the painting, kneel outside the niche. C. 1425-28, fresco, 6.8 x 3.2 ms. Maria Novella, Florence, Italy. Cielo Asiatic. Triangles. The triangular arrangement stabilizes the figures and represents the Trinity. God the Father, top, the Holy Ghost, the dove, and God the Son, Christ. The tribute money. The figures get proportionately larger from the left to the right of this fresco, mirroring the perspective of the building shown in the picture, and also that of the adjoining fresco. Cent 1425-28, fresco, Brancacci Chapel, S. Maria de Carmine, Florence, Italy. Cielo Asiatic. The main character St. Peter appears 3 times in the story, in the right hand. Group giving money to the tax collector, in the main group. Gesturing, and hooking a coin out of a fish's mouth on the left. Light and realism to match the perspective. Light falls from a single source, top right, creating shadows and highlights that make the individualized figures look more realistic. Donatello. B. Florence, c. 1386. D. Florence, 1466. Donatello, short for Donato di Niccolò, was to sculpture what his friend Masaccio was to painting. Abandoning his Gothic training in Ghiberti's workshop, Donatello grafted a psychological insight onto classical models. His figures are anatomically accurate with individual characters, the embodiment of humanism. Donatello mastered the art of linear perspective from his friend Brunelleschi, combining it with emotional reaction to forge a startling realism. He was prolific and versatile, and his work had enormous impact on his contemporaries. His influence was spread by his travels. He worked not just in Florence, but also in several other major art centers. St. George and the Dragon, see panel at foot of statue, right, shows Donatello's technical virtuosity in the imperceptibly subtle way in which it depicts space. High relief gives way to a barely scratched background that suggests hazy trees in the distance. Donatello was the inventor of this kind of drawing in stone. Dead Christ tended by angels. The impassive expression on Christ's face contrasts with the anguish of the two angels. See 1435-43 marble, 81x 114 centimeters, Victoria and Albert Museum, London, on loan to National Gallery, London, UK. St. George J. Square stance and slight frown of concentration imply the saint's strength of purpose. In the shallow panel below the statue, St. George slays the dragon. See 1413-17 marble, Bargello, and equals Florence, Italy. Lifeline. 1404 to 2007. In his early 20s, is an assistant in Ghiberti's workshop. 1430 to 33 works and studies classical sculpture in Rome. 1443 to 1453 based in Padua, where his works include an equestrian monument to military leader Gattamelata, cast in 1447. Donatello's reliefs influenced painters as well as sculptors. 1454 returns to Florence, where he spends most of the rest of his life. St. Mark's slash and this classical pose, the weight-bearing leg is covered by vertical cloth folds, like the flutes of a column, while fabric wrinkles emphasize the bent knee of the other leg. The elongated torso compensates for the viewer looking up at the high niche. 1411 marble, or San Michele, Florence, Italy. The Feast of Herod in the center of the scene, where the main action might be expected to take place, Donatello leaves a vacuum, a rift between the presentation of St. John's head on a platter on one side and the horrified recoiling of the guests on the other. Applying the new system of linear perspective, the sculptor uses a low wall to separate the earlier scenes in the story from the key episode in time and place. See 1417-30, Gilded Bronze, S. Giovanni, Siena, Italy. Masolino. B. Panicale, Umbria? C. 1383, D. Unknown, C. 1435-40? Tommaso di Cristofano, known as Masolino, collaborated with Masaccio on the Brancacci Chapel frescoes, opposite, in Florence. Although about 20 years his senior, he joined the Painters Guild in Florence a year later than Masaccio, in 1423, and the younger artist influenced the older. Little is known of his life, except that he worked in various places in Italy and in Hungary. More is known of his style, which is softer and more decorative than Masaccio's, and graceful rather than bold, qualities that grew more pronounced after Masaccio's untimely death. Banquet of Herod. This fresco straddles old and new styles. The figures are more decorative than realistic, yet the diminishing size of the colonnade puts Masolino at the forefront of spatial representation. See 1435, fresco, Baptistry, Castiglione Olona, Italy. Temptation of Adam and Eve. Masolino bathes the two figures in a diffused light and makes them look slim and elegant, emphasizing the beauty God gave to humanity and the pair's happiness before the fall. See 1425-28, fresco, Brancacci Chapel, S. Maria Paolo Uccello. B. Florence, C. 1397, D. Florence, 1475. Paolo Uccello was obsessed by perspective. According to the biographer artist Giorgio Vasari, see page 178, he spent all night working out vanishing points. When his wife urged him to come to bed, he dawdled, unable to tear himself away from his drawings. He solved the problem of making objects look three-dimensional on a flat surface using linear perspective, without the help of light and shadow. Born Paolo di Dano, this eccentric man was dubbed Paolo Uccello, Paolo of the bird, because of his love of birds and animals. But even they were neglected in his pursuit of a mathematical system that submitted the material world to human logic. Unlike his fellow Florentines, Uccello used perspective for its own sake. He was not interested in furthering realism, or bringing a religious story to life, or even in symbolic value. His art was ornamental, and has a rich narrative vein that gives a fairy tale tone to his work. Lifeline. C. 1412 apprenticed as a teenager to Ghiberti. 1425-27 makes mosaics at Basilica DS. Marco, Venice, 1436 first surviving dated work, a fresco depicting an equestrian statue in Florence. Cathedral, 1444-45 works in Padua, 1465-68 works in Urbino, c. 1470, paints St. George and i.e. the Dragon, one of the first Italian works on canvas. 1475 dies in Florence, where he spent most of his life. Birth of the Virgin. The space is convincingly deep, receding into a bedroom niche. The painting is close in style to Uccello, but some authorities think Idas be a follower rather than the master himself. C. 1440-50, fresco, Duomo, Prato, Italy. Battle of San Romano. One of Uccello's biggest commissions was a series of 3 paintings depicting a recent battle between Florence and Siena. Lorenzo de' Medici was so anxious to obtain the pictures that he resorted to force when the owners would not sell them, and the dispute ended up in court. C. 1440-50, tempera on panel, 182 by 323 centimeters, Uffizi, Florence, Italy. Battle of San Romano. Battle pennants unfurl against a hedge of rose and orange trees and beyond, a farm peopled with tiny figures. The splendid hat of the general, on a white horse in the center, contrives to be both round and octagonal. C. 1440-50, tempera on panel, 182 by 320 centimeters, National Gallery, London, UK. The Hunt in the Forest. Uccello combines a world of chivalric make-believe with a study of perspective. 1460s, oil on panel, 73 by 177 centimeters, Ashmolean, Oxford, UK. Oh, what a sweet thing this perspective is! Paolo Uccello, according to Vasari. Cielo es araic. Vanishing prey. The lines of the trees, diminishing in size into the distance, and the fallen tree trunks direct the eye to a central vanishing point, the spot where receding lines seem to converge. Uccello makes this the place where the stag, the focus of the hunt, disappears from view. Fra Angelico. Bivicchio, c. 1395, Rome, 1455. Fra Angelico was beatified by the Vatican, the first step to sainthood, in 1982. His painting was influenced by Masaccio's handling of space, but still connected to the Gothic tradition of lively narrative. He made numerous versions of the Annunciation to the Virgin Mary, but he is best known for the frescoes he painted in the convent of S. Marco, Florence. In painting the frescoes, his aim was to encourage, express, and channel the devotion of the monastic community. Fra Angelico's simplicity of line and vivid color carry spiritual conviction and serenity. He is able to represent space as realistically and harmoniously as Masaccio, but he keeps his setting bare so as not to distract from the religious purity of the work. His use of light and pure color was a starting point for painters such as Piero della Francesca. The Annunciation. The elegantly elongated figures are in the Ortli International Gothic style, although the architecture is classical and the perspective gives realistic depth. Fra Angelico shows the moment when the Virgin Mary submits to the news that she is to give birth to the Son of God. C. 1430-32, tempera and gold, central panel, whole altarpiece 194 by 194 centimeters, Prado, Madrid, Spain. Cielo es Luke. The columns separate Mary, the Archangel Gabriel, and Adam and Eve, mirroring the triptych, 3-part altarpiece, format of which it forms the central panel. The shaft of holy light links all 3 sections. The Sermon on the Mount. A single light source illuminates the semicircle of disciples listening to Jesus. Not one plant relieves the rocky landscape. All attention is on the religious message. C. 1442, fresco, cell 32, Museo dis. Marco, Florence, Italy. Benazzo Gazzoli. B. Florence, c. 1421, Di Pistoia, 1497. Gazzoli was apprenticed as a goldsmith, and helped Ghiberti to make bronze panels for the Florence baptistry. He then became the pupil of Beato Angelico and worked as his assistant, but Gazzoli's talent was for the ornamental. He is famed for one particular work, the Procession of the Magi, commissioned by the Medici family for the private chapel in their city palace in Florence. Reveling in the international Gothic style of a French book of hours, see page 89, he covered the walls with the decorative pageantry of the king's royal journey through an enchanted landscape. After finishing this fresco, he worked on altarpieces and created a fresco cycle of Old Testament scenes in the Campo Santo in Pisa, which was damaged by bombing in World War II. The procession of the Magi Gozzoli applies the new knowledge of light and shade and recession to suggest space. However, his real interest lies in portraying fine costume and jewel-like detail. See 1459-61, fresco, Chapel of Palazzo Medici Riccardi, Florence, Italy. Cielo Asiaraic. Self-portrait Gozzoli painted himself in the procession. Eine red cap with the words Opus Benociae, work of Benozzo. Also featured are the Medici family whose dynasty the fresco celebrated. Ein context, illuminated manuscripts before the invention of printing in the 15th century. The Bible was transcribed by monks and illuminated, richly decorated. Monks such as Fra Angelico, who may have started as a manuscript illuminator, were the last generation to work in the International Gothic style. The crucifixion attributed to Fra Angelico, early 1430s. This decorated initial, and Isa detail from an illuminated missal. Domenico Veneziano. B. Venice? Early 15th century. D. Florence, c. 1461. The artist's biographer Vasari, see page 178, claimed that Domenico brought oil painting from Venice to Florence. This is no longer thought to be true, but he did inject color, clarity of lighting, and texture into the linear Florentine style. These qualities are visible in the work of Piero della Francesca, who was Veneziano's assistant on a fresco cycle in Florence. Only fragments of these frescoes survive, and little else is known about Domenico's career. His main surviving work is the St. Lucy altarpiece, painted for the Church of S. Lucia de Magnoli in Florence. The central panel is in the Uffizi, Florence, Italy. St. John in the desert/he classical style of this nude contrasts with his medieval halo and the craggy rocks, which look Flemish or Byzantine. See 1445, tempera on panel. Panel from the St. Lucy altarpiece, 28x32 cm, National Gallery of Art, Washington, D.C., U.S. Luca Signorelli. B. Cortona, c. 1440-50, D. Cortona, 1523. Said to be a pupil of Piero della Francesca, Signorelli added movement and emotion to his master's solid forms and clear light and color. He finished the wall frescoes for the Sistine Chapel, left incomplete by other artists, and went on to even greater things in Orvieto Cathedral. In his depiction of the end of the world, figures writhe in agony and faces show torment and terror. His expressive, muscular nudes inspired Michelangelo in his fresco painting of male nudes in the Sistine Chapel. Preaching of the Antichrist detail, with gesture and expression, Signorelli conveys the devil's insidious whispers and Christ's unease. 1499-1504, fresco, Chapel of the Madonna DS. Brizio, Orvieto Cathedral, Italy. The Montefeltro altarpiece. This type of altarpiece, in which the Madonna and Child are flanked by saints and, here, angels, is called a Sacra Conversazione, holy conversation. Bright color offsets the solemnity of their expressions. Above the Madonna is an ostrich 9G, symbol of the virgin birth, that was sometimes hung over altars dedicated to her. See 1472-74, oil on panel, 248 by 170 centimeters, Pinacoteca di Brera, Milan, Italy. Closer look. Perfect symmetry. The overall symmetry of the painting is relieved by the kneeling donor, the Duke of Urbino, who commissioned the work, and by the fall of light. Shadow crosses over the center of the shell-like structure above the Madonna's head. In Italian Renaissance painting, the Madonna is often centrally placed. Antonello da Messina. B. Messina, c. 1430, di Messina, 1479. Antonello was one of the great pioneers of oil painting in Italy. Although born in Sicily, he probably trained in Naples. There he would have been able to study the work of contemporary Flemish artists. Naples and Flanders had strong links at this time. Combining Flemish oil painting techniques and realism with the clear and dignified Italian approach to form and space, he developed a style that greatly influenced Venetian artists in particular, including Giovanni Bellini. See page 126. Little is known of Antonello's life. He may have made several visits to the Italian mainland, but only one is securely documented, in 1475–76, when he painted a large altarpiece for the Church of S. Cassiano in Venice. Only fragments of this work now remain, but it greatly impressed his Venetian contemporaries. Lifeline. c. 1430 born in Messina, Sicily. c. 1450 probably trains in Naples with Niccolò Colantonio, the leading painter of the day there. 1456 documented working independently in Messina. 1475–76 visits Venice where paints the S. Cassiano altarpiece. 1479 dies in Messina. Saint Jerome in his study the austerity of the architectural setting is counterbalanced by the central image of Saint Jerome with his books and papers, and by the birds, plants, and glimpses of landscape through the windows to either side. c. 1475, oil on panel, 46x36 centimeters, National Gallery, London, UK. Portrait of a man. Antonello's three-quarter view bust portraits were popular in Venice. This one may be a self-portrait. Cent 1475, oil on panel, 36 by 25 centimeters, National Gallery, London, UK. Calvary, also known as the Antwerp Crucifixion, / He Virgin Mary and Saint John mourn the dead pitiable Christ. He is flanked by the two thieves crucified with him. 1475, oil on panel, 53 by 43 centimeters, Koninklijk Museum voor Schoon Kunsten, Antwerp, Belgium. Filippo Lippi. B. Florence, 1406, Di Spoleto, 1469. Filippo di Tommaso di Lippo, better known as Fra Filippo Lippi, was an innovative Florentine painter, famous mainly for his frescoes and depictions of the Madonna and Child. He was brought up in a Carmelite friary, and became a friar himself, but he eventually left the order after a scandalous affair with a nun. Lippi's first major work, the Barbadori altarpiece, led to important commissions and the support of the powerful Medici. From 1452 to 1466, Lippi painted frescoes in Prato Cathedral, probably his finest works. Immediately afterward, he began work on frescoes in the cathedral at Spoleto, where he died in 1469. The Barbadori altarpiece. This is one of the earliest examples of a Sacra Conversazione, in which Madonna, Child, and saints are grouped in a single panel. 1437, oil on panel, 208 by 244 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. Antonio del Pagliolo. B. Florence, c. 1432, di Rome, 1498. Antonio and his younger brother Piero, c. 1441–c. 1496, ran a successful workshop together in Florence and later in Rome. They worked in various media, including painting and sculpture, and it is often difficult to distinguish their individual contributions. However, Antonio is regarded as the more creative and innovative, his mastery in depicting the human figure putting him in the forefront of Florentine artists of his time. He is said to have dissected corpses to study anatomy. The brothers were known as Pagliolo because they were the sons of a chicken seller. Pollo is Italian for chicken. The Martyrdom of Saint Sebastian, this altarpiece, was painted for the Church of SS. Annunziata, Florence, which owned a relic of Saint Sebastian. The figures are probably by Antonio and the landscape by Piero. 1475, oil on panel, 292 by 203 centimeters, National Gallery, London, UK. Piero di Cosimo. B. Florence, 1462, di Florence, 1522. Famous as much for his bizarre lifestyle, described in Vasari's Lives of the Artists, as his paintings, Piero di Cosimo developed an idiosyncratic and eclectic style of painting. The son of Lorenzo di Piero Ubaldini, a goldsmith in Florence, Piero adopted the name of Piero di Cosimo when he was apprenticed to the painter Cosimo Rosselli, whom he assisted in painting frescoes in the Sistine Chapel. Little is really known of Piero's life, but he had a reputation as an eccentric loner who, unusually for an artist of that time, often painted without commission. None of his works are dated. Initially influenced by Botticelli and Ghirlandaio, Piero adopted elements from many of his contemporaries to his own fantastical style. This can be seen particularly in his paintings on mythological subjects, which are among the most distinctive works of the time, full of whimsical and tender detail. In later life, perhaps influenced by the preaching of the Dominican friar Girolamo Savonarola, he returned to religious subjects. A satyr mourning over a nymph, Piero was fascinated with animals and portrayed them with great sensitivity here. The dog looks as sorrowful as the satyr. In the background are other creatures, including a pelican in the water. See 1495, oil on panel, 65 x 184 centimeters, National Gallery, London, UK. Portrait of Simonetta Vespucci. The inscription identifying this Florentine beauty, who died in 1476, was added later. From the snakes coiled around the neck, it may represent Cleopatra. Oil on panel, 57 x 42 centimeters, Musée Condé, Chantilly, France. The Immaculate Conception and Six Saints. Piero's religious paintings, which date mainly from the later part of his life, are generally in a more conventional style than his mythological subjects. See 1505, oil on panel, 206 by 172 centimeters, Uffizi, Florence, Italy. Andrea del Castagno. B. Castagno, c. 1418, D. Florence, 1457. Andrea del Castagno's realistic portrayal of human figure made him one of the most influential of the Florentine artists of his time. He was born Andrea di Bartolo di Bargilla, but was known by the name of his birthplace. By 1440 he had moved to nearby Florence, where the influence of Masaccio, Brunelleschi, and Donatello was strong. In about 1442 he moved to Venice, painting frescoes in S. Zachariah and St. Mark's Basilica, but returned to Florence a few years later. The frescoes in the refectory of Santa Apollonia, probably his best-known works, occupied the next few years, followed by a series of frescoes for the Annunziata. He died of the plague in 1457. The Last Supper above the Apostles at the Last Supper are depictions of the resurrection, crucifixion, and entombment. The figures are arranged against a classically balanced, geometric architectural structure. 1447, fresco, Convent of Santa Apollonia, Florence, Italy. Closer look. St. James the Greater detailed portraits of the apostles emphasize their individual characters. They are depicted with three-dimensional realism, using perspective to give shape to their halos. Their naturalistic hand gestures and expressions are echoed from one side of the painting to the other. Andrea del Verrocchio. B. Florence, c. 1435, D. Venice, 1488. Considered the finest sculptor of the Italian Renaissance between Donatello and Michelangelo, Andrea di Sioni adopted the nickname Verrocchio, true eye, from the goldsmith he was originally apprenticed with. Little is known of his early life, and few of his paintings have survived, although his studio was well known at the time and attracted such distinguished students as Perugino and Leonardo da Vinci. After Donatello's death in 1466, Verrocchio came under the patronage of the Medici. He died in Venice while working on his masterpiece, a huge equestrian statue of Bartolomeo Caglione. It was unveiled in 1496, 8 years after his death. Lifeline. C. 1470 paints Baptism of Christ, assisted by Leonardo. C. 1475 bronze statue of David, now in Palazzo Vecchio, Florence. 1476-83 works on statue of Christ and St. Thomas, or S. Michel, Florence. 1481 begins Caglione Equestrian Monument, Venice. Lorenzo de' Medici. Though some scholars doubt Verrocchio's own hand, the sculptor captures his patrons. Nobility. 1480, terracotta, Palazzo Medici Riccardi, Florence, Italy. Equestrian monument to Bartolomeo Caglione. Verrocchio's finest work, This bronze statue of a Venetian general was completed by assistants after the sculptor's death. It is a powerful sense-of movement, with the rider standing in his stirrups and the horse turning, one hoof raised. 1483-90, gilded bronze, height 395 cm, Campo S. Giovanni Paolo, Venice, Italy. Closer look. Expressive features Coelho's face, depicted in realistic detail, shows the grim determination of the condottiere, breaking the tradition of calm, dignified monumental statues, and paving the way for the more expressive sculptures of later sculptors such as Michelangelo. Pietro Perugino. Visita della Pieve, c. 1450, di Perugia, 1523. A formative influence on the young Raphael, Pietro Perugino was hailed as the best painter in Italy in 1500. Today he is famous for his many altarpieces and frescoes. Born Pietro Vannucci, he is said to have studied in Florence with Verrocchio at about the same time as Leonardo, but he spent much of his later life in Perugia, from which he earned his nickname. His first major commission was for frescoes in the Sistine Chapel, Rome, where he worked alongside Botticelli and Ghirlandaio. He later set up workshops in Perugia and Florence. His numerous portraits, frescoes, and altarpieces show a mastery of figure painting within classically balanced compositions. But from 1512, his style became conventional and repetitive. Lifeline. c. 1450, born in Umbria. c. 1470, probably studies with Verrocchio in Florence. By 1475, working in Perugia. c. 1480, moves to Rome to work in the Sistine Chapel. 1481-82, paints Christ delivering the keys to St. Peter in the Sistine Chapel. c. 1486, returns to Florence, but keeps a studio in Perugia. 1490s, travels throughout central Italy. c. 1505, moves permanently to Perugia. 1523, dies of the plague. Madonna and Child, painted at the height of Perugino's career. This altarpiece shows his sweet, idealized style. His sentimental, devotional approach was popular in 15th century Florence, but Perugino's work looked old-fashioned in the high Renaissance of Leonardo, Michelangelo, and Raphael. c. 1500, Tempera on panel, 81x65 cm, the Detroit Institute of Arts, Detroit, U.S. Crucifixion. The three frescoes known as Pizzi Crucifixion were commissioned in 1493. The central panel depicts Christ and Mary Magdalene, with St. Bernard and the Virgin to the left, and St. John the Evangelist and St. Benedict to the right. The harmonious balance is characteristic of Perugino's approach to structure. 1493-96, fresco, 4.8 x 8.1 m, Santa Maria Maddalena dei Pizzi, Florence, Italy. Closer look. Crucifixion. The symmetrically arranged figures beneath the outer arches emphasize the pyramidal form, with Christ at its apex. Painted in the idealized style of Perugino's altarpieces and portraits, they suggest piety and devoutness, rather than passion. Domenico Ghirlandaio. B. Florence, c. 1449, D. Florence, 1494. Born Domenico di Carati di Bigordi, Ghirlandaio was nicknamed after the golden garland necklaces made by his father. He was a religious painter first and foremost, and was also one of the most popular and proficient portrait painters in 15th century Florence. He often incorporated portrayals of Florentine people and life into his religious works. In the early 1480s, was commissioned to paint frescoes in the Palazzo Vecchio, Florence, and in the Sistine Chapel. On his return to Florence in 1485, the Medici's banker Francesco Sassetti commissioned Ghirlandaio to paint a cycle of frescoes in Trinita, and immediately after this, Sassetti's successor, Giovanni Tornabuoni, employed him to replace the frescoes in his family chapel. Both commissions were of biblical scenes, but included portraits of the noble families. Ghirlandaio's busy workshop also produced a number of altarpieces and society portraits, painted with often startling realism. The young Michelangelo was apprenticed there. Lifeline. 1449, born a goldsmith's son, 1475, receives first commissions for frescoes in the Collegiata Inns. Gemignano, 1481-85, works on frescoes in Florence. Palazzo Vecchio, 1485, works on 6 frescoes for S. Trinita, Florence 1486-90 paints a fresco cycle in S. Maria Novella for the Tornabuoni family, c. 1485 paints tender double portrait of an old man with a boy. 1494 dies of the plague in Florence. Giovanna Tornabuoni, née Albizzi. This is one of the few surviving portraits by Ghirlandaio. The posthumous portrayal of Giovanna Tornabuoni depicts her as an ideal of beauty in formal profile, with her delicate features and sumptuous dress realistically highlighted against a dark background. 1488, oil on panel, 77 by 49 centimeters, Thyssen-Bornemisza collection, Madrid, Spain. The Birth of the Virgin, perhaps Ghirlandaio's finest fresco. The Birth of the Virgin is set in an architectural framework and painted in realistic detail. The setting owes more to contemporary Florence than to the Bible. 1486-90, fresco, S. Maria Novella, Florence, Italy. Closer look. Ludovica Tornabuoni and her retinue. Ludovica Tornabuoni, the daughter of Ghirlandaio's patron, leads her 4 companions to pay their respects to the Mother of the Virgin. She is depicted in profile and dressed in fine brocade, as in a society portrait. In context. Artists' workshops. Renaissance artists ran busy workshops to supply their patrons. Apprentices began by doing menial tasks, such as preparing panels or grinding and mixing pigments, later drawing and copying paintings under the master's supervision. Moving up, skills learned as an artist's assistant enabled some talented apprentices to start their own workshops. Andrea Mantegna, B. Isola di Carturo, c. 1431, B. Mantua, 1506. Mantegna was the leading artist of his time in northern Italy. He was an engraver as well as a painter, and his prints helped to give his work wide influence. Dürer was among his admirers. His style reflects his ardent study of ancient art, and is also remarkable for his virtuoso skill with perspective and foreshortening. Atesh Kasajelicadeazayan. Aged about 11, Mantegna became the apprentice and adopted son of Paduan painter Francesco Squarcian, but he left in 1448 after an acrimonious dispute over Squarcian's exploitation of his pupils. Mantegna had no difficulty finding work in Padua, which brought him into contact with the painter Jacopo Bellini, father of the artists Gentile and Giovanni, and Nicolosia, their sister and his future wife. He left Padua in 1460 for Mantua. Apart from a short period working in Rome, he remained in Mantua for the rest of his life as court painter to the ruling Gonzaga family. Lifeline. c. 1431, born a carpenter's son in Isola di Carturo, Italy. 1442 moves to Padua. 1448 decorates the Ovitari chapel of the Eremitani Church. 1453 marries Nicolosia Bellini. 1459 appointed court painter to Ludovico Gonzaga at Mantua and moves there the following year. 1465-74 works on the Camera degli Sposi in the Palazzo Ducale, Mantua. 1488-90 paint frescoes, destroyed. In the Vatican for Pope Innocent VIII. 506 dies in Mantua. Altarpiece of Saint Zeno of Verona. The young Mantegna's superb use of perspective creates a feeling of depth. The finely observed and executed details, particularly the trompe-l'oeil garlands and architectural features, add to the three-dimensional effect. 1456-60, oil on panel, 48 by 4050 centimeters, Churchoff S. Zeno Maggiore, Verona, Italy. Agony in the Garden, an innovative approach to composition, based on diagonals rather than the traditional symmetry, helps give this painting its expressive power. Judas leads the soldiers along a winding road via some rabbits towards the sleeping apostles. Steps go up to the praying figure of Jesus. The scene is set against a brooding landscape and wintry sky. c. 1460, tempera on panel, 63 x 80 centimeters, National Gallery, London, UK. The Camera degli Sposi, or Camera Picta, the walls of the Camera degli Sposi, bridal chamber, in Mantua's Palazzo Ducale are decorated with frescoes of life at the palace, while the ceiling gives the illusion of a central opening to the sky. A representation of the court on the north wall looks across to three scenes of the estate on the west wall: servants with horse and dogs, inscription with putty, The Meeting. 1465-74, fresco, Palazzo Ducale, Mantua, Italy. Closer look. The court of Mantua. This fresco depicting members of the court is found above the fireplace on the north wall of the Camera degli Sposi. A group portrait of Ludovico Gonzaga and his family, it forms part of the visual narrative of the room as a whole. Sandro Botticelli. B. Florence, c. 1445, D. Florence, 1510. Although Sandro Botticelli was highly successful at the peak of his career, he spent the last decade of his life in obscurity, considered outmoded compared to the new generation of artists such as Leonardo. Botticelli's work was eventually rediscovered by the Pre-Raphaelites, pages 332-33, almost 500 years later, and he is now one of the best-loved painters of 15th century Italy. Botticelli developed his graceful and ornamental, linear style, harking back to elements of the Gothic period and ignoring anatomical realism, during his apprenticeship with Filippo Lippi. In his large-scale paintings, including the famous Primavaran Birth of Venus, he treated mythological subjects with as much seriousness as religious themes. Although Botticelli is most famous for his secular subjects, his late years were almost entirely devoted to religious themes, influenced by the Dominican friar and preacher Savonarola. Other than the 2 years in Rome spent on the frescoes of the Sistine Chapel, Botticelli remained in Florence all his life. Lifeline. c. 1445 born Alessandro di Mariano di Vanni Filippi, in Florence, c. 1459 apprentice to Fra Filippo Lippi. Before 1470 establishes his own workshop in Florence, c. 1478 paints Primavera, 1481-82 works in the Sistine Chapel, Rome, c. 1485 paints Birth of Venus, 1480s works for the Medici and other Florentine nobles, 1500 paints the Mystic Nativity, his signed work, 1510 dies in Florence. Portrait of Giuliano de' Medici. The posthumous portrait of Giuliano de' Medici icon of several probably commissioned by the family after his assassination in 1478. Botticelli also included likenesses of the Medici, frequent clients of his workshop, and some of his religious paintings. 1480, Tempera on panel, 60 x 41 cm, Galleria dell'Accademia Carrara. The Birth of Venus, perhaps Botticelli's best-known painting, it shows Venus's arrival on the shores of Cythera, driven by Zephyr and Aura. The statuesque goddess of love stands demurely on a scalloped shell, here blown by the wind, as she is welcomed by the dancing aura of spring. The painting was probably designed to hang with Primavera, see pages 108-111, 1485, Tempera on canvas, 180 by 280 centimeters, Uffizi, Florence, Italy. Closer look. Zephyr and Aura. Symbolic of spiritual passion, the figures of Zephyr, god of the winds, and Aura, the breeze, embrace each other as they blow Venus towards the shore of Cythera. Aura figure offering her cloak, he goddess of spring, one of the Auri, his hair depicted in profile against the flowered cloak she offers to Venus as she is blown ashore. The adoration of the Magi/he group figures lean towards the central Virgin and Child, making a satisfying composition. Cent 1478-82, Tempera and oil on panel, 70 x 104 centimeters, National Gallery of Art, Washington, D.C., U.S. Madonna and Child with St. John the Baptist //I/S depiction of the Madonna handing the infant Jesus to a young St. John is painted in the more serious, devotional style Botticelli adopted during the 1490s. Nevertheless, it retains much of his earlier elegance of line. Cent 1490-95, Tempera on canvas, 134 x 92 centimeters, Palazzo Pitti, Florence, Italy. Primavera Sandro Botticelli c. 1482 Tempera on panel, 203 x 314 centimeters, Uffizi, Florence, Italy. Closer look. Primavera Sandro Botticelli. Technique. Primavera is paint ed in tempera on wooden pane, which was Botticelli's usual technique, although he sometimes used canvas instead as the support, as in the Birth of Venus, and he often modified the standard tempera method by adding oil to the paint, perhaps to make it more fluid and transparent. He was a superb craftsman, who used only the first available materials, and he applied layer upon layer of paint to create extraordinary subtle effects of tone and luminosity. Ideal beauty. Botticelli favored a distinctive type of female beauty, whether he was painting religious or mythological works. His Virgin Mary and his Venus are from the same mold. Golden hair, ivory skin, and solemn, exquisite grace are characteristic of his women. Raised decoration. Botticelli was fascinated by decoration and stylized patterned Flora's white, floral dress may be based on one that was worn at a masquerade, and described by Poliziano as painted with roses and flowers and greenery. The slightly raised gold detail on the sleeve was produced by a form of powdered gold mixed with glue. Leonardo da Vinci. Da Vinci, 1452, di Cielo Ux, near Abuas, 1519. Leonardo is now famous for the range and variety of his talents, embracing science as well as art. However, most of his scientific work remained hidden in his notebooks for centuries, and his contemporaries knew him primarily as a painter. His output of paintings was small, and he left several works unfinished, partly because his mind was constantly roaming to new interests. But in spite of this, he was immensely influential. He is regarded as creator of the majestic high Renaissance style, which moved away from the emphasis on line and decorative detail characteristic of so much 15th century Italian painting. Although no one painted detail more exquisitely than Leonardo, he combined this with grandeur of form and unity of atmosphere, in part achieved through his wonderfully subtle handling of light and shade. Leonardo led an unsettled existence, but his career was divided mainly between Florence and Milan. He spent his final years in France as an honored guest of François L. By the time of his death, he had already acquired a legendary aura. Lifeline. 1452 born at Vinci, near Florence, c. 1472 completes apprenticeship with Verrocchio. c. 1482 moves to Milan, where he works mainly for Duke Ludovico Sforza. c. 1495-98 paints Last Supper. 1499 leaves Milan after city is captured by French. 1500-08 works mainly in Florence. Copyright 1503-05 paints Mona Lisa. 1508-13 based in Milan. 1513 moves to Rome. 1516-17 moves to France at the invitation of François. 1519 dies aged 67. Head of a young woman with tousled hair, La Scapigliata. The subject of this beautifully executed study is unclear. It has some similarities with Leonardo's portrayals of Leda, but could also be a study for the head of the Madonna. c. 1508, gouache on panel, 27 by 21 centimeters, Galleria Nazionale, Parma, Italy. The Annunciation. Nothing is known of the circumstances in which this work was created, but it is generally regarded as Leonardo's earliest surviving independent painting, probably dating from soon after he completed his apprenticeship with Verrocchio. The angel's wings, which look as if they are based on those of a bird, and the closely observed botanical detail indicate his scientific curiosity. c. 1472-75, tempera on wood, 98 x 217 centimeters, Uffizi, Florence. I have offended God and mankind because my work did not reach the quality it should have. Leonardo da Vinci. Technical drawing from a notebook. Leonardo was described as the most relentlessly curious man in history. His notebooks are filled with technical drawings of engineering projects and inventions, and detailed illustrations of anatomy. He wrote from right to left, so his notes can only be read in a mirror. Sepia ink on linen paper, Galleria dell'Accademia, Venice, Italy. Madonna of the Rocks/She Virgin, Jesus, the infant Saint John, and an angel are arranged in a pyramid, a stable composition. The unusual grotto setting indulges Leonardo's fascination with rocks and water, which stemmed from his birthplace of Vinci, a town built above a river gorge. Cent 1483-85, oil on panel transferred to canvas, 199 by 122 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. Closer Ioc. Linking gestures unusually, Leonardo has placed the infant Christ at the Virgin's feet, with her hand above him. The angel has a protective arm around Christ as he raises his hand in blessing to Saint John, who is reaching out from beneath the Virgin's other hand. In this way, all the figures are linked by gestures. Mona Lisa, La Gioconda. This painting is now so famous that it is difficult to imagine how fresh and innovative it must have looked to Leonardo's contemporaries. The relaxed naturalism of the pose, with the hands casually overlapping, and the intriguing subtlety of the expression would have made most earlier portraits look stiff. The mysterious landscape, too, differs greatly from the plain background characteristic of 15th century portraits. See 150305, oil on panel, 77x53 cm, Louvre, Paris, France. Loser look. Mona Lisa's eye. The eyes fix the viewer with an amused gaze, complementing the slight curve of her mouth. The transition of tone at the corners is gentle and lifelike. The enigmatic smile. Leonardo's use of sfumato, subtle blending of tones, makes the edges of Mona Lisa's lips melt into flesh tones, giving her mysterious smile. Sfumato was not only a technique, but also a poetic device, fixing neither the boundaries of forms nor human expression. The lady with the ermine, Cecilia Gallerani, the mistress of Ludovico Sforza, is innovatively depicted in three-quarter view. She turns as if someone, perhaps Sforza himself, has just entered the room. The ermine was a symbol of purity, oil on wood, 55x40 cm, Czartoryski Museum, Krakow, Poland. The Last Supper. Leonardo da Vinci c. 1495-98, experimental technique on plaster, 460x880 cm, refectory of the monastery of S. Maria del Grazie, Milan, Italy. Closer I look. The Last Supper. Leonardo da Vinci. Leonardo's patron in Milan, Duke Ludovico Sforza, commissioned him to decorate the refectory of the Dominican monastery of S. Maria del Grazie, which housed the Duke's family chapel. His coat of arms appears above the painting. The mural took Leonardo about 3 years, to the Duke's irritation. Often he just stood on the scaffolding and looked at it for hours at a time without painting a stroke. On completion, the painting became instantly famous and was copied by numerous artists, including Peter Paul Rubens, c.224. Sadly, by the 17th century, it was in such a dilapidated state that the monks cut a doorway through the center of the wall. The refectory was reduced to rubble by bombs in World War II, but the sandbagged wall survived. Just composition. No other artist has surpassed Leonardo's ability to compose figures into dramatically and visually satisfying arrangements, and this painting is the supreme example of this skill. The disciples all react differently, yet they form nobly harmonious groups on either side of the central figure of Christ. Art historian Kenneth Clark describes them as too dynamic masses united and kept in repose by a single point of balance. Instead of giving Christ a halo, he is framed by a window and a glimpse of countryside, which brings out the pathos of his human plight rather than emphasizing his divinity. It also increases the illusion of reality. Linear perspective. Leonardo continues the perspective of the refectory with converging walls and a coffered ceiling of recessed decorative panels. The illusion of real space is so powerful that monks must have felt they were with Christ at top table. Central triangle. Christ forms a stable triangle with his outstretched hands. All the disciples' gestures lead the eye back to Jesus. Christ's robe contains the warm and cold colors echoed in the garments of the disciples. Symmetry and order. The apostles are grouped in threes rather than the traditional linear pattern. The groups link them compositionally and psychologically. In contrast to the serene Christ, they all make shocked and sudden movements. Techniques. Leonardo was dissatisfied with the restrictions of fresco technique, in which the artist has to work quickly one area at a time on a day's worth of wet plaster. He wanted to work slowly and subtly, as with an oil painting, so he used a tempera-like paint. The exact formula is unknown on dry plaster. The paint started to decay even in his own lifetime. 50 years on, it was hardly visible. It has been restored several times, most recently in 1980 to 99. Modeling use of light and shade makes Christ's outstretched fingers look realistic, which brings out the poignancy of the gesture. The flesh tones, made from earth-based pigments, have survived better than the stronger colors used on the robes. Study for an apostle. Leonardo made numerous studies to come up with particular features appropriate for each apostle. His aim was to show the intention of man's soul through gestures and expressions. Individualized face based on drawings such as the study left. Leonardo takes pains to recreate the gray hair and sunken eye sockets of an elderly man for Apostle Jude. In true fresco technique, the head of a key figure usually took a day, and just that area off wall was plastered in the morning. Leonardo was unwilling to submit to such a restriction, with disastrous consequences. In context. Breaking convention, the Last Supper was a popular theme for a monastic refectory, where monks or nuns dined in silence before images of the apostles and Christ at table. While Leonardo depicted Judas sitting alongside the other disciples, most other artists seated him apart. The Last Supper, Andrea del Castagno, c. 1445-50. Nearly Renaissance depictions such as this fresco in S. Apollonia, the disciples sit calmly in a row with Judas opposite. Story. The Last Supper is echoed in the New Testament as the final meal Christ took with his 12 disciples in Jerusalem before he was arrested. Leonardo takes the moment of anticipation when Jesus has just announced that one of them will betray him, and the apostles respond in horror. Within the traditions of the disciples' appearance, John young, long-haired, clean-shaven, and slightly effeminate. Peter with short curly gray hair and a blue cloak. For instance, Leonardo adds psychological depth. The apostles left right, the 12 apostles are Bartholomew, James, son of Alphaeus, James the Less, and Andrew, Judas Iscariot, Peter, and John, Thomas, James, son of Zebedee, James the Greater, and Philip, and Matthew, Jude, and Simon the Zealot. Jesus, the classical beauty and calmness of his face express order in the midst of recoil and disbelief. His downcast eyes and slightly open mouth suggest acceptance of his fate. Philip and Matthew op the right. Matthew seeks reassurance from his fellow apostles, while Philip looks anguished. Despite being in separate groups, Matthew's gesture links the two, forming another triangle of negative IES and coin at local. The apostles' robes were reflected in the metal table war. Unfortunately, this subtlety is lost forever. Peter, Judas, and John Peter, sitting in the middle, jerks forward with a knife, with which he will shortly cut off a Roman's ear, and says something to John. He moves Judas forward into shadow, the only face not in the light. Judas knocks over the salt, which is a bad omen. He is the only apposite to show little expression. John, true to form, looks dreamy. He will go on to write the book of Revelations. And whilst they were eating, he said, "Amen, I say to you that one of you is about to betray me." And they, being very much troubled, began everyone to say, "Is it I, Lord?" Matthew 26:21, 22, the Bible. Michelangelo Buonarroti. Bicapris, near Arezzo, 1475, di Rome, 1564. Michelangelo's titanic career lasted virtually 3/4 of a century, and for most of that time he was unchallenged as the greatest artist in Europe, his contemporaries looking on him with awe. He regarded himself primarily as a sculptor, but he was equally outstanding as a painter, draftsman, and architect. His career was divided mainly between Florence, where he was much employed by the Medici family, and Rome, where he produced most of his greatest works in the service of the papacy, particularly the decoration of the Sistine Chapel and the rebuilding of St. Peter's. In both painting and sculpture, Michelangelo showed an unequaled mastery in portraying the nude human figure, and also an intense spirituality that reflected his own devout way of life. He concentrated almost entirely on deeply serious subjects, treated with superhuman beauty and grandeur, and he was unconcerned with the anecdotal or the ornamental. In spite of his huge success and fame, he lived modestly, completely devoted to religion and art and working tirelessly. A contemporary biographer said that to save time he sometimes went to bed with his boots on. His work was immensely influential not only on his contemporaries but also on generations of later artists. Lifeline. 1475, born in Caprese to a family of minor Florentine nobility. 1488, trains in fresco painting with Ghirlandaio. 1489, joins the household of Lorenzo de' Medici. 1501 to 2004, creates statue of David for the city of Florence. 1505, receives commission to create sculptures for the tomb of Pope Julius. 1508 to 12, paints frescoes on the Sistine Chapel ceiling. 1534, settles in Rome. 1536 to 41, paints Last Judgment fresco on altar wall of the Sistine Chapel. 1546, appointed architect to St. Peter's, Rome. 1564, dies aged 88. Moses Jai's imposing figure is part of the tomb of Pope Julius II. The tomb was commissioned in 1505 and was conceived on an immense scale, but when finally erected in 1545 it was in much reduced form. See 1513-15, marble, height 235 centimeters, S. Pietro in Vincoli, Rome, Italy. Pieta Michelangelo made his name with this work. When critics said the Virgin looked too young to have a fully grown son, he said that sin was what aged people. 1498-99, marble, height 174 centimeters, St. Peter's, Vatican City. Holy Family, Doni Tonda. His is Michelangelo's only known completed panel painting. It was commissioned by Agnolo Doni, a wealthy Florentine weaver, hence its name, Doni Tonda. Tonda is Italian for round, and the word is applied to circular paintings such as this. Although Michelangelo claimed not to be a painter, the sheer polish of his technique is masterly. The frame is original and was perhaps designed by the artist. See 1503-04, oil on panel, diameter 120 centimeters, Uffizi, Florence, Italy. David. This gigantic figure of the biblical character David came to symbolize the new Republic of Florence in its strength and potential for powerful action. 1501 to 2004, marble, height 5.18 m, Galleria dell'Accademia, Florence. Closer look. Anatomically accurate, Michelangelo dissected corpses to help him understand how the muscular system worked and portray the human body realistically. Ready for action, one realistically sinewed hand holds the sling from which David will hurl the rock that kills the giant, Goliath. He looks poised to unfurl his arm and take aim. The creation of Adam as God fires Adam with the divine spark of life. The gap between their fingers heightens the anticipation. The outlines are clean and uncluttered to make them easy to read from the floor, 20 m below. 1511, fresco, Sistine Chapel ceiling, Vatican City. In context, the sack of Rome in 1527, the troops of Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor, sacked Rome, destroying or stealing many of the city's treasures. After this, the confident, humanist world of Michelangelo's youth crumbled, to be replaced by the new Counter-Reformation. Michelangelo's apocalyptic Last Judgment on the altar wall of the Sistine Chapel dates from after this life-changing event. Pope Clement VII is besieged by Charles V. The Sistine Chapel. To paint the ceiling frescoes, Michelangelo worked uncomfortably on scaffolding for 4 years, without helpers. When he finished the nearly 300 figures, he was hailed as Il Divino Michelangelo, the Divine Michelangelo. However, his Last Judgment on the end wall was harshly criticized for its obscene, nude figures and censored by the Council of Trent, c. 199, in 1563. Ceiling painted 1508-12, end wall 1536-41, fresco, ceiling 13.75 by 39 m, Rome, Italy. The Fall of Man. Michelangelo combines two incidents from the story of Adam and Eve in own image. At left they are tempted by the serpent to eat the fruit of the tree of knowledge, and at right they are expelled from the Garden of Eden for disobeying God. 1509-10, fresco, Sistine Chapel ceiling, Rome, Italy. Brush splatterings make a palment of my face. I'm not a painter? Michelangelo, on painting the Sistine Chapel ceiling. Raphael. Bierbino, 1483, di Rome, 1520. Whereas Leonardo and Michelangelo are regarded as the great innovators of the High Renaissance, Raphael, the third member of the triumvirate that dominated the period, was the great synthesizer, building on the ideas of others and blending them into a supremely graceful unity. The balanced character of NS art reflected his personality, for unlike Leonardo and Michelangelo, both of whom tended to be so etary and obsessed, Raphael was renowned for his charm and social poise. Nevertheless, he was extremely hardworking, producing a large and varied output in his short life. From an early age, Raphael enjoyed a career of continual success. He was working independently when he was only 17 and was summoned to Rome by Pope JJS II when he was 25. For the rest of his life, he was employed mainly on or projects for the papacy. Most of his work was on religious subjects, but he was also an outstanding portraitist and a leading architect. His work became a model and inspiration to other artists for centuries. Lifeline. 1483, born in Urbino, son of the painter Giovanni Santi. 1500, working as an independent master. C. 1502, works with Perugino, the strongest influence on his early work. 1504 to 2008, works intermittently in Florence, where he is influenced by Leonardo and Michelangelo. 1508, moves to Rome to work for Julius II. C. 1512-14, paints the Sistine Madonna. 1514, appointed architect to St. Peter's, Rome. 1520, dies in Rome. Portrait of Agnolo Doni. Raphael's study of Leonardo shows clearly in this portrait. The composition, and even the positioning of the hands, echoes the Mona Lisa, but here the landscape gives way to clear sky. C. 1505-06, oil on wood, 63x45 centimeters, Palazzo Pitti, Florence, Italy. The School of Athens. This is the most famous painting in the first room Raphael decorated for Julius II in the Vatican. The room was probably used as a library, and Raphael appropriately created this imaginary assembly of some of the greatest of antiquity. 1509-11, Pesco, stanza de la Suratura, Vetral, Italy. Closer look. Plato. Several of the figure are based on contemporaries of Raphael. The dignified white-haired figure at the center of the painting, representing the Greek philosopher Plato conversing with his student Aristotle, is a likeness of Leonardo da Vinci. Heraclitus. The brooding figure in the foreground, representing the philosopher Heraclitus, is based in Michelangelo. While working on the School of Athens, Raphael saw the first half of the Sistine ceiling unveiled in 1511, and he added this figure as a tribute to its creator. Self-portrait on the right. The astronomer Zoroaster and geographer Ptolemy are leading a discussion. They each hold a globe, showing the heavens and the earth, respectively. Listening to them is Raphael himself, his gaze directed out of the painting and towards the viewer. Leonardo da Vinci promised us heaven, Raphael gives it to us. Pablo Picasso. The triumph of Galatea. Study. Classical models were important to Raphael. He drew many studies for his major works, both of individual figures and of the painting as a whole. Numerous versions, with slight variations, were made before he was satisfied with the composition. Red chalk on paper, Ashmolean, Oxford, UK. The Triumph of Galatea. Raphael's lively depiction of the sea nymph Galatea's apotheosis anticipates the expressive figure painting of the Mannerist style. C. 1511, fresco, 29 by 2,525 centimeters, Villa Farnesina, Rome, Italy. Close look. Circular emphasis. The upraised arms of the figures in the lower half of the painting create a compositional harmony complementing the arc of the cherubs above and framing the central figure of Galatea. The focal center is further emphasized by the cherub's arrows. The Sistine Madonna. This is one of Raphael's most celebrated works. Flanked by Saint Sixtus and Saint Barbara, the Virgin carries the infant Christ, apparently from the area behind the curtains to the real world beyond. 1512-14, oil on canvas, 270 by 201 centimeters, Gemäldegalerie Gallery, Dresden, Germany. Closer look. Cherub contrasting with the seriousness of the figures above. The impishly childlike putty leaning on a balustrade provide a link between the viewer and the space in the painting. The Transfiguration, his was Raphael's final large work, still unfinished at his death. The agitated movement and emotion marks a move away from the serenity of the High Renaissance, presaging the Mannerist style. 1518-20, oil on wood, 405 by 278 centimeters, Vatican City. In context. Classical philosophy, the humanism that characterizes the Renaissance, invoked a fascination for all things classical. Artists rediscovered the art and architecture of ancient Rome, which heavily influenced their style. Raphael in particular was attracted to the work of classical artists. Portrait of Aristotle by Jules van Gent, c. 1475. Andrea del Sarto. B. Florence, 1486, D. Florence, 1530. One of the great artists of the High Renaissance, Andrea spent most of his working life in Florence. The major influences on his work were from Bartolomeo, Raphael, and Leonardo da Vinci. In his best work, the figures have a classical monumentality, set in atmospheric surroundings enlivened by his use of color. His preparatory drawings are admired for their immediacy and direct observation of life. Artist biographer Vasari, see page 178, described him as a painter without mistakes. His work became extremely important in the late 16th century to Tuscan artists dissatisfied with Mannerism. Lifeline. 1486 born son of a tailor, 1493 apprentice to Piero di Cosimo, 1507-1526 works on first large commission, 12 frescoes, 1508 sets up a workshop with the artist Francia Biggio, c. 1511 probably visits Rome, 1513-14 paints Birth of the Virgin for SS Annunziata, 1518-19 works in France, 1530 dies of plague. Annunciation in this unusual composition, the PS place at either side, with classical ruins occupying center stage. 1512, oil on panel, 182 by 181 centimeters, Palazzo Pitti, Florence, Italy. Madonna of the Harpies restoration in 1984 revealed the glorious colors that sing out from this otherwise austere composition. The winged harpies can be seen on the plinth. 1517, oil on panel, 207 x 178 cm, Uffizi, Florence, Italy. Closer eye-look. Contrasts of color. The intense rose of the Madonna's gown is set off by the golden yellow of the drapery over her shoulder. This bold juxtaposition compels the eye into center of the picture. In the shadows, soft highlights and nebulous shadows allow the eye to travel in and out of the space here. Any cherub peeps from the shadows behind the Virgin. Lady with a book of verse by Petrarch dating from late in Andrea's life. This watch-full portrait has the immediacy and painterly brushwork of his late style. c. 1528, oil on panel, 87 x 69 centimeters, Uffizi, Florence, Italy. Fra Bartolomeo. B. Florence, 1472, D. Florence, 1517. Fra Bartolomeo was a key figure in the evolution of High Renaissance painting in Florence. He started his training in the workshop of Cosimo Rosselli. There he met Piero di Cosimo, who taught him, and Mariotto Albertinelli, with whom Helder set up a studio. Bartolomeo combined an understanding of Leonardo's use of light and shade to model form with a feeling for the luminous light and brilliance of color that characterized Venetian art. He achieved his control of chiaroscuro, light and shade, by laying in a composition in monochrome first, then building up the color as glazes, a technique he borrowed from Leonardo da Vinci. In his Sacre Conversazioni, the participants react to situations and interact with each other, rather than simply standing in devout contemplation. Bartolomeo was a follower of reforming friar and preacher Savonarola, and became a Dominican friar in 1501. He had plenty of opportunities for absorbing influences from beyond Florence. It is likely that he met Raphael, who visited the city in around 1504. He went to Venice in 1508, and he visited Rome in 1513. Lifeline. 1485 apprentice to Rosselli in his early teens, 1501 joins the Dominican order and adopts the name Fra Bartolomeo. 1509-13 works with Albertinelli, sharing a workshop in the convent of San Marco. 1517 dies in Florence. The mystic marriage of Saint Catherine of Siena with saints commissioned for his convent, S. Marco in Florence. This painting was admired for the grandeur of the architectural background and the convincing way the figures occupied the space. 1511 oil and panel, 257 x 228 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. Closer look. St. Catherine shown kneeling with her back to the viewer. Saint Catherine of Siena wears the white habit of the Dominican order. She is receiving a ring from the infant Christ. On the far right is Surnamesake, St. Catherine of Alexandria. Study of a man and a woman for the Madonna della Misericordia. Bartolomeo was a pioneer of drawing with black chalk, a material that allowed him to model form with light and dark tones. See 1515, Chalk on Paper, Uffizi, Florence, Italy. Dasso Dassi. B. Mirandola? See 1485, Di Ferrara, 1542. Littleis no Novkia Life of Giovanni Francesco Luteri, known as Dasso Dassi. However, by 1513 he was recorded at Ferrara, home of the magnificent court of the Este family. For most of his career he worked for the Dukes of Ferrara, producing religious images, mythological subjects, portraits, and landscapes, often in collaboration with his brother, Battista. Dasso's work is sometimes eccentric, with complex themes and obscure allegorical references. His paintings reflect the poetry of Giorgione and the rich color of Titian. Hesignetti's work with a pictorial pun, the letter D next to a bone, also in Italian. Apollo and Daphne / he god Apollo is found making music, while in the background Daphne, the subject of his unwanted attentions, is transformed into a laurel tree. See 1525, oil and canvas, 191 by 116 centimeters Galleria Borghese, Rome, Italy. In context. The classical ideal artists of the High Renaissance sought to create beautiful and harmonious effects. Everything should look effortless and right, with no jarring colors or harsh transitions of tone. In architecture, Bramante's Tempietto epitomizes this classical ideal in the harmony of its proportions and the simple forms and austerity of the Doric order. The Tempietto of S. Pietro in Montorio, Rome. Designed by Donato Bramante, c. 1502-12. Correggio. B. Correggio, 1489, D. Correggio, 1534. Inventive and technically accomplished, Correggio worked in and around Parma but was aware of the innovations in Florence, Rome, and Venice. His early work has a hard, linear quality, which echoes Mantegna, but soon this was overtaken by a skillful use of sfumato effects, degradation, soft tone and color for which Leonardo was so famous. From Mantegna, Correggio also took an interest in illusionism, and it became a distinctive mark of his style. Correggio's work falls into three major categories: frescoes, altarpieces, and mythological paintings. He was admired for his ability to create dazzling illusions in fresco, using extreme foreshortening and other painterly devices to dissolve the architectural structures on which he painted. In the Assumption of the Virgin in Parma Cathedral, the Virgin does indeed appear to be soaring through the dome into the heavens beyond. Correggio also produced ravishing nudes. Lifeline. 1489, born in Correggio, from which he takes his name. 514-15 earliest existing work, Virgin of St. Francis for S. Francesco, Correggio, 1519 moves to Parma. Works on frescoes for the Benedictine convent of S. Paolo, 1522 wins commission for frescoes in Parma Cathedral. 1522-25 works on a cycle of illusionistic frescoes for S. Giovanni Evangelista in Parma. 1534 dies in Correggio. Madonna and Child with Angels. Correggio painted many small devotional works such as this. Cherubs and music-making angels inject a sense of playfulness into this intimate study of Madonna and Child. See 1510-15, oil on panel, 20 x 16 centimeters, Uffizi, Florence, Italy. Closer look. Mastery of oil paint. Correggio had a specially subtle and delicate way to touch the colors, producing soft and luminous flesh tones. The blush on the Virgin's cheek is created using transparent glazes, which modify the paint layers. Nativity scene Correggio was an acknowledged master of painted light. At the center of this picture, the Virgin is bathed in the supernatural light emanating from her baby son, while the young woman at the foot of the cradle shields her eyes from the dazzling rays. 1522-30, oil and panel, 256 x 188 centimeters, Gemäldegalerie Gallery Alti Meister, Dresden, Germany. Jupiter and lo, the god Jupiter disguised himself as a gray mist in order to seduce the shy nymph Lo. His face and hand can just be seen. As in the frescoes of the domes in Parma, Correggio shows his mastery at depicting clouds, a difficult thing to paint, being transparent and soft. C. 1530, oil and canvas, 164 by 74 centimeters, Kunsthistorisches Museum, Vienna, Austria. Closer look. Gesture of surrender. Io throws her head back in complete surrender as she abandons herself to Jupiter's embraces. Correggio has captured her swooning expression and the pearly, sensuous quality of her skin. Jupiter's features emerging from the mist are suggested with the lightest of touches, his bodiless quality contrasting with Lo's flesh and blood substance. Lorenzo Lotto. B. Venice, c. 1480, Di Loreto, 1556. Born in Venice, Lotto was a contemporary of, and an eccentric alternative to, Giorgione, Palma Vecchio, and the young Titian. He had a quirky and idiosyncratic style. He combined a dynamic line with brilliant color and carefully rendered detail to create images that are charged with emotion and express the new devout tendencies of the mid-16th century. Lotto lived and worked in various locations throughout central and northern Italy, including Bergamo, Rome, Recanati, and Venice, and made a good living producing altarpieces, devotional pictures, and portraits. His account book for the years 1538 to 1554 survives and provides information about his patrons, the materials he used, and his working methods. Lotto never married, and he spent his final years as a lay brother in the monastery of Santa Casa in Loreto. Christ carrying the cross. The pathos and violence of Christ's passion is captured in this intense, close-up image. 1526, all in canvas, 66 by 60 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. The Annunciation in this dramatic image. Both Mary and the cat are startled by the unexpected arrival of the Archangel Gabriel carrying a lily, a symbol of virginity. C. 1534-35, oil and canvas, 166 by 114 centimeters, Museo Civico, Recanati, Italy. Sebastiano Del Piombo. B. Venice? C. 1485, Rome, 1547. Sebastiano worked successively in Venice and Rome. His early paintings display the harmonious qualities of the Venetian painters Giovanni Bellini and Giorgione. After his move to Rome in 1511, he began to work in a bolder, more vigorous style under the influence of Michelangelo, who introduced him to patrons, procured commissions for him, and supplied drawings. Sebastiano produced many important religious works and achieved fame as a painter of portraits. Despite his reliance on Michelangelo for important drawings, he was an accomplished draftsman in his own right, often working in black chalk on a tinted paper, heightened with white. At the height of his career, he combined the classicism of Rome with the rich palette of Venice. In his later work, muted colors provide a foil for bright accents. In 1531, Sebastiano became the keeper of papal seals. They were made of lead, piombo in Italian, and this is how he got his nickname, Lifeline. 1511 he settles in Rome. 1512 produces several important portraits, including Cardinal Ferri Carondelet and his secretary. C. 1513 painted Pieta 4S. Francesco in Viterbo, Central Italy. 1531 becomes keeper of the papal seals de Piombo, from which he gets his name. 1532 paints important portrait of Giulia Gonzaga. 1547 dies in Rome. The raising of Lazarus. This immense altarpiece was commissioned by Cardinal Giulio de' Medici for the cathedral at Narbonne. Michelangelo probably negotiated the commission for Sebastiano, and provided drawings for the main figures, some of which survive. C 1517-19, oil on canvas, transferred from wood, 381 x 290 cm, National Gallery, London, UK. Closer look. Directing the eye, the kneeling figure, whose profile is outlined against the dark ground, gazes up at Christ, while Christ's extended arm points the viewer to Lazarus, emerging from his tomb. Borrowed from the Master for Lazarus and the attendant figures, Sebastiano. Used a drawing, in red chalk with some black chalk, provided by Michelangelo. Portrait of Andrea Doria. The subject of this brooding and watchful portrait was a native of Genoa. The maritime motifs on the marble frieze refer to his position as Admiral of the Fleet. 1526, oil and canvas, 153 by 107 centimeters, Galleria Doria Pamphilj, Rome, Italy. Giovan. Bellini. B. Venice, c. 1430-35, D. Venice, 1516. The leading Venetian artist of the High Renaissance, Giovanni Bellini, was largely responsible for giving the city its distinctive poetic painting style. In doing so, he helped Venice rival the cities of Rome and Florence as a major arts center. Venice is a city of beautiful, fluid light, and this is reflected in Bellini's paintings, which are suffused with warm flowers and a delicate atmosphere. Unlike Florentine artists, who focused on draftsmanship, Bellini relied on paint rather than line. He applied his paint gradually, in overlapping layers, to attain softly blended colors. Bellini's pupils Giorgione and Titian continued this tradition. Lifeline. 1430-35 born, son of the painter Jacopo Bellini and brother, probably younger, of Gentile Bellini, 1453 becomes Mantegna's brother-in-law when his sister, Nicolosa, marries Mantegna. 1479 takes over from his brother, Gentile, painting historical scenes in the Great Council Hall in Venice. 1480-90 altarpiece of San Giobbe. C. 1501-04 paints the Doge. Leonardo Loredan, 1516 dies in his 80s. Pieta in a Pieta, Pity, Mary cradles Jesus' dead body in her lap. Bellini includes St. John and unusually shows Jesus upright. This Pieta was painted in tempera before Bellini mastered oil painting. The precise linear description of the dramatic poses shows the influence of Bellini's brother-in-law, Mantegna. C. 1468, tempera on panel, 86 x 107 centimeters, Pinacoteca di Brera, Milan, Italy. The Doge Leonardo Loredan. This painting of the Venetian Republic's head of state has the sculptural solidity of a Roman portrait bust. C. 1501-04, oil and poplar, 62 x 45 cm, National Gallery, London, UK. Closer eye-look. Facial expression. The Doge seems hypnotically calm. Instead of staring at the viewer, he gazes into the middle distance, perhaps a little wistfully. Play of light, subtle tonal contrasts reveal the folds of the exquisitely patterned fabric and help convey the play of light. Madonna of the Trees. This exquisite picture epitomizes Bellini's tender approach to painting. The Madonna and Child, composed in a triangle, are softly lit by light from the left. C. 1487, oil on panel, 71 x 58 cm, Gallery dell'Accademia, Venice, Italy. Altarpiece of San Giobbe. Bellini uses his mastery of perspective to set the figures in the curved apse of a church. The golden mosaic above shimmers and reflects a warm light in the figures. 1480-1490, tempera and oil on panel, 471 x 258 cm, Gallery dell'Accademia, Venice, Italy. Closer look. St. Francis wearing his traditional monk's habit. St. Francis holds out his hands to show his stigmata, marks like Christ's nail wounds. One hand almost seems to be beckoning the viewer into the picture. Vittor Carpaccio. B. Venice? C. 1460. D. Venice? C. 1525-26. Vittor Carpaccio is best known for his grand depictions of religious subjects. He generally set these stories in Venice, the city in which he spent all his working life, and would often include contemporary Venetian notables in the scenes. Carpaccio worked mainly for the Venetian School, religious and trade associations, whose taste for richly colored panoramas celebrating the city's success perfectly matched his artistic talents. Decorative and pageant-like, His paintings contain wonderful anecdotal details such as dogs and pet monkeys and lounging cavaliers, along with bustling activity everywhere. Lifeline. 1490 begins painting the Street Ursula cycle for the Scuola DS. Orsola, 1502 to 2007 paints cycle of St. George and St. Jerome for the Scuola DS. Giorgio degli Schiavoni, 1507 employed to decorate the Doge's palace. 1511 to 20 works on cycle of St. Stephen paintings for the Scuola di Santo Stefano. See 1525-26 dies, probably in Venice. The King of Brittany receives the English ambassadors. This painting, from the Street Ursula series, shows the English ambassadors bringing a letter with a marriage proposal. In the room on the right, a pensive King of Brittany discusses the matter with Ursula. See 1495, oil on canvas, 275 by 589 centimeters, Gallery dell'Accademia, Venice, Italy. The dream of Saint Ursula, an angel steals into Ursula's chamber to forewarn of her martyrdom. See 1495, on canvas, 273 by 267 centimeters, Gallery dell'Accademia, Venice, Italy. Closer look. Doorway. The objects and furnishings are depicted with meticulous care, providing a faithful reproduction of an upper-class Venetian bedroom. The doorway Isapen, suggesting the journey that Ursula will take. She and her fellow pilgrims were killed by Huns who were besieging Cologne. Gentile Bellini. B. Venice, c. 1430-35, D. Venice, 1507. Giovanni Bellini's brother, Gentile, started his career in his father's workshop. In his middle age, he became a very successful artist, winning prestigious commissions from both the Doge and the Scuola, religious and trade associations. Gentile Bellini was known as an excellent portrait painter, but today only about 6 portraits are definitely attributable to him. His reputation now rests on his Teleri narrative paintings on canvas. These are immensely detailed and are of great interest as records of Venice at the moment of its greatest splendor. Lifeline. 1460 paints in the workshop of his father, Jacopo Bellini. 1465 produces his first documented painting. 1469 knighted by German Emperor Frederick. 1474 starts working on paintings for the council hall at the Doge's palace. 1479-81 serves at the court of Sultan Mehmed II in Constantinople. 1507 dies 9 years before his brother Giovanni. Portrait of the Doge John Mocenigo. This profile view allows Bellini to make a strong statement about the dignity of the Doge, but precludes acute insight into his character. 1478-85, Tempera on panel, 62x45 centimeters, Museo Correr, Venice, Italy. Miracle of the Cross at the Bridge of San Lorenzo. This is the first in a series of 8 paintings, depicting the history of a relic of the true cross, the wooden cross on which Jesus was crucified. It provides a wonderfully detailed record of Venice's palaces. 1500, Tempera and oil on canvas, 323x430 cm, Gallery dell'Accademia, Venice, Italy. Closer look. Saving the Cross, the guardian of the Scuola di San Giovanni, for which the painting was made, saves the relic from the canal. Palma Vecchio. B. Near Bergamo, c. 1480, D. Venice, 1528. Palma Vecchio is first documented in Venice in 1510, and he spent the rest of his working life in the city. He specialized in altarpieces, particularly Sacre Conversazioni, in which the Madonna and infant Jesus are shown amid saints. He is also renowned for his half-length pictures of beautiful women, of 10 thought to be courtesans. In line with the Venetian artistic tradition, Palma Vecchio painted wonderfully balanced compositions in bold color. Portrait of a young woman often called La Bella. This painting has a mood of sensuous opulence. C. 1525, oil on canvas, 95x80 centimeters, Thyssen-Bornemisza Museum, Madrid, Spain. Myth and legend. For thousands of years, artists' imaginations have been fired by the evocative and inspiring subjects of myths and legends. Indeed, artistic representations of classical myths are responsible for much of our knowledge of the ancient world. Many of these stories have been depicted by more than one artist, and their depictions have varied greatly, such as Cézanne and Dali's different treatments of the Leda myth. The hero Gilgamesh holding a lion that he has captured Assyrian school and subduing a lion. The Babylonian king Gilgamesh demonstrate his superhuman powers. c. 725 BC, Gypsum, Louvre, Paris, France. Mithras sacrificing the bull. Roman Mithras' slaughter of the bull was a central image in Mithraic religious practice, associated with spring. As the bull dies, a dog and serpent drink its blood while a scorpion attacks its testicles. 2nd century, marble relief, Museo Archeologico, Venice. The Judgment of Paris. Lucas Cranach the Elder. The goddesses Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite try to bribe Paris, who was asked by Zeus to choose the most beautiful. Features such as the hat on the middle nude make the story Cranach's own. c. 1528, Tempera and Oil and Panel, 102 by 71 centimeters, Metropolitan Museum of Art, New York, U.S. Feathered coyote. Aztec adopted as a symbol by Aztec warrior orders. The feathered coyote's unusually long fur signifies movement. 16th century stone, 38 x 17 by 13 centimeters, Museo Nacional de Antropología, Mexico City, Mexico. Landscape with St. George and the dragon. Domenichino Theakshanov. St. George's symbolical triumph over evil takes place in front of a classically beautiful landscape. c. 1610, Oil and Panel, National Gallery, London, UK. The second incarnation of Vishnu as Krum the tortoise. The churning of the ocean. Indian school. All the things lost in deluge were recovered and the Hindu goddess Lakshmi was born from the churning ocean. c. 68th century, paint on paper, Chandigarh Museum, Chandigarh, Punjab, India. Landscape with the fall of Icarus. Peter Bruegel the Elder having flown too close to the sun and melted the wax that held his wings, Icarus fell into the sea. This dramatic event goes unnoticed amid everyday affairs. c. 1555, Ullin Canvas, 74 by 112 centimeters, Musées Royaux des Beaux-Arts de Belgique, Brussels, Belgium. A seal in the form of a Chilean Chinese skull. Ming Dynasty. This Chinese mythological creature symbolizes longevity and good government. 15th 17th century. Carved ivory, 6 by 7 centimeters, private collection. Medea. Frederick Sandys. Jason only succeeded in stealing the golden fleece because Medea helped him in return for his promise to marry her. Many of Sandys's works depict moments from well-known mythological stories. 1868, Oil and Panel, 61 x 46 cm, Birmingham Museums and Art Gallery, UK. Prometheus. Gustave Moreau. Mythical subjects preoccupied Moreau. He depicts Zeus's punishment of Prometheus for the theft of fire from the gods with typically sparkling color. 1868, Oil and Canvas, 87 by 52 centimeters, Musée Gustave Moreau, Paris, France. Leda and the Swan. Paul Cézanne. Cézanne is just one in a long line of artists to have depicted Zeus's rape, or seduction, of the mortal Leda in the form of Aswan. His treatment captures the bizarre ambiguities of this relationship. c. 1880-82, Oil on Canvas, 59.8 by 75 centimeters, The Barnes Foundation, Marion, Pennsylvania, U.S. Kriemhild sees the dead Siegfried in a dream. Henry Fuseli. A German legend in which Kriemhild foresees the murder of her husband. Dreams were a frequent source of inspiration for Fuseli. 1805, Wash with White Heightening, 128 by 146 centimeters, Museum of Fine Arts, Houston, Texas, U.S. Sir Galahad. The Quest of the Holy Grail. Arthur Hughes. 3 knights set out from Camelot in search of the Holy Grail. Sir Galahad was considered to be the purest of them. Hughes bathes his journey in an ethereal light. 1870, Oil and Canvas, 113 x 168 centimeters, Walker Art Gallery, National Museums, Liverpool, UK. Ulysses deriding Polyphemus. J.M.W. Turner. Ulysses blinds Polyphemus, the man-eating giant Cyclops. Turner contrasts the size of the hero, who taunts the giant from his ship, with the might of his foe. 1829, Ullin Canvas, 133 by 203 centimeters. National Gallery, London, UK. Leda Otto Mica. Salvador Dali. This is Dali's reinterpretation of the myth Leda and the Swan in the light of nuclear physics. Various elements of the painting. gravitate around the nucleus of Leda like the electrons of an atom. 1949 Oilen. Canvas, 61x45 cm, Teatro Museo del Figueres, Spain. Giorgione. BCSDL Farencio, c. 1477, B. Venice, 1510. Although Giorgione is one of the most important Venetian Renaissance painters, little is known about his life, and very few surviving paintings can definitely be attributed to him. Giorgione's work proved hugely influential. His Sleeping Venus, finished by Titian, established the tradition of the reclining nude, and his sensual portraits were much imitated by other artists. He was also one of the first painters to specialize in cabinet pictures, paintings made for private collectors. But perhaps Giorgione's biggest contribution was the moody, evocative depiction of the landscape and lyrical relationship between figures and nature. Lifeline. c. 1477, born in Castelfranco, c. 1490, probably studies under Giovanni Bellini. c. 1505, paints The Tempest, Cent. 1505-10, paints Sleeping Venus. 1507 to 2008, paints a canvas. Now lost, for the audience chamber of the Doge's Palace. 1508, paints frescoes with Titian for German warehouse in Venice. Fragments survive. 1510, dies of the plague while in Venice. The Tempest, although many have tried to interpret this work, the identity of the figures is uncertain. They may be Adam and Eve after being cast out of Eden. The real subject seems to be the landscape, brought alive by the dense, hazy atmosphere and stormy light. Giorgione also added a thunderbolt considered extremely difficult for a painter. c. 1505, oil on canvas, 82x73 cm, Galleria dell'Accademia, Venice, Italy. Laura Yee's intriguing portrait was named in the 1600s after the laurel as a symbol of chastity and fidelity. But many critics believe the subject was a courtesan, because of her exposed breast and fur collar. c. 1506, oil and canvas, 41 by 34 cm, Kunsthistorisches Museum, Vienna, Austria. Titian. BP Diacador, c. 1485-90, D. Venice, 1576. Titian was the greatest painter of the Venetian school. In a long and prolific career, he won the most prestigious commissions from the Habsburg court. Titian revolutionized every genre of painting that he worked in. His dramatic altarpieces have complex, innovative compositions. Famously, the Madonna and Child are placed off-center in the Pesaro altarpiece, 1519-26. His mythological paintings are exuberant and colorful, and celebrate erotic passion. His portraits present subjects actively, in a variety of poses and formats. One of the best shows Charles V mounted on his horse at the Battle of Mulberg. Lifeline. c. 1485, born Tiziano Vecellio, c. 1500-02, arrives in Venice and begins apprenticeship. 1511, paints first firmly dated. Pictures attributable to him, frescoes of 3 episodes of the life of Saint Anthony in the Scuola del Santo. 1533, made Knight of the Golden Spur by Charles V. 1538, paints one of his most celebrated works, Venus of Urbino. See pages 132-5. 1545, visits Rome and meets Michelangelo. 1548, travels to Augsburg to work for Charles V. 1576, disoffay for a while. Plague rages in Venice. His exact cause of death is unknown. Concert Champetragitian, or Giorgione, or both may have painted this work. The description of the landscape, with its hazy atmosphere, seems to be Giorgione's, while the distinctive poses of the figures seem to be Titian. See 1510, oil and canvas, 105 by 137 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. Sacred and profane love. The twin figures in this painting are now both thought to be Venus. The clothed figure represents earthly love. She holds a chalice of jewels, symbolizing fleeting happiness in this world. The nude figure represents celestial love. She holds a lamp, symbolizing eternal happiness in heaven. See 1514, oil on canvas, 118 by 279 centimeters, Galleria Borghese, Rome, Italy. Closer look. Coat of Arms. Titian made this painting for the marriage of Niccolo Aurelio, whose coat of arms appears on the sarcophagus. Landscape. The landscape shows the influence of Giorgione, but the rich colors and the vitality of the figures are typical of Titian. The Assumption of the Virgin has the grandeur and the awesomeness of Michelangelo, the pleasing beauty of Raphael, and the colors of nature itself. Lodovico Dolce, Venetian critic, 1557. The Assumption of the Virgin. The animated figures, bold, luminous color, and dramatic tonal contrasts give this massive painting a turbulent intensity. The Virgin's twisting body adds to the dynamism. 1516-18, oil on panel, 690x360 cm, Santa Maria Gloriosa dei Frari, Venice, Italy. Closer look. Dynamic composition. The earthbound apostles are contained within a rectangle at the bottom of the painting, while the Virgin and God make a loose circle at the top. While apostles in red, one of whom is reaching out, form a triangle, which pulls the viewer's eye up to the Virgin. Venus and Adonis. This scene is based on a story in Ovid's Metamorphoses. Venus is trying to stop Adonis going on a hunt that will end in a wild boar killing him. Cupid sleeps in the background, a symbol of Adonis' refusal of Venus's embrace. The pose of Venus is modeled on ancient prototypes, like Lo in Correggio's Jupiter and Lo, see page 124. But where Correggio's version is lyrical and sweet, Titian is vivid and dynamic. 1553, oil and canvas, 168 by 207 centimeters, Prado, Madrid, Spain. Venus of Urbino. Titian c. 1538, oil on canvas, 119 by 165 centimeters, Uffizi, Florence, Italy. Closer look. Venus of Urbino. Titian. Venus of Urbino is one of the most celebrated and debated of Titian's paintings. It was commissioned by Guidobaldo I della Rovere, who became the Duke of Urbino in 1539, and was probably intended for the bridal chambers of his palace. A young woman looks frankly at the beholder. She is naked except for earrings, a bracelet, and a ring. Her body creates voluptuously flowing rhythms against the precisely rendered order of the Venetian interior. However, many critics see the image not primarily as an allegory of lust but of marital love. The myrtle tree and the roses allude not only to the goddess Venus but also to constant love. The dog symbolizes faithfulness. Composition. Titian has created a beautifully balanced composition dominated by two diagonals. One diagonal, from top left to bottom right, is formed by Venus. The other, from top right down to bottom left, leads through the two heads of the maids and the left hand of Venus. Together they create a dynamic cross-like composition. The figures in the background play an important role, counterbalancing Venus and helping create a sense of tension. Similarly, the dog on the right counterbalances the strong point of interest formed by Venus's face and Posey on the left. Compositional graphics. The edge of room divider and Venus's left hand lie on the central vertical. Venus's left nipple and the bottom of the cassone, bridal chests, are on the central horizontal. Light and dark. Venus's face stands out from the dark curtain in the background. The darkness of the curtain in the top left corner is balanced by the light tones of the sheet in the bottom right corner. Technique. Titian earned a reputation for extending the expressive effects of oil painting, especially in his late paintings, when he employed extremely loose brushwork. Here, however, the pictorial handling is one of precision and refinement. Titian uses thick paint to create forms. The broad areas of color are offset by crisp details. It is a technique that suits the tightly structured composition and the exact geometric perspective used to construct the picture space. Moreover, Titian has deployed a technique that befits the bold, forthright confidence of the subject. Flesh tones. Venus's pale, smooth flesh tones immediately catch the viewer's eye. The soft transitions from pearly white highlights to rose-colored shadow tones add to the sensuous allure of the body. The posy roses are associated with Venus, the goddess of love, and this posy of roses, with its strong tonal contrast, deep red color, and detailed rendition, also provides a strong point of interest. The color red is repeated in the mattress and in the maid's dress. Hair. Venus's chestnut tresses, defined in individual strands as they shimmer in the light, fall seductively over her shoulders. Together with the roses, which languidly drop from her hand, they add an erotic charge to the painting. Story. The identity of the nude figure has been debated for centuries. In contemporary correspondence, she is described as the nude woman, or woman reclining. The figure seems to have been referred to as Venus, the Roman goddess of love and beauty, only after the painting was moved from Urbino to Florence in the 17th century. Roses and the myrtle tree are traditional attributes of Venus, but the inclusion of Venus's son Cupid would have made the identification unequivocal. Instead, the setting, with maidservants in the background busying themselves with the subject's clothes, suggests the temporary nakedness of a mortal rather than the ideal nudity of a goddess. Venus stares straight at the viewer, with a nonchalant, almost provocative, expression. Apparently unconcerned with her nudity, she seems to challenge, rather than be challenged by, her unseen beholder. In context. Reclining nudes early in his career, Titian worked as an assistant to Giorgione, and the Venus of Urbino seems to be based on Giorgione's Sleeping Venus, c. 1508-10. Giorgione's Venus lies in a landscape with her eyes closed. She seems romanticized, remote, and unattainable. Titian's, by contrast, is a sentient, flesh and blood, heroine. Paintings of nude reclining women were extremely popular in Venice in the 16th century. The Sleeping Venus Giorgione, 1508. Window. The window is the same as one in a drawing of the Duke's palace in Urbino. It suggests this painting was destined to be displayed in his palace. The myrtle tree on the sill symbolizes eternal commitment. Spaniel the dog, a traditional symbol of fidelity, implies that the painting is a story of conjugal love. However, dogs were also used by artists as symbols of lust. Two maids. The maids take clothes out of a bridal chest, cassone. Such chests were often painted with erotic scenes similar to this painting. Critics who see this painting as an allegory of marital love have suggested the maids are involved in their mistress's nuptial preparations. Jacopo Robusti Tintoretto. B. Venice, 1518. D. Venice, 1594. After Titian, Tintoretto was the most respected and prolific Venetian painter of Renaissance, but littlest known of his life. Born Jacopo Robusti, Tintoretto was nicknamed for his father's occupation from the Italian word tintor, meaning dyer. Tintoretto may have trained with Venetian artist Bonifacio Veronese, no relation to Paolo Veronese, and legend has it he also studied with Titian, but was dismissed because of the master's jealousy of his talent. Tintoretto set up a workshop of his own sometime before 1539. But it was not until 1548 that he produced a major work in his distinctive style, The Miracle of Saint Mark Freeing a Slave. His draftsmanship, seen vividly in his drawings, was perfected. By making wax models of the figures for his paintings and producing studies of them, from all angles and with different light sources. One of Tintoretto's hallmarks was dramatic foreshortening. Bold brushwork matched the striking poses. Tintoretto's work in the churches and scuole of Venice established his reputation as an alternative to Titian, and he had enormous influence, on El Greco in particular. His children, Domenico, Marco, and Marietta, helped in his workshop once it was well established. The Miracle of Saint Mark Freeing a Slave. The use of foreshortening, contrast of light and shade, and closely observed figure painting give this picture a sense of drama and movement. 1548. Oil on canvas, 414 by 541 centimeters, Galleria dell'Accademia, Venice, Italy. Study of a male nude from behind. Tintoretto's drawings show even more energy and brilliance than Michelangelo's. C. 1577, charcoal on paper, 35 x 25 centimeters, Hermitage, St. Petersburg, Russia. Lifeline. 1518. Born in Venice, son of a cloth dyer before 1539, sets up his own workshop. 1552-62 works in the Church of Madonna dell'Orto. 1562-66 paints a series of 4 works for the Scuola Grande di San Marco. Sea of scenes from the Bible for crutch and Scauda ds. Rocco. After 1588 paints Paradise for the Doge's Palace. 1594 dies aged 76. The Last Supper. Many of Tintoretto's later works were painted in collaboration with his assistants, but this one is undoubtedly his own work, his glorious swan song. It is a distinct break with the traditional portrayal of this subject. The dramatic depiction of Christ serving the Eucharist beneath the supernatural angels contrasts with the very earthly figures of the apostles. 1594, oil on canvas, 365 by 568 centimeters, S. Giorgio Maggiore, Venice, Italy. The crucifixion of Christ. Tintoretto's massive crucifixion scene is teeming with movement, and depicts the raising of the cross rather than the conventional contemplative portrayal of the crucified Christ. 1565, oil on canvas, 5.36 x 12.24 m. Scuola Grande di San Rocco, Venice, Italy. Closer look. Diagonal framework. The visionary quality of this Last Supper is heightened by the unconventional viewpoint, from above and to one side. The table forms a diagonal framework for the painting. Shining halos. The main light source in this painting is the blazing halo around the head of Christ, echoed in the auras around the apostles' heads. Christ's halo lights the whole scene, and highlights the figures of the angels above. Jacopo Bassano, Gni 1818, Abbassano, 1692. Although he spent most of his life in Bassano, a village 65 kilometers northwest to Venice, where his father Francesco the Elder worked as a painter, Jacopo Bassano is considered part of the Venetian school. He studied with Bonifacio Veronese in Venice in the 1530s, but otherwise remained in his hometown all his life. Like his father, Bassano often placed biblical scenes in a rural setting, peopled with peasants and animals, anticipating the 17th century taste for genre scenes of everyday life. His knowledge of the work of Raphael, Parmigianino, and other Mannerists lifted his work far above that of a village artist. Bassano experimented with a more expressive approach to anatomy in his figure painting, and he developed a dramatic use of light and color which continued throughout his career. His four sons, Francesco the Younger, Giovanni Battista, Leandro, and Girolamo, were also painters. They assisted their father in his later years, and took over his workshop after his death. Adoration of the Magi. The unnatural postures of the figures in this rural setting of the Adoration are typical of Bassano mature style, as is the intensity of color created by the light falling on them. 1563-64, oil on canvas, 92 x 118 centimeters, Kunsthistorisches Museum, Vienna, Austria. The Adoration of the King/His is as much a portrayal of country people and animals as of the Adoration. The pageant of acutely observed figures leads to the Madonna. Cent 1540, oil on canvas, 183 x 235 cm, National Gallery of Scotland, Edinburgh, UK. In context. Holy Inquisition. In 1573, Veronese painted a Last Supper, set in contemporary Venice. He was called before the tribunal of the Holy Inquisition because he had included figures and ornaments that were not in the biblical account. 4 days later, he changed the title to Feast in the House of Levi, in which Jesus ate with tax collectors and sinners. Detailed from Auto da Fe in the Plaza Mayor, Madrid, by Francisco Ricci, 1680. Paolo Veronese, B. Verona, 1528, D. Venice, 1588. Known by the nickname Veronese, after his native city of Verona, Paolo Cagliari became one of the most important members of the Venetian school. He absorbed some of the elements of Mannerism, and particularly the use of unusual perspectives and foreshortening, but his work is generally characterized by its dazzling use of color and light, expressing the magnificence of the time. Veronese trained in Verona. After a short period in Mantua, he moved to Venice in 1553. He almost immediately started work on ceiling paintings in the Doge's palace, and was then commissioned to provide canvases for the Church of S. Sebastiano, a task that was to occupy him for about 10 years. Veronese's work was much in demand, especially the banquet paintings for which he was renowned, and his career culminated in a second series of works for the Doge's palace. Lifeline. 1528 born in Verona, 1553 moves to Venice, 1555 to 65 paints a series of works for the Church of S. Sebastiano, 1562–63 paints the marriage feast at Cana in the refectory of S. Giorgio Maggiore, 1575–82 commissioned to decorate the interior of the fire-damaged Doge's palace. 1585 paints the apotheosis of Venice for a ceiling in the Doge's palace. 1588 dies in Venice. The Triumph of Mordecai. This is part of the massive cycle of paintings in S. Sebastiano. The work's striking, worm's eye viewpoint is explained by its position on the ceiling of the nave. The mannerist portrayal of figures and horse adds to the drama. 1956, fresco, 900 by 370 centimeters, S. Sebastiano, Venice, Italy. Closer Ioc. Horse and groom. Veronese's eye for detail and love of ornamentation, seen here in the boot and the horse's hoof, add to the realism of his narrative cycles. The marriage feast at Cana, he banquet at which Christ turned water into wine, is depicted here in a Venetian setting, with classical architecture, guests in contemporary clothes, and Renaissance musicians all realistically portrayed. Veronese's approach to religious themes was generally celebratory, even light-hearted, rather than devotional. 1562–63, oil on canvas, 6.6 x 9.9 m, Louvre, Paris, France. In the 14th and 15th centuries, artists in Northern Europe as in Italy began to depict the world in a more realistic way. While Italian artists attained this greater naturalism through the study of anatomy, perspective, and classical art, Northern artists achieved it by developing and mastering oil paint and paying precise attention to detail. Origins and influences. The Northern Renaissance lasted from the end of the 14th century to the end of the 16th century. Many scholars look to the flourishing of the arts under the French King Charles V, reigned 1364–80, and the Holy Roman Emperor Charles IV, reigned 1355–78, as the start of the Northern Renaissance. The princely courts of Northern Europe sponsored the Renaissance much as the cities in Italy did. Royal patrons were able to attract the best artists, with large salaries and enticing opportunities. Two dukes of Burgundy, Philip II, the Bold, reigned 1363–1404, and Philip III, the Good, reigned 1419–67, hired Claus Sluiter and Jan van Eyck respectively. The English King Henry VIII, meanwhile, employed Hans Holbein. Artistic inspiration also came from Italy. There were extensive trading contacts between Northern Europe and Italy. Giovanni Arnolfini, the subject of Van Eyck's portrait, below, was an Italian merchant working in Bruges. Albrecht Dürer worked for German merchants when in Venice. And French King Francis, reigned 1515–47, brought many Italian artists, including Leonardo da Vinci, to France. Subjects. Most of the best artworks of the 15th century were altarpieces. There were also highly detailed prints, both woodcuts and copperplate engravings. West end of King's College Chapel, Cambridge, Frederick Mackenzie. King's College Chapel, started in 1446, is one of the finest examples in England of the last phase of the Gothic style, known as the Perpendicular. Aquatint from The History of Cambridge, published by R. Ackerman in 1815, private collection. Northern Renaissance. Timeline. Van Eyck and Rogier van der Weyden pioneered the use of oils, creating intricate detail in the Arnolfini marriage and descent from the cross. In the early 1500s, Hieronymus Bosch and Matthias Grünwald made powerful sermons and pictures. Dürer idealizes an Adam and Eve in the manner of Italian artists. After the Reformation, saints and the Virgin were rarely painted. Instead, Hans Holbein turned to portraits such as Van Eyck the Ambassadors, while Cranach and Bruegel painted myths. 1434 Van Eyck, the Arnolfini marriage. 1435 Van der Weyden, descent from the cross. C. 1440 Campen, Virgin and Child before a fire screen. C. 1500 Bosch, the carrying of the cross. 1504 Dürer, Adam and Eve. Schools. In the 15th century, the Northern Renaissance centered on Flanders and Germany. Flanders lies in what are now Belgium and northern France. Germany was a vague entity. It was made of small states, all nominally part of the Holy Roman Empire. This empire covered the whole of Central Europe and was ruled by Austrian Habsburgs. Germanic artists lived in areas now in eastern France, Switzerland, Austria, and northern Italy. 15th century Flemish. Two of the most influential 15th century Flemish artists were Jan van Eyck, who worked mainly in Bruges, and sculptor Claus Sluiter, a native of Haarlem, who worked in Brussels, then Dijon. Van Eyck and Sluiter recreated the real world with clarity, moving away from the stylistic conventions of medieval art. In the Ghent altarpiece, for instance, Van Eyck paints an extraordinarily lifelike Adam and Eve. They are not the flat figures of medieval art, nor are they idealized as an Italian Renaissance painting. Madonna and Child with Canon Joris van der Pijl. Jan van Eyck. Van Eyck uses his portrait skills to show the canon being introduced to the Virgin and Child by St. George. 1436, oil on panel, 122x157 Groningen Museum, Bruges, Belgium. Portrait of a man, age 93. Albrecht Dürer. The detail and acute psychological observation is characteristic of the best of northern portraiture. 1521, pen and ink heightened with white drawing, 41.5 by 28.2 centimeters, Grafische Sammlung Albertina, Vienna, Austria. Martin Schongauer and Dürer were the masters of printmaking. Portraits, too, were in demand from royal and clerical patrons and the new bourgeoisie. While sitters in early Italian Renaissance portraits were generally painted in profile, Van Eyck began to use three-quarter views, adding vitality and allowing for more exploration of facial expression. In the 16th century, Northern Renaissance artists also instigated painting genres. Albrecht Altdorfer was the first artist to paint landscapes in oils without any figures or story. Holbein's portrait The Ambassadors, below, anticipates the still life genre, while Bruegel's paintings of peasants at work and play were among the first scenes of everyday life. The flood Hans Baldung the German's work is full of drama and doom, similar to that of his contemporary Matthias Grünewald. 1516, oil on canvas, Neue Residence, Bamberg, Germany. The flood detail, Bas/Dung envisages the Old Testament flood as a desperate riot of splashing, struggling, and drowning humans and animals. Current events. C. 1440-1450 Johannes Gutenberg of Mainz develops the printing press. It is key to spreading the ideas of the Renaissance, and later the Protestant Reformation. 1517 in Wittenberg, Martin Luther begins the Reformation, leading to a decrease in religious art. 1566-67 a wave of Protestant iconoclasm, the Bildenstorm, hits the Low Countries. Much religious art is destroyed. C. 1512, Grunewald, the Isenheim altarpiece. C. 1520, Massey's Ecce Homo. C. 1528, Cranach, The Judgment of Paris. 1533, Holbein, The Ambassadors. 1555, Bruegel, The Elder Landscape with the Fall of Icarus. Similarly, Sluiter's sculpted figures are remarkably naturalistic. They appear to be flesh and blood people who exude vigor and emotion. They are also highly detailed, as can be seen in the wrinkles, tendons, veins, and sagging flesh. Northern art was transformed by the use of oil paint, a medium first mastered by Jan van Eyck. Panel painting had previously been in egg tempera. This required laboriously building up the picture in small brushstrokes. Oils meant greater freedom. By using transparent layers, known as glazes, dazzling jewel-like colors could be attained. Chiaroscuro, light and shade, could bring faces alive. Above all, details could be depicted precisely. German. Two of the greatest German artists of the time, Albrecht Dürer and Matthias Grünewald, are vividly contrasting figures. Grunewald looked back to the medieval idea of delivering sermons in pictures, but in an original way, with vivid color and powerful emotion. Dürer was thoroughly contemporary. He was the first German artist to travel extensively in Italy. He mastered the color, light, composition, and perspective of Italian painters, especially the Venetians. And yet he retained the psychological insight, meticulous design, and masterful observation of detail characteristic of northern painters. 16th century Flemish and Dutch. The Reformation profoundly affected the Northern Renaissance in the 16th century. Many Protestants objected to paintings and sculptures of saints as popish idolatry, and commissions for altarpieces dried up. Book illustration and portrait painting became major sources of income. Peter Bruegel the Elder, the most renowned Flemish artist of the era, painted peasant scenes and found patrons among the bankers of Antwerp and the court at Brussels. The Low Countries became increasingly unstable at the end of the century, and conditions were not conducive to commissioning arts. In 1566, many paintings and statues were destroyed in Protestant iconoclastic riots. In 1576, Spanish soldiers rampaged through Antwerp, leaving 7,000 dead. 3 years later, 7 northern provinces of the Low Countries signed the Union of Utrecht and started the formation of the Dutch Republic. Haymaking. Possibly the months of June and July. Peter Bruegel the Elder. This icon of a series of 6 paintings Bruegel painted entitled The Months. Before 1566, oil panel, 117 by 161 centimeters. Lobkowick's Collections, Nelehozov's Castle, Czech Republic. Klaus Sluter. B. Haarlem, c. 1350, D. Dija, 1405-06. Sluter was the greatest sculptor of the 15th century in Northern Europe. He was active in Brussels and Haarlem, but spent most of his life working in Dijon for the Duke of Burgundy. His most famous work is the Well of Moses, of which only the base survives undamaged. Living in an era when the soft, or sweet, Gothic style was prevalent, Sluter developed a robust naturalism. His figures are all individualized humans, who exhibit a range of emotions and are characterized with distinctive details. Furthermore, they are weighty and expressive, projecting from their architectural settings with great emphasis on their three-dimensionality. His work influenced not just sculptors but also painters such as Robert Campin. Lifeline. 1379 documentation shows he is living in Brussels and came from Haarlem. 1385 moves to Dijon to enter the service of Philip the Bold, Duke of Burgundy. 1389 succeeds Jean de Marville as the Duke's chief sculptor. 1404 joins Augustinian monastery in Dijon. The Well of Moses / his sculpture was originally situated in a cloister in the Chartreuse de Champmont, forming the base of a 7.5 m high fountain with the crucified Christ at the top. 6 prophets, David, shown here with a crown, Moses, Jeremiah, Zechariah, Daniel, and Isaiah, stand before small niches, while 6 grieving angels hover above. 1395 to 1403 stone, height 183 centimeters, Chartreuse de Champmont, Dijon, France. Closer look. Prophet Jeremiah. F.A. Jeremiah typifies Sluter's skills as a sculptor. The prophet is a believable old man with wrinkles across his forehead and around his deep-set eyes. His thumb makes an impression on the manuscript. To make him as lifelike as possible, originally Sluter gave him a pair of copper glasses. Melchior Broederlam. Ypres, c. 1350, Ypres, c. 1411. Broederlam was a Netherlandish painter, who, from the 1380s, worked as a court painter to Philip the Bold, Duke of Burgundy. Documents testify that he was a busy and versatile artist, but his only surviving works are 2 wings from an altarpiece for the chapel in the Carthusian monastery at Champmont, Dijon, showing the Annunciation and Visitation and the Presentation and the Flight into Egypt. They are among the finest examples of international Gothic art, a style characterized by brilliant color and a rich sense of pattern. The panels are full of naturalistic details. The figure of Saint Joseph in the flight into Egypt is depicted as an authentic peasant, and they look to the future of realism in later Netherlandish art. The Annunciation and Visitation, left-hand panel of the Dijon altarpiece. This wing panel was intended to fit around a central shrine that contained sculptures, which accounts for its shape. C. 1394-99, tempera on wood, 167 by 125 centimeters, Musée des Beaux-Arts, Dijon, France. In context. Chartreuse de Champmont. Philip the Bold began building this Carthusian monastery in 1383 and made its chapel a family mausoleum. To adorn the chapel, Philip recruited a team of artists, including Sluter and Broederlam. The monastery was largely destroyed in the French Revolution. Chapel portal. The portal of the chapel, which contains Sluyter's sculptures of Philip and his wife, both kneeling, being presented. To the Virgin, center still survives at the site, along with the Well of Moses, left. Robert Campin. B. Valassien? C. 1375. D. Tiournai, 1444. Robert Campin was the leading painter in Tournai, in Belgium, from about 1410 until his death. Jacques Derrit and probably Rogier van der Weyden, c. 144, were among his pupils. No works can certainly be attributed to Campin, but there are strong reasons to think that he is responsible for the body of work previously grouped under an invented name, the Master of Flamel. Campin developed a distinctive realist style that had a huge influence on Netherlandish art. He humanized subject matter, showing religious scenes taking place in convincingly represented, middle-class Tournai homes. The famous Marot altarpiece triptych, for instance, shows the Virgin reading in a dining room, unaware of the Archangel, while Joseph makes mousetraps in his workshop. The Virgin and Child before a fire screen, now thought to be the work of a follower rather than Campin himself, also presents the Virgin in a domestic interior. Lifeline. 1410 buys citizenship in Tournai, suggesting he may have been born elsewhere. 1423 secures deanship of Tournai's Painters' Guild. 1425 becomes captain of his quarter of the city. 1429 sentenced to make a pilgrimage to Provence, following a revolt against the government of Tournai. 1432 banished from Tournai for a year for a scandal in his private life. The sentence is commuted to a fine on the intervention of the Countess of Holland. The Virgin and Child before a fire screen. This is attributed to a follower of Robert Campin. Like the Master, he presents a true-to-life contemporary interior. A humble fire screen serves as the Virgin's halo. Oil with egg tempera on panel, 63.4 by 48.5 centimeters, National Gallery, London, UK. The Annunciation, like his Northern European contemporaries, Campin had no scientific understanding of perspective, but he creates a condensed illusion of depth intuitively. He is also extraordinarily rigorous in his depiction of architectural details. Workshop of Robert Campin, c. 1430-40, oil on panel, 76x70 vm, Prado, Madrid, Spain. Closer look. Framing arch. The architecture doubles as an artistic device, framing the Virgin. God the Father in the top left-hand corner sends diagonal golden rays towards her. Entombment triptych. Jai's triple panel shows the unidentified donor in the left panel with the empty cross, then the entombment, and finally the resurrection. The painting has a medieval-style gold background, but the figures have a sculptural solidity that anticipates high Renaissance art. Cent 1410-20, tempera and gold leaf on panel, 65x54 cm, center, 65 by 27 cm, wings, Courtauld Institute Gallery, London, UK. Closer eye-look. Symbolic decor. The gold background of all three of the panels is decorated with a motif of vine branches and grapes, which are symbols of Christ. Jan van Eyck. BMASCYCK? C. 1390, D. Bruges, 1441. Jan van Eyck was one of the greatest and most important painters of the Northern Renaissance. He did not invent oil painting, as 16th century artist biographer Vasari, see page 178, suggested, but he did perfect the technique of glazing, building up layers of transparent colors and to work up minute details. Nobody before paint. This allowed him to create wonderfully deep, and very few since had mimicked reality so exquisitely. Van Eyck's painterly craftsmanship was matched by rigorous observation. He was extraordinarily sensitive to the fall of light. He loved describing folds in cloth, delineating the precise point at which the form turns away from the light. He painted sculpture with such precise contrast of light and dark that it is hard to believe they exist only in two dimensions. His portraits were brought to life by this close scrutiny. For his bust-length portraits, he would register stubble, light reflected in the eyes, and every crease in the skin. While his Italian contemporaries generally used a profile view for portraits, Van Eyck pioneered the three-quarter view, which allowed facial expressions to be fully investigated. Lifeline. C. 1390, born perhaps in Massick, near Maastricht. 1422, works in The Hague at the court of John of Bavaria, Count of Holland. 1425 travels to Lille, then Bruges, as a painter and equerry for Philip the Good, Duke of Burgundy. 1426 death of his brother Hubert, who had started work on the Ghent altarpiece. 1428-29 travels to Portugal on a diplomatic mission for Philip the Good. 1432 completes the Ghent altarpiece. 1432 paints the Arnolfini portrait. 1441 dies in Bruges. The Virgin of Chancellor Rollin here, the donor, Nicholas Rollin, Chancellor to Philip the Good, is shown stern and careworn opposite the flawless Virgin. Beyond is a garden, with roses and lilies symbolizing the Virgin's virtue. See 1435, oil on panel, 66 x 62 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. Ghent altarpiece, interior view. This masterpiece consists of 20 paintings, 12 of which appear when it is opened, as here. On the upper level, God the Father is flanked by the Virgin and John the Baptist, angels, and Adam and Eve. Below, saints travel to adore the Lamb of God. Finished 1432, oil on panel, 350 by 461 centimeters, St. Bavo's Cathedral, Ghent, Belgium. The Arnolfini portrait. Jan van Eyck, 1434, oil on oak panel, 82 x 60 centimeters, National Gallery, London, UK. Closer Eyck. The Arnolfini portrait. Jan van Eyck. This celebrated double portrait has long been the focus of scholarly debate about whom and what it depicts. It used to be known as the Arnolfini marriage, following the classic interpretation by art historian Erwin Panofsky. Until recently, the couple were identified as Giovanni di Arrigo Arnolfini and Giovanna Senemi, a wealthy Italian couple living in Bruges. However, in 1997, documentation was published showing that they did not marry until 1447. Experts now think that the painting depicts Giovanni's cousin and his wife. What no one disputes is that this masterpiece displays Van Eyck's skill at using oil paint to create an image of unprecedented illusionism. Composition. Van Eyck's composition creates the illusion of two figures in a believable space, even though the linear perspective is approximate rather than absolutely accurate, and the figures are too large in proportion to the room. It is a beautifully balanced composition in which apparently significant elements, such as the chandelier, Van Eyck's signature, the ornate convex mirror, the wife's red shoes, the couple's joined hands, and the little dog, are arranged along an imaginary central vertical and flanked by the figures themselves. The windowed wall to the left of the painting is counterbalanced by the brilliant red bed hangings on the right. Light sources. Consistent lighting is part of the painting realism. The fall of light and shadow, see Arnolfini's clogs, indicates several sources: the window to the left, an unseen window to the front, and or the open door reflected in the mirror. A sloping FLORBOARDS, Van Eyck relied on intuition rather than rules of perspective to create a sense of recession in space. The converging lines of the floorboards, beamed ceiling, window frames, and bed pelmet define the box-like interior. The meaning of this painting is that wealth, the wealth to hire Van Eyck, can purchase immortality, even if no one will be quite sure what your name was. Jonathan Jones, 2000 journalist. Story. The painting's story remains a fascinating enigma. Is it a marriage? A betrothal? Or a memorial to Arnolfini's young wife, Constanza, who died the year before the picture is dated? Are the objects disguised symbols, or are they simply ravishingly realistic depictions of household contents? Is the dog a symbol of fidelity, of lust, or simply a reference to the dog seen on funerary monuments? On the back wall hangs a convex mirror in which two figures are reflected. Arnolfini raises his hand, perhaps to greet them. The painting probably originally had shutters, and so when they were opened, it would have seemed as if the viewer was entering the room and being greeted too. St. Margaret on the bench, the carved figure emerging from a dragon, is probably Saint Margaret, the patron saint of pregnant women. Constanza may have died in childbirth. Arnolfini's gaze. Arnolfini raises his hand, in affirmation of an oath, or in greeting? Yet his solemn, heavy-lidded gaze is pensive and sidelong. He does not look at the viewer, the figures in the mirror, or his wife. Mirror and inscription. Two figures are reflected in the mirror, above which is a Latin inscription that means, Jan van Eyck was here /1434. It has been suggested that the inscription was a marriage certificate, with Van Eyck a witness to the ceremony. However, it may simply be an ornate signature. Holding hands, the couple's hands were seen as joined in matrimony, but in the Christian ceremony it is both right hands which are joined. In the underdrawing, Arnolfini grips his wife's hand firmly. Here it is slipping through his fingers just as Constanza did. Expensive oranges, imported citrus fruit, was included to signify affluence, fruitfulness, and or to display Van Eyck's skill at modeling its spherical form. Technique. Much of the powerful impact of the painting comes from its exceptional sense of realism. Surfaces are depicted with a precision that was only made possible by the skillful use of oil paint. Although the long-standing belief that Van Eyck invented oil painting has been discredited, it is evident that he refined and perfected the technique. Oil paint dries slowly, and allowed Van Eyck to apply layers of transparent glazes to build up forms, create realistic textures, and even give the illusion of light. Van Eyck worked his oil paints with great care and skill, using rags and fingertips to obliterate any signs of brush marks and create his jewel-like finish. Polished chandelier. Van Eyck not only recreates in meticulous detail the way the complex form of the chandelier takes up space, he captures the different ways light is reflected on its polished surfaces, and even shows the tool marks. Highlights. The prayer beads are depicted with an astonishingly economical technique. Bold strokes and blobs of paint create highlights, shadows, and the thread running through them. Cropping in perspective. Arnolfini's wooden pattens, shoes that are worn outdoors, reveal Van Eyck's extraordinary level of observation. He distinguishes different textures with minute detail. The smooth upper surface contrasts with the mud-spattered heels, where the artist uses strokes of gray and pink to indicate chisel marks. The strongly cast shadows make the patterns appear to project into real space. Delicate brushstrokes. The little dog, looking directly at the viewer, unlike the humans, was added later. The vertical line of the floorboards is visible beneath its meticulously painted wiry coat, and there is no underdrawing. Green and red. The brilliance of the dress's green is heightened by placing it next to its complementary color. Red. The colors may have symbolic significance. Green signifying fertility, red signifying passion. Tiny dots of paint suggest the intricate decorative cutwork on the dress. Rogier van der Weyden. BTURNAI. C. 1399, D. Brussels, 1464. The work of Rogier van der Weyden combines the expressive realism of his probable master, Robert Campin, with a deep spirituality and empathy. Rogier's most characteristic work is The Descent from the Cross, in which the grief of the Virgin Mary and Christ's attendants is palpable. All of his surviving works are religious subjects or portraits. The latter combine a Flemish attention to detail with flattery and piety. As with many early artists, very little is known about Rogier's life. He spent most of his career in Brussels, where he was the leading painter of th day, but nothing is recorded of his personality. There are no signed works, and paintings are attributed to him mainly on stylistic grounds. Although Rogier was famous in his lifetime, with a busy workshop exporting copies of his paintings to France, Germany, Spain, and Italy, after he died his name gradually faded from view. It was only in the 20th century that his reputation regained its 15th century status. Lifeline. 1427 apprentice to Robert Campin. 1432 becomes master in Tournai's Painters Guild. 1436 is appointed official painter to City of Brussels. See 1445-50 Last Judgment altarpiece for hospital and bone. 1450 goes on pilgrimage to Rome. 1464 dies in Brussels. Descent from the Cross. For this scene, showing the lowering of Christ's body from the cross, Rogier painted a gold backdrop, so there is no depth. The effect is to thrust the highly realistic, grief-stricken players into the viewer's space, as if they are at the very front of a stage. See 1435, oil on panel, 220x262 cm, Prado, Madrid, Spain. Closer look. Echoing shapes. The pose of the swooning Mary repeats that of the dead Christ. Groups of 3 figures balance either side, while John the Baptist's red robe counters Joseph of Arimathea's gold brocade. Individual features the faces, particularly of the men, are recognizable portraits. John the Baptist's youthful face is furrowed in concern as he supports the Virgin Mary. His ruddy glow contrasts with her deathly pale face. St. Luke drawing the Virgin. The window in this picture looks onto a Flemish city scene, in which a river winds with converging linear perspective into the distance. The silver point drawing that St. Luke is making was the usual first stage of a painting at this time. Cent 1435-40, oil and tempera on panel, 138x 111 centimeters, Museum of Fine Arts, Boston, U.S. Roger felt and expressed emotions and sensations, mostly of a bitter or bittersweet nature, that no painter had ever recaptured. Erwin Panofsky, art historian. Hugo van der Goes. Begent, c. 1440. De Rode Klooster, near Brussels, 1482. The reputation of Hugo van der Goes rests on the one piece of work that he certainly painted, the Portinari altarpiece. However, on the strength of stylistic similarity, a handful of other paintings are also attributed to him. The Portinari altarpiece shows Hugo's ability to arrange groups of figures within a realistic setting and to portray intense emotion. He applies his Flemish love of naturalistic detail and surface texture to the symbolic objects in the foreground of the picture, as well as to the rich fabrics. Set against such realism, Hugo uses the medieval device of including the figures of the donors, who commission the altarpiece, in the foreground, but showing them much smaller than the important religious figures behind them. When Portinari, a Medici agent in Bruges, took this altarpiece back home to Florence, it influenced local artists such as Ghirlandaio. Lifeline. 1440 born in Ghent, 1467 becomes Master the Painters Guild of Ghent, c. 1474-78 paints the Portinari altarpiece, 1475 becomes Dean of the Painters Guild. Enters the monastery of Rode Klooster, near Brussels, 1482 dies, having suffered a mental breakdown the previous year. The Fall of Man and the Redemption. Hugo revels in the details of foliage and in the hybrid serpent in the Garden of Eden. Atmospheric perspective, the blue background, gives the landscape depth. In both panels, the figures are arranged in a diagonal slope from left to right, echoing the descent of man in Christ. After c. 1480, oil on panel, 32 by 22 centimeters and 34 x 23 centimeters, Kunsthistorisches Museum, Vienna, Austria. The Portinari altarpiece. This central panel shows the adoration of the Christ child. Instead of lying on Mary's lap or in a manger, he is isolated on the bare ground, radiating light. C. 1474-78, tempera and oil in panel, 253 by 304 centimeters, Uffizi, Florence, Italy. Closer look. Psychological sympathy. The humble status of the shepherds is raised by the rapt expressions on their faces. This tightly knit group contrasts with the solitary subject of their worship. Altarpiece of the Seven Sacraments, central panel, the red garments and white headdresses focus attention on the figures at the foot of the cross. They are set against the neutral tones of the architecture, which soars heavenward. C. 1445-50, oil on panel, Koninklijke Museum, Antwerp, Belgium. Portrait of young woman in a pinned hat, typically of Roger's portraits. The young woman is seen half-length and in three-quarter view. Her pose shows devoutly clasped hands and a fashionable high waistline. 1435, oil in panel, 47 by 32 centimeters, Gemäldegalerie Gallery, Berlin, Germany. Ein context. The Golden Legend. This 13th century collection of saints' lives was a sourcebook for Renaissance artists. It included, for instance, the story of St. Luke drawing the Virgin Mary's portrait, a tale that made him the patron saint of many painters' guilds. About 900 manuscripts of the Golden Legend survive, and after the invention of printing it became the most popular book in 15th century Europe. Manuscript page from the Golden Legend by Jacobus de Voragine, 14th century. Petrus Christus. B. Beryl Duc. C. 1410, D. Bruges, 1475-76. Petrus Christus is credited with being the first Northern European artist to use geometrically accurate perspective in his Madonna with two saints of 1457. He was the leading artist in Bruges in the generation after Jan van Eyck. Christus may indeed have been one of Van Eyck's pupils and have completed some of his unfinished works. He certainly helped to spread Van Eyck's naturalism. Like him, Christus observed and recorded details of the world around him with meticulous accuracy. In his religious scenes, Christus borrowed from both Van Eyck and Rogier van der Weyden. He shows greater individuality in indoor scenes, especially his portraits. Gone are the blank backgrounds of earlier artists. Instead, he provides a room setting that complements the realism with which he depicts the sitter's particular features. The Death of the Virgin. The use of perspective was intended by Flemish artists to increase the sense of space in all directions, not to unify the scene, as for Italian painters. The spatial setting is detailed, and the figures at the door and window lead the eye into the world outside. A limited palette of red, black, and earth tones unifies the various elements. 1460 to 65, oil and panel, 171 x 138 centimeters, Timken Museum of Art, San Diego, U.S. Edward Grimston. Christus portraits were his most successful works. Here, the sitter's face eyelet from the side, so the artist can model the features with a full range of tones. 1446, oil on panel, 33 by 24 centimeters, Earl of Verulam collection, on loan to National Gallery, London, UK. The Lamentation over the Dead Christ. This composition is based on Rogier van der Weyden's Lamentation, but the result is less dramatic. Oil and panel, 101 x 192 cm, Musées Royaux, Brussels, Belgium. Hans Memling. BSELIGNSTEDT, c. 1435-40, D. Bruges, 1494. Born in Germany, Memling, or Memling, became the leading painter in Bruges after the death of Christus. Tradition has it that he trained under Rogier van der Weyden. Memling had a large workshop, and many of his small altarpieces were exported to Italy. The style of his background landscapes, with a blue and hazy far distance, influenced Italian artists, such as Perugino. Memling had the skill of creating an intimate Madonna and child scene in a setting that approximated to an Italian palace in a Flemish landscape, a hybrid style that appealed both at home and abroad. His success brought him wealth. He was one of Bruges' richest citizens. Benedetto Portinari, the sitter for this portrait, was a Florentine agent of the Medici Bank. Memling puts this pious memorial in a realistic setting. 1487, oil on panel, 45 x 34 centimeters, Uffizi, Florence, Italy. Triptych of St. John the Baptist and St. John the Evangelist flanked by the two Johns, shown in other scenes from their lives in the outer panels. The Virgin and Child are also accompanied by female saints. St. Catherine has the wheel she was tortured on, and St. Barbara the tower she was locked in. See 1474-79, oil on panel, Memling Museum, Bruges, Belgium. In context. Bruges. In this period, Bruges was drifting into financial decline. Once an international trading center where European merchants bought Flemish cloth, it was superseded by Antwerp, with its bigger harbor, during the 16th century. Town plan of Bruges as it was in the 16th century. Gherkin tot St. Jans. B. Leiden? C. 1460. D. Haarlem? C. 1490. Very little is known of Gherkin, whose full name means Little Gerard of the Brotherhood of St. John, after the religious order in Haarlem of which he was a lay brother. Paintings are attributed to him by their stylistic similarity to two works, the Lamentation of Christ and the Burning of the Bones of St. John the Baptist, which are known to be by him. Gherkin added a new element of humility to the devotional works of the northern Netherlands. He relied on radiant light, slender, childlike figures, and naturalism to convey his holy vision. The nativity light emanates from the Christ child, revealing the tender look on his mother's face. A campfire on the hillside lights up the angel. Late 15th century, oil and panel, 34 x 25 centimeters, National Gallery, London, UK. The resurrection of Lazarus. The high viewpoint shows Lazarus stepping out of his coffin after Jesus miraculously raises him from the dead. The detailed landscape is typically Flemish. Late 15th century, oil and panel, 127 x 97 cm, Louvre, Paris. Direct bouts. B. Harlem, c. 1420, Blouvin, 1475. Dierik, or Dirk, Bouts is remembered chiefly for his long, thin figures and also for the beauty of his landscape settings, in which the foreground slides seamlessly and continuously into the far distance. He used paths and walls to lead the eye from one figure to the next, and to coax the viewer into enjoying the full illusion of depth. His backgrounds gradually become lighter and bluer, imitating the natural effects of atmospheric perspective. Bouts's early life is obscure, but he probably moved from Harlem to Louvain in the early 1460s. He received a major commission in 1464 for the altarpiece for the chapel of Th Confraternity of the Holy Sacrament at St. Peter's in Louvain. Bouts set the narrative events in his paintings in his own day. The figures often looked like people he knew, dressed in contemporary costume, and mingled with imaginary characters. The realistic space, landscape, and faces contrast with the stiffly elongated figures, unemotional in the face of the gory events. The Last Supper in this central panel from the Louvain altarpiece. Bouts uses linear perspective in the converging lines of the room to create a sense of depth. The meal takes place in a light-filled room with Gothic arches, complete with contemporary details, such as the double portrait hanging on the wall. 1464-68, Oilen panel, 180 by 151 centimeters, St. Peter's, Louvain, Belgium. The Justice of the Emperor Otto Town halls were often decorated with justice scenes. Here Bouts uses his adopted city of Louvain as the backdrop for the grisly tale. The emperor's wife attempted to seduce a nobleman and later accused him of rape. Her husband had the man beheaded before the truth came out, and she was shot or burned at the stake. 1470-75, oil on panel, 32 by 1,582 centimeters, Musées Royaux, Brussels, Belgium. Closer look. Catching attention, the condemned man, wrongly convicted of rape, is shown twice. In the foreground, his decapitated body spews blood while behind him, again in white, he earlier pleads his innocence to his wife. The V-shaped group of figures converges on the arrow-like tower in the top left-hand corner. Nuno Gonçalves. Active Portugal, 1450-71. While there are no certain works by Gonçalves, the six-paneled St. Vincent polyptych is attributed to him on good evidence. Made in Lisbon, it is the most impressive painting produced in Portugal during the 15th century. Shortly before Gonçalves painted it, Jan van Eyck was sent by the Duke of Burgundy to paint a Portuguese princess whom he had in mind as a potential wife. Gonçalves's work shows the influence of Van Eyck and other Flemish artists such as Bouts in his concentration on surface texture and color and his interest in individualized faces. The panels show an array of people, from fishermen to monks to royalty, venerating Saint Vincent, the patron saint of Lisbon. Saint Vincent of Saragossa. The portrait of Saint Vincent, the patron saint of Lisbon, is idealized, while all the other faces are of real people. The saint's gorgeously embroidered deacon's garment outshines that of the prince, kneeling in supplication, and the haughty archbishop in gold. See 1466-70, oil on panel, 207 x 128 cm, National Museum, Lisbon, Portugal. And Garin Corton. Active Province, 1444, d. 1466. This French artist is documented as working in Aix, Arles, and Avignon, but his only two certain works are the Madonna of Mercy and Coronation of the Virgin. Their quality has caused scholars to tentatively attribute to him the Louvre's Avignon Pietà, widely considered to be the greatest French painting of the time. The Coronation of the Virgin is an ambitious work, encapsulating a great deal of Christian doctrine. The top two-thirds of the painting is devoted to a serene vision of heaven, while the bottom third is crammed full with earthly figures panicking at the Last Judgment. Christ, depicted on the cross, links the two realms. Madonna of Mercy. The Madonna appears as a monumental protector. The figures resemble sculptures of the region at the time. 1452, oil on panel, 66 x 187 centimeters, Musée Condé, Chantilly, France. Coronation of the Virgin. Areas of white lead the eye up in loops to the dove, the Holy Ghost, and the arms of God the Father and Son crowning Mary Queen of Heaven. 1453 to 54, oil on panel, 183 by 220 centimeters, Musée des Hospices, Villeneuve-l'Avignon, France. The descent of Christ into limbo from the ground in front of the figures, littered with skulls and snakes, to the background trees and hills, Bermejo displays a Flemish-influenced love of naturalistic detail. The realism of the figures is almost exaggerated. See 1480, oil on panel, 89 by 68 centimeters, Museo de Arte de Catalunya, Barcelona, Spain. Closer look. Tonal contrast glowing from the fires of hell on one side and Christ's halo at the other. A swathe of light adds pathos to the plight of the supplicating sinners. Jean Fouquet. Biteurs, c. 1420. Biteurs, c. 1481. The leading French painter of the 15th century, Fouquet had a uniquely cool, severe style. Influenced by both Italian and Flemish art, he created his own brand of realism with sculptural figures, chiseled features, simplified forms, and broad expanses of color. Fouquet excelled equally as manuscript illuminator and a painter on wood panel. He worked a good deal for the court, which at this time was based in his hometown of Tours. His patrons included Etienne Chevalier, the royal treasurer under Charles VII. For him, Fouquet produced both a Book of Hours and his most famous painting, the Melon Diptych. TS 2 panels are now in different galleries, one in Germany and the other in Belgium. The likeness of the kneeling Chevalier is accurate, as is known from other portraits of him. His namesake Saint Stephen, Etienne in Old French, puts a protective arm around him, but otherwise appears oblivious to the rock with which he will be martyred or the blood already trickling down the back of his head. In contrast to the realism of the left-hand panel, Mary is an idealized if improbable Madonna, held adrift from time and space by cherubs. Lifeline. 1444 paints portraits of Charles VII. 1446-48 probably visits Rome. C1 450-60 creates a Book of Hours for Etienne Chevalier. 1452 paints the Melon Diptych. 1474 designs for the Louis tomb. 1475 made royal painter. Etienne Chevalier and Saint Stephen Fouquet makes no attempt to flatter the face of Chevalier, the powerful donor who commissioned the altarpiece, giving him a long nose and grimly compressed mouth. Chevalier kneels in a classical Italian interior with accurate perspective. Fouquet deliberately sets the realism of the earthly realm apart from the ethereal world of the Virgin and Child in the right wing of this diptych, right, with Saint Stephen bridging the two. See 1452, left wing of the Melon Diptych, oil on panel, 93 x 85 centimeters, Gemäldegalerie, Gallery, Berlin, Germany. Virgin and Child 7 He Virgin's face is said to be modeled on that of Agnes Sorel, Charles VI's mistress. One pneumatic breast is bared, although she is not nursing the Christ child, who points at Chevalier in the left wing of this diptych, below. She has an hourglass figure and fashionably shaved hair, giving her a high, bulbous forehead. 1452, right wing of the Melon Diptych, oil on panel, 94 x 85 centimeters, Koninklijk Museum, Antwerp. Closer look. Color contrasts while the flesh and cloak of the Virgin and Child look as cool and chiseled as marble. The framework of cherubs and seraphs is composed of vivid reds and blues. Each face is seen from a different angle and, although the coloring differs quite starkly, the forms are stylized and simplified in an appeal to rational order. Be equals rather than emotion. In context. Joan of Arc. Fouquet owed his patronage indirectly to Joan of Arc and her part in restoring the French monarchy. Charles VI of France died in 1422, and England tried to claim the throne. As a teenager, Joan heard voices that inspired her to lead the crusade that restored Charles VII to his throne. He made no attempt to save her from her fate. She was burned at the stake as a witch and heretic in 1431. But the English were successfully routed. Under Charles's son, Louis XI, royal patronage of the arts flourished. Joan of Arc was eventually made a saint in 1920. Signature of Joan of Arc. Joan of Arc's crusade ended centuries of struggle for power and territory between England and France. Thanks to her, Charles Villèle was crowned at Reims in 1429. Landscape. In China, landscape painting has for centuries been one of the most prominent forms of art. In Europe, however, its history has been more uneven. It was often used in the decoration of ancient Roman building, but then lost popularity until the Middle Ages. During the 16th century, it began to develop into an independent specialty for artists and eventually attained widespread importance in the 17th century. The Impressionists, in the 19th century, helped to turn landscape into one of the most popular branches of all art. Pygmies hunting, from the Casa del Dottore, House of the Doctor, Roman this fresco, depicting exotic pygmies as one of many landscape scenes. The Nile setting adds to the exoticism of the work. 126 by 74 centimeters, Museo Archeologico Nazionale, Naples, Italy. Landscape with bathers Antonio Carracci. This landscape was once attributed to Agostino Carracci, but is now thought to be by his illegitimate son Antonio. C. 1615, oil on canvas, 32x 34 centimeters, Palazzo Pitti, Florence, Italy. Herdsman with cows, Albert Quip Quip's depictions of his native Holland, often bathed in warm sunlight, were influenced by the work the French painter Claude, late 1660, oil on Eve, 99x 14 centimeters, Dulwich Picture Gallery, London, UK. Willows and distant mountains, Ma Yuan, monochrome images with calligraphic brushwork, are characteristic of landscape paintings of this period. Mountains, as symbols of stability, were favorite subjects. Song Dynasty, 9601279, ink and watercolor on silk, private collection. March, peasants at work on a feudal estate. Limbourg Brothers. This detailed pastoral scene comes from the Trace Riches Ars du Duc de Berry, one of the most beautiful of all illuminated manuscripts. C. 1414-1418, Vellum, Musée Condé, Chantilly, France. Wooded landscape with a cottage, sheep, and a reclining shepherd. Thomas Gainsborough's pastoral landscapes combine his idiosyncratic vision with the influence of Rubens. C. 1748-50, oil on canvas, 43 by 54 centimeters. Yale Center for British Art, Paul Mellom Collection, U.S. A cottage in a cornfield. John Constable's quintessentially English landscapes were often ensowed by Dedham Vale, the area in which he grew up. 1817, oil on canvas, 32 by 26 centimeters. National Museum, Cardiff, UK. Wheatfield with cypresses. Vincent van Gogh. The urgent brushwork and bold colors of Van Gogh's landscapes combine his love of Japanese art with his understanding of Impressionism. 1889, oil on canvas, 72 by 91 centimeters. National Gallery, London, UK. Drifting Smoke. Fred Williams. The remoteness of the Australian outback vividly expressed in this painting. 1981, oil on canvas, 152x 183 centimeters. National Gallery of Victoria, Melbourne, Australia. Western Hills. Graham Sutherland. The English artist often uses abstract forms to lend his landscapes a surreal, dreamlike quality. 1938-41, oil on canvas, 56x 91 centimeters. Scottish National Gallery of Modern Art, Edinburgh, UK. Haystack. Hazy Sunshine. Claude Monet. His series of haystack paintings helped Monet to develop his masterful treatment of light. 1891, oil on canvas, 60x 101 cm, private collection. Akayambi. Frederick Edwin Church panoramic landscapes are bold celebrations of the majesty of nature. 1858, oil on canvas, 76x 122 cm, collection of the New York Historical Society, U.S. Mont Saint-Victoire. Paul Cézanne. Mont Saint-Victoire was a frequent subject of Cézanne's. His radical approach to form influenced Cubism. C. 1900, oil on canvas, 18 by 99 centimeters. Hermitage, St. Petersburg, Russia. An angler. Tarsila do Amaral. The bold colors and shapes of Amaral's landscapes were a cornerstone of Brazilian modernism. C. 1925, oil on canvas, 66 by 75 centimeters. Hermitage, St. Petersburg, Russia. Wessex Flint Line. Richard Long. The English land artist's sculptures are an expression of his personal relationship to walking in landscapes. 1987, Flint, 1130 by 160 centimeters. Southampton City Art Gallery, UK. Gerard David. B. Alwater? C1 460, D. Bruges, 1523. David was one of the last painters to work in the early Flemish style of Jan van Eyck and Rogier van der Weyden. He used translucent layers of oil paint to build up richly colored glazes, and depicted a meticulously ordered world. Consolidating rather than innovative, David was at his best when painting quiet, pious religious scenes. A contemporary of the Antwerp master Massies, David became the leading painter in Bruges after the death of Memling in 1494. His technical skill and familiar style and subject matter made him popular in his day, and his works were much copied for export to Spain. David broke from his normal the mezzanapere of pictures of the Judgment of Cambyses, 1498, for Bruges Town Hall, but returned to religious subject matter thereafter. Lifeline. C. 1460 born, probably in Oudwater, near Gouda. 1484 settles in Bruges. 1498 paints Judgment of Cambyses. His main secular works. 1507 paints Baptism of Christ triptych. C. 1515 may have opened a workshop in Antwerp. 1523 dies in Bruges. Madonna and Child crowned by two angels. David excels in detail, from Mary's tender look and Christ's absorption to the glittering crown. C. 1520, oil and panel, for by 27 centimeters, Prado, Madrid, Spain. Triptych of the Sedano family, both the foreground group of donors, with their patron saints flanking the Madonna and Child, and the landscape background are unified across the three panels. 1495-98, oil on panel, 97 x 145 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. In context. Secular themes. Lucas van Leyden founded a tradition of genre painting, scenes of everyday life, which was to become a Dutch speciality in the 17th century. Massies also painted secular themes, while Marinus van Reimersweel later specialized in painting caricatures of bankers, misers, and tax collectors. The Engagement by Lucas van Leyden, early 16th century. Jan Gossert Mabuse. BMAUBUG, c. 1478, D. Antwerp, 1532. Better in execution than invention, was Durer's verdict on Jan Gossert, which chimes more with today's opinion of him than the artist biographer Vasari's, see page 178, praise. He wrote that Gossert was the first to bring the true method of representing nude figures and mythologies from Italy to the Netherlands. Gossert, whose alternative name, Mabuse, derives from his probable birthplace, attempted to pull off an artistic marriage between the styles of Northern and Southern Europe. This was more successful in some of his paintings than in others. After a trip to Rome, he kept his loyalty to the traditions of Jan van Eyck and followers, but changed the settings in his paintings. He liked to show off his skill at drawing in perspective, knowledge of Italianate architecture, and mastery of light and shade. Gossert was also influenced by Dürer and the large, muscular bodies of his Romanizing style owe as much to the German artist as to the Italians. Lifeline. 1503 becomes master of the Antwerp Painters Guild. 1508 to 2009 goes to Rome with Philip of Burgundy, the ambassador to Vatican. 520 paints St. Luke, painting the Virgin Mary. Adoration of the Magi. In this early work, the Virgin has long wavy hair, a demure face, and angular drapery, following the 15th century Netherlandish tradition. In the same vein, Gossert relishes the surface detail. Oil on panel, Museo Lazaro Galdiano, Madrid, Spain. Danae. Here, the god Jupiter seduces Danae by disguising himself as a shower of gold. Gossert integrates the figure within her classical interior much more successfully at Han and Neptune and Amphitrite. 1527, oil on panel, 113 by 95 centimeters, Alte Pinakothek, Munich, Germany. Closer look. Like the Madonna apart from the semi-nudity, Danae looks like one of Gossert's Madonnas, down to the traditional blue robe. Contrast the sharply focused marbled columns and classical motifs vie with the figure for attention. Neptune and Amphitrite. These life-size figures look too large for their setting, a misinterpreted ancient Roman temple. The leaves in the hair and shell shielding Neptune's genitals strike an unintentionally comic note. 1516, oil and canvas, 188 x 124 m, National Gallery, Berlin, Germany. Quentin Massey's Bilouva, c. 1466, d'Antwerp, 1530. Massey's, also referred to as Matsis or Metsis, was the leading painter in Antwerp from about 1510 to the end of his career. His style is deeply rooted in the Netherlandish tradition, but it also shows a strong influence from Italian Renaissance art, and he may well have visited Italy at some point in his career. Like Theodore Gaul-Gossart, he included Italian motifs, especially in architectural decoration. In some of his work, the landscape backgrounds were painted by his friend Joachim Patinir. As well as religious pictures, Massey's painted portraits and genre scenes that satirized everyday life. His satires were the pictorial equivalent of the Praise of Folly, published in 1511, written by the great Dutch humanist Erasmus, whom he painted twice. The resulting pair of portraits influenced Hans Holbein. Lifeline. 1491, aged 25, becomes master of the Antwerp Painter Guild, c. 1500-09, paints Madonna standing with the Child and Angels, 1507-2009, paints for stated work, an altarpiece of Saint Anne, 1517, paints two portraits of Erasmus for Sir Thomas More. Ecce Homo, the ugly faces on the left and right evoke a jeering mob. By contrast, Christ submits to his pain and humiliation with dignified endurance. Oil on canvas, Palazzo Ducale, Venice, Italy. Madonna standing with the Child and Angels, the Virgin Mary's sweet face and her blue robes falling into sculptural folds are typically Netherlandish. But the cherubs and classical architecture show that Massey's was also familiar with Italian art. C. 1500-09, oil on panel, 49 by 34 centimeters, Courtauld Institute of Art, London, UK. Closer look. Exquisite highlights the Madonna's wavy hair as part of the Netherlandish tradition. Massey's uses a fine brush to highlight the individual curls. Lucas van Leyden. B. Leyden, c. 1494, D. Leyden, 1533. Lucas was a highly skilled printmaker from an early age. In an engraving entitled Muhammad and the Murdered Monk, 1508, made in his teens, had already mastered figure groups in space, foreshortening, and landscape. However, what really interested Lucas were caricatures and genre scenes. He was among the first artists to make everyday life the subject, not the background, of a work of art. His prints were widely circulated at home and abroad, including Italy. Lucas was highly rated by his contemporaries. The artist biographer Vasari thought that some of his work was better than Dürer's, though Vasari's Netherlandish counterpart, Van Mander, thought Lucas was lazy and pleasure-seeking. He was the precursor of another brilliant printmaker born in Leiden, Rembrandt. Lifeline. C. 1494, born in Leiden, 1514, becomes member of the Painters Guild in Leiden. Polly paints the card, Hor, where he meets Dürer. 1526-27, paints The Last Judgment. 1527, travels to Middelburg and meets Gossart. 1533, dies in Leiden. The Last Judgment, this Renaissance design, filled with nude figures, is unified by bright light, giving the impression of vast space. The light is matched by brilliant colors. 1526-27, oil and panel, Le Kenhel Museum, Leiden, Netherlands. The card players, this pioneering work set the trend for morally questionable subject matter to take center stage in a painting. The close viewpoint, revealing a player's cards, makes the viewer feel like a participant in the game. C. 1517, oil on canvas, 36x46 centimeters, Wilton House, Wiltshire, UK. The Milkmaid Lucas's deft touch shows in details, such as the modeling of light and shade on the cow's flank and the texture of the tree trunks. 1510, engraving, British Museum, London, UK. Joachim Patinir. B. Dinant or Bavines, c. 1480, D. Antwerp, 1524. Patinir, also called Patinir or Patinier, was the first artist to specialize in painting landscape and to make it more important than the people in it. In addition to independent works, he sometimes painted the landscape backgrounds for other artists, such as his friend Massey's. Typically, Patinir takes a panoramic viewpoint, as if scanning the landscape like a bird or god. Craggy mountains and lush valleys dominate the nominally religious subject matter, while tiny human figures give a sense of scale. The landscape resembles Patiner's home locality, the River Meuse Gorge, its steep cliffs a far cry from the flat scenery typical of the Netherlands. As David and Bosch had already done, and Bruegel was to do, Patiner divided his landscapes into a warm brown-red foreground, a green middle ground, and a cool blue background. He also alternated light and dark areas. Together, this use of color, temperature, tone, and viewpoint conveys an impression of space. Lifeline. C. 1480, born in Meuse Valley, 1515 becomes a member of the Antwerp Painters Guild in his mid-30s. C. 1515 paints the Baptism of Christ. C. 1520 paints landscape with Saint Jerome. 1521 meets Durer, who attends his second wedding and describes him as a good landscape painter. 524 dies. The painter Quentin Massies becomes guardian of his children. Baptism of Christ. John the Baptist appears here in the foreground and again, preaching, in the middle ground. C. 1515, oil on panel, 60 by 76 centimeters, Kunsthistorisches Museum, Vienna, Austria. Landscape with St. Jerome's / foreground. The hermit Jerome removes a thorn from a lion's paw. The lion becomes his pet. But the strange rock formations, the lush forests, and the avenues of space leading to a blue horizon all dwarf the human activity. C. 1520, oil and panel, 74 by 91 centimeters, Prado, Madrid, Spain. Closer Ayuk. Zones of distance. Patiner divides the landscape into colored zones. St. Jerome sits in a triangle of brown. The green middle ground and blue distance shift from bright to dull, and dark to pale. Hieronymus Bosch. B.S. Hertogenbosch, c. 1450, B.S. Hertogenbosch, 1516. Although some of his paintings are fairly traditional, Hieronymus Bosch also created pictures that rank among the most powerful and imaginative fantasy scenes in the history of art. They depict a weird world full of grotesque and horrifying creatures, giving vivid form to the fear of hell that haunted the medieval mind. Little is known of Bosch's life, and because his work is so compellingly strange, it has prompted ideas that he was involved with portrait by witchcraft or heresy. However, all the contemporary evidence suggests that he was a devout Christian as well as a respected and successful citizen of the prosperous provincial town where he evidently spent all his life. His work was popular and influential, for example on Bruegel, during the 16th century, but then long forgotten. Since his rediscovery in the early 20th century, he has continued to fascinate and perplex viewers. Lifeline. C. 1450, born to a family of artists in Hertogenbosch, from which his name derives and where he worked all his life. 1474, first documentary reference to Bosch. C. 1480 paints the cure of folly, one of his favorite themes. 1504, Burgundian ruler Philip the Fair commissions a large altarpiece of the Last Judgment. This no longer exists. 1516, dies in Hertogenbosch. By this time his reputation has spread to Italy and Spain. 1517, first record of his most famous work, The Garden of Earthly Delights. Nativity. This is one of several similar treatments of the subject by Bosch and his followers. His work was greatly admired in his lifetime and was much imitated. Oil on panel, Erasmus House, Anderlecht, Belgium. The carrying of the cross here, the extreme close-up, heightens the grotesque faces, which cram the frame around the resigned Christ. There is no depth. The viewer cannot look beyond the foreground horrors. C. 1485-90, oil on panel, 74 by 81 centimeters, Museum voor Schoon Kunsten, Ghent, Belgium. Tabletop. Of the seven deadly sin, Bosch's concern with human wickedness appealed to the gloomy Philip II of Spain, which is why many of his paintings are in Spain. King Philip kept this table in his bedroom in the Escorial Palace, near Madrid. Bosch's transparent, bright colors glow against the black background. C. 1480-90, oil on panel, 120 by 150 centimeters, Prado, Madrid, Spain. Closer Ayuk. Anger. Bosch presents wrath as a drunken man brandishing a sword in a lover's tiff. More often the aggressor was portrayed as a warrior, bandit, or woman. Gluttony. In the Middle Ages and Renaissance, the sin of gluttony was represented by a fat man or woman, gorging on food and drink. The glutton might be accompanied by a voracious wolf, pig, bear, or hedgehog, although this man has only human attendants. Hell, a nun beats a sinner's snaked body in Bosch's vision of hell, in the bottom left circle of the tablecloth. Others are thrown into sulphurous flames or submerged in a freezing river. Others tried to paint man as he appears on the outside, while Bosch alone had the audacity to paint him as he is on the inside. José de Siguenza, Librarian to Philip II. Garden of Earthly Delights, Hieronymus Bosch, c. 1500, oil on panel, 220 by 390 centimeters total size, Prado, Madrid. Closer Ayuk. Garden of Earthly Delights, Hieronymus Bosch. This vast painting was evidently made for the private home of an aristocrat in Brussels, where it is first recorded in 1517, the year after Bosch's death. Although the format of a triptych, 3 painted or carved hinged panels, was traditionally used for altarpieces, the ribald subject matter would have been inappropriate in a church. Among the many interpretations of its meaning, one is that God's instruction to married couples to increase and multiply has become misdirected into a license for debauchery. Far from creating a lover's paradise, this orgy of lustful sin leads to hell. Composition. Once the monochrome exterior panels of the triptych are opened, they reveal a colorful world unified by the landscape that continues across the 3 panels. The fantasy landscape is peopled by humans, animals, and make-believe creatures set amid lakes and strange, fleshy protuberances. A high horizon line suggests a godlike viewpoint, looking down on Earth. The use of atmospheric perspective, the landscape turns blue in the background, combines with the high viewpoint to give a sense of depth. The closed triptych, when the panels are shut, the 2 halves join to form a globe painted in shades of gray. In the top left-hand corner is the figure of God with a Bible in his lap. The image possibly represents the 3rd day of creation before light came to an as yet people-free world, hence the lack of any color. The open triptych, the left-hand panel shows the Garden of Eden, the central panel the Garden of Earthly Delights, sometimes called the world before the flood, and the right-hand panel depicts hell. Exactly in the center is an egg teetering on a horseman's head, speaking of the creation of life and its fragility. 3 distinct layers. The general mayhem in the foreground of the central panel is bounded by a thicket. The middle layer is ordered. Naked women flaunt themselves in a central pool, while a cavalcade of ogling men ride round them in circles. In the distance, the waters part in 4 directions. This may refer to a biblical passage in which the waters of lust split and travel to 4 places through a land of paradise. Story. People believed fervently in the afterlife in medieval times, and Bosch's images of hellish torment would have seemed only too plausible. Bosch's extraordinary vision includes creatures out of his QWN imagination, medieval monsters, exotic animals like giraffes newly discovered by explorers such as Columbus, and creatures such as unicorns, on the very left of the Garden of Eden, thought to be real at the time. Strawberry motif, exotic fruit. Most of all strawberries appear as food, shelter, and even a boat. The huge and luscious fruit are sexually symbolic. According to a writer of 1600, the triptych was called the strawberry plant. Tree of knowledge with a serpent coiled around its trunk ready to tempt Eve, the tree's forbidden fruit is ripe for the plucking. Its position, butted up to the panel join, leads the eye on to the central action. Gluttony punished, a throned hybrid creature with a cauldron hat eats human beings and excretes them into a pit below. Below the throne, one man vomits into the pit while another defecate coins, and a woman is ensnared by a human tree. Fountain structure, crab, shell, plant, human edifice. This imaginary form houses an owl peering out from the globe at its base. The owl stands for wisdom and folly, and watches God creating Adam and Eve. Self-portrait, this white face, probably Bosch's own, stares out from a construction that is part man, part egg, part tree, which mirrors the pink fountain in the left panel. The bagpipe on Bosch's hat is likely to be another sexual symbol. Pig dressed as a nun, one of the few characters with any clothes on at all. The pig seems to be attempting to seduce the man, so he will sign away his fortune to the church. Looking at the armor-clad crouching creature beside the man, it is easy to see why the surrealists, see page 470, took Bosch to their hearts. Transparent ball, the motif of hiding inside and emerging from fantasy structures that look both natural and artificial, is repeated across the panels. Whether such imagery speaks of innocent paradise or uncontrolled debauchery is a matter of opinion. The globe may be a glass distilling chamber and refer to alchemy, making gold out of base metals, just as Christ's power raised human nature from base to spiritual. Technique. Bosch was as technically skilled as he was imaginative. Vivid color is his hallmark, applied with fine brushes that allow minute detail. He made an underdrawing of the whole scheme, which shows through the overlying paintwork in some places. His drawing is sometimes careful, sometimes casual, just as he varied between thick brushwork and more fluid, thin application. Detail the accuracy of these recognizable species of birds, albeit giant-sized, makes the imaginary creatures believable. Dotted highlights make the eyes beady, bright, and bird-like. All the lifeforms are presented with the same painstaking precision. A paint texture, the right inner panel is thinly painted and rapidly executed, in contrast to the precise detail and thicker paint of the left inner panel. Fiery light illuminates the blackness. Color, when the panels are opened, the overwhelming impression is of green, made brighter by the accents of contrasting red and the pink structures. Beside the darker tonality of the panel depicting hell and the pale human flesh, the colors appear to glow. Peter Bruegel the Elder. B. Breda? C. 1525. D. Brussels, 1569. Peter Bruegel pioneered the painting of rural life. With wit and color, he showed peasants hunting, herding, harvesting, and enjoying themselves at feasts and festivities. Bruegel was nicknamed the peasant, but this is misleading, for he was a sophisticated artist and a townsman rather than a countryman. Little is known of his early years, but he spent most of his working life in Antwerp and Brussels, and he had rich, educated clients and friends, who included the geographer Abraham Ortelius. 1563 marries, moves to. Like many Northern European painters of this era, Bruegel traveled to Italy, but Italian art seems to have had little impact on him. His lively, crowded scenes, full of frank, humorous observation, are the antithesis of the beauty and refinement of Italian Renaissance painting. Instead, he was more influenced by the alpine scenery he crossed on his way to Italy. As a result, mountains and rocky crags appear in the landscapes he painted of the Low Countries. Lifeline. 1551 becomes a master in the Antwerp Painters Guild. C. 1552-54 visits Italy, traveling as far south as Sicily. 1555. Returns to Antwerp, where he designs engravings for print publisher Jerome Koch. 1563 marries, moves to Brussels, and begins to work primarily as a painter. 1565 commissioned to paint the months, 6 paintings showing the seasons. 1569 dies in Brussels, leaving 2 infant sons, Peter the Younger and Jan, who both go on to be painters. The parable of the blind in one of his last paintings, Bruegel uses dark humor to illustrate Christ's warning. And if the blind lead the blind, both shall fall into a ditch. Point 1568. Tempera on canvas, 86 by 154 centimeters, Museo Gallery Nazionale di Capodimonte, Naples, Italy. Children's games in this scene, hordes of children run amok in a town. The moral of the picture, if there is one, is unclear. Is Bruegel celebrating the innocent and imaginative, if at times cruel, behavior of these children? Or is he using the children as a metaphor for the irresponsibility and folly he sees in the adult world? 1560, oil on wood, 118 by 161 centimeters, Kunsthistorisches Museum, Vienna, Austria. Diagonal composition by using a vista down the street and setting up a strong diagonal from the bottom left to the top right. Bruegel helps pull us into the picture. The restless activity of the town is balanced by the tranquility of the Flemish countryside in the top left corner. Girl playing. With a top in the foreground, a girl bends over to play with a spinning top. Next to her, another girl bangs a drum and bursts her lungs playing a pipe. Acrobatic boy. In a topsy-turvy world, in which children have taken over, Bruegel shows two boys literally upside down. Setting their comical body positions against a plain wall helps attract the eye to their japes. Landscape with the fall of Icarus, who flew too close to the sun, appears almost incidental in this scene. While our eye is pulled to the left, from plowman to horse to distant coastline, Icarus falls into the sea in the bottom right corner. C 1558, oil and canvas, 74 x 112 centimeters, Musées Royaux, Brussels, Belgium. The adoration of the kings. This painting is remarkable for its naturalism. The figures are not idealized. Jesus struggles in the Virgin's lap. The Virgin has her face partially hidden, and the kings appear almost as caricatures. The king to the bottom left has an elongated figure, characteristic of the Mannerist style, which makes him look awkward and discomfited. 1564, oil and oak panel, 112 by 84 centimeters, National Gallery, London. Hunters in the Snow, January. This is one of a series of 6 paintings, entitled The Months. The viewer's eye travels from the hunters, dogs, and trees to the people skating on the ice, and ultimately to the mountainous background. This is an example of Bruegel including alpine scenery in a scene supposedly set in the Low Countries. 1565, oil and panel, 117 by 162 centimeters, Kunsthistorisches Museum, Vienna, Austria. During his trip across the Alps, Bruegel swallowed all the mountains and rocks and spat them out again, after his return, onto his canvases and panels. Karel van Mander, Flemish writer and painter. Jan van Scorel. Bicorl, near Elke Meijer, 1495. De Utrecht, 1562. Jan van Scorel was one of the first artists to bring the ideas of the Italian Renaissance to the area we now call Holland. His best paintings show that he grasped the Renaissance sense of monumentality, achieved through the use of linear perspective. Furthermore, his figures have a sculptural solidity reminiscent of Andrea Mantegna, while his palette could be as colorful as the best of Venetian painting. Pope Adrian V acknowledged Scorel's devotion to Italy and its classical heritage by appointing him curator of the papal collection of antiquities, a highly privileged position previously held by Raphael. Scorel was an amateur archaeologist, engineer, ecclesiastic, and cultivated man of letters as well as a painter of religious works and portraits. From 1524, he lived in the Low Countries, mainly in Utrecht. His pupils included Martin van Heemskerk and Anthonis More. Lifeline. C. 1512. His training probably includes brief period with Gossert in Utrecht, 1518 to 24 visits Italy and during this period makes pilgrimage to Holy Land, 1524 settles in Utrecht, where he spends most of the rest of his life, 1550 visits Ghent to restore Van Eyck altarpiece. Head of a girl. This unknown girl has a remarkably gentle expression and sadness. Undated, Kunsthistorisches Museum, Vienna, Austria. Adam and Eve in Paradise. This painting shows Van Scorel's mastery of atmospheric perspective. In the distance, the landscape turns from green to blue and details become less distinct, helping create a great sense of recession. 16th century, Tempera on panel. Johnny van Haften Gallery, London, UK. Martin van Heemskerk. Bhemsky RCK, 1498, D. Haarlem, 1574. Named after his birthplace in Holland, Heemskerk studied with Cornelis Willems and Jan Lucas in Haarlem, and briefly but more significantly under Jan van Scorel in Utrecht. In the early 1530s, Heemskerk lived in Rome, where he spent a lot of time sketching architecture, sculpture, and the paintings of Raphael and Michelangelo. His experience had a profound effect on his art. He adopted the muscle-bound figures and animated compositions of Michelangelo, and helped to popularize mythological subject matter in the Low Countries. He proclaimed his identification with Rome by painting a self-portrait in 1553 in front of the Colosseum, the timeless symbol of the eternal city. From 1548 onward, he also produced many designs for engravings. Lifeline. 1498. Born in Heemskerk, the son of a farmer, c. 1527-29. Studies with Jan van Scorel, 532 to 36 travels to Italy. 1537 returns to Haarlem. 1554 is made deacon of the Guild of St. Luke. 1572 moves to Amsterdam when the Spanish lay siege to Haarlem. 1573 returns to Haarlem, where he dies the following year. The crucifixion Christ occupies an unusually small part of this picture, but set against the dark cloud, he immediately attracts the eye. The drama is enhanced by the deep space, from the figures close to the picture plane through to the background landscape. See 1530, oil and panel, 39 by 36 centimeters, Detroit Institute of Arts, Detroit, U.S. Closer Ayuk. Diagonals. The dramatic diagonals created by Christ's arms are echoed by the figures in the foreground and the clouds in the background. Peter Jan Foppeson and his family. This lively group portrait is strikingly original. Its array of food looks forward 17th century still life paintings. The laughter of the two children, rarely seen in portraiture off Thizera, foreshadows Franz Hals. 1530, oil and panel, 119 x 140 centimeters, Gemialde Gallery Alte Meister, Kassel, Germany. Momus criticizes the work of the gods. This painting of Momus, a Greek god who was banished from Mount Olympus, shows that Heemskerk was well acquainted with anatomy. Momus stands in front of a legend that starts, "My name is Momus, born of night, without a father, the comrade of envy. I enjoy criticizing each individual thing." 1561, oil on panel, Bode Museum, Berlin, Germany. Anthonis Moore. Utrecht, c. 1516-20. De Antwerp, 1576. A pupil of Jan van Scorel, Moore became one of the most celebrated portraitists of the 16th century. His strong, severe portraits won him commissions at the courts of England, Germany, Spain, Portugal, and Italy. Moore's portraits often convey a penetrating insight into character, revealing not just the dignity and solemnity that befitted his royal and aristocratic sitters, but also pathos or thoughtfulness and even a faraway wistfulness. Unlike Hans Holbein, the leading court portraitist of the previous generation, he used chiaroscuro, light and shade, to define facial features. And he usually painted his sitters with their heads slightly turned. Moore's most important patrons were Cardinal Granvelle, a key figure at the Habsburg court, and later Philip IL, King of Spain. The painter is often better known by the Spanish version of his name, Antonio Moro. Lifeline. C. 1516-20. Born in Utrecht, 1547 becomes a member of Guild of St. Luke at Antwerp. 1549-50 travels to Rome with his patron, Cardinal Granvelle. 1554 travels to England, where he paints the portrait of Queen Mary. 1573 a document shows he is settled in Antwerp, where he probably dies in 1576. Portrait of a noblewoman with a puppy. A three-quarter length view, with the head slightly turned, is typical of Moore portraits. 1555, oil and oak panel, 107 by 78 centimeters, Gemialde Gallery Alte Meister, Kassel, Germany. Queen Mary I. Mary was the elder daughter of Henry VI. In 1554, aged 38, she became the wife of Philip IL of Spain. This portrait was painted in connection with her marriage. 1554, oil on panel, 109 by 84 centimeters, Prado, Madrid, Spain. Closer look. Pink rose. The rose adds a delicate touch to an otherwise austere painting. With its use of chiaroscuro, light and shade, and wary expression, this differs from other Tudor portraits, perhaps to emphasize Mary as a Habsburg consort, not an English queen. Franz Flores. De Antwerp, c. 1519, De Antwerp, 1570. Franz Flores played a huge role in disseminating Italian ideas in the Low Countries. In the 1540s he studied in Rome, where he filled sketchbooks with drawings of classical sculpture and the frescoes of Michelangelo. On his return north, Flores ran a successful workshop in Antwerp with his brother Cornelis, a sculptor and architect who designed Antwerp Town Hall. Flores painted large religious and mythological pictures in the Mannerist style, crowded with athletic figures in the midst of action. During the Reformation, Antwerp remained Catholic apart from two waves of iconoclasm, in 1566 and 1581. Flores has been seen as a Catholic propagandist, His Fall of the Rebel Angels, for example, can be interpreted as virtuous Catholics fighting off heretical reformers. Lifeline. C. 1537 in his Latines, studies in Liege with painter Lambert Lombard. 1540 studies in Rome. 1554 paints Fall of the Rebel Angels. 1570 dies in Antwerp. Portrait of an elderly woman, or the falconer's wife Florus was a gifted portraitist, forthrightly characterizing his sitters. His frank, assertive style and bold brushwork anticipates the portraiture of Franz Hals. 1558, oil and panel, 108 x 83 cm, Musée des Beaux-Arts, Cannes, France. All of the Rebel Angels. This painting, showing Saint Michael fighting the devils, was the middle panel of a triptych for the altar in the Church of Our Lady, Antwerp. Florus was clearly inspired by the writhing, muscular bodies in Michelangelo's Last Judgment, which was unveiled while he was in Rome. 1554, oil and panel, 308 by 220 centimeters, Koninklijk Museum voor Schoon Kunsten, Antwerp, Belgium. In context. Antwerp for much of the 16th century. Antwerp was the leading port in northern Europe. Through it, England traded with continental Europe, and exotic goods such as pepper and silver were imported from newly discovered parts of the world. Artists were attracted to Antwerp by its new art-buying middle class. Antwerp Town Hall, built between 1561 and 1565 to the design of Cornelis Florus. This is one of the great Renaissance buildings of the north. Stefan Lochner. B. Meersburg, c. 1410, D. Cologne, 1451. Noted for his characteristic, soft style, Lochner created poetic, gentle paintings, often of the Madonna accompanied by angels. In the mid-1800s, these images were a major inspiration for the group of English painters known as the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood. Lochner's work belongs to the late Gothic style and looks back to medieval devotional art, especially in his extensive use of gold and ultramarine. Yet his paintings also show his familiarity with contemporary art, especially that of Robert Campin and Jan van Eyck. He included a wealth of naturalistic detail, and in contrast to the flatness of medieval art, his figures are sculptural and occupy three-dimensional spaces. Lifeline. c. 1410, born in Meersburg, in southwest Germany. c. 1430s, moves to Cologne. c. 1440. 45 paints Adoration of the Magi altarpiece for Cologne Cathedral. 1447 joins Cologne Town Council. 1451 dies in Cologne, in his early 40s. The Adoration of Christ. This nativity scene with its attendant angels and farm animals epitomizes Lochner painting. The subject, composition, and style all speak of harmony and tenderness. 1445, oil on panel, 38 x 24 centimeters, Alte Pinakothek, Munich, Germany. Adoration of the Magi. The use of gold in the background and for Christ's halo was a medieval convention, symbolizing holiness. However, in Renaissance style, Lochner places the figures in correctly measured space and records minute detail, especially in the robes of the kings. c. 1440-45, oil on panel, central panel of an altarpiece, Cologne Cathedral, Germany. Conrad Witz. B. Rottweil, c. 1400, D. Basel, c. 1446. Very little is known of Conrad Witz's life, except that he spent most of his career in Basel, probably attracted by the opportunities for commissions at Pope Martin V's Great Church Council, 1431-37. Witz developed a specific naturalistic style. His religious paintings provide a direct sense of nature, not the rarefied, fabled atmospheres of his predecessors. His figures are expressive and solidly modeled, and the light falls naturally, casting shadows and shimmering on water. Witz's most celebrated picture, The Miraculous Draught of Fishes, is remarkable in many ways. The location is specific, not the Holy Land, but Lake Geneva. It is one of the first examples of a topographical view, one that shows an identifiable landscape. And Witz has ensured it is recognizable, defining the fields, houses, and trees, and the Savoy Alps in the background. Moreover, real people inhabit this real landscape. The disciples look ungainly, struggling with the tackle and oars, and the waiting St. Peter looks unstable, with his legs distorted below the water and arms held helplessly above it. Lifeline. 1400 born in Rottweil, southwestern Germany. 1434 becomes a master painter in the Basel Guild. 1435 marries Ursulin von Wangen. 1444 paints the miraculous draught of fishes. C. 1446 dies in Basel, leaving a wife and 5 children. The miraculous draught of fishes which merges 3 stories: the miraculous catch of fish, Christ walking on water, and the resurrected Christ calling 7 disciples. 1444 oil on panel, 132 by 151 centimeters, Musée d'Art et d'Histoire, Geneva, Switzerland. Closer look. Water. The treatment of the water is remarkably naturalistic. The reflections of the architecture and light shimmer on its surface. In the foreground, by contrast, the water is translucent, revealing murky depths, with green slime and stones on the lake bed. Cardinal François de Mailles presented to the Virgin and Child with delights in showing the sheen, color, and detail of de Mailles' robe as he is introduced to the Virgin and Child by Saint Peter. 1444 oil on panel, 132 x 154 centimeters, Musée d'Art et d'Histoire, Geneva. Martin Schongauer. B. Colmar? C. 1450, D. Breisac, 1491. The son of a goldsmith from Augsburg, Martin Schongauer was the greatest engraver of his generation. He brought a painterly quality to engravings, using a broken, fluid line that enabled him to capture the solid form and tactile quality of his subjects. The refined sensitivity of his work gave rise to such nicknames as Hubish, charming, Martin, and Shen, beautiful, Martin. Although his work was late Gothic in style, Schongauer was widely admired by high Renaissance artists, especially Dürer. Giorgio Vasari, see page 178, noted in his Lives of the Artists that Michelangelo copied Schongauer's Temptation of Saint Anthony. Very few paintings are definitely attributable to Schongauer, but 115 engravings are known to be his, all signed, with his distinctive monogram. Lifeline. C. 1450 born, probably in the town of Colmar in Alsace. 1465 enrolls at the University of Leipzig. 1473 paints Madonna of the Rose Bower altarpiece. 1488 is mentioned as a house owner in Colmar. 1489 becomes citizen of Breisac. 1492 Dürer travels to visit Schongauer, without knowing he has died the previous year. Madonna of the Rose Bower / he detailed. Twisting rose bushes echo the intertwined bodies of the Madonna and Christ, and reveal the hand of an expert engraver. 1473, his only dated work, oil on panel, 200 x 115 cm, Church of Saint Martin, Colmar, France. Closer Ioc. Contrasting forms. The solidity of the Virgin contrasts with the delicate background, which is like a tapestry of rose bushes filled with birds. The Temptation of Saint Anthony. Schongauer shows Saint Anthony, a Christian monk who fled to the Egyptian desert to escape persecution, assailed in midair by fantastic demonic creatures. C. 1475, engraving Uffizi, Florence. Michael Pacher. B. Bruneck? C. 1435, D. Salzburg, 1498. Both a woodcarver and a painter, Michael Pacher was one of the leading Austrian artists of the 15th century. While his sculpture is late Gothic in style, his painting is influenced by Italian Renaissance art, especially Andrea Mantegna. However, his rich narrative vein led him to a complex, inventive, and almost visionary painting style. One of the first German-speaking artists to master perspective fully, Pacher exploited this skill in his painting by using low viewpoints and depicting foreshortened figures close to the picture plane. His great work, the extraordinarily elaborate St. Wolfgang altarpiece, remains intact in the Salzburg church it was made for. Illustrating Pacher's skill as both a sculptor and a painter, it comprises 16 painted compartments, a central carved relief of the coronation of the Virgin, and an ornate crowning piece showing the crucifixion. The exterior wings show scenes from St. Wolfgang's life. The raising of Lazarus, from the St. Wolfgang altarpiece with its dramatically receding perspective, low viewpoint, and figures close to the picture plane, this painting shows an awareness of Italian art. But Pacher uses perspective to create an eccentric, multifaceted, space in which the light seems to vibrate against the fantastic architecture. 1479-81, oil on panel, Church of St. Wolfgang, near Salzburg, Austria. The St. Wolfgang altarpiece this shows the coronation of the Virgin, flanked by paintings of the Nativity, top left, the Circumcision, bottom left, the presentation of Christ in the temple, top right, and the death of the Virgin Mary, bottom right. 1471-81, pine and lime wood sculpture with oil on panel painting, center 390 by 315 centimeters, Church of St. Wolfgang, Salzburg, Austria. Iron context. Artistic crossroads. The Tyrol in the Alps, where Pacha spent most of his working life, was an important crossroads between Northern Europe and Italy. Pacha was a product of both cultures. His figures, for instance, are anatomically correct in line with Italian art, yet their features and intense expressions often owe more to Northern art. Pacha's precise perspectives show Italian influence, but he paints vernacular and Gothic architecture, rather than the classical buildings favored by Italian artists. The View Towards the Fenethal, Tyrol by James Vivian de Fleury, 1870. Albrecht Dürer. B. Nuremberg, 1471. D. Nuremberg, 1528. The greatest German artist of the Renaissance, Dürer was a brilliant draftsman, and his paintings rivaled those of his Italian contemporaries. His minutely detailed, subtly toned prints elevated the printmaking medium to a new level of accomplishment. Like his contemporary Leonardo da Vinci, Dürer found wonder in everyday subject matter. He was the first to paint realistic watercolors, one of the most famous showing a simple sod of turf, beautifully and accurately observed. Also like Leonardo, he had skills beyond art. In the 1520s, he published books on measurements, fortifications, and proportion in the human body. Lifeline. 1484, age 13, creates an exquisite self-portrait in silver point. 1486, apprentice to painter. Michael Wohlgemuth, 1494, visits Italy. 1498, publishes Apocalypse, the first book printed entirely by an artist. 1505, visits Italy again, staying mainly in Venice. 1507, returns to Germany. 1520, travels to the Netherlands. 1528, dies Nuremberg. Virgin and Child with a Pair. This is one of many Virgin and Child paintings by Dürer. The Virgin is portrayed with delicacy, while the Child is depicted more robustly. 1512, oil on panel, 49 by 37 centimeters, Kunsthistorisches Museum, Vienna, Austria. Self-portrait. Dürer believed that his artistic mission reflected that of Jesus, and here he seems to have deliberately painted himself as a Christ-like figure. Jesus was often shown in full frontal, symmetrical compositions like this one. The darkened tone of the background creates a mood of sanctity. His fingers hold a piece of the fur he is wearing, possibly alluding to his profession as a painter in its resemblance to a brush. 1500, oil on panel, 67 x 49 centimeters, Alte Pinakothek, Munich, Germany. T. Jerome. In his study, Dürer shows Saint Jerome, with his legendary companion, the lion, in contemplative solitude, a subject that would have appealed to the educated Renaissance elite. 1514, engraving, 24 x 19 centimeters, Bibliothèque Nationale, Paris, France. Closer look. The Fall of Light. Dürer achieved a unique subtlety of shading and richness of texture. His dedication to registering the fall of light here seems to echo the dedication of Saint Jerome in his studies. Adam and Eve receives the apple from the serpent, while Adam stretches his hand out to take it. Dürer based the figure of Adam on the Apollo Belvedere, a famous classical sculpture. 1504, engraving, 25 x 19 centimeters, British Museum, London, UK. Festival of the Rose Garlands. Dürer created this altarpiece for the German Church of S. Bartolomeo in Venice. His aim was to show he could compete with Venetian painters and silence those who said, was good as engraver, but did not know how to handle colors in a painting. 1506, oil on panel, 162 by 194 centimeters, Narodny Gallery, Prague, Czech Republic. Closer look. Emperor Maximilian. Many important people appear in the painting, including Pope Alexander VI, kneeling to the left of the Madonna. This is Emperor Maximilian, one of Dyrer's most important patrons, on whose head the Madonna is placing a crown of roses. The artist himself, Dürer, painted himself among the exalted company in his picture. He wears a luxurious fur cloak and grabs attention by turning his head to the viewer. He is holding a document with his name, the date of the painting, the time it took him to complete it, 5 months, and significantly, his nationality. In context. Pioneer of self-portrait, Dürer was the first artist to make a series of self-portraits, both drawn and painted, at different ages. They reveal a successful and self-assured man. Dürer's travels in Italy showed him that the artist need not be a humble, provincial craftsman, but could be celebrated and revered. In Venice, he wrote to a friend in Germany, "Here I am a gentleman, there am a parasite." Self-portrait with gloves by Albrecht Dürer, 1498. Matthias Grünewald. B. Würzburg, c. 1475-80, B. Halle, 1528. Although he lived during the Renaissance, Grünewald in many ways looked back to medieval art. While Italian painters sought to reveal beauty, he had a simpler and older aim, to deliver sermons. He did this using expressive distortion and brilliant color, to astonishing effect. Grünewald's undoubted masterpiece is the Isenheim altarpiece. It was painted for the hospital church of the Abbey at Isenheim in Alsace, now in France. Christ is first shown in darkness on the cross, dirty, lacerated, and disfigured, and then resurrected, with spotless skin against golden light. Looking at this altarpiece, the patients at the hospital would be able to see their own suffering as part of a divine plan. Lifeline. 1475-80, born in Würzburg, 1504 to 2005, works in Stadtfenberg, near Frankfurt, 1510, employed by the Archbishop of Mainz, c. 1512-15, works on the Isenheim altarpiece, 1525, moves to Frankfurt, after the Archbishop's palace is besieged during the Peasants' War, 1527, flees to Halle, where he dies of plague a year later. The Annunciation, when the altarpiece is opened, it reveals the second face. This shows the Annunciation, the choir of angels, the Nativity with the Divine Spirit hovering overhead, and Christ's resurrection against a stunning halo of light. Unusually, in the Nativity scene, there is an everyday chamber pot and washtub. Isenheim altarpiece. Grünewald's altarpiece has 3 faces. The various wings were opened and closed in accordance with dates on the liturgical calendar. This first face shows the crucifixion, flanked by portraits of Saint Anthony and Saint Sebastian. The bottom panel, known as the predella, shows the entombment of Christ. C. 1512-15, oil on panel, Musée d'Unterlinden, Colmar, France. Closer look. In horror, the Virgin and John the Evangelist recoil in horror. John's face echoes that of Christ, his mouth agape, head cast down and tilted to the left. Hanging head Christ, hanging head, with its fearsome crown of thorns, and his disfigured body are full of horror, wounds dripping with bright red blood cover the whole body. Impaled Christ's hand is shown graphically impaled on the rough-hewn log. While the body slumps, Christ's fingers twist upwards in agony, or perhaps rigor mortis. The upraised fingers are echoed by those of Mary Magdalene. She holds her hands and fingers up in prayer. Albrecht Altdorfer. B. Regensburg? C. 1480, D. Regensburg, 1538. Altdorfer was the leading member of the Danube School, which also included Lucas Cranach and Wolfgang Huber. Although working independently, all these artists used landscape prominently, to add drama and realism to the stories they told. Altdorfer's unique contribution was to make pictures that had no story, and were nothing but landscape. In doing so, he instigated a new genre of painting. One of Altdorfer's early works shows the tiny figure of St. George, overwhelmed by a great forest. His celebrated altarpiece, now dismembered, for the Austrian Abbey of St. Florian featured magnificent skyscapes, and he used dramatic skies again to heighten the emotional impact of the Battle of Issus. As well as painting, Altdorfer produced prints and worked as an architect. Although none of his buildings survive, his skill at handling tricky perspective is evident in several paintings. Lifeline. C. 1480, born, probably in Regensburg, 1505, granted the citizenship of Regensburg, 1509 begins work on the altarpiece for the Austrian Abbey of St. Florian, which he completes 7 years later. 1512-13 works for Emperor Maximilian I. 1526 appointed city architect of Regensburg. 1538 dies in Regensburg. The Battle of Issus. This painting shows Alexander the Great's victory over the Persian army of King Darius in 333 BC. Altdorfer's depiction manages to be both historical and visionary at the same time. He gives a remarkable bird's-eye view over the teeming, and like armies and a mountainous northern landscape below a swirling sky with a triumphant sun. 1529, oil on panel, 158x120 cm, Alte Pinakothek, Munich, Germany. The large spruce Altdorfer produced some of the first prints of pure landscape subjects in European art, as well as some of the first landscape paintings. His etchings are free and vigorous in style. See 1520, etching, 23.5 x 18 cm, Fitzwilliam Museum, Cambridge, UK. Christ taking leave of his mother Christ, accompanied by St. Peter and St. John the Evangelist, leaves for Jerusalem to face his coming death. The Virgin, attended by holy women, is prostrate with grief. Altdorfer has elongated the figures and enlarged their hands and feet, allowing him to add drama to the gestures and stances. 1520, oil and panel, 139 x 109 cm, National Gallery, London, UK. Hans Baldung. Die Schwäbisch Gmund, 1484-85, Die Strasbourg, 1545. Baldung, who spent most of his life working in Strasbourg, was one of the most expressive painters of the Northern Renaissance. He painted many religious works, but is now known for his gruesome allegorical paintings and erotic nudes. He was fascinated with death, witchcraft, and suffering and painted these subjects with dramatic color and distorted figures. Woman and Death. Baldung painted women with death many times. This reflected popular notions, based on the story of Eve, that women were powerfully seductive and associated with evil. 1517, Tempera on panel, 30 x 18 cm, Kunstmuseum, Basel, Switzerland. Lucas Cranach the Elder. B. Cronach, 1472, D. Weimar, 1553. Cranach was one of the most successful and innovative artists of the Northern Renaissance. He was fascinated by the old forests and romantic vistas of Germany, and used them as settings for his biblical and classical stories. He was also fond of erotic, coquettish nudes, which had little precedent in either Italian or Northern European art. Cranach became truly successful in Wittenberg, where he worked as court painter to Frederick III, the Wise. He was great friends with Martin Luther, and became known as the official artist of the Lutheran Reformation. He also ran a flourishing studio, and his paintings, especially those showing female beauty, were eagerly sought by collectors. Lifeline. 1472 born in Cronach, 1501 establishes his reputation in Vienna, working in the humanist circle around the newly founded University. 1504 moves to Wittenberg to become court painter for Frederick I, the Wise, of Saxony. 1519, selected to Wittenberg Town Council. 1522 creates woodcuts for Martin Luther's first German translation of the New Testament. C. 1528 paints the Judgment of Paris. 1550 follows John Frederick, the Unfortunate, into exile in Augsburg. 1553 dies in Weimar, in his 80s. Henry, Duke of Saxony. Cranach uses a full-length format, which was unusual in the early 1500s. This format allows him to create an image of power, with the assertive pose and fine dress shown in their entirety. 1514, oil on wood, 184 by 83 centimeters, Gemäldegalerie Gallery Alte Meister. Dresden, Germany. Portrait of Dr. Johannes Caspinian. Dr. Caspinian was a lecturer at the University of Vienna, so appropriately he is shown with a book. His upturned face gives him the air of an erudite Renaissance humanist. This portrait was intended to be seen next to that of his wife, Anna, right, as a diptych, and the landscape runs across the two paintings. 1602 to 2003, oil and panel, Dr. Oscar Reinhardt Collection, Winterthur, Switzerland. The Judgment of Paris Cranach transports this story from classical mythology to a Germanic forest. Paris is dressed as a Teutonic knight in a suit of armor, while Mercury, in the guise of a Norse god, stands nearby holding a glass orb in place of the golden apple. C. 1528, oil and wood, 102 by 71 centimeters, MoMA, New York, U.S. Closer look. Erotically adorned Cranach often adorned his nudes with necklaces and large hats, as he does here with Venus, the Roman goddess of love. Portrait of Anna Caspinian when side by side, Anna and her husband Johannes are framed by two trees, one to the erg of Anna, the other to the left of Johannes. 1502 to 2003, oil and panel, Dr. Oscar Reinhardt Collection, Winterthur, Switzerland. Hans Holbein the Younger. B. Oxshire, c. 1497, D. London, 1543. Holbein was a man of versatile artistic talents. At the beginning of his career, he worked in Switzerland as a book designer and printmaker, and also painted mural decorations for government buildings. When he became the court artist to Henry VIII of England, he made designs for all manner of decorative arts. From buttons, jewelry, and goblets to costumes for pageants, furniture, and architectural details. However, it is as a portraitist that Holbein is most renowned. He created magnificent large portraits, such as the ambassadors, that radiated wealth and power. His wall painting at Whitehall Palace, showing Henry VIII with his parents and third wife, Jane Seymour, is said to have annihilated and abashed visitors. But some of Holbein's best works in England were exquisitely detailed miniatures, portraits that would sit in the palm of the hand. These paintings could be presented to visiting dignitaries or sent abroad with ambassadors. They were also in demand as keepsakes, tokens of love and desire in an age of courtly love. Lifeline. C. 1497, born in Augsburg, 1515 to 19, works in Bâle. 1521, paints body of the dead Christ in the tomb. 1524, visits Paris. 1526, visits Sir Thomas More in England and paints portrait of the More family, now lost. 1528, returns to Bâle to complete his mural decoration. In the council chamber of the town hall. 1532, moves to London permanently, leaving his wife and two children in Bâle. 1533, paints his most famous portrait, the ambassadors. C. 1536, becomes court painter for Henry VIII. 1543, dies in London. Portrait of Erasmus. Erasmus was an admired humanist scholar. In this portrait, Holbein looks forward to the ambassadors by surrounding the sitter with objects that reflect his interests. 1523, oil and egg tempera on panel, 74 by 52 centimeters, private collection. The body of the dead Christ in the tomb. Rarely has Christ been shown as here, dead in his tomb, when he was neither man nor deity. Holbein's image is harrowing. The eyes and the mouth are open, the hand looks like a claw, and rigor mortis seems to have set in point. 1521, oil on panel, 31x200 cm, Kunstmuseum, Bâle, Switzerland. Portrait of and of Cleves. Henry Veal was looking for a new wife and sent Holbein to paint a prospective bride, and of Cleves. Henry clearly liked what he saw, and married in 1540, but he had the marriage annulled later that year. 1539, oil on canvas, 65 by 48 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. The ambassadors. This powerful and detailed painting shows Jean de Dintiville, French ambassador at the court of Henry Ville, and his friend Georges de Selve, Bishop of Lavaur. Around them, the musical, astronomical, and scientific instruments testified to their learning, success, and wealth. 1533, oil and panel, 207x210 cm, National Gallery, London, UK. Closer look. Center of the world. The globe under Dintiville's left arm bears the name of his chateau at Policy, near Troyes, as if it was at the center of the world. The painting was first hung in this chateau. Distorted skull. This is an example of anamorphosis, where an object is only seen in the correct perspective if viewed from an angle, in this case from the right. Skulls were often used in 16th and 17th century painting to symbolize mortality. Tillman Riemenschneider. Bhelignsdadt, c. 1460, Diersberg, 1531. A contemporary of Dürer, Riemenschneider was southern Germany's leading sculptor of this period, and one of the last to work in the late Gothic style. Although he also sculpted in alabaster, sandstone, and marble, he is best known for his lime wood altarpieces. Riemenschneider was among the first sculptors to leave his woodwork unpainted, just using pigmented varnish and touches of color on lips and eyes. His early figures relied on the complex play of light and shade, but his mature work became more simplified and flattened. Riemenschneider was probably apprenticed in Strasbourg and Ulm, both centers for sculpture. He spent most of his working life in Würzburg, where he had a large workshop. However, his career came to an abrupt halt when he sided with the peasants who revolted against the city's prince-bishop. Lifeline. 1485, aged about 25, becomes a citizen of Würzburg and a member of the Painters' Guild of St. Luke. 1490-92, carves Munnerstadt altarpiece for the Church of Mary Magdalene. 1501-2005, carves the Holy Blood altarpiece for the Jakobskirche in Rothenburg. 1504, elected to Würzburg City Council. 1520-21, elected mayor. 1525, is arrested and probably tortured after the peasants' revolt. Part of his estate is confiscated. 1531, dies and is buried in He Cathedral Cemetery. Assumption of the Virgin. This early work uses the play of light and shade on deep carving to make the figures expressive. 1505-10, lime wood, central panel of the altar, Herrgårdskirche, Kreglingen, Germany. Tomb of Henri II and his wife Kunigund. The sides of the tomb are carved with reliefs depicting the couple's lives. In this one, Kunigund is subjected to trial by fire on suspicion of adultery. 1499-1513, stone, Bamberg Cathedral, Bavaria, Germany. Bernd Notke. Belassen, Pomerania? c. 1440, Dielbeck, c. 1509. The painter and sculptor, Bernd Notke, was the leading woodcarver around the Baltic, and the North German counterpart to Stoss. He had a strong personality, matched by the huge scale he worked on. His Dance of Death frieze, 1463-66, was 30 meters long, while his Triumphant Cross group, 1470-77, was 17 meters high. Notke made his reputation with the Triumphant Cross in Lübeck Cathedral, which consisted of 78 figures, all the large ones carved from single tree trunks. Its size was unprecedented, as was Notke's use of strips of leather for veins and plaited cords as fabric trims. These materials both increased the realism and speeded up work. Notke is perhaps best known for his sculptural group of St. George and the Dragon, 1483-89. Again, he used real materials, hair, elk antlers on the dragon, and coin imprints to decorate the armor and horse's bridle. Lifeline. 1467 is first recorded in Lübeck. As a painter, 1470-77 sculpts Triumphal Cross for Lübeck Cathedral. 1483-89 sculpts St. George and the Dragon in Stockholm, Sweden. 1499 creates his last great work, the Mass of St. Gregory, for Marienkirche, Lübeck. 1505 made Master of Works in Lübeck. Dance of Death, Totentanz in German. A dance of death is an allegory on the certainty of death. For everyone under each figure are the words with which death invites them to dance, and their reluctant response. 1463-66, tempera on linen, detail, 160 by 750 centimeters. St. Nicholas's Church, Art Museum of Estonia, Tallinn, Estonia. Closer look. The Pope, emaciated skeletal figures, representing death, take the hand of a row of figures from Pope to peasant. The Pope and Emperor were at the top of the medieval hierarchy. The Empress, her finely embroidered robe and elaborate headdress will soon be stripped away by the ultimate equalizer, death. Dances of death were popular at this time, as a reminder of how fleeting material goods are in the face of the fragility of life. Weit Stoss. Wie hoor bij hem Necker? c. 1450, d. Nuremberg, 1533. Best known for his bold woodcarving, usually painted, German-born Stoss also worked in stone, and was a painter and engraver. His masterpiece was the huge altarpiece for St. Mary's Church in Krakow, Poland. Stoss later returned to Nuremberg where, in 1503, he forged a document to recover an investment. When his forgery was discovered, Stoss was tried, convicted, his cheeks branded, and confined to the city. He escaped being blinded or killed only through the intervention of the Prince Bishop of Würzburg. Stoss carried on working, his career somewhat blighted, and 6 of his sons went on to work as artists. The Assumption of the Virgin Mary/he faces are full of character, while swoops of fabric, defined in paint, add to the theatricality. 1477–89, wood, altarpiece of St. Mary's Church, Krakow, Poland. After the High Renaissance in Italy, there followed a period in which painting, sculpture, and architecture broke with many of the classical conventions. The term Mannerism was later adopted to describe both the period and its stylistic characteristics. The painter and biographer Giorgio Vasari, 1511–74, was the first to use the word maniera, stylishness, to praise the work of his contemporaries in the 16th century. However, as Mannerism, it became a disparaging label for later critics who dismissed work in this vein as an affected transition between the Renaissance and the Baroque. In the 20th century, the term began to be used neutrally, but with differing opinions as to exactly what style and period it defines. Origins and influences. The roots of Mannerism were in Italy. It is sometimes specifically traced to Rome and the followers of Raphael after his death in 1520. Some scholars see Mannerism as a reaction against the classical harmony of Raphael and his high Renaissance contemporaries such as Leonardo and Michelangelo, others as an evolution from elements in their work. Most definitions of the Mannerist style are in terms of either the distortion or refinement of late Renaissance ideals. Style and technique. Mannerist style can be seen as either refined and emotional, or affected, and decadent, but there are stylistic elements that can be agreed upon. It was a courtly style, but beneath the elegance and technical brilliance there is often an element of emotional disturbance. Tension and drama were achieved by the use of elongated figures and exaggerated poses, bold colors and lighting, and a dramatic distortion of scale and perspective. The conversion of St. Paul Parmigianino, the dramatic tension and movement of Parmigianino's work are characteristic of Mannerism. C. 1527–30, oil on canvas, 177.5 by 128.5 centimeters, Kunsthistorisches Museum, Vienna. Mannerism. Timeline. Mannerism began to develop around the time of Raphael's death in 1520. It flourished in Florence, Rome, and other cities, including Parma. Expatriate Italians, and artists trained in Italy, helped spread Mannerism to other countries in Europe throughout the 16th century, establishing it as the house style of several courts. The period came to a close with the emergence of the Carracci brothers and Caravaggio in about 1600. 1526–28 Pontormo, The Deposition of Christ. 1534–40 Parmigianino, Madonna with the Long Neck. C. 1540–50 Bronzino, An Allegory with Venus and Cupid. 1541–43 Primaticio, The Holy Family with Elizabeth and St. John the Baptist. C. 1580–82 Spranger, Hercules, Deianira, and the Centaur Nessus. 1586–88 El Greco, The Burial of Count Orgas. Schools. Mannerism began and flourished in Italy, but the style was influential elsewhere in Europe. In essence, it is a sophisticated, sometimes rather inbred style, so it is not surprising that its most refined manifestations were produced for courtly settings. Italian artists were employed at several foreign courts, particularly at Fontainebleau in France, and Mannerist influence was also spread widely by engravings. Italy. Florence was the principal setting for Italian Mannerist art. Jacopo Pontormo exemplifies the style at its most emotionally intense, and Agnolo Bronzino at its most lasciviously chic. Slightly later, Giorgio Vasari shows How the style could easily degenerate into elegant but rather empty posturing. Mannerist sculpture also flourished in Florence, particularly in the work of Benvenuto Cellini, see page 177, and Gian Bologna, see point 179. Apart from Florence, Rome was the main home of the style, with Michelangelo, in his later work, its most potent exemplar. Some of the most remarkable Mannerist art, however, was produced outside the traditional major art centers, notably in Parma, where Parmigianino represents the style at its extreme of elongated elegance. Outside Italy, the courts at Fontainebleau in France and Prague in Bohemia were perhaps the most impressive settings for Mannerist art outside Italy. In the 1530s and 1540s, King Francis brought outstanding Italian artists, notably Fiorentino Rosso, Francesco Primaticcio, and Benvenuto Cellini, to work at his favorite residence of Fontainebleau, near Paris, which he transformed from a hunting lodge into a palace. These artists created a distinctively elegant style, featuring long-limbed, small-headed figures, that formed an influential current in French art until the end of the 16th century. In Prague, the art-loving Emperor Rudolf, reigned 1576 to 1612, made his court one of Europe's most dazzling cultural centers, employing an international roster of painters and sculptors, among them Arcimboldo and Bartholomew Spranger. The most powerful and personal interpretation of Mannerism outside Italy, however, is perhaps the Tauf El Greco, see pages 182-83, a Cretan who spent most of his career in Spain. Although his work is intensely individual, his elongated figures have a stylistic kinship with those of other artists of the time. Water Giuseppe Arcimboldo in his witty portraits and caricatures. Arcimboldo took Mannerist playfulness to extremes. His paintings were so popular he painted several versions to satisfy the demand. 1566, oil on canvas, 66.5 by 50.5 centimeters, Kunsthistorisches Museum, Vienna. Parmigianino. B. Parma, 1503. D. Castelmaggiore, 1540. Girolamo Francesco Mazzola is better known as Parmigianino. The little one from Parma, he was a Mannerist painter and printmaker, famous for the exquisite draftsmanship of his portraits and religious frescoes. Orphaned as a small child, Parmigianino was brought up by his uncles and showed a precocious talent for art. He painted frescoes alongside Correggio in S. Giovanni Evangelista, Parma, while still a teenager. In 1524, Hetrovaletto, Rome, where his self-portrait in a convex mirror impressed Pope Clement VII and led to important commissions. The sack of Rome in 1527 forced Parmigianino to move to Bologna. Then in 1530 he returned to Parma to work on frescoes in S. Maria della Steccata, a project that landed him in jail when he failed to complete the work. His highly original figure painting is seen at its best in his many portraits, and in the sensuous Madonna with the long neck. Lifeline. 1503, born into a family of artists in Parma. 1522 meets Correggio and works with him in S. Giovanni Evangelista, Parma. 1524 paints self-portrait in a convex mirror, which he takes with him to Rome. 1530 returns to Parma. 1534 to 40 works on his masterpiece, the Madonna with the long neck. 1539 imprisoned for breach of contract over paintings for S. Maria della Steccata. 1540 dies tragically young. Madonna with the long neck. Parmigianino spent 6 years working on this painting. The length and slenderness of all the limbs is exaggerated, but it is the Madonna's neck, likened to the ivory-colored column behind her, that gives the picture its expressive power. 1534 to 40, oil on canvas, 21 by 1,632 centimeters, Uffizi, Florence, Italy. Madonna and Child with Saint John the Baptist and Saint Jerome. This representation of the sleeping Jerome vision has John the Baptist in a stylized, Mannerist pose, directing attention through his turning torso, curved arm, and hand to the Virgin and Child above. 1526 to 27, oil on panel, 343 by 149 centimeters, National Gallery, London, UK. Closer look. Head of the Madonna, the Virgin's modest expression and realistic hair, framed by the light blazing from her halo, are painted here in meticulous detail. in the style Parmigianino adopted for his many portraits. Her slightly elongated features presage the famous Madonna with the long neck. Giulio Romano. B. Rome, c. 1499, D. Rome, 1546. Born Giulio Pippi in Rome, Giulio trained as an assistant to Raphael. After Raphael's death, Giulio completed his frescoes in the Vatican and went on to succeed him as head of the Roman school. In addition to his undoubted skill as a painter, Romano was also an accomplished engineer and architect. He was invited to Mantua to oversee a number of projects for Federico Gonzaga, including the renovation of the city's cathedral and the planning and construction of Fagico Palace, the Church of S. Benedetto, and the Palazzo del Te. He also submitted a design for the facade of S. Petronio in Bologna, but it was not used. The Fall of the Giants, detail 7. His icon of the impressive frescoes in the Sala dei Giganti in the Palazzo del Te, depicting the gods of Olympus and the fall of the giants. 1530-32, fresco, Sala dei Giganti, Palazzo del Te, Mantua, Italy. Benvenuto Cellini. B. Florence, 1500. D. Florence, 1571. A goldsmith, sculptor, musician, and soldier, Benvenuto Cellini is as famous for his exaggerated and risque autobiography as for his exquisite craftsmanship and Mannerist sculptures. His training was initially in Florence, but various escapades took him to Siena, Bologna, Pisa, and Rome, picking up his craft along the way. In Rome, he worked mainly as metalworker, but also played the flute in the Pope's court and fought bravely in the sack of Rome. He traveled widely in Italy, and spent some years working at Fontainebleau in France, before returning to his native Florence. His last 2 decades of his life were spent under the patronage of Cosimo de' Medici, for whom he created several fine sculptures. Lifeline. c. 1515 as a teenager, runs away to Siena, then to Bologna and Pisa. 1519 moves to Rome. c. 1527 returns to Florence, where Hecucius' brother's murderer, then flees to Naples. 1534 kills a rival goldsmith, but is pardoned by the Pope. 1540-45 works at Fontainebleau, France. 1545 returns to Florence to work for Cosimo de' Medici. Portrait bust of Cosimo de' Medici. Cosimo de' Medici encouraged Cellini to extend his fine metalworking skills to the art of large-scale sculpture. This portrait bust of his patron was one of his first sculptures in the round, and combines a Mannerist approach to form with a goldsmith's delicate attention to detail. 1545 bronze, height 110 centimeters, Bargello, Florence, Italy. Salt cellar of Francis I. Cellini transformed a table accessory into a valuable sculpture, so desirable that it was stolen in 2003 from the Kunsthistorisches Museum in Vienna. It was recovered in 2006 and returned to the museum. Neptune, Roman god of the sea, the source of salt, leans in counterpoint to earth, nurturer of the pepper plant. The salt fits into a boat-shaped bowl. 1539-43, gold with enamel, 26 by 33 centimeters, Kunsthistorisches Museum, Vienna. Austria. Perseus with the head of Medusa. This statue of Perseus was an attempt to outdo Michelangelo's David and Donatello's Judith and Holofernes, and is considered Cellini's masterpiece. The intricacy of the helmet, the head of Medusa, and the reliefs on the base show his mastery of metalwork, and this statue took several years to complete. When unveiled, it was highly acclaimed, and poets wrote sonnets in praise of it. 1545-53 bronze, height 320 centimeters, Loggia dei Lanzi, Florence, Italy. Pontormo, Jacopo Carucci. B. Pontormo, 1494. D. Florence, 1557. Known simply as Pontormo, Jacopo Carucci was a key figure in the transition from Renaissance to Mannerism. His passionate and restless style shows an early break with Renaissance classicism, and explores disturbing spatial effects and distortions of scale. These interests led Pontormo to study northern prints, especially those of Dürer, in order to overtake the classicism of earlier models such as Andrea del Sarto. He spent all his life in Florence, and was famous for his religious works. The altarpiece of S. Michel Vistamini marks the beginning of his mature style, and he followed it with a passion cycle and, the greatest of his achievements, the altarpiece in S. Felicita. The deposition of Christ Pontormo creates a mood of grief and confusion by an almost neurotic use of agitated movement and abstract colors, within a complex and unstable composition. 1526-28, oil and panel, 312 by 193 centimeters, Felicita, Florence, Italy. The Holy Family with saints. Although the subjects are symmetrically arranged with the Virgin at the apex of a triangular composition, the restless figures and the compressed perspectives give no feeling of the equilibrium associated with classicism. 1518, oil and canvas, 214 by 185 centimeters, S. Michel Vistamini, Florence, Italy. Bronzino. B. Florence, 1503, D. Florence, 1572. Agnolo di Cosimo, nicknamed Bronzino, was court painter to the Medici family. He produced mainly portraits and allegorical paintings in a somewhat analytical mannerist style. Bronzino trained with Pontormo and learned much of his technique from him. Unlike his master, however, he was not at home with religious subjects, as his unemotional style was better suited to profane subjects and formal portraiture. Apart from a couple of years spent in Rome, Bronzino spent his whole life in Florence, but he was well known across Europe and highly respected, becoming an active founder member of the Accademia del Disegno, Florence. Although best known at the time for his portraits, Bronzino is today remembered also for his allegorical paintings, especially that of Venus and Cupid. Among his pupils was his own adopted son, Alessandro Allori. Lifeline. 1503, born in Florence, c. 1515, becomes pupil of Pontormo. 1546, begins working for Cosimo de' Medici, Duke of Florence. 1563, co-founds the Accademia del Disegno. 1572, dies in Florence. Eleonora of Toledo and her son, Giovanni de' Medici. Eleonora, the wife of Cosimo de' Medici, is portrayed here with their son in a dignified and aristocratic pose. c. 1544-45, oil on panel, 115 x 96 centimeters, Uffizi, Florence, Italy. Allegory with Venus and Cupid. As Venus and Cupid embrace, they are surrounded by the figures of folly, deceit, and jealousy, while above them time prevents oblivion, drawing a veil over the scene. The complex meaning of this allegory is still to be fully understood. c. 1540-50, oil on panel, 146 x 116 cm, National Gallery, London, UK. Closer look. Eye movement. The viewer's gaze is drawn around the figures, from the masks at Venus's feet, through her upstretched arm, to the sweep of Time's arm across the top of the painting. Hands of folly. Encouraging the lovers is the cherubic foolish pleasure, whose smiley face has a handful of rose petals he is about to throw over the couple. Giorgio Vasari. B. Arezzo, 1511, D. Florence, 1574. Better known for his biographical book, Lives of the Artists, than for his paintings and architecture, Giorgio Vasari was born in Arezzo, but worked mainly in Florence and Rome. His mannerist style was much influenced by his friend and hero Michelangelo. Although he was a prolific and well-regarded painter in his time, producing numerous large fresco schemes in the Vatican and the Palazzo Vecchio in Florence, Vasari's painting is now considered somewhat derivative. However, his architectural designs, notably those for the Palazzo degli Uffizi in Florence and his home in Arezzo, are of much higher quality. But it is his writing on art that was most influential, not only his biographies of Italian painters, sculptors, and architects, but also his analytical study of art history. His works have been, and still are, the source books for art historians of the Renaissance period. Lifeline. 1511, born in Arezzo, Tuscany. 1527, goes to Florence to train with Andrea del Sarto and his pupils, Raso and Pontormo. 1529, visits Rome. 1550, publishes the first edition of his Lives of the most eminent Italian architects, painters, and sculptors. 1560, begins work on design of the Palazzo degli Uffizi. 1563, co-founds the Accademia del Disegno. 1568, second expanded revision of his Lives. 1574, dies in Florence. Lorenzo de' Medici, the Magnificent. Lorenzo's dynamic posture, curving diagonally across the picture, is typical of the later Mannerist style, and is accentuated by Vasari's dramatic use of color. Oil on panel, 90x 72 cm, Uffizi, Florence, Italy. Cosimo and his artists. One of Vasari's most ambitious projects was a series of frescoes in the Palazzo Vecchio, showing scenes from the history of Florence. He included this portrayal of the artist he knew well. 1560s, fresco, Palazzo Vecchio, Florence, Italy. Allegory of the Immaculate Conception, crowded with allegorical symbols gleaned from his discussions with cultivated men of letters. This classical composition in subdued colors derives its power from the movement of the figures in the lower half. 1541, oil on panel, 58x 39 cm, Uffizi, Florence, Italy. Giambologna, BDUAI, 1529, D. Florence, 1608. Flemish-born Jean Boulogne, also known as Giovanni de Bologna, or simply Giambologna after his move to Italy, was second only to Michelangelo as the finest sculptor of the Mannerist period. He trained first with a Flemish sculptor, but when he traveled to Rome to study classical sculpture, he discovered the work of Michelangelo. Giambologna established his reputation with a series of marble statues, and soon enjoyed the patronage of the Medici family, becoming their official sculptor. His work is characterized by a strong sense of movement, executed with classical elegance and refinement, despite the often complex Mannerist forms. His small bronze statuettes were eagerly sought by connoisseurs of his time, and large-scale statues, especially his two innovative equestrian monuments, were not only popular, but influenced sculptors across Europe in the following 2 centuries. Lifeline, 1529, born in Douai, Flanders, now in France, c. 1550, studies in Rome for 2 years. 1553, settles in Florence, and is commissioned by Pope Pius IV to create Fountain of Neptune in Bologna. 1550s, becomes official sculptor to the court of the Medici. 1583, completes the Rape of the Sabines. 1608, dies in Florence. Edward the Confessor. Giambologna produced a number of monumental statues for ducal palaces and churches. In spite of its memorial purpose, this representation of Edward the Confessor, in a niche of the Salviati Chapel, has elements of the Mannerist poses for which he was famous. 1579-89, marble, Church of S. Marco, Florence, Italy. Fountain of Neptune. Giambologna originally intended this fountain for Florence. When commissioned for a fountain in Bologna's main square, he used the designs to create his first major sculpture. 1563-66, bronze and marble, height 335 centimeters, Piazza Maggiore, Bologna, Italy. The Rape of a Sabine, carved from a simple clock of marble. The intertwining spiral of bodies in this masterpiece has no principal viewpoint. His knowledge of classical sculpture is evident. 1582, marble, height 410 centimeters, Piazza della Signoria, Loggia dei Lanzi, Florence, Italy. Federico Barocci, B. Urbino, c. 1535, D. Urbino, 1612. Preferring to work in his native Urbino after 2 unhappy stays in Rome, Federico Barocci had a long and productive life, despite his constant complaints of ill health. In central Italy, he was the finest painter and engraver of his time. His work was an influence on Carracci and Rubens, among others, and formed a bridge between the High Renaissance and the coming Baroque period. Barocci trained with his father Ambrogio, a sculptor, and later with the Venetian Battista Franco in Urbino, developing a taste for the warm colors of Venetian painting. His prolific output was mainly of religious subjects, conventionally but sensitively handled in a Mannerist style. In later life, he experimented with spatial effects and a more contemplative mood, presaging the devotional style that emerged in the new century. Lifeline. 1548, travels to Rome to study with Taddeo Zuccaro, c. 1560, second visit to Rome, working with Federico Zuccaro. 1561, commissioned to paint frescoes in the Vatican. 1563, moves to Perugia. 1565, returns to Urbino. 1566, joins the lay order of Capuchin monks. 1612, dies in Urbino. Study for the head of Christ. Barocci was a fine draftsman, and one of the first to use colored chalks in his numerous sketches and studies. Chalk private collection. Saint Francis, receiving the stigmata Baroque's later works, moved away from the Venetian-inspired colors of his earlier paintings. Oil on canvas, Palazzo Ducale, Urbino, Italy. Federico Zuccaro. Biese Antiangelo in Vado, near Urbino, c. 1542, di Ancona, 1609. Zuccaro was in his 20s when his brother, Taddeo, died in 1566, and he took over the work of his studio. Federico completed Taddeo's decoration of the Villa Farnese at Capirola and the Sala Regia in the Vatican. He traveled widely across Europe, working in England and Spain, returning to Rome to become founding president of the Accademia di San Luca in 1593. Together with Bronzino and Vasari, Zuccaro was the model of a court artist mingling with the most illustrious patrons of his time. Francis and Alessandro Farnese entering Paris in 1540. Zuccaro's Mannerist frescoes covered the walls of the staterooms in the Villa Farnese, and in the Sala dei Fasti Farnese, Hall of the Splendors of the Farnese family. 1557-66, fresco, Villa Farnese, Capirola, Italy. Closer look. Key figures central to this paintings of Alessandro Farnese and the King of France, as they ride into Paris in triumph. Rosso Fiorentino. B. Florence, 1494. Di Paris or Fontainebleau, 1540. Giovanni Battista di Jacopo was known as Faso Fiorentino, the Red Florentine, because of his red hair. He was one of the leading figures in early Florentine Mannerism. Rosso's altarpieces were sometimes rejected by patrons because they lacked decorum. The saints were depicted in such a way that they appeared as devils. After the sack of Rome, see page 119, Rosso traveled around Italy until he was invited to Fontainebleau by François of France. Arriving in France in 1530, he established the first school of Fontainebleau with Francesco Primaticcio, and remained there until his death in 1540. Lifeline. 1494 born in Florence, c. 1510 trains under Andrea del Sarto at the same time as Pontormo. 1521 paints his masterpiece The Deposition, in Volterra, Tuscany. 1523 moves to Rome. 1527 sack of Rome forces him to flee the city. 1530 moves to France. 1540 dies in France. Moses and the daughters of Jethro. Moses defends Jethro's daughters from the Midianites. The subject gave Rosso the opportunity to explore contrapposto, twisting poses, which he had seen in Michelangelo's work. The tortuous figures express the violence of the scene and give a powerful sense of movement. 1523-24, oil on canvas, 160 by 117 centimeters, Uffizi, Florence, Italy. Closer look. Pyriasmid composition. The complex composition of this painting, outlined by the limbs of the brawling figures, is basically pyramidal, with a diagonal separating the terrified women from the fight. View of the Gallery Frongois, commissioned Rosso to design the main gallery of his palace at Fontainebleau. Rosso's paintings are framed by stuccos by Francesco Primaticcio, see opposite, and show how he refined his Florentine Mannerist style to suit the elegance of the palace. See 1534-39, Château de Fontainebleau, Seine-et-Marne, France. The Marriage of the Virgin. His elegant altarpiece is still in the church for which it was painted, the Paris Church of the Medici family. 1523 oil and wood, 325 x 250 centimeters, S. Lorenzo, Florence, Italy. Jean Goujon. B. Normandy? C. 1510. D. Bologna, c. 1565. Very little is known of the early life of Jean Goujon, who ranks as one of the finest and most distinctive sculptors of 16th century France. His earliest known work was in Rouen, France, in 1540, but it is possible that he had traveled to Italy before then. As a Huguenot Protestant, Goujon was at a disadvantage in Catholic France. However, he gained highly prestigious commissions in Paris, particularly working with the architect Pierre Lescot on the sculptural decoration of the Louvre in 1546. In 1562, Goujon fled from the anti-Protestant atmosphere of Paris, and is believed to have died in Bologna a few years later. Lifeline. C. 1510 born, probably somewhere in Normandy. 1540-42 works at the Church of Saint Maclou and the Cathedral in Rouen. C. 1544 moves to Paris. 1547 appointed sculptor to the King. Henri II, 1547-49 produces his masterpiece, The Fountain of the Innocents. 1549-62 collaborates with Lescot on the decoration of the Louvre. 1562 flees to Italy. C. 1565 dies in exile in Bologna, Italy. Reliefs from the Fountain of the Innocents. The relief panels from the Fontaine des Innocents depict nymphs who personify the rivers of France. Thy are considered to be Gauguin masterpiece. 1547-49 Marble, Louvre, Paris, France. The Fountain of the Innocents. Gauguin originally built this fountain as a pavilion adjoining the corner of the Rue aux Fers and Rue Saint-Denis in Paris. It was reconstructed as a freestanding block in the 18th century. Most of the relief panels are now housed in the Louvre. 1547-49 Paris, France. In context: the School of Fontainebleau. François' enthusiasm for Italian art, starting with his patronage of Leonardo at the Château d'Amboise, prompted him to invite several prominent Italian artists to work in France. At Fontainebleau, Rosso, Primatico, and others established a distinctive style that influenced Gauguin and many other French artists. Château de Fontainebleau, formerly a hunting lodge, Fontainebleau was rebuilt as a richly decorated palace from 1528. Francesco Primatico. B. Bologna, 1504. D. Paris, 1570. A leading figure in the School of Fontainebleau, Francesco Primatico adapted Italian mannerism to French sensibilities, and with his colleague Rosso Fiorentino created an elegant style that influenced French art throughout the 16th century. In 1532, Primatico's master, Giulio Romano, was invited by François to work in France, but he sent his pupil instead. He worked mainly on the stuccos framing Rosso's paintings in the chateau at Fontainebleau, and took over as director there after Rosso's death. Much of the work has been destroyed or radically altered in later remodeling of the palace, but many of Primatico's drawings fortunately survive. Lifeline. 1504 born in Bologna, Italy. 1525-26 trains with Giulio Romano in Mantua. 1532 moves to France to work at Fontainebleau. 1540 takes over from Rosso as head at Fontainebleau. 1545 travels to Rome to make casts of sculptures in the papal collection. 1547 François dies. Primatico works for his successor Henri on various commissions, turning his hand to architecture in his later years. 1570 dies in Paris. The first works in stucco that were done in France, and the first labors in fresco of any account, had their origin, it is said, from Primatico. Giorgio Vasari, 1511-74, artist biographer. Masquerade at Persepolis. This is a preparatory drawing for the decoration of the room of the Duchesse d'Étampes at Fontainebleau, later much altered. 1541-45, pen and ink on paper, Louvre, Paris, France. The Holy Family with Saint Elizabeth and Saint John the Baptist facile paintings by Primatico are fairly rare. This one has formerly been attributed to various other Italian artists. 1541-43, oil and slate, 43x31 centimeters, The Hermitage, St. Petersburg, Russia. Female figures and cherubs surrounding a painting of Alexander the Great. Primatico developed a Mannerist style in which sophistication and elegance were more important than emotion. His stucco decorations at Fontainebleau often feature graceful, slender female figures. C. 1540-45 stucco, room of the Duchesse d'Étampes, Château de Fontainebleau, Seine-et-Marne, France. François Clouet. B. Tours, c. 1510. D. Paris, 1572. As official painter to the French royal house of Valois, François Clouet was the foremost portraitist of the French Renaissance, but little is known of his life. His father, Jean Clouet, was François' escort painter before him. The two artists bore the same nickname, Janet, which is one reason why attribution of paintings to them has often been problematic. François took over his father's post in about 1540. He supervised a workshop through the reigns of François, Henri Aiel, François, and Charles IX, producing various artworks in addition to the portraits, for which he became famous. Although his portraits were in the Flemish naturalist style of the time, Clouet was also much influenced by Italian portraiture, in particular the work of Agnolo Bronzino and Leonardo da Vinci, Marne, France. Pierre Q. This is one Offenlitwo painting signed by François Clouet. The sitter is Clouet's neighbor, Pierre Al, a Parisian apothecary and owner of a well-known garden of medicinal plants. 1562, oil and panel, 91 by 70 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. Closer look. Balance exquisitely painted to show the sheen of the fabric. The curtain forms an effective frame for the sitter, echoing the line from his right hand to his head, and balancing the essentially pyramidal composition with the shadow to the left of the sitter. Alonso Barragate. B. Paredes de Nava, c. 1488, D. Toledo, 1561. One of the foremost sculptors of Renaissance Spain, Alonso Barragate originally trained as a painter with his father, Pedro. Having worked for a time in Italy, Pedro encouraged his son to complete his artistic education there. In about 1504, Alonso traveled to Florence, where he studied the work of Michelangelo, and discovered the early Mannerist style of Jacopo Pontormo and Rosso Fiorentino. Returning to Spain in around 1517, he was appointed court painter to Charles V. Invalladolid, but increasingly turned to sculpture. In 1539 he was invited to provide sculptures for the cathedral in Toledo, where he worked until his death in 1561. Salome with John the Baptist's head painted while in Italy. This picture is very much in the style of Florentine Mannerism. The expressive, contorted pose and glimpse of Tuscan landscape are reminiscent of Pontormo and Rosso. See 1512-16, oil and wood, 88 by 71 centimeters, Uffizi, Florence, Italy. In context. Toledo. For centuries Toledo was the capital of Spain, and although Philip made Madrid the capital in 1561, Toledo continued to be a major cultural center, and the country's spiritual heart. Toledo's archbishop was Spain's most powerful churchman, and the city had more than 100 religious establishments, providing plentiful work for El Greco and other artists. Cityscape of Toledo. Situated on a bend of the river Tagus, Toledo is crowded with buildings in a mix of styles, from Roman to Moorish and Hispano-Flemish, reflecting its cosmopolitan history. El Greco. Bicandia, 1541. D. Toledo, 1614. El Greco spent some of his formative years in Italy, but he settled in Spain when he was in his mid-30s and is now regarded as the first great personality in the history of Spanish painting. His real name was Domenicos Diotokopoulos, but he became known as El Greco, the Greek. He began his career as a traditional icon painter, before moving to Venice, where he absorbed influences from the great artists of the day, particularly the emotionalism of Jacopo Tintoretto. In 1570 he moved to Rome and in 1576 to Spain. After briefly staying in Madrid, he moved to Toledo, where he spent the rest of his life. In Italy he had achieved only modest success, but in Toledo he quickly became the leading artist of the day. His deeply spiritual side was well suited to the religious zeal of his adopted country, although after his death he was long forgotten and not fully appreciated again until the advent of Impressionism in the 20th century. See pages 408 and 502. Lifeline. 1541. Born in Candia, now known as Heraklion, on Crete. C. 1567-8 moves to Venice. 1570 settles in Rome. 1576 first recorded in Spain, in Madrid. By the following year he has settled in Toledo. 1577 paints altarpiece for the Church of Santo Domingo el Antiguo in Toledo. The first INA stream of major commissions. 1578-82 works for the court of Philip II. 1586-88 paints the burial of the Count of Orgaz. His masterpiece, 1614, dies in Toledo. Cezanne and El Greco are spiritual brothers, despite the centuries that separate them. Franz Marc, 1880-1916, expressionist painter, in the Blue Rider's Almanac. 1912. The Trinity. El Greco's first commission in Spain was the altarpiece of Santo Domingo el Antiguo in Toledo. This is one of 9 paintings for the church, and was designed to go above his depiction of the Assumption. The Mannerist style established El Greco's reputation in Des Omwat conservative city. 1577, oil on canvas, 30 by 1079 centimeters, Prado, Madrid, Spain. Closer look. Clouds over Toledo. The storm clouds help to make this a personal interpretation of the city, rather than a straightforward depiction, enhancing the mood of foreboding and expressing the passionate nature of the artist. Dramatic landscape. The swoops and curves of the hills and river valley are accentuated by buildings on the slopes and ridges together. The composition, eerie lighting, and dramatic sky give a spiritual, otherworldly feel. View of Toledo. The cityscape of Toledo is more than a simple representation. In fact, El Greco has moved various features from their real positions. Itriesto capture the essence of the city. C 1600-10, oil on canvas, 121 by 109 centimeters, Metropolitan Museum of Art, New York, U.S. Portrait of Jorge Manuel Theotokopoulos. Although primarily a religious painter, El Greco was also a superb portraitist. This is his son, depicted in aristocratic pose, but with the tools of his trade. Jorge Manuel was one of the few artists to adopt his father's idiosyncratic style El Greco, and Jorge Manuel's mother never married, perhaps because he had left a wife. In Crete or Italy. C 1603, oil on canvas, 74 by 52 centimeters. The Virgin of the Immaculate Conception. This is one of the final masterpieces of El Greco's career. Above Toledo, mysteriously lit by both sun and moon, the figures spiral upwards, with no regard for perspective or anatomical accuracy, towards a blaze of supernatural light. 1608-13, oil on canvas, 348 by 175 centimeters, Museo de Santa Cruz, Toledo, Spain. The Burial of the Count of Orgaz. This painting is generally regarded as the finest expression of El Greco's very personal style. It depicts a 14th-century nobleman being laid to rest by St. Stephen and St. Augustine and received in heaven by the Virgin and St. John the Baptist. The mourners are represented by a line of portraits of contemporary local dignitaries, including the artist. The absence of background, and the contrast of the mundane and the spiritual, combined to give a visionary and otherworldly atmosphere. The Count had been a benefactor of Santo Tomé, which was El Greco's parish church. 1586-88, oil on canvas, 480 by 360 centimeters, Santo Tomé, Toledo, Spain. Jorge Manuel, the page boy at the graveside, is believed to be the artist's son, Jorge Manuel. He became a painter, working as his father's chief assistant from about 1603. Heaven and earth, the two halves of the painting, distinctly separated by a line above the mourners' heads, represent the realms of the terrestrial and the spiritual. The movement of the lower section is directed downwards, towards the mortal body of the Count. In the upper section, it is ascending heavenwards with his soul. Giuseppe Arcimboldo. B. Milan, c. 1527, D. Milan, 1593. A favorite court painter to the Habsburg emperors, Giuseppe Arcimboldo enjoyed a resurgence of popularity when his eccentric, vegetable portraits were rediscovered by the Surrealists in the 20th century. His early artistic career was conventional. Born the son of a painter in Milan, he learned his trade with his father. He assisted his father at Milan Cathedral, where he provided designs for stained glass windows, and later worked in the cathedrals at Monza and Como. Arcimboldo's work came to the attention of the Holy Roman Emperor, Ferdinand, who invited him to his court in Vienna. It was there that he painted the first of his bizarre portraits, spring a clever arrangement of fruit, flowers, and vegetables forming the likeness of a human head. The fantastic wit of these portraits, which may have been satirical or allegorical, was immensely popular with the emperor and his successors, and Arcimboldo continued to receive Rudolph II patronage, even when he returned to Milan for the final years of his life. Lifeline. c. 1527, born in Milan, 1549 works with his father in Milan Cathedral, 1556 carries out various works for cathedrals at Monza and Como, 1562 called to the court of Ferdinand, in Vienna. 1563 paints the first of his season series. 1564 made portrait painter to Maximilian II in Prague after the death of Ferdinand I. 1576 Maximilian dies and is succeeded by Rudolf. c. 1590 paints Vertumnus, a portrait of Rudolf II in fruit and vegetables. 1593 dies in Milan. Spring, Arcimboldo painted a number of versions of his cycle of portraits representing the 4 seasons. His choice of fruit, flowers, vegetables, and other objects was partly dictated by the subject, but probably also had some symbolic or satirical significance for contemporary viewers. 1573, oil on canvas, 76 by 64 centimeters, Louvre, Paris. Summer. Autumn. Winter. Hans van Aken. B. Cologne, 1552, D. Prague, 1615. A leading painter in the late Mannerist style, Hans van Aken traveled widely throughout Europe. With Bartholomeus Sprenger, he established the court of Rudolf, in Prague as a center of artistic excellence. Born in Cologne, not Aachen, which was his father's birthplace, he trained there before making his way to Venice in the 1570s, and then spending some time in Rome and Florence. In 1587, he returned to Germany, working as a portrait painter in Augsburg and Munich, where he was first commissioned by Rudolf II. In 1596, he settled permanently in Prague, where he was employed both as court painter and as an agent and diplomat for the emperor. Bacchus series and Cupid, the art of Rudolf II court, combined the influences of Italian Mannerism and Flemish realism. It featured refined, elongated figures, particularly sensuous female nudes, and allegorical or mythical scenes alluding to the qualities of the emperor. c. 1600, oil on canvas, 163 by 113 centimeters, Kunsthistorisches Museum, Vienna, Austria. Bartholomeus Sprenger. B. Antwerp, 1546, D. Prague, 1611. After training in his native Netherlands, Bartholomeus Sprenger traveled to France in about 1565. He worked in Paris, where he discovered the work of Primatico, then traveled to Milan and Parma, before settling in Rome in the service of the Farnese family who ruled Parma and Piacenza. In 1575, Sprenger was appointed court painter to Maximilian II in Vienna. With his successor, Rudolf II, Sprenger later moved to Prague, where he introduced the Italian Mannerist style and helped to establish the court as a cultural center. Hercules, Deianira, and the Centaur Nessus. Sprenger's sophisticated Mannerist paintings appealed to Rudolf II because they contained both flattering references to his reign and erotically depicted figures. c. 1580-82, oil on canvas, 112 by 82 centimeters, Kunsthistorisches Museum, Vienna, Austria. Adrian de Vries. B. The Hague, c. 1545, D. Prague, 1626. Like Sprenger and van Aken, the sculptor Adrian de Vries left his homeland for Italy, before becoming one of the foremost artists of Rudolf II's court in Prague. Little is known of his life before he arrived in Florence in 1581 to study with Gian Bologna, under whom he developed his elegant Mannerist style. In the 1590s he worked in Augsburg, producing 3 fountains and receiving his first commission for the emperor, Mercury and Psyche, 1593. De Vries became Rudolf's court sculptor in 1601, and remained in Prague for the rest of his life. Mercury and Psyche taking the lightness and elegance of his teacher Gian Bologna's work one step further. This sculpture seems to defy gravity in its upward spiraling movement. The slender, long-limbed figures and delicate drapery, typical of Mannerist sculpture, are designed to be viewed equally well from any angle. 1593 bronze, height 215 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. After almost a century of Mongol rule, China regained a sense of national pride with the foundation of the Ming dynasty. The Ming emperors encouraged indigenous culture, and their patronage aided the revival of Chinese traditions in painting and ceramics. The cosmopolitan, but nevertheless alien, Yuan dynasty had not been great patrons of the arts, so the early Ming period was a time of rebuilding. The Yongle Emperor, the third emperor of the Ming dynasty, moved the Ming capital from Nanjing to Beijing, where the Forbidden Sea was built, and courts there and in the major cities became important patrons of the arts. Ceramics. Ceramic techniques became more sophisticated in the Ming period. As well as the appearance of the first cloisonné work, innovations in porcelain overgrazing, blue and white ware, porcelain, and lacquer reached a height of refinement, with elegant decoration in specifically Chinese styles. Painting. Through the 15th century, court patronage of the arts increased, leading to the formation of various schools of painting. As well as the official court painters, there was an academic group founded by Dai Jin in Zhejiang, painting in the manner of the Southern Song period, known as the Zhe School, and also a number of artist scholars. Led by the four great masters Xinzhou, Wen Jingming, Tang Yin, and Qiuing, these literati painters were all accomplished in the three perfections, poetry, calligraphy, and painting, in the style of the Yuan masters, and became known as the Wu School, after the town of Wumen, modern Suzhou, where the majority were based. Various individualist artists also emerged, especially towards the end of the Ming era, including the painter and art theorist Dong Weicheng. He interpreted the divergent styles of Ming painting as being two separate traditions, a northern and a southern school, and believed that the southern style, derived from the great Yuan masters, should be the model for literati painters. Dong Weicheng's theories were to prove important in the establishment of an orthodox school of painting in the subsequent Qing dynasty, CP 281. China, Ming Dynasty. Dai Jin. Biqiantang, 1388. Di Hangzhou, 1462. Dai Jin was the foremost painter of the academic Zhe School in Zhejiang. He worked for a short time at Emperor Xuanda's court in Beijing, but his conservative style was viewed with suspicion by the other artists there. Accused of anti-imperial tendencies, he fled back to Hangzhou, but returned to Beijing after the emperor's death. Most of his existing paintings date from about 1440, when he was a court painter in Beijing, adopting the compositional style of the Southern Song painters, but reinvigorating it with dynamic brushwork. At the end of his career, he returned to Hangzhou where he died in 1462. Yuan sleeps through the snow. Much of Dai Jin's mature work followed the tradition of Southern Song silk scroll painting, often adopting the diagonal compositional style of Ma Yuan, and demonstrating a mastery of dynamic brush techniques. His landscapes also show the influence of Yuan painters and the boldness of their perspective. See 15th century, ink and slight color on silk, 202x107 cm, Indianapolis Museum of Art, U.S. Late in life he begged to return to Hangzhou, where his fame had increased. Liu Qiong, 1396–1474. Xinzhou. Bxingcheng, 1427, Bxingcheng, 1509. The literati, scholar amateur, painters of the ancient Wu area around Suzhou in southern China, known as the Wu School, worked independently from the imperial courts in a style very different from the painters of the Zhe School. The most accomplished of the Wu artists, Xinzhou, was influenced by the four Yuan masters An'ai Zan, Huang Gongwang, Wu Jin, and Wang Meng, continuing the literati tradition of innovative and individualist landscape painting. Xin was from a wealthy and educated family, and his status allowed him the freedom to paint without the restrictions of patronage, exploring the aesthetic links between poetry, calligraphy, and painting and studying China's artistic history. Invitation to reclusion at Chaiseng. In contrast to the sometimes strict academicism of the Zhe School, Xin's landscapes are in a gentler and more elegant style. For Xin, inspiration, expression, and sensitivity to the subject matter were of greater importance than composition or technique for their own sake. See 16th century, ink and color on paper, 25x1094 centimeters, Indianapolis Museum of Art, U.S. Ode to the Pomegranate and Melon Vine. This painting shows the integration of poetry, calligraphy, and painting that was central to the aesthetic of the Wu literati artists. See 1506–1509, pen and ink and watercolor on paper, 149 by 75.5 centimeters, the Detroit Institute of Arts, U.S. Wen Zhengming. Bisuzhou, Jiangsu Province, 1470, Disuzhou, 1559. Considered one of the four masters of the Ming period, Wen Zhengming was the most influential of the second generation of Wu school artists. He studied under Xin Zhou, page 185, and like his teacher was inspired by the literati of the Yuan period, but spent much of his early career trying to obtain civil servant qualifications. He finally got a teaching post at the Hanlin Academy in Beijing in 1523, but returned to Suzhou disillusioned with official life 4 years later. His mature paintings show some of this disaffection, and his highly individual style often conveys a feeling of solitude. Wen was best known for his garden scenes. He also helped to design gardens, illustrations of poems, scenes celebrating events in scholarly life, but also painted landscapes, often simplifying the composition to focus on a single rock or tree. Old pine trees feature frequently in Wen's work, especially pines, junipers, and cypresses, for their symbolic meaning of human struggle. A respected calligrapher, the range of brush strokes in Wen's paintings derive from calligraphic techniques, emphasizing the decorative patterns and textures of the tree. 1530s, hand scroll, NK on paper, 27 by 139 centimeters, Cleveland Museum of Art, U.S. The peach blossom spring when landscapes showed the influence of Yuan masters, especially Huang Gongwang. He adopted a severe, almost desolate style. This painting is an illustration of Apam, Tao Yuan by Jing, by the 8th century poet, Wang Wei. 1524, ink and color on paper, 28.5 by 377 centimeters, private collection. Closer Ayuk. Rocks and trees a recurrent theme in Wen's landscapes, and illustrations is the portrayal of treetop mountains, built up from separate rock formations. Each element of the mountain, the rocks and the trees, is independently positioned, but dictated by the overall composition. This gives a sense of movement within a carefully balanced structure. Tang Yin. Bisuzhou, Jiangsu Province 1470, Disuzhou 1524. The son of a restaurateur, Tang Yin was not of the same social status as most of the contemporary literati artists. However, he was acknowledged as one of the four masters of the Ming dynasty, despite some scandal. He was an excellent student, achieving top marks in the provincial civil service examinations, but he was then accused of bribery in the final exams in Beijing, jailed, and sent home in disgrace. He went on to study painting with Zhou Qin in Suzhou and embarked on a career as an artist, financing himself by selling his work. The absence of an independent income and his notoriously debauched lifestyle was frowned upon by other literati artists, but his undoubted skill as a landscape and figure painter eventually secured his reputation. Scenes of hermit's long days in the quiet mountains influenced by his study of Northern Song landscape painting. Tang often chose secluded, peaceful scenes as his subjects, favorite haunts of the reclusive literati. Typical of this style are the large mountains in the background of this picture, and the expressive sinewy shapes of the pine trees in the center. C16th century, ink and color on silk, 109 by 62.5 centimeters, private collection. To dab at paper and smear at silk is only a trifling skill for amusement. And the characteristic scholar or decrepit clerk, how can that be worth doing? Tang Yin is a young man, on hearing a prophecy that he would be a successful painter or writer. Qiuing, Bitaitsang, Jiangsu Province, 1494, DC 1552. The youngest of the four Ming masters, Qiuing came from a peasant family, and although he studied with Zhou Qin in Suzhou, he remained only a peripheral member of the Wu school. His lack of independent income meant that, unlike most Wu literati, He was reliant on patrons for his living and became proficient in a wide range of styles and genres. Three of these patrons in particular, all art collectors, enabled him to pursue his career: Qin Guan in Suzhou, Zhou Fenglai in Erbi Kunshan, and Xian Yuanbian in Jiaxing in Zhejiang province. Qiu was somewhat apart from the Wu school stylistically. He chose to work in richer colors, muted earth tones, and especially his characteristic blues and greens, rather than the ink washes favored by most of the Wu literati, probably to satisfy the tastes of his patrons. He was renowned as a draftsman, especially in his faithful portrayals of human figures, but it is for his sensuous landscapes that he is best known today. Two scholars playing the qin and eru under a pine tree. The dramatic contrast of the finely detailed is a feature of several of Qiu's most striking paintings. The fineness of this figure painting is complemented by his sensitive, naturalistic depiction of the pine tree. C16th century, ink and color on silk, 101x43 cm, private collection. The garden of Wang Chuan's residence, as well as painting original works, Qiu made many detailed copies of old masterpieces and was proficient in styles of previous periods. In this landscape, after the painting style and poetry of Wang Wei, 701 to 761, he incorporates the sensuous, translucent color of his own work into the style of the old master. C16th century, ink and color on silk, 30 by 463.5 centimeters, private collection. Dong Oicheng. B. Shanghai, 1555. Di Huiding? 1636. The painter, calligrapher, and art theorist Dong Qichang was an individualist, not associated with any school of painting. He painted mainly landscapes in an eclectic style, borrowing from the Yuan masters, but it was as the oratician that he was most influential. Noting the different styles of the Zhe and Wu schools, Dong argued that there were northern and southern traditions, and that the literati should paint exclusively in the southern style. Rivers and mountains on a clear autumn day. Dong's landscapes often distorted perspective for compositional effect, as shown here in this mountain's cape. C1624, 1627, hand scroll, ink on paper, 38x 137 centimeters, Cleveland Museum of Art, U.S. Chen Hongshou. Bijuji, Zhejiang Province, 1598. Di Shaoxing, Zhejiang Province, 1652. Born to a family of wealthy civil servants, Chen Hongshou's initial ambition was for a career as an official, but after several failed attempts to gain a position in Beijing, he devoted his time to painting, calligraphy, and poetry. He employed a self-conscious archaic style, adopting the mannerisms of the Tang and Song periods, and became known for his whimsical figure painting and colorful depictions of birds and flowers. Unlike many of his contemporaries, he seldom painted landscapes. Although Chen lived the life of a typical scholar recluse on the family estate, it is quite likely that many of his paintings were commissions that were not strictly approved by the code of the literati artists. 100 butterflies, flowers and insects. This hand scroll, in the style of the old master Yuanji, shows Chen's eye for detail and use of exuberant color. He was well known for his realistic painting of birds, flowers, and insects. C. 17th century, hand scroll, ink and color on silk, 32 by 531 centimeters, private collection. Closer look. Balanced composition. Chen's naturalistic depiction of butterflies fluttering around. Blossom is handled with great delicacy and elegance. The balance and apparent simplicity of the composition counteracts the bold colors and carefully observed details to give a feeling of spontaneity. Immortals celebrating a birthday/epocha/subjects for Chen figure paintings were depictions of literati and elegant ladies, or as in this painting, groups of immortals. The archaic style emphasizes the mystical nature of the scene. 1649, ink and color on silk, 169x 68 centimeters, Indianapolis Museum of Art, U.S. Shoguns, military rulers from the Ashikaga family ruled Japan from the 14th to the late 16th century. The Ashikagas were great patrons of art, and the origin of many traditional Japanese art forms such as no, mass drama, theater, ink painting, garden design, flower arrangement, and the tea ceremony date from this period. Origins and influences. Zen Buddhism was introduced to Japan in the 13th century by two priests, Aisai and Dogen, who traveled to China to study Zen teachings. On their return to Japan, they established the Rinzai and Soto sects of Zen Buddhism. The austere simplicity and stress on self-discipline appealed to the samurai, warrior, class, and many Zen temples were built in the 14th and 15th centuries under the patronage of the Ashikagas. Subject matter. Art of this period reflects a strong influence of Zen philosophy, which promoted a balance between physical work and the practice of meditation. Artistic activities such as ink painting, calligraphy, poetry, and garden design were important aspects of training for monks. Themes of Zen art address the individual's search for the true meaning of human life and the greatness of the natural world. After the political and economic failures of the Ashikaga government in 1573, three successive military rulers, Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, fought for the control of the country. They had magnificent castles built to show off their power, authority, and wealth. In sharp contrast to the quiet atmosphere of Zen temples, the interior of castles were richly decorated with colorful paintings on gold background. Japanese art. Seshijoyo. G. Byokyama, 1420, D. Yamaguchi, 1506. Sesshu became a monk at a young age and was trained in the tradition of Chinese ink painting. In the 1460s, he left his temple and went to China, where he saw contemporary Ming art as well as studying Song and Yuan masters. Sesshu established his own distinctive style of ink painting by breaking away from the Chinese ideals of the mind landscape. On his return from China, he settled into the province of Yamaguchi and continued to paint real places from his observation. His late works in the style of Hoboku, broken ink, became highly abbreviated, free, and almost abstract, as if the ink had splashed randomly onto the paper. Lifeline. 1420, born in Okayama, but little is recorded about his family. 1430s, enters Hofukuji Temple as a monk, then moves to Shikokuji, Kyoto. 1464, leaves the temple and moves to the province of Yamaguchi. 1467 to 69, travels widely in China. 1470, settles back in Japan, first in Kyushu, then in Yamaguchi. 1495, paints his masterpiece landscape in the Hoboku technique, now in the Tokyo National Museum. 1506, dies, having achieved recognition as the greatest ink painter of his age. Ama no Hashidate. Landscape of mountain and sandbar. Ama no Hashidate in the north of Kyoto is one of the three famous scenic spots in Japan, celebrated in classical poetry. 1501, ink on paper, 90 by 178 centimeters, Kyoto National Museum, Japan. Closer look. Historic sites. Sesshu painted famous landmarks such as temples and shrines, pause which still exist today. The accurate depiction of the scene suggests Sesshu actually visited the location. Winter landscape. Having mastered the Chinese idiom, Sesshu successfully created depth of space with zigzagging diagonal lines, expressive brushstrokes, and varying tones of ink. See 1470s, ink on paper, 46x29 cm, Tokyo National Museum, Japan. Kano Idoku. B. Kyoto, 1543, D. Kyoto, 1590. Kano Idoku came from the family of professional painters who had enjoyed the patronage of shoguns since the time of his great-grandfather, Kano Masanobu. Idoku distinguished himself as a talented artist from a young age. He established a dynamic and vibrant style of painting in a large format that suited the needs of feudal lords in the late 16th century. Idoku was chosen to be in charge of the extensive decorative scheme for the magnificent castle built by Oda Nobunaga in Azuchi between 1576 and 1581. The castle was unfortunately destroyed by fire after Nobunaga's death in 1582. The opulent interior of the castle can be imagined from the records and some of Idoku's surviving screen paintings. Lifeline. 1543, born the son of Kano painter Shui. 1566, collaborates with his father to paint the sets of sliding doors in the Temple Daidokuji in Kyoto. 1583, begins work on the decoration of Osaka Castle for Toyotomi Hideyoshi. 1587, commissioned to paint screens for Jurakudai Palace in Kyoto. 1590, dies, reputedly from overwork. Hawks and the Pine. Subject matter of the Kano school painters was mainly secular landscape, birds, and flowers, with auspicious symbolism. The generous use of expensive mineral pigment and gold indicates the prestige of the owner. Late 16th century, 6-panel folding screen, Tokyo National Museum, Japan. Cypress Gelargatrius brought to the foreground with branches extending sideways over 8 panels to create a powerful composition that characterizes Eidoku style. 1580s, 8-panel screen, color and gold leaf on paper, 170 x 462.5 centimeters, Tokyo National Museum, Japan. Closer look. Gold leaf. Large areas of walls and screens were covered in thin squares of gold leaf. The gold provided a luminous background that reflected light in the dark castle interior. Sen no Rikyu. B. Sakai, 1522, D. Sakai, 1591. A merchant from Sakai, Sen no Rikyu is credited with perfecting Chado, literally, the way of tea, the Japanese ritual of drinking tea. His principles for an ideal tea ceremony were harmony, respect, purity, and tranquility. Rikyu thought tea utensils should have wabi, simplicity, frugality, and sabi, patina of age, tranquility, under the influence of Zen philosophy. He endorsed the beauty of natural materials and simple, rustic tea huts and handmade pottery. Raku earthenware black glazed tea bowl. Ikkyu commissioned a humble tilemaker Chojiro to create this hand-carved tea bowl. The irregular shape of the vessel has a tactile quality, and the rich black glaze enhances the color of the green tea. Hasagawa Tohaku. Binanao in Noto, 1539, D. Kyoto, 1610. Hasagawa Tohaku began his career as a painter of Buddhist images in his native province of Noto. He moved to the capital Kyoto in the 1580s and studied the dynamic and colorful style of painting in the Kano studio. His most famous work in the decorative style is the maple tree in the Chishakuin Temple, Kyoto. Tohaku also studied monochrome ink paintings by Chinese masters in the Zen Temple Daidokuji, and was deeply influenced by Zen teaching. Tohaku's ink paintings, with his imaginative use of empty space, inspire a contemplative mood as Zen temples do. He was a versatile artist who created his individual style by combining the best qualities from different traditions. Forest of Pines. The image is extremely simple, yet it captures the atmospheric morning mist in the forest. The depth of space is subtly handled by the dark and pale tone of ink, and conveys a wonderfully evocative mood. Late 16th century, a pair of 6-panel screens, ink on paper, 156 by 347 centimeters. Tokyo National Museum, Japan. In the 14th and 15th centuries, the two powerful empires that dominated Central and South America were the Incas and the Aztecs. Both civilizations produced outstanding artworks. The Inca and the Aztec empires both fell in the early 1500s to Spanish conquest. The Inca and Aztec empires were both relatively short-lived. The Inca Empire lasted from the 1220s to 1533, the Aztec Empire from 1325 to 1521. However, their achievements and artistic creations were immense. The Inca Empire of the Peruvian Andes, was founded in the 1220s as a small chiefdom in the Cuzco area of central Peru. After 1438, the empire began a period of rapid expansion so that by 1493 the Incas eventually controlled most of western South America, from modern-day Ecuador in the north to central Chile in the south. The Inca emperors maintained control of this vast area through a lengthy network of stone-built roads through the mountains that allowed for rapid communications and the movement of troops. The Incas were skilled masons, although functional rather than original architects, and used local gold and silver to create ceremonial artifacts. The Spanish conquistador Francisco Pizarro invaded and conquered the empire in 1532-33. The Aztecs moved south from the northern Mexican deserts into the Valley of Mexico around 1325, founding their capital, Tenochtitlan, on Lake Texcoco. That city soon became one of the biggest and most splendid cities in the world, the population of more than 200,000 people living on an island in the middle of a large lake connected to the mainland by causeways. During the 1400s, Aztec armies built up an empire that ruled more than 10 million people and dominated southern Mexico and Guatemala from the Pacific to the Caribbean coasts. The Aztecs built great temples on which to sacrifice victims to their gods, and carved often monumental sculptures of their deities. The Spanish, led by Hernán Cortés, conquered the empire in 1519-21, bringing the Aztec civilization to an end. Machu Picchu, built during the reign of Pachacuti Inca Yupanqui, 1438-71, as a country retreat for the nobility. This Inca town was never discovered by the invading Spanish and remained hidden until 1911. Central and South America. The Incas. Peruvian Andes, 1220s-1533. Inca art is more functional and less elaborate than earlier Andean civilizations, although evidence is patchy as much was destroyed, lost, or melted down after the Spanish conquest. The Incas' main skill was in stone masonry, using perfectly cut, massive stones fitted without the use of mortar to create walls and buildings. Some of these stones, as well as living rocks, were carved with religious symbols drawn from nature. Inca artists developed considerable skill and sophistication in gold and other metalwork, developing a copper arsenic bronze into which they inlaid gold and silver. Their textiles were finely woven using vicuna, alpaca, or llama wool. Repeating geometrical patterns will it feature regularly in this work, perhaps having a heraldic significance. Llama figurine. This Inca llama is made of several pieces of sheet silver. The blanket and cinnabar, and the diamond design may have been originally inlaid with turquoise. The blanket trim is gold. After 1438, silver, American Museum of Natural History, New York, U.S. Inca ponchos were worn by all classes year of Incas, the poor wearing alpaca wool, the rich a silky vicuna wool. The elaborate decoration on this poncho suggests it was not for everyday use. C. 1500, wool, American Museum of Natural History, New York, U.S. Closer look. Symmetry. Each patterned square of this geometrically patterned viol poncho has a symmetrical design, often consisting of single, dark-colored threads set against a lighter background. The Aztecs. Valley of Mexico, 1325-1521. Aztec art was almost all produced as a material expression of Aztec cosmology, their vision of the creation of the universe. The Aztecs drew their beliefs from previous Mexican civilizations and believed that their world had been created by the sun god, Huitzilopochtli, whose continuing appearance in the morning sky required a constant supply of hearts and blood from captured enemies. The sun and other gods dominated everyday life, their images and the myths associated with them represented in human form or as flora or fauna. The Aztecs never carved actual portraits, as those sculptures with a human appearance, whether of gods, priests, or common people, represent the inhabitants of the sacred universe. Repeated symbols, often based on nature, reinforced the message of the gods' spiritual powers. The main Aztec art form was stone sculpture, often monumental in form, although their craftsmen were also skilled in using wood, fired clay, precious stones, feathers, and other materials. However, it is mainly the sculptures that have survived, as more vulnerable works of art, as well as any decorative items in palaces and houses, were almost all destroyed during the Spanish conquest. Coatlicue, the goddess of the earth and patron of life and death, Coatlicue is found here decapitated and with serpents entwining her body. They represent the blood gushing from her neck. She eyes wearing a necklace of human hands and hearts. C. 1500, stone, height 257 centimeters, Museo Nacional de Antropología, Mexico City, Mexico. Feather mosaic shield. The animal on this shield is an ahuizotl, a mythical water-thorn beast that dwelt on riverbanks and was said by the Aztecs to seize people who came too close to the water. It gave its name to the Aztec emperor, Ahuizotl, who reigned from 1486 to 1502. c. 1500 feathers, sheet gold, agave paper, leather, reed, 70 x 70 centimeters, Museum für Völkerkunde, Vienna, Austria. Koilzakwi, the name of the moon goddess. Koilzakwi means the one with bells on her face. As usual, she is shown decapitated and with closed eyelids, as she was beheaded by her brother, Huitzilopochtli the Sun Warrior. c. 1500 diorite, 80 x 80 x 65 centimeters, Museo Nacional de Antropología, Mexico City, Mexico. Shakmal, the carved figure of Shakmal, strikes a characteristic pose. He wears a feather headdress, necklaces, bangles, and bracelets with bells attached. A Shakmal figure wears a mask, which identifies him as Tlaloc, the rain god. c. 1500 stone, 74 x 108 by 45 centimeters, Museo Nacional de Antropología, Mexico City, Mexico. Grasshopper. When the Aztecs first arrived in the Valley of Mexico, they attempted to found their capital at Chapultepec, the Hill of the Grasshopper. Pictograms always showed the hill with a grasshopper on its summit. This grasshopper from Chapultepec is made from cornelian quartz. c. 1500 cornelian, 19.5 by 16 by 47 centimeters, Museo Nacional de Antropología, Mexico City, Mexico. The dominant artistic style of the 17th century was Baroque, a bold, theatrical style characterized by movement, intense emotion, and dramatic contrasts in lighting. Originating in Rome to celebrate the renewed power of the Catholic Church, it spread to Spain, Portugal, Germany, and France, where it also came to represent the grandeur and power of monarchs, notably Louis XIV of France. The Low Countries adopted a more restrained version of the Baroque style, leading to a golden age of Dutch painting dominated by portraits, landscapes, and scenes of everyday life. Early in the 18th century, the Baroque style was superseded by the more light-hearted and ornamental Rococo style associated initially with the court of Louis XV of France. Light, shimmering colors and swirling forms were used with wit and elegance in paintings, sculptures, and dazzling frescoes for palaces and churches. A renewed interest in the art of ancient Greece and Rome and the influence of the Enlightenment, a philosophical movement promoting the power of human reason, led to a rejection of Rococo around the middle of the 18th century in favor of a revived classical style, neoclassicism. Perfectly composed, muted paintings feature noble, heroic scenes from classical literature and history, often with high moral values, and highly accomplished marble sculptures were inspired by the lost art of the ancients. Baroque is the name given to the vigorous style that dominated art and architecture in the 17th century. This style originated in Rome, from where it spread throughout Europe. It flourished mainly in Catholic countries and has strong ties with the Counter-Reformation movement in religion. By the late 16th century, the Mannerist style had become rather lifeless and contrived, with artists placing more emphasis on polish and virtuosity than on genuine feeling. In some ways, the Baroque style looked back to the grandeur, dignity, and directness of the High Renaissance, but it also took elements from Mannerism, notably intense emotion and a sense of movement, blending these influences into a fresh and dynamic style. Origins and influences. This new style was linked with contemporary religious events. From the mid-16th century, the Catholic Church made forceful efforts to assert its authority in the face of the spread of the Protestant Reformation. This fight back is known as the Counter-Reformation. The Church realized the propaganda value of art, and it set official guidelines for artists, encouraging them to create realistic works to which ordinary men and women could relate. However, there is much more to Baroque art than this religious element, and there were other stylistic currents in the 17th century. In France particularly, there was a strong strain of classicism, and in Dutch art, for example, There was often an earthy naturalism. These three currents, Baroque, Classicism, and Naturalism, often overlap or blend. Subjects, although religion remained central to art in most countries, other subjects became increasingly important during the 17th century. Portraits were in. The Four Rivers Fountain, Gian Lorenzo Bernini. This powerful and energetic work in the Piazza Navona was created in 1648 and is the most famous of several fountains Bernini created in Rome. Baroque. Timeline. Italian Baroque art is sometimes divided into three main phases: Early Baroque, c. 1600, 25, High Baroque, c. 1625-75, coinciding roughly with the career of Bernini, and Late Baroque, c. 1675 onwards, the style blending imperceptibly with Rococo in the early 18th century. Bernini visited Paris in 1665, and the subsequent rejection of his designs for the Louvre indicated that the balance of artistic power was beginning to shift from Italy to France. Century. 1601, Caravaggio, Supper at Emmaus. 16-06, Montaigne's The Merciful Christ. 1611-14, Rubens, The Descent from the Cross. 1622-25, Bernini, Apollo and Daphne. 1624, Hall's The Laughing Cavalier. Schools: Italy, France, Spain, and Flanders, which at this time was ruled by Spain, were the main Catholic countries where art flourished in the 17th century. Among Protestant countries, the Dutch Republic had by far the most vigorous tradition, particularly in painting, but England also played a significant role in artistic affairs, partly because of the patronage of Charles I, one of the greatest of all royal connoisseurs. Italian. At the beginning of the 17th century, Italy led Europe in the visual arts, just as it had done during the Renaissance. Rome was the main artistic center, and it was there, in the years around 1600, that Caravaggio and Annibale Carracci laid the foundations of the Baroque style in painting. They abandoned the conventions of mannerism, introducing a new gravity but also a new vitality. Sculpture was similarly reinvigorated by Gian Lorenzo Bernini, who was the dominant figure in Italian Baroque art, running a large workshop in Rome that was involved in many of the major commissions of the time. Outside Rome, both Bologna and Naples rose to prominence as leading centers of painting, and although Florence had declined in importance, Pietro da Cortona produced some of his finest work there. Foreigners in Rome. Painters and sculptors flocked to Rome from all over Europe, not only to study its unrivaled storehouse of ancient and Renaissance art, but also to seek work. It was a prosperous and growing city, with a steady demand for artists to decorate the many new churches and palaces that were being erected. Some foreign artists settled permanently in Rome, but others returned to their homelands, thereby helping to spread knowledge of the Baroque style. The betrayal of Christ Guercino, the dramatic lighting and vigorous sense of movement are typical of Baroque art. C. 1621 oil on canvas, 113.5 x 140 cm, Fitzwilliam Museum, Cambridge, UK. French. During the 17th century, France became the most powerful state in Europe and began to rival Italy for artistic leadership. Whereas in Italy the most characteristic Baroque art was religious, in France it was used in the service of the state, specifically to glorify King Louis XIV. His palace at Versailles is one of the great monuments of the style. The two most illustrious French painters of demand virtually everywhere: landscape, which had begun to emerge as an independent theme in the 16th century, became a speciality for many artists. Mythological and allegorical subjects were popular with sophisticated patrons, and genre, scenes of everyday life, flourished, particularly in the Dutch Republic. Style and techniques. Baroque art in its purest form was produced only in Catholic countries, often as part of the decoration of churches. Rich materials, spectacular altarpieces, and grandiose paintings on walls and ceilings were in keeping with the ritual of Catholic worship. Protestant churches and ceremonies were usually much plainer, and Baroque art generally seemed over-emotional to Protestant eyes. However, elements of the Baroque style often occur in Protestant countries and in secular as well as religious subjects. T. Heswager of Hall's Laughing Cavalier, for example, are historically in the Baroque spirit. The Israelites gathering manna, Nicolas Poussin 16339, oil and canvas, 147 by 200 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. The Israelites gathering manna, detail. Poussin's style was strongly influenced by the classical dignity of ancient and Renaissance art, but the eloquent gestures he uses here are typically Baroque. Cur Orientevents. 1618 to 48, the 30 Years' War, at the end of which Spain's power has greatly declined and France's has increased. 1626, St. Peter's, Rome, consecrated. Its decoration goes on throughout the century. 1652 to 78, a series of wars with England and later France devastates the Dutch economy, including its art market. 1642, Rembrandt, The Night Watch. 1648, Poussin, The Ashes of Phocion collected by his widow. 1650, Velázquez, Pope Innocent X. 1666 to 68, Vermeer, The Artist's Studio. C. 1678, Murillo, The Immaculate Conception. The Century, Claude and Nicolas Poussin, worked mainly in Rome, but they were highly influential in France, helping to create an ideal of classical dignity and restraint that had a profound and enduring impact on the country's art. Portrait of the Blessed John Houghton. Francisco de Zurbarán. This painting has an austere naturalism and a classical grandeur, but its emotional directness can be considered Baroque. It shows an English Carthusian monk who was martyred in the reign of Henry Villelot. 1637 to 39, oil on panel, 122 by 64 centimeters, Museo de Cádiz, Cádiz, Spain. Spanish. Although it declined greatly in political power, Spain had a glorious flowering of art in the 17th century, and the Baroque style was well suited to the religious fervor of the country. Religion dominated its art, although the greatest Spanish artist of the time, Diego Velázquez, was primarily a portraitist. His work sometimes has a rhetorical quality characteristic of Baroque art, but it is always tempered by naturalism. He spent most of his career in Madrid, which was becoming the most important art center in the country, although other cities, notably Seville, were also of major importance at this time. Dutch and Flemish. Art in Flanders, roughly equivalent to modern-day Belgium, and the Dutch Republic, Holland, shared a common heritage, as the two countries had been united in the 16th century. However, while the Dutch broke away from Spanish rule to create an independent, largely Protestant state, Flanders remained loyal to Spain and to the Catholic Church. Consequently, although there are many similarities between the country's art, religious subjects remained of major importance in Flanders but were relatively uncommon in Holland. Peter Paul Rubens dominated Flemish art and ranks as one of the archetypal figures of the Baroque style, his work being full of warmth and energy. Rembrandt was a figure of comparable stature in Holland, although his influence was less pervasive, as 17th century Dutch art was unprecedented for its volume and variety of painters. English. England had only modest native-born talent in painting and sculpture during the 17th century, and imported most of its best artists. The art-loving Charles attracted both Rubens and Anthony van Dyck to work for him. The latter was chief court painter, as well as numerous lesser lights. His son, Charles II, was much less of a connoisseur, but nevertheless he was a highly cultivated man who employed artists of the caliber of Grinling Gibbons and Peter Lely. Gibbons had English parents, but he was born and brought up in Holland. The outstanding native-born English artist of the period was portraitist William Dobson. Young Woman with a Water Jug, Jan Vermeer. This is an example of the everyday life subjects beloved of Dutch artists, but its strength of composition and wonderful handling of color and light lifted far above the commonplace. C. 1662, oil on canvas, 44.5 x 39 cm, Metropolitan Museum of Art, New York, U.S. Annibale Carracci. B. Bologna, 1560, D. Rome, 1609. Annibale Carracci was the greatest member of a family of artists from Bologna who gave a new impetus to Italian painting in the years around 1600. By the later 16th century, much Italian art had become rather inbred and artificial, but the Carracci created vigorous and dignified works that heralded the Baroque style. To some extent they revived the grandeur of the High Renaissance. but they added a new warmth and sense of movement. Although they admired the great masters of the past, they also based their work on observation of the world around them. Annibale's varied output included altarpieces, portraits, genre scenes, landscapes, and caricature drawings, a type he invented. His greatest work, the fresco decoration of the Galleria of Rome's Palazzo Farnese, was considered a worthy successor to Michelangelo's Sistine ceiling. Lifeline. 1560, born the son of a tailor, early 1580s, tours northern Italy. Opens art academy in Bologna with Ludovico and Agostino Carracci. 1583, completes his first major religious painting, the Crucifixion with Saints. 1595, moves to Rome, his base for the rest of his life, to decorate the Palazzo Farnese. 1597 to 1601, paints his masterpiece, ceiling frescoes for the Galleria of the Palazzo Farnese. C. 1604, paints Flight into Egypt. 1606 to 2009, unproductive final years, blighted by illness and melancholia. Christ appearing to St. Peter on the Appian Way. The subject of this picture is an early Christian legend in which St. Peter encounters a vision of Christ outside Rome. 1601 to 2002, oil on panel, 77 by 56 centimeters, National Gallery, London, UK. Closer look. Dramatic gestures. Although the picture is fairly small, it has tremendous strength and dignity, partly because of the force and economy of the gestures. Christ points to Rome, which Peter had been fleeing in fear of his life. Strengthened by the vision, Peter turns back to face martyrdom. The Galleria Farnese ceiling, detail. The ceiling depicts various mythological scenes linked by the theme of love. The main figure here is the giant Polyphemus, who hopelessly loved the nymph Galatea. 1597 to 1601, fresco, Palazzo Farnese, Rome, Italy. Flight into Egypt. His scene of people, buildings, and nature in serene harmony is regarded as the first great example of the ideal landscape. C. 1604, oil on canvas, 122 by 230 centimeters, Galleria Doria Pamphili, Rome, Italy. Agostino Carracci. B. Bologna, 1557, di Parma, 1602. The older brother of Annibale, Agostino is famed chiefly as an engraver. His many prints after the work of leading painters circulated across Europe, and engravings of his anatomical drawings were still used as teaching aids in the late 1700s. Agostino was less accomplished and distinctive as a painter than Annibale and Ludovico. He was Annibale's chief assistant at the Palazzo Farnese from 1597 to 1599, but the brothers then quarreled and Agostino moved to Parma. There he began a grand fresco scheme of his own at Ranuccio Farnese's palace, left unfinished at his death. Lifeline. 1557, born the son of a tailor. 1576, first dated engravings. Early 1580s, opens art academy in Bologna with brother Annibale and cousin Ludovico. 1597 to 99, helps Annibale paint the frescoes at the Galleria Farnese, Rome. 1599-1602, decorates the Palazzo Farnese, Parma. 1602, dies and is buried in Parma. Portrait of Giovanni Gabrielli. These impressively engraved facial details and exuberant hair belong to a comic actor, also known as Tu Civilio. C. 1599, engraving, 16x12 centimeters. Art Gallery of New South Wales, Sydney, Australia. The Annunciation. Early in their careers, the Carracci often worked together, and it is sometimes difficult to distinguish their hands. This picture is now thought to be by Agostino, but in the past it has been attributed to Annibale and Ludovico. 1585, oil on canvas, 48 by 35 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. Iron context. The Carracci Academy. The Carracci Family Academy, also known as the Accademia degli Incaminati, Academy of the Progressives, stressed drawing from life and the close study of nature. Many important Baroque artists trained there. Head of a Youth by Annibale Carracci. All three Carracci drew constantly. A contemporary wrote that even when eating, they had bread in one hand and a pencil or charcoal in the other. Ludovico Carracci. B. Bologna, 1555, di Bologna, 1619. Ludovico, the cousin of Agostino and Annibale, was a dedicated teacher. He took most of the responsibility for running the academy, art school, that the family founded in Bologna in the early 1580s. Many distinguished artists trained there, including Domenichino and Reni, and they carried on the Carracci tradition of clear, strong draftsmanship. Although Bologna was important for commerce and education, it had previously been relatively undistinguished in art, but the Carracci and their academy turned the city into a major center of painting. Ludovico's own paintings are almost all on religious subjects, often treated in a highly emotional way. Lifeline. 1555, born a butcher's son in Bologna, where he lives most of his life, in spite of lucrative offers to work elsewhere. Early 1580s helps to found the Carracci Academy. Mid to late 1590s runs the academy alone from this point. See 1595 paints the Transfiguration, 1619 dies, still sole head of the family academy. The Transfiguration, this explosive altarpiece was for the Church of S. Pietro Martiri in Bologna. It depicts Christ, flanked by Moses and Elijah, revealing his divine nature to three of his disciples. See 1595, oil on canvas, 438 by 268 centimeters, Pinacoteca Nazionale, Bologna, Italy. Closer look. Dramatic contrast. The contrast of light playing across this upturned head is typical of Ludovico's work in the 1590s. It helps to create an emotionally charged mood of spiritual ecstasy, true to the ideals of the Counter-Reformation. Michelangelo Merisi de Caravaggio. B. Caravaggio or Milan, 1571. B. Pio-Artierico, 1610. Although his life was short and troubled, Caravaggio an overwhelming impact on Italian, and indeed European art. He broke with the stale Mannerist tradition, introducing a new solidity and weightiness to painting. Early in his career he painted hedonistic subjects, but in his maturity he concentrated on somber religious works. He imagined the familiar stories afresh, depicting characters who look like real people from the streets of Rome rather than idealized visions. Some contemporaries thought it was respectful to bring religion down to earth like this, but many painters imitate realistic details and dramatic contrasts of light and shade, even though few could rival his grandeur or depth of feeling. Caravaggio became notorious for his violent temperament, as well as famous for his genius. In 1606 he fled Rome after killing a man in a curl. He spent the remaining 4 years of his life as a fugitive from justice. But he continued to receive major commissions and to influence local art scene wherever he went, working in Naples, Malta, and Sicily. Lifeline. 1571, born the son of an architect mason, 1584 apprenticed in Milan to S. Monpetisano, an distinguished local painter. C. 1592 settles in Rome. 1599 starts a series of major religious commissions. 1606-10 leads a wandering life in Naples, Malta, and Sicily after killing a man in Rome. 1608 paints his masterpiece Beheading of St. John the Baptist. 1610 dies W.H. Le returning to Rome to seek a pardon. Beheading of St. John the Baptist. Many people consider this huge work to be Caravaggio's masterpiece. It was painted for the Knights of the Order of St. John, the Knights Hospitaller, who at this time effectively ruled the island of Malta. John the Baptist was their patron saint. 1608, oil and canvas, 361 by 520 centimeters, Co-Cathedral of St. John, Valletta, Malta. OFF center arrangement. The bold composition with the main group on the left and an expansive wall on the right was highly unusual, but it helps create a compelling sense of reality. The two men gawping through the bars are perhaps prisoners. Caravaggio himself was briefly imprisoned several times for various offenses and must often have witnessed bloodshed during his violent life. Malta. Sic Bacchus. This is almost certainly a self-portrait of the young Caravaggio, painted soon after he arrived in Rome. See 1593-94, oil and canvas, 66x52 centimeters, Galleria Borghese, Rome, Italy. Crucifixion of St. Peter. Caravaggio painted this powerful altarpiece for a church in Rome, and it can still be seen there. When St. Peter was about to be martyred, he asked to be crucified upside down, as he did not feel worthy to die in the same way as Christ. 1601 and oil on canvas. 230 by 175 centimeters, S. Maria del Popolo, Rome, Italy. He thinks that all paintings are mere nothings, child's play or trifles, whatever their subject matter or authorship, unless they have been painted from life, and that nothing can be good and nothing better than to follow nature. Karel van Mander, 1548-1606, Dutch artist and writer. Supper at Emmaus. In this painting, the resurrected Christ reveals himself to his disciples. The realism of the faces and clothing invites instant involvement. 1601, oil and egg tempera on canvas, 141 by 196 centimeters, National Gallery, London, UK. Closer Ioc. Foreground device. Caravaggio often used foreground objects to draw viewers in. He was a superb painter of still life details such as this. Artemisia Gentileschi. B. Rome, 1593. D. Naples, 1650-53. Like her painter father Orazio Gentileschi, 1563-1639, Artemisia was an outstanding follower of Caravaggio. Her work did much to spread his style, and she became one of the first female painters to be widely acclaimed. Unusually for a woman of her day, Artemisia lived a life of great independence, and she tackled ambitious historical and religious themes in preference to the still lives typically chosen by 17th-century female artists. Her favorite subject, which she treated several times, was Judith beheading Holofernes. Her liking for this bloodthirsty theme has been interpreted as pictorial revenge for her own youthful sufferings. She was raped by the painter Agostino Tassi and was tortured at his trial to test the truth of her evidence. Lifeline. 1593, born in Rome, 1611, raped by fellow painter, 1612, raped TRL, Artemisia marries, 1612-20, lives in Florence, becomes first woman to Joe. Our city's Accademia del Disegno, c. 1613-14, Judith beheading Holofernes, Uffizi version, c. 1630, moves to Naples, 1638-41 in England, working for King Charles, 1641 onwards, probably works mainly in Naples, 1650-53 des in Napies. Judith beheading Holofernes. This is Artemisia's most famous painting of the subject. The drama, violent realism, Caravaggesque lighting, and solid figures are all characteristics of her work. C. 1613-14, oil on canvas, 199 x 162 centimeters, Uffizi, Florence, Italy. Ion context. Art serving religion. During the 16th and early 17th centuries, the Catholic Church underwent a period of reform and renewal, now called the Counter-Reformation. Artists such as Caravaggio were acutely aware that religious art must move the masses to devotion. Gian Lorenzo Bernini. B. Naples, 1598. D. Rome, 1680. If any one artist embodies Baroque art, it is Bernini, who ranks as the greatest sculptor of the 17th century and one of its greatest architects. He was also a brilliant painter, but mainly as a private pleasure. His work, which is passionate and rhetorical, often expresses his deep religious feelings, but he also excelled at secular subjects, including portraits. He achieved great success while still very young, and for most of his long career he was the dominant artist in Rome. His buildings, fountains, and outdoor sculptures have had a huge impact on the city's appearance. He worked for every pope who reigned during his career, and some of his greatest masterpieces are in St. Peter's. His other patrons included Louis XIV of France, for whom he worked in Paris in 1665. Lifeline. 1598, born son of Florentine sculptor Pietro Bernini, 1618-25, produces a series of life-size marble sculptures for Cardinal Scipione Borghese, his first Magyar patron, 1623, appointed architect to St. Peter's, for which his work includes the Baldacchino, 1645-52, creates Ecstasy of St. Teresa, 1665, visits Paris, 1680, dies, aged 81. Baldacchino, this massive canopy rises over the high altar of St. Peter. Its twisted bronze columns rest on marble bases. 1623-34, gilded bronze and marble, height 29 m, St. Peter's, Vatican City. Closer look. Gilt perfection. The canopy's spiraling columns were modeled on ancient examples, thought to have come from King Solomon's temple in Jerusalem. Gilded surface decoration stands out strikingly against the dark bronze of the columns. The decoration takes the form of beautifully wrought vine leaves, often interpreted as a reference to the wine used in the Catholic Eucharist. Ecstasy of St. Teresa. Bernini shows the mystic Teresa in a spiritual faint in front of an angel, who has speared her heart with divine fire. Natural light falls across the group from a hidden window. 1645-52, marble, life-size, Cornaro Chapel, S. Maria della Vittoria, Rome, Italy. The Cornaro Chapel. Bernini was at his greatest when combining his skills as a designer, sculptor, and architect, as he did here. Notoriously self-critical, he regarded this masterpiece as his least bad work. 1645-52, marble, bronze, and other materials, S. Maria della Vittoria, Rome, Italy. Bernini strove with everything in him to make resplendent all the conceptual beauty inherent in whatever he was working on. Filippo Baldanucci, 1624-96, Florentine art historian. Apollo and Daphne. This is one of a group of early masterworks commissioned by Cardinal Scipione Borghese. Bernini shows the moment from Ovid's poem Metamorphoses when Daphne is transformed into a tree. 1622-24, marble, 243 centimeters high, Galleria Borghese, Rome, Italy. Closer look. Miracle in marble. Bernini's extraordinary skill in cutting marble enabled him to create effects that would have been beyond any other sculptor. Here he not only convincingly shows a woman turning into a tree but also captures the astonished expression on her beautiful face. Four Rivers Fountain. This is Bernini's best known and most impressive fountain, full of movement and peopled with over life-size figures representing the Danube, Ganges, Nile, and Plate rivers. 1648-51, marble and other stones, Piazza Navona, Rome, Italy. Piazza S. Pietro. With this vast colonnaded piazza in front of St. Peter's, Bernini succeeded in creating a grand space that could be used for many purposes, including holding the huge crowds that gathered for papal blessings. 1656-67, Piazza S. Pietro, Vatican City. Alessandro Algardi. B. Bologna, 1598, D. Rome, 1654. Apart from the great Bernini, Algardi was the leading Italian sculptor of his time. His style was more sober than Bernini's, and during the pontificate, 1644-55, of Innocent X, whose taste was conservative, he was the leading sculptor at the papal court. He had several large commissions, including one for a huge marble relief for St. Peter's, Pope Leo the Great driving Attila from Rome, 1646-53. However, Algardi is now most admired for his portrait busts, which show great dignity and skill in characterization. Beheading of St. Paul. This group is part of an elaborate altar composition. Completed 1644, marble, over life-size, S. Paolo Maggiore, Bologna, Italy. Cardinal Paolo Emilio Zacchia. The figure Hassan imposing dignity, but the hands leafing through the book add a note of intimacy. 1650s, marble, 163 centimeters, Bargello, Florence, Italy. Domenichino. B. Bologna, 1581, D. Naples, 1641. Domenichino, Domenico Zampieri, trained in the Carracci Academy in Bologna, then in 1602 moved to Rome, one of a number of Bolognese artists who followed in the footsteps of Annibale Carracci and capitalized on his success. He began his career in Rome assisting Annibale with his frescoes at the Palazzo Farnese, but he soon made a reputation of his own. By 1615, he was established as the leading painter in the city. Domenichino worked mainly on church commissions, frescoes and altarpieces, but he also painted outstanding portraits and landscapes. His style was noble and restrained, looking back to Raphael and forward to Poussin, although it became somewhat freer as his career advanced. He spent his final years working in Naples, notably in the cathedral. Lifeline. 1581, born in Bologna, the son of a shoemaker, c. 1595, joins the Carracci Academy, see page 197. 1602, moves to Rome. Works at the Palazzo Farnese with Annibale Carracci. 1614, paints Last Communion of St. Jerome. 1617-21, works in Bologna and Fano. 1621-31, returns to Rome. Paints frescoes for S. Andrea della Valle. 1631, moves to Naples to work on a commission in the cathedral. 1641, dies in Naples, allegedly poisoned by hostile local artists. St. Luke Domenichino skillfully fitted figures of the evangelists into the awkward shapes beneath the dome. 1624-25, fresco S. Last Communion of St. Jerome. This is Domenichino's best-known altarpiece, renowned for the pathos with which it depicts the dying St. Jerome. It was inspired by a painting of the same subject by Agostino Carracci, but far outshone its model in fame. 1614, oil on canvas, for 19x 256 cm, Pinacoteca Vaticana, Vatican City. Closer Ioc. Surface textures. Detailed surface treatment of the fabric of the priest's garment, with shimmering highlights glancing beautifully off the perfectly observed folds, introduces a sumptuous note. This is echoed in the various different surfaces of the picture, as well as in the rich palette of colors that Domenichino has used. Guercino, Giovanni Francesco Barbieri. Vicento, near Bologna, 1591. Di Bologna, 1666. Giovanni Francesco Barbieri is commonly known by his nickname Guercino, which means squinter. He was one of the most individual Italian painters of the 17th century, creating a bold and lively style that is highly distinctive. Guercino spent most of his career in his native North Italy, but he also had a brief period, 1621-23, in Rome. There he worked for Pope Gregory XV and for Gregory's nephew, Cardinal Ludovico Ludovisi, for whom he painted his most famous work, the exuberant ceiling fresco Aurora, 1621. When Guido Reni died in 1642, Guercino moved to Bologna and took his place as the city's leading painter. By this time, his style had moved away from the energy of his youth, becoming calm and dignified, and some of his late works have a Reni-like serenity and refinement. Lifeline. 1591, born in Cento, 1607-10, apprentice to local painter Benedetto Gennari. 1621, paints Aurora fresco. 1642, moves to Bologna and succeeds Guido Reni as the city's leading painter. 1666, dies in Bologna. Erminia finds the wounded Tancred. This painting is typical of the artist's early, boldly lit style. 1618-19, oil on canvas, 146x 188 cm, Galleria Doria Pamphili, Rome, Italy. Aurora. This captivating work depicts dawn chariots speeding across the skies. 1621, fresco, ceiling of the Casino, Villa Ludovisi, Rome, Italy. Closer Ioc. Ceiling paintings here. Guercino has skillfully foreshortened his figures so that they look as if they are being viewed from below. This is especially clear in the horses. However, not all painters adopted this approach. Guido Reni painted his Aurora opposite, as if it were to be seen at normal eye level. Giovanni Lanfranco. Viterenzo, near Parma, 1582, di Rome, 1647. Lanfranco spent part of his early career in northern Italy and most of his later years in Naples, but his key works were produced in Rome. There he was a rival of Domenichino, and during the 1620s he overtook him as the leading fresco painter in the city. During this period both painters worked in the Church of S. Andrea della Valle, Lanfranco decorating the dome with a glorious scene of the Assumption of the Virgin, 1625-27. This was the first dome painting in a full-blooded Baroque style, teeming with movement and emotion, and it was influential throughout Europe. In addition to his frescoes, Lanfranco produced many smaller paintings, mainly on religious subjects. He was also a prolific draftsman. Lifeline. 1582, born near Parma, late 1590s, apprentice to Agostino Carracci in Parma, 1612-34 in Rome. Paints Assumption of the Virgin 1634 to 46, works in Naples 1646 to 47, back in Rome 1647, dies shortly after producing frescoes for S. Carlo ai Cadenari. Ecstasy of Saint Margaret of Cortona. The saint swoons in front of a vision of Christ in this powerful altarpiece. 1622, oil on canvas, 230 x 185 centimeters, Palazzo Pitti, Florence, Italy. Assumption of the Virgin painting was much admired by his contemporaries. The biographer Giovanni Pietro Bellori compared the thronging figures to the blending of voices in a choir, when all the sounds are in harmony. 1625 to 27, fresco S. Andrea della Valle, Rome, Italy. Guido Reni. B. Bologna, 1575. D. Bologna, 1642. Reni was the most famous Italian painter of his time, renowned throughout Europe for the grandeur and gracefulness of his work. In spite of his enormous success, however, he was often in debt because he was addicted to gambling. Reni spent most of his career in Bologna, but from 1601 to 1614 he was based in Rome, where his work included the ceiling fresco Aurora, 1614, painted for Cardinal Scipione Borghese. This is much more serene and classical in style than the slightly later, and equally famous, Treatment of the Subject by Guercino, see page 202. Reni painted several other mythological pictures, but the bulk of his work was on religious subjects. He is said to have taught more than 200 pupils, and they, and other imitators, produced a huge number of copies and adaptations of his pictures. Lifeline. 1575, born a musician's son, c. 1584-97, studies with Denis Calvert, then at the Carracci Academy, 1601-14, based in Rome, paints Aurora fresco, 1614, 1614-42, settles in Bologna, 1642, dies, and is buried with great ceremony in Bologna. Saint Matthew and the Angel. The dignified features are typical of Reni's work. See 1635-40. Oil on canvas, 85 by 68 centimeters, Pinacoteca Vaticana, Vatican City. Closer look. Diagonals. The use of strong diagonals is a feature of Baroque art. Here, the two diagonals are curved, giving a feeling of movement. Attention to detail. The viewer can feel the saint grip his pen as he writes down the gospel dictated to him by an angel. Aurora. Although this is a masterpiece of fresco painting, Reni rarely used the medium again, preferring to work in oil. 1614, fresco, Casino dell'Aurora, Palazzo Rospigliosi, Pallavicini, Rome, Italy. Pietro da Cortona. B. Cortona, 1596, di Rome, 1669. Painter, architect, and designer, Cortona ranks second only to Bernini as the most versatile genius of Italian Baroque art. Like Bernini, he spent most of his career in Rome, but he also carried out major works in Florence. As a painter, he specialized in grandiose fresco decoration in palatial interiors. His most famous works in this vein were produced for the Barberini family in Rome. Its members included Pope Urban VII, and for the ruling Medici family in Florence. He often combined his frescoes with elaborate stucco ornamentation, creating a highly sumptuous effect. Such treatment was much imitated, for example at Louis Xiv's palace at Versailles. In addition to his large-scale decorative schemes, Cortona produced many smaller paintings, mainly on religious and mythological subjects, and designed tapestries and festival decorations. He was also one of the greatest architects of his time, even though he claimed that architecture was merely a recreation for him. Lifeline. 1596, born the son of a stonemason and builder, c. 1612, arrives in Rome. 1624-26, receives his first major commission, to paint frescoes in the Church of S. Bibiana for Pope Urban VIII. 1633-9, paints Allegory of Divine Providence and Barberini Power. 1640-47, works mainly in Florence, decorating the Palazzo Pitti. 1647, returns to Rome. 1669, dies and is buried in his Church of SS. Luca e Martina, Rome. SS. Luca e Martina. This is Cortona's architectural masterpiece, the first church to be designed and built in a unified Baroque styles throughout. 1635–50, the Forum, Rome, Italy. Allegory of Divine Providence and Barberini's Power. Cortona's most famous work as a painter glorifies Pope Urban VI and his aristocratic Barberini family. 1633–39, fresco, approximate 25x15 m, Grand Salone, Palazzo Barberini, Rome, Italy. Closer look. The art of illusion. The figure representing divine providence is backlit with a blinding glow and points towards the Barberini family emblem of 3 bees. Like the other figures, Providence is expertly foreshortened to give the feeling of a dizzying view from below. Spectators are pulled up towards this focal point, and the ceiling seems to open to the sky. Sala di Apollo, detail, 7He combination of painted image and elaborate stucco work in ceilings such as this was highly influential. 1640s, fresco, Palazzo Pitti, Florence, Italy. Romulus and Remus given shelter by Faustulus' expressive gestures, rich colors, and majestic figures are characteristic elements of Cortona's painting. C. 1643, oil on canvas, 2.5x 2.6 m, Louvre, Paris, France. Salvator Rosa. Biaronella, 1615. Di Rome, 1673. A poet and actor as well as a painter and printmaker, Salvator Rosa was a colorful character who did a great deal to create the popular romantic image of the artist as a rebel and outsider. He trained in Naples and spent most of the 1640s in Florence, but otherwise he worked mainly in Rome. Although he regarded his historical and religious pictures as his most important works, Rosa is now best known for his landscapes, in which he created a new type of image of nature, wild and raw, that contrasted with the serene, ideal landscapes of Claude and Poussin. In a similar vein, he also painted macabre subjects, including scenes of witchcraft. Lifeline. 1615, born in Arenella, on the outskirts of Naples. 1635, moves to Rome. 1640–49, works in Florence after causing a scandal in Rome by insulting Bernini. 1649, returns to Rome. 1673, dies after a deathbed marriage to his mistress. Democritus in Meditation. Rosa was an accomplished etcher who made prints such as this, reproducing his paintings. C. 1662, etching, 46 by 27 centimeters, Leeds City Art Gallery, Leeds, UK. Rocky landscape with a huntsman and warriors showing humans dwarfed by a threatening and untamed nature. This picture exemplifies the wild, romantic strain in Rosa's work. 1660s, oil on canvas, 142x 192 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. Closer look. Rocks and crags. Well known for using large rocks and crags as prominent features in his landscapes, Rosa was expert at rendering their rough surfaces with vigorous brushwork. This was part of his way of stressing nature's wild, elemental forces. Notes of drama. The eye goes quickly to the tiny figures, despite the expanse of turbulent landscape around them. Although painted sketchily, they are picked out deftly with patches of bright color against highlights in the dramatic sky above. Carlo Dolce. B. Florence, 1616. D. Florence, 1687. Dolce was one of the leading artists of his time in Florence. Deeply devout, he specialized in religious works, which included some large altarpieces. He is best known for small, intimate works for private devotion. These were highly popular in his lifetime and for many years afterward, but then fell out of favor, being dismissed as cloyingly sentimental. The past half-century has seen renewed interest in his work, especially his beautifully polished craftsmanship. Dolce also painted portraits, but these are strong and sober, very different from his religious works above. Virgin and Child with the infant Saint John the Baptist. His sweet sentiment and smooth finish are typical of Dolce's style. C. 1635, oil on panel, diameter 79 centimeters, Museum of Fine Arts, Houston, TXs, US. Bernardo Strozzi. B. Genoa, 1581, D. Venice, 1644. Strozzi's two nicknames, Tu Cappuccino, the Capuchin, and Tu Pre Genovese, the Genoese priest, reflect his years as a Capuchin monk in a Genoese monastery, 1598 to 1610. He had trained as a painter before entering the monastery, and may have painted devotional works while inside its walls. Strozzi left the monastery in 1610 to support his widowed mother and his sister. After his mother died, the monastery pressurized him to return, but he moved to Venice in 1630-31, becoming one of the leading painters in the city. As befits a monk, he painted mainly religious works, but he also produced portraits, allegories, and genre scenes. His style shows many influences, including that of Rubens, who worked in Genoa, but it has a distinctive richness and warmth. Alexander the Great restoring the throne usurped from Abdelanomius. This obscure story from Greek history inspired several operas, including Mozart Turi Pastor, 1775. C. 1615-17, oil on canvas, 123 by 175 centimeters, Tokyo Fuji Art Museum, Tokyo, Japan. Giovanni Battista Galli. B. Genoa, 1639, D. Rome, 1709. Galli, who is also known as Basiccio, a dialect form of his Christian names, spent most of his career in Rome, where he was a protege of Bernini. His most famous work is The Adoration of the Name of Jesus, a glorious ceiling fresco in the Geste, the mother church of the Jesuits, in Rome. In its energy, virtuosity, and spiritual conviction, this is one of the archetypal Baroque works. Galli also produced many smaller religious paintings and was a fine portraitist. His sitters included 7 popes. Lifeline. 1639 born in Genoa, c. 1657 settles in Rome, 1674-77 Adoration of the Name of Jesus, c. 1675 paints portrait of Bernini, 1709 dies in Rome. The 3 Marys at the empty sepulchre here, rich Genoese colors shine through. 1684-85, oil and canvas, 87 by 113 centimeters, Fitzwilliam Museum, Cambridge, UK. Luca Giordano. B. Naples, 1634. D. Naples, 1705. Although he began his career working in the somber tradition of Caravaggio, Luca Giordano developed a light, airy style that heralds the Rococo. He was the most prolific decorative painter of his time, so renowned for his speed and energy that he was nicknamed Luca Fa Presto, Luke worked quickly. His life began and ended in Naples, but he also did a good deal of work in Florence and Venice, and he spent a decade in Spain, mainly in the employ of King Charles II. Initially he worked at the Escorial, the huge monastery, palace near Madrid, and then on other royal and church commissions. When he returned to Naples he was approaching 70, but he continued working with vigor and passion. Lifeline. 634 born in Naples, the son of painter Antonio Giordano, 1653 first dated works, 1658 marries. 1665 begins period of extensive travels, spending much of it working in Florence and Venice. 1692 goes to Spain to work for King Charles I, 1702 returns to Naples, 1705 dies in Naples a wealthy, famous, and respected man. Celestial glory and the triumph of the Habsburgs. This fresco adorns the ceiling, over the Escorial's imperial staircase. Giordano created such works with extraordinary fluency. 1692-94, fresco, I Escorial, Spain. Andrea Pozzo. B. Trento, 1642, D. Vienna, 1709. Andrea Pozzo is a perfect example of religious faith wedded to art. A painter and architect, he became a lay brother in the Roman Catholic Jesuit order in his 20s. After this, he completed numerous projects for Jesuit churches, especially in and around Rome. His masterpiece is the Glory of St. Ignatius Loyola and the missionary work of the Jesuits in the Church of S. Ignazio, Rome, one of the most breathtaking ceiling paintings ever created. It shows the formidable skill with perspective that lay at the heart of Pozzo's work. In 1703 Pozzo moved to Vienna, where he spent the rest of his life, mainly engaged on Jesuit projects. He wrote a major treatise on perspective, which was published in Latin and Italian in 2 volumes in 1693 and 1700 and was soon translated into other languages. Lifeline. 1642 born in Trento, where he receives his initial training. 1665 becomes a Jesuit lay brother. 1681 settles in Rome. 1688-94 paints ceiling of S. Ignazio, Rome. 1693 and 1700 writes the two-volume treatise, Perspective in Painting and Architecture. 1703 moves to Vienna. 1709 dies in Vienna. Is buried in the Jesuit church. Guardian angel. Even in this relatively small work, Pozzo manages to convey a vigorous sense of movement typical of Baroque art. See 1685-94, oil and canvas, 173 by 122 centimeters, Musée des Beaux-Arts, Cannes, France. Glory of Saint Ignatius Loyola and the missionary work of the Jesuits here. The perspective scheme sweeps the viewer's eye up to the single vanishing point at the central figure of Christ. 1688-94, fresco, vault of nave, S. Ignazio, Rome, Italy. Closer look. Imaginary architecture. Pozzo was one of the greatest masters of quadratura, a type of decoration in which painted architecture seems like an extension of the real architecture of a building. An indicator on the floor of the Church of S. Ignazio shows the place to stand to get the most convincing effect. Adam Elshamer. B. Frankfurt am Main, 1578, D. Rome, 1610. Although he died aged 32 and left only a small number of works, Elshamer was a highly influential painter, inspiring artists of the caliber of Rubens, who was a friend, and Rembrandt to imitate his poetic lighting effects. As well as being brief, his life seems to have been unhappy, blighted by melancholia and debt. It was only after his death that his work began to be widely admired. Elshamer spent most of his short career in Rome. Almost all his paintings are small, painted on copper with a miniaturist-like delicacy. However, they never seem fussy and have a grandeur of conception out of all proportion to their size. Most of them depict figures in a landscape setting, and he is particularly renowned for his sensitive treatment of nocturnal scenes. Lifeline. 1578, born the son of a tailor. 1598, travels to Venice. 1600, settles in Rome. 1606, marries, becomes a member of the Accademia ds. Lucca. 1610, dies in poverty, and is buried in the Church of S. Lorenzo in Lucina, in Rome. The mocking of Ceres, the goddess Ceres, searching for her daughter Proserpina, thirstily gulps down a barley drink offered by an old woman. C. 1607, oil on copper, 30 x 25 centimeters, Prado, Madrid, Spain. Closer Ioc. Light effects. As the old lady stands outside her cottage at night, the flickering candle picks out parts of her lined face in a way that makes her seem rather sinister. Elshamer seems to have experimented with lighting and compositional effects by using little wax figures that he arranged on a kind of miniature stage set. Surely, after such a loss, our entire profession ought to clothe itself in mourning. V will not easily succeed in replacing him. In my opinion, he had no equal in small figures, in landscapes, and in many other subjects. Peter Paul Rubens, 1610, on Elshamer's death. François Duquesne. B. Brussels, 1597, D. Leghorn, 1643. The Flemish-born Duquesne came from a distinguished family of sculptors. After training in his father's studio in Brussels, he moved to Rome. There he rivaled Algardi as the leading sculptor of the day, after the great Bernini. Duquesne's style is more classical and restrained than Bernini's, although it often displays warmth and charm, especially in his smaller pieces. He was renowned for his skill in representing children. In 1643, Duquesne was summoned to France to work for King Louis XIII, but he died on the way. Lifeline. 1597, born son of sculptor Jerome Duquesne, with whom he trains. 1618, moves to Rome, where he initially works mainly on restoring antique sculpture. 1627-28, assists Bernini with Baldacchino in Peters. 1629-40, carves statue of Saint Andrew Force Peters. 1643, Falls Island, dies at Livorno, Tuscany. Puto with a dolphin. Duquesne is especially well known for this kind of piece, featuring putty, cherubs, depicted in a charming way. 1625-30, Ivory, Galleria e Museo Estense, Medina, Italy. Saint Andrew. This was the most important public commission of Duquesne's career. It shows St. Andrew with the X-shaped cross on which he was crucified. 1629-40, marble, 450 centimeters high, St. Peter's, Vatican City. Gerrit van Honthorst. Utrecht, 1592, Utrecht, 1656. The Dutch painter Honthorst was one of the best of the many foreign artists who were influenced by Caravaggio's work in the early 17th century. He spent roughly a decade in Rome, from about 1610, and earned the nickname Gerard del Notti, Gerard of the Night Scenes, because of his skill with nocturnal light effects, especially in scenes illuminated by candlelight. After his return to the Netherlands, he played a major role in establishing his hometown of Utrecht as a stronghold of Caravaggio's style. It lingered there into the 1650s, long after it had gone out of fashion in Rome. However, Honthorst himself abandoned the style in his later years, when he worked mainly as a portraitist. The freeing of St. Peter from prison Honthorst clearly shows his debt to Caravaggio in the dramatic gestures and bold lighting. C 1616-20, oil and canvas, 129 by 179 centimeters, Bode Museum, Berlin, Germany. Still life. Still life, the painting of ordinary objects without human presence, was long regarded in the Western world as a lowly form of art on the grounds that it required only technical skill, not imagination. It was frequently associated with themes of transience, decay, and the vanity of earthly things. Since the late 19th century, however, its neutrality has made it a powerful vehicle for artists engaged with issues of pure form. Still life with peaches, Roman fruit, and other still life objects were not painted in isolation at first but formed part of much larger paintings. C 50 BC, mural from Herculaneum, 35 by 34 centimeters. Museo Archeologico Nazionale, Naples, Italy. Still life of kitchen utensils. Jean Simeon Chardin. Chardin's domestic still lives are typical of his understated realism. 18th century, oil on canvas, 32 by 39 centimeters, Ashmolean Museum, Oxford, UK. The still life with lemons, oranges, and a rose. Francisco de Zurbarán fruit is a popular still life subject, and here Zurbarán has produced a masterly study. 1633, oil on canvas, 62x 110 centimeters, Norton Simon Collection, Pasadena, California, US. 6 Khakis Chinese school. This early Oriental still life, depicting 6 persimmon fruits, avoids realism in favor of abstraction, conveying a feeling of the subject, rather than representing it exactly. 13th century, ink on paper, 35x29 cm, Privat Collection. Still life of flowers and dried fruit. Clara Peters. This example of breakfast art comprises flowers, a dish of nuts and dried fruits, and another of pretzels. 1611, oil on panel, 52x 73 centimeters, Prado, Madrid, Spain. Veneta's still life. Sebastian Stoskopf, symbolic of the transience of life. Veneta's paintings often include a skull as a sign of death. 1641, oil on canvas, 125x 165 centimeters, Musée des Beaux-Arts, Strasbourg, France. Old models. William Michael Harnetti. The composition of this painting evokes a feeling of refinement through leisure activities. Hear music and reading. 1892, oil on canvas, 138 by 72 centimeters, Museum of Fine Arts, Boston, Massachusetts, US. Still life with dishes. Amadeus Infant Rye, SG. This kind of flat, almost diagrammatic still life is characteristic of the intellectual approach of Ozenfant, who was a renowned teacher and writer on art. 1920, oil on canvas, Hermitage, St. Petersburg, Russia. The round table. Georges Braque. The Cubist style is readily apparent, but has been softened by Braque's subtle use of color. 1929, oil on canvas, 145 by 114 centimeters, Phillips Collection, Washington, D.C., U.S. New stones. Newton's Tones. Tony Cragg. Made from fragments of discarded plastic. This sculpture is arranged according to Isaac Newton's spectrum of color. Cragg uses found materials to comment on urban waste. 1978, found plastic objects, 366 by 244 centimeters, Arts Council Collection, Hayward Gallery, London, UK. Wine glasses, Patrick Caulfield. The plain but brightly colored background of the painting provides a stark contrast to the simple outline of the wine glasses. 1969, screen print, 36 by 31 centimeters, private collection. Still life with basket. Paul Cézanne. A basket overflowing with fruit has been carefully arranged on a table with a white cloth and 3 different pots. 1888-90, oil on canvas, 65x81 cm, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. 2 cut sunflowers. Vincent van Gogh. One of a series of Van Gogh paintings depicting sunflowers. The wilted heads and use of brown pigment infuse it with a wistful melancholy. 1887, oil on canvas, 50 by 60 centimeters, Kunstmuseum, Bern, Switzerland. Le Réveil du Lion. Daniel Isaac Spoerty. Known as a snare picture, everyday items including a slipper, a bowl, and a lamp have been attached to a board and then hung on the wall, with the intention of snaring a moment in time. 1961, mixed media, 90 by 76 by 48 centimeters, Gallery Schwartz, Milan, Italy. Simon Vett. B. Paris, 1590. D. Paris, 1649. In the early 17th century, French art was at a low ebb, as the country recovered from a lengthy civil war. One man was largely responsible for reviving French painting from this period of stagnation, Simon Vett. He did this not only through his own works, but by training many artists of the next generation, when his country made such giant cultural strides that it began to challenge Italy for leadership in the visual arts. Vett formed his style during a lengthy stay in Italy from 1613 to 1627. He combined elements from various sources into a suave and vigorous manner. His work sometimes lacks individual personality and rarely shows emotional depth, but it is always dignified, superbly drawn, and beautifully polished in technique. He was versatile and highly professional, carrying out a great variety of work, although most of his major decorative schemes have, unfortunately, been destroyed. Lifeline. 1590, born the son of Parisian painter Laurent Vett, 1611-12, visits Constantinople, 1613-27, lives in Italy, mainly in Rome, 1624, elected president of the Academy of St. Luke, Rome, a great honor for a non-Italian, 1627, recalled to Paris by King Louis XIII to become his principal painter. 1640-42, his preeminence is threatened when Poussin visits Paris. 1641, paints the Presentation in the Temple. 1649, dies in Paris while still the dominant artist in France. Justice. This formed part of a decorated ceiling on the theme of the 4 cardinal virtues. C. 1637-38, oil on canvas, 140x159 m, Musée National du Château et de Trianons, Versailles, France. The Presentation in the Temple. This altarpiece was commissioned by Cardinal Richelieu for the Jesuit Church, Paris, now St. Paul and St. Louis, 1641. Oil on canvas, 393 by 250 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. Closer Ayuk. Serene faces. The faces in this biblical scene have a gentle, poetic serenity and, like the rest of the picture, bask in a warm, glowing light that unifies the whole work. Georges de Latour. BVICSURCL, 1593. De Linneville, 1653. Georges de Latour enjoyed a successful, although fairly low-key career in his native Lorraine, now part of France, but at this time an independent duchy. After his death, however, his work was virtually forgotten for 250 years, and the process of rediscovery did not begin until the early 20th century. Since then, his reputation has grown enormously, and he is now generally considered the greatest of all Caravagesque painters. Like many other artists, he imitated Caravaggio's dramatic use of light and shade, but he looked beyond the obvious trademarks of the master's work to capture something of its grandeur and solemnity, to which he added his own sense of mystery and contemplation. Little is known of his life, and it is uncertain whether he visited Italy and saw Caravaggio's work at first hand or learned about it from intermediaries. Lifeline. 1593, born the son of a baker, 1616, first documentary reference to Latour as an adult. In his earlier unrecorded years he possibly visited Italy, 1617 marries Diane Leneuf from Lunéville. 1620 moves to Lunéville, where he lives for the rest of his life. 1639 visits Paris and is made a painter to the French king. 1653 dies in Lunéville, and his work slips quickly into obscurity. The Newborn Child. This is the type of painting for which Latour is best known, a serene nocturnal scene with flickering candlelight and simple, monumental shapes. Few of Latour's paintings are dated, and it has proved difficult to establish a chronology. But this is usually considered a late work. C. 1645-50. On canvas, 76 by 91 centimeters, Musée des Beaux-Arts de Rennes, France. Closer look. Mystic light. This wonderfully tender and very intimate scene is illuminated by a single candle held in the hand of the woman on the left. But because she shields the candle from the viewer, the light seems to emanate from the baby's head. In this way, what is evidently a scene of human maternity takes on a very spiritual aura, with the baby evoking images of the Christ child. The payment of taxes. It is uncertain if this is a pure genre scene or is meant to represent an incident from the Bible. C. 1620. Oil on canvas, 99 x 152 centimeters. Lviv State Art Gallery, Lviv, Ukraine. Antoine, Louis, and Matthew Lenain. BLAON, C. 1600, C. 1600, C. 1607. D. Paris, 1648, 1648, 1677. The three Lenain brothers represent one of the great unresolved problems in the history of art. For in spite of much research on their lives and work, there is still uncertainty about what each brother painted individually, and how much they operated as a team. Several paintings are signed with their surname, but none of them with a first name, and all their dated pictures belong to the period 1641 to 48, when all three were still alive. We know from early accounts that the brothers collaborated at times, but there is sufficient variety in subject and treatment among their pictures to suggest that all three had separate artistic personalities. The most distinctive of these pictures, and the main reason for the Lenains' fame, are the peasant scenes, which are strong, sober, and dignified, in spite of their lowly subjects. These paintings have often been attributed to Louis Lenain, but without any solid evidence. Lifeline. C. 1600-07. Born into a good family in Lyon, 1628-29. The three brothers moved to Paris and set up a joint workshop. 1633. Matthew is made artist to the city of Paris. 1648. All three brothers become founder members of the Académie Royale de Peinture et de Sculpture. 1648. Antoine and Louis die within days of one another, presumably of a contagious disease. 1677. Matthew dies. The Adoration of the Shepherds. This biblical scene combines a suitable sense of awe and serenity with vividly observed naturalistic details. C. 1640. Oil on canvas, 109 by 139 centimeters. National Gallery, London, UK. Peasant family in an interior. Although it is a scene of everyday life, this picture has the dignity worthy of a grand history painting. In the 19th century, Gustave Courbet and other realist painters found works such as this inspiring. C. 1640. Oil on canvas, 113 x 159 centimeters. Louvre, Paris, France. Closer look. A distinct, well-observed light falls on one side of this family's, suggesting a window to their left. The expert handling of light and fairly limited palette helped to create a harmonious and quietly powerful piece. Philippe de Champagne. B. Brussels, 1602. B. Paris, 1674. Philippe de Champagne was a distinguished religious painter, but he is famous primarily as the greatest French portraitist of the 17th century. His sitters included some of his leading contemporaries, including most memorably Cardinal Richelieu, of whom he created the definitive images. His work is severely dignified in composition, strong and pure in coloring, and piercingly direct and honest in characterization. In the 1640s he became involved with the Jansenists, an extremely austere Catholic sect, and his work subsequently became even more sober and ascetic in tone, completely unconcerned with normal worldly values. Lifeline. 1602. Born in Brussels, 1620. Enters workshop of landscape painter Jacques Fouquier, 1621 moves to Paris. 1625 begins working for the royal family, particularly Marie de Médicis. 1629 becomes a French citizen. C. 1635. 42 paints several of portraits of Cardinal Richelieu. 1645 becomes involved with the Jansenists, for whom he paints several works. 1674 dies in Paris. Omer Talon Jalen, a distinguished lawyer and parliamentarian, Ishra depicted in magnificent judicial robes. His candid expression exemplifies Champagne's penetrating characterization. 1649, oil on canvas, 225 x 162 centimeters, National Gallery of Art, Washington, D.C., U.S. Mother Catherine Agnes Arnaud and Sister Catherine de Saint-Suzanne de Champagne, Champagne's daughter, Wright, was a nun at Port Royal, a Jansenist convent in Paris. This work gives thanks for her miraculous recovery from paralysis. 1662, oil on canvas, 165 by 229 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. Nicolas Poussin. Bles Andelys, Normandy, 1594, de Rome, 1665. Although he spent almost all his mature career in Rome, Poussin is regarded as the most important French painter of the 17th century, exerting a powerful influence not only on his contemporaries, but also on future generations of artists in France. His beginnings, however, were inauspicious, for his achievements were modest when he settled in Rome aged nearly 30, and initially he struggled there before finding his true direction. He was inspired by the art and the classical world to create paintings of great grandeur and lucidity. His work is so deeply pondered that he later became known as the painter-philosopher. This rational approach appealed profoundly in France, and the Académie Royale de Peinture et de Sculpture, founded in Paris in 1648, held up Poussin as the embodiment of its ideals. Poussin worked mainly on modest-sized paintings for private patrons who shared his intellectual tastes. He lived quietly and unpretentiously, but by the time of his death he was internationally famous and revered. Lifeline. 1594, born in Normandy, 1612 inspired to take up painting when an itinerant artist, Quentin Varin, works in his hometown. Soon afterwards, he moves to Paris, 1624 settles in Rome, 1626-28 first conspicuous success with Death of Germanicus painted for Cardinal Francesco Barberini, 1640-42 reluctantly works in Paris for Louis Exil, 1648 paints landscape with the ashes of Phocion, 1665 dies in Rome. The adoration of the golden calf. While Moses was receiving the Ten Commandments, the Israelites made a golden calf and worshipped it as a false god. C. 1633, oil on canvas, 153 by 212 centimeters, National Gallery, London, UK. Closer look. Using color, Poussin uses white to pick out a major figure in the worshipping revelers. This is Aaron, Moses' brother, who was responsible for creating the false idol. Poussin was a master at using color to animate a composition. Landscape with the ashes of Phocion. This is one of a pair paintings illustrating the story of Athenian general and statesman Phocion, who was executed on unjust charges of treachery. Here his widow gathers his ashes. The somber landscape provides a perfect setting. Poussin became increasingly interested in landscape in the 1640s. 1648, oil on canvas, 117 by 179 centimeters, Walker Art Gallery, Liverpool, UK. Closer look. Setting the scene, the trees at either side act like curtains, an artistic device called coulisses, theater wings, in French. They frame the action, separating the foreground figure from the middle ground activity and background city of Megara, where Phocion's body was cremated because it was refused burial in Athens. Foreground focus. The figure of Phocion's widow is small, but it draws our attention through her light-colored clothing. Her maid looks around apprehensively, fearing they will be discovered preserving the remains of the disgraced politician. The exposition of Moses. Poussin depicts the biblical tale of baby Moses being set adrift on the Nile to escape the order of the Pharaoh of Egypt that all the newborn sons of Israelites should be killed. 1654, oil and canvas, 150x205 cm, Ashmolean, Oxford, UK. Iron context. The Louvre is now one of the world's greatest museums, but in Poussin's time it was a royal palace. Begun in the 1540s by Francis, it was expanded and adorned by many subsequent French monarchs. Louis XIII commissioned Poussin to decorate the immensely long Grande Gallery, but nothing survives of his work there. The Louvre scene from the Pont Neuf, engraving after a work by 19th century artist Jean Jaquetet. Christ and the adulterous frieze-like composition reflects Poussin's study of ancient Roman reliefs. He painted the picture for André Lenotre, famous designer of the gardens at Versailles. 1653, oil on canvas, 121 by 195 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. Winter, or the Flood. Poussin's last completed works were a series of 4 paintings on the seasons. In addition to depicting a season, each picture represented a different time of day and an appropriate biblical subject, and each one is dominated by a particular color, here a steely gray. C 1660-64, oil on canvas, 118 by 160 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. Closer look. Composition: the struggling figures fill a foreground triangle, and Poussin leads the eye. To the middle ground figure at the waterfall and the streak of lightning in the background. The structure is similar to Tahat in landscape with the ashes of Phocion, but more loosely executed. Claude Gelly. Bichemain, Lorraine, c. 1605, D. Rome, 1682. In his own lifetime and for generations afterwards, Claude Gelly, also known as Claude Lorraine, was almost universally regarded as the greatest of all landscape painters. He was considered the supreme exponent of the ideal landscape, a type of picture that created a noble vision of nature without any of the imperfections of the real world. Like Poussin, who became his friend, Claude spent most of his career in Rome, but his work was much sought after in France and elsewhere in Europe. His patrons included Philip IV of Spain. In dignity and grandeur, Claude's paintings have much in common with Poussin's landscapes, but Claude was much less austere than Poussin and was more concerned with light and atmosphere. During the 18th and 19th centuries his work was particularly esteemed in England, Constable and Turner being among his professed admirers. Lifeline. c. 1605, born in Lorraine, northeastern France, c. 1617. 20 moves to Rome. 1625 returns to Lorraine and works on church frescoes, destroyed. In Nancy, 1627 settles permanently in Rome. 1634 his work is being imitated, indicating he already has a high reputation. 1637-39 paints 4 pictures for Pope Urban VIII. 1653 fathers an illegitimate daughter, who helps care for him in his old age. 1663 seriously ill with an unknown ailment. 1682 paints landscape with Ascanius shooting the stag of Sylvia. Dies in Rome. Seaport with the embarkation of Saint Ursula. This work depicts Street Ursula, in yellow, and her companions leaving Rome following a pilgrimage to Th. Grand seaports of this kind were one of Claude's specialties. 1641, oil on canvas, 113 by 149 centimeters, National Gallery, London, UK. Landscape with Ascanius shooting the stag of Sylvia. Claude's last painting takes its subject from Virgil's Aeneid. It shows the ethereal, dreamlike quality the artist developed in his final years. 1682, oil on canvas, 120 by 150 centimeters, Ashmolean, Oxford, UK. Charles Lebrun. Paris, 1619, D. Paris, 1690. For most of the second half of the 17th century, Charles Lebrun was the dominant artist in France. He was a favorite of Louis XIV, who employed him to give visual expression to his ideas of personal and national glory. Lebrun did this not only through his own paintings, but also in the many projects in which he had a supervisory role, particularly the decoration of royal palaces. Born into an artistic family, Lebrun was highly precocious. He was Vouet's star pupil and was already making a name for himself by the time he was 20. When Poussin visited Paris in 1640-42, he was greatly impressed by the young man, who accompanied him back to Rome. Lebrun stayed there until 1646. and when he returned to Paris, he was quickly launched on a hugely successful and productive career. His most famous work is the decoration of the Galerie des Glaces, Hall of Mirrors, at the Palace of Versailles. His lavish style was perfectly attuned to the scale and pomp of the building and to the task of glorifying his flamboyant king. Lifeline. 1619, born in Paris, the son of a sculptor, c. 1634 begins training with Simon Veuet, 1642 travels to Rome with Nicolas Poussin, 1646 returns to Paris, 1662 appointed first painter to the king, 1663 made director of Académie Royale and the Gobelins Tapestry Factory, 1679-84 decorates Galerie des Glaces. Hall of Mirrors, Versailles, 1690 dies in Paris, 1698 treatise on emotions in art published posthumously. Spain recognizing the preeminence of France in 1662 Sierra Leonean Leonsbrunn filled the ceiling of Versailles' spectacular hall of mirrors with grand images, glorying Louis XIV's reign. Spain had long been the most powerful nation in Europe, but under Louis, France took this position. 1678-84, oil and canvas, Galerie des Glaces, Hall of Mirrors, Versailles, France. Closer Ayuk. Potent symbolism, the drooping lion, cowering at the feet of an allegorical figure of France, symbolizes Spain's acknowledgement of France's preeminence. Art played a vital propaganda role for Louis XIV. Molière Lebrun was an accomplished portrait painter. His notable sitters included this famous French playwright 1660, oil and canvas, 66 by 57 centimeters, Pushkin Museum of Fine Arts, Moscow, Russia. François Jourdan. Bitrois, 1628, de Paris, 1715. Among the army of artists and craftsmen who worked with Lebrun at Versailles, one of the finest was the sculptor François Jourdan. His work is sometimes light in spirit, appropriate to the garden settings in which it was often placed, but it also has a classical dignity. He produced impressive work in very different vein, too, most notably his marble tomb of Cardinal Richelieu, 1675-94, in the Church of the Sorbonne, Paris. The Apollo tended by the nymphs originally placed in a grotto, but now in the palace gardens, this is often cited as Jourdan's masterpiece. 1666-75, marble, life-size, Bosquet de Bains d'Apollon, Gardens of Versailles, France. Pyramid fountain. Jourdan produced various fountains at Versailles, of which this is the most impressive. It was based on designs drawn by Charles Lebrun. 1668-70, Low Parterre, Gardens of Versailles, France. In context. Versailles in the 1620s, Louis XIII built a hunting lodge at Versailles, near Paris. He later enlarged this into a chateau, and from the 1660s his son Louis XIV began expanding it into a palace of stupendous size and magnificence. In 1682 it became his official residence and seat of government. The Groves of Versailles, by Jean Cotel the Younger. 1688, oil on canvas, 200 x 140 centimeters, Chateau du Grand Trianon, Versailles, France. Pierre Puget. Pierre Puget. B. Marseille, 1620, D. Marseille, 1694. Puget is now acknowledged as the most powerful and original French sculptor of his time. However, in worldly terms he had a less successful career. This was a reflection of his independent and obstinate temperament. The artistic dictatorship of Lebrun demanded efficient teamwork, but Puget was too distinctive in style and abrasive in personality to fit in easily. Consequently, he carried out relatively little work for the court and instead spent most of career in his native south of France, where he worked as an architect and painter as well as a sculptor, and also in Italy. His vigorous, highly emotional Baroque style was strongly influenced by Italian art. Puget did have one conspicuous triumph at Versailles, however, with Milo of Crotona. In ancient Greece, Milo was a famous athlete of prodigious strength. He tried to split open the trunk of a tree, but his hand became trapped, and he was devoured by wild beasts. Lifeline. 1620, born the son of a master mason, 1634 apprenticed to a woodcarver, 1638-43, first of several visits to Italy, 1643 begins work decorating ships at Toulon's naval yard. 1660s works mainly in Genoa. 1668 to 94 works mainly in Toulon and Marseille. 1671 to 82 Milo of Crotona attacked by a lion. 1694 dies, after a succession of late projects are rejected by the French court. Stone portal for the Hôtel de Ville, Town Hall. Toulon for this typically expressive work. Puget carved two Atlas figures straining to support the balcony. 1656 to 57, stone, Musée Naval, Toulon. The Hôtel de Ville was destroyed in 1944. Milo of Crotona attacked by a lion. Puget's masterpiece symbolizes the need to temper physical strength with reason. 1671 to 82, marble, 270 centimeters high, Louvre, Paris, France. Closer look. The shape of Agony Milo's body, from his backward flung head to his toes, shown tensed as they grip the ground, has a zigzag shape, featuring several strong diagonals. This powerfully underlines the idea that Milo is convulsed with pain. Hyacinth Rigaud. B. Perpignan, 1659. D. Paris, 1743. Rigaud was the outstanding French court portrait painter of his time, working for both Louis XIV and Louis XV. He excelled at creating magnificent formal portraits of important people, emphasizing their status with stately poses and sumptuous detail. His masterpiece in this vein is his famous full-length portrait of Louis XIV, painted in 1701. This is the definitive image of Louis and one of the most imposing of all portrayals of royal majesty. Rigaud's Baroque style, with its vivid coloring and attention to surface texture, reflected a mix of influences from Flemish and Italian art, notably Van Dyck and Titian. He also had a much more informal side to his art, expressed in intimate portraits of friends and relatives. Lifeline. 1659 born the grandson of a painter, 1681 settles in Paris, 1688 makes his name with a portrait of Louis Xiv's brother, 1700 admitted to Académie Royale as a history painter, 1701 paints portrait of Louis XIV, which brings him a European reputation, 1733 made director of the Académie Royale, 1743 dies, brought low by the death of his wife the previous year. Double portrait of Madame Rigaud. These studies of Marie Serra, the artist's mother, show Rigaud's more personal side. There is a Rembrandt-like quality in the wrinkled face and very human expressions. 1695, oil on canvas, 83x 103 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. Louis XIV. Louis commissioned this portrait as a gift for King Philip V of Spain, his grandson. However, he was so impressed with it that he decided to keep it for himself. 1701, oil on canvas, 277 by 194 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. Closer look. Eye for detail. The coronation robes in which the king is dressed are painted with an extraordinary flair that owes much to Van Dyck. Rigaud's brushwork picks up every detail, such as the embroidery of the royal fleur-de-lis motif. Juan Martinez Montañez. B. Alcala La Real, J.N., 1568. De Seville, 1649. Spanish sculpture of the 17th century fundamentally differs from that produced elsewhere in Europe. In most other countries, the favored materials were stone, particularly marble, and bronze, but Spanish sculptors preferred wood, usually painted in lifelike colors. Almost all Spanish sculpture of this period was on religious subjects, and the realistic colors helped to make it believable and emotionally involving for the devout spectator. There were many eminent sculptors in this great age of Spanish art, but the most famous was Juan Martinez Montañez, whose skill as a carver was so superlative that he was nicknamed El Dios de la Madera, the god of wood. He spent most of his career in Seville, but his work had wide influence in Spain and South America. Lifeline. 1568, born in Alcalá la Real, c. 1579 begins his training in Granada, 1587 moves to Seville, 1597 carves Street Christopher, his first major work, 1603-6 carves the Merciful Christ, 1635-36 visits Madrid to make portrait head of Philip IV, his only secular work. 1649 dies in Seville. The merciful Christ Montanus contract specified that Christ was to be shown looking at anyone who might be praying at his feet, suggesting, "It is for him that he suffers." 1603 to 2006, painted wood, life-size, Sacristy of the Chalices, Seville Cathedral, Spain. Closer look. Moving realism, the expertly carved anatomical detail is made even more convincing by the flesh tones in which it is painted. Montaigne was a perfectionist, and he chose only the finest masters to paint his works. Saint Christopher Montaigne's realism shows in the figure's muscular legs and the detailed treatment of folded fabric. 1597, painted wood, El Salvador, Seville, Spain. In context. Madrid in 1561. Philip made Madrid his capital, and the city soon became a magnet for artists, rivaling and then outstripping such established art centers as Seville and Toledo. Its population increased rapidly, from about 20,000 when it became the capital to about 150,000 only 60 years later. Plaza Mayor, Madrid, Spain. The Plaza Mayor, originally built in 1617-19, is a huge square at the heart of the Spanish capital. Juan Sanchez Coton. Biorgaz, 1560, de Granada, 1627. Religion was the mainstream of 17th-century Spanish painting, but still life was a fascinating tributary. Juan Sanchez Coton was one of the earliest and greatest European specialists in this area, producing paintings of extraordinary power and originality. Usually they show a few fruits or vegetables arranged with mathematical precision against a plain, dark background. Despite the humble objects, these works have a haunting spiritual quality, conveying awe at the mystery of God's creation. In 1603, Sanchez Coton became a lay brother at a monastery in Granada, abandoning still life for much less memorable religious paintings. Still life with game fowl, fruit, and cardoon the dark, recessed spaces in which Sanchez Coton arranges his still lives are based on a typical Spanish larder. 1602, oil on canvas, 68 by 89 centimeters, Prado, Madrid, Spain. Quince, cabbage, melon, and cucumber slashes is considered by many to be Sanchez Coton's masterpiece. The hyperrealism seems to raise these ordinary objects to a spiritual plane. C. 1600, oil on canvas, 69 by 85 centimeters, San Diego Museum of Art, California, U.S. Closer look. Stage set. The items are arranged in a precise curve, suggesting a perfect natural order. The receding shelf is like a stage, with the fruit and vegetables as actors. Francisco de Zurbarán. Bifuente de Cantos, Badajoz, 1598, de Madrid, 1664. Although he occasionally turned to other subjects, Zurbarán was essentially one of the great religious painters of the 17th century. His style in his most typical works was massively austere and intensely spiritual, perfectly in tune with the religious fervor of his country. He spent most of his career in Seville, which at the time he moved there was immensely prosperous. It was the main port for Spain's lucrative trade with its American colonies. However, Zurbarán also worked elsewhere, including Madrid, where he painted a series of 10 pictures on the labors of Hercules, his major secular commission, for Philip Ivy's Buen Retiro Palace. In 1658, he moved permanently to Madrid, but by this time his career was in decline, partly because of a general economic slump in Spain and partly because Murillo, who worked in a very different style, had overtaken him as the leading painter in Seville. Lifeline. 1598, born the son of a merchant trader, 1614 studies in Seville, spends most of the next decade in Llerana, near his home village, 1629 settles in Seville, 1634-35 visits Madrid, where he works for Philip Ivy's Buen Retiro Palace, 1658 moves to Madrid, 1664 dies, with his career in decline. Saint Francis Standing Zurbarán made something of a specialty of figures such as this, showing a saint or monk in prayer or meditation. 1650-60, oil on canvas, 209 by 110 centimeters, Musée des Beaux-Arts, Lyons, France. Closer look. Facial expression. The strong lighting brings out the forceful combination of mystical intensity and somber naturalism that is typical of Zurbarán. Simple lines, this composition is strikingly bold. Its colors are muted, and its stark design features a single centrally placed figure in a frontal pose. As usual, Zurbarán uses a plain background against which the figure stands out with enormous physical presence. Giuseppe de Ribera. Vigitiva, Valencia, 1591. D. Naples, 1652. Known as Lo Spagnoletto, the Little Spaniard, after the country of his birth, Ribera settled in Italy at an early age and spent almost all his career in Naples, where he became the leading painter of his generation. At this time, the city was ruled by Spain, and much of Ribera's work was exported back to his homeland. He was a versatile artist, capable of expressing great tenderness as well as powerful drama, and he painted various types of secular subjects as well as the religious works that were his mainstay. His early work was somber and strongly influenced by Caravaggio, but his style later became much lighter and more richly colored, although always retaining an essential seriousness. Lifeline. 1591 born Thessaloniki shoemaker, 1611 first documented in Italy, in Parma, 1616 settles in Naples. 1639 paints Martyrdom of Saint Philip, presented by the Viceroy of Naples to Philip IV of Spain. 1652 dies after years of recurrent illness. Adoration of the Shepherds. This shows many of Ribera's trademarks: rich coloring, tenderness of feeling, and realism in the shepherd's clothes. 1650 oil on canvas, 239 x 181 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. Democritus Ibera invented this type of picture, in which he depicted an ancient Greek philosopher as a beggar or vagabond. 1635-37, oil and canvas, 155 by 119 centimeters, collection of the Earl of Pembroke, Wilton House, Salisbury, Wiltshire, UK. Diego Velázquez. B. Seville, 1599. D. Madrid, 1660. Velázquez was the greatest figure of Spain's golden age of the arts, which reached its peak during the reign, 1621-65, of his major patron, King Philip IV. At the age of only 24, Velázquez was appointed a royal painter, and he spent most of his life working for Philip in Madrid. The majority of his paintings are portraits of the royal family and other members of the court, but he produced masterpieces in other fields too. All his work is notable for its dignity, its penetrating sense of actuality, and its beauty of technique, his brushwork developing from almost clotted richness in his early pictures to sparkling freedom in his final paintings. Velázquez made 2 visits to Italy, and his work was acclaimed there. However, after his death, most of his paintings remained hidden from the public in royal palaces, and it was not until the Prado, Spain's national museum, opened in 1819 that his work became widely known. Many artists were subsequently influenced by it, notably Manet, who admired Velázquez above all other painters. Lifeline. 1599 born in Seville to a family of minor gentry, 1617 following a 6-year apprenticeship with Francisco Pacheco, he qualifies as a master painter. 1618 marries Pacheco's daughter. 1623 settles in Madrid as court painter to King Philip IV. 1629-31 visits Italy. 1634-35 paints the surrender of Breda. 1649-51 returns to Italy on an art-buying trip for the king. C. 1656 paints Los Meninas. 1660 dies in Madrid after a sudden illness. Velázquez makes the journey worthwhile. He is the supreme artist. He didn't surprise me, he enchanted me. Edouard Manet, 1865. An old woman cooking eggs. Velázquez's early works included some superb scenes of everyday life. He treated these subjects with incisive realism and a respectful humanity. 1618, oil on canvas, 101 by 120 centimeters, National Gallery of Scotland, Edinburgh, UK. Pope Innocent X. During his second visit to Italy, Velázquez painted this famous portrait. It captures the Pope's wily character so vividly that the sitter himself called it too truthful. 1650, oil on canvas, 141 by 119 centimeters, Galleria Doria Pamphili, Rome, Italy. The Surrender of Breda. This is one of a series of pictures celebrating military triumphs of Philip IV's reign, painted for his Buen Retiro Palace in Madrid. It shows the defeated Dutch commander handing the key of the captured city of Breda to the victorious Spanish general 1634-35, oil and canvas, 307 by 367 centimeters, Prado, Madrid, Spain. Closer look. Faces of the victors. Velázquez brilliantly conveys the human drama of the scene, suggesting the pride but also the fatigue of the victors following a 10-month siege. The bristling array of pikes behind them has given the picture its popular name in Spanish, Los Lanzas, the Lances. Los Meneses. Diego Velázquez 1656, oil on canvas, 321 by 281 centimeters, Prado, Madrid, Spain. Closer Ayuk. Los Meneses. Diego Velázquez. A stunning group portrait. Los Meneses shows the Infanta Margarita, daughter of the Spanish king and queen, with her maids of honor, Meneses. Velázquez, who was court painter to the Spanish monarchy, has skillfully reversed the traditional relationship between painter and sitter by giving himself a prominent position in the painting while showing a reflection of the king and queen in the mirror in the background. This is not simply a painting of the royal couple, it is a picture of what the royal couple sees as they are painted. Velázquez's masterpiece is painted on a large canvas and employs a delicate harmony of colors, exquisitely arranged light and darks, and above all, amazingly fluent brushwork. Composition. The composition has been carefully worked out, with different figures and different figure groupings, perfectly balancing each other. Various focal points and tonal contrasts direct the viewer's eye back and forth across the canvas. It is almost as if the viewer becomes engaged in the activity of the room. Figure groupings. The two dwarfs and dog are balanced by the three girls. In the middle ground, Velázquez stands to the left and the bodyguard and nun to the right. The royal couple's reflection is balanced by A.C. Hamberlin in the doorway. Color red accents are dotted throughout the painting. They lead the eye in a zigzag from the dwarf, bottom right, to the dresses, the jug, Velázquez's palette, and ultimately to the red drapery reflected in the mirror. Lighting. Velázquez uses the light from the windows to make the Infanta the focal point of the picture. She stands turned towards the light source and her illuminated face and dress immediately catch the eye among the large areas of shadow. Eye in context. Interpretations. Los Meneses. A hugely influential artwork that has been reinterpreted by several artists, and C.L. Goya and Salvador Dali. The painting obsessed Pablo Picasso between August and December in 1957, and he snut himself in his house near Cannes and painted about 40 versions of T. This Picasso Veron almost looks as if it has been painted by the girl Infanta, or one of her maids. The figures are blocked in with a childlike SMP. See Ty the hunting dog looks like a FRN cartoon character and takes the starring role in the foreground. Los Meneses, September 19, 1957. Pat Pias. Olin canvas 162 by 130 centimeters. E. Pass. Barcelona, Spain. Story. Thanks to a description written by painter Antonio Palomino, published in 1724, we know almost everyone in the picture. The Infanta Margarita, daughter of Philip IV and his second wife Mariana of Austria, is at the center. She is attended by two maids of honor. On the right are two court dwarfs, a nun, a chaperone to the Infanta, and a bodyguard. On the left is Velázquez. In the background in the doorway is the palace chamberlain. Infanta's face. The Infanta, with her pale face and luminous hair, is the focal point of the painting. She was only 4 or 5 years old when the picture was made, but her dispassionate, knowing stare, and corseted dress gives her a regal bearing. Group of two dwarfs. Two court dwarfs appear in the foreground on the right. One dwarf's face is horizontally aligned with the Infanta's face. This juxtaposition enhances the beauty of the princess. The other dwarf is in shadow and playfully rests a foot on the king's sleepy hunting dog. Velázquez on his chest. Velázquez bears the Red Cross of the Order of Santiago. He did not gain this high honor until 1659, a few months before his death according to legend, the king painted the cross, but Velázquez presumably added it himself. The royal couple Philip and Mariana appear in the mirror in the background, and we assume they must be standing where the viewer is. However, the mirror does not reflect what is directly in front of it. Furthermore, the size of the reflection and the perfect cropping of the royal couple in the frame are not consistent with the viewer's position. Technique: Velázquez painted Las Meninas with audaciously fluid brushwork. If viewed close up, the painting dissolves into an incomprehensible network of brushstrokes. It is only when the viewer stands back that the sparkling brushwork resolves itself into distinctive forms. This technique helps make the figures seem alive, as if they are on the move. Velázquez has frozen the scene in an almost camera-like way, and yet he also suggests that the group will immediately rearrange themselves. Highlights and shadow. The Infanta's sleeve is composed of loose strokes of white, brown, and black. Flicked strokes of pure white have been added on top to show the light catching on the shimmering fabric of the dress. These are applied with very dry paint so the underlying colors show through. Differing brushstrokes. The painting contains endless varieties of brushwork. Here, Velázquez uses exciting zigzagging brushstrokes to render his white sleeve, but applies small, smudgy dabs of paint to put in the pigments on the palette. Modeling form. Velázquez describes the rounded form of the jug by subtly varying the tone and color of his red mix. Small, dashing brushstrokes of white capture the light reflecting on the shiny glaze of the jug. Shimmering fabric. The Infanta's dress contains a tangle of brushstrokes, varying both in size and intensity. Dabs of pure white are used to register the buttons, and linear strokes describe some of the folds. Thick daubs of impasto, using nearly dry pigment, further enliven the fabric. Las Meninas represents the theology of painting. Luca Giordano, 1692, court painter. Bartolomé Esteban Murillo. B. Seville, 1617. B. Seville, 1682. Murillo spent virtually all his life in Seville, where he enjoyed a highly successful career. His output consisted mainly of religious works, but he also had a distinctive sideline in pictures of beggar children, and he was an excellent, although infrequent, portraitist. Early in his career he was influenced by the somber style of Zurbaran, but he developed a much lighter, airier, and more colorful manner, in particular in his many pictures of the Immaculate Conception, a subject he made his own. Murillo's work was so popular that it was influential in Seville for generations. This eventually damaged his posthumous reputation, as countless saccharine imitations obscured the high quality of his own work. Lifeline. 1617. Born in Seville, the son of a barber surgeon, 1645 marries. Receives first major commission for S. Francisco Convent, 1655. Described by Seville Cathedral's archdeacon as the best painter in Seville. 1660. Is one of the founders of Seville's Art Academy, the first in Spain, and becomes co-president. 1682. Dies after falling from scaffolding while painting a huge altarpiece. The vision of Fray Lautaro Murillo's early style is more solid and less soft-focused than his later manner. C. 1640. Oil on canvas, 218 x 172 cm, Fitzwilliam Museum, Cambridge, UK. Two boys eating melons and grapes. Paintings of beggar children such as this were highly popular with collectors in the 18th century, helping to give Murillo an international reputation unequaled among Spanish artists of his time. C. 1650. Oil on canvas, 146 x 104 cm, Alte Baroque Pinakothek, Munich, Germany. Immaculate Conception. The Immaculate Conception is a Catholic doctrine that the Virgin Mary was conceived in her mother's womb free of the original sin, with which all human beings are burdened. Various details, such as the crescent moon, a symbol of chastity, allude to her purity. The subject was very popular in Spanish art. C. 1678. Oil on canvas, 274 x 190 cm, Prado, Madrid, Spain. Soft focus. These putty cherubs are so softly modeled that they almost seem to be dissolving into the surrounding space. The Spanish use the term estilo vaporoso to describe this characteristic. Alonso Cano. B. Granada, 1601. D. Granada, 1667. Cano was the most versatile Spanish artist of his time, distinguished as a painter, sculptor, draftsman, and architect, hence his nickname, the Spanish Michelangelo. He also had one of the most eventful lives of any Spanish artist, for his stormy temperament often led him into trouble. He fought a duel, spent time in prison for debt, and, most notoriously, was tortured when he was accused of murdering his wife. He was eventually declared innocent. In keeping with this turbulent life, Gano moved around a good deal, but he worked mainly in Seville, Madrid, and finally Granada. His art, in contrast to his character, is typically calm and sometimes even sweet. Almost all his work is on religious subjects. Lifeline. 1601 born in Granada, 1614 moves to Seville, where he studies painting under Francisco Pacheco and sculpture, probably under Juan Martínez Montañez. 1644 tortured in Madrid under suspicion of murdering his second wife. 1667 dies and is buried in the crypt of Granada Cathedral. Facade of Granada Cathedral. Cano died a few months after his design for the cathedral facade was accepted. It is his most important work as an architect. 1667, Granada, Spain. Architectural study. Cano was the son of an altarpiece designer, and was brought up understanding the architectural elements involved in the elaborate altarpieces typical of Spanish art. Pen, ink, and wash on paper, 27 x 20 centimeters, Kunsthal, Hamburg, Germany. Saint John the Evangelist. This altarpiece was painted for a convent in Seville. Saint John is shown with a snake in a chalice, an allusion to a legend that he drank from a poisoned cup to prove the power of his faith, and then restored to life two men who had died from the poison. 1635-37, oil on canvas, 54 x 36 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. Claudio Coelho. B. Madrid, 1642, D. Madrid, 1693. By the later 17th century, Spain was in steep political decline, and its golden age of the arts was coming to an end. Claudio Coelho was the last of the major Spanish painters working in Madrid before art at court began to be dominated by foreigners. He died a year after the Italian Luca Giordano arrived to work for King Charles II. Coelho was mainly a religious painter, but he was also a fine portraitist. His work is notable for its rich color and vigorous brushwork, showing the influence of the Venetian paintings in the royal collection. Lifeline. 1642 born, the son of a bronze worker, 1660 studies in Madrid with Francisco Rizzi, 1684 appointed one of Charles I's royal painters, 1685-90 paints Charles II and his court adoring the host, 1691 appointed chief painter at Toledo Cathedral. Charles II and his court adoring the host. La Sagrada Forma. Coelho's masterpiece is a huge altarpiece commemorating a ceremony in 1684 involving La Sagrada Forma, sacred form. This is the name of a miraculous consecrated host, the wafer representing Christ's body, that is said to have shed blood when desecrated by a Protestant soldier in 1572. 1685-90, oil on canvas, 5x3m, Monasterio de Iascorial, Spain. Closer look. Real or ideal Charles was a notoriously ugly man, with a strangely shaped nose and chin. Here, Coelho has diplomatically given him an idealized face. The other portraits, there are around 50 in the painting, are generally more realistic. Copyright Coelho made painstaking studies for most of them. Juan de Valdez Leal. B. Seville, 1622, D. Seville, 1690. After the death of Murillo in 1682, Valdez Leal was Seville's leading painter until his own death 8 years later. He too was mainly a religious painter, but he worked in a very different vein from that of Murillo, his style being highly emotional, often with a rather weird flavor and a taste for the macabre. However, the two artists produced works of effective contrast in neighboring commissions for the Hospital de la Caridad. Valdez Leal's paintings gave a glimpse of hell, before Murillo's offered a vision of redemption. In Ictu Oculi, in the blink of an eye, this allegorical work shows the skeleton of death snuffing out a candle and trampling on the attributes of worldly success. 1670-72, oil on canvas, 220x 216 centimeters, Church of the Hospital de la Caridad, Seville, Spain. Antonio Francisco Lisboa. B. Villa Rica, modern Ouro Preto, c. 1738, D. Villa Rica, 1814. During the 17th and 18th centuries, a great deal of art was exported from Spain and Portugal to their American colonies. There were also some accomplished native-born artists working in the colonies, most notably the Brazilian sculptor and architect Antonio Francisco Lisboa. The illegitimate son of a Portuguese architect and a black slave girl, Lisboa worked mainly in Ouro Preto, a wealthy gold mining center. He was nicknamed O Aleijadinho, Little Cripple, because he suffered from a deforming disease, perhaps leprosy, that eventually affected him so badly that he lost several fingers and toes and had to have his tools strapped to his hands. Although he continued working until the end of his life, he died in poverty. S. Francisco de Assis. This church was Lisboa's first major commission. As well as designing the building, he also carried out much sculptural decoration, including the splendid ornamentation of the entrance, seen here. 1766–94, in Ouro Preto, Minas Gerais, Brazil. Peter Paul Rubens. Bezegen, Westphalia, 1577, D. Antwerp, 1640. Prince of painters and painter of princes. As he was described in his lifetime, Rubens was the greatest and most influential Baroque artist in Northern Europe. The huge demand for his work could be satisfied only with the help of a workshop of pupils and assistants. Cultured, cosmopolitan, and a gifted linguist, Rubens was employed by some of the greatest patrons in Europe. He was both a famous international figure and a devoted family man, and his touching portraits of family members are as celebrated as his spectacular religious, mythological, and historical paintings. Rubens was born in Germany, where his father was a refugee from religious strife, but he returned to the family home in Antwerp when he was 10 and spent most of his life there. However, his powerful style was shaped largely in Italy, where he was based from 1600 to 1608. Although his artistic output was vast and varied, Rubens also worked as a diplomat, and he was justly proud of helping to negotiate peace between England and Spain. The kings of both countries knighted him. Lifeline. 1577, born in Germany. 1587, moves to Antwerp. 1600 to 1608, based in Italy. 1609, appointed court painter to Archduke A. Bert and Infanta Saba A. Spanish governors of the Netherlands, marries Isabella Brandt. 1626, first wife of ES. 1628 to 30, versus TS Spain and Ing and on diplomatic missions. 1630, Mar residential, second wife Helene Formant. 1640, dies in Antwerp. The Descent from the Cross. Rubens accentuates the human drama of this biblical scene. Against a dark background, and surrounded by mourners, Christ's limp body sweeps down in a diagonal white gash. 1611 to 14, oil on panel, 420 by 310 centimeters, Cathedral of Our Lady, Antwerp, Belgium. Closer look. Physical drama. Baroque painting gained its effect by emotionally overwhelming the spectator. Rubens uses dramatic physical gestures to express the character's feelings and heighten the painting's emotional impact. Grabbing Christ's bloodied arm, Nicodemus clenches the white shroud in his teeth, adding dynamic tension in both compositional and psychological terms. An autumn landscape with a view of Het Steen in the early morning. This magnificent panoramic landscape shows the artist's country estate at Steen, south of Antwerp, which he bought in 1635 and where he enjoyed private times away from official duties. The picture was painted for pleasure and remained in Rubens's possession until he died. c. 1636, oil on panel. 131 by 229 centimeters, National Gallery, London, UK. Marie de Medicis, arriving at Marseilles, the ex-queen of France, commissioned Rubens to glorify her in a vast cycle of 24 paintings. The artist used poetic license and mythological figures to lend her life heroic grandeur. 1622–25, 0.1 on canvas. 394 by 295 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. Le Chapeau de Paille. This charming, informal portrait may depict the sister of the woman who later became Rubens's second wife. Her rosy, Translucent skin tones reflect the red of the silk sleeves. Reynolds said that Rubens' figures look as though they fed on roses. C25, oil on panel, 79 by 54 centimeters, National Gallery, London, UK. The rape of the daughters of Leucippus, the Greek myth of the abduction of Hilera and Phoebe, daughters of King Leucippus, by the demigod twins Castor and Pollux has been seen as an allegory for the soul's transport into heaven. The winged cupids holding the horse's reins may signify that lust is reined in by love. C1618, oil and canvas, 224 by 211 centimeters, Alti Pinakothek, Munich, Germany. Closer Ayuk. Twisted poses. The women's twisted poses originate in the famous antique sculpture the Laocoon. See page 58. Outflung arms create dynamic sweeping movement in the composition. Opposites. Rubens sets up contrasts of color and texture, ruddy, muscular, male hands against soft, pale, female flesh. Anthony van Dyck. B. Antwerp, 1599. D. London, 1641. Apart from Rubens, in whose Antwerp workshop he served at the beginning of his brilliant career, Van Dyck was the greatest Flemish painter of the 17th century. His aristocratic portraits won him a European reputation and were particularly influential in England, where he spent much of his career. Precociously talented, Van Dyck was apprenticed at the age of just 10. He was strongly influenced by Rubens, although his style was less muscular, tending more towards exquisite sensitivity. Van Dyck also greatly admired Titian, and avidly studied his work when he lived in Italy from 1621 to 1627. In these early years, he was in demand for his paintings of religious and mythological subjects, as well as for portraits. But for the last decade of his life, as court painter to King Charles I of England, his work consisted almost entirely of portraiture. Lifeline. 1599, born in Antwerp, 1618, enrolled as master in Antwerp Painters Guild, working with Rubens, 1621 to 27, lives in Italy, working mainly in Genoa, 1627, returns to Antwerp, 1632, settles in England, knighted by Charies, 1640, Marius Mary Ruthven, lady-in-waiting to the Queen. 1641, dies in London, aged 42. Charles I on horseback. This is the most majestic of all of Van Dyck's portraits of the king. C1636, oil on canvas, 367 by 292 centimeters, National Gallery, London, UK. The rest on the flight into Egypt, virgin with partridges. This popular religious subject is given an unusual treatment, with dancing putty, cherubs, entertaining the Holy Family, and the traditional choir of angels replaced by flying partridges. Sunflowers and a parrot are further quirky additions. The painting may have been created for Charles I's wife, Queen Henrietta Maria, and the mixture of Catholic and classical imagery may originate in the masks, royal entertainment with dance, poetry, and costumes and lavish stage sets held at Charles's court. Early 1630s, OL on canvas. 215 by 285 centimeters, Hermitage, St. Petersburg, Russia. Anthony van Dyck, who while he lived gave immortality to many. Translation of the Latin inscription, ordered by Charles on Van Dyck's monument. Lord John and Lord Bernard Stuart. This magnificent double portrait is characterized by a languid, aristocratic elegance. The teenage brothers are differentiated by their poses, their positioning, the older brother slightly above the younger, and by the contrasting warm gold and brown and blue and silver of their dazzling cavalier costumes. Both died a few years later in the English Civil War. C1638, oil on canvas, 238 x 146 centimeters, National Gallery, London, UK. Closer look. Dazzling elegance. Van Dyck's aristocratic sitters are often shown with slender, elegantly drooping hands here. Lord Bernard is holding one of his kid gloves, and its fingers extend the graceful, rhythmic line of his left hand. The glove's pale kid leather is set against shimmering blue satin and white lace, with each different texture brought alive by Van Dyck's breathtaking brushwork. Jacob Jordians. B. Antwerp, 1593, D. Antwerp, 1678. After the death of Rubens, Jordaens became the leading painter in Flanders. His often boisterous Baroque style shows a huge debt to Rubens, whom he often assisted, even when he was running a large and successful workshop of his own in Antwerp. However, his figure types tend to be coarser than those of Rubens. A versatile and prolific artist, Jordaens produced mythological, genre, and religious works as well as portraits, etchings, and tapestries. Like Rubens, Jordaens spent most of his life in Antwerp, but he received commissions from across Europe. Although he never visited Italy, the strong contrasts of light and shade in his works show the influence of Caravaggio. Late in life, Jordaens converted from Catholicism to Calvinism. He continued to work for Catholic clients, although his painting became more subdued. Lifeline. 1593, born in Antwerp. 1607, begins training with Adam van Noort. 1616, marries van Noort's daughter. Enters the Antwerp Painters Guild. 1621, becomes head of the guild. 1636–37, assists Rubens with paintings for Philip IV of Spain's hunting lodge. c. 1655, converts to Calvinism. 1678, dies in Antwerp. The Holy Family and St. John the Baptist. This dramatically lit work may have been inspired by Caravaggio's Madonna of the Rosary. 7607. 1620–25, oil and panel. 123 by 94 centimeters. National Gallery, London, UK. Satyr with peasants. This scene from Aesop's Fables was one of Jordaens' favorite subjects, and he painted it a number of times. The strong lighting, ruddy coloring, and earthy figures are typical of his work. 1620, oil on canvas, 171 by 194 centimeters. Gemäldegalerie Gallery Altimeister, Kassel, Germany. Franz Snijders. Die Antwerp, 1579. Die Antwerp, 1657. The finest animal artist of his day, the Flemish painter Franz Snijders was often called upon by fellow artists, including Rubens, to paint the animals, fruit, and flowers in their paintings. Rubens sometimes returned the favor by painting figures in Snijders' pictures. The two men were close friends, and Snijders was an executor of Rubens' will. Snijders collaborated in a similar way with other artists, including Van Dyck, Jordaens, and his brother-in-law Cornelis de Vos. The Poulterer's shop. Snijders painted still lives as well as animal scenes. The figures here were added by one of Rubens' workshop. 1612–15, oil on canvas, 188 by 152 centimeters. National Museum, Cardiff, UK. Adrian Brouwer. Ciudenard, 16056, de Antwerp, 1638. Providing an important link between Flemish and Dutch art, the Flemish painter Adrian Brouwer popularized a new form of humorous, low-life genre painting in both countries. Brouwer spent some years in Holland, where he probably trained with Frans Hals, and influenced artists such as Adrian van Ostade. Though his subjects were coarse, his technique was delicate and much admired by contemporaries, such as Rubens and Rembrandt, both of whom collected his works. Peasants quarreling. Brouwer's popular low-life genre scenes often featured grotesquely caricatured peasants brawling in rundown taverns, but they are painted with a delicate touch. Private collection. Jan Bruegel. De Brussels, 1568. De Antwerp, 1625. Jan Bruegel was the second son of the great Peter, peasant, Bruegel. He had a meticulous, almost miniaturist style, and was nicknamed Velvet Bruegel, perhaps because of his skill at painting delicate textures. He specialized in painting lush, detailed woodland scenes and still lives, especially flower paintings. He often collaborated with other artists, including his friend Rubens. Large bouquet of flowers in a wooden tub. Bruegel's flower paintings were highly prized by his contemporaries. 1606–2007, oil on panel, 98 x 73 centimeters, Kunsthistorisches Museum, Vienna, Austria. David Teniers. De Antwerp, 1610. De Brussels, 1690. The son-in-law of Jan Bruegel, and the most celebrated member of a family of Flemish painters, Teniers the Younger was a hugely popular and prolific artist. He is best known for his genre scenes, some which show the influence of Brouwer, although they are more refined. Employed in Brussels as court painter and keeper of pictures by Archduke Leopold Wilhelm, Teniers also made paintings of the galleries housing the Archduke's famous art collection. The dentist Janiers treats the scene of a peasant visiting the dentist with restraint and sympathy. The glistening bottles and pots have been painted with great delicacy. 1652, oil on panel, 33 by 47 centimeters, Manchester Art Gallery, UK. Frans Hals. B. Antwerp, 1582-83, D. Haarlem, 1666. One of the greatest and most original of all portrait painters, Hals brought his sitters to life with dashing, virtuoso brushwork and an uncanny ability to capture fleeting expressions. Almost all of his 300 or so works are portraits. The first great Dutch artist of the 17th century, he brought a new vitality and realism to Dutch painting and revolutionized the staid, formal portraiture of the day. Hals was born in Antwerp, but spent most of his life in Haarlem. Despite being in demand there for individual and group portraits, he was plagued by money troubles. Indeed, most of the few facts known about his life relate to domestic and financial crises. 1. Gypsy Girl. This shows the bold, sketchy lifeline. 1582-83, born in Antwerp, the son of a clothworker. C. 1585, family moves back to his father's native Haarlem. 1610, enters the Haarlem. 1615, first wife dies. 1616, receives his first major commission, banquet of the officers of the St. George Civic Guard Company. 1617, marries his second wife. They have 8 children, 5 of whom become painters. 1624, paints the Laughing Cavalier. 1654, sells his belongings to settle his debt with a baker. 1664, is destitute and living off charity. Paints Regentesses of the Old Men's Almshouse. 1666, dies in poverty. Gypsy Girl. This shows the bold, sketchy freedom of Hals's technique. The subject is probably a prostitute rather than a gypsy. C. 1628-30, oil on panel, 58x32 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. The Laughing Cavalier. This is one of the most famous portraits in the world. Lit from the left, and set against a plain wall onto which his shadow falls, this unidentified character seems to leap out at the viewer. An air of immediacy is created by his swaggering pose and expression. Hand on hip, he turns his glance, slightly downwards, towards us. Despite the painting's title, he is not laughing. 1624, oil on canvas, 83 by 67 centimeters, Wallace Collection, London, UK. Closer look. The sitter's age. Although we do not know the sitter's name, we do know his age. The inscription on the back wall tells us, in Latin, that he was 26 when the portrait was painted, in 1624. Embroidery details. Whereas much of the sitter's costume is painted in broad, free strokes, Hals picks out the embroidery on his chest and sleeve with nimble precision. The embroidered motifs, which include winged arrows and bees, are emblems of love. Banquet of the officers of the St. George Civic Guard Company. In his first major commission, and the first of his celebrated Civic Guard paintings, Hals reveals his skill at bringing freshness and vitality to a group portrait. 1616, oil on canvas, 175 by 324 centimeters, Frans Hals Museum, Haarlem, Netherlands. Regentesses of the Old Men's Almshouse, painted when Hals was in his 80s. This subdued group portrait is a poignant, moving image of old age. The painting behind the Regentesses may show the Good Samaritan, illustrating their charitable role. 1664, oil on canvas, 171 by 250 centimeters, Frans Hals Museum, Haarlem, Netherlands. His paintings are imbued with such force and vitality that he seems to defy nature herself with his brush. Theodorus Shrevelius, a Haarlem schoolmaster who essayed for a portrait by Hals. Rembrandt Harmensch van Rijn. B. Leiden, 1606, D. Amsterdam, 1669. The greatest of all Dutch painters, Rembrandt enjoyed domestic happiness and professional success early in his career, but his later life was marred by personal and financial misfortune. The bulk of his work was in portraiture, but he excelled in other areas of painting and drawing, including mythological and religious subjects. After settling in Amsterdam in 1631-32, Rembrandt soon became the city's leading portraitist, enlivening even group portraits with a dramatic sense of narrative. Early works feature vivid lighting effects and expressive gestures. Later works, less fashionable then but more admired now, are more introspective, characterized by less overt drama, a broader, less polished technique, and a deeply compassionate psychological insight. Lifeline. 1606, born in Leiden, the son of a prosperous miller, c. 1624, trains with Peter Lastman in Amsterdam. 1631-32, settles in Amsterdam. 1632, paints the anatomy lesson of Dr. Tulp. 1634, marries Saskia van Eulenburch. They have 4 children. 3 die as babies. 1642, paints the Night Watch. Saskia dies. 1654, Hendrik Stoffels enters Rembrandt household as a servant. She becomes one of his favorite models and has 2 children with him. 1656, is declared insolvent. 1663, Hendrik dies. 1668, his son Titus dies. 1669, dies in Amsterdam. Jacobil de Gain. This striking early portrait shows the polished technique that helped bring the young Rembrandt success. 1632, oil on panel, 30 x 25 centimeters, Dulwich Picture Gallery, London, UK. The storm on the Sea of Galilee/he diagonal composition and the shaft of light help create intense drama in this biblical scene. 1633, oil on canvas, 162 x 130 m, Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum, Boston, US. Young woman sleeping. Rembrandt created this masterful drawing, reminiscent of Oriental calligraphy, with a few broad brushstrokes. C. 1654, ink on paper, 24 x 20 centimeters, British Museum, London, UK. The 3 Crosses. Rembrandt was one of the greatest of all printmakers. Most of his prints are etchings, but this expressive, richly textured masterpiece is a dry point, made by scratching into a copper plate with a needle-like tool. 1653, dry point, 39 by 45 centimeters, British Museum, London, UK. The Night Watch. This huge painting earned its misleading title because of its darkened varnish, but was originally called the Militia Company of Captain Franz Banningkock and Lieutenant Willem van Rittenberch. Instead of showing the militiamen posed in the usual neat rows or seated around a table, Rembrandt depicts a lively, dramatic scene, as if the men are about to march out towards the viewer. 1642, oil on canvas, 363 by 437 centimeters, Rijksmuseum, Amsterdam, Netherlands. Company mascot illuminated by a shaft of light. This little girl stands out amid the surrounding darkness, with her butter yellow dress echoing the lieutenant's gorgeous costume. She is probably the mascot of the company, and carries its emblems: chicken claws, a pistol, and the company goblet. Self-portrait. Rembrandt van Rijn, c. 1665, oil on canvas, 114 by 94 centimeters, Kenwood House, London, UK. Closer look. Self-portrait. Rembrandt van Rijn. During his lifetime, Rembrandt left around 70 self-portraits, half of them paintings and half of them etchings and drawings. It was a remarkable, unprecedented 40-year exercise in self-examination. This self-portrait was made in c. 1665, when Rembrandt was in his mid to late 50s. By this time, he had declined from his earlier days of prosperity. He had lost 3 of his children in infancy. His wife Saskia had died aged 30 in 1642, and he had been declared bankrupt in 1656. We can sense Rembrandt's tribulations in this masterpiece. And yet, in his expression, there is also serenity, perhaps even confidence. He looks at us as if we are the ones to be pitied, the ones who don't understand his genius. Composition. Rembrandt is holding the tools of his trade, brushes, a maul stick, to support the hand without smudging the paint, and a palette. In the background, there are 2 circles. Many critics have speculated on their meaning. They are a representation of the hemispheres found on maps of the world, or purely an abstract design? Tonal contrast. The light source comes from the top left, illuminating the turban and side of the face, but leaving the bottom half of the picture in mysterious, melancholy shadow. A stable structure. Rembrandt's head, shoulders, palette, and maul stick form a triangle. This provides a stable composition and emphasizes the confidence exuded by Rembrandt. Background circles. Rembrandt has painted 2 circles on his canvas. The right-hand one counterbalances Rembrandt's head and body, which are on the left side of the canvas. Technique. The painting has a wonderful variety of marks. Bold strokes of paint define the turban. Deft brushwork helps describe the curly locks of hair. Rembrandt applies dabs of pigment across the skin tones and feints and starts, resulting in an exciting array of textured marks. By contrast, he sketches in his clothed body with fluent, thin passages of paint. Here, the picture dissolves into a half-painted blur of brown. Only understated highlights on the brushes and maulstick hold our attention. Mustache. To create the illusion of the thin, wispy mustache, Rembrandt has scratched into the wet paint with the brush handle. A pale highlight beneath the mustache helps to define the top edge of the upper lip. Broad strokes. Broad, thick strokes of white paint are used to build up the form of the turban, a type of headgear that Rembrandt wore in several of himself portraits. Left hand. Rembrandt defines his left hand with fast, sketchy brushwork imitating the way we perceive objects in murky shadow. Rembrandt was quite relaxed about leaving parts unfinished in a self-portrait, although for a commission portrait, the patron would want more precise, detailed work. Eaves and nose. In an act of brutal honesty, Rembrandt applies 2 dabs of paints to the end of his nose, one white and one crimson. Just as Rembrandt's expression is open and candid, so too is his style of painting. He seems resigned to old age. In context. Compare with other self-portraits. In the early self-portraits, Rembrandt generally shows himself as confident, successful, and playful. This is particularly evident in the colorful, lively painting of him as the prodigal son with his latest conquest. The model was his wife, Saskia. Many of Rembrandt's early self-portraits, such as the C1628 and C1639 examples here, were tronies, head and shoulder studies in which the model plays a role or expresses a particular emotion. The later self-portraits tend to be melancholy and reflective. They are frank, often unflattering, but nevertheless dignified, exemplified by the 1669 self-portrait, believed to be his last. Self-portrait as a young man. C1628, oil on panel, 23x19 cm, Rijksmuseum, Amsterdam. The Prodigal Son in the Tavern. C1635, oil on canvas, Gemäldegalerie, Gallery, Dresden. Self-portrait with gorget and beret. 1639, oil on panel, Uffizi, Florence. Self-portrait at the window. 1648, 16x13 cm, etching, Rijksmuseum, Amsterdam. Self-portrait. 1669, oil on canvas, 64 by 58 cm, Mauritshuis, The Hague. Gerrit Doe. B. Leiden, 1613. D. Leiden, 1675. Rembrandt's first pupil, Doe was much influenced by his master's use of dramatic contrasts of light and dark. However, he went on to develop his own style, painting small-scale, meticulously detailed pictures using a highly polished, smooth technique. As well as genre subjects and portraits, he painted historical scenes and still lives. Doe was a slow and obsessively fastidious worker. He is said to have waited until the dust settled in his studio before starting work. Hugely successful in his day and a popular teacher, Doe founded the tradition of feinschilders, fine painters, in Leiden, which continued until the 19th century. Lifeline. 1613, born in Leiden, the son of a glass engraver. 1628, joins Rembrandt's workshop, aged 15. 1648, becomes a founding member of Guild of St. Luke, Painters Guild, in Leiden. 1665, exhibition of 27 of Doe's paintings in Leiden. 1675, dies in Leiden. Anna and Tobit. Rembrandtesque light and shade combined with Doe's own interest in detail and surface textures in this touching scene. C. 1645, oil on panel, 61x46 cm, Louvre, Paris, France. Maid servant at a window. Doe often set his figures under a stone arch. The objects that appear to project over the window ledge and into the viewer's space emphasize the illusionism of his exquisitely precise technique. Museum Boijmans van Beuningen, Rotterdam, Netherlands. Closer look. Polished surface. The reflective surface of the water pitcher is painted in painstaking detail. Doe's highly finished technique creates an enamel-like surface in which brushstrokes are imperceptible. He further displays his skill in the water flowing over the carved window ledge. Jan Luyens, B. Leiden, 1607, D. Amsterdam, 1674. The son of an embroiderer, Luyens was extraordinarily precocious. Only 10 years old when he went to study in Amsterdam with Peter Lastman, he was working as an independent painter in Leiden by the age of about 13. In the late 1620s, Luyens worked with Rembrandt, and contemporaries sometimes had difficulty differentiating their work. Luyens enjoyed more worldly success than Rembrandt, but his later work, despite being highly accomplished, did not mature into equivalent greatness. He spent some time in England, where he was influenced by Anthony van Dyck, then lived in Antwerp, The Hague, and Amsterdam. The lasting impression of Van Dyck can be seen in Luyens' fashionable portraits and history painting. Raising of Lazarus in 1629, Luyens was described as exceeding Rembrandt. In a certain imaginative grandeur and boldness. This melodramatic image of the dead Lazarus emerging from his tomb hands first was painted around this time. 1631, oil on canvas, 107 x 114 centimeters, Brighton Museum and Art Gallery, UK. Fire and childhood painted when Luyens was in his teens. This picture, lit only by the glowing embers, shows his precocious mastery of lighting. C 1623-25, oil and panel, 83 x 58 centimeters, Gemäldegalerie Gallery Altimeister, Kassel, Germany. Karel Fabricius. B. Mittenbeemster, 1622, D. Delft, 1654. Renowned as Rembrandt's most gifted pupil, Fabricius is also celebrated, along with Vermeer and de Hooch, as one of the masters of the Delft school. Sadly, his life and promising career were cut short when he was killed by the gunpowder explosion that devastated Delft in 1654. Only about a dozen of his works survive, but they show the range and sensitivity of his art. The Goldfinch, a painting remarkable for its bold simplicity, subtle coloring, and striking illusionism. 1654, oil on panel, 34 by 23 centimeters, Mauritshuis, The Hague, Netherlands. Hendrik Averkamp. B. Amsterdam, 1585, D. Kampen, 1634. The most famous Dutch painter of winter scenes, Averkamp trained in Amsterdam with Peter Isaacs, but spent most of his life in the provincial backwater of Kampen. He was unable to speak and was known as the Mute of Kampen because of this disability. Although pictures of skating existed before the 17th century, Averkamp established them as a specific genre. He painted these lively scenes, densely populated by a cross-section of Dutch society, not on commission, but for sale on the open art market. Winter scene with skaters near a castle. This early landscape is full of carefully observed incidents. C 1608-09, oil on panel, diameter 41 centimeters, National Gallery, London, UK. Jan van Goyen. B. Leiden, 1596, D. The Hague, 1656. An influential pioneer of realistic Dutch landscape painting, Van Goyen was a consummate master of the tonal style, in which the primary concern was to capture atmospheric effects. He often based his paintings on open-air drawings made during extensive sketching journeys. Van Goyen was hugely prolific, and about 1,000 of his drawings survive, ranging from chalk sketches to elaborate watercolors. Van Goyen learned to paint in Leiden, but he became a pupil of the landscape painter essayist Van de Velde in Haarlem, and later established a studio in The Hague. View from Renan van Goyen's muted landscapes often feature a vast expanse of sky. Here it occupies 3/4 of the picture space. 1648, oil on panel, 63 x 85 cm, Kunsthal, Hamburg, Germany. Ert Wanderneer. B. Amsterdam, 1603-04, D. Amsterdam, 1677. A much imitated Dutch landscape painter, Van der Neer specialized in two types of paintings: winter scenes with skaters, and nocturnal landscapes, which were illuminated either by moonlight or by a burning building. His earliest dated work is from 1630, but his most accomplished landscapes date from the 1640s and 50s. Although none of Van der Neer's contemporaries could equal his skill at nocturnal scenes, he struggled to make a living through his art. In 1658 he opened a wine shop, but he was declared bankrupt 4 years later. Two of Van der Neer's sons were also painters. Canals seen by moonlight nocturnal scenes suited a tonal approach to landscape. Van der Neer silhouettes a Dutch skyline and fishermen working by a canal against a luminous, moonlit sky. C 1645-50, oil on canvas, 59 x 73 centimeters, Wallace Collection, London, UK. Jan Both. B. Utrecht, C 1618, D. Utrecht, 1652. The son of a Utrecht glass painter, Both was a pioneer of Dutch-Italianate landscape painting. He probably studied in his native Utrecht with Abraham Blommaert, before spending several years, c. 1637-41, painting in Italy with his brother Andries. He was influenced by the great landscape artist Claude, whom he met in Rome. Both returned north to Utrecht after his brother's accidental death by drowning in Venice. He made his name with his idyllic Italianate landscapes, suffused with the sunlight of the warm south and peopled with peasants or travelers. Such scenes were hugely popular with the Dutch art-buying public. Italian landscape with Monte Sucrate beneath a warm southern sky. A winding road leads to a distant mountain in this gentle landscape. Since 1637-41, oil and canvas, 147 by 206 centimeters, Fitzwilliam Museum, Cambridge, UK. Nicolaes Bertram. B. Haarlem, c. 1620, D. Amsterdam, 1683. Although he adopted a different name, Bertram was the son of the still-life painter Peter Klesch, who was his first teacher. He studied with Jan van Goyen and went on to become very successful and prolific. He ranks with Jan Both as the outstanding Dutch specialist in Italianate landscapes. Bertram worked in Haarlem and Amsterdam, and probably visited Italy during the 1650s. He had many pupils and followers, and his pastoral landscapes were highly prized by collectors. Peasants with 4 oxen and a goat at a ford by a ruined aqueduct against a luminous sky. Italian peasants lead cattle home beneath ancient Roman ruins. C. 1655-60, oil and panel, 47 by 39 centimeters, National Gallery, London, UK. Jan van de Kapel. B. Amsterdam, 1626, D. Amsterdam, 1679. The wealthy heir to his father's Amsterdam dye works, Kapel painted in his spare time but was one of the greatest Dutch marine painters. Self-taught, he learned partly by copying seascapes. He enjoyed excursions on his pleasure yacht, and his drawings indicate that he sketched from nature. Most of his paintings show handsome ships on calm rivers and estuaries beneath cloudy skies. His great skill was in capturing atmospheric conditions. He also painted beach scenes and winter landscapes. An avid collector, Kapel owned some 200 paintings and 7,000 drawings by leading Flemish and Dutch artists, including about 500 by Rembrandt. A Dutch yacht firing a salute as a barge pulls away, and many small vessels at anchor. Although Dutch ships are the ostensible subject, the impact of this seascape comes from its delicate tonal harmonies and enveloping, hazy atmosphere. 1650, oil and panel, 86 x 114 centimeters, National Gallery, London, UK. Jacob van Ruysdael. B. Haarlem, 1628-29, D. Amsterdam, 1682. Ruysdael is regarded as the greatest of all Dutch landscape artists. He may have been taught by his father, who was a frame maker and art dealer, or by his uncle, Salomon van Ruysdael, who was a prolific painter of quiet tonal landscapes similar to those of Van Goyen. But Ruysdael soon developed his own moody, emotionally charged style of landscape, using rich coloring, dramatic lighting, and vigorous brushwork. His landscape imagery is inventive and wide-ranging, from rocky waterfalls to woodland scenes and sky-filled panoramic views. Few facts are known about Ruysdael's life. He left his native Haarlem in about 1656 and settled in Amsterdam, where he lived for the rest of his life. Ruysdael's only known pupil was Meindert Habema, but his influence on future painters, from Gainsborough to Constable and the Barbizon painters, was immense. Lifeline 1628/29, born in Haarlem 1646, paints his earliest dated works. C. 1650, travels to the Dutch/German border with fellow painter Nicolaes Berchem. C. 1655-60, paints two versions of the Jewish cemetery. C. 1656, moves to Amsterdam. 1657, baptized into the Reformed Church. 1660, writes testimonial for Meindert Habema, his only documented pupil. 1667, presumably suffers serious illness, as he twice makes a will, describing himself as a bachelor. 1682, dies, probably in Amsterdam, is buried in the cathedral at Haarlem. Peaceful landscape. The tree has been called the hero of Ruysdael's art. It could be noble and strong, as in this drawing, or blasted and dying. Pen and ink with watercolor on paper, Musée Condé, Chantilly, France. The Jewish cemetery, this scene, creates a darkly emotional impact unique in landscape painting of the time. C. 1655-60, oil on canvas, 84 by 95 centimeters, Gemäldegalerie Gallery Alte Meister, Dresden, Germany. Closer Ayuk. Shadowy tombstones. The landscape is a vanitas, an allegory reminding us of the transience of human life. It is based both on observation of the cemetery at Ouderkerk, near Amsterdam, and on imagination. Brooding clouds. Cloudless skies are unknown in Ruysdael's landscapes, and he used clouds to evoke mood. Here, brooding storm clouds create the graveyard's dramatic lighting and intense, melancholy atmosphere. Meindert Habema. B. Amsterdam, 1638. D. Amsterdam, 1709. The Dutch landscape painter Habema is now mainly famous for just one painting, the Avenue, Middelharnis, perhaps the most memorable of all Dutch landscapes. It was painted relatively late in his career, and towards the end of the great age of Dutch landscape. The powerful simplicity of the composition, with its celebrated central perspective scheme, is unforgettable. Based in Amsterdam, Habema was a friend and the only documented pupil of Jacob van Ruysdael. His early paintings show similarities to Ruysdael's, but his work is generally sunnier, less dramatic, and narrower in range. He concentrated on a few favorite types of composition, typically featuring woody landscapes and watermills around a pool, sometimes with a winding road. Such paintings influenced Gainsborough's early landscapes. It used to be thought that Habema gave up painting after marrying and taking a well-paid job as a wine gauger for the Amsterdam customs. But it now seems that he continued painting in his spare time. His masterpiece, The Avenue, is dated 1689. Lifeline. 1638, born in Amsterdam, Clate 1650s, studies with Jacob van Ruysdael. 1668, marries Eeltije Vink. Begins working for the Amsterdam Customs and Excise, supervising the weighing and measuring of imported wine, and thereafter paints mainly as a leisure activity. 1689, paints The Avenue, Middelharnis. 1704, death of his wife. 1709, dies in Amsterdam. A ruin on the bank of a river / his serene landscape, with leafy trees, a tiny figure, and a ruin reflected in the still water of a pond, is typical of most of Habema's work. The unidentified ruin recurs in several other paintings. 1667, oil on panel, 60x84 centimeters, Wallace Collection, London, UK. The Avenue, Middelharnis. Habema draws the eye deep into the landscape, along the straight, tree-lined road at right angles to the picture surface. The perspective scheme makes the viewer feel he is entering the avenue and will meet the walking figure. 1689, oil on canvas, 104x 141 centimeters, National Gallery, London, UK. Closer look. Meeting point. The rapidly converging lines created by the straight road, the trees, and the dikes meet at a distant vanishing point on the horizon, close to the head of the man walking towards us. Albert Quip. B. Dordrecht, 1620, D. Dordrecht, 1691. Celebrated for his luminous landscapes, Albert Quipp was a versatile artist who also painted portraits, sea pieces, and still lives. The son and probably the pupil of Jacob Gerritz Quipp, he was first employed to paint in the landscape backgrounds to his father's portraits. Quipp's early works are influenced by Jan van Goyen's tonal landscapes, but in the mid-1640s he adopted an Italianizing manner, evocative of Claude, and probably inspired by Jan both. Quipp never actually visited Italy, but he did make numerous sketching trips along the Rhine and other rivers. Quipp developed his Italian landscapes in an individual way, peopling them with recognizably Dutch shepherds and farmers. His reputation rests on his beautifully composed, tranquil landscapes, often featuring monumental cattle set against glowing skies. Lifeline. 1620 born in Dordrecht, into a family of artists. 1639 earliest dated painting. C 1651-52 travels up the Rhine. 1658 marries a rich widow and thereafter evidently paints comparatively little. 1691 dies in Dordrecht. Ubbergen Castle 7 He ruined castle at Ubbergen, partly destroyed during the Spanish occupation, was a Dutch national symbol. C 1655 oil on panel, 32 x 55 centimeters, National Gallery, London, UK. Sunset after rain with its placid cows and evening sky. This poetic scene has a calm grandeur. C 1648-52, oil on panel, 84 x 70 centimeters, Fitzwilliam Museum, Cambridge, UK. Adrian van Ostade. B. Haarlem, 1610. D. Haarlem, 1685. Best known for his peasant genre paintings and etchings, Ostade also occasionally painted small portraits and biblical subjects. He lived all his life in Haarlem and, according to the Dutch painter and writer Arnold Houbraken, he trained with Frans Hals. One of his fellow pupils was Adrian Brouwer, whose works had a great influence on him. Ostade's use of light and shade also reflects a knowledge of Rembrandt. Ostade had joined the Haarlem Painters Guild by 1634 and was elected dean in 1662. He is thought to have taught his brother Isaac and Jan Steen. A successful, prolific artist, Ostade died a wealthy man. The schoolmaster Ostade's early works often depict drunken peasants, but later ones, such as this, have more respectable subjects. C 1662, oil on panel, 40 by 31 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. Gabriel Metsu. B. Leiden, 1629. D. Amsterdam, 1667. An accomplished painter of genre pictures as well as other subjects, Gabriel Metsu was the son of the painter Jacques Metsu. Some sources suggest Metsu was a pupil of Gerrit Dou, but this seems unlikely because his early style is much broader than Dou's Finchschilder, fine painter, manner. Later, Metsu's technique became more meticulous. He mainly painted genteel middle-class scenes, some of which have been compared to the work of Gerard ter Borch and Jan Vermeer. In 1648, Metsu became a founder member of the Painters Guild in Leiden. He spent the last decade of his life in Amsterdam. The Sleeping Sportsman. This painting has various sexual allusions that would have been apparent to Metsu's audience. 1650s, oil on canvas, 40 x 35 centimeters, Wallace Collection, London, UK. Willem van de Velde the Younger. B. Leiden, 1633. D. London, 1707. The son of Willem van de Velde the Elder, 1611-93, who was the official Dutch war artist. Willem the Younger was taught by his father and by Simon de Vlieger. Though born in Leiden, he grew up in Amsterdam and moved to England with his father in the winter of 1672-73. The following year, both men were appointed naval war artists by Charles II, provided with a studio in Greenwich, and commissioned to make tapestry designs as well as paintings. Renowned for his mastery of composition and atmosphere, Willem the Younger painted battle scenes, portraits of individual ships, and seascapes. He was in high demand from both the English and Dutch markets, but was particularly influential in England, where the entire tradition of marine painting originates from him. Storm at sea. The sun bursts through clouds, as ships face destruction on mountainous waves. Oil on panel, Worcester Art Museum, Massachusetts, U.S. A Hecker alongside a Kag at anchor. This beautifully balanced composition shows one of Willem the Younger's preferred subjects, magnificent Dutch ships in calm weather. It is the evocation of space and atmosphere that is so impressive. Harold Samuel Collection, Mansion House, London, UK. Jan Steen. B. Leiden, 1625-26. D. Leiden, 1679. Along with Rembrandt, Hals, and Vermeer, Jan Steen is one of his nation's most popular painters. His name has even become part of Dutch proverbial language. A Jan Steen household refers to a rowdy, chaotic home such as the one depicted in Slash and Luxury. Look out, right. Although he is best known for such comic scenes of contemporary life, Steen was actually an inventive, versatile, and prolific artist. He painted a wide range of subjects, including portraits and historical and mythological works. In all, about 800 paintings are attributed to him. Steen is thought to have studied with various masters, including Adrian van Ostade and Jan van Goyen, whose daughter he married. As well as painting, Steen ran a brewery, then a tavern, but he still ended his life heavily in debt. Lifeline. 1625-26. Born in Leiden, the son of a brewer. 1648 joins Leiden Painters Guild. 1649 marries daughters of Jan van Goyen. 1660-70 lives in Haarlem. 1670 returns to Leiden. 1679 dies, and is buried in family grave in the Pijderskirk. Skid players outside and bathed in shimmering light. This small-scale scene creates a gentle view of Dutch society at leisure. 1660-63, oil on panel. 27 centimeters, National Gallery, London, UK. In Luxury, look out, this comic masterpiece has a serious moral message, which is written on the slate in the bottom right corner / and Luxury. Look out. Steen's chaotic cast of well-off characters enact various forms of folly and debauchery. Meanwhile, a basket hanging over their heads contains objects such as a crutch, indicating the poverty and disease that await them. 1663, oil on canvas, 100 by 140 centimeters, Kunsthistorisches Museum, Vienna, Austria. Closer look. Meaningless banter. The quacking duck on the man's shoulder suggests he is talking nonsense, paying no attention to the chaos around him. Sniffing pig ate pigs a rose in a reference to vice in a Dutch proverb. Throwing roses before swine represents wastefulness. Gerard ter Borch the Younger. Bizawali, 1617. D. Deventer, 1681. Ter Borch showed his talent early, as can be seen in drawings he made at the age of 8. They were dated by his father, a minor artist who was his first teacher. Born in the provincial Dutch city of Zwolle, Ter Borch was unusually widely traveled, visiting England, Italy, Germany, Spain, and Flanders. In 1654 he settled in Deventer, where he was an extremely successful painter of genre, everyday life, scenes featuring elegant members of Dutch society. He had a gift for suggesting individual character, and was astonishingly skillful at rendering surface textures, such as those of shiny silks and satins. The lute player. This picture comes alive because of its strong characterization and the meticulous technique with which Ter Borch captures the brilliant sheen of the lute player's dress. 1667-68, oil and panel, Gemialde Gallery, Altimeister, Kassel, Germany. Peter de Hooch. B. Rotterdam, 1629, D. Amsterdam, 1684. One of the most accomplished of the Dutch genre painters, Peter de Hooch is best known for his tranquil, homely interiors and sunny courtyard scenes, characterized by convincing perspective, masterful lighting, and peaceful atmosphere. Along with Vermeer, he is one of the masters of the Delft school. His reputation rests on the quiet masterpieces he painted during his short time, c. 1652-60, living there. Although he is most associated with Delft, de Hooch moved around the Netherlands. He was born in Rotterdam and trained in Haarlem with the landscape painter Nicolaes Berchem. He left Delft in about 1660 and moved to Amsterdam, where he lived and worked until his death in 1684, painting more elaborate but less touching works. He died in an insane asylum. A boy bringing pomegranates in this tender domestic scene, line, and light combine to create a realistic and atmospheric sense of space. The converging perspective lines of the receding floor tiles, and an alternating pattern of light and shade, measure the movement into depth. Warm, golden light models forms and adds to the tranquil mood. C1662, oil on canvas, 73x 60 centimeters, Wallace Collection, London, UK. The courtyard of a house in Delft de Hooch uses perspective to create compartments of space in this subdued courtyard scene. The eye is led into depth across the paving stones, through the archway, and into the hallway, where a woman stands looking away from us at the window of the house across the street. 1658, oil on canvas, 74 by 60 centimeters, National Gallery, London, UK. Jan Vermeer. B. Delft, 1632. D. Delft, 1675. After centuries of obscurity, Vermeer is now celebrated as one of the greatest of all Dutch artists. He is renowned for his serene, beautifully composed and lit, and uncannily realistic paintings. His subject matter is usually a woman at home in a Dutch interior, writing, reading, playing a musical instrument, or simply posing, or a servant engaged in domestic activities such as pouring milk. He was discovered in 1866 by the French writer Théophile Thor, who called him the Sphinx of Delft because so little was known about him. There are few documented facts about Vermeer's life, and only about 35 paintings are known to be by him. Vermeer was the son of an innkeeper and art dealer in Delft, and seems to have lived all his life in the city. Nothing is known of his youth or training until he became a member of the Painters' Guild in 1653, the same year that he married Catharina Bones, a Catholic. The couple had 15 children. In his later years, Vermeer suffered dire financial hardship, and he died in debt in Delft at the age of only 43. Lifeline. 1653, at the age of 21, becomes member of Delft Painters' Guild. 1656, earliest known dated picture, The Procuress, 1662, and 1670, elected hoofdman, headman, of the Painters' Guild. 1665 to 6 paints Much Loved Girl with a Pearly Ring. 1672, Vermeer's art business collapses after French invasion of the Netherlands triggers a national economic crisis. 1675, dies in debt. View of Delft, one of only 2 exterior views by Vermeer. This picture of his hometown is a celebrated masterpiece of lighting, atmosphere, and almost photographic realism. As townsfolk chat on the quayside in the foreground, the busy skyline and clouds are reflected in the glistening water. C1660-61, oil and canvas, 96 by 117 centimeters, Mauritshuis, The Hague, Netherlands. Girl with a pearl earring against a dark background. A girl turns to look, almost questioningly, towards the viewer. This exquisite painting gains its effect through strikingly simple composition, pearly lighting, and the muted harmony of yellow and blue. C1665-68, oil on canvas, 44x39 centimeters, Mauritshuis, The Hague, Netherlands. The milkmaid. There was a long tradition of picturing milkmaids in Dutch art, but Vermeer's image is unique in its serenity and monumental simplicity. Sunlight from a window falls upon the milkmaid, modeling her rounded figure with strong contrasts of light and shade. C1657-58, oil on canvas, 45 by 41 centimeters, Rijksmuseum, Amsterdam, Netherlands. Closer look. Speckles of paint from a distance. Vermeer's paintings may appear smoothly painted, but in close-up the individual brush marks and blobs of paint with which he recreates the play of light reflected off different surfaces are visible. His paint surface has been likened to crushed pearls melted together. Molten highlights evoke the texture of the grainy bread crust and woven wicker. The Art of Painting, The Artist's Studio, Jan Vermeer, C1666-68, 120x 100 centimeters, oil on canvas, Kunsthistorisches Museum, Vienna, Austria. Closer look. The Art of Painting, Jan Vermeer. Vermeer painted this picture, also known as The Artist's Studio, in his 30s, and despite dire Financial problems. He never sold this masterpiece, perhaps keeping it as a showpiece for prospective clients. It is larger than most of his paintings and uses symbolism and allegory to comment on the status of art and artists in the 17th century. Composition. The curtain and the diagonal lines created by the floor tiles help draw the viewer into the composition. Vermeer used laws of linear perspective. He marked the vanishing point with a pin, and the orthogonals, receding parallel lines, with chalk lengths of string tied to the pin. Dark to light the curtain and chair create a dark foreground, which leads into the scene beyond, lit, as usual with Vermeer, from the left. Vanishing point orthogonals drawn through the pale floor tiles and along the table d'age meet at the vanishing point in front of the girl. Technique. No known drawings or preliminary studies by Vermeer exist, so this painting is important because it suggests his working methods. Having covered his canvas in light gray to create a base color, he added compositional elements with white, probably chalk, lines. Features such as exaggerated perspective, the chair, soft focus, Cleo's face, and the molten highlights, curtain and chandelier, suggest the use of a camera obscura, see right. Beads of light. Vermeer had a remarkable ability to create an almost tangible illusion of different surface textures. Pinpoints of light pick out the woven stitches on the curtain. Painting in progress. This detail gives a fascinating glimpse of Vermeer's working method. Using a maul stick, the black stick on which his hand rests, the artist paints Cleo's laurel crown, having first drawn in the outlines in chalk. In context. Camera obscura. A camera obscura, Latin for dark chamber, is a darkened booth or box with a pinhole. It allows an image of a brightly lit scene or subject to be projected onto a screen. This scene can then be traced. Vermeer may have constructed a booth-type camera obscura in the room in his studio. Simple camera obscuras invert the image, but mirrors can be used to turn it right way up. Explaining optics. This engraving from Denis Diderot's 18th century encyclopedia illustrates the basic principles of the camera obscura. Story and characters. Vermeer presents his painting as if the viewer has pulled aside the curtain to see the artist at work, painting a model dressed as Cleo, the muse of history in Greek mythology. The painter himself is viewed from the back, wearing an elegant costume from an earlier period. Illusion and symbolism combine in the beautifully observed details, from mask to map and ornate chandelier. Painted mask. Although it may seem to be a casually discarded studio prop, the mask on the table can be viewed as a symbol of imitation, one of the functions of painting. Depicting a convincing imitation of reality. A mirror of nature was a central aim of many 17th century Dutch artists. The muse of history. This figure can be identified as Cleo, the muse of history, because of the objects she wears and carries. Her crown of laurel leaves symbolizes glory and honor, which will survive for posterity. She holds a trumpet, indicating fame, which can be achieved by the artist, and a book, symbolizing history. A country divided. The age-worn map of the Netherlands behind Cleo relates to history. The Dutch northern provinces gained independence from Spain with the Treaty of Münster in 1648. Vermeer has depicted this split by painting a crease, above center, along the frontier of the Protestant Dutch Republic on the right and the Catholic Spanish Habsburg southern provinces on the left. North is to the right of the map. Spanish decline. Apart from being a virtuoso display of painting, the chandelier may refer to the waning of Spanish power. It shows the Habsburg symbol, the double-headed eagle, but significantly, there are no candles. Vermeer's most remarkable trait is the quality of his light. Théophile Thor, French writer on art, c. 1866. Willem Klesch Heda. B. Haarlem, c. 1594. D. Haarlem, 1680. Willem Klesch Heda was one of the masters of 17th century Dutch still life painting, and he made a particular speciality of the ontbijt, breakfast piece. Along with Peter Klesch, he was the leading exponent of this type of work, and the two men founded the tradition of still life painting in his native Haarlem. Characterized by subdued, close tonal harmonies, their paintings can be seen as the still life equivalents of the tonal landscapes of Jan van Goyen. In common with other Dutch still life painters of the time, Heda was concerned both with rendering different textures, distinguishing between the dull sheen of pewter and the gloss of silver. With rendering different textures, distinguishing between the dull sheen of pewter and the gloss of silver, for example, and with creating images that were symbolic of the transience of human life and achievements. Hayda's son, Garrett, imitated his father's style, and their works are often hard to tell apart. Till life with food and drink. Hayda objects appear almost to float against a plain, softly illuminated background. This still life is a vanitas, symbolizing the brevity of life. All food decays, and Hayda's speciality, the mincemeat pie, is already partially eaten. Oil on panel, 53 by 73 centimeters, private collection. Closer Ayuk. Lemon peel. Lemons alluded to a deceptive appearance, beautiful to look at, but sour tasting. The works by Hayda, Dahim, and Kaf shown here all feature a half-peeled lemon, a symbol and a display of the painter's skill. Jan Davids Dahim. Utrecht, 1606, the Antwerp, 1683-84. One of the most accomplished of the Dutch still life painters, Heem is renowned for his flower pieces and for tables laid with luxury foodstuffs. The son of the Utrecht painter David de Heem, he was trained by Balthasar van der Ast. In 1635, he settled in Antwerp. Heem's work links the Flemish and Dutch schools. After his arrival in Antwerp, he was influenced by the Baroque exuberance of Rubens and Snyders and developed his specialty, banquetry, lavish banquet pieces featuring luxury items such as oysters, lobsters, and exotic fruits. Heem had many followers, including his sons Cornelius and Janjans. Why still life 7 He velvet curtain, ornate silver, oyster, and exquisitely painted fruit make this a more ostentatious image than Hayda's muted breakfast piece. Oil on panel, Prado, Madrid, Spain. Willem Kaft. B. Rotterdam, 1619. D. Amsterdam, 1693. Perhaps the greatest of all Dutch still life painters, Willem Kaft is the most famous exponent of a type of still life known as prankstillen, still lives of ostentation. His ravishing images of precious objects show a mastery of lighting, color, and composition that bears comparison with Jan Vermeer. The son of a Rotterdam cloth merchant, Kaft lived in Paris during the 1640s, painting peasant interiors and humble kitchens still lives. After he settled in Amsterdam in 1653, he worked as an art dealer and specialized in painting prankstillen, using fewer, grander objects, exquisitely lit against a dark background. In 1797, Goethe wrote that Kaft's paintings showed in what sense art is superior to nature, and what the spirit of man imparts to objects when it views them through creative eyes. Still life with a late Ming ginger jar works such as this one, featuring precious objects from abroad, a Ming vase, Venetian glass, and Indian carpet, would have appealed to the pride Kaft's Dutch contemporaries took in their country's trading power. 1669, oil on canvas, 77 by 66 centimeters, Indianapolis Museum of Art, Indiana, U.S. Rachel Royce. B. The Hague, 1664. D. Amsterdam, 1750. One of the leading Dutch flower painters of the first half of the 18th century, Royce was the daughter of Anthony Royce, a celebrated botanist and anatomist. Her knowledge of botany shows in her paintings. She had a long career. At 15, she was apprenticed to the Dutch flower painter Willem van Elst, and she continued painting until she was in her 80s. However, only about 100 paintings by Royce are known. The reason for this may be that, after marrying the portrait painter Jurien Poel, she had 10 children. Royce worked mainly in Amsterdam, but also in The Hague and in Dusseldorf, where she was court painter to the Elector Palatine, ruler of the Rhine region, from 1708 to 1716. Still life of flowers on woodland ground. Royce often mixed exotic and hedgerow flowers in her complex compositions. C. 1690, oil on canvas, 93x 74 centimeters, Gemialde Gallery Alte Meister, Kassel, Germany. Closer look. Shiny shells. Royce's flower paintings teem with life and movement, partly because of the inclusion of insects, mollusks, and reptiles. Here, the hard, shiny snail shells create an effective contrast with the delicate colors and textures of the blooms. Grinling Gibbons. B. Rotterdam, 1648, D. London, 1721. The celebrated and influential woodcarver Grinling Gibbons was the son of English parents who had business interests in the Netherlands. He may have trained in Amsterdam with the Quellen family of sculptors before settling in England, aged about 19. Working mainly in linewood, he became renowned for his virtuoso naturalistic carving, particularly swags of fruit, flowers, and foliage, which could festoon walls, ceilings, fireplaces, and furniture. The architect Sir Christopher Wren employed Gibbons to work on St. Paul's Cathedral and Hampton Court Palace, and in 1693 he was appointed Royal Master Carver by King William III. Detail of woodcarving. Gibbons's astonishingly fine woodcarving can be seen in numerous English country houses. This detail from a panel shows a complex cluster of musical instruments. See 1690, Linewood, Petworth House, Sussex, UK. Closer look. Airy lightness. Horace Walpole admired Gibbons's ability to give wood a loose and airy lightness. Here, Gibbons combines delicate leaves and feathers with solid man-made objects. William Dobson. B. London, 1611. D. London, 1646. The first great native-born English painter after the miniaturist Nicholas Hilliard, Dobson is renowned for his powerfully observed royalist portraits, produced during the English Civil War. Most of his 60 or so known pictures date from 1642 to 1646, when he worked for Charles I's wartime court in Oxford. The extent of Dobson's royal patronage is unclear, but after Van Dyck's death in 1641 he was the best painter in the country. Dobson is said to have lived a loose and irregular life, which may explain his poverty and early death, just a few months after the Royalists surrendered to the Parliamentarians. Portrait of Sir Charles Lucas. This striking portrait of a cavalier combines a heroic pose with down-to-earth characterization. The rich coloring and vigorous technique show the influence of Titian and other Venetian painters. Oil on canvas, 45 x 36 centimeters, private collection. Peter Lely. BSOSD, 1618. D. London, 1680. Originally named Peter van der Faes, Lely was born into a Dutch family living in Germany. He trained in Haarlem, but in the 1640s moved to England, where he was to spend most of his working life. After the deaths of Anthony van Dyck and William Dobson, Lely became the country's leading portraitist. He was made principal painter to the king in 1661, was naturalized in 1662, and knighted just months before he died. Lely painted a range of sitters, among them Charles and Oliver Cromwell, but it is as the image maker of the Restoration Court of Charles II that he is best remembered. He lived in grand style and amassed a magnificent collection of art. Diana Kirk, later Countess of Oxford, daringly draped in silk, this aristocratic beauty has the large, languorous, Lely eyes, which gave many of his sitters a similar look. 1665-70, oil on canvas, 32 x 104 centimeters, Yale Center for British Art, New Haven, Connecticut, U.S. Studies of hands. Lely made numerous preparatory drawings, like this one. He had a large number of assistants who would also have used these studies as reference. Chalk on paper, 38 by 27 centimeters, Ashmolean, Oxford, UK. Godfrey Kneller. Bielbeck, 1646. D. London, 1723. Born in Germany, Kneller studied in Amsterdam with Rembrandt's pupil, Ferdinand Bol. In the 1670s, he settled in England, where he dominated portrait painting from Lely's death through to the early 18th century. Kneller was appointed principal painter to William III in 1689, and later knighted and created a baronet. Notoriously arrogant, he was also hugely prolific, sometimes taking as many as 14 sitters in a day. Samuel Pepys. Kneller has been accused of running his studio as a production line, but he was capable of great quality. This portrait of the diarist Pepys shows Kneller at his best. 1689, oil on canvas, 76 by 64 centimeters, National Maritime Museum, London, UK. Emerging in about 1700. The Rococo style dominated European art for most of the 18th century. Superseding the Baroque movement, It emphasized elegance, frivolity, and decorative charm. The greatest Rococo painters were Giambattista Tiepolo, Jean-Antoine Watteau, and François Boucher. The word, Rococo, is thought to derive from rocaille, a French word describing an ornamental form of rock work that uses shells and pebbles to adorn fountains and grottos. This seems to have been combined with Barocco, a source word for Baroque CP 194. Origins and influences. The term Rococo is said to have been coined by one of David's pupils shortly after the French Revolution. It was meant as a humorous insult, mocking the supposed triviality of the florid, aristocratic style. It remained a pejorative term throughout the first half of the 19th century, but is now free from any negative connotations. The Rococo style had a major impact on architecture, interior design, and the decorative arts, as well as painting. It developed initially in France, but eventually spread to most other parts of Europe, either by engravings or by expatriate French artists. Subject matter. Rococo painters retained many of the themes that had been in vogue during the Baroque era, but treated them in a lighter, more playful manner. Symbolic and mythological subjects were still in demand, but they lost much of their serious content. In many cases, they simply provided a pretext for tastefully erotic depictions of the female nude. Amorous themes were especially popular. Watteau pioneered the fête galante, a new type of subject in which elegant young couples, dressed in rich attire, wandered blissfully. Interior of a Benedictine abbey church, German school built by Johann Michael Fischer, 1692 to 1766. The simplicity of the church architecture is transformed by the brilliant frescoes and the sumptuous stucco work. 1748 to 68, Ottobrunn, Bavaria, Germany. Rococo. Timeline. Watteau pioneered the Rococo style, completing his masterpiece Embarkation for Cytherea in 1717. Canaletto's career painting scenes of Venice began to prosper a decade later. In Britain, Hogarth produced social satires such as Marriage à la Mode, and Gainsborough painted elegant portraits. Austrian painter Malbert completed his apotheosis 3 years before. His French contemporary Fragonard produced The Swing. 1717, Watteau, Pilgrimage to the Island of Cythera. 1730, Hogarth, Marigia à la Mode, The Toilette. See 1748-49, Gainsborough, Mr. and Mrs. Andrews. Schools. The Rococo movement was nurtured in France, where it was closely associated with the reign of Louis XV, 1715 to 74. It subsequently gained popularity in other countries, but often in very different forms. French Rococo painting was dominated by Jean-Antoine Watteau, François Boucher, and Jean-Honoré Fragonard, see page 246. Watteau developed the style, but his successors did the more typical work. In their hands, Rococo became the art of the boudoir, a blend of elegance, wit, and eroticism. The lightness of the themes is evident from the ease with which they could be transferred from one medium to another. For example, Boucher used the same infants and nymphs for his paintings, his porcelain figures, and his tapestry designs. Directness and informality were also the keynotes of Rococo sculpture, typified by the approach of Jean-Antoine Houdon, its leading practitioner, see page 248. The style also made a significant impact on the burgeoning porcelain industry. German and Central European. In the early 18th century, when Germany began to recover from the 30 Years' War, 1618 to 48, there was a building boom. Princes erected new palaces while, in the Catholic South, there was a spate of church building, where Rococo decoration achieved its fullest flowering. The interiors were adorned with frescoes, and some of the most elaborate stucco work, architectural decoration, ever produced. Some artists, such as Johann Zimmermann, worked in both these fields. Meanwhile, Franz Anton Malbert painted altarpieces and frescoes with exuberant flair in his native Austria as well as in the Czech Republic, Hungary, and Slovakia. He was a Rococo artist to the last, ignoring the onset of neoclassical austerity, CP 266. Italian and Venetian. In Italy, the emergence of the Rococo style coincided with the heyday of the Grand Tour, and many of its leading exponents geared their work towards this market. Ruined gallery of the Villa Adriana Giovanni Battista Piranesi. The artist used a low viewpoint and tiny figures to make his Roman ruins seem large and imposing, while the profusion of creepers adds an air of mystery. 1756. Engraving, Bibliothèque Nationale, Paris, France. Around a dreamy, parkland setting, pastoral scenes provided a similar form of escapism. The aristocratic figures were replaced by shepherds and shepherdesses, idling away the time with their flirtatious games. Style and techniques. The Rococo style was marked by a light-hearted, decorative approach. In narrative subjects, the story was often amplified by playful putty, cherubs, or by statues that seemed to come alive, eager to participate. Even in more somber themes, painters indulged in ornamental flourishes or effortless, virtuoso effects. In the applied arts, the emphasis on decoration was even more pronounced. Scrollwork and shell motifs were everywhere, and there was a taste for curved lines and asymmetrical designs. Portrait of Madame de Pompadour. François Boucher, 1759, oil and canvas, 91x68 cm, Wallace Collection, London, UK. Portrait of Madame de Pompadour, detail. Boucher's skill lay in his entering of delicate frills and flounces rather than in the portrait itself. Current events. 1702-13. The War of the Spanish Succession divided Europe for more than a decade, but also made military pictures more topical. Watteau tried his hand at this theme in 1709, when he was living in Valenciennes. 1740s Herculaneum and Pompeii became regular attractions on the Grand Tour, which proved so important for the careers of Canaletto and Piranesi. 1751, Boucher, reclining nude, Mademoiselle O'Murphy. 1757, Falconet the Bather. 1758-60, Tiepolo, young woman with a parrot. 1764, Malbert Apotheosis 0F St. James the Greater. 1767, Fragonard the Swing. 1774, Bottoni, Thomas William Coke. In Rome, Giovanni Paolo Panini, Giovanni Battista Piranesi, and French-born Hubert Robert all found distinctive ways to portray the grandeur of the ancient ruins, while Pompeo Bottoni's graceful portraits of visiting nobility were in constant demand. In Venice, Canaletto achieved similar success with his sparkling pictures of the city's best-loved sights and spectacles. Tourists, however, were not the only patrons. Giambattista Tiepolo, the greatest Venetian painter of the age, worked for a much broader clientele. His dazzling frescoes and canvases were commissioned to adorn some of the finest villas and churches in the region. Tiepolo's fame spread far beyond Italy. Arguably his greatest masterpiece was produced in Würzburg, Germany, for the residence palace of the local prince-bishop. Tiepolo's task was to produce a range of frescoes showing the four continents, Asia, Africa, America, and Europe. Australia was yet to be discovered, and paying tribute to his patron. This could easily have resulted in a sterile allegory of symbolic figures. Tiepolo, however, transformed the setting into a virtuoso display of illusionism with ancient gods in an imaginary sky, and human figures on the cornices, gazing down at the bishop's guests. British. Rococo had less impact in Britain, but it still affected the major artists of the day. The crucial influence came from Hubert Grave-Lot, a French painter and engraver. He settled in London, where he introduced Rococo ideas to his friends Francis Hayman and William Hogarth. He also taught at the St. Martin's Lane Academy, where Thomas Gainsborough was a student. The effects of the new style were most apparent in portraiture, where the conversation piece, an elegant and informal variation of the theme, gained great popularity. Ceiling fresco Giambattista Tiepolo. This scene greeted visitors as they walked up the palatial staircase of the residence. Court dignitaries, musicians, and artists mingle with allegorical figures. The reclining officer is thought to be Balthasar Neumann, the architect of the building. 1750-53, fresco, Residence, Weiersberg, Germany. Music, Fien Maurice Falconet. This sensuous allegorical figure was commissioned by Madame de Pompadour for her home, the Château de Bellevue. 1757, marble, height 203 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. Jean-Antoine Watteau. Valenciennes, 1684. de Nogent-sur-Marne, near Paris, 1721. The greatest French painter of his time, Watteau played a major part in shaping the Rococo style. His art was formed in Paris, where he was strongly influenced by Claude Gillet, a painter of theatrical scenes. Gillet took Watteau to see the improvised, knockabout shows of the Italian comedy, which inspired his most distinctive creation, the Fêtes Galantes, courtship parties. These idyllic scenes show elegant costumed figures amusing themselves in romantic parklands. They stroll around, they flirt, they serenade each other. Depictions of Fêtes Galantes were common in the Rococo era, but no others had the fragile beauty of Watteau's versions. They display a melancholic air, an apparent awareness that these pleasures cannot last for long. In part, this may be due to the artist's habit of assembling his compositions from individual studies, so that his figures often appear solitary, isolated from their neighbors. It may also be linked to his illness. Watteau suffered for years from tuberculosis, and there is always a temptation to interpret his work as the expression of a man who knew that he was living on borrowed time. Certainly, there is a strong element of pathos in pictures such as Gilles. Towards the end of his life, there are hints that Watteau was beginning to change direction. For example, the signboard painted for the picture dealer Gerson was more realistic than his characteristic works. Even so, after his death, Watteau's Fêtes Galantes were rapidly dismissed as being artificial and old-fashioned. Lifeline. 1684, born in the border town of Valenciennes, 1702 moves to Paris, c. 1704-07 studies with Claude Gillet, 1712 granted associate membership of the Académie Royale, 1717 completes his masterpiece, The Pilgrimage to the Island of Cythera, 1721 dies in his friend Gerson's arms. Gilles was a traditional type of clown, who was an innocent fool. In sketches, a donkey would be led across the stage to emphasize his stupidity. See 1718-19, oil on canvas, 185 by 149 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. L'Insigne de Gerson, Watteau's final masterpiece, displayed a new interest in naturalism. 1721, oil on canvas, 163 by 306 centimeters, Charlottenburg Castle, Berlin, Germany. His pictures reflect some of the impatience and inconstancy of his nature. He had a need to switch from subject to subject. He often began a composition already half bored with its perfection. Edme Gerson, 1694-1750, picture dealer and friend. Pilgrimage to the Island of Cythera, inspired by a contemporary play. This is the greatest of Watteau's Fêtes Galantes. Cythera is where Venus, goddess of love, is said to have come ashore after being born in the sea. 1717, oil on canvas, 129 by 194 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. Closer look. Wistful glance, the amorous pilgrims have paired off and are preparing to leave the island of love. A woman gazes back wistfully at a couple who are still wrapped up in each other. She is aware that this degree of passion is all too fleeting. Her melancholy expression is echoed by the autumnal coloring and the approaching twilight. Jean-Simeon Chardin. B. Paris, 1699. D. Paris, 1779. Chardin's sober domestic scenes and still life make striking contrast to the wilder excesses of the Rococo style, which was flourishing at the time. Despite some training from two history painters, Chardin was largely self-taught. His early preference was for still-life pictures in the Dutch tradition, as the Académie Royale confirmed in 1728, when it granted him membership as a painter skilled in animals and fruit. Chardin gained even greater plaudits when he turned his attention to genre scenes of everyday life, in the early 1730s. These often featured still-life elements, such as the charcoal heater in the right-hand corner of Saying Grace, but were more remarkable for the quiet interplay between mothers and their children. Late in his career, Chardin also tried his hand at pastel portraits, with some success. Lifeline. 1728. Nislate 20s gains membership of the Académie Royale. 1731 marries Marguerite Saintard. 1735 Marguerite dies. 1755 elected Treasurer of the Academy, a post that he holds for almost 20 years. 1771 first exhibits pastel portraits. 1779 dies in Paris. The Skate, or the Ray, this is the painting that established the artist's reputation. Chardin presented it to the Academy as his reception piece. See 1725, Oil on Canvas, 114 by 146, Louvre, Paris, France. Closer look. Hissing cats, still life artists of B. This period often like to add a living element to their scenes. Here, a startled cat protects its find of oysters. The skate itself almost looks as if it has a face. Marcel Proust described it as a strange monster, with its red flesh, blue nerves, and white muscles. Saying grace, Chardin presented this painting to King Louis XV, after their meeting in 1740. 1740, Oil on Canvas, 50 x 39 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. François Boucher. B. Paris, 1703, D. Paris, 1770. One of the chief highlights of the Rococo style is the art of François Boucher. In his paintings, he conveyed blatant sensuality with a wit and a playfulness that was much admired in royal circles. He was also extremely versatile, creating designs that worked equally well in paintings, in tapestries, or on china. The two main figures in his Autumn Pastoral, for example, were remodeled as a biscuit group by the Vincennes porcelain factory, while the entire scene was reproduced on a Sèvres vase. Boucher had an unrivaled talent for depicting the rosy tints of human flesh. This is seen to best effect in his female nudes, masquerading as nymphs or goddesses, and in the plump cherubs who accompany them. Lifeline. 1703 born in Paris, 1723 wins the Prix de Rome, 1728-31 travels in Italy, 1733 marries Marie-Jeanne Busseau, 1735 receives his first royal commission, 1751 paints Mademoiselle O'Murphy, his famous nude, 1755 appointed director of the Gobelins Tapestry Factory, 1765 becomes director of the Académie Royale, 1770 dies in his studio. Mademoiselle O'Murphy Louise O'Murphy was a mistress of Louis XV and was mentioned in Casanova memoirs. 1751, Oil on Canvas, 60 x 74 centimeters, Wallraf Richards Museum, Cologne, Germany. Closer look. Rumpled sheets. Rococo artists loved to create a decorative sense of disorder in their boudoir scenes. The luxurious fabrics and unmade bed had erotic overtones. In context. Madame de Pompadour born Jean Antoinette Poisson, Madame de Pompadour was the principale mistress of Louis XVI. Beautiful, intelligent, and charming, she remained the king's maîtresse and titre, official mistress, long after they had ceased to be lovers. She met François Boucher in the late 1740s, and he rapidly became her favorite artist. Boucher painted several portraits of Madame de Pompadour, and she involved him in a wide range of other projects, including the decoration of regal residences, the production of designs for Sèvres porcelain, and the creation of costumes and sets for her private theatricals. Madame de Pompadour by François Boucher, c. 1758. Boucher's portraits show his chief patron as a mature, intelligent woman. The book and writing implements underline her wide-ranging literary and artistic interests. Jean-Honoré Fragonard. Bigras, 1732. De Paris, 1806. Fragonard's art represents the final, magnificent flourish of Rococo in France. After a brief apprenticeship with Chardin, he trained under Boucher, inheriting his lightness of touch and feeling for color. In 1752, he won the prestigious Prix de Rome, which enabled him to study in Italy, where he became friends with Hubert Robert. Following his return to France, Fragonard made his mark at the Salon with a dramatic history painting, Croesus sacrificing himself to save Calero. A successful academic career beckoned, but he only exhibited once more at the Salon, preferring decorative, sensual themes more suitable for the boudoir than for public display. These pictures proved enormously popular, winning Fragonard commissions from the Incas. By the 1770s, though, tastes were changing, as the neoclassical style took root. Lifeline. 1732 born in Grasse, the son of a glovemaker, 1747 moves to Paris, studying briefly with Chardin. 1748 enters the studio of Boucher, his principal master. 1756–61 studies in Italy. 1765 member of the Académie Royale. 1769 marries his pupil Marianne Gerard. 1793 takes a museum job, as his style out of fashion. 1806 dies, a forgotten man. Figure in fancy dress. Fragonard liked to demonstrate his virtuosity by painting at incredible speed. He claimed to have finished this portrait of a friend, the Abbé de Saint-Nan, in 1 hour. 1769, oil on canvas, 80 by 65 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. But both amazingly, this delightfully risque picture was commissioned to hang alongside a religious scene. The idea was to highlight the contrast between sacred and profane love. See 1778, oil on canvas, 73 by 93 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. The swing. This private fantasy was commissioned by a courtier, bottom left, who wanted a picture of his young mistress with a bishop. Fragonard replaced the bishop with a cuckolded husband and turned the scene into a witty piece of flirtation. 1767, oil on canvas, 81 by 64 centimeters, Wallace Collection, London, UK. Closer look. Living statues, raising a finger to his lips, Cupid seems to share the secret of the lovers' affair. He looks at the flying slipper, which echoes the playful actions of the lovers but is also a symbol of lost innocence. The sun shines from the top left, enveloping the woman in a shaft of light. The darker foliage surrounds her like a frame, setting off the central action. Jean-Baptiste Gros. B. Tournes, 1725. D. Paris, 1805. Trained in Lyon and Paris, Gros achieved early success with his sermonizing scenes of domestic life. These caught the mood of the times, and the influential critic, Denis Diderot, 1713–84, described them as morality in paint. Gros hoped that they would bring him the status of a history painter, the highest accolade for an artist, but the Académie Royale failed to grant him this honor. Crestfallen, Gros stopped exhibiting at the Salon and turned increasingly to the market for sentimental pictures of young women. By the time of the French Revolution, public taste had changed, and his work was deemed mawkish and melodramatic. In spite of a commission to paint Napoleon's portrait, his later years were marked by poverty and neglect. Lifeline. 1725 born in Tournes, 1755 enjoys first major success at the Salon, 1759 marries Anne-Gabrielle Baboudy, 1769 stops exhibiting at the Salon after criticism of his work, 1778 paints The Punished Son, 1793 divorces his wife, 1805 dies in poverty in Paris. The Punished Son from a pair of paintings illustrating the father's curse. A disobedient youth, writes, seeks forgiveness, but returns home too late after his father has died. 1778, oil on canvas, 130 by 163 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. Morning Prayer. Gros created an uneasy blend of innocence, piety, and veiled eroticism in his sentimental pictures of young girls. Even so, they proved immensely popular. Oil on canvas, Musée Cognac J, Paris, France. Closer look. Shylock. Gros gave all his female portraits coyly upturned eyes. He called them figures of sentiment, with romance in their eyes. Joseph Vernet. B. Avignon, 1714. D. Paris, 1789. Vernet formed his style during a long stay in Italy, 1734 to 1753, where he made his name as a marine painter. He produced two very different types of seascape: bustling harbor scenes, bathed in soft light, and action-packed images of storms and shipwrecks. Both were equally popular, bringing him a number of royal commissions. Vernet became the head of a proud artistic dynasty. His son, Karl, 1758 to 1836, and his grandson, Horace, 1789 to 1863, both became distinguished painters. Port of Marseille, detail, 7. His is one of a series of 15 views of French seaports, commissioned by Louis XV. 1754, oil on canvas, 165 by 263 centimeters, Musée de la Marine, Paris, France. Hubert Robert. B. Paris, 1733, D. Paris, 1808. Robert learned his craft in Italy, where he developed a taste for painting lush, overgrown gardens, landscapes, and city views. His most distinctive creation was the anticipated ruin, a modern building imagined in a future state of decay. In later life, he proved an able administrator, becoming keeper of the king's pictures. Robert enjoyed a long and successful career. Though he was imprisoned during the French Revolution, he is said to have escaped the guillotine when another man of the same name was mistakenly executed in his place. Architectural capriccio with obelisk Aubert became so fond of this type of subject that it earned him the nickname Robert de Ruines. Point 1768, oil on canvas, 10x 1639 cm, Bowes Museum, Barnard Castle, County Durham, UK. Jean-Baptiste Perronneau. B. Paris, c. 1715, D. Amsterdam, 1783. Perronneau is one of the leading portraitists of his day, at home working in oils or pastels. His approach was less vivacious than that of his chief rival, Maurice Quintin de la Tour, but his sober, reflective style and his attention to detail won him many admirers. He was well-traveled, visiting England, the Netherlands, Italy, Poland, and Russia. He was a prolific artist, and his work is well represented in many galleries. Portrait of Jean-Baptiste Audry Perronneau shows Audry, a painter who specialized in still lives and hunting scenes, richly attired, and bearing the tools of his trade. C. 1753, oil on canvas, 131 x 105 cm, Louvre, Paris, France. Jean-Antoine Houdin. B. Versailles, 1741, D. Paris, 1828. Best remembered for his vivid portraits, Houdin was also a versatile sculptor. He trained under Michel-Ange Slotz and Jean-Baptiste Pigalle before completing his studies in Rome. Initially, he made his mark with a series of sensual, mythological figures in the Rococo manner, but he was increasingly in demand as a portraitist. Here, Houdin's approach was direct and unadorned, ignoring the trend for depicting statesmen in classical garb. Houdin portrayed some of the greatest figures of his day, Americans as well as Frenchmen, but he fell out of favor during the French Revolution. In spite of a commission from Napoleon, he produced little of note after 1800. Lifeline. 1741, born in Versailles, 1764–68, studies in Italy, 1767. Gains recognition with his Ecorche figure, 1778, makes studies of Voltaire, 1785 travels to America to make portrait of Washington, 1806 produces a bust of Napoleon, 1828 dies in Paris. Voltaire. Houdin produced several portraits of the philosopher Voltaire. This is the most famous of them. Begun shortly before the old man's death in 1778, it shows him looking out at the world with a quizzical glance that has been interpreted as the smile of reason. 1778–81, marble, height 165 centimeters, Comédie Française, Paris, France. Winter. This is one of a pair of statues showing winter and summer. In true Rococo fashion, Houdin chose to portray the seasons as young nymphs. 1783, marble, Y, height 145 centimeters, Musée Fabre, Montpellier, France. Closer look. Shivering girl. Traditionally, the figure of winter was represented by an old man or woman, warming themselves by a fire. Houdin's decision to opt for a more erotic image was very much in keeping with contemporary taste. George Washington. This is a bronze replica of Houdin's original marble statue in Richmond, Virginia. Houdin traveled to the U.S. to study George Washington in person. 1788, bronze, height 189 centimeters, Trafalgar Square, London, UK. Lecoq, flayed body. This anatomical figure was one of Houdin's early masterpieces. Casts of it were used in many art academies. 1767, bronze, École des Beaux-Arts, Paris, France. In context. Porcelain factories. The Sèvres porcelain factory was established in 1738 and was France's answer to the dominance of Meissen in Germany. It was promoted by Louis XV's mistress, Madame de Pompadour, who enlisted the help of two of her favorite artists, Falconet, who became director of sculpture, and Boucher, who provided many designs. The Education of Love by Etienne Maurice Falconet, after François Boucher, 1763, Sèvres Porcelain. Etienne Maurice Falconet. B. Paris, 1716. D. Paris, 1791. Falconet came from humble origins and was initially apprenticed to a carpenter, before Lemoyne took him on as a pupil. He made his mark in the 1750s when his delightful figures of nymphs and cupids proved a hit at the Salon. They also impressed two of the royal mistresses, Madame du Barry and Madame de Pompadour, see page 245, and it was through the latter's influence that Falconet gained his directorship at the Sèvres Porcelain Works. He found even greater success in Russia, with his daring portrayal of Peter the Great. Newlyweds still visit this to be blessed by the horseman's outstretched arm. Falconet's cantankerous manner won him few friends, but his writings on art were admired, and he was ahead of his time in condemning the blind adulation of everything that is ancient. Lifeline. 1716, born into a poor family, in Paris. 1757, his bather is warmly received at Ceylon. 1757 to 66, director of sculpture at the Sèvres factory. 1766, Catherine the Great invites him to Russia. 1778, returns to Paris. 1782, his statue of Peter the Great is finally unveiled. 1783, suffers a stroke. 1791, dies in Paris. The bather exhibited to great acclaim at the Salon of 1757. This was Falconet's most popular work, and it was reproduced in a variety of different sizes and materials. 1757, marble, 81 by 26 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. Closer look. Modesty as she steps forward gingerly to test the water. The bather's modest pose is typically rococo. Her appearance is graceful and erotic, but without a hint of vulgarity, a combination that proved extremely popular with the aristocratic patrons of the period. Peter the Great, this majestic equestrian portrait was Falconet's most important commission during his 12-year stay in Russia, though it was only unveiled after his return to France. 1782, bronze, triple life-size, St. Petersburg, Russia. I love simple ideas. They often say more than complicated or far-fetched ones. Etienne Maurice Falconet. Jean-Baptiste Pigalle. B. Paris, 1714. D. Paris, 1785. Pigalle was the most versatile sculptor of his time, equally capable of producing light-hearted rococo masterpieces and grandiose tomb sculpture. Even so, his early career was a struggle. After training with Jean-Baptiste Lemoyne, Pigalle failed to win the Prix de Rome and endured considerable hardship in financing his studies in Italy. But all these efforts proved worthwhile when his figure of Mercury eventually brought him success. The sculpture of the young deity, seated on a cloud, twisting round to tie up his winged sandals, was a triumph. Early versions in plaster and terracotta won Pigalle his membership of the Académie Royale, and Louis XV was so impressed that he commissioned a marble version, which he presented to Frederick I of Prussia. Having made his reputation, Pigalle received a string of important commissions. These ranged from the imposing tomb of Maurice of Saxony, with its majestic allegorical figures, to his dazzlingly original portrait of the philosopher and playwright Voltaire. Lifeline. 1714, born in Paris, the son of a carpenter. 1736-39, studies in Rome. 1744, statue of Mercury. Wins him membership of the Académie Royale. 1750-58, under patronage of Madame de Pompadour. 1753, designs the tomb of Maurice of Saxony. 1776, completes his striking nude portrait of Voltaire. 1785, dies in Paris. Voltaire. Pigalle worked on the head and body separately, using a professional model for the latter. Voltaire was unsure at first, but applauded the result. 1776, marble, height 150 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. Mercury attaching his winged sandals. Pigalle's figure was partly inspired by a famous classical statue, the Belvedere torso. 1744, marble, height 58 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. Guillaume Cousteau. B. Lyons, 1677. D. Paris, 1746. A leading French sculptor, Cousteau developed his style in Rome, where he became a great admirer of Bernini's work. His supreme achievement was the Marly horses, in which the violent movement of the animals was balanced by the confident athleticism of their grooms. Unusually, the statues were not linked with any specific myth or allegory. Their classical pedigree is clear, however, as they were partly inspired by the sculptures of the Dioscuri in Rome. Marly horse, one of a pair of statues, also known as the horse tamers, commissioned by Louis XV for his chateau at Marly. 1739-45, marble, Place de la Concorde, Paris, France. Johann Baptist Zimmermann. B. Wessebrunn, c. 1679-80, D. Munich, 1758. This German painter and stuccoer came from an area that had a strong tradition in stucco decoration and was trained by Johann Schmutzer, a specialist in the field. Zimmermann's younger brother, Dominicus, 1685-1766, became a celebrated architect, and the pair occasionally collaborated on projects. Their outstanding ventures were at the pilgrimage churches of Steinhausen and Die Wise, where the architecture, frescoes, and stucco decoration blended perfectly into a single, harmonious design. Zimmermann also worked for secular patrons and eventually became court painter in Munich. As in his religious commissions, his work displayed an exquisite delicacy and lightness of touch. Lifeline. 1679-80, born in Wessebrunn, 1685, birth of his brother, Dominicus, who will later become his chief collaborator. 1701, receives his first significant commission from a church at Gasseltshausen. 1706, Count of Maxlarain becomes his first major patron. C. 1706, marries Elizabeth Ostermeyer, a chambermaid. 1727-33, collaborates with Dominicus at Steinhausen. 1734-39, produces his finest stucco decorations for the Amalienburg Hunting Lodge. 1746-54, works with his brother on the church at Die Wise, their masterpiece. 1758, dies in Munich. The Last Judgment, the pilgrimage church at Die Wise, a collaboration between the Zimmermann brothers, is arguably the most spectacular of all Rococo churches. UNESCO granted it World Heritage status in 1983. 1746-54, ceiling fresco, Weiskirch, Die Wise, Germany. Closer look. Rococo's splendor. Zimmermann's fresco is located inside a flattened dome, but his masterful use of foreshortening creates an illusion of enormous space. The undulating, celestial clouds also echo the lines of his stucco work. Johann Michael Rotmeyer. B. Laufen, near Salzburg, 1654, D. Vienna, 1730. The Austrian artist Rotmeyer may have received his initial training from his mother, who was also a painter. However, his main studies took place in Venice, in the workshop of Johann Karl Loth, where he worked as his assistant for several years. Later, he formed a fruitful partnership with the architect Johann Fischer von Erlach, providing the decorations for many of his buildings. Rotmeyer specialized in frescoes characterized by large, powerful figures and a robust sense of movement. Lifeline. 1654, born at Laufen, 1675-87, works in Venice with Johann Karl Loth. 1688, moves to Salzburg, working for the Prince Bishop. 1695, collaborates with Fischer von Erlach at Frame Castle in Moravia. C. 1696, settles in Vienna. 1716-22, carries out decorations at Melk Abbey. 1725-29, paints the fresco in the Karlskirche, Vienna. 1730, dies in Vienna. Hercules, slaying the Hydra. Hercules dispatches the many-headed snake with his club, while nearby Minerva rides in her chariot. 1716-22, ceiling fresco, Melk Abbey, Melk, Austria. Paul Troger. Bizel unto Welsberg, 1698, D. Vienna, 1762. Troger was a leading Austrian painter in the period of transition from the Baroque to the Rococo style. He studied in Italy for almost a decade, learning much from the work of Piazzetta, Pittoni, and Ricci. On his return to Austria, Troger gained a series of important fresco commissions, notably at Altenburg Abbey and Getweg Monastery. These frescoes are characterized by intense coloring and a dramatic sense of movement. Later in his career, Troger taught at the Vienna Academy, where he was influential on the next generation. Lifeline. 1698, born in the South Tyrol, early 1720s, travels in Italy. 1733-34, paints frescoes in Altenburg Abbey. 1739, produces decorations for Getweg Monastery. 1750s, becomes professor and later director of the Vienna Academy. 1762, dies in Vienna. The apotheosis of the Emperor Charles VI. Troger's detailed study for a ceiling fresco, carried out at Getweg Monastery in Austria. C. 1739, oil on canvas, 73 by 91 centimeters, private collection. Ignaz Ginther. Baltmanstin, 1725. D. Munich, 1775. The outstanding woodcarver of his age, Gunther began his training in his father's workshop and completed it at the Vienna Academy. In his carvings of saints and biblical scenes, he displayed a mix of Rococo elegance and religious fervor, which won him many commissions throughout Germany. Gunther's greatest achievement was probably the Church of Rotterdam, where he provided many of the furnishings. His most famous individual piece, however, was the elongated figure of the guardian angel leading Tobias by the hand, produced for the Burgersaukirche in Munich. Lifeline. 1725, born in Bavaria. 1754, settles in Munich. 1757, marries Maria Hohlmeier. 1759-62, works on his masterpiece, the decoration of the church in Rotterdam. 1763, carves Tobias and the angel. 1764, produces sculptures for Collegiate Church of Weyern. 1775, dies in Munich. St. Peter. This elaborate carving was produced for the high altar of a monastic church. 1756, lime wood, Church of St. Peter and St. Paul, Freising, Germany. Johann Joachim Candler. B. Fischbach, 1706. D. Meissen, 1775. Candler was working as a sculptor in the service of Frederick Augustus, Elector of Saxony, when he was transferred to the new porcelain works at Meissen. For centuries, the Chinese had guarded the secret of porcelain manufacture, but in 1709 the Germans finally learned the process. The Meissen factory was founded in the following year and, under Candler's guidance, it became the leading porcelain center in Europe. He transferred popular themes from Rococo painting into three-dimensional form, designing Watteau-inspired figurines, charming animal models, and pastoral scenes. Lifeline. 1706, born in Fischbach. 1730, becomes court sculptor to the Elector of Saxony. 1731, begins work at porcelain factory at Meissen. 1733, becomes chief modeler at the factory, a post he holds until his death. 1737-41, works on the 2,200-piece Swan's Service. 1775, dies in Meissen. Meissen figure of a poultry seller Can/Slasher designed a range of tradesman figures for the factory, including a saddler, a woodcutter, and a goat seller. C. 1750, porcelain, Clarendon Park, Surrey, UK. Franz Anton Malberch. B. Langenargen, c. 1724, D. Vienna, 1796. The leading Austrian painter of his age, Malberch is renowned for both his altarpieces and his monumental frescoes. After receiving some training from his father, who was also a painter, he studied at the Vienna Academy. Early influences came from Andrea Pozzo and Paul Troger, but Malberch rapidly developed his own virtuoso style. His first major fresco commission came from the Piarist Church in Vienna, but Malberch's talents were soon in demand at religious establishments throughout Central Europe. The decorative schemes at Steinmeg in Hungary, at the Archbishop's Palace at Kremsier, in Moravia, and at the Hofburg in Innsbruck are fine examples of his style. Malberch was a dazzling colorist with a lively approach to composition. This is particularly apparent in his oil sketches, now prized almost as much as his large-scale works, and is seen to outstanding effect in his dashing portrayal of St. James, appearing triumphantly at the Battle of Clavijo. Lifeline. 1724 born son of a painter, 1741 enrolls at the Vienna Academy, 1757-58 decorates Simeg Church in Hungary, 1770 becomes professor at the Vienna Academy, 1775 works on frescoes at the Hofburg in Innsbruck, 1796 dies in Vienna. Apotheosis of St. James the Greater. Here St. James tramples the Saracens underfoot. 1764, oil on canvas, 32x 48 centimeters, Österreichische Galerie Belvedere, Vienna. Presentation in the temple. This is a dazzling example of Malbertsch's illusionistic skills. The central episode, where Saint Simeon holds out the infant Christ to the Virgin, is viewed at eye level, while the swirling host of angels is seen from below. 1794, oil on canvas, Stifts Museum, Klosterneuburg, Austria. Giacomo Serpata. B. Palermo, 1656. D. Palermo, 1732. Working in his native Sicily, Serpata took Rococo sculpture to its most decorative extremes. His favorite medium was stucco, which he employed in a series of high-relief sculptures in various churches around the island. Serpata concentrated mainly on religious subjects, but this did not deter him from producing figures of extraordinary delicacy and charm. His compositions were equally ornate. In its traditional format, the presentation of the infant Christ in the temple could be of very modest theme, with just 4 or 5 figures, but Serpata transformed it into a bustling crowd scene. Putty, cherubs, swarm around the biblical figures, sitting on the hems of their robes, materializing between pillars, or simply gazing in wonder at the miraculous child. Presentation in the temple. This illustrates Simeon holding the infant Christ, who is being presented in the temple, according to Jewish ritual, Luke 2 verses 22-39. Rococo. 1695, stucco, Church of Santo Spirito, Agrigento, Italy. Giovanni Paolo Panini. B. Piacenza, 1691. Di Rome, 1765. Panini trained initially as a stage designer, but he found fame with his colorful views of Roman ruins. These proved extremely popular with French and English tourists, even though the artist took many liberties with the topographical accuracy of his scenes. Most of his pictures conjured up ancient Rome, although he also portrayed modern festivities and processions. Panini maintained a large workshop to keep pace with the demand for his paintings. He also found time to teach at the French Academy in Rome, and to paint a number of decorative frescoes in local palaces and villas. Lifeline. 1691 born in Piacenza, 1711 settles in Rome, 1719 elected to the Accademia di San Luca, 1724 marries Catherine Gosset, the sister-in-law of the painter Vlugels, 1732 becomes a member of the French Academy in Rome, 1738 birth of his son Francesco, who later becomes an artist. 1765 dies in Rome, aged 74. Roman ruins with blind Belisarius Spanini often spiced up his views of Rome by including figures from the classical world. 1730, oil on canvas, 142x 132 centimeters, Temple Newsome House, Leeds, UK. Giovanni Battista Piranesi. B. Mogliano, near Venice, 1720, di Rome, 1778. The son of Astonemesin and master builder, Piranesi trained as an architect in the workshop of his uncle, Matteo Lucchesi, in Venice. He also studied with Carlo Sanzucchi, learning the techniques of printmaking and of perspective. Armed with these skills, Piranesi moved to Portrait by Rome in 1740, where he was employed by the Venetian Elwes ambassador. Shortly after his arrival, he also worked for the Valeriani brothers, who were known for their stage designs and paintings of ruins. This very varied training would stand Piranesi in good stead in his later career. In Rome, his principal source of income came from his prints of the city's splendors, aimed at connoisseurs on the Grand Tour. With his architect's eye, he portrayed the antiquities with precision and a captivating sense of grandeur. Piranesi also tackled the popular theme of the capriccio, fantasy, in his imaginary prison series. These extraordinary etchings, part stage set and part grotesque fantasy, have proved to be one of his most lasting achievements. Lifeline. 1720 born near Venice, the son of a master builder. 1740 settles in Rome, where he spends most of his career. 1745 first edition of his Vedute, Views of Rome is published. 1761 publication of his Imaginary Prisons. 1764-66 rebuilds the Church of S. Maria del Priorato, Rome, his only work as an architect. 1771 visit to Pompeii. 1778 dies in Rome. I drew chasms and subterranean hollows, the domain of fear and torture, with chains, racks, wheels, and dreadful engines in the style of Piranesi. William Beckford, 1786 author, explaining how imaginary prisons influenced his Gothic novel, Vathek. This is one of the nightmarish visions from Piranesi's famous imaginary prisons. 1761, etching, 40x55 cm, Calcografia dello Stato, Rome, Italy. The Colosseum from Piranesi's Antiquities of Rome. 1756, etching, 13 by 27 centimeters, Central St. Martin's College of Art and Design, London, UK. Pompeo Battoni. B. Lucca, 1708. Di Rome, 1787. After receiving some training in his father's goldsmith's workshop in Lucca, Battoni moved to Rome and studied under Sebastiano Conca. Initially, he made his name with highly finished drawings of ancient statuary, then as a painter of religious and mythological subjects, though he was never more than competent in this field, and his style was a pale imitation of Raphael's. Battoni's real strength lay in painting portraits, and from around 1750 this became his specialty. Over the years, Battoni painted popes, princes, and rulers, but the majority of his clients were British aristocrats undertaking the Grand Tour. These portraits were supremely elegant, if a little formulaic. Usually, the sitters were shown posing alongside a famous Roman landmark or sculpture. The same backgrounds appeared again and again, but this scarcely mattered. Battoni was successful enough at this work to support a family of 12 children and to own a large house with exhibition rooms and a studio. In later life, he became the curator of the papal art collections. Lifeline. 1708 born in Lucca, the son of a goldsmith. 1727 settles in Rome. 1741 becomes a member of the Accademia di San Luca. C. 1750 onwards specializes in portraiture. 1761 his chief rival, Mengs, departs for Spain. 1774 produces one of his finest portraits, Thomas William Coke. 1787 dies in Rome. One of the most famous artists in Europe. Thomas William Coke. The inscription suggests that this picture was ordered by the Countess of Albany, who was said to be in love with Coke. Her features appear on the reclining statue, which seems to gaze adoringly at the young nobleman. 1774, oil on canvas, 242 by 168 centimeters, Holcombe Hall, Norfolk, UK. Achilles at the court of Lycomedes. Here, Achilles is disguised as a woman, but his identity is revealed when he chooses a sword as a gift, rather than jewelry. 1746, oil on canvas, 159 by 127 centimeters, Uffizi, Florence, Italy. William Gordon of Fyvie. The Highlander poses against a backdrop of the Colosseum. The fragments in the bottom right-hand corner reappear in the Coke portrait, above. 1766, oil on canvas, Fyvie Castle, Aberdeenshire. Closer Ioch. Highland dress. The wearing of traditional Scottish Highland dress was a political statement at this time. Tartan was outlawed in the wake of the Jacobite uprising of 1745-46, so this portrait could not legally have been painted in Gordon's homeland. In context. The Grand Tour. In the 18th century, many young European aristocrats undertook a Grand Tour of the continent as part of their education. Rome was the highlight of the tour, and many brought back works of art as a souvenir of their stay. This aided the spread of neoclassical ideas. Interior of St. Peter's, Rome by Giovanni Paolo Panini. Giambattista Tiepolo. B. Venice, 1696. D. Madrid, 1770. Tiepolo was the finest Italian artist of the Rococo era and the last great master of his country's fresco tradition. He was apprenticed to Gregorio Lazzarini, a meaner history painter, but learned far more from the examples of Piazzetta and Veronese. Tiepolo's first major commission came from the Dolphin family, who hired to paint the frescoes in the Archbishop's Palace in Udine. This work helped him to secure a string of other fresco commissions, although he never restricted himself to this field, as his powerful canvases for the Church of S. Alvise and Venice confirm. Tiepolo's great skill lay in his ability to depict huge, illusionistic scenes with immense verve and imagination. This is best seen in his masterpiece, The Decorations of the Residence Palace in Würzburg. Lifeline. 1696, born in Venice, the son of a shipping merchant. 1719, marries Cecilia Guardi. 1728, completes his first major fresco cycle at Udine. C. 1740, paints his finest religious pictures for the Church of S. Alvise, Venice. 1750, begins work on his masterpiece at the Residence in Würzburg. 1762, moves to Madrid to work in the Royal Palace. 1770, dies in Madrid. Closer Iok. Imperial splendor in Tiepolo's hands, an obscure historical event. The marriage of the 12th century German ruler Frederick Barbarossa to Beatrice of Burgundy is given mythic status. Beatrice is transported to her groom in Apollo's mighty horse-drawn chariot, with the emblems of love, cupids and doves, swarming around her. The road to Calvary. In this moving biblical scene, Christ has collapsed under the weight of the cross. On the left, the two thieves look on with brute compassion, while, opposite them, Saint Veronica holds her veil, on which Christ's features were miraculously imprinted when she wiped the sweat from his face. C. 1740, oil and canvas, 450 by 517 centimeters, S. Alvise, Venice, Italy. Apollo conducting Beatrice of Burgundy to Frederick Barbarossa. Detail. His grandiose allegorical vision is part of Tiepolo's most important cycle of decorations, produced for the Kaisersaal, Imperial Hall, of the Palace of Würzburg's powerful Prince Bishop. 1751, ceiling fresco, approximate 9x18 m, Residence, Würzburg, Germany. Neptune offering gifts to Venice. This magnificent allegory, commissioned by the Venetian Republic, emphasized the city's commercial and maritime power. C. 1745-50, oil on canvas, 135 x 275 centimeters, Palazzo Ducale, Venice, Italy. Young woman with a parrot. In this fine example of Tiepolo's portraiture, the woman was probably meant to be an allegorical figure representing summer. The model may have been one of his daughters. 1758-60, oil on canvas, 70 by 52 centimeters, Ashmolean, Oxford, UK. Tiepolo has been made expressly for us. He is full of spirit, of an infinite fire and astonishing coloring, and an amazing speed. He paints a picture in less time than it takes another to grind his colors. Countessan to the King of Sweden, who tried to secure Tiepolo's services. Canaletto, Giovanni Antonio Canal. B. Venice, 1697, B. Venice, 1768. Canaletto is renowned, above all, for his superlative views of the city of Venice. He was trained by his father, a theatrical scene painter, and spent the initial years of his career assisting him on sets for Scarlatti and Vivaldi operas. By the early 1720s, Canaletto had turned his attention to topographical views. Venice itself could be compared to a gigantic stage set, and he spared no effort in capturing its drama and spectacle. From the outset, his chief clients were English aristocrats, visiting the city as part of their grand tour. Canaletto geared his pictures specifically towards these buyers, providing them with exquisite souvenirs of their stay. He painted the obvious tourist sites, such as St. Mark's Square and the Grand Canal, as well as the most colorful festivals, the Carnival, the Regatta, the Ascension Day celebrations. Accuracy and detail were strong selling points, so Canaletto made them the basis of his style. He is thought to have used a camera obscura, see page 239, as a drawing aid, but he also made countless sketches of the city to ensure his work remained fresh. In the 1740s, the War of the Austrian Succession had a drastic effect on tourism in Venice, so Canaletto decided to pursue his career in England. His approach remained remarkably similar, particularly in his scenes of the River Thames. Increasingly, though, his style was criticized for being too mechanical, and there were even rumors that he was an imposter. Canaletto himself never regained his former popularity, but his pictures were still widely imitated. Lifeline. 1697, born in Venice, the son of a theatrical scene painter, 1719 travels to Rome to design opera sets, c. 1727 paints the stonemason's yard, 1735 engravings of his work appear in the Prospectus Magni Canalis Venetiatum. 1740–48 The War of the Austrian Succession affects his business. 1744 Canaletto's agent, Joseph Smith, becomes British consul in Venice. 1746 decides to work in England. 1755 returns to Venice. 1762 Joseph Smith sells his art collection to George III. 1763 Canaletto I selected to the Venetian Academy. 1768 dies in Venice. Is buried in the church of S. Leo. Vicino di San Marco. Canaletto exaggerated when necessary. Here, he used two different viewpoints in order to make this panorama as spectacular as possible. See 1735, oil on canvas, 125 by 205 centimeters, Museum of Fine Arts, Boston, U.S. The stonemason's yard in visual picture, Canaletto presents a charming scene of everyday life in Venice. A mother runs to her fallen child, while another woman draws water from a well. See 1727, oil on canvas, 124 by 163 centimeters, National Gallery, London, UK. The famous painter of views, Canaletto of Venice, has procured a great reputation, and his great merit and excellence in that way is much esteemed. George Virtue, 1746, engraver and antiquary. Return of the Bucentoro on Ascension Day. Here, the Doge in his Bucentoro, state barge, casts a ring into the sea, symbolizing the city's marriage with the sea. See 1730, oil on canvas, 182 by 259 centimeters. Aldo Crespi Collection, Milan, Italy. Westminster Bridge with the Lord Mayor's procession in London. Canaletto reproduced the formula that had been so successful in his native city. Here, the most topical feature is Westminster Bridge, which was under construction at the time of the painting and was only opened in 1750. 1746, oil on canvas, 96 x 138 centimeters, Yale Center for British Art, New Haven, Connecticut, U.S. Closer look. Procession. The larger barges belong to the various city guilds. Canaletto enhanced the spectacle by adding a flotilla of smaller boats. Westminster. The twin towers are those of Westminster Abbey. To the left is Westminster Hall, where the new Lord Mayor will be sworn in. Francesco Guardi. Di Venice, 1712. Di Venice, 1793. The principal member of a family of painters, Guardi is best remembered for his views of Venice. These were often based on Canaletto's pictures, although Guardi's approach was very different. His style was sketchy and spontaneous, but his best works have a shimmering, atmospheric quality. This did not prove popular with tourists, who preferred the sharper detail and greater accuracy of Canaletto. As a result, Guardi gained little recognition and died in poverty, although he was later feted by the Impressionists. Guardi also specialized in the capriccio, caprice. His versions usually took the form of an imaginary landscape, featuring invented ruins picturesquely covered in creepers. Guardi's sister married the artist Tiepolo, while his son, Giacomo, also became a painter. Venice, Piazza San Marco, detail. In his views, Guardi placed far more emphasis on the figures than Canaletto did. See 1760, oil on canvas, 72 by 119 centimeters, National Gallery, London, UK. Caprice with ruins. Guardi created a series of paintings of imaginary ruins, inspired by excavations on the islands in the Venetian lagoon. See 1775-80, oil on canvas, Victoria and Albert Museum, London, UK. Bernardo Bellato. Di Venice, 1721. Di Warsaw, 1780. Bellato was Canaletto's nephew, and joined him as a pupil and later as a member of his workshop. Not surprisingly, his early work was strongly influenced by the master, and some of his Venetian scenes have been mistaken for Canaletto's tea. His confusion may well have been intentional, as he often used his uncle's name. Bellotto only worked in Venice for a limited time, however, spending most of his career in Dresden, Vienna, and Warsaw. Here, he worked mainly for royal patrons, rather than tourists, and his mature style is marked by a fine attention to detail. Indeed, his scenes of Warsaw are so accurate that they were used during the reconstruction of the city following World War II. Entrance to the Grand Canal. Venice. This is almost identical to one of Canaletto's views. C. 1745, oil on canvas, 59 by 95 centimeters, Fitzwilliam Museum, Cambridge, UK. William Hogarth. B. London, 1697. D. London, 1764. Pugnacious, patriotic, satirical, and humane, Hogarth was the outstanding British artist of his day. He devoted his life to raising the status of British artists. An innovative engraver, he was also a gifted portrait painter. But it is as the inventor of a new art form, a series of paintings on modern moral subjects, that he is best remembered. Hogarth began his career as a silver plate engraver. In 1720, he set up in business in London while studying painting in his spare time. He graduated from engraving shop cards to painting conversation pieces, theater pieces, and his Modern Moral series. Engraving these as prints for sale brought financial success, and Hogarth's campaign against unauthorized copying effectively invented artists' copyright. Lifeline. 1697, born in London, 1729, marries Jane Thornhill, daughter of painter James Thornhill. 1732, sells first, Modern Moral, prints, A Harlot's Progress, c. 1743. 45, paints The Marriage, a La Mode series. 1753, publishes his art treatise, The Analysis of Beauty. 1764, dies in London. The Graham children, despite the smiles, symbols of death, the hourglass and scythe, reflect that the baby died while the portrait was being painted. 1742, oil on canvas, 161 by 181 centimeters, Rococo National Gallery, London, UK. In context. Coffee houses. Coffee was introduced to Europe in the 1600s, and coffee houses soon sprang up in all the major cities. In Hogarth's London, they were the focus of social life, debate, and lively discussion. Along with other artists and writers, Hogarth frequented Old Slaughter's Coffee House in St. Martin's Lane. Coffee House in 1763, engraving, artist unknown. Gin Lane. Gin drinking among the poor was at its height when Hogarth created this hellish vision of the back streets of London, as part of a campaign to support the Gin Act of 1751. The gin-soaked, snuff-taking mother is oblivious as her baby falls to its death. 1751. Etching and engraving on paper, 36 by 31 centimeters, private collection. Other pictures we see, Hogarth's we read. William Hazlitt, 1845, writer and critic. Marriage à la mode, The Toilette. This is the fourth scene OFA narrative series satirizing marriages arranged for money. Here, the young countess is in her boudoir with her lover and pretentious hangers-on. See 1743-45, oil on canvas, 71 by 91 centimeters, National Gallery, London, UK. Closer look. Sign of the cuckold. Numerous details in this painting reveal that the Countess is having an affair. As the boy servant unpacks a basket, we see a tray depicting Leda being seduced by the swan, Jupiter in disguise, and a figure of Actaeon, whose horns can allude to a cuckold, a man whose wife commits adultery. Richard Wilson. B. Penigos, 1713. D. Lamberis, 1782. The son of a well-to-do Welsh clergyman, Richard Wilson began his artistic career as a portrait painter but went on to transform British landscape painting into an art form of poetic vision that could express ideas and emotions. Following his apprenticeship to a London portrait painter, Wilson was working independently by 1735, but it was not until the 1750s during a trip to Italy that he decided to devote himself to landscape. He may have been influenced by encouragement from the Italian landscape painter Francesco Zuccarelli, but Wilson's primary inspiration seemed to have been the countryside around Rome and the landscapes of the 17th century painters Claude and Gaspar Duguet. Returning to London, Wilson was the first artist to apply this idealizing, classical tradition to English and Welsh views. A founder member of the Royal Academy, Wilson was highly successful at his peak, but he had a difficult, abrasive personality, developing a severe drink problem in later years, which led to his decline and death. Lifeline: 1713 born in North Wales, 1729 apprentice to Thomas Wright, portrait painter, 1735 working independently in London, 1750 to 56 visits Italy, working chiefly in and around Rome, c. 1765 paints Snowdon from Ely in Nantle, 1768 becomes a founder member of Royal Academy. 1776 as an act of charity, Royal Academy appoints him librarian. By this time he is an alcoholic and impoverished. 1781 returns to Wales, 1782 dies in Wales. Snowdon from Ely in Nantle. This serene, classically balanced composition shows how Wilson imbued his native British landscape with an unprecedented poetic grandeur. He often painted repeats of popular, money-making compositions. There are two versions of this celebrated work. See 1765, oil on canvas, 104 by 127 centimeters, Castle Museum, Nottingham, UK. Closer look. The classical repoussoir. This composition follows the classical convention of repoussoir, from the French word repousser, to push back. The dark shapes of the trees and reflection frame a lighter center and enhance the sense of depth. Wilton House from the southeast W/I/Sun painted many impressive views of country houses, including 5 of Wilton House. The coloring and composition are reminiscent of the works of Claude and Duguet. See 1758-60, oil on canvas, collection of the Earl of Pembroke, Wilton House, Salisbury, Wiltshire, UK. Closer look. Sketching party. Following the tradition of classical landscape artists of the 17th century, Wilson often included small figures in his foregrounds. Here, a seated artist paints the view, watched thoughtfully by 2 standing companions. The silhouetted figures, lit by an aura of glowing evening light, form a picturesque group against the eye cloud reflections on the still lake. Allan Ramsay. B. Edinburgh, 1713. D. Dover, 1784. Allan Ramsay was the leading portraitist in London from about 1740 until the mid-1750s, when Joshua Reynolds began to rise to prominence. Ramsay also played a leading role in the literary and intellectual life of the time. The son of a Scottish poet, Ramsay studied in Edinburgh, London, and Italy before settling in London. It may have been Reynolds's rising reputation that led him to visit Italy again in 1755-57. In 1767, he became principal painter to George III, but it is for his intimate portraits, rather than those in the grand manner, that Ramsay is most admired. He gave up painting in 1773 after an arm injury. Portrait of Margaret Lindsay / his tender painting of his second wife has an elegantly French air. See 1758-60, oil on canvas, 74x62 centimeters, National Galleries of Scotland, Edinburgh, UK. David Hume Ramsay painted this wonderfully direct portrait as a gift for Hume, an eminent Scottish philosopher and historian. They were close friends. 1766, oil on canvas, 76 by 64 centimeters, National Galleries of Scotland, Edinburgh, UK. Animals. Some of the earliest images known are of animals, daubed on the walls of caves some 40,000 years ago. Since then, animals have been portrayed in religious rituals, as sacrifices, mythical creatures, or incarnations of gods and goddesses, symbolically in Christian art, or simply as pets. Animals began to take center stage in the 18th and 19th centuries as proud owners commissioned portraits of their well-bred livestock and pets. Some painters made a living specializing in hunting and racing scenes. Today, animal art is as popular as ever, even down to installations that put a contemporary spin on taxidermy. Rock painting of bison prehistoric. Although these 2 bison are rubbing haunches, They may have been painted hundreds of years apart. It is still unclear why prehistoric people covered cave walls with animal paintings like these. 14.000 BC, Lascaux, Périgord, France. Saint Jerome in his study attributed to Jan van Eyck the artist reveled in detail and textures such as the lion's mane. Early 15th century, oils, 20 by 13 centimeters, the Detroit Institute of Arts, Detroit, U.S. Rhinoceros Albrecht Dürer, the master of the German Renaissance, was inspired to make this woodcut after receiving a letter from a friend describing an Indian rhinoceros. Dürer had never seen an animal anything like it, and took his friend's phrase. Armor-plated. Literally 1515, woodcut, 21 by 30 centimeters, private collection. Vision of St. Augustine, detail. Vittor Carpaccio, the Venetian artist, depicts the dog's devotion with fond realism. 1502 to 2008. Oil on canvas, Scuola di San Giorgio degli Schiavoni, Venice, Italy. Agelbronze Sea Dragon, Chinese. Artist unknown. Chinese dragons are depicted as snake-like creatures with 4 claws and are underscore a symbol of auspicious power controlling the element of water. 6 Dynasties period, 295-589 c. Private collection. Kublai Khan hunting, detail. Attributed to Lu Quantao, the founder of the Mongol dynasty in China, and his followers spot their prey, intriguingly not revealed to the viewer. 1270-1300, Yuan Dynasty, ink and color on silk, National Palace Museum, Taipei, Taiwan. St. George and the Dragon. Paolo Uccello, this Florentine artist, started in the courtly international Gothic style, elegantly elongating the princess and embellishing the dragon with butterfly-like spots on its wings, and a lead. Uccello later became obsessed with perspective and realism. C. 1470, oil on canvas, 59x76 centimeters, National Gallery, London, UK. Turkey Mughal Empire under their loving Emperor Akbar, a vigorous, naturalistic style developed. Mid-17th century, watercolor, 21x14 centimeters, Fitzwilliam Museum, Cambridge, UK. Whistlejacket. George Stubbs, the English artist, specialized in painting horses. This thoroughbred, the product of recent knowledge on breeding horses, merits a portrait huge enough for a human subject. 1762, oil on canvas, 292x246 cm, National Gallery, London, UK. The parade or race horses in front of the stands. Edgar Degas. The races gave Degas the chance to experiment with unusual cropping and composition, as if he were taking a candid snapshot. 1866-68, oil on paper, 46 by 61 centimeters, Musée d'Orsay, Paris, France. Tiger fronts mark the German expressionist considered animals to be on a higher plane. He used simplified shapes and symbolic color to express their animalness. 1912, oil on canvas, 111 by 112 centimeters, Städtische Galerie im Landbuchhaus, Munich, Germany. The physical impossibility of death in the mind of someone living. Damien Hirst, the controversial artist's most famous work, a shark floating in a tank, reflects his fascination with death. 1991, glass, steel, silicone, shark, and formaldehyde, 213 by 640 by 213 centimeters, Saatchi Gallery, London, UK. Tiger attacking a wild horse. Eugene Delacroix, French romantic. Delacroix painted horses with wild Byronic vitality. Sweeping brush marks capture the horse's fear and agony in the face of certain death. C. 1826-29, pen and ink and watercolor, 18 by 25 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. Monarch of the Glen. Sir Edwin Landseer, Queen Victoria's favorite painter, appealed to the Victorians' Cmumul of animal subjects, the very reason that caused his reputation to decline in the 20th century. 1851, oil on canvas, 164x169 centimeters, United Distillers and Vintners, Fife, UK. Tiger in a tropical storm, surprised. Henri Rousseau, the artist's childlike style and vivid color palette peaked in his Jungle, Scenes of Exotic Animals. 1891, oil on canvas, 130x162 centimeters, National Gallery, London, UK. Joe's black dog Marjorie Weiss, the contemporary American artist, shows a giant dog dwarfing the landscape. The low viewpoint makes it seem even larger. 2000, acrylic on canvas, 76 by 76 centimeters, private collection. Joshua Reynolds. B. Plimpton, Devon, 1723. D. London, 1792. The most distinguished portraitist of his day, a learned art theorist, and the first president of the Royal Academy, Reynolds did more than anyone else in history to elevate the status of British art and artists. The son of a headmaster and clergyman, he was apprenticed at the age of 17 to Thomas Hudson in London. After some years painting in Devon and London, in 1750–52 Reynolds visited Italy, where he made a profound study of classical and Renaissance art. Returning to London, he set out to raise the status of portraiture from lowly face painting to the level of history painting by making reference to the great art of the past. He was phenomenally successful and productive, but so versatile and inventive that he rarely repeated himself. His discourses on art, lectures delivered between 1769 and 1790 at the Royal Academy, are the classic exposition of the academic ideal of the grand manner. Lifeline. 1723 born in Devon, 1750–52 visits Italy, 1768 Royal Academy founded. Reynolds is its first president. 1769 delivers his first discourse on art. 1789 stops painting due to his failing eyesight. 1792 dies in London, and is buried in St. Paul's Cathedral. Georgiana, Countess of Spencer, and her daughter. This lovely preliminary sketch for an intimate portrait is based on a Madonna and Child format. 1759, oil on canvas, 75 by 62 centimeters, private collection. Mrs. Siddons as the tragic muse, the greatest tragic actress of her day, is shown in the guise of Melpomene, the muse of tragedy. Her pose echoes one of the prophets from the Sistine Chapel, painted by Michelangelo. 1789, oil on canvas, 240 x 147 centimeters, Dulwich Picture Gallery, London, UK. Henry, 8th Lord Arundel of Order _ in this grand portrait, Reynolds consciously makes references to past art. Lord Arundel's pose derives from classical art, while the column echoes Van Dyck's portraits. See 1764–67, oil on canvas, 239 x 147 centimeters, Dayton Art Institute, Ohio, U.S. Damn him! How Arius Hayes! Thomas Gainsborough. The Ladies' Waldegrave. Reynolds' skill at composing portraits, which reflected the sitter's characters and interests, is shown in this triple portrait. Lady Charlotte and Lady Elizabeth wind silk, while Lady Anna is making lace on a tambour. 1780, oil on canvas, 143 by 168 centimeters, National Galleries of Scotland, Edinburgh, UK. Closer look. Three Graces with heads bent towards each other, faces shown in different views, and arms creating a linking line. The grouping evokes classical statues of the Three Graces. Thomas Gainsborough. B. Sudbury, Suffolk, 1727. D. London, 1788. Like Reynolds, Gainsborough was a giant of 18th-century British art. But where Reynolds was scholarly and diligent, Gainsborough was intuitive and impulsive. His influences included Dutch, Flemish, and French Rococo art, but he was a painter of great originality, renowned for portraits, landscapes, and sentimental, fancy pictures. Precociously talented, Gainsborough was sent to train in London aged about 13. He worked with the French engraver Hubert Gravelot, a pupil of Boucher, and possibly Francis Hayman. His provincial portrait business in Suffolk was not lucrative, but a move to Bath in 1759 proved a turning point in his style and fortunes. Seeing the works of Van Dyck inspired a new, elegant style that appealed to the fashionable and wealthy clientele of Bath, and later London. Although portrait painting was Gainsborough's livelihood, landscape remained his real love. Lifeline. 1727 born in Sudbury, c. 1740 begins his training in London, 1748–59 works in Suffolk, 1759–74 enjoys success in Bath, 1768 founder member of Royal Academy, 1774 settles in London, 1784 quarrels with the Royal Academy, exhibits privately for the rest of his life. 1788 dies after a long illness. The Honorable Mrs. Graham. This ravishing full-length portrait shows Gainsborough's later style, which was supremely elegant and glamorous. See 1775-77, oil on canvas, 23 by 1,754 centimeters, National Galleries of Scotland, Edinburgh, UK. His cranium is so crammed with genius of every kind that it is in danger of bursting upon you, like a steam engine overcharged. David Garrick, 1824, actor and playwright. The Harvest Wagon. From his boyhood, Gainsborough painted landscapes for pleasure. This is one of his finest, unified by the feathery touch of his mature style. The group on the wagon are inspired by Rubens's Descent from the Cross. See 1767, oil and canvas, 120 x 144 centimeters, the Barber Institute of Fine Arts, Birmingham, UK. The Painter's Daughters with a Cat. Gainsborough painted his daughters several times. Here, Mary is apparently giving Margaret a hug while surreptitiously tweaking the cat's tail. The brushwork is looser than in his early paintings, but because of its intimate nature, it remained an unfinished work that did not require the usual pristine finish. See 1760-61, oil on canvas, 76 by 63 centimeters, National Gallery, London, UK. Mr. and Mrs. Andrews with its doll-like figures, posed by artists' mannequins, and tight brushwork, this delightfully fresh masterpiece is typical of Gainsborough's early work. Although this is a portrait, the entire right half is a lovingly observed landscape. See 1748-49, oil on canvas, 70 by 119 centimeters, National Gallery, London, UK. Closer look. Empty lap. An area I and Mrs. Andrews's lap is left puzzlingly unpainted. A popular theory is that the space was intended for a bird shot by Mr. Andrews, but his wife would surely not have sullied her expensive dress with a bloody carcass. A craft bag is a more plausible suggestion. James Barrie. B. Cork, 1741. D. London, 1806. A history painter on an ambitiously grand scale, Barrie is best remembered for his grandiose cycle of paintings entitled The Progress of Human Culture. With no less an aim than to paint the history of the world, he created this enormous and overambitious cycle largely at his own expense. Barrie was a protege of the statesman-philosopher Edmund Burke, who financed an inspiring trip to Italy. Barrie became professor of painting at the Royal Academy but was expelled for slanderous attacks on colleagues, including Reynolds. He died in poverty. Crowning the victors at Olympia, detail. This scene is taken from one of 6 paintings making up the Progress of Human Culture cycle. 1777-83, oil on canvas, Royal Society of Arts, London, UK. Closer look. Ancient Victor. The ancient Greek poet Diagoras the Atheist is shown as one of the victors at Barrie's imaginary Olympic Games. Louis-François Roubiliac. B. Lyons, 1702, D. London, 1762. Born in France, Roubiliac spent almost all of his career in England, where he was the greatest sculptor of his day. He may have trained in Dresden and Paris before settling in London. A full-length statue of the composer Handel established Roubiliac's reputation, but he also made his name for portrait busts, which are remarkable for their vivid sense of life, and for tomb sculptures. On a trip to Italy in 1752, Roubiliac was deeply impressed by the work of the great Baroque sculptor Bernini, whose influence can be seen in much of his subsequent work. Lifeline. 1702, born in Lyons, France, 1730 moves to London, 1738 makes his name with a marble statue of Handel for Vauxhall Gardens, London, 1745-49 creates monument of John, Duke of Argyll, in Westminster Abbey, London, 1751-57 makes celebrated series of busts of members of Trinity College, Cambridge. 1752 travels to Italy with the painter Thomas Hudson. 1758-61 creates the tomb of Lady Elizabeth Nightingale in Westminster Abbey, London. 1762 dies in London, in debt despite his highly successful career. A George Frederick Handel, this brilliantly observed bust of the composer has a lifelike energy. Terracotta, Foundling Museum, London, UK. Sir Isaac Newton died almost 30 years before this sculpture was made. It is a fine example of Roubiliac's imaginative and technical ability. 1755 Marble, Trinity College, Cambridge, UK. Michael Risbrack. B. Antwerp, 1694. D. London, 1770. Flemish-born Risbrack was the leading sculptor in England in the 1720s and 30s, until he was outshone by Roubiliac. He was a versatile artist, his works including tombs, portraits, and architectural elements. Best known are his reclining monument to Sir Isaac Newton in Westminster Abbey and his equestrian statue of William I in Bristol. Alexander Pope Isbrack popularized two types of portrait bust in England, all antica, referring to classical Rome, and en négligé, in contemporary costume, as in this portrait of the poet Pope. Marble, private collection. Joseph Wright of Derby. B. Derby, 1734. D. Derby, 1797. One of the most original artists of the 18th century, Wright spent most of his life in his native town. After training in London with Thomas Hudson, he worked as a portraitist in Derby. In the 1760s, he began to paint extraordinarily innovative scenes with dramatic chiaroscuro, light and shade. He became justly famous for these candle lights, which often featured scientific or industrial subjects. After a trip to Italy, 1773 to 75, Wright turned to more literary themes, but pictures of Vesuvius erupting and moonlit landscapes reveal his continued interest in the effects of light. In context. The Industrial Revolution in Wright's lifetime, England changed from a rural society into a major industrial nation. Factories, mills, and cities transformed the landscape and the way of life. Derby was one of the centers of the Industrial Revolution. Loading coal on cargo ships, engraving by Thomas Buick. An experiment on a bird in the air pump. Wright's candlelit masterpiece shows the life or death moment when the scientist is poised, ready to let air into the pump to revive the bird. 1768. Oil on canvas, 183 by 244 centimeters. National Gallery, London, UK. Closer look. Scientist and showman, a candle throws features and expressions into relief. With his glazed eyes, wrinkled brow, and wild hair, the lecturer looks as much magician as scientist. At the time, scientists would visit wealthy families to demonstrate the wonders of modern science. Henry Raeburn. B. Stockbridge, 1756. D. Edinburgh, 1823. Based mainly in his native Edinburgh, Raeburn was the leading Scottish portraitist of his day. His vivid portraits include many the scientists, philosophers, and scholar of the Scottish Enlightenment. Renowned engraving by for his ability to capture the personality of his sitters, Raeburn was also admired for his free, painterly technique. Raeburn was probably self-taught as a painter. After a 2-year visit to Italy, he returned to Edinburgh where he developed his square touch achieved by using free brushwork without underdrawing. He contemplated moving to London in 1810, but decided against it on account of the competition from Lawrence. He remained in Edinburgh, where he was in constant demand. Lifeline. 1756. Born in Stockbridge, now a suburb of Edinburgh. 1784 to 86. Travels to Italy via Yan'an, possibly. Meets Reynolds. C. 1798. Builds an elaborate studio, including a framing workshop and picture gallery. 1822. Knighted by George IV and appointed His Majesty's limner, painter, or Scotland. The Patterson children. This charming portrait has a real sense of freedom and spontaneity. Polesden Lacey, Surrey, UK. He is the last and greatest visual representative of the Scottish Enlightenment. William Vaughan. Sir Walter Scott Raeburn painterly technique is evident in this celebrated portrait of the great Scottish poet and historical novelist. By all accounts, the two men did not hit it off. 1822. Oil on canvas, 76 by 63 centimeters. Scottish National Portrait Gallery, Edinburgh, UK. Sir Thomas Lawrence. B. Bristol, 1769. D. London, 1830. An infant prodigy, Lawrence was the most gifted and successful English portrait painter of his generation. He was almost entirely self-taught, but at the age of 18 he confidently announced that, accepting for Sir Joshua Reynolds for the painting of a head, would risk my reputation with any painter in London. With the death of Reynolds in 1792, Lawrence became the official painter to George I. He was knighted in 1815, and in 1818 the Prince Regent sent him on a tour of Europe to paint the sovereigns and statesmen involved in Napoleon's overthrow. On his return, he was made president of the Royal Academy. Lawrence's glittering style and fluid brushwork earned him admirers throughout Europe, including the Romantics, particularly Delacroix. But his reputation declined after his death and has never fully recovered. Lifeline. 1769 born in Bristol, 1794 member of the Royal Academy, 1818 to 20 goes on painting tour of Europe, 1820 becomes president of the Royal Academy, 1824 exhibits at the Paris Salon, helps found National Gallery in London, 1830 dies suddenly, leaving huge debts. Queen Charlotte with its dazzling brushwork, this touching portrait helped to make Lawrence's reputation. However, the royal family did not like it, perhaps because they found the bareheaded, careworn likeness to Frank Point 1789-90, oil on canvas, 239 x 147 centimeters, National Gallery, London, UK. Portrait of Princess Daria Levin. This glamorous drawing shows the Russian ambassador's wife, who was based in London from 1812. She was a diplomat and society hostess, and introduced the waltz to England. C. 1812, pencil and chalk on canvas, 77 x 64 cm, Hermitage, St. Petersburg, Russia. Neoclassicism was the dominant style of the late 18th and early 19th centuries. In its purest form, neoclassical art is severe and high-minded, often linked with the fervent political ideals of the time, but it also has more intimate and decorative aspects. The prefix, neo, comes from the Greek word for new, so neoclassicism means new classicism. The style was inspired by the art of classical Greece and Rome, specifically its qualities of noble simplicity and calm grandeur. These are the words of Johann Joachim Winckelmann, 1717-68, a German scholar whose writings played an important role in spreading the ideals of neoclassicism. Origins and influences. Neoclassicism originated in Incum, a city with unrivaled remains of ancient buildings and sculpture. Knowledge of ancient art increased greatly in the 18th century, partly because of archaeological discoveries in Rome and in Herculaneum and Pompeii, two buried cities near Naples. Thousands of artifacts were excavated, many of which were published as engravings, which were influential in spreading neoclassical taste. Subjects. Neoclassical artists were often inspired by Greek and Roman history, literature, and myth, but they also treated many other subjects. These included staples, such as portraits and landscapes, but also more innovative themes from the political and social events of the time. The 18th century is often loosely described as the Age of Enlightenment, in reference to the prevailing philosophical outlook, which questioned traditional beliefs and stressed the primacy of rational thought. The neoclassical style, with its emphasis on order and clarity, was very much in tune with this spirit, and some artists, above all Jacques-Louis David, used their work as a vehicle for their moral convictions. Title page of Histoire de l'art chez les Anciens. Winckelmann's History of Art in Antiquity, published in German in 1764, was soon translated into other languages. This French edition appeared in Amsterdam in 1766. Neoclassicism. Timeline. The first stirrings of neoclassicism started to appear as early as the 1720s, but it was not until after the middle of the century that the style began to represent a serious challenge to the dominance of Rococo. By the 1770s, neoclassicism was in the ascendancy, and it continued to flourish well into the 19th century, in architecture and design as well as painting and sculpture. 1760-1, MENGS, Parnassus. 1762, Stubbs, horse attacked by a lion. 1764, JUL, still life with flowers. 1784, David, the Oath of the Horatii. Schools. Although Rome lay at the heart of neoclassicism and continued to attract ambitious artists because of its past achievements, Italian painting of this period was comparatively undistinguished. The most momentous developments took place elsewhere, particularly in France. French, and to an extent European, neoclassical painting was dominated by Jacques-Louis David. He not only created several of the archetypal masterpieces of the style, but also exerted a powerful influence through his role as the outstanding teacher of the day. His pupils included some of the leading artists of the next generation, notably Anne-Louis Girardet, Antoine-Jean Gros, and Jean-Auguste Dominique Ingres. In the work of Girardet and Gros, neoclassical severity is tempered with the glamour and dash of the burgeoning Romantic movement, but Ingres is regarded as the main upholder of classical values in 19th century painting. A more intimate side to neoclassicism is seen in the work of Elisabeth Vigée Lebrun. Unlike David, who supported the French Revolution, she was a royalist and left France in 1789, working successfully in several countries before returning permanently to her homeland in 1805. Northern European. Among the other countries in which neoclassicism flourished were several in Northern Europe, including Germany and Denmark. In Denmark, there was a remarkable flowering of painting in the late 18th and early 19th centuries that was part of a golden age in the country's art, expressed also in Thorvaldsen sculpture and in some superb buildings. Danish painting of this time generally shuns the elevated tone of contemporary French art, concentrating on everyday life rather than heroic deeds. However, the clarity of form seen in the work of an artist such as Jens Juel is neoclassical in spirit. Portrait of a young woman Elisabeth Vigée Lebrun. The clarity of form and cool precision of the brushwork are neoclassical in spirit, but the sheer prettiness of the work recalls the Rococo style. See 1797, Oil on Canvas, 82 by 71 centimeters, Museum of Fine Arts, Boston, U.S. A Juno and Jupiter. Gavin Hamilton. The Scottish painter Gavin Hamilton spent most of his career in Rome. He was an influential figure in the spread of neoclassicism, mentoring British visitors to Italy and carrying out serious archaeological work. Collection of the Earl of Leicester, Holcombe Hall, Norfolk, UK. Style and techniques. David's paintings represent neoclassicism at its most powerful and severe, and a similar lofty tone, although a lesser level of inspiration, is seen in the sculpture of Bertel Thorvaldsen. However, many other artists of the time were much less austere. Neoclassicism is often characterized as a stern reaction against the frivolity of the preceding Rococo idiom. See page 242. Although this interpretation holds good for some artists, the two styles did, in fact, overlap considerably. Elisabeth Vigée Lebrun, for example, combined neoclassical purity of line with Rococo delicacy of sentiment and lightness of touch. Similarly, although they are often presented as polar opposites, there are sometimes strong links between the neoclassical style and the Romantic style. See page 296, that followed it. The Sleep of Endymion and Louis Girardet, 1791, Oil on Canvas, 198x261 vm, Louvre, Paris, France. The Sleep of Endymion, detail, the sleek drawing and smooth handling are neoclassical, but the melodramatic treatment is Romantic in spirit. Current events. 1775 – The War of Independence breaks out between Britain and its American colonies. 1789 – Economic and social unrest erupts in the French Revolution, during which a republic is established and the king and queen are executed. 1799 – Napoleon becomes dictator of France. 1815 – Final defeat of Napoleon at Battle of Waterloo. 1787 – Vigée Lebrun, Marie Antoinette and her children. 1787–93, Canova, Cupid and Psyche. 1795, Shadow, Princesses Louisa and Frederica of Prussia. 1800, David, Madame Recamier. 1808, Gros, Napoleon on the battlefield of Eylau. 1808, Ingres, the Valpencan Bather. British art tends to avoid extremes, and neoclassicism rarely appeared in a pure and doctrinaire form in the country's painting. Its influence is seen, however, in various ways, for example in the dignity and lucidity of George Stubbs's work. Stubbs had scientific inclinations and he experimented with painting on earthenware panels made for him by the famous pottery manufacturer Josiah Wedgwood, who was renowned for his elegant neoclassical wares. Among the designers employed by Wedgwood was the sculptor John Flaxman, who was the most original and committed British exponent of neoclassicism. Neoclassical sculpture. Whereas neoclassical painting was geographically diverse, neoclassical sculpture was very much concentrated in Rome. Almost all the leading European sculptors of the time worked in the city at one time or the other, and the two most famous, Antonio Canova and Bertel Thorvaldsen, spent virtually their whole careers there. Canova became an international celebrity and was invited to settle in Paris, by Napoleon, Russia, by Catherine the Great, and Vienna, by the Emperor Francis I. But he rejected these offers, maintaining that his creativity was inseparable from Rome. Both Canova and Thorvaldsen ran large workshops, which carried out prestigious commissions all over Europe. Although they occasionally worked in other media, their favored material was marble, with its strong associations with ancient statuary. Much of the actual carving was done by assistants, although Canova cared a great deal about personal handling of his materials and applied what he called the last touch himself. Thorvaldsen's sculpture is generally more austere, without Canova's sensuous qualities. Even when he did the final carving himself, he preferred a more matte surface. The other leading neoclassical sculptors included John Flaxman, the German Johann Gottfried Schadow, and the Swede Johann Tobias Sergel, all of whom spent periods in Rome. The tradition was maintained well into the 19th century, Thorvaldsen's studio continuing to operate even after he retired and returned to his native Copenhagen in 1838. Sleeping Nymph Antonio Canova, one of Canova's final works. This was inspired by a famous ancient sculpture of a sleeping hermaphrodite. C 1820-22 marble, length 194 centimeters, Victoria and Albert Museum, London. Jacques-Louis David. B. Paris, 1748. D. Brussels, 1825. The leading artist of the neoclassical movement in France, David studied under Joseph Marie Vien. However, his real education took place in Rome, where he was overwhelmed by the splendor of the ancient remains and by the artworks of the great Italian masters. Following his return to Paris in 1780, David set about creating his own vision of the antique, combining themes from classical history with an air of stern morality and heroic sacrifice. This seemed to echo the growing mood of Republican fervor in the country, and quickly made him a national celebrity. When the revolution came, David proved as passionate about politics as he was about art. He joined the National Convention, staged Republican pageants, and attacked the Academy. His actions almost led him to the guillotine, but he escaped with just a brief spell of imprisonment. Then, with the rise of Napoleon, the pattern repeated itself. David placed his art wholeheartedly at the service of the emperor. After Napoleon's defeat, David went into exile in Belgium, where he continued to work until his death 9 years later. Lifeline. 1748, born in Paris, the son of an ironmonger. 1766, trains under Vien. 1774, wins the Prix de Rome. 1775-80, studies in Rome. 1782, marries Charlotte Picot. 1784-85, paints his most influential picture, The Oath of the Horatii. 1789, outbreak of the French Revolution. 1792, joins the Nat Iona Convention. 1794, imprisoned for his revolutionary activities. 1804, becomes Napoleon's official painter. 1816, moves to Brussels. Following defeat of Napoleon, 1825, dies in exile in Brussels. The intervention of the Sabine women. This was David's comeback painting, after his near-fatal involvement in politics, hence its conciliatory theme. The Sabine women stopped the fighting by taking their children onto the battlefield. 1794-99, oil on canvas, 385 by 522 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. The Oath of the Horatii. 7 Roman brothers take a vow to their father as they prepare to fight to the death against 3 enemy champions. The lamenting women on the right include a sister who is betrothed to one of the enemy. This paean to duty and self-sacrifice for the good of the state captured the mood of the times. As such, it has been seen as a call to arms for the French Revolution. 1784–85, oil and canvas, 330 by 425 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. Closer look. Balance and order. David's composition has a rigorous sense of order. The three arches echo the grouping of figures into three divisions. Similarly, the diagonal line of the lance and the brothers' strides is balanced by that of the father and the swords. United in grief, the heroic actions of the Hirata brothers are balanced by the passive resignation of their sisters. One of them is betrothed to a member of the opposing family, and so, whatever the outcome of the fight, loved ones are bound to perish. The death of Marat VII. Revolutionary leader Jean-Paul Marat had to spend hours in the bath because of a skin complaint. In July 1793, he was stabbed to death in his bathtub by the royalist Charlotte Corday. David immediately painted this tribute, showing Marat in a pose reminiscent of the dead Christ. 1793, oil and canvas, 165 x 128 centimeters, Musées Royaux, Brussels, Belgium. Closer look. A revealing still life. Marat used his bathroom as an office. In his left hand, he holds Corday's letter of introduction, while beside Idas Anodi offering money to a soldier's widow. The old crate, used as a table, was a deliberate contrast to the luxurious furniture owned by the rich. Here David is illustrating his friend's charitable nature and his austere principles. In context. The French Revolution, the most turbulent period in French history, began in 1789, when rebel politicians formed a new government, the National Assembly, and rioters stormed the Bastille prison. The insurgents swept away the powers of the monarchy and the church, but divisions appeared within their ranks. Extremist groups took control, unleashing the Terror, 1793–94, when thousands went to the guillotine. By 1795, the violence began to subside, leaving a power vacuum that would eventually be filled by Napoleon. Arrest of the governor of the Bastille by Jean-François Jeannet. Napoleon crossing the Alps. This is a striking piece of propaganda. Napoleon wanted to be shown, "Come on a fiery steed," and David obliged, creating an image of dashing authority. In reality, Napoleon made the journey on a mule. 1801, oil on canvas, 260 x 221 cm, Château de Malmaison, Rue Malmaison, France. Madame Récamier. Julie Récamier was a famous society beauty. Her Grecian, ringlets, empire-style dress, and bare feet give her a convincing classical appearance. 1800, oil on canvas, 174 by 244 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. Antoine-Jean Gros. B. Paris, 1771, D. Meudon, 1835. The art of Gros marks the transition between neoclassicism and romanticism. He was one of David's star pupils, but his emotive use of color and his taste for scenes of suffering heralded the romantic style to come. Delacroix and Géricault were both keen admirers of his work. Gros' best pictures were produced for Napoleon. He met him in Milan in 1796 and immediately joined his entourage. This gave him first-hand experience of the general's campaigns, which in turn enabled him to endow his war scenes with an unusual degree of realism. Although his work projects a glamorized vision of war, the prominent pile of corpses in Eylau shocked the Parisian public when the picture was shown at the Salon. Lifeline. 1771, born into an artistic family in Paris. 1785, becomes pupil of Jacques-Louis David. 1793–1800, works in Italy, where he meets Napoleon. 1808, paints Napoleon on the battlefield of Eylau. 1816, becomes professor at École des Beaux-Arts. Takes over the studio of David, who has gone into exile. 1835, drowns himself in the Seine, near Paris. Napoleon on the battlefield of Eylau. Gros emphasizes the emperor's compassionate side. He is shown with his arm raised, as if he is blessing the wounded and the defeated, who cluster around him. 1808, oil on canvas, 5.2 x 7.8 m, Louvre, Paris, France. Napoleon visiting the plague-stricken at Jaffa. This is a scene from Napoleon's Syrian CS campaign of 1799. The picture was commissioned to counter accusations that Napoleon had wanted to execute the sick. 1804, oil on canvas, 5.2x 7.2m, Louvre, Paris, France. Closer look. Heroic leadership grow. Underlines Napoleon's bravery by showing him touching a plague sore. This contrasts with behavior of the officer behind him, who covers his mouth to protect himself from infection. Napoleon's gesture is reminiscent of some Christian images showing Jesus healing the sick by touching them. Elizabeth Vigée Lebrun. B. Paris, 1755. D. Paris, 1842. Elizabeth was the daughter of Louis Vigée, a minor artist who also trained her, and the wife of the picture dealer, Jean-Baptiste Lebrun. She established herself as a leading portraitist, known in particular for her many depictions of Marie Antoinette, France's doomed queen. Their rapport is immediately evident from these paintings. Because of her royal connections, Vigée Lebrun was forced to flee during the French Revolution, later working in Italy, Russia, and England. Marie Antoinette the Empty Cradle is a reference to Princess Sophie Beatrix, who had just died. 1787, oil on canvas, 275 by 215 centimeters, Chateau de Versailles, France. Anne-Louis Girardet. B. Montargis, 1767, D. Paris, 1824. Like his contemporary Gros, Girardet forms a bridge between the neoclassical and romantic movements. He was one of David's most gifted pupils and won the Prix de Rome in 17839. Stylistically, he owed much to his master, but his approach was very different. Endymion, painted at the height of the French Revolution, was a far cry from David's stern Republican dramas. The idea of using a symbolic source of light to represent the goddess would have been anathema to his old teacher. The sleep of Endymion, the lunar goddess Selene is in love with Endymion and visits him here as a shaft off moonlight. 1791, oil and canvas, 198x.261 cm, Louvre, Paris, France. Jean-Auguste Dominique Ingres. B. Montauban, 1780, D. Paris, 1867. Ingres found fame as the champion of the classical tradition in France. After training briefly with David, he spent his early career in Italy, where he earned a good deal of his living with exquisite pencil portraits. Returning to Paris in the 1820s, Ingres became embroiled in aesthetic controversy. With his emphasis on draftsmanship and classical values, he was revered as the leading exponent of academic art, in contrast to the wilder approach of the Romantics. See pages 296-97, headed by Delacroix. In fact, the distinctions between the two were somewhat artificial. Ingres' preference for highly finished pictures, he said that paint should be as smooth as the skin of an onion, was certainly a classical trait, but some of his exotic subjects bordered on the romantic. Lifeline. 1780, born in southern France, 1797 moves to Paris, 1801 wins the Prix de Rome, 1806 to 24 lives in Italy, 1835 to 41 director of the French Academy in Rome, 1863 completes the Turkish bath, his final masterpiece, 1867 dies in Paris. Madame Moitessier in true classical fashion, Ingres based the pose on an ancient Roman painting of a goddess at Herculaneum. 1856, oil on canvas, 120x92 centimeters, National Gallery, London, UK. The apotheosis of Homer inspired by Raphael's school of Athens. This is effectively a classical manifesto, showing Homer being crowned by victory. 1827, oil on canvas, 386x 512 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. The Turkish bath Ingres' most erotic painting was completed when he was well into his 80s. 1863, oil on canvas, diameter 198 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. The Valpenkanbethe throughout his career, Ingres sought to create the perfect, classical nude. He returned to this pose again and again, sometimes placing the figure in a harem, but he never surpassed his youthful work. The picture is named after an early owner. Painted while he was in Rome, this is one of Ingres' most classical works. The subject has exotic potential. The sunken pool hints at a bathhouse, for example, but the mood is cool and remote. 1808, oil on canvas, 146 by 98 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. Closer look. Idealized nude lion takes precedence over color, and this figure, lost in thought, resembles a living statue. The softly curving outlines of the figure contrast with the vertical folds of cloth. Critics often complain that Ingres' nudes seem boneless, noting here that the bather appears to have no ankles. Antonio Canova. B. Pisanio, 1757, D. Venice, 1822. The greatest and most successful sculptor of the neoclassical era, Canova worked initially in Venice, but he made his breakthrough in Rome. His Theseus and the Minotaur, 1781-83, brought him to the public's attention, helping him to win prestigious commissions to design 2 papal tombs. After this, Canova's reputation was made. He was employed by many of the crowned heads of Europe, as well as the Church, although his most spectacular pieces were probably the nude statues of Napoleon and his sister. Canova was both versatile and original. He took an unusual interest in the display of his sculptures. His Cupid and Psyche, for example, was designed to be rotated and viewed in subdued, colored lighting. Similarly, he preferred to show his work to clients by candlelight. Lifeline. 1757, born near Treviso, the son of a stonemason. C. 1770, moves to Vienna. 1780, settles in Rome. 1783, begins work on papal tomes of Clement XLL and Clement XLV. 1787-93, Cupid and Psyche. 1805-2007, statue of Pauline Borghese. 1815, visits London to see the Elgin marbles. 1822, dies, and is buried in Pisanio. Cupid and Psyche, in one of Canova's most tender sculptures, Cupid revives his swooning lover with a kiss. 1787-93, marble, height 155 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. Hercules and Lycus, mortally wounded. Hercules takes revenge on the youth who has unwittingly poisoned him. 1795-1802, marble, height 350 centimeters, Galleria Nazionale di Arte Moderna, Rome, Italy. Pauline Borghese as Venus Gies, daring sculpture of Napoleon's sister, was never put on public display. It was only viewed by candlelight, by friends of the family. 1805-2007, marble, length 201 centimeters, Galleria Borghese, Rome, Italy. Closer look. ACT of Fury. Some critics found Canova's work too cold and restrained, but he was equally capable of fiery brilliance. Here, Hercules strains every sinew, while the despair of his victim, clutching vainly at the hero's lion skin, is vividly portrayed. John Flaxman. B. York, 1755. D. London, 1826. Both as a draftsman and as a sculptor, Flaxman was England's most important neoclassical artist. As a young man, he worked for Josiah Wedgwood and gained an interest in classical pottery. Flaxman's understanding of classical art is evident from his tomb sculptures, many of which resemble antique reliefs. It was his book illustrations, however, that were most influential. His simple, pared-down drawings brought the works of Homer and Aeschylus to life. In context. Wedgwood Pottery. Flaxman's association, 1775-87, with the potter Josiah Wedgwood produced some of his most beautiful neoclassical designs. Flaxman emulated the style of classical reliefs, while Wedgwood was inspired by Greek vases and antique cameos. In this example, Flaxman illustrates a moral fable invented by a friend of Socrates. Hercules must choose between the rocky road to virtue and the easy path leading to vice. The Choice of Hercules by John Flaxman, Wedgwood Jasperware. Monument to Lord Mansfield. Flaxman's finest monumental sculpture is of the eminent Judge Lord Mansfield, flanked by the figures of Wisdom and Justice. 1795-1801, marble, Westminster Abbey, London, UK. Johann Tobias Sergel. B. Stockholm, 1740, D. Stockholm, 1814. Sergel spent most of his career in his native Stockholm, though he formed his neoclassical style during an 11-year stay in Rome. There, he joined Henry Fuseli's circle of friends, immersing himself in the more sensual aspects of antique culture. This was reflected in his sculptures, which often combined raw vitality with thinly veiled eroticism. His terracotta models were particularly spirited, while his pen and ink drawings displayed a lively sense of humor. As Sergil's reputation grew, he was summoned back to Sweden by King Gustavus III, who made him his court sculptor. His later career was largely devoted to portraiture, the most notable example being a statue of Gustavus himself, loosely based on a famous classical work, the Apollo Belvedere. Mars and Venus neoclassical art was not always high-minded and serious. There were often strong erotic undercurrents in Sergil's sculptures. Here, it is unclear whether Mars is rescuing or ravishing the goddess. C. 1775 marble, height 93 centimeters, National Museum, Stockholm, Sweden. Bertel Thorvaldsen. B. Copenhagen, 1768-70. B. Copenhagen, 1844. After training at the Copenhagen Academy, the Danish sculptor Thorvaldsen won a scholarship to Italy, where his style reached full maturity. His portrayal of Jason, which owed much to an ancient sculpture by Polyclitus, established his credentials as a lover of the antique and helped to launch his career. Soon, he had so many commissions that he needed 40 assistants to cope with the demand. Despite pleas to return to his homeland, Thorvaldsen remained based in Rome for almost 40 years, aware that this boosted his claims to international status as an artist. He became Canova's chief rival. Thorvaldsen's work lacked the Italian's versatility and warmth, but it had a greater classical severity. Lifeline. 1768-70 born in Copenhagen, 1797 settles in Rome, 1802-2003 his statue Jason seals his reputation, 1824-31 works on the tomb of Pius VII in St. Peters, 1838 returns to Denmark a national hero, 1844 dies in Copenhagen. Ganymede and Jupiter disguised himself as an eagle, Initor Tokari the youth away to become his servant. 1817 marble, height 94 centimeters, Thorvaldsen's Museum, Copenhagen, Denmark. Closer look. Cupbearer. There is further irony in the fact that Ganymede is giving water to the divine eagle. This prefigures his future role as cupbearer to the gods. Phrygian cap. Ganymede's Phrygian cap identifies him as a Trojan, but it had revolutionary overtones in Thorvaldsen's day. Traditionally given to freed slaves, the cap was adopted during the French Revolution as a symbol of liberty. This is ironic, given that Ganymede is about to be enslaved. Johann Gottfried Schadow. B. Berlin, 1764, D. Berlin, 1850. A crucial 2-year stay in Rome, where he became friends with Canova, honed the neoclassical style of this German sculptor and printmaker. Although Shadow's work could be very imposing, his most famous sculpture was the magnificent chariot and horses on the Brandenburg Gate in Berlin, now replaced by a replica. He could also produce portraits that displayed genuine charm and intimacy. The Princesses Louisa and Frederica of Prussia, a delightful double portrait produced to commemorate the weddings of the two sisters. 1795-97 marble, height 172 centimeters, Alte National Gallery, Berlin, Germany. Anton Raphael Mengs. B. Aussig, Bohemia, 1728, D. Rome, 1779. Although his reputation is no longer as exalted as it was in his own day, Mengs remains one of the key figures of the neoclassical movement. Trained by his father, he showed talent at an early age, and he rapidly established himself as a successful portraitist. Mengs's career changed course in the 1750s, when he settled in Rome and became friends with Johann Joachim Winckelmann, an influential archaeologist and art historian. Winckelmann had just published a groundbreaking treatise, proclaiming the superiority of Greek art, and this had a profound effect on Mengs. In 1761, he produced his Parnassus for a ceiling in the Villa Albani, where Winckelmann held the post of librarian. Combining the influence of antique statuary and Raphael's painting style, this swiftly assumed the status of a manifesto for the new movement, all the more so because the Villa Albani was frequently visited by artists and connoisseurs. Lifeline. 1728 born in Bohemia, the son of a court painter, 1741 visit to Rome, 1752 settles in Rome, c. 1755 becomes friend of Winckelmann, 1761 completes his most famous painting, Parnassus, 1761–69 court painter in Spain. 1774–77 second spell as court painter in Spain. 1779 dies in Rome. Parnassus Mengs's most important painting shows Apollo surrounded by the Muses. 1760–61 ceiling fresco, 3x6m, Villa Albani, now Villa Torlonia, Rome, Italy. Pope Clement XIII. This painting was produced to celebrate Carlo Rezzonico's recent election as Pope. He took the name Clement XIII. 1758 oil on canvas, C.A. Rezzonico, Museo del Settecento, Venice, Italy. Closer look. Sumptuous robes. Mengs's portraits are now considered to be his finest achievements. He has captured Clement's mild, well-intentioned character, as well as the rich apparel of his new office. Christian Kabke. B. Copenhagen, 1810. D. Copenhagen, 1848. Christian Kabke enjoyed only modest success during his short life, but he is now recognized as one of the outstanding figures of a golden age of Danish art in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. Rather than the severe, heroic face of neoclassicism, as seen in his countryman Bertel Thorvaldsen's sculpture, his work exemplifies a more intimate side of the movement rooted in the everyday world but still marked by dignity and clarity. Adolphine Kabke. This typically precise portrait is of the artist's younger sister. 1832 oil on canvas, 42 by 35 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. Angelica Kaufmann. Beeche, 1741. De Rome, 1807. A Swiss-born painter who spent much of her career in England and Italy, Kaufmann chose to paint fashionable neoclassical themes, but executed them in a light Rococo manner. She had her earliest training from her father, who was also a painter. However, her mature style was more influenced by Mengs, whose work she saw in Rome. In 1776, she settled in London, becoming a close friend of Joshua Reynolds. Like him, Kaufmann was a founder member of the Royal Academy. She spent the final part of her career in Italy, after marrying the Italian painter Antonio Zucchi. Rinaldo and Armida. These ardent lovers are from Jerusalem Liberata, Jerusalem Delivered, by the Italian writer Torquato Tasso. This epic poem, 1581, about the First Crusade provided a rich fund of subjects for artists. 1771, oil on canvas, 131 by 153 centimeters, Yale Center for British Art, New Haven, U.S. Jens Jewel. B. Boleslav Funin, 1745. D. Copenhagen, 1802. The son of a clergyman, Jewel studied in Hamburg. He traveled widely, working in Dresden, Rome, and Paris, before finally settling in Copenhagen. There he forged an impressive reputation with his astute portraits and decorous still lives, and was appointed court painter in 1780. Jewel was also regarded as a fine teacher. In 1784, he became a professor at the Copenhagen Academy, where his pupils included Caspar David Friedrich and Otto Runge. Still life with flowers. Jewel's flower pieces are both orderly and elegant. 1764, oil on canvas, 53 by 39 centimeters, Kunsthal, Hamburg, Germany. George Stubbs. B. Liverpool, 1724. D. London, 1806. The most famous of all horse painters, Stubbs belongs in some respects to the burgeoning Romantic movement, but his magnificent purity of line links him in spirit with neoclassicism. He worked initially as a portraitist, though his chief interest lay in anatomy. The key period in his career began in 1756, when he withdrew to a remote farmhouse in Lincolnshire and spent 16 months dissecting horses. The results of these studies were eventually published in his groundbreaking book, The Anatomy of the Horse. After a move to London, Stubbs began to make his mark in horse racing circles. His thorough understanding of the animal enabled him to win a series of lucrative commissions for horse portraits and racing scenes. He also expanded his repertoire to include other aspects of these horse owners' lifestyles, such as fox hunts and picturesque scenes of the farm work on their country estates. Lifeline. 1724, born in Liverpool, son of a lead worker. 1745, moves to York to study anatomy. 1754, visits Rome. 1756–57 dissects horses to study anatomy. 1758 moves to London. C. 1762 paints horse attacked by a lion. 1766 The Anatomy of the Horse is published. 1781 becomes member of the Royal Academy. 1806 dies in London. Lord Torrington's hunt / in preparation for a hunt. 2 of Torrington's servants set out from home. 1765–68 Oil and canvas, 61 by 105 centimeters, private collection. Horse attacked by a lion. Stubbs produced numerous paintings on this subject, of which this is the largest. He is said to have witnessed such a scene in Morocco, on his return journey from Italy, but he was perhaps inspired by an antique sculpture on the subject. See 1762, Oil on Canvas, 244 x 333 cm, Yale Center for British Art, New Haven, Connecticut, U.S. Gavin Hamilton. B. Murdieston House, Lanarkshire, 1723, D. Rome, 1798. This Scottish painter spent most of his career in Rome, gaining the rare distinction for a British artist of being far better known in continental Europe than in his homeland. Hamilton's greatest paintings were produced in the 1760s, and were mainly drawn from subjects in Homer's Iliad. These were widely reproduced as engravings, which influenced a younger generation of artists, among them Jacques-Louis David. Hamilton himself was gradually diverted away from painting into other, more lucrative activities. He became an archaeologist, conducting lengthy excavations at Hadrian's Villa, and a successful picture dealer, selling old masters to British collectors. Lifeline. 1723 born the son of a Scottish laird, 1748–50. First visit to Italy, 1756 settles permanently in Rome, where he encourages numerous British artists who visit the city. 1763 commissioned to paint the death of Lucretia. 1769 begins excavations at Hadrian's Villa. 1798 dies in Rome. The death of Lucretia. Lucretia takes her own life after being raped, while Junius Brutus, founder of the Roman Republic, vows to avenge her. 1763–67 Oil on Canvas, 213 x 264 centimeters, Yale Center for British Art, New Haven, Connecticut, U.S. Closer look. Dramatic gestures to modern eyes. Hamilton's picture may seem overcrowded and melodramatic. The figure's interlocking gestures resemble an elaborate mime, rather than a scene from real life. However, this painting inspired other oath pictures, notably David's Oath of the Horatii. See pages 268–69. In context. The sport of King Stubbs's career coincided with a golden age for horse racing. The use of imported Arab stallions improved the bloodstock, producing genuine thoroughbreds. The Jockey Club was founded in 1752, and 3 of the classics were introduced: the Street Ledger, 1778, the Oaks, 1779, and most famous of all, the Derby, 1780. A young jockey, George Stubbs. The very name of this medium suggests its qualities. Fluid and translucent, watercolor paint is ideal for pale washes and ambiguous shifts of color. An understated medium, it is halfway between drawing and painting, making it ideal for outdoors, hence its use in English landscape. Origins and influences. Watercolor has a long history in England. During the Tudor period, miniaturists, such as Nicholas Hilliard, used gouache, opaque watercolor, for its jewel-like brilliance, while in the 1630s, portraitist Van Dyck spent his spare time sketching the landscape in watercolors. The diarist Samuel Pepys dabbled in watercolor in the 1640s, but it wasn't until 1784, when Reeves, still renowned today for artists' materials, created watercolor cakes, that the medium became easily portable for outdoor use. Subjects. Landscapes were the main subject matter for English watercolorists, who were divided into 2 groups. In the 18th century, military draftsmen, such as Paul Sandby, recorded scenes in a map-like way. Their topographical approach was used before the advent of photography to produce accurate representations of natural and artificial features. The other group featured artists such as Alexander Cousins and John Sell Cotman, who highlighted imaginative and poetic qualities as opposed to topographical function. Tension between the two camps was high. The topographers criticized Cousins' textbooks on the picturesque and his blot landscape methods see below, while the picturesque painters thought the work of the topographers was far too conservative. Techniques. The partnership between the water, paint, and paper makes this medium unlike any other. With oils, the paint stays put. Watercolor swims across the paper. Unlike other artists, watercolorists obey unwritten rules. For example, some do not use black or white paint. So for white, they let the paper show or use a technique called stopping out, blotting color while the paint is still wet. Turner, on the other hand, scraped out whites with his fingernail when the paint had dried. Landscape painters raised the status of watercolor. They founded the Old Watercolor Society in 1804 and made paintings of such quality they rivaled oil paintings. English watercolorists. Alexander Cousins. B. Russia, 1717. D. London, 1786. Alexander Cousins is regarded as one of the leading watercolorists of the 18th century and one of the first important British painters to focus exclusively on landscapes. His work helped to propel landscape art to the fore by presenting it from a subjective, imaginary viewpoint. This poetic approach ultimately culminated in the Romantic style of the 19th century. Born in Russia, where his father was working as a shipbuilder, but educated in Britain, Cousins later studied landscape under Claude Joseph Vernet in Rome. On his return to Britain, he worked as a drawing master and teacher while developing his theories on landscape painting. Cousins devised a technique called blot drawing, which he developed from one of Leonardo da Vinci's ideas. He used randomly placed blots on the drawing paper to fire his imagination, developing them into imaginary landscapes. He expounded on this in his 1786 treatise, a new method of assisting the invention in drawing original compositions of landscape. Classical landscape Cousins' work was executed almost exclusively in monochrome wash. He used contrasting areas of light and dark to suggest nature's power and inscrutability. Mid-18th century, sepia on paper, 17 by 21 centimeters, Farron's Art Gallery, Hull, UK. Fantastic Landscape Cousins identified 16 landscape themes and 27 viewing situations, such as times of day or types of weather, that could be used to produce poetic depictions of landscape. Cent 1780-85, wash with pencil on paper, 40x53 cm, Yale Center for British Art, New Haven, US. John Robert Cousins. B. London, 1752. D. London, 1797. John Robert Cousins was described by John Constable as the greatest genius that ever touched landscape. He studied under his father, Alexander Cousins, but developed a more naturalistic, yet highly evocative and atmospheric style. His watercolors proved hugely influential with British landscape artists for several generations to come. Cousins held his first exhibition of drawings in 1776 at the Society of Artists. He made 2 extensive painting trips to continental Europe in 1776-79 and 1782-83, discovering in the Alps and the Italian countryside the inspirational subject matter that was to profoundly influence his art. His brooding paintings of weather, clouds, and mountains presaged the work of artists such as Thomas Curtin and J.M.W. Turner. Cousins' art often had a melancholic air, probably because he suffered from severe depression. This led to insanity and death at 45. Nevertheless, the poetic vision of his later paintings, such as View of Windsor from the Southwest, 1792, surpassed that of any of his contemporaries in English landscape art. Best known, South Tyrol here, Cousins brilliantly captures the haunting grandeur and mystery of alpine scenery in a way that inspires the imagination of the viewer. The low-toned combinations of gray, blue, and green watercolor add to the atmosphere. Cent 1782-83, watercolor on paper, University of Liverpool Art Gallery, UK. Thomas Curtin. B. London, 1775. D. London, 1802. Considered the equal of Constable and Turner in his own field, Thomas Curtin was known for his innovative watercolor landscapes, and he played a central role in establishing the medium as a major art form. Girton's early works were in the 18th century topographical style, but he later developed a bolder technique, which evoked a sense of space and mood and made a lasting impression on English landscape painting. Girton made several sketching tours of Britain and by 1799 had attracted eminent patrons, including the art collector Sir George Beaumont. He was also a friend of J.M.W. Turner. As boys, they had both been employed to color engravings for a printseller. Lifeline. 1775, born in London. 1794, begins to exhibit at the Royal Academy. 1800, marries Mary Ann Bowart, 16-year-old daughter of a London goldsmith. 1801, 02, visits Paris to make a series of etchings, which are published posthumously. 1802, his huge London panorama, Ido Metropolis, is exhibited. Dies, aged just 27, from tuberculosis. Lyme Regis, Dorset. Girton painted this view during a sketching tour of the West Country. Here he displays the bolder style he had developed, with its use of broad washes of strong color. See 1797, watercolor over pencil on textured paper, 22x43 cm, Yale Center for British Art, New Haven, U.S. Tom Girton had lived, should have starved. J.M.W. Turner, 1775 to 1851. The White House at Chelsea. Girton painted two versions of this scene, which show his mastery of watercolor and his increasing power as an artist. This view of the Thames at sunset brilliantly creates a mood of peace and reflection. 1800, watercolor on paper, 31x51 cm, private collection. Closer look. White light here. Girton has magically captured the effect of the setting sun lighting up the White House by leaving the paper virtually unpainted. He has added yellow as a contrast. John Selkopman. B. Norwich, 1782, D. London, 1842. A landscape painter and etcher, John Selkopman was virtually self-taught, yet by the age of 18 he was already exhibiting at the Royal Academy. He left his hometown of Norwich in 1798 to study in London. Between 1800 and 1806, he made several sketching trips to Yorkshire and Wales, and some of his works from this period are ranked among the best English landscape paintings of their time. In 1806, Copman returned to Norwich, where he exhibited with the Norwich Society of Artists and also taught. He later worked as an architectural draftsman, eventually returning to London in 1834. Greta Bridge, Durham. This is probably Copman's most famous work, and is typical of the watercolors he produced while visiting the area. It is made up almost entirely of controlled, flat washes of cool color. C. 1805, watercolor, British Museum, London, UK. David Cox. B. Birmingham, 1783, D. Birmingham, 1859. Son of a Birmingham blacksmith, the landscape painter David Cox became one of the leading British watercolorists of his era. Indeed, in 1852 a report in the Spectator magazine declared that, in his work there are power and insight enough to swamp all the others put together. Cox started his career as an apprentice to a painter of miniatures, and also worked as a theatrical scene painter. In 1804, he moved to London, where he began exhibiting at the Royal Academy, combining his art career with teaching. Between 1826 and 1832, Cox made several sketching trips to mainland Europe. From 1844, he also made regular visits to North Wales, where he produced some of his most celebrated watercolor landscapes. View in North Wales, painted during his final trip to North Wales. When his eyesight was beginning to fail, this watercolor is typical of Cox's lively style. It shows a drover driving cattle across a bridge amid the rugged Welsh scenery. 1858, watercolor. On paper, 52x75 centimeters, private collection. Closer look. Vigorous style. The rough texture of the rocks is accentuated by Cox's vigorous brushwork. He often painted on a kind of coarse wrapping paper that was well suited to his technique. As the population of the British colonies grew and colonists amassed greater wealth, the demand for consumer and luxury goods surged. The desire for decorative objects, fine furniture, prints, paintings, and the like not only spurred a brisk overseas trade, particularly with Great Britain, but it also increasingly supported the work of local artists and artisans. Origins and influences. By the late 1700s, a strong market for portrait painting had developed throughout the colonies, as affluent colonists from Boston to Philadelphia to Charleston sought to visually preserve their family histories and assert their social and political standing. Europe, and particularly London and its vibrant art world, provided important artistic models, and artists and their patrons often relied on imported prints and books for the latest trends and fashions. Many colonial artists themselves were European-born and trained. Artists such as Benjamin West, however, crossed the Atlantic in the other direction to establish their careers, never to return, while others such as Charles Willson Peale and Gilbert Stuart traveled abroad only to train and hone their skills. West's London studio, for example, attracted a generation of American painters eager to study art and painting. Subjects. European art centers remained important destinations for aspiring artists long after the War of Independence. At home, portrait heroes such as George Washington offered ready material. The birth of the nation also stimulated a greater interest in public sculpture and in history painting. The decoration of the United States Capitol building in Washington, which houses Congress, the U.S. government, was renewed and expanded after the damage it sustained in the 1812 war with Britain, perhaps most vividly commemorating in paint and marble the stories of the country's founding and its charismatic leaders. Current events. 1776 The Second Continental Congress of 13 American colonies approves the Declaration of Independence, launching the Revolutionary War with Great Britain. 1786 Charles Willson Peale establishes a public museum in Philadelphia highlighting both art and nature, and displays portraits of Revolutionary War heroes. 1789 Following the ratification of the United States Constitution and its creation of a new government, George Washington is elected the first President of the United States of America. Colonial America. Benjamin West. B. Springfield, Pennsylvania 1738. D. London 1820. Described as the father of American painting, Benjamin West was the most celebrated historical painter of his day, and the first American painter to win an international reputation. West enjoyed early success as a portrait painter in his home country. He then studied in Europe, absorbing influences from Renaissance, Baroque, and contemporary artists before settling in London, where he remained for the rest of his life. His colonial charm intrigued patrons, and he quickly gained both popular acclaim and the friendship of Joshua Reynolds, the most influential of the 18th century English painters. Royal patronage followed, enabling West to give up portraits and concentrate on the historical, religious, and mythological subjects that became his forte. Although West never returned to the United States, he was a popular mentor to visiting American artists, and his work profoundly influenced the development of American art in the early 19th century. Lifeline. 1738 Born in Springfield, which is now Swarthmore. 1760–63 Studies in Italy. 1763 Settles in London. 1765 Marries Elizabeth Schule of Philadelphia. 1770 Paints the Death of General Wolfe, which creates a fashion for depicting contemporary events with figures in modern dress. 1772 Appointed history painter to George. 1792 Becomes president of the Royal Academy. 1820 Dies in London, buried in St. Paul's Cathedral. Death on the Pale Horse. This apocalyptic vision marked a departure from neoclassicism and heralded the emotional style of the Romantics. 1796 Oil and Canvas, 59 x 129 centimeters, Detroit Institute of Arts, U.S. William Penn's treaty with the Indians depicting the foundation of Pennsylvania in 1681. This painting became part of American mass culture, appearing on everything from curtains to cards. 1771–72, Oil on Canvas, 192 by 274 centimeters, Pennsylvania Academy of the Fine Arts, Philadelphia, U.S. Closer look. Mother and baby. A child sits beside a Native American woman while she feeds her baby, a suggestion of peace and plenty. To lend realism, West incorporated Native American objects, such as the baby's cradleboard. John Singleton Copley. B. Boston, 1738. D. London, 1815. Regarded as colonial America's greatest painter, John Singleton Copley was virtually self-taught. His remarkable skills brought him early success as a portraitist, and by the 1760s he was earning a small fortune and mixing with affluent society. His colonial portraits are sometimes a little stiff or awkward, but they have great strength of design and vigor of characterization. Often he painted sitters with objects relevant to their daily lives, helping create a sense of intimacy. Copley moved to Europe in 1774, encouraged to do so by his countryman Benjamin West. Unlike West, however, he failed to find lasting professional success in England. His style became more ornate, losing the vigor and originality that had infused his earlier works. Copley turned from portraiture to history painting, and although he enjoyed some accolades, his popularity began to decline in the 1780s. He died in debt. Lifeline. 1738. Born in Boston, c. 1760 is established as the colony's leading portrait painter. 1765 paints The Acclaimed Boy with a Squirrel, the first American painted work to be exhibited abroad. 1775 settles in England after visiting Italy. 1778 exhibits Watson and the Shark at the Royal Academy Togria-Taklam. He paints two other versions. 1785 career begins to decline. 1815 dies of a stroke in London. Watson and the Shark. This portrayal of a real event focuses on an ordinary person, a 14-year-old attacked by a shark off Havana. This is a slightly later version of the picture Copley exhibited in 1778. 1782, Oil and Canvas, 91 by 78 centimeters, Detroit Institute of Arts, U.S. Closer look. Heightened drama. Attention is focused on the tension and drama of the rescue by the clever composition of figures, which are placed within a triangle of oars, pole, and outstretched arms. You can scarcely help discoursing with them, asking questions and receiving answers. John Adams, 2nd U.S. President, 1817. Mrs. James Warren Mercy Warren, a brilliant satirist, was torn between convention and ambition. Her direct gaze hints at this, but Copley typically focuses on her fashionable elegance and femininity. The nasturtium vine symbolizes her womanly role as nurturer. See 1763, Oil on Canvas, 126 x 100 centimeters, Museum of Fine Arts, Boston, U.S. Mr. and Mrs. Ralph Izard Copley painted this portrait of the wealthy American and his wife while touring Italy. Lavish furnishings and classical references suggest their refinement and culture. 1775, Oil on Canvas, 175 by 224 centimeters, Museum of Fine Arts, Boston, U.S. In context. Turbulent times. The Revolutionary Era began in 1763, when Britain imposed a series of unpopular taxes on its American colonies. Gradually, the old social hierarchy was cast aside, as democratic ideals took hold. Boycotts of British goods, such as lace, are reflected in Copley's portraits of plainly dressed merchants. Since his clients included both patriots and loyalists, Copley remained pointedly neutral. Portrait of George Washington by James Peale. The elder Washington was a distinguished general, winning the American Revolutionary War in 1783 and becoming the first president of the United States of America in 1789. Charles Wilson Peale. B. Queen Anne's County, 1741. D. Philadelphia, 1827. Charles Wilson Peale was a brilliant American portraitist who displayed a particular talent for capturing the character of his sitters. He is best known for his paintings of leading figures of the Revolutionary period, particularly those of George Washington. During the course of his long life, Peale painted more than 1,000 portraits. Their sharp outlines, somber colors, and restrained emotions give them an affinity with the neoclassical style. An enlightened, multifaceted man, Peale was also a soldier, inventor, agricultural reformer, author, political activist, naturalist, and founder of the country's first major museum. He was married and widowed 3 times, and had 17 children, several of whom became noted artists in their own right. Peale assisted in establishing the Pennsylvania Academy of the Fine Arts in Philadelphia, and continued to paint throughout his life. However, his later years were dominated by his growing interest in natural history. Lifeline. 1741, born in Maryland. 1766, studies in London with Benjamin West. 1769, returns to the U.S. 1776, settles in Philadelphia. 1782, opens a portrait gallery of revolutionary heroes, the first art gallery into U.S. 1786, founds the Peale Museum in Philadelphia. Later it moves to Baltimore. Portrait by Rembrandt Peale. 1794, retires as an artist to concentrate on his museum. 1827, dies, aged 86. The exhumation of the mastodon, the most celebrated exhibit in Peale's museum, was the first complete skeleton of an American mastodon. This painting depicts its excavation in 1801. 1806, oil on canvas, 127 by 159 centimeters, Peale Museum, Baltimore, U.S. George Washington at Princeton, regarded as the definitive image of Washington at the height of his military career. This optimistic portrait was widely acclaimed. 1779, oil and canvas, 233 x 148 centimeters, Pennsylvania Academy of the Fine Arts, Philadelphia, U.S. Self-portrait with Angelica Peale and portrait of Rachel. This complex self-portrait includes Peale's wife, Rachel, and his daughter, who is depicted as an allegorical muse of painting. See 1782, 85, oil on canvas, 92 x 69 cm, Museum of Fine Arts, Houston, U.S. Gilbert Stuart. B. Saunderstown, Rhode Island, 1755, D. Boston, 1828. One of the outstanding portrait painters of his time, Gilbert Stuart painted virtually all the leading figures of the American Federal era. He is credited with creating a distinctively American style of portraiture, and his work is known for its fluent brushwork, brilliant characterization, vitality, and down-to-earth naturalness. Stuart trained and worked in London under Benjamin West, and also spent time in Scotland and Ireland. In 1793 he returned to the States, where he made a name for himself. He is best known for his portraits of George Washington, and his work strongly influenced the work of younger artists. Portrait of a Young Woman, c. 1802-04. Benjamin West praised Stuart for nailing a face to the canvas. Stuart succeeds in creating a spontaneous-looking pose, as if the sitter has just looked up from writing a letter, and captures the dewy flesh tones of a fashionable young woman. 1802-2004, oil on canvas, 73.6 by 61 centimeters, Indianapolis Museum of Art, U.S. John Trumbull. B. Lebanon, Connecticut, 1756, D. New York, 1843. Artist, author, soldier, and diplomat, John Trumbull is famous for painting the key events and people of the American Revolution. After graduating from Harvard, he worked as a teacher and revolutionary soldier. He made several visits to London, studying their commission to paint 4 large murals for the Rotunda in the Capitol, in Washington, showing the most important events of the American Revolution. Include a version of his most famous work, the Declaration of Independence. The Declaration of Independence, Trumbull's iconic painting, is one of the most reproduced images in American art, and has even appeared on the back of a $2 bill. Most of the people featured were painted from life. 1786-1820, oil and canvas, 53 by 79 centimeters, Yale University Art Gallery, U.S. Under the Qing dynasty, China became the largest and richest empire in the world, and peace and prosperity allowed the arts to flourish. Although ethnically Manchu, Qing emperors embraced and actively promoted Chinese culture, establishing artistic institutions and encouraging patronage. When Manchu forces seized power from the Ming in 1644, they founded what was to be the last, and perhaps greatest, Chinese dynasty. To avoid the unpopularity that dogged the Mongols of the short-lived Yuan dynasty, Wang emperors did not impose an alien culture, but gained general acceptance by becoming almost completely Sinicized, brought under Chinese influence. In this way, they ruled over a prosperous empire until the mid-19th century, when food shortages, natural disasters, and a corrupt civil service precipitated their decline. Origins and influences. Economic success from the expanding Qing Empire resulted in increased patronage of the arts, not only in the courts of the Kangxi, 1662 to 1722, Yongjing, 1723 to 35, and Oyanlong, 1736 to 96, emperors in Beijing and the official painting academy they sponsored, but also among the growing number of wealthy merchants in southern China. Crafts too were thriving, but became geared to mass production rather than artistic excellence as the empire grew, especially in ceramics. Styles and techniques. The Qing emperors were, however, conservative in their artistic tastes, and the Huayuan Chu, the official painting academy, advocated traditional styles following the classically inspired Ming masters. As a result, especially in the early Qing period, an orthodox school of mainly landscape painters predominated, but other groups of individualist artists emerged outside the capital, including some who had connections with the Ming emperors and harbored some anti-Qing tendencies. China, Qing Dynasty. Timeline. Between the founding of the Qing dynasty in 1644 and the end of the century, the orthodox school was established, led by Wang Shimin and Wang Jian, and later their protégés Wang Yuangi, Yun Shuping, and Wu Li. Individualists, such as the Buddhist monk painters and the 8 masters of Nanjing, were also working at much the same time. And in the 18th century, the eccentrics of Yangzhou emerged as an important school. C. 17th, Wang Jian, landscape with mountains, rivers, and huts among trees. 1689, Wan Hui, the Kangxi emperor on his southern inspection tour. C. 17th, Yun Shuping, lotus flower. C. 17th, Gong Xian, snow-covered landscape. C. 18th, Lishan, chicken, coxcomb, and chrysanthemum. Development. Artistic life continued virtually uninterrupted in the changeover from Ming to Qing dynasties, largely because the Manchu rulers astutely founded institutions based on the theories of the Ming artist Dong Qichang. Although there was some anti-Qing feeling amongst the remaining Ming aristocracy, the continuity afforded by the orthodox school ensured a stable, if conservative and derivative, artistic establishment which was tolerant of dissenting artists. Schools and styles. Dong Qichang's theoretical southern tradition of painting was the model for the orthodox school, and the so-called 6 masters of the early Qing, the 4 Wangs, Yun Shuping and Wu Li, continued the tradition of landscape painting in the style of the literati rebels of the Yuan period, or in Yun's case resurrected an earlier genre of flower painting. This rather archaic, academic style was popular in the imperial courts and satisfied the patriotism of many conservative Chinese artists, but some rebelled against its restrictions. The 4 monks Bada Shanren, Shi Tao, Hongren, and Kunken, working in monasteries isolated from the prevailing orthodoxy, developed very personal and innovative styles influenced both by their Buddhist philosophy and antipathy towards the Manchu occupation. And in Nanjing, a group of literati artists led by Gong Xian catered to the tastes of their more cosmopolitan new patrons. Most striking of all, however, were the 8 eccentrics of Yangzhou, a group including Li Shan and Gao Xian that flourished in the 18th century, whose various expressive styles, mainly bird and flower or bamboo painting, verged on abstraction and were totally at odds with the teachings of the orthodox school. Landscape. After Huang Gong Wang Shimin, landscape painters of the orthodox school worked within the genre rather than introducing innovations. Ink and colors on paper, 114 by 59 centimeters. The Minneapolis Institute of Arts, U.S. Landscape. Jude de outside Beijing and the imperial courts, individualist painters such as the Buddhist monk Bada Shanren rejected the imitative dogma of the orthodox school and developed new, sometimes subversive. Pen and ink on paper, Musée Guillemette, Paris, France. Wang Shimin. Taizong, Jiangsu Province, 1592, d. 1680. The eldest of the four Wangs, Wang Shimin was a pupil of Dong Qichang, following his guidance for scholar painters to adopt the style of the Yuan period masters. He was especially influenced by the work of Huang Dongwang. Illness forced him to abandon his career as an official in 1636, but he had already established a reputation as an artist and continued to paint during his long retirement. Although his landscapes are often derivative of Yuan models, in his later work he developed a more personal interpretation of the style, producing some undoubted original masterpieces. His pupils included Wang Hui, Wu Li, and his grandson Wang Yuanqi. Landscape in the style of Huang Dongwang detail, although adopting the style of his influence, Huang Dongwang, Wang Shimin avoided slavishly copying. He simplified the composition to the main elements and emphasized areas of light and dark. See 17th century, ink on silk, 28 x 237 cm, Musée Guémet, Paris. Wang Hui. Changshu County, Jiangsu Province, 1632, D. Changshu County, 1717. Described as the most talented of the early Qing Orthodox painters, Wang Hui studied under Wang Jian and Wang Shimin, but where they emulated classical traditions along the lines of Dong Oichang's theoretical Southern school, he sought to combine and transform the styles of all the Song and Yuan masters. Nevertheless, he remained their protege even when he had established his own career, and after their deaths his work became less versatile without their encouragement. Like most of the Orthodox artists, he was primarily a landscape painter, but collaborated with his contemporary Yun Shuping on several albums of alternate landscape and flower pictures. Autumn Mountains. While broadly following Dong Qichang's code of working within the tradition of the Southern literati, Wang Hu's aim was a great synthesis, incorporating the calligraphic brush techniques of the Yuan masters into the narrative formal composition of Song landscape style. See 18th century, pen and ink on paper, Musée Guémet, Paris, France. If one considers the wonders of brushwork, then landscape cannot equal painting. Dong Qichang, 1555 to 1636. The Kangxi Emperor on his southern inspection tour, detail. After reinforcing his control over the former Ming territories, the Kangxi Emperor recruited Orthodox Southern literati and made an inspection tour of the area. Wang Hui was called to oversee the production of monumental commemorative hand scrolls. 1689, hand scroll, ink and color on silk, 68 by 156 centimeters. Musée Guémet, Paris, France. Wang Jian. Taizong, Jiangsu Province, 1598, d. 1677. A friend and near contemporary of Wang Shimin, but unrelated, Wang Jian was an enthusiastic supporter of Dong Qichang's theories, following the principles of the four masters of the Yuan and denouncing anything other than the orthodox school as degenerate. He painted mainly landscapes, which despite being deliberately in the Yuan or even earlier traditions, have a unique style characterized by delicate brushwork and use of color. He gained an official post as Iron Man, but he retired early to concentrate on his painting and writing. Landscape with mountains, rivers and huts among trees. Wang Jian painted a number of hanging scroll and landscapes in archaistic styles, with similar themes and an almost formulaic composition. However, his understanding of the underlying formal elements and elegant brushwork saves them from being merely imitative. See 17th century, hanging scroll, ink on paper, 10 x 8 cm. Wang Yuanai. Taizong, Jiangsu Province, 1642, d. 1715. The youngest of the four Wangs of the Orthodox school, Wang Yuanqi was also possibly the most conforming in following the literati tradition as laid down by Dong Qichang. He was the grandson of Wang Shimin, who recognized his exceptional talent at an early age and became his mentor, encouraging his studies of the classical landscape artists. As well as being a talented painter, Wang Yuanqi had a successful career as an official under the Kangxi Emperor, and was also a leading member of the Hanlin Academy, where he was known as an influential art theorist. He saw his paintings, almost exclusively landscapes, as part of a long but evolving tradition. His personal interpretation of the principles of the old literati masters was a continuation of the line stretching back to Wang Wei in the 8th century. Wooded Islands not content to merely imitate the classical masters, Wang Yuanqi combined elements from various periods to create a truly original style. In Wooded Islands, for example, he incorporates the blue and green colors associated with Tang landscapes with the elegant, calligraphic brushwork of later periods. See 17th century, ink on paper, the Barnes Foundation, Marion, Pennsylvania, U.S. Landscape after Wang Mang detail, one of 4 hanging scrolls in the style of the Yuan master. This landscape is executed in the appropriate monochrome style, Buddhi's more homage than imitation. Part of Yuangi's theory of painting was to capture the dynamic force of a scene rather than reproduce it. 1702, ink and light color on paper, 103 x 48 centimeters, Kyoto National Museum, Japan. Wuli. Bichangshu, Jiangsu Province, 1632, d. 1718. A close friend of Wang Hui and fellow student O.F. Wang Shimin and Wang Jiang, Wuli also studied literature and poetry and was the archetypical cultured literatus envisaged by Dong Oichang for the Qing Orthodox school. However, unlike other literati, he converted to Christianity in 1681, after studying Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism, and later became a Jesuit priest. His various religious and philosophical leanings seem not to have influenced his painting. He worked in the traditional Chinese style of the Orthodox artists, taking the Song and Yuan masters as his model. Huang Dongwang was his main influence as a young man, but in his mature work he adopted and combined techniques from all of the 4 Yuan masters, and despite his Catholicism in later life, had little time for Western art. The lute song, detail, painted in Macau, the Portuguese colony where Wu was baptized as a Catholic, the lute song expresses his nostalgia for Chinese culture and shows no European influence. Its subject is a poem from the Tang period by Bo Zhuyi, which tells of an exile being reminded of home by the sound of a lute. 1681, hand scroll, ink and colors on paper, 25 x 100 centimeters, Herbert F. Johnson Museum of Art, Cornell University, U.S. Yun Shuping. Biwujin, Jiangsu Province, 1633, d. 1690. Brought up in a family of prominent artists, Yun Shuping became one of the masters of the Qing Orthodox school, best known for his painting of flowers. After moving to Jiangning as a child, he was separated from his family and adopted by an invading Manchurian general, but reunited with his father by chance after the general's assassination. He then studied painting, calligraphy, and poetry, but on seeing the landscapes of his friend Wang Hui felt he could not match their excellence, and realized that his talent lay elsewhere. Consequently, he decided to concentrate on flower painting, specifically in the boneless style, without ink outlines, that originated with the 10th century master Su Chongxi, and established a school of painting in Changzhou. Lotus Flower. From an album of flowers, Yun revitalized the art of Chinese flower painting by resurrecting the ancient, boneless technique, without inked outlines. With subtle variations of tone and watercolor washes, rather than carefully detailed ink brushwork, he introduced a freshness and expressiveness enhanced by a striking use of color. See 17th century, watercolor on silk-backed paper, Osaka Museum of Fine Arts, Japan. Zhu De. B. 1626, Nanchang, Jiangxi Province, d. 1705. A descendant of the Ming Prince Yuquan, Zhu De fled from his native Nanchang when the Manchu invaded in 1644, and sought refuge in a Buddhist temple. As well as becoming a respected monk and eventually an abbot, he was known as a poet and painter, and after the death of his Buddhist master left the temple to become an itinerant monk and artist. An emotionally unstable man and bitterly opposed to the Manchu dynasty, he suffered a breakdown in 1680, burning his monk's robes and devoting himself to painting. He painted mainly flower and bird pictures in an increasingly abstract calligraphic style, and often with sarcastic and seditious references to the Qing dynasty. Birds on a Lake Rock by 1690, Zhu De had moved away from the very realistic, detailed style of his early work and stripped his composition down to a minimum of skillful brushstrokes. Here the subject is suggested by simplified lines and shapes, with abstract rather than representational significance. 1690, ink on satin, 131 x 47 cm, Indianapolis Museum of Art, U.S. Lotus, homage to Su Wei's the radical attitude to art had some precedence in the work of Su Wei, a similarly unstable Ming Dynasty painter. This homage was as much political as aesthetic and demonstrates a range of brush techniques. C 1689-90, ink on paper, 186 by 90 centimeters, Museum of Fine Arts, Boston, U.S. Shirtao. B. Gillen, Guangxi Province, 1642, Dianzhou, Jiangsu Province, 1707. A member of the imperial Zhou family of the Ming Dynasty, Shirtao was taken by a family servant to a monastery to escape the Manchu invasion, and adopted the life of an itinerant Buddhist monk. He became an accomplished calligrapher and painter, and developed a very personal style integrating an influence of classical and Buddhist masters, and later Taoist teachings. In the last years of his life, he wrote a treatise, Huayu Lu, Remarks on Painting, which systematically explained his theories of art, and showed his contempt for the orthodox school's slavish imitation of previous eras. Returning home opposed to the imitative ethos of the orthodox school, Shirtao was innovative in his painting. His landscapes show a very personal style of calligraphic brushwork and a subjective approach to composition. From an album of 12 paintings, c. 1695, ink and color on paper, each painting, 17 by 11 centimeters, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, New York, U.S. Mountain landscape. After Huang Dongwang in the 1670s, Shirtao lived in a temple in the mountains of Anhui Province that had provided inspiration for generations of painters. Here, he has adopted the linear style of the Ming painters, but also found inspiration in the work of Huang Dongwang of the Yuan period, a Taoist who also rebelled against an alien occupation. 1671, pen and ink on paper, 86 by 41 centimeters, Musée Guémet, Paris, France. Hongren. B. Xixian? Anhui Province, 1610. D. Xixian, 1664. The leading master of the Anhui school, Hongren, became a Buddhist monk in 1646 during a brief exile from his native province following the Qing invasion. When he returned to Xixian, he adopted the life of a monk artist living in monasteries in Anhui and made several visits to the Mt. Huang region. He was an influential artist and scholar, painting landscapes in the manner of the Yuan masters An'ai Zan and Huang Dongwang, but in the 1650s developed a distinctively angular style which can be seen in all his later work. Monumental landscape. Hongren was much influenced by the sparse style of the Yuan master An'ai Zan, making it popular among the Anhui school painters. Combining An'ai Zan's use of empty space with his own light brushwork and jagged, linear style, he achieved an impressive sense of pth and perspective. 1662, ink on paper, 29 by 1,402 centimeters, Indianapolis Museum of Art, U.S. Kunken. B. Changde, Hunan Province, 1612. D. Nanjing, Jiangsu Province, 1673. Along with Shirtao, Zhu De, and Hongren, Kunken is considered one of the four great monk painters of the early Qing period. He originally studied to become a civil servant, but became increasingly interested in Buddhism and painting, eventually giving up his career to move to Nanjing in search of enlightenment. After the Manchu occupation, he took up a traveling lifestyle lasting some 10 years before settling to live as a monk artist, first in a temple in Nanjing, then, in 1659, at the nearby Yochi Temple on Mt. Zutong. This marked the beginning of his most productive period as a painter, in which he developed his lively landscape style inspired by Huang Dongwang and Wang Ming. Winter, one of four scenes depicting the seasons. Winter was painted at the request of the scholar Qingxi, and rather than depicting a particular location, is an expression of Kunken's personal recollection. The Colophon, calligraphy, explains, "I have merely noted a little of the atmosphere and flavor." 1666, hand scroll, ink and color on paper, British Museum, London, UK. Gongxian. B. Kunshan, 1619-20. D. Nanjing, 1689. One of a family of Ming aristocrats, Gongxian spent much of his life in exile following the Qing invasion, and refused to serve under the Manchu regime. He made his living as a painter and poet in the tradition of the literati artist scholars, becoming the influential leading light of the Nanjing school. Gong's landscapes were markedly different from those of his contemporaries, rejecting linear, calligraphic brush techniques in favor of a more three-dimensional approach using tonal shading and emphasizing the contrast of space and solid forms. Snow-covered landscape. The apparent solidity of elements is achieved by tonal contrasts uncommon in Chinese art of the period, and possibly influenced by contact with Western art. See 17th century, ink and watercolor on paper, Oriental Museum, Durham University, UK. Zhengxie. Bixinghua, Jiangsu Province, 1693, d. 1765. Despite being an orphan from a poor background, Xingxie had a successful career in the civil service, becoming official calligrapher and painter to the Oyanlong Emperor until a corruption scandal in 1753 forced his retirement. He then devoted himself to poetry and painting, and as a prominent member of the Chinese painting group, 8 Eccentrics of Yangzhou, he lived comfortably on commissions and the income from his estate. Best known for his paintings of bamboo, rocks, orchids, and chrysanthemums, his style was highly personal, but inspired by the freedom of artists such as Su Wei and Shi Tao. Bamboo and rocks. Jing was a skillful and innovative calligrapher into his painting, especially the depictions of bamboo. Here, composition and representation are less important than the expressive range of the individual brushstrokes, and the colophon, calligraphy, forms an integral part of the picture. See 1760, ink on paper, 172 by 99 centimeters, Minneapolis Institute of Arts, U.S. Li Shan. Bixinghua, Jiangsu Province, 1686, Di Yanghu, 1760. Although he received a classical education, including instruction in landscape painting in the orthodox style, Li Shan had an erratic career in the civil service in Beijing, regularly interrupting it to concentrate on his painting, both in his hometown Xinghua and Yangzhou. He studied with the finger painter Gao Qipei and was inspired by the freedom of the Buddhist masters Shi Tao and Zhu De, soon turning his back on orthodox landscapes and becoming one of the 8 eccentrics of Yangzhou. In the 1740s he retired from public service completely, earning his living from sales of his mainly bird and flower paintings. A chicken, coxcomb and chrysanthemum L/Shan exuberant painting style, characterized by lively and spontaneous brushwork, is made even more unique by his sensitive use of color washes. Like other members of the Yangzhou school, he rejected orthodox principles of imitative landscape painting in favor of a more intimate and expressive style. See 18th century, hand scroll, ink and color on paper, 155 x 51 centimeters, private collection. The piece brought about by stable rule during the Edo period, 1615 to 1868, encouraged trade and industry, which in turn created economic prosperity. Against this backdrop, secular art and culture flourished. 15 generations of shoguns from the Tokugawa family ruled Japan for 250 years after Tokugawa Ieyasu defeated his enemies in the decisive Battle of Sekigahara in 1600. He moved the seat of government from Kyoto to Edo, the present-day Tokyo. Origins and influences. The Tokugawa shogunate controlled the country with strict rules and social orders. The class system according to Confucian principles was structured from 4 categories. At the top of society were the samurai warriors. The second category was the farmers who produced food. Then came artisans who made useful objects. At the bottom of the social ladder were merchants, who earned their living by simply exchanging goods with money. Subject matter. Although condemned to the lowest class, merchants enjoyed the wealth generated from their business. They became the main participants of the so-called floating world, the urban community of lively kabuki, dance and drama, theater, and the pleasure quarters. The name, floating world, was originally a Buddhist term, denoting the transient nature of human life. But in the Edo period it began to mean seeking a fleeting pleasure in this exciting and sensuous world. The visual culture associated with the group flourished, and a large number of men from the samurai class were drawn to it too. Christianity was seen as a threat to Japanese autonomy and was banned in 1617. All Europeans were expelled from Japan, and the Tokugawa government enforced the official policy of isolation. In the 17th and 18th centuries, contact with the outside world was limited to Dutch Protestant and Chinese merchants. No Japanese were allowed to travel abroad, but this policy did not prevent the export of Japanese porcelain and lacquer wares to Europe, or the import of Western books and scientific materials, as well as Chinese goods, into Japan. Pair of hexagonal Kakyaman vases and covers 17th century Japanese porcelain was avidly collected by European royalty and aristocrats for its high quality. The bright enamel decoration on a milky white body directly inspired the development of European porcelain at Meissen. Japanese art. Kano Tenyu. B. Kyoto, 1602, D. Kyoto, 1674. Artists from the Kano school served as official painters to the shogunate throughout the Edo period. Kano Tenyu, the grandson of Kano Eidoku, see page 189, was one of the most successful painters of the day. He was named an official painter at the age of 15. He undertook many important commissions to decorate shogun castles and residences, painting the subject matter that reflected the ideals and authority of the rulers. Tenyu continued the family tradition of large, dynamic paintings on gold leaf, and excelled at painting animals and themes from Chinese classical tales. He was also a collector and connoisseur of classical Japanese and Chinese paintings, and left a large number of sketches of the works he had been asked to authenticate. Scholar viewing a lake, the ideal landscape inspired by the Chinese-style ink painting continued to be popular during the Edo period. See 17th century, ink and color on paper, 87 by 125 centimeters, Indianapolis Museum of Art, U.S. Closer look. Copying the master artists of the Kano school studied trees and rocks from a model painted by the master, rather than from nature, ensuring the tradition of the Kano style continued. Tawareo Satatsu. Active 1600 to 40. Tawareo Satatsu started his career as a painter of fans and owned a shop in Kyoto. From the 1610s, he collaborated with Hanami Kotsu, who established a commune of artisans in Takagami in the northern hills of Kyoto. The innovative and decorative style of their works catered for the taste of sophisticated urban consumers. In his later years, Satatsu revived the colorful traditional Japanese painting, Yamato-e, style. He produced large-scale paintings on gold screens with themes taken from classical literature such as the tale of Genji. Satatsu's painting is characterized by his strong sense of design with highly stylized motifs. Scroll of classical poems, detail, calligraphy by Kotsu is decorated by Satatsu with flying cranes. The combination of black ink and simplified motifs in gold and silver makes a distinctive design. C1615, ink, silver, and gold on paper, Kyoto National Museum, Japan. Setting out for Kawachi, from the tale of Aisi, Satatsu illustrated scenes from the classical tale of Aisi, which relates the journey of a courtier who was banished from the capital. Early 17th century, 24.5 by 21 centimeters, album leaf, ink, and color on paper, Indianapolis Museum of Art, U.S. Ogata Korin. B. Kyoto, 1658. D. Kyoto, 1716. Together with his ceramicist brother Kenzan, Ogata Korin created the decorative and elegant style of art that reflected the taste of the wealthy merchant class in Kyoto in the early years of the 18th century. Their father had a textile shop called Karagania, which supplied luxurious kimono to the members of the imperial family. Korin's flair for design was probably nurtured in such an environment, surrounded by rich and beautiful materials from a young age. Korin was inspired by the works of Satatsu, see page 285, and adopted themes from classical Japanese literature, just as Satatsu did. He also studied Satatsu's painting techniques by copying his work and adapting it to develop his own distinctive style. Korin was primarily a painter, but also designed lacquer wares and textiles, as well as collaborating with his brother to decorate ceramics. His masterpieces display his love of simplified forms and bold composition. He was also notorious for his extravagance, and is said to have once wrapped food in gold leaf for a picnic, discarding the wrappings afterward. Korin's works inspired a group of artists in Edo in the early 19th century, and the style is today known as Rinpa, School of Rin. Lifeline. 1658, born to a family of wealthy textile merchants in Kyoto, 1690s inherits the business after his father's death, but squanders the family fortune with his flamboyant lifestyle. 1704 moves to Edo to seek the patronage of samurai. 1710 returns to Kyoto. 1716 dies in modest circumstances. Lacquer box. As with the irises screens, the theme for the lacquer box comes from an episode from the Tale of Icy. The design incorporates the Yatsuhashi, 8-plank bridge, applied with large pieces of lead on top of the gold and black lacquer. Height 14.2 centimeters. Closer look. Mother of pearl. The irises are inlaid with mother of pearl. The contrast between the iridescent flowers and the dark lead bridge creates a bold design typical of the Rinpa style. Irises. The theme is thought to come from the Heian period Tale of Icy, in which the hero travels to a place famous for its beautiful irises. C. 1700, pair of 6-panel screens, color and gold on paper, each 151 by 339 centimeters, Nizu Institute of Art, Tokyo, Japan. Hishikawa Muranabu. BAWA, 1618, DDO, 1694. Hishikawa Muranabu started his working life in the province of Awa drawing designs on textile for his family business of embroiderers. He moved to Edo in the 1660s and illustrated over 150 books, becoming one of the most popular illustrators of the Edo publishing world. He is credited with the invention of single-sheet prints without text, depicting the pleasure quarters and the everyday lives of common people in Edo. His prints are mostly inexpensive black and white, but he colored some by hand, probably for particular patrons. He was also the first artist to sign his prints, raising the status of print designer to that of artist. Muranabu is considered to be the father of ukiyo-e, woodblock prints of the floating world, and his works greatly contributed to the popularity of the genre. In context. Ukiyo-e, woodblock prints. Woodblock prints had been used in Japan for producing Buddhist texts since the 8th century, but the enormous popularity of secular illustrated books encouraged the development of single-sheet prints in the 17th century. Teamwork. Ukiyo-e prints were produced by the collaborative efforts of the artist, designer, woodblock carver, printer, and publisher. Block cutting and printing Surumono by Katsushika Hokusai, M. 1825, Fitzwilliam Museum, Cambridge, UK. Music. Under the cherry tree at Ueno. Muranabu's single-sheet prints of genre scenes were cheap, so even townspeople of modest means could own and enjoy works of art. Muranabu established the Hishikawa school, and his followers continued to produce popular prints in his style. 1680, woodblock print, Fitzwilliam Museum, Cambridge, UK. Okumura Masanobu. BDO, 1686, DDO, 1764. Masanobu was a talented, energetic print designer who experimented with new formats and techniques throughout his long career. He was also a successful publisher who vigorously promoted his own works. He claimed to be the inventor of hashiri, pillar prints, in a tall, thin format suitable for displaying on pillars, but is best known for his yukai, floating pictures, which used Western perspective. All woodblock prints were monochrome at first, but Masanobu produced a variety of hand-colored prints on subjects as diverse as beautiful women, actors, birds and flowers, and interior scenes. From around the 1740s, he succeeded in producing so-called benazuri, rose-printed pictures, which included pink and green colors. Interior of a kabuki theater. Masanobu yukai prints used Western linear perspective to give depth of space. They were enormously popular with the Edo public, who were always keen to see a novel image. C. 1745, woodblock print, 44 by 64 centimeters, British Museum, London, UK. Suzuki Harunobu. BDO, 1725, DDO, 1770. In 1765, the invention of full-color nishiki prints, brocade pictures, was a major innovation in the art of woodblock printing. Suzuki Harunobu is credited with producing the first nishiki when he was commissioned to design a multicolored picture calendar for the members of a poetry club to distribute as a New Year gift. It was so successful that Harunobu immediately embarked on commercial production of nishiki. He designed hundreds of colorful genre scenes in the next 5 years until his death in 1770. Hironobu's favorite subject matter was beautiful young girls with delicate features, slender figures, and dainty little hands. He was also fond of the maitate form, in which scenes from famous no plays or ancient tales were shown in contemporary settings. Asan of the Kajiya serving tea to a customer. Asan was a famous beauty who worked in the tea shop by Kasamori Shrine in downtown Edo. Hironobu's women are all idealized and look like pretty dolls. 1767, polychrome woodblock print, 27.5 x 20 cm, British Museum, London, UK. Kitigawa Udamaro. B. Musashi Province, 1753, Dedo, 1806. One of the greatest ukiyo-e designers in the late 18th century, Kitagawa Udamaro was the foremost artist in the genre of bijinjie, pictures of beautiful women. Under the guidance of his mentor Tsutai Juzaburo, the most successful publisher of the day, Udamaro first came to prominence with his fine illustrations of nature. From about 1792, Tsutaya published many series of women's portraits designed by Udamaro. Okubi large head prints showed only the upper half of a woman's figure. Udamaro depicted women from all social backgrounds, including prostitutes and respectable wives. He captured both physical and psychological characteristics. After Tsutaya died in 1797, Udamaro's life turned downhill. He was arrested for publishing a banned political image. The punishment was 3 days in jail and 50 days in handcuffs, which directly contributed to his ill health and death in 1806. Lifeline. 1753 born in Musashi, 1780s discovered by publisher Tsutaya Juzaburo, 1789 designs illustrations for Book of Shells and other poetry books, 1792 3 publishes 10 studies in female physiognomy, great love themes of classical poetry, and other series, 1804 imprisoned for publishing a print of Hideyoshi, the historical figure of a former ruler. 1806 dies in despair. Lovers from the series Poems of the Pillow. The technique of polychrome printing reached its peak in the 1780s and 90s. Udamaro conveys the fine texture of the transparent material in this erotic image. See 1789, polychrome woodblock print, 25.5 x 37 cm, Victoria and Albert Museum, London, UK. Closer Ayuk. Erotic overtones. The back of a woman's neck was considered a sexy sight. Eroticism is expressed in his image without being explicit. Udamaro's attention to detail can be seen in the minute lines of the hairline. 3 beauties of the present day. The print is inscribed with the title and the names of 3 women famed for their beauty in the top right corner on a pale mica background. The publisher's seal and Udamaro's signature are on the left. The women's faces look similar at first, but on closer inspection, each can be identified from the shape of their nose and the motifs on their kimono. See 1793, polychrome woodblock print, 35.5 by 24.5 cm, Museum of Fine Art, Boston, U.S.
Kashasai Sharaku. Dates unknown. Sharaku is one of the most enigmatic ukiyo-e artists. Virtually nothing is recorded about his life. The success of his striking bust portraits of kabuki actors thrust him into the limelight in the spring of 1794, but he disappeared completely from the scene after 10 months. In that short period, he produced about 150 designs, almost all of kabuki actors. Some of these portraits were not very flattering, but brilliantly captured the essence of their character. Actor Sagawa Tomizaburo actors in the popular kabuki theater were male. This print depicts a female impersonator, bedecked in a gaudy costume with elaborate hair ornaments. 1794, polychrome woodblock print, 37 x 24 cm, British Library, London, UK. Actor Atani Oniki, the actor is caught in mid-movement. The gray background is sprinkled with mica dust, which glistens in the light. 1794, polychrome woodblock print, 37 x 24 cm, British Library, London, UK.
In the 17th and 18th centuries, Islamic art reached a peak of excellence in 3 great empires: the Ottomans, Safavids, and Mughals. Some of the finest Islamic architecture dates from this period, and ceramics and the art of the book also flourished. After an age during which the Islamic world was ruled by many disparate dynasties and invaders, such as the Mongols, there followed a period of stability under the three empires that emerged in this region in the early 16th century. The first of these, the Ottoman Empire, stretched from Turkey to Tunisia, while the Safavid Empire ruled in Iran, and the Mughals in India. The arts thrived in the prosperity of these empires, developing a distinctive regional style. Origins and influences. In Turkey and Persia, there was already a long Islamic artistic tradition, in architecture and the decorative arts in particular, and under the Ottomans and Safavids they continued to flourish. However, other arts also became important. The arts of the book were adopted or secular themes. For example, an illustration of manuscripts prompted the beginnings of a mainstream Islamic tradition of representational art. Crafts such as ceramics, textiles, paper, and jewelry were also important means of artistic expression across the Islamic world. The artistic developments of each empire influenced those of its neighbors, but as well as this, cross-fertilization. The influence of Chinese porcelain and decoration can be seen in Turkish and Persian ceramics, and Mughal illustration shows elements of both European and Hindu art. Madrasa-e Shah, Isfahan, Iran, early 17th century. Art and architecture of unsurpassed magnificence can be seen in the mosques and palaces of cities such as Isfahan and Istanbul, and the Mughal Taj Mahal, c. 291. Islamic art. Ottoman. Turkey to Tunisia, c. 1300-1932. The longest surviving of the Islamic empires, the Ottoman era saw Turkey emerge as a major center of Islamic art. Its architecture, based on Byzantine models, came to international prominence in the work of Sinan, 1489-1588, whose 50-year career included the Selmai Mosque in Edirne and the Süleyman Mosque in Istanbul, and his apprentices went on to build Istanbul's famous Blue Mosque and the Taj Mahal in Mughal India. Turkey became famous too for fine ceramics and crafts such as jewelry, carpets, and paper marbling. Influenced by Persian manuscript illumination, artists also created illustrated books, such as the two Books of Festivals. Jugged with red decoration, the Turkish town of Luznik became a center of ceramic production in the Ottoman Empire, famous for the distinctive Luznik red used in painted decorations. Turkish School, 16th century, earthenware, Hanley Museum and Art Gallery, Staffordshire, UK. Tile with two parrots complementing the magnificent Ottoman architecture. Turkish ceramicists produced decorated tiles as well as pottery. These were often finely decorated with geometric designs featuring floral, vegetal, and animal motifs. Turkish, Iznik, 17th century, ceramic tile, Fitzwilliam Museum, University of Cambridge, UK. The forces of Suleiman the Magnificent besieging a Christian fortress, manuscript illumination under the Ottoman Empire, influenced by Safavid art, evolved into an art of book illustration, generally on historical themes depicting the exploits of emperors such as Suleiman I and the expansion of the empire. From the Hunayn by Lockman, 1588, gouache on paper, Topkapi Palace Museum, Istanbul, Turkey. Safavid. Iran, c. 1501-1786. The Safavid Empire differed from the Ottomans and Mughals in several respects. Importantly, its Shahs were Shi'i rather than Sunni, and as well as a strong artistic tradition dating back to pre-Islamic times, it had absorbed many Chinese and Mongol elements after the conquests by Timur in the 14th century. Between 1501 and 1786, when the Safavids lost power to the Ujur dynasty, Persia enjoyed a golden age of artistic achievement. In cities such as Isfahan, architecture flourished under Shah Abbas the Great, and the ceramic industry thrived, inspired by Chinese porcelain. However, the finest art was to be found in illuminated manuscripts of secular narrative poetry, particularly Ferdowsi's epic Shahnameh. As with Persian miniatures, these book illustrations incorporated elements of Central Asian art, marking the start of a new style of representational painting within Islamic art. The Persian Prince Humayun meeting the Chinese Princess Humayun in a garden. The Timurid dynasty in the 15th century produced fine manuscript illustrators, who worked for aristocratic patrons. Iranian, Timurid school, c. 1450, Gouache on paper, Musée d'Arts Décoratifs, Paris, France. Closer look. Oriental influences. The delicately detailed depiction of the flowers and trees shows an Eastern influence, in contrast with the distinctively Islamic portrayal of geometric architectural features and decorative calligraphy. Ceiling of the Palace of Hash-Behesht, 8 Paradises. When Isfahan became capital of the Safavid dynasty, Shah Abbas I initiated a massive program of building. The domed palaces and mosques built in the following 2 centuries featured huge spaces and were lavishly decorated with mosaic. Safavid dynasty, 16th to 17th century, Isfahan, Iran. Princess sitting in a garden. The Islamic restrictions on representational art did not apply to secular buildings, which in addition to traditional mosaic and arabesque decoration, were adorned with paintings similar in style to Persian book illustration. Safavid dynasty, 17th century, fresco, Palace of Chehel Sultan, 40 columns, Isfahan, Iran. Zal being rescued by the mythical Simurgh from a copy of Shahnameh. Individual illustrations were considered as works of art in their own right, and were later collected in albums known as Mahaka. Safavid dynasty, late 16th century, gouache and watercolor on paper, Chester Beatty Library, Dublin. Mughal India, 1526 to 1707. Babur founded of the great Mughal dynasty in Delhi in 1526. He was a poet and warrior. King descended from Tamerlane, the Turco-Mongol conqueror of West and Central Asia. In India, Mughals continued the tradition of building mosques, palaces, and majestic tombs that had been started 300 years earlier.
The Mughals brought perfection to this art, the culmination of a long Islamic tradition that became more and more rooted in the rich and older indigenous culture. Each Mughal ruler constructed a grandiose new capital and graced the empire with the breathtaking beauty of royal tombs like the Taj Mahal at Agra. Mughal architecture was born from a mixture of Persian, Turkish, and Indian traditions, but in painting the Persian influence was more direct. The second Mughal, Humayun, was forced into Persian exile, but when he returned to India in 1555 he brought 2 Persian masters, Mir Syed Ali and Abd al-Samad, to establish a Mughal atelier. Humayun died suddenly, but his 14-year-old son Akbar not only extended and consolidated the empire, he set about creating the dynastic archives. The Akbarnama, Book of Akbar, written in Persian by Abul Fayzi, recorded his military triumphs and heroic exploits. Akbar's first surviving child became Emperor Jahangir. The 5th Mughal, Shah Jahan, traveled all over the empire with his 3rd wife, Mumtaz Mahal, rather than be separated from her. On her death he created the perfectly proportioned Taj Mahal, an elegy in white marble to his beloved wife. His conciliatory attitude to the Rajputs and his fascination with their culture led to the Mughal innovations in art and architecture being rapidly reflected throughout the empire. Akbar tames the savage elephant, Hawaii, outside the Red Fort at Agra in a dramatic narrative painting from the Akbarnama by Basawan and Chattai. Akbar keeps his hold on the charging elephant, Hawaii, with an elephant hook as the demented animal crashes over a pontoon bridge of boats on leaving Agra, sending attendants diving into the river Jumna. This is the left-hand page of a double illustration. C. 1590, gouache on paper, 34.5 x 21.7 centimeters, British Museum, London, UK. Closer look. The strength of Akbar. The painting shows the moment when the matting rips and pontoon boats shoot out of the water as elephants dash across the river. Akbar, renowned for his strength and battlefield coolness, thrusts his feet under the neck strap and hangs onto the hook sunk in the elephant's hide. Akbar assisting in the quarrel of the ascetics here. Akbar intervenes in an ascetic's quarrel in the Akbarnama. The organized chaos of the scene again shows the mastery of space in a condensed narrative painting by Bashawan. C. 1590, gouache on paper, Victoria and Albert Museum, London, UK. Dying in Ayat Khan / former paymaster of the Imperial Cavalry, Inayat Khan, was sketched in 1618 on Jahangir's orders after he was carried to the palace dying from addiction to opium and wine. In his memoirs, Jahangir recorded his astonishment at the deterioration in the once proud officer and close advisor. The sketch and subsequent painting are a unique realist record and a cruel portrait. An inscription on the edge of the painting in Jahangir's successor Shah Jahan's hand attributes the work to Balkand, a renowned Indian miniaturist, 1596 to 1640, who had a long career in the Mughal atelier. 1618-19, in Con light wash on paper, 9.3 by 13. 3 centimeters, Museum of Fine Arts, Boston, U.S. Emperor Jahangir holding a portrait of Emperor Akbar. Portrait painting was an important part of the Mughals' dynastic archive. This genre had been previously unknown in Persia and India. The early portraits are detailed, focused on courtly robes and jewelry, and are often somewhat wooden. Here, Jahangir shows his affection for the new genre by having himself portrayed holding a portrait of his father, Akbar. 17th century, gouache on paper, Musée Guimet, Paris, France. Squirrels on a plane tree. The red squirrels, not native to India, that race about a plane tree, depicted in autumn colors, attest to European influence in this celebrated piece by the renowned portrait painter Abu Hassan. C. 1610, gouache on paper, 36.2 times 22.5 centimeters, British Library, London, UK. In context, Taj Mahal. The masterpiece of Mughal art is the Taj Mahal at Agra. The tomb of Shah Jahan and his wife Mumtaz Mahal rises in perfect symmetry in a 300 square meter formal garden with sunken flower beds and raised marble tanks. Its shimmering white marble facades, inlaid with jasper, are crowned with a high bayed arch and a raised dome amid 4 elegant, towering minarets. Royal tomb completed around 1650 by Shah Jahan. The Taj Mahal stands at the end of a canal that runs through a walled garden. Under the 61-meter dome, the royal tombs are set behind carved marble screens inlaid with precious stones. Aurangzeb hunting lions. The Mughal Aurangzeb locked up his sick and aging father Shah Jahan in his Agra palace and seized the throne in 1658. Aurangzeb was a ruthless general and no patron of the arts. As a consequence, the masters of the imperial workshop soon dispersed to the surrounding Rajput courts. However, the dynastic portrait tradition lingered on, as in this scene of Aurangzeb hunting lion. C. 1670-80, Vellum, Chester Beatty Library, Dublin, Ireland. The traditions of Hindu art were revived in South India in magnificent temples like those at Vijayanagara in Karnataka and later at Madurai. In the north, the old purely Hindu miniature painting tradition burst into a final flowering in 17th century Pahari and Rajput art. Islamic art and architecture had been steadily spreading across northern and central India for centuries before the Mughal Persian Indian dynasty rose to power in Delhi. The Mughals began to reshape the landscape by building elegant palaces, new cities, and imperial tombs. These new developments drained much of the artistic resource from traditional Hindu art forms. However, in the south of India, beyond the reach of Delhi, the tradition of sculptured Hindu temple art continued to thrive in the 17th and 18th centuries. Sacred art. Among the devotional cults that flourished, many focused on Krishna, the powerful, playful, and amorous avatar, human incarnation, of Vishnu, while some were devoted to Hanuman, the monkey general who helped Rama, another Vishnu avatar, recover his wife Sita from the demons on Sri Lanka. At festivals, the major deities were installed in carriages and drawn through the streets. An innovation was carving portraits of donor kings in the carriage hall to greet the deities as they exited and returned to the temple. Further north, under the sway of the Mughals, Hindu sacred art still prospered in a tradition of miniature painting that hailed back to the illustrated covers of sacred palm leaf manuscripts. As tradition blossomed among the small independent states below the Himalayas into lyrical, bucolic paintings of fresh, vital color and simple design known as Pahari and Rajput painting. Vitala Temple Vijayanagara, often known by its Sadar name Hampi, developed into the greatest capital in the south of India. Its scores of well-preserved temples and palaces make it one of the most important art and architectural sites in modern India. 16th century, stone, Hampi, Karnataka, India. Hindu art. Indian temple art. Kerala, c. 1790, Tamil Nadu, c. 1750. In the far south, the final wave of southern Hindu temple building was often centered on the revived cult of Vishnu and his avatars, human incarnations. After the Muslim kingdoms of the Deccan Plateau crushed Vijayanagara in the west, their viceroys further south in Madurai proclaimed the independent Nayaka dynasty. In the 17th century they constructed large complexes with multiple sanctuaries behind multi-tiered ornate gateways. The gaudy colors of the gateways, or gopuras, and the somewhat muscled form of the deities indicate a more popular art than the graceful forms of deities achieved in the smaller Hindu temples of earlier centuries. The monkey general Hanuman would usually be housed in a shrine outside Vishnu's main sanctuary, but in the southern state of Kerala he often stands alone as a monumental statue to ward off evil spirits. In Trivandrum, he is honored with his own temple. Sri Hanuman Temple. Hanuman, the monkey general, is given prominence on the roof of his own temple in the center of Trivandrum. 1808, Trivandrum, Kerala, India. Meenakshi Temple. One of the giant, elaborately sculpted gopuras, gateways, teeming with deities at Meenakshi, the great temple at Madurai, which was the principal shrine of the Nayaka emperors in the 18th century. Madurai, Tamil Nadu, India. Closer look. Shiva and Parvati. Shiva and his consort Parvati are depicted here in painted stone on the exterior wall of the southern gopura of the Meenakshi temple. They are riding Shiva's white bull, Nandi the Happy One, who is a symbol of fertility. Pahari painting. India, c. 1700–1900. Pahari means of the mountains in Hindi, and the miniature paintings from the small states below the western Himalayas are full of fresh air, mountain fields, and woods painted in bright simple colors. In the Punjab hill states of Himachal Pradesh, Jammu, and Kashmir, the favorite themes include Krishna's amorous exploits with the adoring gopis, cowherd girls, and Rama's dramatic rescue of his wife Sita, with a monkey army under Hanuman, from the demon-controlled island of Sri Lanka. Such marvelous narratives were underpinned by a passionate devotion to the universal Hindu gods, especially Krishna, in a growing religious pilgrimage movement. The origin of the Pahari genre remains mysterious. It suddenly appeared as a mature style in the mid-17th century and seems to owe something to the color and space already present in the art of the Rajasthani plains. When Delhi was sacked in 1739, Pahari art was boosted by the arrival of artists from the Mughal court, and the hill art blossomed into India's last pure Hindu art before the intrusion of European aesthetics that occurred in the 19th century. Krishna steals the clothes of gopis in this illustration from the Bhagavata Purana. Krishna steals the clothes of the gopis as they bathe at sunrise. The gopis are painted in flowing lines with charming naturalism as they emerge shyly and gracefully from the river. 1780, watercolor, 27.5 by 35.5, National Museum of India, New Delhi, India. Krishna fluting for gopis and cows. Krishna is depicted standing on a giant lotus flower that shows his divine nature. He plays his flute between two trees and brings the cows and gopis, each holding a lotus blossom in their hand to swoon. 1700, watercolor and silver on paper, 16 by 24. 5 centimeters, Museum of Fine Arts, Boston, U.S. Having coaxed my lotus-faced girl to come towards the bed, vertical bar eagerly prepare to undo her bodice. The more somber and formal tradition of the Basoli school of Pahari painting is seen in the darker colors here, but the content is romantic. This watercolor illustrates Krishna's seduction of his favorite gopi. 1660–70, watercolor, Victoria and Albert Museum, London, UK. Rajput painting. India, 1800–1900. The Rajputs were the Rajas, princes or kings, who ruled small states in the plains of Rajasthan and other areas of northern central India that became dependencies of the Central Islamic Mughal court in the 18th and 19th centuries. They generally maintained cordial relations with the Mughals and enjoyed autonomous Hindu courts based on military prowess, hunting, lineage, passion for music, and romantic art. Also important was a devotion to the Hindu gods, especially Krishna, the enticing and powerful human form of Vishnu, enacting his romance with Radha, a cowherd who rejected her husband in favor of Krishna. In their erotic entanglement, Radha represents the human soul uniting with Krishna as the Godhead. Epics and scriptures were no longer the preserve of the Brahmins and entered mainstream daily life through popular bhakti devotional cults. Rajput art also benefited from the dispersal of the artists of Mughal Delhi in the 18th century, but whereas Mughal art was always realistic and politicized, Rajput and Pahari art was suffused with poetic metaphor and religious symbolism. The fight between Arjuna and Karna. The desert of Rajasthan shows through in the hot pink terrain of this battle between Arjuna and Karna from the Indian epic the Mahabharata. Dead soldiers and horses are heaped in the foreground in this painting from Bundi or Kota. C. 1740, watercolor and gold on paper, 28.3 by 36.7, Museum of Fine Arts, Boston, U.S. Prince hunting antelope and boar after imperial service, art, fashion, and religion. The pastime of the Rajputs was hunting. Here, a prince in a chariot hunts abundant antelope. and bore in an idealized and luminous landscape of rolling green hills. C. 1810, watercolor, 20.6 by 27. 6 centimeters, Museum of Fine Art, Boston, U.S. Closer look. Country life. The high walls of the city behind the hunting scene remind the viewer that the idyllic Rajput country life, imitating the grand style of the fabulous Mughal court in Delhi, was buttressed by a standing army for local feuds and strong defenses. Early in the 19th century, Romanticism reached its peak. Unlike the neoclassicists, who promoted order and reason, the Romantics believed in the power of the imagination, emotion, and individualism. Much of their work focused on the past but was typically set in the Middle Ages rather than classical antiquity. They also created a distinctive form of landscape painting in which the forces of nature were seen as an extension of feelings and were often given a mystical, visionary role. 19th. 1800. 1825. Manticism 1790 to 1850. Nazarenes 1809 to 1830. Neoclassicism c. 1750-1820s. Edo period, Japan 1615 to 1868. Around the middle of the 19th century, realism emerged in France as a reaction against French academic art. Instead of tackling noble themes, realist artists painted the harsh conditions of rural life. In England, the pre-Raphaelites tried to return to the simplicity of early Italian painting. Inspired by the work of the realists and Japanese woodblock prints, the Impressionists strove to capture the fleeting impressions of light in everyday scenes. Using quick brush strokes and flecks of pure color, the Neo and Post-Impressionists developed this technique, hoping to express feelings and ideas by distorting shapes and experimenting with color, line, and perspective. Rejecting naturalism, the Nabis simplified forms and used flat areas of color to capture the essence of objects. Towards the end of the century, the symbolists created evocative, dreamlike works derived from literature or legends. Art Nouveau took symbolist imagery, such as sinuous lines based on plant forms and pale, seductive women, and used it primarily for decorative effect. Century. 1875, 1900. Realism 1850 to 1900. Pre-Raphaelites, 1848 c. 1910. French academic art, 1840 to 1900. Meiji Era, Japan, 12,868 to 1912. Impressionism, 1870 to 1900. Neo-Impressionism, 1885 to 1900. Post-Impressionism: 1880 c. 1905. Nabi, 1890 to 1900. Symbolism, 1885 to 1910. 1900 2,380 inches. Art Nouveau, 1890 to 1914. Romanticism was a multi-layered movement that took many forms and affected most branches of the arts. It began in the late 18th century, and flowered most fully in the early years of the following century. Origins and influences. One strain of Romanticism took its name from the old romances, the colorful tales of chivalry and honor that circulated in the Middle Ages. The term romantic was used very loosely to conjure up this nostalgic view of the past, and it gained added force with the revival of the Gothic style in architecture. In the late 18th century, a group of German authors began to use the term in a different sense, as the antithesis of classicism. While the core values of classicism were reason and order, the Romantics laid greater emphasis on the power of the imagination, the emotions, and individualism. These qualities could be evoked in very different ways. Some painters, for example, like to show the individual dwarfed by the forces of nature. At the same time, individualism can also be linked with the spirit of rebellion that epitomizes the Romantic era. This manifested itself in popular uprisings against the state and in the spread of new nationalist movements. Style and techniques. In France, the contest between Romanticism and Classicism was, to some degree, a confrontation of different styles. The Romantics led Songs of Innocence. William Blake. The title page from Blake's celebrated book of poems, printed in 1789, bears the hallmarks of the Romantic style. Romanticism. Timeline. The seeds of Romanticism were sown in the 1780s, when the French Revolution epitomized the spirit of rebellion. By 1800, Goya had made a series of prints entitled Los Caprichos, while in 1810 the Nazarenes moved to Rome. The movement reached its peak around 1820, when Géricault and Constable produced their finest works. Cole settled in the Hudson River Valley in 1836, while Turner's most daring pictures date from the early 1840s. 1781, Fuseli, The Nightmare. 1794, Blake, The Ancient Sea 1800 of Days. 1800, Goya, The Naked Maja. 1811-13, Overbeck, The Adoration of the Kings. 1815, Constable Boat Building. Schools. Perhaps more than any other movement, Romanticism developed along very different lines from country to country. French. In France, more than anywhere else, Romanticism was seen as the direct antithesis of Classicism. During the 1820s, in particular, reviewers of the exhibitions at the Salon placed Delacroix and Ingres in opposing camps. Traditionalists despised the former, not only for his style, but also for his choice of subjects. They attacked his depictions of the nationalist uprising in Greece, for example, deeming the topic more suitable for journalists than painters, and they were equally appalled by his alleged tendency of lingering on the goriest details in his pictures. In reality, the boundary between the two styles was rather blurred. Delacroix was a great admirer of tradition, while Ingres chose some themes, most notably, his harem paintings, that were decidedly romantic in spirit. Spanish. Spanish Romanticism is dominated by Goya, whose work is powerful and highly individual. This is exemplified in his pioneering depictions of warfare, which concentrate on the suffering of individuals, rather than on any glory that might be achieved. Goya also often focused on the darker side of the human psyche, tackling themes that dealt with madness, superstition, the supernatural, and the macabre. This was most evident in his graphic work, particularly in the set of prints entitled Los Caprichos. For subsequent generations, though, it is the black paintings, produced in old age, that typify Goya's romantic leanings. These nightmarish visions decorated the walls of his own house and were not revealed to the public until 1878. German. Although they enjoyed only limited success in their time, Caspar David Friedrich and Philipp Otto Runge now stand out as the two leading German romantic painters, with Friedrich in particular regarded as one of the giants of the time. He shared some of the attributes of his compatriots. His paintings are steeped in religious belief, and he also betrayed a similar taste for medievalism, as can be seen in his pictures of cowled monks and ruined abbeys. The wounded cuirassier Théodore Géricault having achieved his breakthrough with the charging cuirassier, this picture, exhibited by Géricault 2 years later, was less popular, as it signaled Napoleon's impending defeat. 1814, oil on canvas, 358 by 294 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. Morning, Philipp Otto Runge, the only completed section of Runge's Times of Day series. According to his poetic definition, morning is the limitless illumination of the universe. 1808, oil on canvas, 109 by 89 centimeters, Kunsthalle, Hamburg, Germany. By Eugène Delacroix, were powerful colorists and often produced work that seemed sketchy and unfinished to their opponents. In contrast, the classical camp, headed by Jean-Auguste Dominique Ingres, regarded sound draftsmanship and a highly detailed, enamel-like finish as the most important aspects of art. This division of opinion was evident elsewhere. One of J.M.W. Turner's storm scenes, for instance, was famously likened to a mass of soap suds and whitewash. These attitudes, however, were by no means universal. In Germany, for example, the Nazarenes developed a style that may have focused on the past, but was far closer to the academic norm. Subjects. The Romantic approach lent itself to a very broad range of subjects. Its anti-rationalist overtones led artists to explore themes that were linked with horror, madness, violence, and the supernatural. There was also a taste for the exotic, as well as visionary, mystical ideas. Romantic artists often produced historical or legendary scenes, but generally set these in the Middle Ages, rather than in the ancient times. They also developed a distinctive form of landscape painting. Classical artists reshaped nature to suit their ordered compositions, but the Romantics portrayed it as wild and ungovernable. The Witch's Sabbath. Francisco de Goya. His witch paintings were often inspired by popular plays. 1797-98, oil on canvas, 43 by 31 cm, Museo Lázaro Galdiano, Madrid, Spain. Current events. 1805. Following the Battle of Trafalgar, King George IV commissions Turner to paint a picture celebrating the victory. 1808-14. The Spanish Peninsular War leads Francisco de Goya to produce 65 etchings depicting the horrors of war. He also continues painting portraits, including that of Joseph Bonaparte during the French occupation. 1821-32. The Greek War of Independence. Delacroix's painting on this subject wins the Gold Medal at Paris Salon in 1824. 1818, Friedrich, The Wanderer Above the Sea of Fog. 1819, Géricault, The Raft of the Medusa. 1821, Constable, The Hay Wain. 1830, Delacroix, Liberty Leading the People. 1839, Turner, The Fighting Temeraire Tugged to Her Last Berth to be Broken Up. However, his attitude to nature was far more original, and there is an indissoluble link between the physical and the spiritual worlds. His human figures seem small and insignificant compared with the vast panoramas that stretch out before their eyes, but they can find redemption if they can recognize the symbols of Christian salvation that lie all around them. Nazarenes. The Romantic movement in Germany was led by the Nazarenes. Contemporary critics believed that the Nazarenes were responsible for the rebirth of German art, although they conceded that much of their work was focused on the past. This was most obvious from their attempts to revive the art of fresco painting and to mimic the lifestyle of the painter-monks from the early Renaissance. In some ways, these aims found a parallel in William Morris's efforts to reproduce the most positive aspects of the medieval guild system. The Nazarenes were also closely linked with the upsurge of nationalist sentiments in Germany. This led some of their members to portray patriotic themes from German history and legend. British Romantics. In Britain, too, landscapes provided some of the most potent examples of Romantic art. In their very different ways, Turner and John Martin portrayed the terrible beauty of nature when the full force of its powers was unleashed. The romantic aspects of John Constable's work are more subtle. In his canvases, nature becomes an extension of his feelings, echoing William Wordsworth's definition of poetry as emotion recollected in tranquility. Visionaries. No artist produced a more extreme form of romanticism than William Blake. His hatred of rationalism is evident from his pictures of authoritarian figures wielding compasses, while his individualism is highlighted in his strange, personal mythologies. Blake revered the imagination, but he was also deeply religious. Samuel Palmer, too, was very pious, though in a more restrained manner. Even in a visionary picture, such as the Magic Apple Tree, see left, the composition is centered around a church spire. American Romantics. In America, the spirit of Romanticism shone brightest in the landscapes of the Hudson River School. Headed by Thomas Cole and Asher B. Durand, this influential group of artists celebrated the unspoilt beauties of their native land. Hadley Castle. John Constable. This melancholy masterpiece was painted when Constable's wife was dying. 1829, oil on canvas, 122 x 165 centimeters, Yale Center for British Art, Paul Mellon Collection, U.S. The Magic Apple Tree, Samuel Palmer. He enormous crop of apples and the flock of plump, healthy sheep are signs of God's bounty. C. 1830, brown ink and watercolor, 17 by 28 cm, Fitzwilliam Museum, Cambridge, UK. Pierre-Paul Prud'hon. B. Cluny, 1758, D. Paris, 1823. A fine portraitist, Prud'hon became one of Napoleon's favorite artists. After training in Dijon, he won the Prix de Rome and completed his studies in Italy. There, he was influenced by the work of Leonardo and Correggio. Prud'hon gained a string of commissions from Napoleon, although his most celebrated painting was Justice and Divine Vengeance Pursuing Crime, 1808, a lurid allegory produced for the Palais de Justice. Prud'hon's style could be delicate and charming, but some of his pictures display a slightly neurotic taste for emotionalism, which may reflect the unhappiness of his own life. His wife gradually went insane, while his mistress committed suicide in his studio. Lifeline. 1758. Born in Cluny, 1784 wins the Prix de Rome and goes to study in Italy. 1788 returns to Paris. 1803 obtains a separation from his wife. 1805 paints portrait of the Empress Josephine. 1808 produces his most famous picture, Justice and Divine Vengeance Pursuing Crime. 1808 is awarded the Crosso of the Legion of Honor. 1821 his mistress, Constance Meyer, commits suicide. 1823 dies in Paris in his 60s. Portrait of the Empress Josephine, Napoleon's wife, is pictured in the grounds of her home, the Château of Malmaison. The painting was commissioned shortly after Josephine had been crowned empress, though this triumph was marred by personal misfortune. Napoleon was already thinking of divorcing her, because she was infertile. 1805, oil on canvas, 244 by 179 cm, Louvre, Paris, France. Closer look. Red and green Prudhon's use of complementary tones on the Empress's dress ensures that his main subject resonates with vibrant color. Around her, the setting is dark and oppressive. Théodore Géricault. B. Rouen, 1791. D. Paris, 1824. Théodore Géricault came from a wealthy family, which enabled him to pursue a truly independent course in his art. Trained by Vernet and Guérin, he completed his studies in Italy. On his return to France, he labored for 18 months on the Raft of the Medusa, 1819, the monumental painting that secured his reputation. Géricault's art typifies the spirit of Romanticism. He was drawn to themes of violence, horror, and madness. He painted wounded soldiers and wild, untamed horses. Even a traditional subject, such as the Epsom Derby, 1821, was set against a threatening sky. Géricault's temperament and lifestyle were equally romantic. He conducted a doomed love affair with the young wife of his uncle, which threw his family into turmoil. He had a brief, but hazardous military career, fighting for the Royalists against Napoleon, and he was a reckless rider, loving nothing more than a battle of wills with a lively horse. Riding accidents helped to bring about his early death, which in turn added to the romantic aura surrounding his name. Lifeline. 1791, born in Rouen, the son of a lawyer, 1808 studies in the studio of Carl Vernet. 1812, the charging cuirassier wins gold medal at the Salon. 1819, his masterpiece, The Raft of the Medusa, causes a sensation at the Salon. 1820-21, lives in England. 1822, begins series of portraits of mental patients. 1824, dies in Paris, aged 32, following a fall from a horse. I have seen the death mask of poor Géricault, and his sublime raft. What hands and heads! I cannot express the admiration it inspires. I feel a longing to make a sketch of it. What a precious reminder of this extraordinary man. Eugène Delacroix, 1824. The madwoman afflicted with envy towards the end of his life, Géricault produced a pioneering and compelling series of portraits of mental patients. Each one highlighted a specific medical condition with clinical accuracy. 1822-23, oil on canvas, 72 by 58 cm, Musée des Beaux-Arts, Lyon, France. François Gérard. Brome, 1770, Paris, 1837. The son of a diplomat, Gérard trained under David and enjoyed a successful career as a portraitist. He also produced a number of attractive mythological scenes. Neoclassical subjects remained in vogue after the Revolution, but they were no longer conveyed with the same moral and political force. Gérard Cupid and Psyche, 1798, is typical of this new mood. The figures still have a sculptural appearance, but the overall approach is decorative, superficial, and mildly erotic. Portrait of Madame Récamier. Récamier much preferred this informal portrait to David's severely classical one, cp. 269. 1805, oil on canvas, 225 x 148 cm, Musée Carnavalet, Paris, France. Cupid and Psyche. Here Psyche, the symbol of the human soul, is surprised by Cupid, who is invisible. Tour 1798, oil on canvas, 186 x 132 cm, Louvre, Paris, France. The Raft of the Medusa. This huge painting depicts the shipwreck of the Medusa in 1816, which became the focus of a major political scandal. Géricault's decision to tackle a subject of this kind proved highly controversial, as many critics believed the topic was better suited to journalism than to high art. 1818-19, oil on canvas, 491 x 716 cm, Louvre, Paris, France. Closer look. Horrific realism. Géricault went to extraordinary lengths to capture the full horror of the situation. He observed the dead and the dying in a local hospital, made studies in its dissecting room, and sketched the remains of guillotined criminals. Some critics felt that he went too far, and was wallowing in morbid details, such as this prostrate corpse. The Epsom Derby. Géricault's horses perform a flying gallop, with all four legs off the ground. Advances in photography later proved that this was impossible. 1821, oil on canvas, 92 x 123 cm, Louvre, Paris, France. Eugène Delacroix. B. Charenton Saint Maurice, 1798, D. Paris, 1863. A leading figure of the French Romantic movement, Delacroix studied under Guérin, but was greatly influenced by Géricault. He posed for one of the figures in Géricault's Raft of the Medusa, 1818-19, and was astounded by the passion and energy of the finished work. Its impact can be seen in the remarkable series of paintings that Delacroix produced during the 1820s. On the strength of these, critics hailed him as the leader of a new school, contrasting his youthful, romantic approach with the stale classicism of Ingres. Delacroix was wary of these labels, regarding himself as a traditionalist, and it is significant that he won a number of prestigious state commissions to decorate public buildings. A visit to North Africa in 1832 broadened the range of his work, providing him with new kinds of Orientalist subjects. In these, Delacroix was unbridled in his use of color, which was later to exert a powerful influence on the Impressionists. Lifeline. 1798 born near Paris, 1815 studies with Guérin, 1824 the massacre of Caius vertical bar causes a stir at Ceylon, 1830 paints Liberty leading the people, 1832 visits Morocco, Algeria, and Spain, 1833 commissioned to decorate the Salon du Roi, in the Palais Bourbon. 1855 work is shown at the World Fair. Made Commander of the Legion of Honor, 1861 completes the murals at Saint-Sulpice, 1863 dies at his Paris home. The massacre of Chios in April 1822, Turkish soldiers slaughtered civilians on the island of Chios, believing that they were assisting Greek rebels. Delacroix verified the details of this event by talking to eyewitnesses. 1824, oil on canvas, 417 by 354 cm, Louvre, Paris, France. Closer look. Romantic suffering. Delacroix tried to symbolize the suffering of the islanders by placing a row of despairing figures in the foreground. Critics disliked the modernity of the subject, the staginess of the composition, and the unremitting emphasis on misery. In context. Greek War of Independence in 1871, the Greeks launched a bid for independence, after centuries of domination by the Ottoman Turks. In the West, their struggle rapidly became a cause célèbre, as many Europeans regarded ancient Greece as the cradle of their civilization, and the war inspired many artists and writers. Lord Byron by Frederick Gore. The English poet Lord Byron was an active supporter of the Greek cause. He financed a military expedition, but died of a fever before the fighting began. The women of Algiers. Western artists often portrayed harems in a gaudy, artificial manner. Delacroix had actually seen one, so his version is simple, understated, and far more realistic. 1834, oil on canvas, 180 by 229 cm, Louvre, Paris, France. Liberty leading the people. In this famous picture, Delacroix celebrated the July Revolution of 1830, when King Charles X was ousted from power. The artist was sympathetic to the rebels' cause, but took no part in the uprising. The new government bought this painting, though it was quietly removed from public view to quell any threat from lingering revolutionary sentiments. 1830, oil on canvas, 260 by 325 cm, Louvre, Paris, France. Closer look. Realistic allegory. The lighting makes Liberty the focus of the composition. A highly unconventional allegorical figure, Liberty's disheveled clothing and gun make her seem strikingly real and modern. Rebellious youth. This figure of a street urchin is said to have inspired the character of Gavroche in Victor Hugo's novel Les Miserables. Parisian landmark. The towers of Notre Dame helped to locate the action. The cathedral was the scene of fierce fighting, as the rebels pulled down the king's flag and raised the Republican tricolor in its place. I do not care for reasonable painting at all. My turbulent mind needs agitation, needs to liberate itself. There is in some black depth that must be appeased. Eugene Delacroix. Richard Parkes Bonington. B. Arnold, 1802, London, 1828. Although English by birth, Bonington spent most of his adult life in France. He studied there under Gros and became a close friend of Delacroix. Bonington was at his best when working on a small scale. His watercolors and oil sketches are particularly fine, displaying a genuine freshness and spontaneity. He gained recognition in 1824, winning a gold medal at the Paris Salon, but his career was cut tragically short by consumption. Calais Pier. Bonington coastal scenes are masterful studies of light and atmosphere. 1823-24, oil on panel, 29 by 34 cm, Yale Center for British Art, New Haven, U.S. Théodore Chassériau. B. Dominican Republic, 1819, D. Paris, 1856. In his brief career, Théodore Chassériau achieved a convincing blend of romantic and neoclassical elements. Born in the West Indies, the son of the French consul, he was one of Ingres' favorite pupils and shared his enthusiasm for sinuous, well-drawn figures. Increasingly, though, he came under the spell of Delacroix, developing a taste for rich colors and exotic themes. Like that of Delacroix, Chassérieu's art was transformed by his African travels, in his case, a trip to Algeria in 1846. The Toilet of Esther, nominally a biblical subject, this resembles one of Ingres' harem paintings. Esther displays the pale sensuality of a neoclassical nude, but the richly colored background owes more to Delacroix. 1841, oil on canvas, 46 x 36 centimeters, Louvre, Paris, France. Francisco de Goya. B. Fuentedos, 1746, D. Bordeaux, 1828. The Spanish painter and printmaker Goya was one of the outstanding figures of the Romantic movement. His talent was slow in showing itself, however, and it wasn't until well into his 30s that he began to produce work that set him apart from his contemporaries. By the 1780s, his skills as a portraitist were increasingly in demand. The results were both spectacular and daring. The artist made little attempt to flatter his distinguished sitters, but they were well received, as a succession of honors was heaped upon him. Alongside these commercial efforts, Goya worked privately on more ambitious themes, in which he gave full rein to his imagination. Beginning with Los Caprichos, his first great series of prints, and culminating in the magnificent black paintings of his final years, he portrayed his own dark vision of the human soul, with its petty obsessions, its cruelty, and its folly. Goya was an exceptionally versatile artist whose output was vast, leaving about 700 surviving paintings, 300 prints, and some 1,000 drawings. Lifeline. 1746, born near Saragossa, the son of a gilder. 1760, studies under José Luzán. 1770, travels to Rome. 1773, marries Josefa Bayeu, sister of artist Francisco Bayeu. 1774, produces first cartoons for royal tapestries. 1786, appointed king's painter. 1789, promoted to court painter. Following the coronation of Charles IV, 1793, becomes deaf. 1808, French invasion. Swears allegiance to Joseph Bonaparte. 1814, paints the 3rd of May. 1808, CPP.304-07. 1824, moves to Bordeaux. 1828, dies in France. The Parasol. Goya produced a series of 10 decorative scenes designed as models for the Royal Tapestry Workshop. The finished articles were destined for a palace dining room. 1777, oil on canvas, 104 by 152 centimeters, Prado, Madrid, Spain. The Sleep of Reason produces monsters in the most famous plate from Goya's Los Caprichos, Caprices, series, a pessimistic blend of satire and fantasy. The sleeping artist is beset by nightmarish visions. 1799, etching and aquatint, 22 by 15 cm, private collection. Closer look. Creatures of the night owls are usually seen as symbols of wisdom, because of their connection with Minerva, but Goya has intended one of their negative associations here. They are also regarded as birds of ill omen, harbingers of death, and emblems of the night. I had 3 masters: Nature, Velázquez, and Rembrandt. Goya. The naked Maja female nudes were very rare in Spain, and with good reason. The Inquisition denounced this famous example as obscene and summoned the artist to appear before a tribunal, to disclose the identity of the patron and explain the painting's purpose. C. 1800, oil on canvas, 98 x 191 meters, Prado, Madrid, Spain. The clothed Maja Jawgether with its nude companion piece. This painting was commissioned by Manuel Godoy, a royal minister. The Maja, fashionable young woman, is thought to be the Duchess of Alba. C. 1800, oil on canvas, 95 x 190 centimeters, Prado, Madrid, Spain. The Duke of Wellington. This was painted during the Napoleonic Wars, when Wellington was head of the British forces in Spain. The portrait was altered in 1814, after he had acquired new medals and honors. 1812, 14 oil on panel, 64 by 52 cm, National Gallery, London, UK. In context. Peninsular War. Some of Goya's greatest paintings were created against the backdrop of a major European conflict. The Peninsular War, 1808-14, was fought between France and a coalition of Spain, Portugal, and Britain. Napoleon's troops invaded the Iberian Peninsula in 1808, and his brother, Joseph Bonaparte, was placed on the Spanish throne. They were eventually forced out by Wellington's army and a fierce guerrilla campaign by the Spanish people. Even worse, from the disasters of war, Goya's shocking catalogue of the atrocities committed during the Spanish conflict, 1810. Saturn devouring one of his children. This is the most gruesome of Goya's black paintings. The Roman god Saturn ate his children because of a prophecy that they would usurp him. Goya placed the picture in his own dining room as a macabre joke. 1821-23, oil on canvas, 146x83 cm, Prado, Madrid, Spain. The Colossus. It has been suggested that the giant is a symbolic guardian of Spain, inspired by a contemporary patriotic poem. A pale colossus rises, caught by the fiery light of the setting sun. The Pyrenees are a humble plinth for his gigantic limbs. C. 1808-12, oil on canvas, 116 by 105 cm, Prado, Madrid, Spain. Unreal lighting. In common with Goya's other war scenes, the Colossus is set in an eerie, nocturnal gloom, equally apt for the darker acts of human folly. Panic at the sight of the giant, the convoy scatters. Goya may have remembered the legend of the god Pan, who was said to be able to make armies flee in terror, hence the word panic. The giant. The meaning and identity of the giant have been the subject of endless speculation, a personification of war, pestilence, or panic, or even a symbol of Napoleon himself. The 3rd of May 1808, Francisco de Goya. 1814, oil on canvas, 260 x 345 cm, Prado, Madrid, Spain. Closer Euk. The 3rd of May 1808, Francisco de Goya. This painting depicts an atrocity committed by French forces during the Peninsular War, 1808-14, when Napoleon's troops occupied Spain. On May 2, 1808, there was a violent uprising on the streets of Madrid, which the invaders managed to suppress. Their reprisals were swift and brutal. On the following day, soldiers made arrests and carried out a series of executions on the hill of Príncipe Pío, on the outskirts of the city. These actions helped to spark off a nationwide guerrilla campaign against the French. At the end of hostilities, when the Spanish monarchy had been restored, the government decided to commemorate the bravery and sacrifice of the rebels. A year of national mourning was declared and artists were invited to submit their own tributes to the victims. Goya was granted some money, although not an official commission. In return, he produced 2 masterpieces on the theme. Story. In his painting the 2nd of May 1808, Goya concentrated on the uprising itself, while here he focuses on its bloody aftermath. Both paintings met with a lukewarm reception. In part, this was due to the radical nature of the artist's approach. Neoclassical pictures, which emphasized the heroism of the rebels, were greeted with far more enthusiasm. In addition, there were suspicions about Goya's loyalties. He had been on good terms with the occupying French regime and had accepted an honor from Joseph Bonaparte, Napoleon's brother. In any event, his paintings were quietly accepted, but not exhibited. Instead, they were deposited in the storerooms of the Prado, where they lay forgotten for 2 generations. The city. None of the buildings in the background can be identified with any certainty. Goya may simply have invented them. Either way, their ghostly silhouette against a starless sky adds to the nightmarish atmosphere of the proceedings. Figure in white. The spectator's eye is immediately drawn to the man in white, whose arms are raised in protest. His pose carries deliberate echoes of the crucifixion, a fitting association for an innocent symbol of persecution and martyrdom. Victims. Goya took pains to depict the condemned men as individuals, each with differing reactions to their fate. Here, a monk lowers his head and clasps his hands in prayer, while his neighbor stares his killers in the face, defiant to the last. Composition. Goya's painting was composed 6 years after the event and, in spite of various exaggerated tales to the contrary, he did not witness the atrocity in person. He took some elements of his composition from secondary sources, such as popular prints. There are strong affinities, for example, with an engraving by Miguel Gamborino, 1760-1820, which was published in 1813. Goya also drew on the images he had produced for his pioneering series of etchings The Disasters of War, 1810-14, which included several scenes of firing squads. The focal point in contrast to the drab appearance of his fellow victims, this figure is brightly lit, making him the center of attention. Goya depicts the man kneeling. If he were standing, he would tower over everyone. The corpses. This is an example of artistic license. Bullets fired from such close range would have propelled these victims backwards, but Goya was keen to highlight the bloodshed in the forefront of his picture. Soldiers. In contrast to their victims, the soldiers are ordered and anonymous. Their expressions are hidden from the viewer, underlining their role as the faceless, dehumanized perpetrators of violence and oppression. Next to die to complete the tragedy, Goya includes a long line of victims, trudging up the hill to their death. Most can hardly bear to look at the fate that awaits them. Technique. Francisco de Goya used startling innovations in color and form to create an emotional response towards his work, rather than a straightforward, journalistic record of the event. The killings actually took place during the day, but Goya preferred a nocturnal setting for such a nightmarish theme. The somber coloring, which is dominated by browns, blacks, and grays, gives a foretaste of the gloomy black paintings that Goya produced in his final years. His forms, meanwhile, are sketchy and distorted, often dissolving into shadows. I see no lines or details. There is no reason why my brush should see more than I do. Francisco de Goya suggested forms. Academic artists clarified every detail in their paintings. Goya, on the other hand, understood that it was far more powerful to show purely the things he saw, even if some of the details remained vague. On the naked corpse, for example, there are unexplained black markings and the exact position of the head is unclear, but the overall effect is entirely convincing. Free handling. Among the most notable features of Goya's mature style were his dynamic brushwork and his astonishingly free handling of paint. Even on an everyday object like a shirt, most contemporaries would have carefully delineated every button and every crease. Goya, however, achieved a far livelier effect by replacing minor details with an energetic swirl of color. He manipulated his paint with knives and fingers, as well as brushes. The lighting. The sky is pitch black, with no moon or stars, so the scene is lit entirely by the huge lamp at the soldiers' feet. This creates a firm dividing line on the ground, separating the riflemen from their victims, and also casts long, ominous shadows. Caspar David Friedrich. B. Greifswald, 1774, D. Dresden, 1840. Friedrich was the greatest of the German Romantics, producing a uniquely spiritual form of landscape painting. Born in a sleepy Baltic town, he had a strict, religious upbringing. The early death of his mother and brother probably heightened his somber outlook. After studying in Copenhagen, he settled in Dresden, where he swiftly absorbed the latest ideas about Romantic literature and philosophy. Friedrich only took up oil painting in 1807, but his work made an immediate impact. Cross in the Mountains, in particular, shocked his contemporaries due to the radical way in which it conveyed a religious message through a landscape. Increasingly, Friedrich turned his chilly panoramas into yearning, mystical allegories, echoing the human desire to find spiritual comfort. He liked to depict people from behind, so that they could serve as everyman figures, and was equally fond of cloaking his landscapes in mist to stimulate the viewer's imagination. Lifeline. 1774. Born in Greifswald, near the Baltic coast. 1781. His mother dies. 1787. Sees his brother drowned. 1794-98. Studies at the Copenhagen Academy. Before moving to Dresden. 1808. An early version of The Cross in the Mountains causes a scandal. 1818. Marries Caroline Baumer. 1818. Paints The Wanderer above the Sea of Fog. 1835. Suffers a crippling stroke. Dies 5 years later in Dresden. The Wanderer above the Sea of Fog / his haunting painting may be a posthumous tribute to a colonel in the Saxon infantry. 1818. Oil on canvas, 98 x 75 centimeters, Kunsthalle, Hamburg, Germany. The Cross in the Mountains / his mystical landscape, a later version of the theme first explored some 5 years earlier, is full of religious imagery. The barren foreground forms a stark contrast to the celestial vision in the distance. The cross points the way to the later, while the rocks and the trees are symbols of faith. 1812, oil on canvas, 45 by 37 cm, Kunstmuseum, Düsseldorf, Germany. A painting must not be devised but perceived. Close your bodily eye, so that you may see your picture first with your spiritual eye. Caspar David Friedrich. The sea of ice. For the Romantics, all human endeavor seemed frail and insignificant when set against the overwhelming power of nature. Here, the sunken mast and timbers of a ship go almost unnoticed, crushed beneath a towering pyramid of splintered ice. 1824, oil on canvas, 97 by 127 centimeters, Kunsthalle, Hamburg, Germany. Closer look. Echoing forms. Friedrich used echoing forms to accentuate the grandeur in landscapes. In this case, the central triangle is mirrored on the left, with further, miniature versions on the horizon. Often, his compositions lead the eye upwards, towards salvation, but here the cruel points of the ice slabs offer only despair. Philip Otto Runge. B. Wolgast, Pomerania, 1777, D. Hamburg, 1810. Despite his tragically brief career and his small output, Runge was a major figure in the German Romantic movement, second only to Friedrich. He was a late developer, only turning to art in his 20s. Runge was a skilled portraitist, but is better known for his complex allegorical works, which are steeped in obscure romantic symbolism. Color is the ultimate art, he declared, and must remain a mystery which we can divine only through the marvel of flowers. Flowers play a significant role in both Ariane and the Hulsenbeck children. Runge's most cherished project was a series of pictures entitled The Times of the Day. He intended to display the works in a special building, accompanied by music and poetry. But at the time of his death at the age of 33, only one piece, Morning, was completed, leaving this ambitious project unfinished. Lifeline. 1777, born in Wolgast, the son of a ship owner. 1797, first drawing lessons from Joachim Harderich. 1799 to 1801, trains at the Copenhagen Academy. 1801-03, continues studies at the Dresden Academy. 1804, moves to Hamburg. 1808, paints first version of Morning, the most complete section of his Times of the Day series. 1810, publishes his treatise on the color sphere. 1810, dies of consumption in Hamburg. His fourth child is born on the following day. The Hilsenbeck children. Runge believed the universe was bound together by a spirituelle subs of harmony. Here, three different phases of childhood are echoed by the sunflowers on the left. 1805-06, oil on canvas, 132 x 144 centimeters, Kunsthalle, Hamburg, Germany. Ariane's sea journey. Ariane was famed for his skill with the lyre. He was thrown overboard by pirates, but was rescued by a dolphin, charmed by his music. 1809, watercolor on paper, 51 x 118 centimeters, Kunsthalle, Hamburg, Germany. Karl Blechen. B. Cottbus, Brandenburg, 1798, D. Berlin, 1840. A renowned German landscape painter, Blechen initially worked as a bank clerk, before training as an artist at the Berlin Academy. His early style was heavily influenced by Friedrich, whom he probably met in Dresden. By 1824, he was working as a scene painter at the Königstädtisches Theater in Berlin, and this added a dramatic edge to his paintings. Blechen resigned from his post in 1827 following a dispute with a prima donna, and went traveling in Italy. It was during this time that he developed a more intense, naturalistic style, with free brushwork and bold color contrasts. In 1831, Blechen was appointed professor of landscape painting at the Berlin Academy. However, the onset of mental illness curtailed his career, and his final pictures are full of foreboding. Mill in the valley near Amalfi/N/Ta/Y, Blechen's landscape style altered dramatically as he tried to capture the brilliant light and searing heat. 1829, oil on paper, mounted on canvas, 14 x 22 centimeters, Kunsthalle, Hamburg, German. Carl Friedrich Schinkel. B. Neuruppin, 1781, D. Berlin, 1841. Although he is remembered mainly as a great architect, during Schinkel's early career the political situation in Prussia, then under French occupation, precluded any major commissions, and he concentrated on paintings, panoramas, and theatrical work. His style was greatly influenced by Friedrich, whose paintings Artist Unknown were exhibited in Berlin in 1810. His views had an artificial, dreamlike quality, while his stage sets combined architectural clarity with romantic flights of fancy. These culminated in his exotic designs for the celebrated 1816 production of Mozart's Magic Flute. In the same year, Schinkel gained his first major commission for a public building, the Neue Wache, New Guard House, in Berlin, and his career as an architect blossomed. Egyptian set design for Act II of the Magic Flute. Schinkel's stage sets reflected the popularity of Egyptian designs in the wake of Napoleon's recent campaigns in Egypt. 1815, watercolor on paper, Bibliothèque de l'Opéra Nationale, Paris, France. Peter von Cornelius. B. Dusseldorf, 1783, D. Berlin, 1867. Trained by his father, who taught at the Dusseldorf Academy, Cornelius was a key figure in the revival of German fresco painting. In 1811, he settled in Rome, where he became a leading member of the Nazarenes. Cornelius had a strong nationalist agenda, producing illustrations for two German literary masterpieces, Faust and the Nibelungenlied. He was employed by influential German patrons, among them Ludwig I of Bavaria and Frederick William IV of Prussia. Not all his work was well received. His most ambitious undertaking was a massive fresco, The Last Judgment, 1836-39, inspired by Michelangelo. After laboring for 4 years, Cornelius was met with a lukewarm reaction from Ludwig when it was completed. Lifeline. 1811, in his late 20s, moves to Rome. 1819, summoned to Munich to work for Ludwig of Bavaria. 1821-25, director of the Dusseldorf Academy. 1841 paints frescoes for the Prussian royal family in Berlin. 1853 returns to Rome. 1867 dies in Berlin. The wise and foolish virgins in the parable from Matthew's Gospel. The wise virgins have oil for their lamps, while the foolish have none. C. 1813, Oil on Canvas, Kunstmuseum Düsseldorf, Germany. The Last Judgment, often cited as the largest fresco in the world. It was commissioned by Ludwig I of Bavaria. 1836-39, Fresco, 18.9 times 11.6 meters, Ludwigskirche, Munich, Germany. Joseph recognized by his brother part of a fresco cycle that was produced by the Nazarenes, also called the Brotherhood of St. Luke, for the Prussian consul general in Rome. The fraternal theme had an obvious relevance for the Brotherhood. 1816, Fresco with tempera, 236 x 290 cm, Staatliche Museen, Berlin, Germany. Friedrich Overbeck. B. Lübeck, 1789, D. Rome, 1869. Overbeck was the most prominent member of the Nazarenes, the influential group he founded with a number of fellow students at the Vienna Academy. Calling themselves the Brotherhood of St. Luke, they moved to Rome and set up an artistic community in a disused monastery. Overbeck, in particular, adopted the ascetic lifestyle of a painter-monk. He refused to study anatomy from dissected corpses or female models, saying, "I prefer to draw less correctly than damage my feelings, which are the artist's greatest treasure." Overbeck converted to Catholicism in 1813 and specialized mainly in religious subjects, although he was also a fine portraitist. His style mimicked the strong lines and restrained colors of Renaissance masters such as Perugino, Francis Angelico, and the young Raphael. Lifeline. 1789, born in Lübeck. 1806, attends Vienna Academy. 1809, co-founds the Nazarenes. 1810, moves to Rome. 1813, converts to Roman Catholicism. 1816, works on the frescoes at the Casa Bartoldi. 1828, completes Italia and Germania. 1829, paints Rose Miracle of St. Francis in Assisi. 1869, dies in Rome. Joseph being sold by his brothers. This is taken from the cycle of frescoes at the Casa Bartoldi, the Nazarenes' most important collaborative project. 1816, fresco with tempera, 243 by 304 cm, Staatliche Museen, Berlin, Germany. The Adoration of the Magi, produced for Queen Caroline of Bavaria. This was Overbeck's first important commission. The theme of the Magi, the first pagans to be converted, was particularly appealing to the artist, as he was about to convert to Catholicism. 1811-13, Oil on Panel, 50 x 66 cm, Kunsthalle, Hamburg, Germany. Everything was full of that immoderate asceticism, which appears wraith-like to a healthy man of our day, like the appearance of the master himself. 19th century author Adolf Stehr, 1853, on Overbeck's studio.